My entire family was wiped out, I was stabbed multiple times, and left to die in the wilderness, all because she betrayed me. 3 years later, when I returned to my homeland with God-defying power, I found her wearing a wedding dress, marrying my sworn enemy. The deeper the love once was, the stronger the hatred is now. She thought I was dead, but I've returned. My name is Lin Fan, a disciple of the Yuwang Valley of Qingcheng Mountain. 3 years ago, my family was tragically wiped out. To avenge this deep-seated blood feud, I must go down the mountain today. Are you really sure you have to go down the mountain? The first master, dressed in a blue Taoist robe, frowned deeply. Can't you stay on the mountain for a few more years? There's still so much we haven't taught you. The second master also stepped forward, a hint of frustration in his voice. Your third master is getting worse by the day, not as strong and healthy as they are. Every day I have is one less day, how can you bear to leave me like this? The third master began to play the sympathy card. I looked at the fourth master, the last one who hadn't spoken yet. He stroked his beard and let out a painful cough. Couldn't you have waited until the third master died before leaving? The whole point of taking you as a disciple was to have someone care for him in his old age and send him off. Bah! Fourth brother, must you curse me like that? Why don't you say that without our disciple, there'll be no one to cook for you, the third master immediately retorted. I know these 4 old fellows have tried everything from crying to making a scene to even threatening suicide just to stop me from going down the mountain. They're putting on another act right now. My mind is made up, I will definitely go down the mountain. For masters, your disciple is not descending the mountain out of worldly desires, but for a vendetta that must be avenged. Once I have settled this blood debt, I will surely return to the temple to honor and serve you all. I knelt on both knees and performed a grand farewell bow, while the 4 elders hastily helped me up. The Grand Master sighed, I know you're eager for revenge, and no one is stopping you, but can't you wait a little longer? Alright, I'll let you go. If you keep saying that, I'll follow you down the mountain, the second master said, his eyes reddening. The fourth master added, since you insist on leaving, we will naturally grant your wish, but not right now. First, come inside with us, we have something to entrust to you. As soon as we entered the room, they gave me their most precious treasures. The Grand Master presented me with 36 gold needles, claiming they could bring the dead back to life. The second master handed me a black gold card and told me not to hesitate to spend money. The third master handed me a pill furnace, claiming even the great sage equal of heaven had forged within it, along with a small book recording 100,000 alchemical recipes. The fourth master then placed a ring named Mishu on my finger, capable of containing the universe. I took everything and bowed deeply to my 4 masters. Masters, once Fanner has avenged this great enmity, I will surely return to see you. Please take care of yourselves. I turned to leave, but the Grand Master called me back and handed me a crumpled piece of paper with a few phone numbers and names written on it, the contact details of some senior brothers and sisters. I nodded heavily and strode forward without looking back. After leaving the Taoist temple, I descended the mountain and boarded a train bound for Zhongjiang. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, after 3 years apart, Fanner can finally return to see you all. Chapter 2, The Harbor Music Pier. 3 years ago, when the Lin Family Hospital opened, coinciding with Grandpa's birthday, I had intended to introduce my girlfriend Jiang Wanwan to everyone. But unexpectedly, a group of warriors burst through the door, brandishing sharp blades, killing everyone in sight. They murdered my grandparents, parents, and little sister right before my eyes. They severed the tendons in my hands and feet, and finally plunged a dagger into my chest. I lay in a pool of blood, watching my loved ones die, and excruciating, heart-wrenching pain spreading throughout my body. After I lost consciousness, those people thought I was surely dead and discarded me in the desolate wilderness. It was my first master who saved me while he was traveling abroad. He used medicinal pills and golden needles to pull me back from the brink of death. They discovered my extraordinary talent, recognizing me as a martial arts prodigy, and competed to take me as their disciple. In the end, I became the closed-door disciple of all 4 of them. Over 3 years, I absorbed all their secret techniques, and now, I have returned. As I stepped out of the train station and was about to hail a taxi, I overheard several convenience store clerks loudly discussing. I heard that today, Sun Gui, the eldest son of the Sun family, is marrying Jiang Wanwan, the daughter of the Jiang family, at the Harbor Music Pier. Isn't Jiang Wanwan's boyfriend Lin Fan, the young master of the Lin family? 3 years ago, the Lin family was wiped out, and I heard Jiang Wanwan even observe 3 years of mourning for Lin Fan. That's right. The eldest son of the Sun family is so devoted, he waited 3 years for Jiang Wanwan before marrying her. Truly a man of deep affection. At this moment, a voice lowered, many things aren't as they appear on the surface. The version I heard is different. Lin Fan was already being cheated on before he even graduated. I heard that Jiang Wanwan and Sun Gui were the masterminds behind the Lin family massacre. Otherwise, how could Jiang Wanwan have emerged completely unscathed when the Lin family was slaughtered without a single survivor? I also know what happened afterward. After the Lin family was wiped out, that shameless pair actually celebrated by performing a striptease, utterly disgraceful. Lin Fan's childhood sweetheart Zhou Luo learned about this and wanted to find clues. The moment he entered, he saw Jiang Wanwan and Sun Gui completely naked. That shameless couple had people beat Zhou Luo half to death.
Now he's left with high-level paraplegia, no different from a dead man.
My eyes were bloodshot, burning with rage. If this was true, I would never let that despicable couple off the hook. I flagged down a taxi and headed straight for Gangwon Pier. At Gangwon Pier, now packed to capacity, a bright red carpet stretched all the way to the seaside.
On the wedding platform, Jiang Wanwan's joy was unmistakable.
Beside her, Sun Gui's eyes narrowed into slits as he stared intently at her, while the host vividly recounted their love story. When asked if they were willing, Sun Gui solemnly said, "I do." Jiang Wanwan, her face flushed with shyness, firmly replied, "I do." The two were about to exchange rings and share a passionate kiss when suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. "Sun Gui, Jiang Wanwan, you shameless couple. 3 years ago, you caused the deaths of over 40 people from the Lin family. Heaven will strike you down." I narrowed my eyes slightly. It was Zhou Luo. He was carried here on a stretcher, his face pale, completely paralyzed from the neck down. Jiang Wanwan, furious, pointed at Zhou Luo and shouted, "Zhou Luo, you living corpse, what nonsense are you spouting here?
Is it really nonsense? Or are you the one deceiving everyone?
Everyone thinks you're a loyal and devoted woman, but in these 3 years, how many shameful things have you and Sun Gui done in the Lin family?"
Zhou Luo demanded loudly.
Jiang Wanwan frantically rushed down the high platform. "Zhou Luo, shut your mouth. If you don't stop right now, I'll have someone throw you into the sea to feed the fish. I saw you both naked with my own eyes, heard you call Sun Gui husband with my own ears, and the two of you were even discussing how to divide the Lin family's property." Zhou Luo continued to expose the truth. The guests present all wore expressions of astonishment as Zhou Luo continued his account how he had been beaten into high-level quadriplegia and had waited 3 years for this very day to reveal the truth to everyone. Jiang Wanwan completely broke down, losing all her previous gentle demeanor as she descended into madness. Standing on the wedding platform, Sun Gui was utterly astonished.
Wasn't Zhou Luo supposed to be mentally unstable? How is he speaking so coherently today?
That bitch revealing what happened back then, she's courting death. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Sun Gui's eyes.
Chapter 4, Kind words cannot persuade a damned ghost.
A flicker of fear crossed Sun Gui's eyes.
Zhou Luo, do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into?
Even if you don't die, I'll take your life myself. Sun Gui quickly caught up with Jiang Wanwan's footsteps, while a swarm of bodyguards surged in behind him. Zhou Luo, lying on the stretcher, smiled. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Even if he lost his life here, it wouldn't matter. If it weren't for the need to expose the truth, he would have long since followed Lin Fan into the afterlife.
Zhou Luo, you madman.
I'll rip your mouth off and tear out your tongue. You've ruined my reputation like this, I'll make you wish you were dead. Jiang Wanwan screamed at Zhou Luo, calling him a madman, unaware that in everyone else's eyes, the madwoman was herself. Jiang Wanwan's hair hung wildly about her shoulders, her face contorted in fury. In her haste to reach Zhou Luo, she even discarded her high heels midway. Crack! A sharp crack echoed as Jiang Wanwan clutched a broken wine bottle in her hand. Die! Jiang Wanwan aimed precisely and thrust it straight toward Zhou Luo's throat. Lin Fan, I can finally see you. Zhou Luo calmly closed his eyes, a smile curling his lips once more, his face radiating long-awaited anticipation.
The crowd fell silent, eyes widening in shock once more.
No one could have imagined that Jiang Wanwan, always gentle as water, could be so ruthless, actually attempting murder in public. Stop! The voice was icy cold, radiating overwhelming pressure.
Ah! Jiang Wanwan let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground.
As a chopstick pierced her wrist like a blade, blood spurting instantly, the crowd shuddered. Many instinctively touched their own hands while glancing toward the unfamiliar man nearby. Lin Fan radiated a chilling aura as he strode toward Jiang Wanwan. Wherever he passed, people recoiled in shock, instinctively stepping back to form a clear path. The air temperature plummeted rapidly. Some felt an unnatural chill running down their spines, while others instinctively reached for the back of their necks.
Who is this man? His aura is so intense, I'm freezing all over. He looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. Wait, isn't that Lin Fan? Lin Fan, the eldest son of the Lin family? Impossible. Must be a case of mistaken identity. If it really is Lin Fan, then this is going to be quite the spectacle. At that moment, Lin Fan's heart was filled with uncontrollable hatred, the rage in his eyes nearly bursting forth. He couldn't care less about anyone else. Right now, Lin Fan's heart was filled with overwhelming hatred. He had cherished Jiang Wanwan like a precious treasure, only to invite a wolf into the house. In the end, over 40 lives of the Lin family were lost at the hands of this woman. That dog couple, Sun Gui and Jiang Wanwan, had ruined the Lin family and tortured Zhou Luo to the point of wishing he were dead. He was now paralyzed from the waist down, forced to cling to life in bed. Had he not intervened in time, Zhou Luo would likely be dead by now. Zhou Luo was his childhood sweetheart, raised together since they were little. He'd only gotten involved in the Lin family's affairs to investigate. Jiang Wanwan's heart was so viciously twisted, not only did she cripple him, but she also tried to take his life right then and there. It was utterly despicable. Lin Fan forced himself to stop dwelling on it. Another second of such thoughts, and he feared he might lose control of his rage and kill this despicable pair right then and there. Lin Fan? Sun Gui's face froze in shock as he forced the name from his throat. His entire body began to tremble violently, his pupils dilating several times over. Impossible. You're dead. Sun Gui stopped mid-sentence. He had seen it clearly that day a dagger plunged into Lin Fan's heart, the blood pooling beneath him nearly submerging his body. He'd clearly crossed the threshold of death. How could he possibly be alive? This is bloody hell. Jiang Wanwan's face turned pale, and she was utterly terrified. Her mouth opened several times, yet no words came out. Lin Fan, is it really you? Zhou Luo's voice was weak, yet his words brimmed with astonishment. Since becoming paralyzed from the waist down, Zhou Luo had never yearned to stand up like he did now. How he longed to follow Lin Fan around like he did when they were kids, grabbing his arm and running everywhere. Yet now, Zhou Luo could only muster the strength to shift his eyes slightly, gazing helplessly at Lin Fan. Tears stubbornly fell, trickling down into his hair. Luo, it's me. I'm back. Lin Fan's voice was bitter, his brow furrowed. Just be back. I thought I'd never see you again. Zhou Luo's emotions were overwhelming at that moment, her voice trembling with sobs. Seeing Zhou Luo's pitiful state, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with pity. Had she not been drawn into the Lin family's affairs, Zhou Luo would never have ended up like this. Unable to move, his muscles had atrophied, and his face was pale, tinged with an unhealthy bluish hue. Luo, rest assured. I will avenge the Lin family's blood debt. I, Lin Fan, will make those murderers pay with their own blood. Ha! A reckless laugh echoed as a man nearly 2 meters tall stepped forward. The other bodyguards swiftly formed a protective circle around Sun Gui and Jiang Wanwan, shielding them completely. Lin Fan, you talk big. Daring to run wild on the Sun family's turf back then, I should have driven another knife into your chest. The bodyguard snarled. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. Judging by his words, he must have been involved in the Lin family massacre all those years ago. The bodyguard's muscles bulged as his 200-pound frame charged toward Lin Fan like a mountain. As the fist, as large as a bull, closed in on his face, Lin Fan delivered a powerful kick. The bodyguard was sent flying over 10 meters. Before he even hit the ground, he was already spitting blood. Bright red droplets of blood formed a perfect arc in the air before his body slammed heavily onto the ground. Thud! The body hit the ground, lifeless. A large dent gouged into the bodyguard's chest, the entire ribcage crushed and deformed. Everyone's hearts pounded in terror, nearly leaping from their chests. Sun Xiao's personal bodyguard, a tiger rank expert of extraordinary prowess. Lin Fan had ended this man's life with a single step. Could his strength surpass even the dragon rank? Before the surrounding guests could recover, Lin Fan's icy voice rang out again. Jiang Wanwan, answer me this, is what Zhou Luo said true? Jiang Wanwan's pupils contracted sharply, her entire body swaying precariously. Though she remained silent, Lin Fan saw the answer in her wavering eyes. You needn't admit it yourself. It was my fault back then. I failed to see your true colors. Today, we'll settle all accounts once and for all. How will you repay the lives of the 46 members of the Lin family? Lin Fan's aura sent chills down the spine. Jiang Wanwan was already in a state of utter panic. To play it safe, she even hid behind her bodyguard. Sun Gui glanced at the man beside him, his voice gaining confidence. Lin Fan, you were lucky to escape back then, but today you won't get away. Chapter 5, Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Seeing the Sun family's men surrounding them, Zhou Luo grew concerned and urged, Lin Fan, you must leave now. Forget about revenge, just get out of here. Lin Fan understood Zhou Luo meant well. Having come this far, turning back now would be letting them off too easily. Luo, rest assured. None of them can stop me. Lin Fan, since you're still alive, I want to clarify what happened before. The truth is, I was always passive in our relationship. Gui and I truly loved each other. He was the one I most wanted to marry. Rumors say I mourned you these past 3 years, but truthfully, I couldn't bear it after all. I was there that day too. Today is the joyous day of my marriage to Gui Gu. We won't hold it against you for ruining the wedding like this. Take that woman lying on the ground and leave. We won't make things difficult for you. Jiang Wanwan's chest heaved unsteadily as she struggled to feign composure. Lin Fan sneered inwardly. Swallowing such a bitter pill was merely to ensure the wedding proceeded smoothly. The matter of the 40-plus lives taken from the Lin family remains unresolved. And you expect to marry without consequence? What a joke! Back then, I was blind. But not anymore. Now that I know the truth about what happened back then, I won't let this pair of scoundrels off the hook. Jiang Wanwan, you kept me company for so long. We're even now, no debts owed. Before she could finish, Jiang Wanwan's face drained of color. Lin Fan, what are you talking about? Don't spout nonsense. What, quit our debts? I'm completely innocent. Nothing ever happened between us. Whether there was or not, only you and I know. Lin Fan uttered just one ambiguous remark, and Sun Gui's face across from him instantly turned icy. At the same time, the guests present once again exchanged looks of utter disbelief. The final phrase, all debts settled, carried an overwhelming weight of implication. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd, and some people even started pointing fingers. Sun Gui's face turned the color of liver. No wonder Jiang Wanwan kept pressuring him to marry her. Turns out this woman was second-hand goods. This was the wedding venue. He could practically feel the stares piercing through his spine. Sun Gui snorted coldly and stomped his foot in frustration. Brother Gui, don't listen to Lin Fan's nonsense. When I was with you years ago, I was truly a virgin. That night, Jiang Wanwan's expression was agitated as she endured the piercing pain in her wrist, struggling to utter those words. Enough! Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough already? Sun Gui's furious voice cut through the air. Jiang Wanwan, as expected, dared not speak further, only wiping away tears by the side. Thinking of how Lin Fan had ruined their perfect wedding, Sun Gui wanted to tear him limb from limb. Spotting more people approaching from a distance, Sun Gui raised his hand. Listen up, all of you. Throw that man into the sea to feed the fish. Upon receiving the order, over 20 thugs surged forward and charged toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan took another step closer to Zhou Luo, his expression utterly calm despite the approaching thugs. Only when someone reached his side did Lin Fan raise his right hand. The man held a dagger, its cold gleam flashing. Just as the blade was about to touch Lin Fan's neck, a thud sounded as the man collapsed to the ground. His skull split open, killing him instantly. Those charging from behind witnessed the scene, their shock and fear causing them to grip their weapons tighter. Bang! 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 After 3 punches, 3 men lay motionless on the ground. 3 lives lost in the blink of an eye. Sun Gui was furious, his face dark as if it could drip water. Useless fools! What are you standing around for? Go get reinforcements! The bodyguards spun around instantly, while Sun Gui's face twisted into a cold sneer. 2 hands can't fight 4 fists. No matter how skilled you are, Lin Fan, you can't withstand overwhelming numbers. I'll bring 1,000 men even if you can fight, you'll be worn down to death. As if reading Sun Gui's thoughts, Lin Fan's lips curled into a sneer. Perfect. I'll stretch my legs. These guys can keep me company on the road to the underworld. As he spoke, dozens of thugs clad in black and wielding sharp blades charged toward him. Before they could encircle him, Lin Fan lunged forward in a single stride, landing right in the center of the thug horde. Boom! 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 In just a few moves, the Sun family's thugs were no longer breathing. Pathetic! Lin Fan sneered with disdain. If they couldn't even withstand these basic moves, they certainly weren't worthy of his ultimate techniques. The surrounding crowd trembled, the scene falling into complete silence. The corpses on the ground were gruesome, some with heads split open, others decapitated, all drenched in blood. The wedding venue, bustling with life moments before, had suddenly transformed into a living hell. Blood flowed like a river, and the air itself was thick with the pungent stench of blood. Jiang Wanwan huddled beside Sun Gui, her expression filled with panic. What kind of master had Lin Fan encountered these past 3 years? How had he become so powerful so suddenly? The events unfolded too swiftly for even the nearby guests to process. Seeing the situation turn dire, some feared being caught in the crossfire and tried to flee, but their legs felt like they were made of lead, unable to move. Others were so terrified they wet themselves. Jiang Wanwan, Sun Gui, it's time to settle the score. Lin Fan's voice was commanding and icy as he strode toward them step by step. Sun Gui's eye twitched violently, his features contorting in fear. Lin Fan, don't get cocky. With me, Hu Tian, here, you won't get away with this. As he spoke, a square-jawed man stepped out of the crowd. He was a burly, muscular man whose every step echoed with a thud. The Sun family members all breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Tian was a martial arts master. With him here, no matter how skilled Lin Fan was, he wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Tiger Guard, move quickly. Deal with this troublemaker. Sun Fu burst from the crowd, glaring at Lin Fan with eyes wide. Rest assured, young Master Fu. With me, Hu Tian, here, no one dares to cause trouble. As the Sun family's highly paid bodyguard, Hu Tian was the most loyal and several levels stronger than the others. Sun Fu's face lit up with satisfaction. Hu Tian began stretching his limbs. Snap! Crack! Snap! The cracking sounds from his joints echoed like popping beans. Several bulges appeared on Hu Tian's muscles, as if they were about to tear through his clothes. Everyone, enjoy the show, but please step back. I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt any of you. At his words, everyone began to retreat. In the blink of an eye, a wide open space appeared around Lin Fan and Hu Tian. This is my grudge with the Sun family. You took their money, so you'd better get out of the way. Lin Fan's gaze locked onto Sun Fu, his hatred so intense he wished to reduce the man before him to ashes. Sun Fu, Sun Gui's younger cousin. It was Sun Fulu who humiliated my sister back then, driving her to jump into the lake. The moment he saw Sun Fu, Lin Fan abruptly changed his mind. Chapter 6, I Have a Gun.
Descending the mountain this time, Lin Fan did not intend to unleash a bloodbath, but rather to make the mastermind of the past pay with blood for his crimes. He had no desire to cause unnecessary trouble for hired thugs like Hu Tian.
But Hu Tian didn't see it that way. Spitting viciously on the ground, Hu Tian's pupils contracted. "You little punk, if you know what's good for you, get down on your knees right now. Kowtow to your noble young master and beg for mercy. Then chop off your own arms, and I might spare your life. If I have to step in, it won't stop at your arms, I'll personally cripple your legs. Today is the young master's joyous occasion. I don't want to see blood. You'd better know what's good for you." Hu Tian's words were laced with icy glare, each sentence a threat.
Sun Fu's eyes widened like copper bells upon hearing this. "Hu Tian, that bastard has killed dozens of my Sun family members with utter disregard. Today, I must take his life." Sun Fu's teeth chattered with rage, itching to lunge forward and bite Lin Fan. In his mind, Hu Tian cursed every generation of the Sun family's ancestors. Everyone had witnessed Lin Fan's prowess taking dozens of lives without flinching, his hands never stained with blood. Such prowess clearly placed him above the dragon rank. No ordinary man could match him. If they actually clashed, there was an 80 to 90% chance he'd lose his life here. "Even if you want me to charge forward, I'd have to think twice about whether it's worth it." But curses aside, these formalities still had to be observed. With a loud cough, Hu Tian stepped forward again. "Listen up, kid. How do you choose?" Lin Fan's gaze suddenly turned icy. The murderer who killed his sister stood right before him, yet this man dared to block his path to vengeance. "In that case, don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing Lin Fan's expression darken abruptly, Hu Tian's heart skipped a beat. "The fate of these beasts is not for you to decide." The moment he spotted Sun Fu, Lin Fan had already decided to take his life. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan darted forward, closing the distance to Sun Fu in an instant. "You little bastard! You dare show such contempt for this tiger lord? Today, I'll make you taste my fury." Hu Tian roared, charging toward Lin Fan like an arrow released from its string. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, waiting until Hu Tian was close before raising his leg. Thud! A dull thud echoed through the air. Then, Hu Tian's massive frame flew 3 zhang away. Before the crowd could recover from the shock, Hu Tian spat blood, a massive lump swelling on his back. His chest bore a deep crater. At first glance, his entire chest resembled a thin sheet of metal, warped by a stomp, concave in front, convex in back. His eyes bulged, filled with utter disbelief, and he drew his last breath upon hitting the ground. This Hu Tian was the Sun family's highly paid enforcer, possessing peak-level strength. How could he have been unable to even fight back? This man's strength was far from ordinary. He must be ranked on the dragon list. The dragon list? How could someone's strength have risen so rapidly in just a few short years? The crowd sucked in their breath, eyes wide with shock. Before even looking at Lin Fan, many had already begun to tremble. Taking advantage of others' inattention, some quietly shifted backward, desperate to escape this trouble spot. Those who remained standing trembled in fear. Those present who practiced martial arts understood the true measure of strength. Many claimed to be martial artists, yet they merely borrowed the title. Truly skilled individuals were few and far between, and those at the grandmaster level were practically non-existent in Zhongjiang. To put it bluntly, most martial artists here were at the very bottom of the skill spectrum. The rankings leopard, tiger, lion, and dragon were meticulously detailed. Across all of Zhongjiang, only 5 individuals held these titles. Zhao Dingchuan, head of the Martial Alliance's Zhongjiang branch, and his 2 bodyguards all ranked on the dragon list. The remaining 2 spots were occupied by an elderly man and a woman. When it came to dragon-ranked martial artists, Zhao Dingchuan enjoyed immense prestige within the Martial Alliance and was widely recognized. Yet, the woman was the subject of far more gossip. Rumor had it she possessed a graceful figure and beauty that could topple kingdoms. Any ordinary man who caught even a glimpse of her would lose half his soul. Alas, she remained detached from worldly affairs, and few had ever glimpsed her peerless beauty. Now, hearing that Lin Fan's prowess had reached the dragon list, how could everyone not tremble with fear? For an ordinary person to leap to the dragon rank level in just 3 years, what kind of extraordinary talent would that require? Ignoring the puddle of mud on the ground, Lin Fan strode directly toward Sun Fu. Sun Fu's legs shook violently as yellow liquid trickled down his trouser legs. The pungent stench of urine wafted toward onlookers from afar. As Lin Fan approached, Sun Fu jolted upright, swiftly drawing the pistol from his waist and pointing it straight at Lin Fan's head. "Ha! Kid, your good days are over. I don't care what kind of martial arts master you've met, so what if you're skilled? I've got a gun." The entire crowd erupted in chaos. In the blink of an eye, the onlookers who had been watching the spectacle moments ago began scattering in all directions. Getting shot could be deadly. Bang! 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 Lin Fan's stride remained steady, his expression unflinching. He ignored the gun in Sun Fu's hand and pressed forward. "Lin Fan, you've been scared out of your wits, haven't you? This is a gun." Lin Fan sneered coldly. "So what? I'm warning you, take one more step, and don't blame me for being ruthless." Sun Fu still released the safety catch, his face twisted into a menacing grimace. The lavish wedding had been disrupted by Lin Fan, and Sun Gui had been seething with resentment ever since.
Sun Fu, take him out. He came here for revenge. He wants us dead.
Sun Gui gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot.
Another set of footsteps echoed, sending Sun Fu into a panic. Does this kid really have no fear? He had a gun in his hand. Even if Lin Fan was a Dragon List powerhouse, he couldn't stop my pistol. As Lin Fan drew nearer, Sun Fu felt an icy chill envelop his entire being. Even his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. That fear seeped into him from head to toe, completely engulfing Sun Fu. The thought of that young girl from the Lin family finally broke Sun Fu. Don't come closer, don't come closer. Just die already. Bang!
Sun Fu closed his eyes tightly and pulled the trigger swiftly, watching the bullet fly straight toward Lin Fan. Everyone present was stunned, already bracing themselves to witness Lin Fan fall. But in the blink of an eye, a miracle occurred. Lin Fan extended his hand, his index and middle fingers twitching slightly as they caught the incoming bullet. Before him, the bullet seemed to lose all momentum, as if it were merely a pliable object in his grasp. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Fan gave it a light squeeze, and the bullet crumbled into dust.
Everyone was left speechless.
Sun Fu was utterly dumbfounded. Lin Fan stepped forward, extended his hand once more, and crushed Sun Fu's pistol with just 2 fingers.
You! I'll take your life and avenge my sister.
Lin Fan's palm sliced through Sun Fu's neck, sending his head rolling like a watermelon into the crowd.
Ah! Help!
Panic erupted among the crowd, the faint-hearted already collapsing to the ground.
Chapter 7. Where did this justice come from? Sun Gui's legs shook uncontrollably.
Jiang Wanwan beside him had gone pale as death, on the verge of fainting. Lin Fan had already killed so many people, yet he showed no sign of stopping. It seemed he wouldn't rest until he took both their lives. Only when Sun Fu's headless corpse hit the ground did Lin Fan finally withdraw his gaze.
Enough! So many have died by your hand, do you think you can defy heaven itself?
With that commanding voice, a middle-aged man charged straight toward Lin Fan. At that moment, Lin Fan's rage had yet to subside.
Who are you? My feud with the Sun family is none of your business. Outsiders should stay out of it.
Lin Fan warned once more. The man continued striding forward, head held high, speaking as he approached. I am Dong Linghao, head of the Dong family of Zhangjiang. I come bearing a message from Zhao Dingchuan, president of the Martial Alliance.
I advise you to reconsider your actions and withdraw now.
These words sent Lin Fan's rage flaring anew.
So you've come to uphold justice? Dong Linghao's voice boomed with bravado. If that's how you see it, so be it.
3 years ago, the entire Lin family was wiped out, 46 lives lost in a single night.
Why did no one stand up for justice then?
Now, aside from those thugs, all it took was the death of Sun Fu for someone to start pointing fingers.
How laughable.
Over 40 lives of the Lin family were destroyed by their hands.
Where were you then? Does the justice you preach only exist for powerful families?
After saying this, Lin Fan deliberately raised his voice to add one more sentence.
A bunch of sycophants.
Lin Fan's expression was cold, his voice carrying a chill.
Dong Linghao's voice was low and menacing. How dare you?
The crowd looked stunned. Dong Linghao had come to deliver a message, representing Zhao Dingchuan's intentions.
Was Lin Fan's actions a clear sign he held Zhao Dingchuan in contempt?
Throughout all of Zhangjiang, who didn't know Zhao Dingchuan was a man not to be trifled with?
Who dared show disrespect to Zhao Dingchuan? Was Lin Fan trying to stir up trouble where it shouldn't be stirred? Young man, don't refuse the wine and get the punishment instead. You actually dare to disregard Chairman Zhao's words? Are you trying to make an enemy of Chairman Zhao? Though Dong Linghao's words weren't direct, everyone present understood the implication. To make an enemy of Zhao Dingchuan was to make an enemy of all of Zhangjiang.
I came seeking vengeance, not to uphold whatever justice you speak of.
Debts must be repaid to their rightful owners.
If you try to intimidate me with Zhao Dingchuan, you'll join them on the road to the underworld.
You brat, you've defied the Zhangjiang Martial Alliance.
Chairman Zhao won't let you off the hook.
Dong Linghao's eyebrows shot up in anger.
Before he could finish, Lin Fan's hand smacked down on Dong Linghao's head.
Smack!
The crowd heard a dull, thudding sound. Dong Linghao collapsed to the ground. Such a bully who only dares to act when backed by power, better off dead. Lin Fan's gaze was cold and arrogant, his expression resolute.
Clatter! Sun Gui's legs buckled.
He reached out to steady himself on the nearby table but missed his grip. Not only did he fall flat on the floor, but precious delicacies spilled all over him. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Sun Gui suddenly burst into laughter.
My savior! Uncle Lu, come save me!
If you don't hurry, this place will be filled with corpses. Ignoring his disheveled state, Sun Gui scrambled to his feet and stumbled toward a man in his 30s.
You ignorant brat! You actually killed the messenger? You've got some nerve!
After hurling this accusation, the man turned his gaze to Sun Gui.
Calm down, young man. With me here, this man won't get away with his arrogance.
The crowd turned toward the voice, their expressions shifting from shock to slight relief.
With the arrival of Qinglong Helm's leader, Lu Qinglong, the situation might improve.
Lin Fan claimed he came seeking vengeance, yet he showed no fear even toward Zhao Dingchuan's men.
Ordinary people would be powerless against him.
If Lin Fan were allowed to continue his rampage unchecked, the Sun family would truly be wiped out.
At that moment, Sun Gui's arrogance flared up again, his voice rising significantly. Uncle Lu, avenge us quickly. Tell my father to wrap up his business and hurry over.
Meanwhile, murmurs rippled through the crowd.
Is this man the Qinglong Rudder's leader, Lu Qinglong?
They say that Qinglong Helm's master is as elusive as a dragon never seen except for brief glimpses. He wouldn't appear before the crowd unless something major happened.
Could the chairman be losing his temper? Lin Fan is being so brazen, no wonder the president is furious.
This should be quite the spectacle. It's common knowledge that the Martial Alliance president commands 4 branches: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Among them, the Azure Dragon branch was the most powerful, and Lu Qinglong was the most arrogant and tyrannical. Since aligning himself with Zhao Dingchuan, his arrogance had reached unprecedented heights. Some even claimed that in all of Zhongzhong, only Zhao Dingchuan and Lu Qinglong could walk around with their chests puffed out. Given Lu Qinglong's close ties with Old Master Sun, the Sun family wields unquestioned authority among the major clans. The younger generation of the Sun family constantly spoke of Lu Qinglong, revering him like a deity. Lin Fan, hurry up. If you don't leave soon, it'll be too late. Zhou Luo grew anxious upon hearing the murmurs. It's fine. Wait for me. Lin Fan paid Lu Qinglong no mind whatsoever, his voice steady and his expression utterly unruffled. Lin Fan, you're truly a reckless young bull fearing no tigers. Daring to lay a hand on Chairman Zhao's men, you must be tired of living. Lin Fan sneered, a mocking curve lifting his lips.
You lot can lick Zhao Dingchuan's boots if you want, that's your business. But if you claim to be here for justice, then shut your mouths.
In full view of everyone, Lin Fan had utterly humiliated Lu Qinglong, who instantly flew into a rage. Lin Fan, you just want justice for the 40-odd members of the Lin family, right? Let me tell you this, Chairman Zhao couldn't care less about your family's petty affairs.
These days, might makes right. If you lack the strength, don't blame others. Forget 40 people, even 400 wouldn't make Chairman Zhao bat an eyelid.
Lu Qinglong gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws.
Lin Fan clenched his fists. Well said, the victor is king, the vanquished is bandit. But remember, words carry consequences. Lu Qinglong had insulted the Lin family. There was only one outcome for him, death. Before Lin Fan could act, Lu Qinglong swept his arm in a commanding gesture. Hundreds of assassins following behind him surged forward, instantly surrounding Lin Fan so tightly he couldn't move an inch. Each assassin brandished weapons, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Yet, though they assumed attack stances, none dared advance. Lu Qinglong stood behind them, his face radiating smug satisfaction. Uncle Lu, these men likely aren't a match for Lin Fan. Should we send more reinforcements?
Sun Gui narrowed his eyes to slits, glaring hatefully at Lin Fan amidst the crowd.
No need.
Today, I'll show you how we'll chop Lin Fan into mincemeat. The moment Lu Qinglong finished speaking, his expression abruptly changed.
Chapter 8, Capture the King to Capture the Bandits. Uncle Lu, that kid's coming for you.
Sun Gui shouted, then went completely silent, like a deflated balloon. Watching Lin Fan push off with both feet, his entire body bursting out of the encirclement like a soaring bird, charging straight toward them, Sun Gui once again wet himself in terror. His neatly pressed formal attire was instantly splattered with urine, the pungent stench overwhelming. Lu Qinglong seemed slightly taken aback, but quickly assumed a defensive stance. One arm shot out horizontally to block, while the other hand darted toward the pistol at his waist. Lin Fan's gaze burned like fire as he stomped on the heads of several assassins, instantly knocking them to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan stood directly opposite Lu Qinglong. Facing Lin Fan's unrestrained ferocity, Lu Qinglong swallowed hard. Was this kid truly fearless like a newborn calf? Where on earth did he learn such skills? Just as Lu Qinglong regained his composure, a searing pain erupted in his shoulder. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as Lin Fan seized Lu Qinglong's left shoulder. Lin Fan's voice was icy cold. Lu Qinglong, I don't want to kill innocents. Get your men to back off. Ha! So you're scared now? Realize Chairman Zhao's power too late. Today, I'll take your head to atone to the chairman. Lu Qinglong took a deep breath, preparing to strike back, but Lin Fan's right hand tightened. Snap! The sound of snapping bones echoed as Lu Qinglong's left arm suddenly went numb, sending his entire body tumbling backward. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Before Lu Qinglong hit the ground, Lin Fan delivered a flying kick. Another crack echoed. Lu Qinglong's jawbone suddenly flew into the air. A trail of crimson blood trailed behind it as Lu Qinglong lay motionless, lifeless as a dead dog. Uncle Lu. Sun Gui's face twisted with grief and anger, yet fear still clung to his features. Witnessing the shocking scene before them, some of the Sun family members present had already wet themselves in terror. Lin Fan had actually killed Lu Qinglong. This was like punching a hole in the sky. Chairman Zhao would never let Lin Fan off the hook. Run for your lives. If we stay, we'll be dragged down too. Lin Fan is a demon once he starts fighting, no one can stop him. The wedding turned into a funeral, let's get out of here. Amidst the stunned crowd, some were already stumbling backward in panic. As for the assassins brought by Lu Qinglong, they stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. I have no grudge against you. If you don't want to die, get out of here. As soon as Lin Fan spoke, the assassins scattered like birds and beasts. The crowd that had been densely packed moments ago was now nearly empty. Watching the chaos unfold, Sun Gui's face turned ashen. Crawling to Lin Fan's feet, Sun Gui bowed his head repeatedly. Lin Fan, Grandfather Lin, I'm so sorry. Please spare me. The Lin family's affairs have nothing to do with me. It was all that Jiang Wanwan's idea. Everything was orchestrated by Jiang Wanwan. She seduced me, making me cuckold you. Blame my lack of self-control. I'm so sorry. Without Jiang Wanwan's inside help, the Lin family's affairs wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Grandpa Lin, let me go. I'll kill that right now. Sun Gui kept banging his head on the ground. By the time he finished speaking, his forehead was a bloody mess. Not far away, Jiang Wanwan stood frozen, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Just moments ago, Sun Gui had sworn to fulfill his duties as a husband and love her forever. Now, to save his own skin, he was willing to kill her. To survive, Sun Gui had discarded every vow, every ounce of affection, even his own dignity. Jiang Wanwan's head buzzed, her entire body drained of strength. Sun Gui, I truly misjudged you. Jiang Wanwan shouted these words before leaping into the void. Plop! Before anyone could comprehend what had happened, ripples spread across the water's surface. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, the bride jumped into the sea. Echoes of agreement soon followed. She must have been scared, terrified that Lin Fan would come after her, so she took her own life. A woman with a heart as venomous as a snake, she was a menace to society even in life. Who would have thought she orchestrated the Lin family tragedy? She knew she couldn't escape justice, so she jumped into the sea. Lin Fan cast a cold glance toward the direction Jiang Wanwan had plunged, paying her no mind. At his feet, Sun Gui continued to call out, Grandpa Lin. Tell me, Lin Fan demanded, what was the real reason you said those above wanted to destroy the Lin family? Sun Gui's face drained of color, his mind spinning in confusion. Grandpa Lin, I don't know. Before Sun Gui could finish, Lin Fan's palm came crashing down. Bang! After the gunshot, Sun Gui's head exploded, killing him instantly. The setting sun's rays spilled across the sea like a river of spilled blood. The deck itself was a river of blood, strewn with corpses. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and let out a long, piercing laugh. Mother, sister, did you see? I have avenged you. The image of his mother's face and his sister's smile flashed through his mind, his heart twisting in agony. He spun around abruptly to find the Sun family's men already retreating. Terror gripped their eyes, their expressions frozen in dread, as if they already knew their fate was sealed. Today's events are not yet settled. Debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. I have always been clear about my debts and grievances. If I took your lives today, how would I be any different from those beasts of the Sun family? All who participated in the Lin family tragedy will pay with their blood. Take this message back. In one day's time, I will personally seek out Old Master Sun. Seeing Lin Fan fall silent, the Sun family members and the assembled guests quickly scrambled back. In the blink of an eye, the deck was left with only Lin Fan and Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo's eyes brimmed with tears as her voice choked with emotion. Lin Fan, I'm just glad you're back. Lin Fan gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind Zhou Luo's ear, his tone softening. Luo, why are you so stubborn? You went off alone to investigate leads? A pale smile touched Zhou Luo's lips. This isn't stubbornness. It's my own choice. The rest of the words remained unspoken. Lin Fan is dead. Even if it costs me my life, I'll uncover the truth. Seeing Zhou Luo completely immobilized, Lin Fan frowned slightly and immediately produced the golden needles. Brother Lin Fan, what are you doing? Lin Fan offered no explanation, only murmuring softly, stay still for now. Zhou Luo obediently remained still. Lin Fan's gaze was piercing as his hand moved swiftly, needle after needle sinking into Zhou Luo's body. Soon, numerous golden needles appeared at various acupoints on Zhou Luo's body. At Higu, Fotu, Zusanli, Shuahai, Shusanli, and Xuqi, each needle penetrated to varying depths. Lin Fan's expression grew solemn as his gaze fixed intently on the golden needle embedded above Zhou Luo's brow. As he channeled a bit of energy, the needle began to sway slowly, its motion gradually intensifying. Buzz. A buzzing sound echoed in Zhou Luo's ears, causing his brow to furrow. Lin Fan, my hand hurts so much. Chapter 9, The waters of the middle river run turbulent. Feeling the throbbing pain in his arm, Zhou Luo instinctively spoke up. Lin Fan clasped Zhou Luo's small hand. Don't worry. It'll be better soon. Lin Fan employed the golden needle technique passed down by his grandmaster.
Though it was his first time administering acupuncture, he was confident Zhou Luo's injuries would show improvement soon.
Moments later, Lin Fan channeled his inner energy, drawing all the golden needles back into his palm.
Just as he was rolling the needles back into the parchment scroll, Zhou Luo's surprised voice rang out. Lin Fan, I can move my arm. Not only that, Zhou Luo's voice no longer sounded as weak as before, and his complexion gradually regained its healthy flush. Slowly raising both hands, Zhou Luo's eyes welled up with tears. Lin Fan reached out to support Zhou Luo's arm. With an unexpected surge of strength from Zhou Luo's grasp, he slowly sat up. He had once believed he would spend his entire life confined to this bed, his gaze forever fixed upon the ceiling. Never did he imagine he'd live to see the day he could sit up again. Lin Fan, thank you.
Zhou Luo's voice choked with emotion as a wave of profound feeling washed over him. For now, this is the extent of my ability to help you recover.
In time, I'll take you to meet my master. He will surely be able to heal you completely.
Zhou Luo nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face like beads on a broken string, yet a smile remained on his lips.
Luo, what are you doing in a place like this? You're a mother now.
A middle-aged woman shouted as she ran, her voice filled with urgency. Seeing the blood-soaked ground, her legs went weak and she could barely move forward. She stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. The man behind her reacted swiftly, catching her before she fell.
Slow down. We found the child, didn't we?
The two rushed forward, their jaws nearly hitting the floor at the sight before them.
What happened to my daughter? Can she sit up?
The woman gasped in shock, then covered her mouth and sobbed. The man was also stunned by the sight, but upon noticing the young man beside Zhou Luo, his eyes widened in astonishment once more.
Is that Lin Fan? Son, I'm not mistaken, you're alive?
The man's shock was palpable, his voice stumbling over the words. Lin Fan nodded directly, a smile spreading across his face.
Uncle Zhou, it's me. I'm back.
Once certain the person before her was Lin Fan, Zhang Shuichen hurriedly lifted her head.
Zhou Xiong, it's wonderful. Lin Fan is alive. Lolo's body?
Zhang Shuichen stared at Zhou Luo's arm, her eyes blurred with tears. Mom and Dad, Lin Fan gave me acupuncture, and now I can sit up. Zhou Luo eagerly explained, tears mingling with a smile. To spare Zhou Luo's parents from shock, Lin Fan casually mentioned his acupuncture skills. Even so, Zhou Xiong's face remained frozen in shock. Back then, in their quest to treat Zhou Luo, the couple had practically run themselves ragged. They'd tried every possible treatment, both traditional Chinese and Western medicine, only to end in disappointment. They had even resigned themselves to the fact that Zhou Luo would never walk again. Who could have imagined the child's health would ever improve again? Just as Zhou Xiong was about to ask Lin Fan what he'd been through these past 3 years, Zhang Shuichen suddenly began retching. The sickening stench of blood in the air made her queasy, and the sight of the corpse nearby sent shivers down her spine. Lin Fan seized the moment to speak up. Uncle Zhou, Auntie Zhou, let's leave this place first and let Luo rest properly. You're right. I was so caught up in my excitement. Let's hurry back. Zhou Xiong finished speaking and hoisted Zhou Luo onto his back. Zhou Luo turned and smiled at Lin Fan. Along the way, everyone wore smiles, and Lin Fan briefly recounted what had happened later. Zhou Xiong listened with righteous indignation, clenching his fists several times. Those who commit such atrocities deserve to pay with their blood. Lin Fan, I stand with you. A warrior's grievances should be settled with fists. If only my strength weren't so lacking, I would have sought justice from that gang long ago. It's good you're back. With your skills, no one will dare bully you anymore. Lin Fan nodded repeatedly. Throughout the entire Xiaozhou kingdom, there were explicit regulations stating that conflicts between martial artists and their resolutions were none of the government's business. In other words, the stronger one's power, the greater the respect they command. This was precisely why so many people revered martial arts. When they first learned of so many deaths at Lin Fan's hands, Zhou Xiong and his wife had been deeply worried for him. But upon hearing about Lin Fan's background, they relaxed their concerns. Even the Qinglong fleet's captain and those elite warriors had fallen to him clearly. Lin Fan possessed extraordinary skill. Lin Fan, you said you're going to the Sun residence tomorrow to see old Master Sun? After regaining his composure, Zhou Xiong frowned and asked. Lin Fan nodded. Yes. This time, I'm determined to uncover the truth behind the Lin family tragedy. Lin Fan's tone was resolute, his gaze unwavering. But the Sun family has many skilled fighters. Shouldn't you wait a while longer, Lin Fan? Waiting until your strength grows before seeking revenge wouldn't be too late. The Lin family has only you left. Zhou Xiong said earnestly. Uncle Zhou, these past 3 years, I've thought about revenge every single moment. Today, I'm going down the mountain to settle this matter once and for all. You needn't worry. Seeing he couldn't dissuade Lin Fan, Zhou Xiong could only reiterate his warning. Lin Fan, you must be extremely careful. Brother Lin Fan, you promised me you'd take me to meet your masters. You must protect yourself. Zhou Luo tried to steady her emotions, but tears still fell uncontrollably. Lin Fan smiled, gently rubbing Zhou Luo's nose.
Don't worry. I'll take you to get your injuries treated.
To spare Lin Fan unnecessary detours, Zhou Xiong recounted everything he'd uncovered over the years. I've heard that 2 masters from Zhao Dingchuan's entourage were involved in the Lin family tragedy back then. This might be connected to the martial alliance leader.
You must be extra cautious.
Lin Fan clenched his fists once more, his voice low and grave.
Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Meanwhile, a piece of news was spreading like wildfire throughout Zhangjiang.
Lin Fan had returned. The sole survivor of the Lin family massacre 3 years ago had returned with overwhelming force, exacting a ruthless revenge. The eldest son of the Sun family's wedding had turned into a funeral. The Sun family's enforcers were torn to pieces, and even the leader of the Qinglong faction had been killed in an instant. Rumors swirled that Lin Fan could lift a 1,000-pound cauldron with his bare hands, and his kicks were so powerful they could punch holes through a man's chest. Lin Fan, risen from the dead, seemed like a war god descended from the heavens. Word spread like wildfire, reaching every corner in the blink of an eye. Have you heard? Lin Fan has returned, and he's at the peak of his power.
The Sun family won't be able to rest easy now. With both Sun Fu and Sun Gui slain by Lin Fan, the old patriarch Sun would certainly not let this rest. This was truly karma. The Sun family had orchestrated the massacre of the Lin family. Heaven had spared Lin Fan precisely to exact vengeance. Over 40 members of the Lin family, young and old, were slaughtered by the Suns. Lin Fan will certainly seek vengeance. But vengeance requires strength. The current Lin Fan is like a newborn calf fearless of tigers. He might just stir up the waters of Zhongjiang. Chapter 10, Silence or Death. At the same moment, the Sun residence fell into complete silence. The vast estate was shrouded in a heavy gloom. In the main hall, bodyguards stood in 2 rows, solemn expressions etched on their faces. In the center of the hall lay 2 bodies side by side, covered with white cloth. Sun Fu's head had been severed from his body. Though not reattached, his head lay intact upon a stretcher. In stark contrast, Sun Gui's fate was far more gruesome. His head had been smashed by Lin Fan like a rotten watermelon, utterly unrecognizable. Excellent.
One dies with eyes wide open, the other unrecognizable.
Well done, Lin Fan.
Sun Zhongting, the head of the Sun family, gritted his teeth, his face dark and cold. When the witness recounted the entire scene to Sun Zhongting, the old patriarch's rage boiled over. He kicked the man so hard he knocked him unconscious. There they lay, one corpse his own flesh and blood son, the other his beloved nephew. Lin Fan, you have cut off the Sun family line. Sun Zhongting's voice reverberated throughout the grand hall. The crowd held their breath, heads bowed in silence. The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Many silently thanked their luck that Sun Zhongting hadn't attended Sun Gui's wedding in person. Had he been there, the old patriarch might well have ended up lying here himself. Now, his face twisted with grief and fury, Sun Zhongting forced down his rage and fixed his gaze on Zhao Dingchuan, the head of the martial alliance. Chairman, you must uphold justice for my Sun family. Lin Fan spent the night at the Zhou residence. The next morning, after breakfast, he set out. The Zhou family sat solemnly, their hearts pounding with anxiety as they waited for news. At this moment, the only thing they could do was not to hinder Lin Fan if they couldn't help him, at least they could avoid complicating matters. Sun residence. Sun Zhongting sat upright in the grand armchair of the main hall, his face as cold as ice. The other members of the Sun family sat with mournful expressions, not uttering a word. The hall was eerily quiet. In times past, the Sun family's gates would have been wide open at this hour. But times had changed. The gates remained tightly shut, and passers-by could sense the eerie chill seeping through the cracks. Not long after, Lin Fan appeared at the entrance of the Sun residence. Seeing the glossy, lacquered gates, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, a look of disdain crossing his face. When did these ruthless people become so cowardly? Bang! One kick sent both doors crashing down. A cloud of fine dust from the top of the gate immediately swept toward him. A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips. The view was much more spacious now. Master, it's bad. That Lin family brat has broken in. The guard at the entrance stumbled forward, his voice trembling with panic. Sun Zhongting's gaze turned icy as he slammed his fist on the table. Smack! The thunderous sound sent shivers down the guard's spine, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. What's the panic? Scaring him like this? Does Lin Fan have 3 heads and 6 arms or something? Sun Zhongting's temples were streaked with gray, yet his presence remained undiminished, his voice deep and commanding. The steward beside him wore a ruthless expression. Master, this servant will lead men to confront that Lin Fan. Seeing Sun Zhongting nod, the steward immediately beckoned to the group behind him. In the blink of an eye, a group of thugs followed the steward out the door. Noticing the commotion, Lin Fan spoke up. I'm here to ask Old Master's son to clarify something. The words had barely left his mouth when the steward barked coldly. Ignorant brat! How dare you act so brazenly in the Sun residence? What do you take this place for? With numerous thugs behind him, the steward spoke with unshakable confidence. With Sun Zhongting present in the main hall, the steward's confidence was unshakable.
His posture of riding on someone else's coattails was perfectly displayed. If old master's son won't come out, I'll go in myself. All uninvited guests, step aside. You brat! The Sun residence isn't some place you can come and go as you please. What right do you have to see our old master? A thug behind the steward shouted, head held high. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Fan kicked a pebble at his feet. Thud! The crowd heard a dull thud, and then a man collapsed to the ground. The butler turned his head and instantly sucked in a sharp breath. The pebble had struck the bodyguard squarely between the eyes, piercing clean through his skull. This kid is too ruthless, he'll take a life at the slightest provocation. Lin Fan halted in his tracks, his voice tinged with icy resolve. I came to the Sun family to get to the bottom of one thing. Who was the mastermind behind the Lin family massacre all those years ago? Terrified yet unwilling to lose face before the crowd, the butler bellowed. You brat! How dare you draw blood on Sun family property? Have you had enough of living? Everyone, listen up. Take this man down dead or alive. At his command, the Sun family's enforcers swarmed forward, closing in on Lin Fan all at once. In the blink of an eye, screams erupted from all directions. Ah! 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 Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, a large group of thugs collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. These thugs were trained fighters, armed with weapons, yet before Lin Fan, they proved utterly powerless. The butler stared in disbelief, about to turn away, only to have Lin Fan seize his throat. Speak! Who is the mastermind behind the Lin family tragedy? Beads of sweat the size of soybeans formed on the butler's forehead. His mouth gaped open, yet no words came out. Lin Fan, let him go. The person you're looking for is me. Just as Lin Fan's fingers tightened, a deep, resonant voice suddenly cut through the air. Then came the sound of steady footsteps. Lin Fan glanced sideways and saw an elderly man approaching. His grip loosened, and the butler collapsed to the floor. Master, why have you come out? Sun Zhongting ignored the butler's question, fixing his gaze directly on Lin Fan. At the same time, Lin Fan suppressed his anger, coldly sizing up Sun Zhongting before him. Though past 50, Sun Zhongting possessed remarkable vitality. His steady, deliberate stride immediately suggested formidable martial prowess. His gaze shifted to the man beside Sun Zhongting, and Lin Fan frowned slightly. This man, around 40, had a square face and an imposing presence, his strength clearly surpassing Sun Zhongting's. If his judgment was correct, this man was likely a Dragon List level expert. Lin Fan sneered coldly. It seemed Zhao Dingchuan and the Sun family truly shared a deep bond. Otherwise, why would a top-tier expert from Zhao Dingchuan's circle come to protect Sun Zhongting? Behind this Dragon List expert stood a group of men dressed uniformly in the Martial Alliance's attire, their faces grim and their steps precise. The two leaders at the front were likely the heads of two branch chapters. It was precisely because of these men that Sun Zhongting remained so composed. Old Master Sun, Lin Fan said coldly, I trust you heard my question clearly. Today, I expect a reasonable answer from you. Lin Fan spoke coldly. Sun Zhongting clenched his fists, his face hardening with ferocity. Before I answer your question, you must first explain the two corpses still lying in my family's main hall. With that, Sun Zhongting turned his head. Sun Zhongting, head of the Sun family, earnestly requests the guardian and his two stewards to uphold justice for my Sun family. If you slay this murderous demon Lin Fan here, I shall offer my entire fortune. Those present sucked in their breath in silent shock. Old Master Sun had clearly been pushed to the brink. What kind of wealth did every last penny even imply? Lin Fan snorted coldly, pointing a finger. Chapter 11, You are no match for me. So you refuse to speak? Sun Zhongting's eyes flashed crimson as he gritted his teeth. You insolent brat. How dare you push your luck? With the Alliance leader's protector and two stewards here at the Sun Manor, how could we possibly tolerate your continued arrogance? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, silently sizing up the figures behind Sun Zhongting. The two helmsmen's strength was utterly insignificant, but the guardian's presence made Lin Fan pause his gaze for a moment longer. Just as Lin Fan was about to look away, the man's wrist flickered suddenly. A silver ring as thick as a finger emerged from beneath the exquisite, tailored cuff. A chill shot through Lin Fan's heart, his gaze instantly turning icy. Back then, when a dagger pierced his chest and he watched his father die before his eyes, the murderer wore precisely such a silver ring on his wrist. Good. I've been searching for you. Today, you've come to me. Lin Fan's aura shifted abruptly. Sun Zhongting's heart lurched in terror, his face frozen in horror. This youth is so brazen everyone witnessed it. Will Guardian Wang? Sun Zhongting stopped mid-sentence, unable to continue. Meanwhile, Wang Qingming was already scrutinizing Lin Fan. As the left guardian and head of the Martial Alliance, Wang Qingming hadn't participated in such a fight for a very long time. Today, seeing Lin Fan's furious gaze, Wang Qingming felt his own blood begin to boil with restless energy. Such bold words, who knew what his true strength was? But to undergo such a transformation in merely 3 years was truly formidable. The thought flashed through Wang Qingming's mind before his fist clenched. Those bastards had claimed every last member of the Lin family was dead. Now this Lin Fan had surfaced? Utterly despicable.
Wang Qingming's gaze sharpened, his face as icy as a thin layer of frost.
Seeing Wang Qingming standing motionless, the two branch leaders, White Tiger and Black Tortoise, could no longer contain their impatience.
White Tiger branch chief Bai Xiao shot a glance toward Wu Zhong, and the two immediately understood. Bai Xiao stepped forward and declared coldly, "Lin Fan, you killed the leader of our Qinglong branch and dishonored our martial alliance.
This is intolerable. Today, we stand as representatives of the martial alliance to claim Lin Fan's head."
As Bai Xiao finished speaking, Wu Zhong swiftly echoed his words. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Wang Qingming. "I came here today to seek clarity regarding the Lin family massacre 3 years ago. Those uninvolved in the matter need not concern themselves with this." Sun Zhongting's heart skipped a beat. Before he could speak, Lin Fan pointed a finger directly at him. "Sun Zhongting, your Sun family sent men to slaughter over 40 members of my Lin family.
You must answer for this life."
His gaze shifted to Wang Qingming, his voice once more icy.
"And you, I will avenge my father." Wang Qingming's brow furrowed slightly, shock evident in his eyes.
3 years ago, Lin's father had indeed died by his hand.
But back then, hadn't this boy been stabbed in the chest? How could he remember it so clearly? Very well. A man of honor stands by his deeds. Since this brat has brought it up in public, I have nothing left to conceal. Wang Qingming snorted coldly, clenching his fist. "Boy, no matter what fate awaits you, if you dare come here to provoke me today, I, Wang Qingming, will make sure you never return." With that, Wang Qingming lunged toward Lin Fan, his clenched fist hurtling straight for the youth's face. To the crowd, Wang Qingming seemed to vanish in a blur. Before many could even rub their eyes in disbelief, Wang Qingming stood before Lin Fan. "Come and get it." Lin Fan roared in fury, simultaneously extending his leg to kick at Wang Qingming's fist as he spun swiftly around. Thud! Snap! The sound of snapping bones echoed sharply, followed by a piercing scream. The Martial Alliance members rejoiced inwardly, some already wearing faint smirks. With Guardian Wang stepping in, that brat Lin Fan's life is surely forfeit. That agonized scream must have been his final cry. But before that thought could fully form in their minds, they witnessed the tragic scene unfolding before them. Wang Qingming stumbled, his footing lost, crashing to the ground before curling into a ball. His sleeve hung empty. The once powerful right arm was gone, replaced by a bloody, mangled mess on the ground. That heart-wrenching wail had indeed come from Wang Qingming's mouth. The crowd gasped in horror. Lin Fan shattered Wang Qingming's right arm with a single kick. Just how powerful was that? At that moment, Wang Qingming was utterly stunned, his eyes filled with terror. Impossible. In just 3 years, his cultivation has surpassed mine on the dragon list? Impossible. Before Wang Qingming could finish his thought, Lin Fan stepped forward and struck him with a palm strike. Thud. After the muffled thud, Wang Qingming's life force vanished completely. He would never speak again. "Father, you can rest in peace now." Grief welled in Lin Fan's heart as he slowly closed his eyes. Before he could retaliate, Wang Qingming had fallen by Lin Fan's hand, a fact witnessed by all present. Wu Zhong's face froze in shock. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and even his breathing grew labored. One kick shattered his arm, one palm strike ended his life. What level of cultivation must that be? "Brother Bai, what should we do now?" Wu Zhong, the leader of the Xuanwu faction, asked in a hushed voice. Bai Xiao snorted coldly, his face twisted with disdain. Guardian Wang had been in seclusion for so long that he ultimately underestimated his opponent. Had he approached with caution, he would never have given that brat Lin Fan an opening. So young, his cultivation must be low. Defeating Guardian Wang was pure luck. At these words, Wu Zhong's face immediately brimmed with confidence. Bai Xiao was right, he'd been scaring himself earlier. Even if Lin Fan had started cultivating from the womb, he couldn't possibly possess such profound cultivation. Seeing the two whispering, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes into slits and spoke up. "You two are no match for me." Though these two were irritating, they hadn't participated in the clan massacre years ago. Lin Fan didn't wish to harm the innocent. Unfortunately, when these words reached their ears, they were twisted into an entirely different meaning. "Ha! The kid's backing down, trying to save face. Not so fast." A thought flashed through Wu Zhong's mind before he bellowed aloud. Wang Qingming underestimated his opponents, but we won't make the same mistake. "Lin Fan, hand over your head. Listen up, brothers. The position of Qinglong Helm Master is now vacant. Whoever brings me Lin Fan's head, I, Wu Zhong, will personally recommend you to the guild leader." As Wu Zhong finished speaking, Bai Xiao pounded his chest in agreement. "Even if I don't become the captain, I'll reserve the position of deputy captain of the White Tiger Division for you." The promise of glory instantly fired up the members of the Wu Alliance. Before the two could even issue orders, some were already itching to get started. Lin Fan sneered coldly, his gaze fixed on Bai Xiao and Wu Zhong. The two men glared angrily, but before they could speak, Lin Fan leapt forward and stood before them. Smack! Smack! 2 palm strikes later, Wu Zhong and Bai Xiao collapsed dead on the ground. Lin Fan flexed his wrists. I told you so, you're no match for me. Chapter 12. So what if I storm the martial alliance? Sun family compound. Witnessing Lin Fan dispatch 3 masters in 4 moves, the crowd stood dumbfounded. Wang Qingming possessed Dragon List level strength, while Wu Zhong and Bai Xiao, though not quite as equal, were formidable opponents in their own right. Yet Lin Fan had taken their lives with effortless ease. The remaining martial alliance members were naturally filled with shock and dread. From within the crowd, a voice cried out, "Avenge Guardian Wang!" The cry spread like wildfire, and the others quickly echoed it. Revenge! Revenge! A warrior may be slain, but never disgraced. As the mob surged toward him, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with cold resolve. Those who wish to leave their lives here, come on then. At least you'll have company on the road to the underworld. The crowd froze instantly, their legs feeling as if lead had been poured into them, halting their advance. What should we do? We're no match for Lin Fan. We'll never win. Guardian Wang is already dead. Going in now would only mean we're the first to fall. Run now, or we'll truly leave our lives here. Those who had just been shouting for revenge suddenly changed their minds, taking off at a run as if their feet were greased. In the blink of an eye, only the Sun family remained in the courtyard. Sun Zhongting's blood boiled, his teeth grinding audibly. A bunch of cowards, how could they ever shoulder such a heavy responsibility? How pitiful, how pitiful. Glancing back at the bodies of Sun Gui and Sun Fu, Sun Zhongting was overcome with grief once more. The Sun family, a distinguished lineage in Zhongjiang, had built its foundation over centuries. It seemed this legacy would now be destroyed by his own hands. Ah! Sun Zhongting bellowed, his gaze then sharpening as he fixed it on Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you killed Sun Gui and now you've taken Sun Fu's life. You seek to wipe out the Sun lineage. And now you dare speak of uncovering the truth behind that tragedy? You can forget it. Even in death, I won't utter a single word. With that, Sun Zhongting lunged forward, charging straight into the stone pillar before him. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Sun Zhongting fell stiffly to the ground, his forehead a bloody mess. Even as his body lay motionless, Sun Zhongting mustered his last breath to speak. Lin Fan, don't get cocky. The Long family will avenge our Sun family's grievances. You won't last much longer. With those words, Sun Zhongting's head lolled to the side, his eyes forever open in death. Lin Fan paid no heed to the chaos around him. At that moment, only 2 words echoed in his mind, the guild leader. Since the Sun family relied on Zhao Dingchuan, the martial alliance president, then he would go meet him. Sun Zhongting had refused to speak even in death, so extracting any clues from Zhao Dingchuan would be equally futile. Lin Fan turned away. The Sun family members immediately scattered like loose sand, each making their escape. Their eyes fixed on Lin Fan as if he were a demon descended from the heavens, as if the killing intent radiating from him could pierce holes through flesh. Outskirts of Zhongjiang. A white villa stood nestled between mountains and water. The 3-story structure stood alone, surrounded by lush, verdant trees. The garden was filled with countless unnamed flowers and plants, now emitting a refreshingly sweet fragrance. Between 2 ancient trees, a white swing stood out strikingly. The girl on the swing was the crowning touch of this scene. Her face is exquisitely beautiful, long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, a white dress swaying gently in the breeze. As the swing soared higher, she burst into laughter from time to time. Soon, an elderly man appeared before her, presenting a letter with both hands. She furrowed her brow slightly, a look of puzzlement crossing her face. It had been ages since she'd received a letter from her master. What on earth was going on? As she spoke, she extended her delicate hands and opened the letter. Then, another burst of laughter echoed through the air. My little junior brother has come down from the mountain. Things are about to get lively. At these words, the old man beside her frowned slightly, his tone tinged with concern. Miss, has Lin Fan descended the mountain? The girl hummed in acknowledgement. He's come to Zhongjiang. Master instructed that as long as my junior brother doesn't provoke heaven's wrath or arouse universal resentment, I must not intervene. Recalling how Lin Fan had repeatedly teased her during their time in the mountains, a blush spread across the girl's cheeks once more. Given Lin Fan's temperament, he might not be capable of provoking the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. However, stirring up trouble in Zhongjiang would be child's play for him. Revenge, after all, demands some commotion. No harm done. No sooner had the young woman finished speaking than a servant-like figure rushed over. Miss! It's terrible. Your junior disciple, Lin Fan, has stormed the residence of Zhao Dingchuan, the head of the Zhongjiang Martial Alliance. The girl froze, then paled visibly. The old man beside her trembled visibly. How could this happen so quickly? Uncle Yun, gather our men immediately, we're heading to the Martial Alliance. The old man called Uncle Yun nodded repeatedly and hurried off to gather men. The young woman's footsteps quickened. With my Bai family's influence, cleaning up the Sun family's mess would take just a word. But if my junior brother killed Zhao Dingchuan, the aftermath would be a mountain of trouble. The girl murmured to herself, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as a look of concern flashed across her oval face. Before long, several luxury cars pulled up at the villa's entrance. The girl and the elderly man hurriedly got into the car, which sped away. The martial alliance of Zhongjiang is situated in the southeastern section of Zhongjiang. As the ancient saying goes, purple chi rises in the east. The martial alliance's choice of location here perfectly embodies this phrase. In this bustling district, the ancient courtyard stood in stark contrast to the modern facilities surrounding it, standing out like a crane among chickens. The compound covered a vast area, its facilities grand and luxurious, with the martial alliance sparing no expense in the decoration of its buildings. At this moment, the courtyard buzzed with festive cheer. Notables from all walks of life gathered here, their words dripping with flattery. Today marked the 50th birthday of Zhao Dingchuan, the chairman of the martial alliance. Every guest wore a beaming smile, and even the trees in the courtyard seemed to radiate joy. At the entrance, the steward meticulously recorded the gift registry, while several servants tasked with receiving presents were practically overwhelmed by the sheer volume. Such a grand occasion truly brought in a flood of wealth. The previous day, news of the Sun family young master's murder had reached Zhao Dingchuan's ears. He understood perfectly well that Lin Fan would not let this matter rest. To prevent today's birthday banquet from being disrupted, Zhao Dingchuan had issued orders early on, instructing all departments to set up checkpoints. The moment Lin Fan was spotted, they were to spare no effort in apprehending him. The sky was clear and cloudless today. As the rising sun climbed higher, a look of joy spread across Zhao Dingchuan's face. It seemed that Lin Fan was undaunted. After all, the martial alliance's guardian and two branch leaders weren't mere figureheads. A smile touched Zhao Dingchuan's lips as he ran a hand through his neatly slicked back hair and slowly lifted his wineglass. At that very moment, Lin Fan approached the entrance of the martial alliance. The moment his foot touched the ground, a figure stepped forward. Halt! Chapter 13, Those Who Block My Path Die. Lin Fan stood straight, his cold gaze fixed on the arm blocking his path. The arm before him was thick and muscular, bulging with tendons that nearly strained the fabric of the black suit. Lin Fan instantly recognized this was no ordinary security guard. Who are you? Present your invitation. No entry without one. The man's voice boomed, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan. Lin Fan had no desire to waste time here. He stated directly, I do not have an invitation. I'm here to see Chairman Zhao. I'll leave once I get to the bottom of this matter. The man's face twisted with impatience as he waved Lin Fan away. Today is Chairman Zhao's birthday celebration. No invitation, no entry. Please leave. Seeing Lin Fan standing motionless, the guard raised his voice, Are you deaf? No invitation, no entry today. At this, several men in suits nearby stepped forward, their eyes flashing with caution. Lin Fan remained unflappable and introduced himself. My name is Lin Fan. I'm here to see your chairman Zhao. At the mention of Lin Fan, the group's faces flashed with shock before they simultaneously reached for the weapons at their waists. The leader frowned, gathering his courage to speak, You're Lin Fan? Then you absolutely cannot enter. Why can't I enter? I'm here to see Zhao Dingchuan today. Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, the surrounding men surged forward, launching an unprovoked attack. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, clenched his fist, and slammed it into the stomach of the man who had charged closest. Ah! The man let out a piercing scream before flying sideways through the air. Behind him, the crowd was knocked down in a chaotic heap. Lin Fan sneered coldly, continuing to stride forward without a glance to the side. Earlier, he'd only used 2/10 of his strength, and they couldn't withstand it. If he'd applied even a fraction more force, their lives would have been forfeit. After advancing nearly 100 meters further, Lin Fan encountered another group of martial artists dressed in suits. They stood in a line, and one stepped forward to block his path. They repeated the same questions as before, ultimately attempting to stop him for lacking an invitation. A faint smirk touched Lin Fan's lips, his expression brimming with disdain. Their questions were identical to the previous ones clearly rehearsed. Since these people came prepared, why bother with the charade? We've received internal intelligence indicating you've disrupted public order. Please accompany us. The man before him wore an expression of strict professionalism, yet fear flickered in his eyes clearly. He was well aware of Lin Fan's identity. Lin Fan stood motionless, his voice cold. I won't leave until I see Zhao Dingchuan today. The Lin family's affairs are none of your business, and I have no desire to harm you. Young man, you may be young, but you sure talk big. Think you can push us around? Let me give you some advice. Stop causing trouble. If you know what's good for you, get out of here now. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the sharp crack of a slap echoed through the air. Smack! The sharp, ringing sound sent a chill through the crowd. That kind of impact on flesh wasn't produced by ordinary strength. Sure enough, the moment that thought flashed through their minds, the speaker had already collapsed to the ground, one side of his face swelling rapidly. You dare to strike him? Brothers, move! Grab that Lin Fan! A shout erupted from somewhere in the crowd. The rest of the men seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, their eyes wide as they charged toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan frowned slightly, then let loose, charging straight at the group. Smack! Bang! Snap! A series of sounds erupted in quick succession. In the blink of an eye, those who had charged at Lin Fan lay motionless on the ground. Since you insist on blocking my path, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Fan flexed his wrists, quickening his pace. Whenever he spotted someone trying to block his path, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Before long, Lin Fan had broken through 4 checkpoints. The guards manning the checkpoints were beaten to a pulp, their faces swollen and bruised, their cries of pain echoing as they lay motionless on the ground. Seeing the murderous intent radiating from Lin Fan, the crowd trembled in fear. Had Lin Fan not shown mercy, they likely would have paid with their lives. In the chaos, someone frantically pulled out their phone and dialed. Master! Lin Fan is already on his way. You must be extremely careful over there. Unfazed by the voices behind him, Lin Fan only quickened his pace. Sure enough, dozens of meters away, a group of people stood waiting for him, their expressions fierce. Get out of my way, all of you. Don't block my path. Lin Fan channeled his true energy, amplifying his imposing aura. His voice echoed into the ears of every martial artist present. In an instant, several figures collapsed to the ground, clutching their ears and wailing in agony. The remaining men stood, but their faces twisted in agony. The bald leader, his teeth grinding audibly, stepped forward and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Lin Fan, don't think I'm scared of you just because you've got some skills. Every brother in our Loyalty and Righteousness Hall is a man of honor. Let's settle this today. Zhou Ben, the leader of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall, was brave but lacking in strategy, always craving glory. Learning that his Loyalty and Righteousness Hall was the final line of defense against Lin Fan, Zhou Ben was filled with surging excitement. Today marked Zhao Dingxuan's 50th birthday banquet, drawing a crowd of influential figures from all walks of life. If he could make a splash at the feast, his own reputation would soar. Regardless of how formidable Lin Fan was rumored to be, right now, Zhou Ben's eyes were ablaze with opportunity. Such an opportunity, how could he let it slip away? Lin Fan halted his steps, facing the assembled crowd with a single cold command. Step aside. Don't force my hand. His voice was not loud, yet his tone carried an unmistakable air of finality. Some sucked in sharp breaths, while others showed hesitation on their faces. Zhou Ben snorted coldly and spat on the ground. Put. You really think you're something special, kid? With your old man Zhou here today, don't even think about getting out of hand. Lin Fan's voice turned icy, his gaze sharp. I merely wish to see Zhao Dingxuan, yet you obstruct me. Who exactly is acting out of line? Cut the nonsense. If you can beat me, I'll let you pass. If you fall to me. Ha! You'll be crawling between my legs. Zhou Ben's boisterous voice gave those around him a flicker of confidence, and soon, everyone burst into laughter. Lin Fan's face twisted with impatience as he strode directly toward Zhou Ben. Form the formation. Take down Lin Fan. Dead or alive? Zhou Ben bellowed, his expression turning grave. In the blink of an eye, the warriors behind Zhou Ben charged toward Lin Fan in a coordinated formation. As the group closed in to surround him, Lin Fan leapt into the air and landed directly before Zhou Ben. You. Before Zhou Ben could finish speaking, Lin Fan had already struck out. The palm strike sliced like a blade, stinging Zhou Ben's cheek. Before he could recover, a flash of crimson appeared before his eyes. Zzzzz. The sound echoed like a blade slicing through flesh. Zhou Ben was stunned. Chapter 14, An Unusual Gift. Before the eyes of all present, Zhou Ben's head flew clean off. The warriors of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall stood frozen in shock, utterly speechless. Some couldn't resist looking up, only to meet the falling droplets of blood mid-air. Their legs instantly went weak. The timid screamed in terror on the spot, while the rest stood frozen in utter bewilderment. Before the crowd could recover, Lin Fan caught Zhou Ben's head and strode forward. The crowd instinctively stepped back, no one daring to block Lin Fan's path. Lin Fan's face remained expressionless, yet the head in his hands continued to drip blood. The droplets fell to the ground, starkly visible like plum blossoms against a snowy landscape. To the members of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall, however, this scene was utterly horrifying. Just moments ago, they had been scheming to feast on Zhou Ben's spoils. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ben had gone to report to the King of Hell. Truly, life was unpredictable. At the same time, the martial artists were stunned by Lin Fan's prowess. A single palm strike could sever a head. What kind of formidable cultivation was that? Forget Zhou Ben. Even if every single member of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall attacked together, they might not stand a chance against Lin Fan. Watching Lin Fan's retreating figure, many began to worry for Zhao Dingxuan. Yet at that very moment, Zhao Dingxuan remained utterly unaware of the danger closing in upon him. The entire hall was filled with laughter and cheer. The guests gathered for the birthday celebration were all smiling, their conversations revolving around Zhao Dingxuan's birthday. Hearing the waves of laughter echoing from the hall, the butler smiled once more. Today had been an incredibly busy day. Despite having helpers, the butler still felt aches and pains throughout his body, especially his right arm, which was now too tired to lift. Beside him, the group of people announcing the gifts kept changing, wave after wave. The steward was relieved he'd thought ahead, preparing several groups of singers to ensure clear, resonant voices throughout the event.
On the occasion of the Martial Alliance chairman's 50th birthday, Li Jinrong, chairman of Jinrongda Group, presented 2 authentic Tang Dynasty calligraphy works by Li Bai, valued at 50 million yuan. Xiaoyang Real Estate Company, Limited presented 2 villas in Jinhai Valley, valued at 40 million yuan, to celebrate Chairman Zhao's birthday. The patriarch of the Qian family of the imperial capital, Old Master Qian Tong, presented Chairman Li with a jade ruby worth 60 million yuan. The attendees included not only prominent figures from the central government but also many individuals from other provinces. Having served as head of the Martial Alliance for many years, Zhao Dingchuan cultivated intricate networks and connections. Not only did he navigate affairs with ease, but he also commanded considerable respect among influential figures across various sectors. Had Zhao Dingchuan not issued prior instructions that uninvited guests need not attend, the entire Martial Alliance headquarters would likely have been overwhelmed by the crowd. It was nearly noon, yet the gift-bearers had not all entered the main hall. The queue at the entrance stretched over 10 meters, everyone brimming with anticipation, eager to hear the gift announcer call out the name of the item they held. The line inched forward slowly. People strained their ears to hear what others were presenting, all the while mentally weighing the value of their own offerings. Lin Fan skipped the line entirely, striding forward with Zhou Ben's head in hand. Before anyone could even recover and voice their complaint, Lin Fan had already brushed past them. Lin Fan halted at the entrance, his voice icy. Lin Fan of the Lin family of Zhongjiang presents his gift, the head of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall. A head? What kind of bastard dares to come here and cause trouble? He must be tired of living. The steward began cursing without even looking up, but before he could finish, he froze in place. Gulp! The butler swallowed hard, his face turning pale as the rest of his words died in his throat. Then, a pungent urine smell wafted through the air. Those nearby wrinkled their noses at the stench, their faces creasing with displeasure. Some were about to confront Lin Fan for cutting in line, but before they could speak, they saw the blood-dripping severed head. After regaining their senses, many began trembling uncontrollably, their legs shaking like sieves. Recognizing the figure before them, some let out startled cries. Good heavens, it was Lin Fan, the very same Lin Fan who had unleashed a killing spree at the Sun family's eldest son's wedding. Had he come to provoke Chairman Zhao? Bringing a severed head as a wedding gift? That was suicide. Chairman Zhao had numerous skilled fighters by his side. They wouldn't let this man continue his arrogance. Lin Fan was as good as dead this time. Exactly. The Sun family can't compare to the Martial Alliance. He barely escaped with his life last time, and now it looks like he's going to lose it here. Whispers spread through the crowd as all eyes turned toward Lin Fan. Among those present, many had attended Sun Gui's wedding. Recalling that scene, their faces paled, and they instinctively took a step back. Lin Fan stood rooted to the spot, his eyes blazing with fury. Regardless of their whispers, his sole purpose now was to see Zhao Dingchuan. News reached the hall, and soon a clamor of footsteps echoed through the space. Leading the charge was Zhu Outyan, the leader of the Vermilion Bird Branch. Hundreds of martial artists from the Vermilion Bird Branch followed closely behind, each wielding weapons. Before even reaching Lin Fan, Zhu Outyan's face twisted into a sneer. That arrogant brat dares to cause trouble on Chairman Zhao's turf. Brothers, listen up, tear this man limb from limb. The moment the words left his mouth, the warriors behind Zhu Outyan surged forward like a tidal wave. Facing the surging crowd, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on a single direction. After issuing his order, Zhu Outyan did not charge forward but instead took cover behind his men. This way, whether Lin Fan stood his ground or engaged the fighters, Zhu Outyan would always remain in a safe zone. Lin Fan sneered coldly, his gaze flashing with murderous intent. Using others as his shield? Zhu Outyan's calculations were about to backfire spectacularly. Too bad, no matter how clever Zhu Outyan's plan was, it depended entirely on whether he was willing to play along. As the warriors closed in, Lin Fan raised the severed head in his hand. In that instant, every footfall halted. Before anyone could react, Lin Fan spun around, his palm unleashing a sudden, biting gale. Whoosh! 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 The whistling wind roared past their ears, followed by waves of pain coursing through their bodies. Their legs buckled beneath them, refusing to obey. Seeing his men collapse before even engaging, Zhu Outyan seethed with rage. What are you all standing around for? Get moving! Kill Lin Fan! You really have no sense of martial ethics. Lin Fan advanced coldly, striking down another defender in his path with a palm strike. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Zhu Outyan. Zhu Outyan crouched low, raising his arms in a defensive stance. Useless! As he spoke, Lin Fan hurled the severed head in his hand. Zhu Outyan had no time to dodge and could only twist his body aside. Yet Zhou Ben's severed head seemed possessed of its own will, hurtling straight toward Zhu Outyan's skull. Thud! After the sound, Zhu Outyan's head flew off. Everyone froze again, their faces frozen in disbelief. Chapter 15, Lin Fan arrives. The two heads in midair traced arcs through the air. Lin Fan reached out, snatched the head into his hand, and turned to the butler, Lin Fan of the Lin family from Zhongjiang.
Here to celebrate Chairman Zhao's birthday and add another head to the tally. The butler, just regaining his composure, heard Lin Fan's words and felt his blood boil. His head buzzed, and before he could speak, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. By now, the crowd of gift-bearers waiting at the entrance had descended into chaos. Staring at Lin Fan, who looked like a god of death, everyone was in a panic. Lin Fan carried the two severed heads without a glance to the side, striding purposefully toward the main hall. Martial Alliance Hall. Guests celebrating the birthday banquet toasted and chatted on the first floor, while several top-tier elders had already gathered on the second floor. Zhao Dingchuan wore a joyful expression, greeting everyone with courteous warmth. Though celebrating his 50th birthday, Zhao Dingchuan appeared no older than his 40s at first glance. Years of martial arts training had kept him in excellent physical condition. Bulging muscles were faintly visible beneath his sturdy frame. With a square jaw, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a broad nose, coupled with the Zhongshan suit he wore today, Zhao Dingguang exuded an imposing presence without needing to raise his voice. Facing the flattery of the crowd, Zhao Dingchuan smiled modestly, yet his eyes kept drifting to the thumb ring on his right hand. A few days prior, Sun Zhongting had personally presented him with a thumb ring that had won Zhao Dingchuan's deep affection. Once he put it on, he found himself unwilling to take it off. At that moment, Zhao Dingchuan lifted the fragrant tea from the table, took a light sip, and then slowly set it down. Though the others murmured quietly among themselves, their eyes kept drifting toward Zhao Dingchuan, as if constantly trying to fathom his thoughts. This feeling of being above it all was immensely satisfying to Zhao Dingchuan. He even found himself relishing it. Just then, a young man clad in martial arts attire quietly approached Zhao Dingchuan from behind and whispered softly into his ear. "Chairman, Lin Fan has arrived." He already exchanged blows with Zhu Outyan in the courtyard. Zhao Dingchuan's expression remained unchanged as he lowered his voice to ask, what was the outcome? The man's face twisted with reluctance, but he steeled himself to reply, "Chairman, Captain Zhu has unfortunately perished." "Is that so? It seems this Lin Fan has some skill after all." As he spoke, a flash of ruthlessness flickered in Zhao Dingchuan's eyes. By now, the lives on Lin Fan's hands were countless. Setting aside the lowly foot soldiers, the loss of those influential figures alone had sealed Lin Fan's fate. Sun Zhongting, Sun Gui, Sun Fushan, not to mention the heavy losses among his own men. The four branch masters Wang Qingming, the left protector Qinglong Baitu and Zhu Ke along with Zhou Ben from the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall, all met their ends at Lin Fan's hands. Though their cultivation hadn't reached the pinnacle, their loss still stung. With his hands full of recent affairs, he couldn't spare the time, so he dispatched some elite fighters instead. But who could have imagined Lin Fan would fight his way through all the way here? Today was his birthday celebration. This brat was deliberately courting disaster. Chairman Zhao, has something happened? Seeing Zhao Dingchuan's grim expression, everyone's hearts leapt in their throats. Finally, someone in the crowd couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up first. Zhao Dingchuan nodded, his face growing solemn, his voice turning icy. "It is all due to my incompetence in governance that Lin Fan has come here to cause trouble." Zhao Dingchuan's face was filled with regret, his words tinged with self-reproach. Smack! The resounding slap of a hand on the table echoed through the room. Immediately, a young man in a sharp suit rose to his feet. "Today is Chairman Zhao's birthday. That brat from the Lin family dared to come here and cause trouble. It was clearly intentional. Chairman Zhao is kind-hearted and soft-spoken, but we can't just swallow our anger. Everyone here is one of us. There's no need for Chairman Zhao to handle this personally. Let's go deal with that Lin Fan." The crowd turned to look, nodding in agreement. The young gentleman speaking wore a crisp, immaculate white suit, his polished white leather shoes gleaming. His face flushed an unnatural crimson with anger. Yet this did nothing to diminish the admiration he commanded. Young Master Song truly possesses the heart of a knight-errant. This is precisely what it means to draw your sword when witnessing injustice. Quite right. Young Master Song speaks the very thoughts in our hearts. How can the reputation of the Martial Alliance be sullied? To cause trouble at the Martial Alliance, even if Chairman Zhao can swallow his pride, we certainly cannot. Let us all go out together and see just how capable this youngster from the Lin family truly is. As they praised young Master Song, many rose to their feet, mostly indignant young nobles. "You are my guests here. Letting you go like this leaves me, your host, feeling rather uneasy." Zhao Dingchuan looked pained, waving his hands repeatedly. The more he protested, the more those young nobles itched to prove themselves, eager to show off their skills before Zhao Dingchuan. "Rest assured, Chairman Zhao. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't stand idly by either, let alone when Lin Fan has crossed the line with you personally. We come of our own free will. To uphold the reputation of the Martial Alliance, we must stand up." The young men's voices grew louder and louder, radiating an unstoppable aura. Zhao Dingchuan felt a surge of secret delight, yet he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Watching the young men charge out, Zhao Dingchuan followed behind. He had said what needed to be said and tried to stop them, but these young masters were hot-blooded and headstrong. He couldn't hold them back. If something truly happened, he couldn't be blamed. The group entered the main hall, barely settling their feet, when Lin Fan's icy voice cut through the air. "Lin Fan of the Lin family of Zhongjiang. I've come to see Chairman Zhao. I have several questions I hope Chairman Zhao will enlighten me on. Turning toward the voice, every face in the room betrayed shock. The young man before them stood tall and imposing, radiating an extraordinary presence. But what was he holding in his hand? A blood-soaked head. Was he planning to kick it like a soccer ball? Many swallowed hard, even the young masters who had charged forward earlier now looked uneasy. Zhao Dingchuan cleared his throat loudly and declared with righteous indignation, "I am Zhao Dingchuan. What is your business?" Lin Fan, seeing the man staring fixedly at him, cut straight to the chase. "Chairman Zhao, I wish to ask, regarding the massacre of the Lin family 3 years ago, were you aware of it? Over 40 members of the Lin family." Before Lin Fan could finish his sentence, a figure burst forward. "Lin Fan, you truly don't know your place, speaking to Chairman Zhao like that. He has no self-awareness whatsoever, daring to question Chairman Zhao? Does he even deserve to be here? Today is Chairman Zhao's birthday celebration. This fool shows up with his head on a platter clearly looking for trouble. Why waste words on such a rude fool? Let's just take him down." Chapter 16, A Huge Hole. Martial Alliance Hall. Before Zhao Dingchuan could speak, the barrage of scornful insults directed at Lin Fan grew louder. Voices rose in a chorus of condemnation, their eyes practically spitting daggers. Lin Fan sneered coldly, striking back without mercy. When did the Martial Alliance stop keeping guard dogs? You lot, barking like dogs in human skin, sure are loud. As the saying goes, you can't beat a dog without looking at its master. Do you really think I'd hesitate to act just because you believe the Martial Alliance leader is your master? Take a good look in the mirror. Do you really think you have the right to question me here? It was common knowledge that martial artists held immense prestige in Xiaozhou Kingdom. Facing those with superior martial prowess, many felt inferior. As for these few young, well-groomed gentlemen before him, Lin Fan naturally held them in no regard. The moment they heard Lin Fan liken them to dogs, their anger flared instantly. "Lin Fan, you have the audacity to call this young master a dog? I'll break your legs. Good dogs don't block the path, get out of my way." Lin Fan's voice was icy cold, and the aura radiating from his entire body sent shivers down spines. Though the leader, young Master Song, had hoped to show off before everyone, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, he involuntarily took a step back. When he realized all eyes were on him, his face flushed crimson up to his neck. Taking a deep breath, his teeth clenched so hard they ground together. "Lin Fan, I'll remember this. Such utter lack of manners, did you crawl out from under a rock? You're utterly uncultured." Before he could finish, a thud echoed through the air, and the young Master Song collapsed to the ground. Everyone watched as Lin Fan flung the severed head with his left hand, striking Song Gongzi squarely in the chest. Though no one could gauge the force behind the throw, they witnessed a gaping, bloody hole torn through young Master Song's chest. From the moment he hit the floor, young Master Song never stirred again. Blood gushed from his body, and within moments, the entire hall was saturated with the stench of blood. The young nobles, who had been hurling insults moments before, were suddenly dumbstruck. Some retched on the spot, while the rest were no better off, their legs shaking like sieves. "Lin Fan, you've dug yourself a grave. To kill young Master Song in broad daylight, you're courting death." The words came from an elderly man. Seeing the scene before him, the old man's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted the rebuke. His beard twitched violently with the rage burning within him. Lin Fan glanced up at the man before him and gave a cold snort. "You defend the provocateur? Are you a lapdog for the Song family?" The old man froze, his mouth agape for a long moment, utterly speechless. This was the Martial Alliance. To be called a dog by some brat in front of all these people. This was truly intolerable. "You brat! Come and get it." As he spoke, the old man lunged at Lin Fan, his hands curled like eagle talons, his movements ruthless and vicious. "Mr. Zhou, please do not lose your temper." Zhao Dingchuan's voice rang out, but the old man grew even more reckless, as if he wanted to tear Lin Fan apart right then and there. Watching the old man charge toward Lin Fan, Zhao Dingchuan shook his head helplessly. At first glance, it seemed Zhao Dingchuan was trying to stop the old man from fighting Lin Fan. In reality, he intended to use this moment to list Lin Fan's numerous misdeeds. Unfortunately, the old man misunderstood and charged forward even more fiercely. At that moment, a young nobleman approached Zhao Dingchuan, clasping his hands in a respectful bow. "Chairman Zhao, this Lin Fan is utterly insolent. Let this elder teach the brat a lesson, so he learns how to behave." Zhao Dingchuan turned to see that the speaker was also a young master from the Song family. Though outwardly composed, Zhao Dingchuan instantly saw through his inner thoughts. The deceased Song young master was this man's cousin. They had come together to celebrate Zhao's birthday, yet their hearts were at odds. In fact, Lin Fan's actions had just played right into this young master's hands. With such a formidable foe eliminated, the young man was likely itching to cheer. The young master is correct. The chairman needn't worry, the Song family's guards are first-rate experts. Lin Fan is absolutely no match for them. I agree. Others began to agree, already preparing themselves for Lin Fan's tragic demise. Alas, things did not go as planned. The old man charged forward, locking hands with Lin Fan. Gale force winds whipped through the air, each a blast from the old man's fists. Yet Lin Fan remained unflustered, lifting his leg to deliver a kick. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the old man's body traced a perfect arc through the air before crashing to the ground like a broken sack. The crowd stared in stunned silence, their minds filled with confusion. Weren't the Song family's guards supposed to be formidable? How could he be sent flying with just one kick? Could that whirlwind of energy have been an illusion? Before the crowd could recover, a greasy-haired, powdered-faced young man rushed forward, seemingly mirroring the old man's earlier actions. "Guard Joe, how are you?" No sooner had the question left his lips than the man screamed like a madman, "Lin Fan, you actually killed Guard Joe." The crowd froze in shock once more. Lin Fan had ended a master's life with a single kick. Just how immense must that force have been? Amidst the shock, many also felt a quiet sense of relief. That Chen family guard was truly unlucky. He was dead after just 2 shouts. Thankfully, the one who charged forward earlier wasn't one of their guards, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Amidst the crowd, someone murmured, "Such prowess, undoubtedly a martial arts grandmaster." At these words, the Chen family's young master's eyes widened in fury as he spun around, searching for the source of the voice. Even without identifying the speaker, the young master's face remained twisted with fury. "If Lin Fan's cultivation is so high, why didn't you say anything earlier? Why wait until my guards were killed to come here with your hindsight?" The crowd fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Earlier, that old man had gleamed like an eagle spotting a rabbit. Even the martial alliance leader couldn't stop him. How could he possibly heed anyone else's words? Seeing his words ignored, the Chen family scion adopted a look of profound anguish. Zhao Dingxuan's heart skipped a beat, then his expression shifted to one of sudden realization. No wonder all the experts I sent out died at Lin Fan's hands, so this kid actually possesses such formidable cultivation. Could he truly be a martial arts grandmaster? At that moment, Lin Fan's icy voice rang out once more. "Chairman Zhao, Lin Fan of the Lin family from Zhongjiang has come for the massacre that befell the Lin family 3 years ago. I demand that Chairman Zhao give my family justice for the 40+ souls who perished." Zhao Dingxuan's face turned as cold as frost. Just as he was about to respond to Lin Fan's demand, a sharp voice abruptly cut him off. "Ignorant brat! Do you truly think this is your circus ring? To insult heroes across the land like this, you deserve death." The speaker's deep, resonant voice reverberated, shaking the eardrums of all present. Instantly, disciples of the Martial Alliance swiftly took their places on either side. Chapter 17, Merely Pawns. When Lin Fan moved, heads rolled. The crowd watched in terror, their hearts pounding with dread. Amidst their panic, they desperately hoped for a master to appear. Otherwise, at this rate, no one present would escape the fate of dying on the spot. Fortunately, someone stepped forward to intervene. Under the watchful eyes of all, an elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire strode forward. His eyes were wide and piercing, radiating an icy aura that froze the air around him. Those nearby held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Seeing the elder approach, Zhao Dingxuan's expression turned solemn as he immediately clasped his hands together in a respectful salute. "My deepest apologies for disturbing you, honored elder." Zhao Dingxuan looked genuinely remorseful, as if regretting his failure to control the situation sooner. The elder waved dismissively, his brow furrowing once more. "Chairman Zhao, there's no need for such self-reproach. A presumptuous young upstart like him truly deserves a lesson. Were it not for Chairman Zhao's magnanimity, how could this brat have been allowed to run wild here? Chairman Zhao's magnanimity is truly heroic, we all admire it." The elder's words brimmed with flattery toward Zhao Dingxuan, and those nearby nodded in unison, each agreeing with the elder's assessment. Lin Fan sneered coldly. "You call this man before us a hero? You're senile. To label such a person a hero is nothing short of an insult to the very title." Lin Fan instantly recognized the old man's bias toward Zhao Dingxuan and spared him no mercy in his words. Publicly denounced as senile, the old man's hair stood on end with fury. He bellowed. "You insolent brat! Have you grown tired of living? Today, I, Dong Yong, Vice President of the Qiuxia Martial Alliance, will teach you a lesson." Before the words had even finished echoing, Lin Fan burst out laughing. "You call yourself Dong Yong? Why not just call yourself the Seventh Fairy?" The crowd froze, some unable to resist joining in the laughter. Dong Yong stamped his foot, instantly cracking the paving stone beneath him with several deep fissures, a clear sign of his fury. "You little brat! Today, you'll pay for that remark." As he spoke, Dong Yong began gathering his energy and focusing his mind. A whirlwind swiftly rose around him, enveloping him completely. As his robes billowed into a massive bulge, the crowd sucked in their breaths, many staring wide-eyed. No wonder Dong Yong carried himself with such arrogance. His cultivation level truly surpassed everyone else's. Some eyes turned to Lin Fan, their minds once again plotting their next move. This time, Lin Fan was in for it. If things went badly, he might just lose his life here. As the gale grew fiercer, the sound of Dong Yong's fist striking echoed through the crowd. Boom! 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 3 thunderous explosions, like rolling thunder.
Dong Yong's eyes blazed like torches as he unleashed a flurry of punches, aiming directly for Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan, however, remained utterly unfazed, a faint smile still playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly unconcerned by Dong Yong's attack. As Dong Yong's fist neared his chest, Lin Fan took a step back and countered with the exact same move. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What was happening? Could it be? Lin Fan also possessed the 10-fist technique that Dong Yong prided himself on? Before they could process the shock, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. Snap! Snap! One after another, the crisp sounds sent shivers down their spines. Those were bones, connected to flesh. Zhao Dingchuan stared intently ahead. When the sound reached him, a secret thrill surged through his heart. Lin Fan was no match for Dong Yong after all. With Dong Yong's punches landing, Lin Fan's arms were surely ruined. Just then, Lin Fan's voice rang out once more. All that boasting, yet his strength proved utterly pathetic. As he spoke, Lin Fan had already withdrawn his hands. Dong Yong stood motionless before Lin Fan, his weathered face flushed crimson with rage. Only, Dong Yong's 2 arms were gone. Not far away, a young man felt something splash onto his face. Reaching up to wipe it away, he discovered it was flesh mixed with bone fragments. Ah! What is this? The man cried out in shock. At that moment, many others noticed the same phenomenon. Only when people regained their senses did they realize that it was Lin Fan's fist that had crushed Dong Yong's fist to pieces. Those shards of bone had come from Dong Yong's own arm. Zhao Dingchuan stood frozen in place, overcome by sheer terror. A closer look revealed his back was drenched in cold sweat. Just how powerful was this Lin Fan? After all, Dong Yong was a martial arts grandmaster far beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. If his own protector and helm master had fallen to Lin Fan, Zhao Dingchuan could accept it. After all, their cultivation was limited. But Dong Yong before him was different, a true master. Facing the grandmaster's assault, Lin Fan remained utterly unfazed, even meeting the blows head-on with his bare fists. And the outcome was beyond anyone's expectations. Now Dong Yong wanted to flee, yet his legs refused to budge. His entire body was numb, with his shoulder blades completely devoid of sensation. You little. Before he could finish, countless thread-like jolts of excruciating pain shot through Dong Yong's entire body. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted from Dong Yong's lips. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Zhao Dingchuan stepped forward, unable to suppress his gasp. Lin Fan, you killed Vice President Dong. Dong Yong's eyes were wide open, his face contorted in agony, as if he died with unresolved grievances. Lin Fan's cold gaze fell upon Dong Yong's lifeless body. Perhaps he had finally realized his mistake, wanting to witness the fate of you all. Lin Fan, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Must you provoke the wrath of heaven? Zhao Dingchuan's voice was filled with grief, yet his eyes betrayed unmasked fury. The assembled guests trembled in fear, dreading that any misstep might provoke Lin Fan. Lin Fan stepped forward, his voice icy. I came here today with only one question for Chairman Zhao. Yet you persist in making things difficult. If anyone has provoked heaven's wrath and human resentment, it is you, Chairman Zhao. Zhao Dingchuan's eyes widened, his teeth gritted. Well done, Lin Fan. Had I known 3 years ago of your extraordinary talent, I would never have allowed you to live this long. Though he didn't admit it outright, Zhao Dingchuan's meaning was crystal clear. Lin Fan clenched his fists, his aura suddenly turning icy. Since you've admitted it, I'll make you pay for your crimes with blood. Knowing he couldn't escape Lin Fan's grasp, Zhao Dingchuan lifted his head high and stepped forward. Wait. What else do you have to say? Lin Fan's eyes burned crimson, his knuckles cracking audibly. A man must own his deeds. I did indeed participate in the Lin family affair back then, but I was not the mastermind behind it. I was merely being used. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Who was the mastermind? Whether it's the Sun family or me, we're all just pawns. You'll never uncover the colossal web of connections behind this. If you won't speak, then I'll force them to reveal themselves. As he spoke, Lin Fan's palm struck like a blade, slashing directly toward Zhao Dingchuan's head. Lin Fan, you can't! A shrill cry rang out simultaneously. Chapter 18, Senior Sister by Shuang. The woman's voice faded as Zhao Dingchuan's head rolled to the ground. The crowd stared in stunned silence, their faces frozen in disbelief. Lin Fan had gone mad, he'd actually killed even Chairman Zhao. Lin Fan of the Lin family from Zhongjian, how utterly audacious. Was he trying to pierce a hole through the heavens? Lin Fan was a veritable harbinger of doom. The Sun family wedding turned into a funeral. Zhao Dingchuan's birthday became his death anniversary. As the crowd regained their senses, whispers spread through the room. They were both stunned by Lin Fan's audacity and quietly swallowed their saliva. On the ground, Zhao Dingchuan's eyes were wide open, his mouth still agape, as if words remained unsaid. Alas, Lin Fan never gave him that chance. Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot, almost dripping with blood, his right hand still clenched like a blade. Amidst the crowd, someone asked, "Who is that woman? Such beauty truly captivates the nation." In an instant, all eyes turned to Bai Shuang. At that moment, Bai Shuang stood frozen in place, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Her fair, oval face was etched with worry. She had rushed here the moment she received the news, yet she had still arrived too late. Lin Fan had truly killed Zhao Dingchuan. Sighing softly, Bai Shuang murmured, "Little junior brother, your courage truly grows by leaps and bounds." Lin Fan turned, his expression finally softening. "Senior sister, senior uncle Yun, why are you both here?" Bai Shuang was the fourth master's direct disciple. Though younger than Lin Fan, according to seniority, Lin Fan still addressed her as fourth senior sister. After months apart, Bai Shuang's expression softened considerably upon seeing Lin Fan again. Her exquisitely beautiful, icy face now held a hint of gentleness, making her aura even more radiant and captivating. Yet, that cold, elegant presence still commanded a sense of reverence, as if one dared not profane it. Seeing Lin Fan in such a state, Bai Shuang's heart tightened. "I've arrived too late after all. Senior sister, you are not late. From now on, you will never miss such spectacular scenes. Those involved in the tragedy of my Lin family, Lin Fan, will make them pay with their blood." The words blood for blood jolted everyone back to reality. This was the Martial Alliance headquarters. They had gathered to celebrate Chairman Zhao Dingchuan's birthday. Now Zhao Dingchuan's head lay at Lin Fan's feet. What kind of celebration could they possibly hold? Once they regained their senses, the crowd scattered in all directions, nearly bursting through the Martial Alliance's gates. In the blink of an eye, even the remaining members vanished without a trace. The vast hall was suddenly empty. Besides Lin Fan, only Bai Shuang and the martial artists he had brought remained. Lin Fan's cold gaze swept over the corpses before him, his expression grim. Bai Shuang approached Lin Fan, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. "I've heard about everything that happened after you returned to Zhongzheng. The Sun family father and son were notorious for their wicked deeds, relying on the Martial Alliance for support to act with arrogance and tyranny. They truly got what they deserved. But Zhao Dingchuan is different. Do you know who stands behind him?" Bai Shuang's eyes brimmed with concern. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. "Senior sister, I came down from the mountain with one purpose, vengeance. Facing my old enemies, I will make them pay for their crimes with their blood." At this point, Lin Fan glanced once more at the corpse lying in the pool of blood. Zhao Dingchuan said they were merely pawns, that the true mastermind behind this lies elsewhere. "It seems the trail ends here. So be it. There's no need to rush. Now that you're back, we can investigate slowly." Finishing her words, Bai Shuang grabbed Lin Fan's arm. "This isn't the place for talking. Come with me." Bai Shuang turned to leave, but Lin Fan remained rooted to the spot. "Senior sister, I can't go with you right now." A look of astonishment flashed in Bai Shuang's beautiful eyes. Lin Fan spoke, his tone heavy, "I must go to the Lin family estate. After the Grandmaster saved me, I barely clung to life. But my parents' bodies." Lin Fan abruptly stopped, unable to continue. "Rest assured," Bai Shuang reassured him, "Master Zhou Luo's parents handled the burial arrangements for the 40-plus members of the Lin family. These past 3 years, they've regularly visited the graves to pay their respects." Incredulity flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. "Uncle Zhou?" Bai Shuang nodded firmly. "They truly are a family of deep loyalty and kindness. I heard you used to be neighbors?" "Yes, Zhou Luo and I grew up together. We only went to different schools after graduating high school." Lin Fan replied truthfully. "Enough talk. Go pay your respects to your family first. Once you've handled your affairs, come find me. How does that sound?" "Thank you, senior sister. I'll do as you say. Revenge can't be rushed, we need to plan carefully." Lin Fan nodded again, a faint smile finally curling at the corners of his mouth. Bai Shuang gradually relaxed. Only when she saw the faint smile on Lin Fan's lips did her heart settle a little. She shot him a slightly reproachful glare, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of coyness. "Just do as I say." Before she could finish speaking, Bai Shuang's phone rang. Seeing the slightly unfamiliar number on the screen, Bai Shuang's expression darkened, and her delicate brows instantly furrowed. "Hold on a moment, I'll be right back after I take this call." After finishing her sentence, Bai Shuang turned and walked to the shade of a large tree before answering the call. "Speak." Her voice was sharp, tinged with impatience. "Xuan, where are you right now?" On the other end, a middle-aged man's voice sounded anxious. "What do you want?" Bai Shuang didn't answer his question, instead firing back a counter-question. "Zhao Dingchuan's been attacked. Someone sliced his head off with a single palm strike. Even Dong Yong, vice president of the Martial Alliance in Xiaqiogua, didn't survive. Members of the 4 great families in the imperial capital were also implicated." The man's voice grew increasingly frantic, his agitation palpable even through the phone. "So what?" Bai Shuang's voice was icy cold, her face already flushed with anger, ready to explode at any moment. But because he was her biological father, Bai Shuang forced herself to suppress the rage boiling inside. "Don't you know what I'm trying to say? The imperial capital is in utter chaos now. The Xiaqiogua Martial Alliance is about to take action. According to reliable sources, all this was orchestrated by your junior disciple. Are you involved?"
Speak up.
Xuan, I've never interfered with your choices whether you pursued martial arts or commerce, I've always let you decide.
But you absolutely cannot side with that brat Lin Fan.
Bai Shuang drew a deep breath, her voice hardening once more. 3 years ago, the Lin family suffered a horrific massacre. Lin Fan barely escaped with his life.
What's wrong with him returning 3 years later to seek vengeance? Those from the martial alliance who died by Lin Fan's hand? They were outmatched. They have no one to blame but themselves. Besides, Lin Fan only killed those connected to the Lin family tragedy. If even the master permits Lin Fan to act thus, why should I not? Chapter 19, Little Junior Brother, Go Home First. Bai Shuang knew she couldn't defy her father's will.
Her eyes darted, and she immediately reframed the matter. If the masters disapproved of Lin Fan's actions, they wouldn't let him descend the mountain. This way, the masters would be backing him up. As his disciples, we must obey our master's commands.
Sure enough, upon hearing his daughter's words, Bai Juxian's voice carried a hint of resignation. Xuan, even with your masters backing you, do you have any idea who Lin Fan has provoked? Zhao Dingchuan himself isn't terrifying, what's terrifying is the power behind him. That power belongs to a tyrant. That Song young master is the heir apparent of the Song family, how could they possibly let this slide? How could your few masters compare to these people? They're the kind who devour their prey whole. You revere your teachers and honor the way, but have you considered what this means for our family? Can the Bai family withstand such a blow? After the stern rebuke, Bai Juxian's voice grew harsh once more. Return immediately. I've already consulted the clan elders. We'll go together to apologize to the overlord. If you can make it clear that all those matters were solely Lin Fan's doing, the Bai family might just escape this calamity. Bai Shuang sneered coldly, refusing to back down. I, Bai Shuang, take responsibility for my actions. I am no coward. There is nothing more to discuss. Nonsense.
Bai Shuang, if you stubbornly refuse to apologize to the overlord, don't blame me for disowning you as my daughter.
From this day forward, you shall have no connection whatsoever with the Bai family.
The voice on the other end of the line was so loud it hurt her ears, and Bai Shuang's expression grew even more impatient.
Disown me then. As if I'm afraid of you.
With that, Bai Shuang hung up the phone.
Taking a deep breath, Bai Shuang turned and walked up to Lin Fan.
Her voice was as gentle as a kitten's.
Little junior brother, let's go home.
Uncle Yun beside them looked utterly stunned. Miss, your expression changes way too fast. Lin Fan unleashed another wave of carnage, sending shockwaves through the entire capital. The Song family, having suffered heavy losses, was now shrouded in gloom. Within the vast hall, several elders sat solemnly, not uttering a word. A closer look revealed their hands gripping the armrests tightly, veins bulging prominently on their knuckles. News of Song Yang's incident reached the Song family immediately. Now, key figures had gathered once more to deliberate on how to resolve the situation. That Lin Fan is utterly despicable. How dare he show such utter contempt for the Song family? His arrogance knows no bounds. These words sparked murmurs throughout the hall. Rumor has it that Lin Fan was the sole survivor of the Lin family massacre 3 years ago. A dagger plunged straight into his heart, yet he lived a true miracle. Who knows what extraordinary circumstances he encountered during those 3 years, causing his cultivation to surge dramatically? That must be why so many masters have fallen by his hand. Those are just rumors. Even with extraordinary talent, it's impossible for someone so young to become a martial arts master overnight. This news must be false. People held differing opinions, and the debate raged on. Yet one thing was certain. Lin Fan had returned to avenge the Lin family's past wrongs. Moreover, Zhao Dingchuan's bodyguard had indeed fallen by Lin Fan's hand. Amidst the ongoing debate, no further news emerged from Zhongjiang. Thus, the head of the Song family decided to dispatch 50 elite warriors from their estate to Zhongjiang. It was common knowledge that Song Yang was the Song family's future heir apparent. Despite having no connection whatsoever to the Lin family's case, he had tragically fallen victim to Lin Fan's treachery. Such a deep-seated grudge demanded vengeance from the Song family. After selecting their leader, the head of the Song family personally escorted them to the manor gates. Over 20 luxury vehicles immediately sped forward. A few minutes later, the Song family received another report. Dong Yong, vice president of the Xiaqiu National Martial Arts Alliance, had perished in combat with Lin Fan. Upon hearing the news, the Song family head froze in shock, his hand slipping as the phone fell to the floor. Head of the family, what's happened? Hurry! Order those dispatched to Zhongjiang to turn back immediately. Song Qi, the head of the Song family, glared with wide eyes and barked the order. The person across from him was utterly confused and about to ask more questions when Song Qi kicked him hard. Hurry! Tell them to turn back immediately. The man dared not delay and immediately made the call. Aoxiang Airport. Over 20 black luxury vehicles abruptly halted before entering the airport grounds, swiftly reversed direction, and sped away. Passengers heading to board were stunned by the scene, their faces etched with confusion.
Such a grand display and scale were certainly not the work of an ordinary family. But why the sudden turnaround? Could something serious have happened? With lingering confusion, the crowd received no further updates and soon went about their business. Seeing the dispatched personnel return safely, Songchi finally wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, his decisive action had spared the Song family from immense loss. This Lin Fan was no ordinary man. He had even eliminated Dong Yong. If they went, wouldn't they just be cannon fodder? Yet this round trip only deepened the gloom in everyone's hearts. As the group gathered once more, the atmosphere grew heavy once again. Meanwhile, an elderly man was listening intently to a detailed report about Lin Fan. Within the antique courtyard, an elderly man sat in a grand armchair, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. In the main hall, the messenger delivering the news recounted the events calmly. Lin Fan had killed Sun Fu and Sun Gue. Lin Fan killed Sun Zhongting. Lin Fan killed Zhao Dingchuan. Lin Fan killed Dong Yong. The old man's eyes snapped open. Though the messenger hadn't finished his report, he dared not continue. The old man's face was as cold as frost, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Sticks and stones may break bones, but these fools bit off more than they could chew. They brought this upon themselves. The Song family's spoiled brats only dared to stick their necks out because they relied on this old man's influence. They deserved to lose their lives. The old man rose to his feet, adjusting the collar of his traditional Chinese robe with a raised hand. His gaze swept forward, icy and unwavering. The waters of the imperial capital have grown too still. It's time for a pebble to drop in and stir up some ripples. Otherwise, those people will never realize the danger. Sir, should we intervene? No. Observe and wait. The time for action has not yet come. The messenger who had come to report quickly nodded, added a few more words, and only after receiving the elder's approval did he leave the hall. Xiaokugwo Martial Alliance Conference Division. Half an hour earlier, news about Lin Fan had already spread to everyone present. As key leaders of the Xiaqiu Kingdom Martial Alliance, the figures seated before them wore deeply troubled expressions. For 3 years, everything had proceeded smoothly and orderly. How had someone like Lin Fan suddenly emerged? In just a few short days, numerous masters had fallen by his hand. Clearly, this Lin Fan was no pushover. Though none spoke, each mind churned with calculations. Suddenly, a piercing voice cut through the silence. Chapter 20, The Overlord's Adopted Son. The chairman has arrived. Though the speaker's voice wasn't loud, everyone in the Martial Alliance conference room heard it clearly. Tap. The sound of leather shoes echoed. All eyes turned to see Zhou Bo, chairman of the Martial Alliance of Xiaokugwo. In his 60s, Zhou Bo possessed piercing eyes and sharp brows, a square, dignified face, and a robust build broad-shouldered and sturdy. As the head of the Martial Alliance of Xiaokugwo, Zhou Bo never forgot his duties. He always wore a black traditional Chinese robe embroidered with a large character for martial on the chest. This had been his daily attire for years, never changing. Seeing Zhou Bo enter, everyone rose to their feet. Sit down, everyone. Time is of the essence, no need for formalities. At these words, astonishment swept across the faces of those present. Everyone knew Zhou Bo was the kind of man who constantly emphasized protocol. That he was dispensing with formalities today was already highly unusual. But to actually call their customary behavior empty formalities? That truly left everyone speechless. While they pondered, Zhou Bo had already seated himself in the conference room's armchair. His face was now dark as storm clouds, so gloomy it seemed rain might fall from it. Zhou Bo lifted his eyes and scanned the room. All attendees were present except for the seat of Deputy Alliance leader Dong Yong. Recalling Dong Yong's tragic fate, Zhou Bo felt a wave of heaviness wash over him. This was precisely why he had summoned his personal bodyguards, elders, and the leaders of each branch here. Suspicion swirled in their minds, yet none dared voice their thoughts aloud. The vast conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Ahem. As was his custom, Zhou Bo cleared his throat twice before speaking, lending himself an air of authority. Then, he shifted the water cup before him slightly before speaking in a deep voice. I trust everyone is aware of the news from Zhongzheng. There are 2 pieces of news, both extremely unfortunate. Today marks the 50th birthday of Zhao Dingchuan, president of the Zhongzheng Martial Alliance. On this very day of his celebration, Zhao Dingchuan was murdered. Our vice president, who had traveled to Zhongjiang on behalf of the Xiaqiu Martial Alliance to celebrate Chairman Zhao Dingchuan's birthday, was also murdered. At these words, shock spread across every face in the room. Some had heard fragments of the news from Zhongjiang, while others were hearing it for the first time. Seeing Zhou Bo's grave expression, the others suddenly understood. Lin Fan had killed the Martial Alliance president of the Zhongjiang branch and then murdered the vice president of the Xiaqiu Martial Alliance. Could this be a direct attack on the Martial Alliance? No wonder President Zhou was so grief-stricken and enraged. Fists clenched, a voice rang out coldly. This Lin Fan is too arrogant. He dares to target our Martial Alliance. Does he think he can ignore us? At these words, Chairman Zhou Bo's expression darkened further. Quite right. If we remain indifferent to this matter, the Zyakugwo martial alliance will become a laughingstock for everyone to mock over their meals. Zhou Bo's voice was icy as he spoke each word deliberately. Chairman, this Lin Fan is too arrogant. Please order us to lead a force and bring this murderer back. We will spare no effort. The speaker was a young man, his face already set with solemn determination before he finished speaking. Zhou Bo shook his head. Dong Yong was killed by Lin Fan. That alone shows how formidable his cultivation is. If we don't carefully select our men and just send a few random people to capture Lin Fan, it would be like sending sheep to the tiger's mouth. Zhou Bo turned to a young woman standing behind him. Go. Bring all the files on Lin Fan. Let everyone study them. The woman nodded in response, then distributed the documents she held to everyone present. The printouts were neatly organized, providing a detailed profile of Lin Fan. Lin Fan, male, age 25. Member of the Lin family from Zhongzheng. Abilities unknown. 3 years ago, the Lin family suffered a horrific massacre. 46 members were brutally murdered. Lin Fan had his tendons severed by the assailants, who then stabbed him in the heart with a dagger and abandoned him in a mass grave. His whereabouts remained unknown. 3 years later, Lin Fan returned, disrupting the wedding of the eldest son of the Sun family. After killing 2 of the Sun family's young masters, he then murdered the head of the Sun family, Sun Zhongting. Subsequently, 1 guardian and 4 branch masters of the Zhongzheng martial alliance all fell victim to Lin Fan. Furthermore, Lin Fan murdered Song Yang, the young master of the Song family. His methods were exceptionally brutal, each victim killed with a single strike. Zhao Dingchuan, head of the Zhongzheng branch of the martial alliance, and Dong Yong, deputy head of the martial alliance in Zyakugwo, also met their ends at Lin Fan's hands. Lin Fan declared that his return was solely to avenge the blood debt from 3 years prior. Anyone involved in the Lin family massacre must pay with their blood. Judgment revealed that aside from those involved in the Lin family massacre, all others killed by Lin Fan were individuals who had provoked him. Everyone's gaze sharpened as they carefully read through the information. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Chairman Zhou, could there be an error in these records? Lin Fan is only in his 20s. How could he possibly have killed Vice President Dong? After all, Vice President Dong possessed extraordinary strength, ranking at the level of a martial arts grandmaster. How could someone as young as Lin Fan have attained such formidable cultivation? Before the question had fully faded, another voice chimed in. Could Lin Fan be exceptionally gifted? A martial arts prodigy? Zhou Bo listened and shook his head slightly. He himself didn't know the details of who Lin Fan's master was or what stage of cultivation he was currently at. If he were a disciple of an ordinary master, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if he were trained by one of those reclusive masters hiding away in the mountains, that would be trouble. Voicing his thoughts aloud, Zhou Bo's frown deepened. Just then, someone abruptly stood up. Chairman, it's said that Bai Shuang, the woman who's with Lin Fan and whom he calls senior sister, is the daughter of Bai Juxian, head of the Bai family, one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital. This Bai Shuang is fiercely protective of Lin Fan. The crowd stared in stunned disbelief. How could the daughter of the imperial capital's Bai family be entangled with the Lin family of Zhongzheng? Could it be that Lin Fan's audacity stems from the Bai family's backing? Suspicion flashed across many faces as their minds raced. 1 hour later. After much discussion, Zhou Bo made a decision. First, they could use Bai Shuang as a lead to investigate who Lin Fan's true master was. Second, using Bai Shuang as a breakthrough point might reveal Lin Fan's true strength. Third, and most crucially, the martial alliance would dispatch representatives to Zhongzheng to confront Lin Fan. After Zhou Bo finalized his decisions, the others praised him repeatedly. Unfortunately, before their carefully crafted compliments could be voiced, a sharp voice cut through the air. You're debating quite passionately, thinking this will help you catch Lin Fan? All this talk is just armchair strategizing, utterly useless. To truly bring Lin Fan to justice, we need a long-term strategy. The newcomer cut short their plans with just a few words, and many faces darkened with displeasure. Before anyone could react, Zhou Bo suddenly stood up with a smile. I wondered who could be so decisive. It's none other than young Master Long, a rare guest indeed, a rare guest. Chapter 21, Heeding the Junior Brother's Advice. Zhou Bo's attitude left everyone stunned. Seconds earlier, he'd been righteous and indignant, yet upon seeing Long San, his demeanor shifted instantly. Before the others could adjust to his new demeanor, Zhou Bo had already strode up to Long San, extending both hands with unbridled enthusiasm. Just now I was thinking, besides young Master Long, there's probably no one else with such grace and charm. Little did I expect it to be young Master Long himself who has arrived. What breeze of fragrance has blown you this way? Hearing Zhou Bo's sycophantic flattery, someone swallowed hard. Otherwise, they might have spit out their lunch. Long San, the adopted son of Long Badian, wielded such influence through his father that he could strut about the imperial capital with impunity. Long Badian, known as the Overlord, commanded such awe precisely because of his intricate network of connections and profound cultivation. Though Zhou Bo held a high-ranking position within the martial alliance, he couldn't compare to the Overlord. To solidify his own power, many like Zhou Bo were eager to curry favor with Long San. After all the flattery, Long San merely twitched the corner of his mouth, never once meeting Zhou Bo's gaze. My godfather sent me over to see if your martial alliance is in an uproar. You'd better buckle up, my esteemed uncles and elders. Not only has that Lin Fan stirred up trouble in Central River, but now he dares to trample the martial alliance underfoot? His arrogance knows no bounds.
My godfather said the small neighboring countries around Xiaqiu Kingdom no longer wished to live in peace. He went on a tour and learned of Lin Fan's rampant lawlessness, which enraged him greatly.
That's why he sent me here.
At this point, Long San deliberately paused. Lifting his head high once more, Long San's voice grew even more affected.
As for me, I have no other demands. I'm just letting you know that if you need anything, you can come to me.
My godfather said this matter is mine to handle. Long San's words brimmed with smug satisfaction. In just a few sentences, his hands had already waved several times. This air of borrowing authority from a tiger was deeply distasteful to everyone present. Though everyone seethed inwardly, no one dared speak up in front of Long San. After all, he had the overlord backing him. Tapping his nose lightly, Long San smiled at the crowd.
No need to feel pressured. I'm just the junior here. That's all. I've got other business to attend to, so I shan't keep you any longer. With that, Long San turned and walked away.
Despite the forceful shake of his head, his hairstyle remained utterly unaffected, still sleek and shiny, standing tall and proud. The crowd snickered inwardly. How much styling gel had this kid slathered on his head before coming? How smug could he get? Only after watching Long San leave did the crowd begin whispering among themselves.
What's going on? That arrogant brat Long San? How could the overlord entrust such a crucial matter to him?
They'd long heard that the overlord indulged his adopted son Dragon 3, but never imagined it had reached such extremes.
How dare this young upstart meddle in the affairs of the martial alliance?
Even if he were a decade or two older, he still wouldn't be qualified to come here and point fingers. But anger aside, grumbling was the extent of their reaction. No one dared question the overlord's decisions. In other words, even if resentment boiled within them, they still had to heed Long San's every word. Zhou Bo watched the scene unfold before him, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead in frustration as another sigh escaped his heart.
One after another, the luxury vehicles departed, speeding along the smooth highway.
Lin Fan sat in the car, his heart filled with emotion.
To be closer to Lin Fan, Bai Shuang deliberately took a seat in the back.
The faint, lingering fragrance emanating from Bai Shuang's body finally snapped Lin Fan back to his senses. At that moment, Bai Shuang's smile bloomed like a flower, her face shedding all traces of its previous coolness. Noticing Lin Fan looking her way, Bai Shuang promptly took out a bank card and handed it to him. Take this. You'll find it useful when you're out and about. Lin Fan shook his head slightly, declining her offer on the spot.
Fourth senior sister, when we descended the mountain, fourth master already gave me a bank card.
He said it's valid worldwide. Bai Shuang froze, then her face twisted in astonishment.
Her rosy little lips pouted.
Oh, how thoughtful of him.
Master is so biased. Now that he has you, he doesn't even care about me, his last disciple.
A pout of grievance spread across Bai Shuang's delicate face, her clear, bright eyes blinking rapidly, making her look even more adorable and charming. Lin Fan's lips curved into a smile. Senior sister, master knows your capabilities.
This is a sign of his trust in you. Fine, I knew I couldn't win an argument with you. So where are we going next?
Bai Shuang's voice carried a hint of disappointment, yet her face showed no trace of unhappiness.
First to the bank, then to the funeral home, is that all right?
Of course. You're in charge now, senior sister will follow your lead. Bai Shuang gazed at Lin Fan with a beaming smile.
Soon, the luxury car pulled up outside a bank.
Lin Fan opened 2 bank accounts before stepping out briskly. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at the funeral home. These small shops specializing in funeral arrangements operated with strict etiquette. Typically, customers browsed the items themselves, the staff never made recommendations. Only when customers actively inquired would the staff engage in conversation. Otherwise, everyone kept their heads down, focused on their tasks. Lin Fan, unaware of this custom, purchased some memorial offerings and sacrificial items. After paying, he left. The closer he got to the Lin family's ancestral home, the heavier his heart grew. By the time he stepped out of the car, an entirely different aura had settled over him. It wasn't solemnity, nor was it a killing intent. Instead, he was enveloped in a heavy layer of grief and resentment. Lin Fan slowly walked into the house, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. Once, he had entered and exited these halls countless times. Now, all he saw was decay and disorder. Weeds grew thick on the ground, and the once bright and clean hall was now covered in layers of dust. Lin Fan took a few steps forward, leaving distinct footprints behind him. Facing this scene, Bai Shuang felt as if something had clogged her throat. Her small mouth opened, yet no words came out. Back then, over 40 members of the Lin family had perished in this very hall. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse. After speaking these words, he turned to look at Bai Shuang.
Senior sister, do you know where my family's graves are? It's in the backyard. I'll go with you.
Lin Fan nodded, then turned to follow Bai Shuang. The Lin family estate covered a vast area. The front courtyard featured an elegantly traditional quadrangle design, with a wide corridor leading straight to the rear courtyard. Beyond that lay expansive mountain forests. The thought of his parents resting here year after year brought Lin Fan a small measure of comfort.
Father, mother, I'm back. I've killed those who personally put you to death. As for the mastermind behind it all, I will never give up pursuing them. Chapter 22, A son's knees are worth their weight in gold. Lin Fan slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When his eyes opened again, a new glint of murderous intent flickered within them. Whether they were mere pawns or the masterminds behind the scheme, anyone connected to the Lin family tragedy would not escape his vengeance. The two arrived at the backyard and indeed saw several tombstones in the distance. Lin Fan quickened his pace, his face heavy with sorrow. Lin Yoji's tomb. Su Qingzhua's grave. Lin Xian's grave. Lu Xiaoshuang's grave. Lin Fan inspected over 40 tombstones one by one. The Lin family's ancestral home lay in desolation, yet these tombstones were meticulously swept clean, traces of offerings still visible. Finally, Lin Fan's gaze settled before one particular tombstone. Lin Fan's tomb. The sorrow in Lin Fan's voice was impossible to conceal. Unlike the other tombstones, several strings of dried candied hawthorn hung before his own. Lin Fan paid his respects at each grave according to family seniority, lighting incense with profound reverence. Finally, he lit a stick of incense before his own tombstone. The Lin Fan of 3 years ago was dead. The one who had returned was a reborn Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes reddened, brimming with tears. Beside him, Bai Shuang bowed with equal solemnity. After completing these rituals, Lin Fan followed Bai Shuang back. After paying respects to the departed members of the Lin family, the tension in Lin Fan's expression eased slightly. As their luxury car approached an intersection, Lin Fan suddenly spoke up, "Senior sister, turn left here. I want to visit Zhou Luo." Bai Shuang agreed without hesitation. Though she had never met the Zhou family, learning of their actions against the Lin family had instinctively made her feel a shred of sympathy toward them. Along the way, Lin Fan also told Bai Shuang that Zhou Luo was now able to sit up. "This miracle must be your doing, right?" Before Lin Fan could continue, Bai Shuang asked with a smile. Lin Fan nodded. "Zhou Luo has been paralyzed for far too long. I dare not attempt acupuncture rashly. For now, I can only help her sit up. If they agree, I wish to take Zhou Luo to see the masters." Bai Shuang smiled without comment, yet a hint of something else flickered in her eyes. "It seems our junior brother is quite taken with that little girl named Zhou Luo." Meanwhile, Zhou Luo sat motionless in her chair, her eyes fixed on the doorway. Luo, it's been half an hour now. Haven't you changed your posture even once? Don't you feel tired? Why not lie down and rest for a bit?" Zhang Shuaqin couldn't recall how many times she'd repeated these words. As before, Zhou Luo merely nodded in response, remaining utterly still. Lin Fan had been gone for so long with no word, how could she not be worried? The thought of Lin Fan facing so many skilled opponents made Zhou Luo's eyebrows furrow deeply, and her entire body tensed up again. Zhou Luo finally closed her eyes slowly, her hands forming a prayer-like gesture. "Heaven, please keep Lin Fan safe." No sooner had Zhou Luo finished speaking than footsteps echoed at the doorway. Then, Lin Fan suddenly walked in. Zhou Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the figure at the doorway. "Lin Fan, you're back?" Zhou Luo's voice trembled with excitement, his words brimming with joy. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Shuaqin quickly turned around. The moment she saw Lin Fan, tears began streaming down her face. "My child, you're finally back." "What? Xiao Fan really came back?" Zhou Xiong, pliers in hand, asked as he stepped outside. Seeing everyone so anxious about him, Lin Fan felt deeply moved. "Lolo, uncle, and aunt, don't worry, I'm back." Zhou Xiong was so overcome he could barely form coherent sentences. "Just be back. Nothing matters more than that." Zhou Luo's pale face flushed with emotion. The family of 3 stared intently at Lin Fan. Only after regaining their composure did they notice the stunningly beautiful woman and the elderly man beside him. "Lin Fan, these two." Zhou Xiong set down the pliers in his hand and asked politely. Before Lin Fan could speak, Bai Shuang began introducing herself with grace. "Hello, uncle and aunt." "Hello, Luo. I'm Bai Shuang, Lin Fan's senior sister. The gentleman beside me is our master's younger brother." After listening, Uncle Yun proactively greeted everyone. He then stood behind Bai Shuang. Zhou Xiong nodded throughout, then fetched chairs for Bai Shuang and Uncle Yun. Only then did everyone sit down together to chat. The already modest room now felt even more cramped. Lin Fan briefly recounted his recent experiences before mentioning the matter of paying respects at the Lin family residence. Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuaqin's expressions turned somber. After all, apart from Lin Fan, they had buried every single one of those people with their own hands. "Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhou, thank you.
As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, he knelt directly before Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuochen. Seeing Lin Fan about to kowtow, Zhou Xiong quickly grabbed his arm.
Child, what are you doing? Lin Fan, what's wrong with you?
Zhang Shuochen and Zhou Xiong spoke in unison. Immediately after, Zhou Xiong added with a solemn expression, Lin Fan, a man's knees are made of gold. Kneel only to heaven, earth, and your parents.
You mustn't kneel indiscriminately. Get up now.
Lin Fan remained kneeling, his voice solemn and his expression grave.
Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhou, and Luo Luo,
thank you for burying the Lin family. This kindness is something I, Lin Fan, will never forget. I thank you on behalf of the Lin family. Then, Lin Fan bowed 3 times with proper etiquette. Zhou Xiong's eyes reddened as he hurriedly pulled Lin Fan to his feet. Jiang Shuochen quietly wiped away tears once more. Beside them, Zhou Luo was already weeping openly.
As Jiang Shuochen poured water for everyone, Lin Fan took out a bank card and placed it before Zhou Xiong. Uncle Zhou, please accept this bank card. Consider it.
Before Lin Fan could finish, Zhou Xiong began shaking his head.
You youngster, why so formal?
What we did back then was done willingly, we never expected repayment. Seeing Zhou Xiong's anger, Lin Fan felt deeply moved once more.
Back then, the Lin family was brutally wiped out, everyone knew it.
Even Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuochen didn't know if they were alive or dead.
How could it possibly be about repayment?
Lin Fan naturally believed Zhou Xiong's words were true. But this was his own heartfelt gesture.
If they refused to accept this bank card, Lin Fan would feel uneasy. There's 60 million in here.
It can help improve your life with Luo Luo, so you won't have to struggle so hard anymore. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Bai Shuang chimed in beside him. Yes, if you refuse it, our junior brother won't be able to live with himself. He'll lose sleep over it. Zhou Xiong looked troubled, his brow furrowed into a knot. Lin Fan placed the bank card in Zhou Xiong's hand once more, and only then did Zhou Xiong reluctantly accept it. At that moment, Zhou Luo, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up.
Chapter 23, This is your home now. Brother Lin Fan, now that you're back, let's tear down that false grave.
Zhou Luo's pale little face was filled with questioning. Back then, when they couldn't find Lin Fan's body, Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuochen had built a symbolic grave for him, containing only a few of his old clothes. Now that he knew Lin Fan was still alive, Zhou Luo felt keeping the symbolic grave was unlucky, so he suggested it softly. Lin Fan shook his head, his gaze toward Zhou Luo softening slightly.
Luo Luo, let's keep the symbolic grave. It's a memorial to the past.
Since Lin Fan had spoken thus, the others said no more. Lin Fan stated plainly that it was precisely because of that symbolic grave that the mastermind behind the scenes had lowered their guard. And that very fact had granted him 3 years to cultivate.
In a way, it was a blessing.
Spotting an electric wheelchair parked beside the house, a smile touched Lin Fan's lips. Zhang Shuochen, standing nearby, quickly interjected, thanks to you, Luo Luo can sit up now. We were thinking of letting her get out and about more often. When the topic turned to Zhou Luo's health, Lin Fan's expression grew solemn once more.
Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhou, I'd like Zhou Luo to rest and recover for a while.
After some time, I'll take her to see my master. Before Lin Fan could finish, Zhou Xiong cut him off impatiently.
Lin Fan, are you saying Luo Luo might still be able to walk again?
His voice trembled with excitement.
Lin Fan nodded. My master is known as the divine healer. He will definitely cure Zhou Luo.
Seeing Lin Fan speak with such certainty, Zhou Xiong was utterly stunned. He abruptly turned and grabbed Zhang Shuochen's hand.
Did you hear that? Our Luo Luo can be saved.
Zhang Shuochen's hands trembled with emotion. She opened her mouth repeatedly, yet no words came out.
Zhou Luo, too, only snapped back to reality then.
The thought of being able to walk again made his breathing uneven.
I'll follow Lin Fan's instructions. I'll cooperate fully during this time. A resolute expression hardened on Zhou Luo's face.
To see Lin Fan again in his lifetime was already a blessing from heaven. He never imagined he'd have the chance to stand before Lin Fan himself. Zhou Luo silently resolved, no matter how much suffering it took, he would rise again. Lin Fan and Bai Shuang lingered at Zhou Xiong's home for a while longer before finally rising to leave. Zhou Xiong and his wife personally saw them off to the door, waiting until their car disappeared from sight before leaving themselves. With matters at Zhou Xiong's place concluded, Lin Fan finally felt at ease as he followed Bai Shuang back. The car drove all the way to Longtu residential area before stopping.
Longtu residential area was located on Chaoyang Road in Zhongjiang City, away from the bustling city center. With its cluster of villas, Longtu residential area was the top choice for many high society residents.
Senior sister, this place is easy to find. #1 mansion is our home. It's very quiet here, much like the mountain environment, though it can't quite match the abundance of spiritual energy found in the mountains. One advantage, though, is the convenience of shopping here, nothing like the austere life up in the mountains. Along the way, Bai Shuang kept introducing things to Lin Fan, who nodded occasionally. Just as they had done in the mountains, Bai Shuang instinctively linked her arm through Lin Fan's, her delicate hands never leaving his even inside the car. Only after the car came to a complete stop did the two of them step out together. Lin Fan lifted his gaze to find a cluster of white buildings immediately catching his eye. Surrounding them were lush, verdant trees, though stretching beyond the horizon, they were arranged in a pleasingly staggered pattern. Thinking of Bai Shuang's cool and reserved nature, Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel. It was truly remarkable that someone could maintain a villa in such pristine condition.
What are you thinking about? Is there anything about the construction here that needs improvement?
A hint of confusion flickered in Bai Shuang's beautiful eyes as she asked softly. A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips as he spoke frankly. For a goddess like you, senior sister, I imagined your villa would be cold and impersonal, not filled with the warmth of everyday life. Bai Shuang pouted, rolling her eyes at Lin Fan.
That brat always had to put her down.
At first glance, his words sounded flattering, but in reality, Lin Fan was clearly implying she gave off an aloof, unapproachable vibe. Even celestial beings need to eat.
How could there be no warmth without it? Stop spacing out. Hurry up and get ready. I'll take you out to eat.
Bai Shuang hadn't mentioned food before, but now that she brought it up, Lin Fan suddenly remembered he'd only eaten one meal today.
Just then, his stomach growled uncontrollably. Growl.
Lin Fan scratched his head awkwardly and turned to Bai Shuang.
Senior sister, I'm really hungry.
Don't worry, I'll have the hotel prepare it right away. By the time you're done getting ready, the dishes will all be served. Bai Shuang gazed at Lin Fan with affection, her heart warming. Back on the mountain, all the senior disciples had doted on this little junior brother, and she was no exception. They'd even fought over who got to watch over him, leading to more than a few scuffles among the seniors. Now that Lin Fan was right beside her, how could she not flaunt him a little? So the moment Lin Fan turned away, Bai Shuang's face lit up with delight. Bai Shuang's villa wasn't particularly large, but its interior exuded luxury in every detail. The polished floor in the grand hall reflected like a mirror, while the crystal chandelier overhead cast a dazzling glow.
Every ornament seemed to shimmer with its own light.
Lin Fan entered the bathroom and froze instantly. The bathwater was crystal clear, and petals were actually floating on the surface. Layers upon layers of rose petals formed a nearly seamless blanket, exuding a faint melancholy.
A girl taking a petal bath might be understandable, but he was a grown man.
Lin Fan shook his head helplessly, about to turn away, when Bai Shuang's voice suddenly called from outside the door.
Little junior brother, are those roses enough? If you think they're insufficient, I can have more sent over. It's fine, senior sister. These are enough.
Lin Fan ran a hand through his hair, quickly tidied himself up, and plunged straight into the bath. When he emerged again, Lin Fan felt completely refreshed. Bai Shuang stared intently at the man before her.
After slipping into the off-white tang suit, Lin Fan truly exuded an ethereal, otherworldly aura. I figured you wouldn't wear a suit, so I had someone send you a tang suit. Looks like I was right.
Lin Fan smiled. Having lived in the mountains for so long, he'd grown more casual about clothing. Seeing the stiff, formal suits made him feel constrained, so he chose the traditional Chinese attire instead. Honestly, the traditional Chinese attire is better, it's comfortable to wear. While Lin Fan was bathing, Bai Shuang carefully dressed herself. She slowly approached Lin Fan, glanced at her reflection in the mirror, and her smile grew even more charming. The hotel had already called to say the dishes were all ready.
Let's go eat now.
As she spoke, Bai Shuang once again slipped her arm through Lin Fan's.
Chapter 24, Don't Touch Her. Fengyue Tower.
Zhongjiang's largest and most exclusive hotel. Standing 58 stories tall with extravagant decor, Fengyue Tower rightfully became Zhongjiang's iconic landmark. By the time Bai Shuang brought Lin Fan to the hotel, dusk had fallen. Lin Fan stood tall and graceful, while Bai Shuang radiated breathtaking beauty.
Walking together, they naturally drew the attention of many.
Many turned their heads to watch them, and even after they had walked far away, those people never looked back.
Isn't that the owner of Fengyue Tower? Who's that man beside her? He's so handsome. I've never seen the owner of Fengyue Lu so close to anyone before. This man must have a special relationship with Miss Bai Shuang. Is Fengyue Tower hosting some event? It seems like all the staff have come out. Are they lining up to welcome someone? No need to guess, it must be the man beside Miss Bai Shuang. Whispers rippled through the crowd as eyes instinctively turned toward Fengyue Tower. At that moment, the red carpet stretched 100 meters from Fengyue Lu. Uniform flower baskets lined both sides, and all staff wore matching attire with sincere smiles on their faces. As Bai Shuang and Lin Fan approached, the lead staff member discreetly signaled, and the crowd erupted in unison. Welcome to Fengyue Tower, Mr. Lin. Bai Shuang gave a slight nod. Then, under the envious gazes of the crowd, the two entered Fengyue Tower. The room Bai Shuang had chosen was on the top floor. From the moment they sat down, servers brought dishes in a steady stream. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan's table was laden with delicacies. The aroma wafted over, and Lin Fan couldn't help but swallow. Hurry up and eat. Aren't you starving? Bai Shuang rested her chin in her hands, smiling warmly at Lin Fan, showing no intention of picking up her chopsticks. Lin Fan looked puzzled and couldn't help asking, Senior sister, aren't you eating? Haven't you heard of a feast for the eyes? I'm satisfied just looking at you. A flicker of unease crossed Lin Fan's face, but Bai Shuang only laughed. Teasing this little junior disciple was her favorite pastime. Seeing the look on Bai Shuang's face, Lin Fan stopped being polite. He picked up his chopsticks and began eating earnestly. Half an hour later, Lin Fan was full and satisfied. Seeing the many untouched dishes still on the table, regret washed over his face. Senior sister, can we take these leftovers home? It'd be such a waste to throw them away. As you wish. Bai Shuang replied without hesitation. So Lin Fan had the waiter pack up the leftovers, and the two of them walked out together. At the restaurant entrance, Lin Fan paused. After sunset, the entire city of Zhongzhang was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, all the buildings cloaked in a golden hue. For 3 years, while learning martial arts from his masters, the only thing on his mind had been revenge. He had never paid attention to the beauty around him. Today, witnessing Zhongzhang's uniquely beautiful sky, a wave of emotion washed over him. Bai Shuang stood quietly by his side. Alas, this tranquil moment was short-lived, shattered by a sudden, urgent cry. "Boss, there's trouble." The hotel manager rushed over to the front desk, barely finding his footing before launching into his report. Bai Shuang's expression darkened with displeasure, her voice turning icy. "What's all the fuss about?" "Boss, the Chen family's car just passed by our hotel entrance. Miss Chen suddenly lost consciousness. The ambulance just arrived and said Miss Chen didn't make it." Bai Shuang narrowed her eyes. Although this was Zhongzhang, the influence of the Chen family from the capital was not to be underestimated. As a branch of the Chen family in the capital, the Zhongjiang Chen family had always been well behaved. With a Miss Chen losing her life right in front of Fengyue Tower, I absolutely must go and see for myself. Bai Shuang turned to Lin Fan. "Junior disciple, rest here for a while. I'll be back shortly. I'll go with senior sister." The moment Bai Shuang finished speaking, Lin Fan stepped forward. Now standing even closer to Bai Shuang, Lin Fan radiated an air of shared destiny. A warm smile graced Bai Shuang's face as she offered no refusal. "Alright, then let's go see what's going on with this Chen family's young lady." The Chen family's young lady is frail and frequently ill, a classic sickly beauty. That's common knowledge. But this time, after falling unconscious, she actually passed away, truly baffling. Most people would steer clear of such a situation, but Bai Shuang was different. Since it happened at the entrance of Fengyue Pavilion, she couldn't just walk away. Moments later, Lin Fan and Bai Shuang appeared amidst the crowd. The Chen family's bodyguards had the scene tightly cordoned off, and even some curious passers-by were being shooed away. Through the gaps, Lin Fan saw a young man kneeling on the ground. He cradled a girl in his arms. She wore a white dress, her face drained of color, her hair nearly touching the ground. She appeared completely unconscious. "Doctor, please save my sister. Fei Fei can't be beyond help, I beg you." The man's voice trembled with helplessness, his entire body shaking, his eyes filled with despair. The doctors nearby looked troubled, their hands trembling so much their movements were stiff. Lin Fan tried to step forward to see what was happening, but as soon as he lifted his foot, a thick arm blocked his way. "This is a medical treatment area. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from watching." The bodyguard delivered the warning with a fierce, expressionless tone. Lin Fan glanced at Bai Shuang, who shook her head slightly, signaling him not to act rashly. "That man is young Master Chen. The girl is the Chen family's young lady, young Master Chen's own sister. She's been frail since childhood." Bai Shuang left the rest unsaid. Judging by the doctor's visibly tense demeanor, the young lady of the Chen family likely faced grave danger this time. Immediately after, the doctor's sigh reached everyone's ears. At the same moment, Miss Chen's arm went limp. "Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry. We did everything we could. Please accept our condolences." The doctor standing at the front wore a grave expression. After speaking, he bowed his head. Upon hearing this, Chen Junhan, the young master of the Chen family, felt a sudden buzzing in his head, as if all his strength had been drained. "No, you must find a way. Quickly save my sister. She's such a good girl, she can't die. If you can bring my sister back to life, I'll agree to any condition you set. I beg you. Fei Fei, look at your brother. Open your eyes." Chen Junhan's voice cracked as he clutched Chen Fei tightly to his chest once more. "Mr. Chen, the dead cannot be brought back to life. You must come to terms with this." The doctor spoke again. Lin Fan frowned slightly and stepped forward. "Wait, let me take a look." As he spoke, Lin Fan approached Chen Junhan. Just as he was about to reach out, Chen Junhan suddenly shouted, "Don't touch her." Chapter 25, Sister, She's Alive. Lin Fan froze. Just moments ago, Chen Junhan had been tearfully begging others to save his sister. Now that he was the one trying to save someone, why was his reaction so extreme? Before Lin Fan could process it, the doctor beside him chimed in. "Who are you? Who authorized you to intervene? This is a professional medical situation. What business does a bystander have meddling here?" The doctor's voice was stern, his glare fierce as he fixed it on Lin Fan.
Compared to his earlier expression of deep sorrow, this doctor seemed like a completely different person. Lin Fan frowned slightly, a hint of irritation rising within him. Still, he suppressed his anger and replied, "I want to treat Miss Chen." Hearing this, the doctor beside him snorted coldly. "Which hospital do you belong to? What qualifications do you possess? Do you have a medical license? Do you think you can just save people whenever you feel like it? That depends on whether you have the qualifications." As the words fell, several other doctors crowded around Lin Fan, practically shoving him aside. "He doesn't look like he's from a proper hospital," one murmured. "Yet he keeps talking about saving lives. That's some nerve. All the monitors show Miss Chen has no vital signs. I think this guy just came here to cause trouble. People these days are desperate for fame. Some young upstart calls himself a master, spouting nonsense about saving lives, probably just another quack. Everyone knows old Master Chen is a man of honor. But to scam money right off the Chun family? That's just despicable." The doctors exchanged whispers, their eyes brimming with contempt. Lin Fan's heart raced with anxiety. From his observations, Miss Chen's condition was indeed critical. If these people continued to obstruct him, he feared it would truly delay crucial treatment. As someone reached out to shove him aside, Lin Fan swept his arm out forcefully and barked coldly, "Get out of my way. Don't block me." The doctors who had spoken earlier felt their faces burn with embarrassment. Just as they opened their mouths to retort, a sudden gust of force swept through them, violently shoving them back. The two doctors at the front, frail in build, stumbled violently from the force of Lin Fan's palm wind, nearly falling to the ground. At that moment, Chen Juanhan's entire focus was on Chen Feifei, leaving him no time to notice the commotion around him. At that moment, only one thought occupied Chen Juanhan's mind. Feifei couldn't die. No matter the cost, he had to save her. Lin Fan reached out again, and Chen Juanhan snapped back to his senses. He looked up at Lin Fan before him, his brow furrowing deeply. The man before him wore a moon-white tang suit, his hair falling to his shoulders. He looked nothing like a doctor. Recalling what the doctors had said earlier, doubt began to creep back into Chen Juanhan's mind. Could this man really be some kind of charlatan? Could this young man truly bring someone back from the brink of death, someone even the most authoritative doctors had been unable to save? That was precisely why he had refused to let this man touch Feifei's body earlier. The thought flashed through his mind, but Chen Juanhan quickly dismissed it. Since the doctors had given up, he might as well let this man try. Who knows? A miracle might just happen. With that thought, Chen Juanhan said weakly, "Then I'll trouble you." Lin Fan paid no mind to Chen Juanhan's change of heart, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Feifei's face. In full view of everyone, Lin Fan reached out and placed his hand on Chen Feifei's wrist. His expression suddenly sharpened. Pulling out the gold needles he carried with him, Lin Fan aimed directly at Chen Feifei's forehead and thrust them in. Only then did the doctors nearby snap out of their daze. "Stop! Young Master Chen explicitly forbade you from touching Miss Chen's body. Such recklessness shows disrespect to the deceased. Even if young Master Chen permitted this, as professionals, we cannot allow it." The words had barely left their mouths when a sharp slap echoed through the room. Smack! Immediately afterward, a woman's voice followed. "Dare to utter another word of nonsense and interfere with my junior brother's efforts to save lives, and I'll have you sent straight to the morgue." Bai Shuang's voice wasn't loud, yet it rang clearly in everyone's ears. The doctor who had spoken earlier flinched violently, forgetting to cover his swollen cheek as he hurriedly took a step back. The woman before him was undeniably beautiful, yet she radiated an icy aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Her simple words made him feel as if he'd truly walked through the morgue himself. After sucking in a sharp breath, the doctor dared not utter another word. Those nearby, witnessing this scene, clamped their mouths shut, not daring to breathe a sound. While Bai Shuang spoke, Lin Fan swiftly drew 2 more golden needles and pierced them into Chen Feifei's temples. At that moment, Chen Juanhan noticed Chen Feifei's eyebrows seemed to twitch slightly. Chen Juanhan cautiously freed one hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing he might have been seeing things. "Mr. Chen, please lay Miss Chen flat." Lin Fan remained expressionless, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Feifei's chest. "What are you doing?" Chen Juanhan's words were laced with caution. Though he held Chen Feifei with only one arm, he showed no intention of letting go. "Locating pressure points." Lin Fan's reply was succinct. Those 3 simple words left Chen Juanhan speechless. Perhaps seeing the unwavering certainty on Lin Fan's face, Chen Juanhan finally slowly laid Chen Feifei flat on the nearby blanket. Before Chen Juanhan could withdraw his hand, another golden needle from Lin Fan suddenly pierced Chen Feifei's chest. "What are you doing? Do you even know acupuncture?" Chen Juanhan's face flushed with irritation as he turned to glare at Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't answer Chen Juanhan's question. Instead, he gestured for Chen Juanhan to look at Chen Feifei. Chen Juanhan's heart burned with rage. His fists clenched tightly, and now he even regretted trusting this man before him. If he'd known this man would try to save his sister with acupuncture, he never would have agreed. That silver needle piercing Chen Feifei's head, how excruciatingly painful that must be. But just as Chen Junhan was about to stop Lin Fan from continuing the treatment, he suddenly gasped in shock.
Sis, how do you feel now? Chen Jun swallowed hard, staring at Chen Feifei in disbelief.
Though her face remained pale, Chen Feifei slowly opened her eyes. Earlier, those doctors had told him there was nothing more they could do, urging him to accept the inevitable, essentially delivering a death sentence for Chen Feifei. At that moment, Chen Junhan felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. Now, seeing Chen Feifei wake up, Chen Junhan desperately wanted to hold her again.
Brother, I feel a little cold.
Her voice was faint and weak. By the time she uttered those few words, a fine sheen of cold sweat had already beaded on her forehead.
Chapter 26, Shuang, long time no see. Don't be afraid, Feifei. I'm right here. You'll get better soon. As he spoke, Chen Junhan bent down, reaching out to pull Chen Feifei into his arms. Don't move.
Lin Fan's voice was quiet, yet his tone carried an unmistakable authority. Recalling the earlier incident, Chen Junhan withdrew his hand mid-air and looked at Lin Fan with caution.
Doctor, you've seen my sister's condition. She must be in terrible pain right now. Lin Fan nodded.
Given Chen Feifei's current symptoms, feeling cold was perfectly normal. Soon enough, she would feel as though she were burning up.
I understand.
Lin Fan extended his hand, his palm touching the golden needle resting on Chen Feifei's forehead as he silently gathered his energy. A faint white halo emerged around the needle beneath his palm. Instantly, the entire needle shifted downward slightly.
Lin Fan's movements were precise.
His palm skillfully shielded the glowing aura. At first glance, it seemed as though he hadn't done anything, but in reality, the energy had already entered Chen Feifei's body.
Bro, I'm hot.
As these 3 words escaped her lips, Chen Feifei's face suddenly flushed crimson.
In the blink of an eye,
hot sweat beaded once more on her pale cheeks. Several doctors nearby stared in disbelief, and even the nearby bodyguards had their eyes wide open. Before anyone could recover or even see how Lin Fan had performed the acupuncture, he swiftly withdrew his hand. At that moment, Chen Feifei's breathing began to steady.
Alright, wait 3 more minutes, and she'll be able to walk.
Relief washed over Lin Fan's face as he returned the golden needles to their original positions. Just moments before, Chen Junhan's face had been deathly pale. Hearing that his sister would be able to walk in 3 minutes, his expression instantly brightened with joy. Please tell me your honorable name, divine doctor.
My sister is currently unwell, and I cannot properly thank you now.
Should you ever need anything from the Chen family, we would gladly walk through fire and water, risking our lives without hesitation. As the saying goes, great kindness needs no thanks. Chen Junhan clasped his hands together, his expression solemn. Lin Fan shook his head and replied softly, Mr. Chen, there's no need for such formality. It was merely a small gesture.
Watching Lin Fan turn to leave, Chen Junhan bowed deeply.
Bai Shuang's face lit up with a smile as she immediately gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. She had witnessed the situation clearly. The Chen family's young lady was beyond saving, yet Lin Fan had restored her life with just a few needles. His medical skill was truly remarkable.
Just as the two took a few steps away, Chen Junhan's voice reached everyone's ears once more. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and prepare to return.
The young lady cannot afford the slightest mishap. A clatter of footsteps erupted, followed by the roar of a car engine. Lin Fan didn't look back, nor did he bother to inquire further about the Chen family's affairs. He had already tracked down the perpetrators involved in the Lin family tragedy years ago. The mastermind behind it all still needed investigation, but as for those unrelated families, Lin Fan couldn't care less. Bai Shuang seemed to sense Lin Fan's thoughts, tightening her grip on his arm as they climbed into the car together.
Who would have thought Junior Brother's acupuncture skills were so formidable? Even if Senior Master were here, he'd probably need 4 needles, right?
Bai Shuang's voice was gentle, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Ever since she ascended the mountain to become his disciple, she had heard tales of his master's extraordinary acupuncture technique capable of snatching life from the jaws of death or ending it silently.
Witnessing today's events, Bai Shuang felt profound admiration.
Lin Fan's rescue technique had been so polished, his hands moving swiftly as needles flew. He must have mastered the senior master's ultimate skill. Lin Fan turned to look at Bai Shuang. Senior sister, compared to our master, I still have a long way to go.
Come on, there are no outsiders here. No need for modesty.
Every time master speaks of you, he says you've surpassed your teacher. The others all feel inadequate compared to you. Flattered by Bai Shuang's high praise, Lin Fan flushed with embarrassment. The two shared a knowing smile, their rapport effortlessly comfortable. After a moment, Bai Shuang suggested, little junior brother, your hair could use a trim.
How about I have my personal stylist give you a new look?
Whatever you say, senior sister. Back in the mountains, Lin Fan had often let his senior brothers and sisters make decisions for him, so naturally, he didn't object to Bai Shuang's suggestion now.
Alright, I'll contact the stylist right away.
As she spoke, Bai Shuang pulled out her phone, about to dial the number, when she suddenly slammed on the brakes.
Ah!
Bai Shuang gasped as her body lurched forward, sending her phone tumbling onto the car seat. Lin Fan grabbed Bai Shuang's arm just in time, preventing her head from slamming into the seat.
What the hell?
Her voice carried a hint of irritation as her beautiful eyes widened in surprise.
Miss, it's ahead.
Before she could finish, both Lin Fan and Bai Shuang looked ahead.
Not far ahead, over a dozen luxury cars were parked in the middle of the road, completely blocking the once smooth traffic flow. Miss, those cars just suddenly pulled out.
The driver added timidly. Bai Shuang narrowed her eyes to slits, her aura instantly turning icy cold. Now that they'd left the city limits, someone actually dared to block their path here. That took some nerve. I'd like to see who dares play roadblock here. As she spoke, a sharp gleam flashed in Bai Shuang's eyes. Senior sister, I'll go with you. Lin Fan stepped out of the car, following Bai Shuang. They had barely taken a few steps when Uncle Yun hurried up from behind.
Miss, it's Long San. Bai Shuang's expression froze momentarily before regaining its composure.
Long San's arrival meant the Overlord had begun taking this matter seriously.
But it doesn't matter. Even if it were the Overlord himself coming here, Bai Shuang, would not fear him.
Seeing Bai Shuang's resolve to stand by him through thick and thin, Lin Fan felt a warm surge in his heart. Senior sister, I'll handle this matter.
No, we can't kill Long San yet. If we eliminate everyone, how will we find the clues?
Lin Fan nodded, lifting his gaze once more to the young man stepping out of the luxury car. Surrounded by bodyguards, Long San strode confidently toward Bai Shuang. Seeing Bai Shuang arm in arm with Lin Fan, Long San's rage boiled over. His eyes nearly blazed with fury, the smile from moments ago frozen stiff on his face. Though he hadn't seen Lin Fan in person, Long San had seen his photo.
Recalling the intelligence he'd obtained earlier, Long San was certain this man was undoubtedly Lin Fan. Humph. That arrogant little punk. Let him gloat for a little longer.
Long San gritted his teeth, the words practically forced from his throat. But the sight of Bai Shuang's delicate face caused Long San's expression to undergo a complete reversal.
Shuang, it's been ages. You've grown even more beautiful.
Long San beamed, his eyes fixed intently on Bai Shuang.
So this is how young Master Long San chooses to strike up a conversation with me?
Bai Shuang shot him a cold stare, her voice devoid of warmth.
Chapter 27, Old John 2, which one do you choose? Shuang, you've misunderstood. I'm just following orders.
My godfather is pushing me hard, this is the only way out. To elevate his own status, Long San deliberately brought up the Overlord in front of everyone. Bai Shuang sneered, her eyes brimming with contempt. Long San, this is Zhongjiang my turf. Long San froze, then reached up to scratch his nose.
The gang trailing behind Long San wore expressions of utter shock. This woman was incredibly bold. How dare she not give young Master Long San the time of day? Even a fool could understand the meaning behind her words. She was clearly warning Long San not to act recklessly. A mighty dragon can't suppress a local snake. Even so, Long San still wore a smile on his face. Long San had long set his sights on Bai Shuang, even declaring publicly that he would marry no one but her in this lifetime. Unfortunately, every time he saw her, Bai Shuang only gave him a cold stare. Upon reflection, it seemed Bai Shuang had never once shown him a friendly expression. Just like now, Bai Shuang radiated an icy chill, like a frozen beauty trapped beneath a thousand-year glacier. Her words sent a cold shiver straight through the heart. Shuang, why speak so formally? Zhongjiang is part of the imperial capital too. We're family.
I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm truly on official business. The man by your side is extremely dangerous.
Staying with him will drag you into trouble.
Our Zhongjiang chapter president Jia Dingchuan and vice president Dong Yong both fell victim to him.
Sui, listen to me. Don't cause trouble.
Just let this man come over himself.
It'll save us all the trouble. Long San couldn't muster any anger when he saw Bai Shuang.
Instead, he showered her with one polite request after another. Unfortunately, Bai Shuang across from him showed no appreciation. Those men got what they deserved.
How dare you twist the truth here? If Zhao Dingchuan hadn't been involved in the Lin family tragedy back then, how could over 40 members of the Lin family have met such a tragic end?
Bai Shuang's voice was sharp, every word dripping with accusation. Lin Fan stood beside her, his face as cold as frost, his gaze piercing. All he wanted was clarity and justice, yet these people kept coming at him relentlessly, wave after wave.
Shuang, don't let this man deceive you. He is the murderer. Bringing him to justice is my duty.
Long San had barely finished speaking when Bai Shuang shot back coldly.
Whether someone is the murderer isn't for you to decide. You can't cover everything up.
You declare Lin Fan the murderer with a single word and demand his arrest, yet why does the killer who slaughtered over 40 members of the Lin family still roam free? It's clear someone committed the crime first, yet they won't even allow others to fight back.
Where's the justice in that?
Facing Long San, Bai Shuang stood her ground, and after her tirade, Long San found himself at a loss for words. Finally, a stern look crossed Long San's face, and his voice grew solemn.
Shuang, don't let this man deceive you.
This matter is beyond your involvement. Hand Lin Fan over to me immediately so I can report back.
Impossible. If you want to take Lin Fan away, you'll have to take me too. After saying this, Bai Shuang added before the crowd, if you want to take Lin Fan away, you'll have to earn the right. With your measly cultivation, you're not even worthy of making Lin Fan lift a finger. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, such humiliation from Bai Shuang left Long San feeling utterly disgraced, his face burning hot. Recalling his duty to report back to the martial alliance, Long San steeled his resolve. He immediately raised his hand and commanded, listen up. Arrest these two. Just as the others were about to move, Lin Fan stepped forward abruptly. Hold on. Long San, Lin Fan, have a question for you. When my Lin family suffered that calamity years ago, was the Overlord involved? Long San's eyes widened in fury as he spat contemptuously on the ground. Bah! Lin Fan, don't get too full of yourself. Your puny little family? As if the Overlord would ever stoop to helping you lot. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed to slits, his aura radiating dominance. Fine. I hope you're right. Otherwise, whether he's the Overlord or Liu Bang, Lin Fan, will make sure he has no place to be buried. You brat, don't talk so high and mighty. If you truly want to know what happened, come back with me. Ask the Overlord yourself, then you'll find out. Long San's eyes darted around restlessly, his almond-shaped eyes darkening with scheming. Your schemes are practically written on your face. Don't try to pull any tricks on me like I'd ever go with you. Lin Fan stood rooted to the spot, not giving Long San the time of day. Kid, you've refused the wine offered in respect, so don't blame me for being impolite. Long Chun, Long Xia, Long Chiu, Long Dong, take him down. No mercy. Before the words had even faded, four burly men emerged from behind Long San. Lin Fan frowned slightly. Not only were these four men built remarkably alike, but their faces were identical too. Could they be quadruplets? Just then, Bai Shuang's voice reached Lin Fan's ears. Little junior brother, spring, summer, autumn, and winter are the Overlord's personal bodyguards. Each is a Grandmaster level fighter. Looks like the Overlord is dead set on taking us away. But rest assured, senior sister will never let them succeed so easily. Before Lin Fan could speak, Bai Shuang had already turned and issued orders. Uncle Yun, Uncle Liang, Uncle Zhan, thank you for your hard work. In the blink of an eye, Uncle Yun stepped forward alongside Liang Dao and Zhan Kuei. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Fan's face. Liang Dao and Zhan Kuei were regulars on the mountain. When he was there, he often saw them sparring or playing chess with the masters. He never imagined they'd come to Zhongjiang too. Realizing they must have been sent by his masters, Lin Fan's expression turned sincere and his heart warmed once more. Though he had parted ways with his masters, their continued concern for him moved him deeply. His masters had been truly kind to him. He vowed to repay their kindness properly. The three stood before Lin Fan and Bai Shuang, their faces as still as ancient wells, utterly unruffled. Bai Shuang's face flashed a hint of smugness, and her gaze toward Long San grew even more contemptuous. The four bodyguards flanking the Overlord began to assume attack stances, but upon recognizing the figures before them, they all froze in place. It's Liang Dao and Zhan Kuei? One of them exclaimed in disbelief. The other three also stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in shock. Long San frowned, asking in confusion, what? Are these three some kind of masters? Why aren't you moving? One of them wore an expression of helplessness, inwardly mocking Long San's ignorance. Young Master Long, he said, I'm unsure of the cultivation level of the one on the left, but the other two? Their reputations are legendary. Indeed, another agreed. Liang Dao and Zhan Kuei possess profound, unfathomable cultivation. They've reached the level of immortals. We simply cannot compare. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Liang Dao let out a cold laugh. Old John, which one do you choose? Chapter 28, Meeting the Senior Uncle. What's there to choose? There are only 4 of us total. Split them evenly, 2 for you, 2 for me. Not one more, not one less. Zhan Kuei glanced sideways at the people across from him, his gaze finally settling on Long San. If you're still not satisfied, take that kid too. Consider him a bonus. Liang Dao waved his hand, his expression modest. Forget it. Given our friendship, there's no need for such formalities. I don't want you accusing me of taking advantage later. In full view of everyone, Liang Dao and Zhan Kuei proceeded to divide the heads between them. The 4 Seasons bodyguards under the Overlord dared not utter a word, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. If these two really got their way, their lives would likely be forfeit right here. Stop standing around. Prove your worth. If you just stand here motionless, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Overlord if word got out? Long San couldn't care less about the consequences, he couldn't wait to urge them on. Lin Fan leapt forward, landing before Long San in a single bound. Long San was utterly horrified, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Before he could recover, a sharp crack echoed, followed by a buzzing in his ears. He'd actually been struck by Lin Fan. Feeling an itch on his nose, Long San instinctively reached up to touch it. When he looked down, he suddenly saw his hand covered in blood. Damn it! Lin Fan actually made him bleed. Lin Fan, you dare lay a hand on me? Do you even know who I am? My godfather is the overlord.
Lin Fan let out a cold laugh and raised his hand again.
Smack! 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 3 consecutive slaps landed, and Long San's vision began to blur with stars. He could barely stand steady. Speak! Why did the overlord strike so ruthlessly? What exactly is his relationship with Zhao Dingchuan? For Zhao Dingchuan's sake, the overlord had even dispatched all 4 of his bodyguards to Zhongjiang, clearly not just to give everyone an explanation. To uncover the hidden truth, Long San was the only lead. Staggering upright, Long San's voice was hoarse. Don't ask me. I know nothing. I'm just a messenger. Humph. Just a moment ago he was calling you godfather, and now he claims to know nothing? Who would believe that?
Finishing his sentence, Lin Fan reached out again.
Long San trembled uncontrollably, shielding his face with his hands. Don't hit me. I rely on this face.
If you don't talk, I'll beat you until your face is ruined. Lin Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to Long San's ears.
Long San's legs began to buckle, and even his breathing grew uneven.
Next, everyone heard the sound of slaps, yet no one dared to look toward Lin Fan and Long San. Long San's face was already swollen like a pig's head. If the beating continued, it wouldn't be long before he was a bloody mess. You must understand that Long San treasures his face above all else. Though not particularly handsome, it remains his greatest source of pride. If his face were truly disfigured, Lin Fan would likely become the darkest shadow of Long San's life. After landing over a dozen slaps, Lin Fan was about to strike again when Long San collapsed onto the floor with a thud. Stop hitting me! I'll tell you everything, I swear. Long San knelt before Lin Fan, his voice trembling with tears. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with coldness as his voice turned icy. Speak! Long San took a deep breath, his face twisted with fear as he began. Zhao Dingchuan was the overlord's last disciple. The overlord entrusted him with many secret missions. Once, the overlord discussed something with Zhao Dingchuan, a treasure, apparently passed down through generations, located within your Lin family. Later, Zhao Dingchuan said he would present the treasure to the overlord. The overlord warned him to be careful. But who would have thought? Zhao Dingchuan wiped out the entire Lin family. The overlord flew into a terrible rage over this incident. I don't know anything else. Please, really, stop hitting me. Meanwhile, the 4 guards spring, summer, autumn, and winter, whether stunned by fear or pressured by Long San, began fighting Liang Dao and Zhang Kuei. Unfortunately for them, after just 2 moves, both were sent flying by Zhang Kuei. The remaining 2 fared little better, knocked flat by Liang Dao the moment they moved. Though all possessed master-level cultivation, these 4 were mere children in the presence of the 2 venerable immortals. Uncle Yun, watching nearby, smiled wryly and shook his head. These men were utterly overestimating their abilities. Wasn't this like trying to crack an egg against a bone? Thankfully, he hadn't intervened. That's why they managed to exchange a few blows with these 2 old monsters. Had he joined in, they would have been torn to shreds instantly. His restraint, he thought, was a form of virtuous deed. Though only a few exchanges had transpired, shock spread across the onlookers' faces. With just a wave of their hands, the 4 bodyguards flanking the overlord were left in a pitiful state. Had they actually engaged the bodyguards, killing them would have been as easy as crushing ants. Now, the 4 guardians couldn't even get back up, though it seemed their lives weren't in immediate danger. The crowd's hearts, which had been in their throats, finally relaxed a little. Spare us. Old immortal, spare us. The 4 guardians spring, summer, autumn, and winter had been beaten beyond recognition by Liang Dao and Zhang Kuei. Even Long San couldn't tell them apart. Who begged first no longer mattered. The moment those words were uttered, the other 3 followed suit, prostrating themselves in tears and snot. Spare us, venerable ancestor. Spare us, venerable immortal. We dare not do it again. We beg you, venerable ancestor, to show mercy and spare us. From now on, we will do good deeds and accumulate virtue. We absolutely dare not act recklessly again. Liang Kuei watched this scene unfold and snorted coldly. The Liang lineage has no such unfilial descendants. Get out of my sight. The 4 men froze for a moment. When they came to their senses, they scrambled to their feet, stumbling and supporting each other as they fled. From start to finish, not one of them even glanced at Long San. At that moment, Long San was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss for what to do. Lin Fan, having extracted the crucial information from Long San, saw no need to take his life. Turning toward Liang Dao and Zhang Kuei, Lin Fan bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior masters, Lin Fan said respectfully. It has been quite some time. To encounter you both here is truly remarkable. Seeing Lin Fan's demeanor, Liang Dao burst into hearty laughter. What's unbelievable about it? We came to Zhongjiang specifically to find you. Your masters have been deeply troubled since you left, which is why we came here. After finishing his words, Liang Dao even reached out and ruffled Lin Fan's hair. His masters treated him like family, and these 2 senior uncles were no different. From them, Lin Fan had learned much. Seeing them treat him like a child, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh along. Bai Shuang greets the two senior uncles. At that moment, Bai Shuang stepped forward and curtsied gracefully.
Chapter 29, Keep Your Distance.
Little Shuangshuan was growing more and more beautiful.
Standing beside Lin Fan, they truly made a perfect match.
Not only was she beautiful, but Shuangshuan's cultivation had also improved significantly, no doubt thanks to Brother Yun's guidance.
The moment they saw Bai Shuang, Liang Dao and Zhang Kuei couldn't stop praising her.
Such praise made the already delicate features of her face flush with a fresh blush. Since our two senior disciples have just arrived, please do stay a few more days.
Shuangshuan will have someone arrange accommodations immediately.
Before she could finish, Liang Dao waved his hand urgently.
No need for trouble. We have other matters to attend to.
We'll catch up another time when we have the chance. A look of puzzlement crossed Bai Shuang's face, and Lin Fan beside her also froze.
Judging by their demeanor, the two senior masters did seem rather hurried. But what could be so urgent?
Elder masters, it would be perfectly fine to rest a few days before departing.
As long as you're well, we'll be at ease. Rest assured, once we've handled our affairs, we'll naturally have opportunities to gather again.
Zhang Kuei insisted, and Liang Dao beside him nodded in agreement. Seeing the situation unfold, Bai Shuang and Lin Fan felt it inappropriate to detain them further. Just as Bai Shuang was about to arrange a driver, Liang Dao and Zhang Kuei had already turned and vanished in the blink of an eye. They were truly as elusive as a dragon seen only in glimpses. Uncle Yun, standing nearby, sighed deeply and shook his head repeatedly. At that moment, Lin Fan solemnly bowed to Uncle Yun Chuan.
Uncle Yun, thank you for always looking after my senior sister. You've worked so hard. Uncle Yun smiled. It's only right. We're counting on you, younger generation, in the future.
By Bai Shuang's side, Yun Chuan kept his true identity concealed.
To the uninformed, he appeared merely as Bai Shuang's steward. To conceal his identity, Yun Chuan consistently addressed her as Miss in daily interactions.
In truth, Yun Chuan had been protecting Bai Shuang all along. This was why Bai Shuang's cultivation progress hadn't slowed after descending the mountain. After a brief exchange, the group boarded the vehicles once more. The dozen or so luxury cars that had blocked their path earlier had already departed, allowing Bai Shuang and Lin Fan to proceed unimpeded. Inside the luxury car, Long San's face was swollen like a pig's head, his eyes barely able to open a slit. Seated in the back were the four guardians spring, summer, autumn, and winter who cautiously observed Long San through the rearview mirror. Long San seethed inwardly but held his temper. If it weren't for the fact that these four had given him top-quality blood-activating and bruise-dissolving pills, this matter would never have been resolved so easily. At the critical moment, these four had actually fled, clearly showing they held him in no regard. Though he was the adopted son of the overlord, an adopted son was still a son. How could they treat him with such contempt? He would remember this debt. Long San's face was as cold as frost, yet not a trace of anger showed. His entire face was now swollen and bright red, a sight chilling to the bone. Feeling the aura emanating from Long San, the four great protectors were still shaken. After all, their actions had been somewhat inappropriate. Long Chun spoke first. Young Master Long San, we've really messed up this time. Thank goodness you took that pill in time, otherwise, Lin Fan would have ruined your face for good. The other three immediately echoed his words. We've suffered severe internal injuries and won't recover anytime soon. The safety of the overlord will have to be entrusted to the other brothers. Young Master Long San is young and unaware of Liang Daozhan and Kuei, understandable, as they're notorious old monsters. Indeed. They appear to be in their 50s or 60s, but in reality, each is well over 200 years old if not more. As they spoke, they kept glancing at third young Master Long's expression. Sure enough, upon hearing their words, young Master Long sighed deeply, his tone softening considerably. With such masters descending from the mountains, peaceful days would surely be numbered. Indeed, young Master Long San must inform the overlord of this matter without delay, so the overlord may prepare his defenses. Long San closed his eyes slightly, hummed in acknowledgement, and said no more. Meanwhile, news of Long San's humiliating defeat while pursuing Lin Fan with the overlord's four guardians swiftly reached the Martial Alliance. Ever since Long San left the imperial capital, the Martial Alliance had been receiving real-time updates. Learning that Long San had returned empty-handed sent shockwaves through the entire alliance. How could this be? The overlord's four guardians were grandmaster-level warriors. Could it be that four martial arts grandmasters were no match for a single Lin Fan? Was this Lin Fan some celestial being sent down to torment us? Alas, Zhao Dingchuan was the overlord's last disciple. Otherwise, the overlord wouldn't have mobilized so many men. It's just a pity that every force has its counter. Indeed. This time, Lin Fan didn't even have to face the four guardian protectors. The moment Zhang Kuei and Liang Dao appeared, the four protectors spring, summer, autumn, and winter backed down. Still, they paid dearly for their son's actions. Getting beaten was actually the best outcome, at least they kept their lives. Those two have such peculiar personalities, just sparing their breaths made them feel indebted. In the Martial Alliance conference room, voices buzzed with discussion, each face etched with astonishment. Zhou Bo, seated in the grand armchair, wore a sullen expression, remaining utterly silent.
Realizing the tension, the others fell silent and turned their attention to Zhou Bo. A brief silence fell over the room before Zhou Bo's voice broke it. I trust everyone is aware of the events in Zhongjiang. We must handle this with utmost caution.
I am deeply distressed by the injuries sustained by our men under the overlord. After all, they stepped forward because of our martial alliance. The outcome is shocking, but it is precisely because of their chivalrous spirit that we remain unscathed. We're all family here, so I'll be completely transparent. Had they not stepped in, if the martial alliance faced trouble, we would have had to send our own people. Had we faced that situation without them, the alliance would have suffered devastating losses. To put it bluntly, they took the bullets for us. At this point, Zhou Bo paused, glancing around the room. Now, I'll make arrangements for the current situation.
Regarding Vice President Dong, extend condolences where appropriate. Financial and logistical support must be fully provided. Vice President Dong met with tragedy precisely because he was representing the martial alliance in his duties to President Zhao. This constitutes death in the line of duty. It must not be neglected. The protocol department must handle this matter with utmost care. Regarding Lin Fan, he's advancing with overwhelming force, like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground. Everyone here must be vigilant and ensure your subordinates keep a low profile.
Liang Daozhankue, backing Lin Fan, suggests this kid has connections.
We should hold off on any actions for now and observe the situation.
After Zhou Bo finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. While feeling a sense of awe, they also felt fortunate that the people from the Overlord faction had taken the lead this time.
Otherwise, none of them knew who among them might have met their end in Zhongjiang. Chapter 30, Treating the Junior Brother to Fruit Tea.
Much like the situation with the martial alliance, upon learning the latest news about Lin Fan, the various families who had lost guards and seen their young masters injured each began formulating their own plans. Though they loudly proclaimed their intent to seek revenge, unable to swallow their pride, in reality, none of the families took action, remaining entirely in a wait-and-see stance.
After deliberation, they all adopted a stance of appeasement.
Revenge can wait a decade for now, Lin Fan was riding high. Avoiding his sharp edge was the wisest choice. When the day came that Lin Fan fell on hard times, they could step in to kick him while he was down. Even taking his life was a possibility. Thus, the deceased received grand funerals, and their families reaped substantial benefits. The injured received a steady stream of restorative tonics and medicinal pills. Though seething inside, they were like the proverbial mute swallowing bitter gall, unable to voice their grievances. They could only resign themselves to their misfortune.
Most crucially, every family secretly passed down the order: no rash actions, or face punishment by family law.
Having lost his son, Song Qi, the head of the Song family, could not seek revenge against Lin Fan in the short term. He organized a grand funeral for Song Yang, finding some solace in his heart. For a time, the mere mention of Lin Fan sent shivers down everyone's spine. The only exception was the Bai family. The Bai family's ancestral home. In the vast living room, the silence was so thick you could hear a pin drop. Bai Juxian, head of the Bai family, sat with a face as pale as stone, occasionally letting out a deep sigh.
Everyone frowned deeply. Hearing Bai Juxian's helpless sighs only deepened their sense of unease.
Though no one spoke, Bai Juxian saw the resentment written plainly on their faces. He couldn't blame anyone else, only himself, for having such an unambitious daughter. He could have forgiven her for his usual indulgence, but who could have predicted this girl would cause such an enormous disaster? Lin Fan seeking revenge was one thing. They couldn't care less if he pierced holes in the sky. But this incident had dragged Bai Shuang into it, and with her, the entire Bai family. Song Yang had been killed, the Dong family head had been killed, and even Zhao Dingchuan and Dong Yong had fallen by Lin Fan's hand. If the martial alliance and those clans insisted on pursuing this, no matter how powerful the Bai family was, they couldn't withstand a united front. The thought sent Bai Juxian's head spinning. Having offended so many, they dared not provoke Lin Fan directly.
Their fury would inevitably be vented upon the Bai family.
There was no other solution now. Only by severing ties with Bai Shuang might the Bai family escape disaster. This would also provide an explanation to the other clans.
So be it. Make an announcement. Posted on the Bai family website.
After saying this, Bai Juxian shook his head helplessly once more. They say sons can cause trouble, but now his own daughter, so ignorant of the world, had brought him such immense sorrow.
What a calamity. At that very moment, Bai Shuang and Lin Fan were deep in conversation, utterly unaware of Bai Juxian's decision. In the side hall, Bai Shuang and Lin Fan sat cross-legged on cushions, the aroma of tea wafting from the table beside them. Platters of assorted fruits rested before them. Bai Shuang's smile bloomed like a flower as she extended her delicate jade-like hand to pick a grape and offer it to Lin Fan. Eat this, little junior brother. These grapes were personally cultivated by Uncle Yun, pure organic produce. Lin Fan accepted without hesitation, popping the grape into his mouth. Sure enough, it was refreshingly sweet, even more delicious than the grapes growing on the mountain. So fragrant. The flavor is much richer than ordinary grapes. Could it be that Uncle Yun used his chi even when cultivating these grapes?
Bai Shuang pouted playfully, "You're such a smooth talker."
If Uncle Yun heard that, he'd be over the moon.
As she spoke, Bai Shuang placed a peeled grape into the tea, followed by several other fruits.
Lin Fan stared wide-eyed.
"Sis, your tea drinking style is quite peculiar, making your own fruit tea right here." Noticing his expression, Bai Shuang said with a smug smile,
"You'll get to taste my fruit tea soon. My brew is incredibly fragrant, not everyone gets this special treatment."
Lin Fan nodded again, uttering several enthusiastic yes in quick succession. While they sipped their tea, Bai Shuang brought up Chen Junhan. Zhongjiang has two Chen families, completely different from each other. This Chen Junhan has always been abroad and reportedly just returned recently.
He's a classic sister-pampering tyrant.
Usually, the younger Chen family kept a low profile, never causing any trouble, and maintained a good reputation among the clans.
You saved Chen Feifei's life. The younger Chen family owes you a personal favor.
Lin Fan shook his head nonchalantly. His words to Chen Junhan today weren't mere politeness, just as saving Chen Feifei had truly been a simple gesture. Since descending the mountain, aside from Zhou Luo, he hadn't truly treated anyone else. To put it bluntly, this was also practice. As for the favor, Lin Fan didn't dwell on it.
Recalling Lin Fan's acupuncture technique, Bai Shuang marveled once more. "Little junior brother, your medical skills are extraordinary. Before long, Zhongjiang will have a medical genius."
Lin Fan smiled and picked up where Bai Shuang left off.
"Thanks for the good wishes, senior sister. If I ever find myself struggling to make ends meet, I'll just open a clinic. Maybe it'll keep me afloat." "Nonsense. With your skills and cultivation, how could you ever struggle? If that day ever comes, you'll always have your senior sister here. Rest assured, as long as I have a bite to eat, you'll never go without."
Bai Shuang spoke with solemn conviction, her small face etched with earnestness. Lin Fan's lips curved slightly. "Senior sister, I was just joking, but you took it seriously."
"Still, with your promise, I feel much more at ease." Realizing she'd been teased, Bai Shuang shot Lin Fan a playful glare.
Two crimson clouds instantly bloomed on her cheeks, turning her face as rosy as a ripe apple.
"The tea's ready. Drink up quickly, it'll go cold soon."
To calm her own nerves, Bai Shuang quickly diverted the topic, steering the conversation toward the tea. Lin Fan smiled as he accepted the tea, then looked at Bai Shuang again.
"What's gotten into you, senior sister? After not seeing each other for a while, why has she become so easily embarrassed?"
Even when he teased her before, she never blushed.
"What are you looking at? There aren't flowers on my face."
Her voice was barely audible, and she lowered her head before finishing her sentence. Her delicate, coy demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual cold, elegant aura. "I wanted to thank you for your help, senior sister, and for this tea." Hearing Lin Fan speak like this again, Bai Shuang blinked several times, her mind racing before she could respond. "As your senior sister, looking after my junior brother is only natural.
There's no need to be so formal."
Compared to last time, Bai Shuang's tone was much more solemn. Her words were flawless, leaving nothing to criticize. Seeing Lin Fan merely smile without teasing her, Bai Shuang's heart finally settled a little. She extended her delicate hand and gracefully raised the teacup to her lips.
Suddenly, a frantic ringtone pierced the air. Chapter 31, A Little Family Dispute. "Sis, where are you right now? Father and the clan elders just discussed removing you from the family registry.
They said they'd post it online everywhere."
"Have you seen the news?"
Seeing the text message on her phone, Bai Shuang's willow-like brows furrowed slightly, and the smile vanished from her face. She swiftly opened the Bai family website. Sure enough, the news of her expulsion had already taken over the top headlines. Once this announcement was made, it signified that she no longer had any connection to the Bai family whatsoever, and her actions would henceforth bear no relation to them. Bai Shuang drew in a deep breath, then exhaled slowly and deliberately, as if trying to expel the pent-up frustration from her chest along with the air.
Noticing Bai Shuang's unease, Lin Fan asked urgently, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Just a minor family dispute. I'll handle it in the capital tomorrow morning."
"You've been running around all day, junior brother.
You must be exhausted. Get some rest early."
Though Lin Fan harbored suspicions, Bai Shuang's response was so decisive that he could only nod in understanding.
"You must be tired too, senior sister. You should rest early as well." "All right, understood." The two rose together and headed to their respective rooms. Lin Fan entered his bedroom but didn't rest immediately. Instead, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. It was now late at night. Looking out, the distant neon lights flickered like scattered stars. The night here was different from the mountains. Even though they weren't in the city center, the air still carried the essence of the metropolis. After gathering his thoughts and making a simple plan, Lin Fan finally lay down to rest. The next morning, before dawn, Lin Fan rose early. For the past 3 years, Lin Fan had meditated and cultivated before sunrise. This hour offered the deepest tranquility, making it easiest for his thoughts to settle. His masters had taught him that seizing the right moment was key to achieving twice the result with half the effort.
The period around sunrise was the prime time for cultivation. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, eyes gently closed, his expression serene and focused. After over an hour, he felt light and refreshed, and slowly rose to his feet. Stepping outside, he immediately spotted a young man who appeared to be a servant.
Good morning, Mr. Lin. We've prepared breakfast for you. We hope you'll enjoy it.
Lin Fan paused, then glanced around.
Noticing neither Bai Shuang nor Uncle Yun in sight, he inquired, have the young lady and the butler already left? The man across from him nodded respectfully and replied, yes, Mr. Lin. The young lady and the butler left for the airport half an hour ago.
The young lady asked me to inform you that a stylist will arrive around 9 o'clock to style your hair.
Understood. I'll be there.
Lin Fan gave a polite smile before following the man to the dining room. The breakfast spread on the 3-meter-long table was so extensive it left Lin Fan momentarily speechless. With so much breakfast spread out before him, it was practically a buffet.
The attendant added, if Mr. Lin needs anything, please don't hesitate to ask.
Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, this is fine.
Only after confirming Lin Fan had no further needs did the attendant leave.
Lin Fan then stuffed his cheeks full, eating until he was ready to burp.
Half an hour later, the stylist arrived at the villa.
Once the stylist departed, Lin Fan truly seemed like a different person.
Eastern Military Camp, Zayakugwo.
An elderly man sat in a chair, his expression solemn, his gaze radiating waves of coldness. Yesterday, upon receiving Long San's call, the old man had flown into a rage. Even now, the anger still burned within him. Recalling how even his 4 elite bodyguards had failed to capture Lin Fan, the old man clenched his fist and slammed it hard onto the table. Thud! The mahogany table couldn't withstand such force, cracking open a gap a finger's width wide.
Liang Dao, Zheng Kuwei, for the sake of Lin Fan, I never imagined you two would show yourselves.
By family, by Shuang, since you call Lin Fan your junior brother, you, his senior sister, cannot escape responsibility either. After finishing his soliloquy, the old man abruptly rose, his face radiating a murderous intent. After a moment of calm reflection, regret washed over him. He had spared Lin Fan's life by a hair's breadth, yet never imagined this brat would return to kill him 3 years later.
Not only that, but Liang Dao and Zhang Kuwei were protecting Lin Fan.
So they were master and disciple. If Lin Fan could slay a martial artist of grandmaster caliber, his master must be even more formidable.
Confronting them now would prove far more difficult. Lin Fan, it seems this overlord must have a proper showdown with you.
Seeing Lin Fan again, Zhou Luo's eyes well up with tears once more. If he hadn't forced himself to hold back, the tears welling in his eyes would have spilled down in streams. Even so, the tip of Zhou Luo's nose remained bright red. Perhaps from lying in bed for 3 years, Zhou Luo had become extremely sensitive, prone to tears at the slightest provocation. Now that Lin Fan stood before him, Zhou Luo silently reassured himself, tears of joy were surely acceptable, weren't they?
Lin Fan, why did you come today? Aren't you busy?
Zhou Luo blinked her eyes, her face flushing with embarrassment. He knew it wasn't right to stare at Lin Fan like this, motionless, but Zhou Luo simply couldn't tear his gaze away. Lin Fan reached out and gave Zhou Luo a playful pinch on the nose, just like when they were kids.
Nothing much to do, so I thought I'd come see you. How are you feeling? Feeling better?
Feeling the warmth of Lin Fan's fingertips, Zhou Luo's heart pounded wildly inside her chest, nearly leaping out of her throat. Nodding vigorously, Zhou Luo replied earnestly.
Much better.
Mom says I can sit up now, and my complexion looks completely different. At this point, Zhou Luo bit his lip shyly, his entire body radiating nervousness. Lin Fan sat down across from Zhou Luo and studied her intently.
Your mother is right.
Compared to when I first met you, your complexion has indeed become much rosier. Lin Fan, you're just teasing me.
How could my complexion change so quickly in such a short time? I'm telling the truth.
Once you can stand up and your blood circulation improves, your complexion will look even better rosy like when you were a child.
I don't want to look like that. I'm not a kid anymore.
The two bantered back and forth, filling the room with a warm, cozy atmosphere.
After a few more casual words, Lin Fan asked, Luo Luo, wanna go shopping for clothes?
Girls love to look pretty, and Zhou Luo was no exception. Lin Fan remembered the lively, charming Zhou Luo of her childhood, always sporting a big red bow in her ponytail. Even as she grew older, she remained full of energy, always bouncing around. These past 3 years confined to bed must have been incredibly oppressive for her. She probably lost hope in life altogether. Now, Lin Fan was determined not only to restore Zhou Luo's health but also to bring back her former joy and happiness. That's why Lin Fan had decided to take Zhou Luo shopping for clothes. Zhou Luo hesitated for a moment across from him, then finally gathered her courage and nodded.
Chapter 32, Off to Shangyue outing.
The moment Zhou Luo agreed, Lin Fan pushed the wheelchair toward the exit. Zhang Shuoqin, watching from the courtyard, beamed with delight before quietly retreating to the kitchen. Ever since childhood, she had always held high hopes for Lin Fan. Unfortunately, before she could even broach the subject of the two of them, Lin Fan already had a girlfriend. Not long after, the Lin family suffered a devastating tragedy that wiped out most of their clan. Misfortune piled upon misfortune. Because of it, her precious daughter had been bedridden for 3 years. Now, seeing Lin Fan take Zhou Luo out together, Jiang Shuochen felt as sweet as honey inside. Heaven protect him, may Lin Fan always have smooth sailing, and may my Luo recover soon. Jiang Shuochen pressed her palms together in prayer, her face solemn and devout, murmuring softly. After 3 years away from Zhongjiang, Lin Fan had undergone a phoenix-like rebirth, while Zhongjiang itself had transformed beyond recognition. Seeing the new shops lining the streets and the widened roadways, a faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips. Thinking that Zhou Luo might not have seen the outside world in a long time, Lin Fan spoke up. Luo, Zhongjiang has changed so much. Is the southern shopping center still the biggest mall? Zhou Luo paused, then turned to look at Lin Fan. Her small face flushed rosy, her voice clear and crisp. Mom told me that in recent years, Zhongjiang has gained several new shopping malls. There's one called Shanghua Haoding that's even outshining the old southern shopping center. Zhou Luo knew this so well because, to give her the will to live, Jiang Shuochen would recount everything she saw outside whenever she went out. Though Zhou Luo had never personally visited Shanghua Haoding, she had heard about it countless times from Jiang Shuochen's mouth. Since his accident, the family had grown increasingly impoverished, their lives deteriorating day by day. Zhou Luo understood that although Jiang Shuochen often mentioned Shanghua Haoding, she probably hadn't even been there herself. Just as Zhou Luo was lost in thought, Lin Fan's voice came through again. We'll go shopping at Shanghua Haoding. Ah! Zhou Luo's face flushed with surprise as she swallowed hard. Lin Fan, the stuff there is really expensive. Let's just walk around outside, get some fresh air, and then head back. That won't do. I promised you. Being with Zhou Luo, Lin Fan felt completely at ease. If not for the unfamiliar shops lining the streets, Lin Fan might have almost believed he hadn't spent the past 3 years secluded in the mountains. Alas, that thought flickered in his mind only to vanish instantly. So much had changed, the same places, but different people. The moment they entered the mall, Zhou Luo's face lit up with surprise. This mall was truly enormous, no wonder so many people came here to shop. Lin Fan nodded. The mall's layout was innovative, and its products covered everything imaginable. Glancing at the directory, Lin Fan pointed directly to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is for premium women's clothing. Let's go see if there's anything you like. Zhou Luo sat in his electric wheelchair, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. No need to go to all that trouble. I have clothes to wear. How about we head to the men's section on the 4th floor instead? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a flush of color spread across Zhou Luo's cheeks. Lin Fan knew exactly what Zhou Luo was thinking. We came out today specifically to buy you clothes. Let's head straight to the 3rd floor. Worried Zhou Luo might feel pressured, Lin Fan tried again to persuade him. Think of it as us just coming here to relax. Who knows, we might find something suitable, right? Zhou Luo tried to refuse, but Lin Fan had already pushed the wheelchair toward the elevator. A crowd of people waited for the elevator, many glancing their way. Zhou Luo lowered her head, biting her lip tightly, her entire demeanor tense and unnatural. The looks from passers-by were unmistakable. They seemed astonished that someone in a wheelchair could be with Lin Fan. Compared to Lin Fan, she truly felt too ordinary. The current Lin Fan was like the bright moon in the dead of night, while she wasn't even a star. Lost in thought, Zhou Luo was jolted back to reality as the elevator doors slid open. The entire 3rd floor of the mall was dedicated to high-end women's clothing, with every shop displaying dazzling arrays of products that were overwhelming to take in. Since these were all women's clothes, Zhou Luo assumed Lin Fan would feel out of place accompanying her here, but he was surprisingly enthusiastic. Whenever he spotted a beautiful garment, Lin Fan would pick it up and hold it against himself. How about this one? This color would look great on you. As he spoke, Lin Fan held the garment up to Zhou Luo for comparison, then shook his head slightly. It's just that the cut isn't quite right. Let's keep looking. Zhou Luo smiled wryly, and Lin Fan realized something was off. Earlier, he'd only noticed the fabric was suitable, failing to realize he was holding a low-cut evening gown. While it looked luxurious, it was simply not something she could wear in everyday life. Seeing Zhou Luo smiling at him, Lin Fan placed the dress back where it belonged. It's okay, no rush. We'll take our time browsing, we'll find something perfect eventually. The two chatted and laughed, completely unfazed by the curious glances from those around them. Lin Fan was naturally handsome, and after 3 years of dedicated cultivation on the mountain, his aura had transformed him into someone distinctly different from ordinary people. Wherever they passed, many couldn't help but glance twice, especially the girls, who blushed at the sight of him. Lin Fan persisted in pushing Zhou Luo forward until they stopped in front of several clothing displays. The mannequins wore outfits with novel designs that caught Lin Fan's attention. The clothes here were quite decent. The shop was lavishly decorated, with lights illuminating the garments so they almost seemed to glow. Zhou Luo felt a pang of anxiety. The prices inside were undoubtedly steep and immediately shook his head. Maybe we should just skip it. If we don't find anything suitable here, we'll just go to the next one. Lin Fan made the decision for Zhou Luo.
Zhou Luo followed Lin Fan into the store. No sooner had Lin Fan settled in than a female sales assistant approached them with a smile. "Welcome. How may I assist you today? I'd be happy to show you around." Lin Fan nodded. "We're just browsing. If we find something suitable, we'll bother you then."
No matter which shop they visited, Lin Fan always made a point to say something like this, afraid that having a salesperson hovering nearby might make Zhou Luo uncomfortable.
"Please feel free to browse. If you need anything, don't hesitate to come find me," the saleswoman offered politely.
Zhou Luo politely thanked her, and the two began browsing the clothing. They browsed while whispering to each other. The saleswoman remained nearby, occasionally glancing at Zhou Luo. That young man certainly had an extraordinary presence, tall and handsome, but it was a shame he was pushing a girl in a wheelchair. Especially when she noticed Zhou Luo's rather ordinary attire, the saleswoman quietly shook her head.
Chapter 33, You're not leaving today.
Lin Fan picked up another garment from the rack and showed it to Zhou Luo. After seeing the price tag, Zhou Luo immediately shook his head.
This garment was far too expensive.
The saleswoman watched coldly from the side, a look of disdain crossing her face. In just a few moments, they had already picked out several items, yet showed no intention of buying. These two weren't here to shop, they were clearly here to cause trouble. Her store carried only high-end brands, and the clothes were getting dirty just from them touching them.
The saleswoman took a deep breath and stormed over to them.
"Excuse me, sir, but these garments are all hand-sewn by master artisans and are limited editions. If you don't intend to purchase them, please refrain from handling them. If they become wrinkled, it will be very difficult for us to resell them." Hearing that these clothes were crafted by a master tailor, Zhou Luo's face paled. She hurriedly grabbed Lin Fan's hand.
"Forget it, let's just leave. Limited edition? Even better, no worries about wearing the same outfit as someone else."
After comforting Zhou Luo, Lin Fan turned to the saleswoman beside them.
"Can I try this outfit on?" The saleswoman looked thoroughly annoyed. "It's not that you can't try it on. If you're sure you want to buy it, you can give it a go.
Just don't go waving it around on your body, our clothes are very expensive." As she finished, the saleswoman deliberately raised her voice, her expression growing increasingly contemptuous. Seeing this expression, Lin Fan felt displeased. Zhou Luo beside him began to explain cautiously.
"Miss, we do intend to buy. We just want to find the right fit."
The saleswoman's expression darkened instantly, her face flushing with anger.
"You want to buy? Can you even afford it? Do you know how much those clothes cost? Just holding them up to yourself like that? Besides, how could a cripple like you ever find clothes that fit?"
Zhou Luo's face turned pale, and his entire body began to tremble. Lin Fan's aura abruptly turned icy cold, his face as if covered in a thin layer of frost. But the saleswoman, oblivious to the tension, saw Zhou Luo's flustered expression and grew even more brazen.
"Stop pretending. I saw it clearly just now. Every time you looked at a garment, your first reaction was to check the price tag. I've seen plenty like you know money, yet you still try to buy clothes?" Lin Fan's brow furrowed. He stepped forward and coldly demanded, "Is this how your customer service policy dictates you treat patrons?" The saleswoman didn't back down, lifting her head to retort. "If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be something you're not. I don't need customers like you. You're in this state and still trying to buy high-end clothes? Street vendor knockoffs would be more your style. Apologize."
Lin Fan's voice was sharp.
The saleswoman sneered twice. "Apologize? This cripple? He can't even afford it, yet he complains about this and that, all excuses."
Before she could finish, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Before she could even process what had happened, a stinging heat spread across her face.
After a moment, the saleswoman finally snapped back to her senses. "You dare hit me? You actually laid a hand on me? Stand right there and don't move. You'll all pay for this. I won't leave."
Lin Fan slowly uttered 4 words. When that woman had just called Zhou Luo a cripple, Lin Fan had already been seething inside. He hadn't expected her to go even further. He didn't want to fight a woman, but this time was an exception. At that moment, the woman picked up her phone and tapped furiously at the phone number on the screen. Zhou Luo's small face grew even paler. She had intended to follow Lin Fan around the mall, but never expected to encounter such an incident. The saleswoman's loud voice had drawn the attention of several customers, who were now staring their way.
Some had even begun pointing and whispering.
Worried, Zhou Luo tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve.
"Lin Fan, don't make a scene. We should leave as soon as possible."
Zhou Luo's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the saleswoman's ears. Everyone watched as the saleswoman spread her arms wide, suddenly blocking Zhou Luo and Lin Fan.
"You hit someone and think you can just walk out? No way. Just you wait. When my cousin gets here, he'll show you what's what."
Lin Fan found it amusing, his face betraying a look of indifference.
"Whoever your cousin is, today I'm getting answers."
The saleswoman clutched her swollen cheek.
"Don't get cocky now. When my cousin gets here, you'll be in for it."
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I refuse to believe this mall has no one who stands up for what's right.
Just then, the onlookers began whispering among themselves.
Young man, you've handled this poorly.
No matter what, you shouldn't have resorted to violence. Especially when she's such a pretty girl, how could you bring yourself to hit her?
Lin Fan didn't want to argue with these people.
He pressed his lips together and said nothing. People started discussing the incident.
Some believed Lin Fan was in the wrong. Not only did he hit someone, but he refused to apologize and was acting all high and mighty. Others sensed something fishy and lingered to watch the spectacle unfold. Before long, a young man in a black suit walked in from outside. The moment he entered the shop, he shouted loudly, "Who dares to cause trouble in the mall?" The saleswoman instantly became timid and clingy, rushing over to him with tears welling in her eyes.
"Cousin, you finally came. This man hit me. Look, my face is ruined." As she spoke, the saleswoman pointed toward Lin Fan.
The man's eyes flashed with ferocity as he strode quickly toward Lin Fan.
"You hit her?" Lin Fan nodded solemnly. "Yes. I hit him. But it started because your sister was being so arrogant." Without another word, the man rolled up his sleeves. "Hey, kid. This is a mall. A place to shop. If you want to buy something, buy it. If not, leave. But you resort to thuggery and hit people? What do you think you're doing? And you dare say my cousin was arrogant? What if she doesn't give a damn about you lot?"
Lin Fan tried to explain.
"It happened like this."
But before he could finish, his cousin cut him off.
"Cut the crap. If you hit someone, you pay for it."
The man in front of him wore a suit, appearing refined and cultured on the surface, yet his actions betrayed not a shred of civility. As he spoke, the man suddenly raised his fist and swung it directly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood rooted to the spot, showing no intention of dodging. Zhou Luo watched in panic. As the fist closed in, he couldn't help but cry out, "Watch out!" The words had barely left his mouth when Lin Fan seized his cousin's fist. Lin Fan's fingers shifted slightly, and the man immediately screamed in pain.
"Ouch! That hurts like hell. Let go, quick."
As the man's features contorted in agony, everyone watched sweat bead on his forehead and trickle down his cheeks. Lin Fan released his grip. The man scrambled back several steps, fear evident in his eyes.
"You little bastard. You dare lay a hand on me? You're not leaving here today." Chapter 34, Benefactor, At Last I See You. The man pulled out his walkie-talkie and immediately began calling for backup. The saleswoman, seeing the man was unharmed, continued with a cold smile. "Do you know who my cousin is? Let me tell you, she's the security manager of this mall. You've crossed him today, and I guarantee you won't get away with this." The crowd grew thicker by the minute, people forming layer upon layer around them, all eager to hear what had happened. Whispers began to circulate. "Young man, you're full of hot air. Well, you've met your match. I'm curious to see how this plays out. Don't underestimate that young man. If he dared to hit someone, he must have powerful connections backing him. Even if he's got some skills, what kind of place is this? It's a mall. Didn't you hear the saleswoman say his cousin is the security manager here? Just wait, this is going to be a show." People stared wide-eyed, afraid they might miss a single detail. Lin Fan remained unflappable, glancing up at the surrounding crowd. There's no rule in this mall prohibiting disabled people from shopping, and certainly no rule allowing sales assistants to insult customers with impunity. "It's true, I raised my hand. If that woman dares call my sister a cripple again, I'll do it again." At these words, everyone suddenly understood. Customers who had sided with the saleswoman moments before now looked at her with contempt. Some glanced toward Zhou Luo, their hearts filled with sympathy. The young woman was delicate and pretty, clearly a gentle soul, though confined to a wheelchair. Life had already dealt her a cruel hand. To be mocked under these circumstances, how deeply must she be hurting? After just a few glances, people began to take sides with Zhou Luo and Lin Fan. In contrast, the saleswoman who had hurled insults now appeared utterly disgraced in everyone's eyes. While most sales assistants wore makeup as a sign of respect for customers, the beaten saleswoman stood out for all the wrong reasons. Her eyebrows were drawn thin and elongated, heavy eyeshadow made her look extremely unnatural, and the lipstick shade above her mouth? It was a deathly Barbie pink. At first glance, the saleswoman's face resembled nothing less than a makeup palette. Were it not for her sales uniform, onlookers might have mistaken her for a film crew member. Feeling uneasy as she caught several glances directed her way, the saleswoman's confidence wavered. After all, the young man had spoken the truth, she had insulted them. But dealing with these cheapskates was always like this. She'd never run into trouble before, but today she'd hit a snag. The saleswoman felt utterly frustrated. "Cousin, you have to stand up for me on this." She stepped closer, pouring out her grievances while nudging his side with her elbow. He immediately understood, nodding his head vigorously. "Don't worry, Lily. With me here, you won't be wronged." As they spoke, a group of security guards in uniform had already rushed over. "Over here. Quickly. Someone's causing trouble and disrupting the mall." The security manager waved his arms, shouting to the arriving personnel. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen people stood before Lin Fan. Seeing such a large commotion, many people held their breath for Lin Fan and Zhou Luo. How dare this young man lay hands on the security manager? He's in for a world of trouble now. That's for sure. Whoever got away scot-free after hitting the security manager's girlfriend? What do you mean? Don't you know? Those two call each other cousin, but they've been living together for ages. Everyone who works here knows it. While the onlookers worried for Lin Fan, they also began sharing other information. Ignoring the pointed stares, the security manager bellowed again. Today, I'll show you just how many eyes the Horse King really has. I don't know how many eyes the Horse King has, but you're certainly blind. A sharp voice cut through the air, freezing the crowd in their tracks. Even the security manager, who had nearly leaped to his feet moments ago, felt his heart skip a beat. He swallowed hard, barely daring to turn around. Judging by that voice, it must be the general manager? The thought flashed through his mind, and the security manager immediately shook his head. Impossible. The general manager handles countless matters daily. Why would he come to the front lines? Even if something urgent arose, he'd have his secretary relay the message. This is a shopping mall, noisy and chaotic. The general manager wouldn't come here. With this thought, the security manager felt a flicker of confidence return. Being publicly humiliated like this in front of everyone made the security manager's temper flare up instantly. How dare you call me blind, you little... His words cut off mid-sentence as he froze in place. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, speculating about the identity of the young man before them. In his 20s, he carried himself with an imposing presence, radiating a sharp, commanding aura. Especially the gaze he directed at the security manager, it was so cold it could freeze water. General manager. What brings you here? Regaining his composure, the security manager immediately stepped forward and saluted with proper decorum. General manager, this young man came to our mall to cause trouble. He injured our staff, disrupted customers' shopping experience, and caused severe damage to our mall's reputation. In accordance with our mall's legal provisions, we must blacklist this individual and prohibit him from shopping here henceforth. The security manager spoke with unwavering conviction. Zhao Lili, witnessing the scene, approached with a mournful expression to corroborate the account. General manager, I'm one of the victims. That man hit me. Look at my face. At that moment, half of Zhao Lili's face was already swollen. Her naturally plump, round face now appeared even paler and fuller. The man frowned slightly, a look of disgust crossing his face. But Zhao Lili misinterpreted the expression on his face. Oh my god, is the general manager siding with me? With so many people watching, if he speaks up for me, won't I be able to walk all over this mall from now on? The security manager eagerly added fuel to the fire. General manager, we're just waiting for your order. Our security team will rush in and throw this kid out. He really has no sense of propriety. You lot, throw him out. His voice wasn't loud, but his tone carried an air of absolute authority. The nearby security guards, upon hearing this, swiftly turned and immediately grabbed the security manager. What are you doing? You've got the wrong guy. Ignoring the struggling security manager, the man strode straight toward Lin Fan, his face brimming with excitement. Benefactor. I've finally found you. Chapter 35, handing over a black card to calm the nerves. Everyone was stunned, their faces frozen in disbelief, their eyes filled with confusion. Zhao Lili, who had been secretly rejoicing moments ago, was now utterly confused. The moment the general manager arrived, Zhao Lili instantly felt reassured. After all, the injury on her face was undeniable. But why had the security team taken her cousin away? Unconsciously, an ominous foreboding rose in Zhao Lili's heart. Zhao Lili dared not breathe a word, her legs trembling uncontrollably. The gazes directed at Zhao Lili now carried a hint of complexity. The general manager of Shangyue Houting had actually referred to that young man as a benefactor. Which meant, truth be told, ever since parting with you that day, I've been sending people to track down your whereabouts. To finally see you in person, it's truly wonderful. Chen Junhan couldn't hide his excitement as he extended both hands to shake Lin Fan's. At that moment, Lin Fan's face had regained its usual expression. He extended his hand in return. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. No, it was those people who were in the wrong earlier. It was also my failure in management. I will definitely give my benefactor a satisfactory response. With that, Chen Junhan turned to the staff behind him, his gaze finally settling on Zhao Lili's face. How dare you neglect a customer and offend my benefactor? This is utterly despicable. Chen Junhan's voice wasn't loud, but every word carried weight. Zhao Lili swallowed hard, about to speak, when Chen Junhan's voice cut her off. You're fired. If you don't want to die a miserable death, never show your face at Chen Enterprises again. And that goes for your cousin too. Zhao Lili's head buzzed. She twisted her mouth in anger but dared not utter a sound. Spotting Lin Fan nearby, Zhao Lili collapsed to her knees with a thud, crawling and kneeling her way to his side. Sir, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I was blind and thoughtless, speaking without restraint. I shouldn't have insulted your friend. Please put in a good word for me. I beg you. I have an 80-year-old mother to support at home, and a child of my own. With elders above and young ones below, I can't afford to lose this job. Please, have mercy on my plight. Say a word for me. I'll kowtow to you in apology. Lin Fan remained unmoved, his face devoid of any expression. He never gave the time of day to bullies who picked on the weak. Realizing her efforts were futile, Zhao Lili turned to Zhou Luo. Smack! 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 Before she could utter a word, Zhao Lili delivered 3 slaps across her own face. Her already swollen face now throbbed with excruciating pain from the blows. But to keep her job, Zhao Lili gritted her teeth and endured it. Miss, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I was wrong. Zhao Lili knelt and kowtowed while apologizing, while Zhou Luo looked at Lin Fan with a helpless expression. Get out! Lin Fan spat out the single word coldly, then pushed the wheelchair aside. Zhao Lili felt as if the blood had stopped flowing through her entire body. It seemed she truly had no way to continue working here. That meant from now on, she wouldn't even have anything left to brag about. Chen Junhan gave a subtle signal to the person behind him, who immediately understood. In 3 quick strides, he reached Zhao Lili, grabbed her clothes, and hoisted her up like a chicken. Don't you understand human speech? Get lost. With that, he tightened his grip, then let go. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Zhao Lili crashed face first onto the ground. Several people gasped in shock. Though they weren't the ones thrown, Zhao Lili's agonized expression made the pain painfully clear. You lot rushing over without asking questions and disturbing my guest half a year's salary as punishment. Chen Junhan glanced at the nervous security guards and delivered the sentence in a calm tone. A dozen security guards immediately snapped to attention and replied in unison, yes. Logically, the matter should have been settled after the punishment. Yet, the expression on Chen Junhan's face showed not the slightest sign of easing. Without seeing the final outcome, the onlookers' curiosity remained unsatisfied. So everyone widened their eyes and turned their gaze back toward Chen Junhan. Chen Junhan reached into his suit's inner pocket, pulled out 2 black cards, and presented them to Lin Fan with both hands. My benefactor, I apologize for the alarm caused to you and this young lady. Please accept these 2 black cards as a token to ease her fright. With these cards, any purchases made at any of my Chen family enterprises will be entirely complimentary. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Someone gasped aloud. Good heavens! Is this the legendary Chen family black card? I've only heard of its power, never seen it before. Today truly broadens my horizons. So with this black card, wouldn't one never have to worry about money for the rest of their life? Who would have thought this young man possessed such extraordinary influence, securing 2 Chen Corporation black cards at once? The crowd chattered excitedly, their eyes brimming with envy. Lin Fan smiled. Mr. Chen, no need to be so formal. We have the cards. My benefactor, you're being too formal. I mean no offense, I simply wish to compensate this young lady. After all, your friend was startled. Chen Junhan held the card reverently, maintaining his polite demeanor. Lin Fan accepted the cards, and Chen Junhan exhaled a long sigh of relief. What does the benefactor require? Would you like me to accompany you? Lin Fan shook his head. He wanted to walk around with Zhou Luo alone. Having Chen Junhan tag along would only make Zhou Luo feel awkward. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Chen. We'll just wander around. Very well, I shan't disturb you further. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact me. All right. Lin Fan's reply was brief. Watching Lin Fan and Zhou Luo walk away, Chen Junhan finally turned to leave with those around him. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Only after the protagonists had walked far away did everyone gradually disperse. With so many people suddenly crowding around, Lin Fan worried Zhou Luo might feel overwhelmed, so he first led Zhou Luo to the rest area. After securing the wheelchair, Lin Fan sat down across from Zhou Luo. Luo, did that scare you earlier? Zhou Luo seemed a bit nervous, but forced herself to sound calm. A little. But as long as you're by my side, I'm not afraid anymore. Lin Fan smiled and handed Zhou Luo the black card. Take this. It'll make shopping easier in the future. No, brother Lin Fan, I can't accept this. Zhou Luo had heard clearly what this card could do. Something this valuable, she couldn't possibly accept. Then how about we each take one? We won't tell anyone. We'll just secretly split it between us. Zhou Luo froze, a stinging sensation rising in her nose. Soon, her eyes were red. Chapter 36, Half and Half. Gazing at Lin Fan before him, Zhou Luo felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Years ago, Zhou Luo had been Lin Fan's shadow, following him everywhere he went. Back then, neighbors joked that Zhou Luo and Lin Fan were a golden boy and jade girl, destined to be together forever. Both Zhou Luo and Lin Fan were young then, naturally paying little heed to such talk. Later, a series of events unfolded, and Zhou Luo buried his feelings deep within his heart. Now, seeing Lin Fan coaxing him like he did when they were children, Zhou Luo felt a flood of emotions. Luo, this is our little secret. You can't tell anyone. How about we split this candy, half for each of us? Luo Luo, we won't tell anyone.
You get 1 string of candied hawthorn, and I'll get 1.
Deal? I'll give you half, but you must keep this secret, Luo Luo. The Lin family had strict rules, and Lin Fan was quite mischievous, so Zhou Luo knew many of his little secrets. To keep Zhou Luo quiet, Lin Fan would buy him treats or toys, promising to split them evenly, and only then would the discovered secrets be forgotten. Hearing Lin Fan speak like this now, Zhou Luo felt like he was back in the old days. Deal? 1 card each? It's settled. Before they could finish speaking, Lin Fan had already placed the black card into Zhou Luo's delicate hands. For the next half hour, the two browsed and chatted while selecting items. Lin Fan personally picked out 3 dresses for Zhou Luo. Only when Zhou Luo insisted on leaving did Lin Fan finally agree to depart. Oh, Lin Fan, why did that manager at Shangyue Houting keep calling you benefactor? Zhou Luo looked utterly perplexed, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with deep confusion. Lin Fan had only returned a few days ago and had been preoccupied with the Lin family tragedy from years past. When had he ever done anyone a favor? And judging by the manager's utterly reverent demeanor, it seemed like some kind of immense favor or great kindness. Zhou Luo blinked her eyes, their brightness sparkling like stars in the vast sky. I saved his sister. Though Lin Fan's words were brief, Zhou Luo instantly understood. So that's it. Brother Lin Fan, you're truly amazing. Your medical skills are incredible. Back then, Mom and Dad took me to so many places for treatment, but everyone said there was no hope. Who would have thought that after Brother Lin Fan gave me acupuncture, I could even stand up now? Zhou Luo beamed with joy. Rest a few more days, and I'll take you to see my master. His medical skills are even greater, he'll definitely cure you. Lin Fan brought up continuing Zhou Luo's treatment again, and Zhou Luo bit her lip and nodded vigorously. She loved being with Lin Fan. Even if she were to spend the rest of her life like this, she wouldn't regret it. After all, just being able to sit up was already a miracle. After walking a while longer, Zhou Luo suggested hailing a cab. Lin Fan saw through her little concern. She was worried about tiring me out, that's why she suggested it. 3 years had passed, and the place had changed greatly. He preferred pushing her along while they took in the scenery together. Without overthinking, Lin Fan voiced his true feelings. Hearing this, Zhou Luo's heart began to pound wildly, as if a little deer were trapped inside her chest, thumping erratically. Even her small face flushed bright red. She swallowed quietly, lowered her head, and murmured a soft "MHM." Just then, the wheelchair paused briefly before resuming its usual pace. Zhou Luo didn't think much of it and naturally couldn't see the expression on Lin Fan's face behind her. A faint smirk touched Lin Fan's lips, his face tinged with disdain. Since someone was so preoccupied with him, he couldn't very well let them down. Luo Luo, would you like some water? Zhou Luo froze, then turned to look at Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, are you thirsty? There's a convenience store up ahead. They had passed this spot earlier, and Zhou Luo clearly remembered the clean convenience store. Lin Fan, however, said, I recall a water bar not far from here. We could rest there for a bit. Zhou Luo didn't refuse Lin Fan's suggestion, she nodded immediately. As long as he could be with Lin Fan, it didn't matter where they went. Of course, he kept this thought quietly to himself. Zhou Luo dared not voice it aloud. So Lin Fan led Zhou Luo off their original path, heading straight toward the remote eastern area. Brother Xiong, that kid just turned a corner. Should we keep following him? The question came from a man with a head of blonde hair, shifty eyes, and 3 piercings in his ears. Before he could finish, another voice shot back, of course we keep watching. What do you think we're here for? Brother Xiong's been wronged this badly, we can't let anyone on his neck. Exactly. Anyone messes with Brother Xiong, we'll skin him alive. Keep your eyes peeled so you don't get caught. Today we'll show that punk what we're made of. This isn't Shangyue Houting's turf, I don't give a damn who's around. You little punk, you chicken out now? Asking such stupid questions at a time like this? As the barbs flew thick and fast, Yellow Hair instinctively scowled and spat hard on the ground. I've never been scared of anyone my whole life. It's just a fight, right? Watch closely, I'll be the first one charging in. With that, the blonde-haired kid slunk forward, the others trailing behind as if nothing had happened. At first glance, they truly looked no different from any other group of people strolling down the street. Li Daxiong wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes flashing with ruthless determination. This young punk was way too cocky. He hit my woman and smashed my bowl. If I don't teach him a lesson today, I'll change my last name. Watching Lin Fan walk further and further away, Li Daxiong gritted his teeth in frustration. You little bastard, I'll take one of your legs today. If he won't let me live in peace, no one else will either. A dozen or so young men strolled down the street, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan's retreating figure. When Lin Fan turned at the crossroads, Li Daxiong suddenly perked up. Charge him. Beat him to a pulp. Li Daxiong's voice was low and menacing, his gaze fierce as he clenched his fists. The moment the words left his mouth, the group surged forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Hearing footsteps behind him, Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. Lolo, wait here for a moment. I need to stretch my legs.
Before Zhou Luo could grasp what was happening, Lin Fan had already turned. As the men closed in, Lin Fan didn't retreat to the side. Instead, he charged straight forward. The leader, the guy with the yellow hair, froze instantly.
What's going on? Is this a trap?
The odds were clearly stacked against him, 1 against 10 or more.
Any sane person would run. Why was this guy coming toward them?
Lin Fan's gaze turned icy as he walked step by step toward the group. The blonde-haired leader began backing away, and the others also sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Fan. Nearly meeting Lin Fan's gaze made their breathing feel constricted. This was suffocating.
Gulp. Li Daxiong swallowed hard. Chapter 37, Don't come any closer, I'm not afraid of you. Kid, don't come any closer. Stop right there. I'm not afraid of you.
The moment Lin Fan turned around, a bad feeling began to rise in Li Daxiong's heart.
But with so many brothers watching, he couldn't back down now.
Li Daxiong steeled himself and put on a brave front.
Yet the more he talked tough, the more uneasy his followers felt. If you're not scared, then charge forward. What are you yelling about?
Lin Fan sneered coldly.
You've been following me this whole time, and now you've changed your mind?
Whoever changes their mind tonight, you're the one we're blocking.
With that, Li Daxiong bellowed, everyone, charge. Tonight, Brother Xiang's treating.
At his words, the dozen or so men who had been charging forward perked up instantly, their faces regaining their earlier fighting spirit. Yellow hair remained at the forefront.
Eager to show off in front of his crew, Li Daxiong took a deep breath and sprinted past Yellow Hair in 2 strides.
Seeing the dozen men closing in, Zhou Luo's face paled, fearing Lin Fan might get hurt. But despite his overwhelming worry, Zhou Luo could only watch helplessly. Li Daxiong, wielding a wooden club as thick as a wrist, charged straight toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained unflustered, merely lifting his foot. A pebble at his toes shot out violently. Li Daxiong raised his stick, aiming it squarely at Lin Fan's shoulder. But before the stick could land, Li Daxiong suddenly dove forward, crashing face first onto the ground. First his knees hit the ground, then his hands braced against the earth. At first glance, it looked exactly like a kowtow. The young man following behind him was completely bewildered. Weren't they about to fight? They'd all readied their weapons. How could Li Daxiong kneel before the fight even began? It wasn't New Year's or any holiday, no red envelopes for bowing.
Lin Fan's tone dripped with mockery. Li Daxiong was mortified, wishing he could slap himself twice. With so many people watching, he'd wanted to take the lead, but his foot slipped, and he ended up bowing to this kid. He tried to scramble up, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and even his hands refused to obey him. It took him 2 attempts before he finally managed to stand. You dare play dirty tricks on me? Today I'll take your life.
Furious and humiliated, Li Daxiong swung his wooden club and charged forward again.
The others instantly reacted, joining in the shouts once more.
Lin Fan's lips curled slightly, his expression filled with disdain. Only when Li Daxiong's club was half a foot away did Lin Fan raise his hand.
Snap!
A sharp crack echoed, followed by Li Daxiong's pig-like squeal. Oh my god, help! In full view of the crowd, Li Daxiong doubled over and began rolling on the ground. Everyone thought Li Daxiong had struck the young man, but who could have imagined that it was Li Daxiong himself who was injured?
That sound of cracking bones? It was Li Daxiong's right hand. Want to taste that flavor yourselves?
Lin Fan's tone was flat, his expression unruffled.
The crowd began to retreat, hastily discarding their weapons.
Yellow Hair was the first to react, instantly dropping to his knees. Hero, we were tricked into coming here. Please spare our lives. Judging by the sound earlier, Li Daxiong's hand was surely ruined.
I certainly don't want to end up like him. After speaking, the blonde-haired man began kowtowing incessantly.
Seeing this, the others mimicked Huang Mao, prostrating themselves in supplication.
For a moment, cries of ancestor. Hero filled the air.
Amidst it all, Li Daxiong's deliberately exaggerated cries of distress pierced the air. Lin Fan ignored the kneeling crowd and fixed his gaze directly on Li Daxiong.
Shall we continue?
Big brother, I'm sorry.
Ancestor, please spare me. Li Daxiong's voice trembled with tears as he begged for mercy, sniffling and snorting. Zhou Luo pouted, glaring at Li Daxiong with irritation. This guy was truly annoying, actually gathering so many people to pick on Lin Fan. I'll let you off, but you must apologize. Li Daxiong froze.
Compared to saving his life, apologizing was nothing he'd even be willing to kowtow. Taking a deep breath, Li Daxiong placed his left hand beneath his right and walked straight up to Zhou Luo.
I'm sorry, miss. I was wrong.
I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I shouldn't have caused you trouble.
I apologize to you.
As he spoke, Li Daxiong bowed repeatedly, his posture resembling a chick pecking at grain. Zhou Luo didn't want to make a big deal out of it either, so she said, all right, you can go now.
Li Daxiong was overjoyed, yet dared not turn and leave.
Instead, he glanced toward Lin Fan.
Lin Fan's face showed impatience. Get lost.
That single word, simple as could be, fell to Li Daxiong and his companions like an imperial decree granting them a reprieve from death.
Thank you, sir. We'll leave immediately and we'll make sure to get as far away as possible. Li Daxiong finished his sentence and bolted forward, his pants nearly falling off. The rest of the group followed suit, fleeing in his wake. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Luo. Luo, are you scared? With you here, what is there to fear? I just worry they outnumber us and you might get hurt. Lin Fan reached out and ruffled Zhou Luo's hair, just like he used to when they were kids. Let's go. It's time for us to head back. Zhengjiang time, 10:30 a.m. Stepping out of the imperial capital airport, Bai Shuang and Uncle Yan walked in silence, their pace quickening as they hurried toward the Bai family estate. At the same time, news of Bai Shuang's expulsion from the family had already spread online, becoming common knowledge. Everyone had their own opinions on the matter. The Bai Shuang incident became the talk of the town overnight. Bai Shuang was Bai Juxian's only daughter. To have her disowned by the family like this, it seemed Bai Juxian was a ruthless man. But what could be done? Bai Shuang's actions had placed an unbearable burden on the Bai family. To resolve the situation, this was the only option. Bai Juxian's heartache for his daughter was well known. Presumably, this move was meant to protect both the Bai family and Bai Shuang, though it left many feeling bitterly disappointed. Maybe it was all staged, just a play they put on. They know the truth better than we do. You're right. Those involved are often blinded by their own perspective, while outsiders see things clearly. We're just spectators watching the show. Bai Shuang arrived at her family's doorstep, her face expressionless. Just as she was about to step inside, a sharp voice rang out. Halt! Who are you? This is the Bai residence. No unauthorized persons are permitted inside. Already seething with pent-up anger, Bai Shuang's expression darkened further at being abruptly stopped. Get out of my way. Are you kidding me? I'm the security guard here. You dare tell me to move? Who are you? Show me your credentials. Bai Shuang narrowed her eyes to slits, her face betraying impatience. Had she been disowned by her family, and now even the security guard at the gate had been replaced? Recalling the previous guard on duty, a man in his 40s, Bai Shuang glanced at the person before him. Indeed, he looked unfamiliar. Chapter 38, We Meet Again. Bai Shuang struggled to suppress the rage boiling inside her. Just as she was about to speak up and identify herself, a loud whistle suddenly pierced the air behind her. Well, the sun must be rising in the west today. Let me see who we have here. Isn't this Bai Shuang, the eldest daughter of the Bai family? Wait, you shouldn't be considered part of the Bai family anymore. Your name was struck from the family registry long ago. Ha! As the saying goes, when a tiger falls into a plane, even dogs dare to bully it. Before he could finish, the speaker coughed heavily, his face flushing with embarrassment. If he called Bai Shuang a tiger fallen on hard times, didn't that make him the dog? That statement was a bit off. You're a fallen phoenix, not even worth a chicken. The young man raised an eyebrow, his words dripping with scorn. Bai Shuang didn't turn around. By the voice, he knew it was Bai Zhiheng, the notorious prodigal son of the Bai family. In his 20s, Bai Zhiheng was a typical idle rich kid, uneducated and unskilled. His favorite pastime was flaunting his wealth and showing off. As the eldest son of his second uncle, Bai Jude, he showed not a shred of responsibility. Within the entire family, Bai Shuang despised Bai Zhiheng the most. Ironically, Bai Zhiheng had always lorded over Bai Shuang in the past, which was precisely why he had endured no shortage of bullying from her. Now that he knew Bai Shuang had been disowned by the family, Bai Zhiheng was itching to set off firecrackers in celebration. Bai Shuang snorted coldly, refusing to even glance at Bai Zhiheng. Only someone like you would treat this place like the imperial throne hall. If it weren't for business, I wouldn't have come even if you'd invited me. The world has truly gone to the dogs. Not a single worthy successor remains in the Bai family's younger generation. If everyone else were like you, the Bai clan wouldn't last another year. After Bai Shuang's sharp retort, Bai Zhiheng's face turned the color of liver. I'm still better than you. The family has disowned you, what are you so arrogant about? Bai Shuang, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you beg me. With that, Bai Zhiheng flexed his fists and stormed into the inner courtyard, fuming. The security guard beside him stared wide-eyed, his mouth forming a perfect O. The person he'd just stopped was none other than the former eldest daughter of the Bai family. Before the guard could recover, Bai Shuang's voice rang out. Move aside. Let us through. No way. The guard swallowed hard, his expression growing even more solemn. The butler himself gave strict orders: under no circumstances are we to let Miss Bai Shuang in. After saying this, the guard added, Miss Bai Shuang, this isn't my decision. I'm just a lowly guard with no authority. The guard looked at Bai Shuang and Yun Chuan with obvious distress. Bai Shuang's eyes widened, her hands clenching into fists. She didn't want to waste time here, but this stubborn man was proving impossible. Just as Bai Shuang was at a loss for words, the security guard's phone rang. The young guard cautiously glanced at Bai Shuang and Yun Chuan, took a couple steps back to answer the call, murmured several ahas, and finally hung up. The butler had just called to say Miss Bai Shuang could enter, but none of the others accompanying her could. The moment the words left his mouth, Yun Chuan immediately frowned. No way.
I came with the lady, so I'm going in with her.
Don't make things hard for me as a security guard. If I let you in, I'll get fired on the spot. No matter what the higher-ups say, I'm not letting you in, dead or alive. When the young security guard got serious, he truly resembled a stubborn mule. His eyes widened as he spoke, almost reaching out to block Yun Chuan's path. Uncle Yun, don't worry. I'll be back once I've taken care of business. But Miss stopped mid-sentence, leaving Yun Chuan's words unfinished. The current situation at the Bai residence was unclear to everyone.
Sending Bai Shuang in alone left Yun Chuan deeply uneasy.
It'll be fine. I'll call you anytime. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know.
Bai Shuang felt a wave of warmth wash over her, and the smile on her face softened considerably. Yun Chuan turned to see the young security guard staring wide-eyed, and finally said, "All right, I'll wait here."
Miss, if anything happens, you must contact me.
Bai Shuang nodded again before walking straight inside, while Yun Chuan remained stationed outside. At that moment, the Bai family's grand hall was filled with every prominent figure of the Bai clan. Bai Juxian, the head of the Bai family, Bai Jude, the second master, and Bai Juyi, the third master, all wore solemn expressions. Other important figures seated on either side also wore furrowed brows, occasionally sighing inwardly. Save for the occasional chirping of birds outside, the entire hall was utterly silent. In the center of the hall, seated upright in an animal armchair, sat a man with a touch of frost at his temples. His face bore a fierce expression, his gaze sharp and piercing. Though seated upright, his eyes kept darting toward the doorway. Seated in the first position to his left was Bai Juxian, head of the Bai family, followed by Bai Jude and others in order. Hearing footsteps outside, Bai Jude's brow knotted into a tight knot, his hands clenching involuntarily. Bai Shuang, you've returned after all. Bai Jude's gaze was complex, his heart filled with profound emotion too deep for words. With a long, drawn-out sigh, Bai Jude slowly closed his eyes. Bai Shuang, who had just entered the room, immediately took in the scene before her. Her heart tightened, layers of confusion rising within her. This was the Bai residence. As the family head, father should have been seated at the center. Yet today, Bai Shuang looked up and was startled to see a middle-aged man occupying her father's seat. An ominous foreboding washed over her, and Bai Shuang instinctively halted her steps. Miss Bai Shuang, we meet again. You've grown even more beautiful, Miss Bai Shuang, and your presence remains as commanding as ever. The middle-aged man spoke first. Bai Shuang ignored him, reaching for her phone to call Yun Chuan. Unfortunately, before she could dial the number, her phone was snatched away. Several martial artists appeared out of nowhere, instantly surrounding Bai Shuang. Simultaneously, someone handed her phone to the middle-aged man seated in the Nanmo armchair. The middle-aged man chuckled, a satisfied expression spreading across his already repulsive face, making him even more irritating. He Shi Quan, what do you think you're doing? Bai Shuang's anger flared, her exquisite face now veiled in a thin layer of frost. He Shi Quan showed no sign of anger, instead speaking in a slow, deliberate tone. Bai Shuang, why so impatient? As the guardian of the Zhongjiang Martial Alliance, I've been struggling to suppress my grief over the chairman's passing. Now I've nearly taken your phone, and you're already this flustered. Is it really necessary? Or could it be that there's something on this phone you don't want anyone to see, hence the panic? As he spoke, He Shi Chuan's eyes had already scanned Bai Shuang's body several times. His hand remained tightly clutched around Bai Shuang's phone, not daring to let go for even a moment. Chapter 39, Bai Shuang's Incident. Bai Shuang tried to step forward, but several martial artists beside her swiftly moved, sealing her acupoints with lightning-fast precision. Bai Shuang gritted her teeth, her small face turning pale, yet she couldn't move an inch. Suddenly subdued, Bai Shuang shot a furious glance at Bai Juxian beside her. Guilt-ridden, Bai Juxian immediately lowered his head the moment he met Bai Shuang's gaze, never daring to look up again. Miss Bai Shuang, it seems we truly are destined to cross paths. He Shi Quan hadn't finished speaking when Bai Shuang cut him off. Who shares a destiny with you? I, Bai Shuang, won't discuss fate with a despicable scoundrel. He Shi Quan froze, his expression turning awkward. To be thoroughly humiliated by a young girl in front of everyone was utterly depressing. Bai Shuang, cease your insolence. Today, considering this is your first offense, this guardian will overlook it. But should you ever be so impudent again, you will face severe punishment without mercy. Bai Shuang showed no fear, retorting directly, which of my words was wrong? He Shi Chuan's face darkened instantly. Bai Shuang, we have no quarrel with the Bai family. The assassination of Chairman Zhao is a matter of utmost gravity. You were present at the time. Unless the suspect is apprehended, it will be difficult to convince the masses. The Bai family's actions stem from necessity. As the family head, your father must prioritize the greater good. Of course, even if he were unwilling to cooperate, it wouldn't matter. If you aren't handed over, the Bai family will cease to exist. Call me a despicable villain or accuse my actions of being underhanded, none of that matters. When pursuing grand ambitions, why dwell on such trivialities? Let's be clear, you're merely the bait.
Only by catching you can we reel in the big fish, Lin Fan.
He Quan laid out the next phase of the plan without reservation. Bai Shuang's face turned pale, her eyes filled with resentment.
Don't look at me like that. Miss Bai Shuang, we'll have to inconvenience you for now.
With that, he Quan issued orders to the martial artists before him.
Tie her up and take her away. Once I contact Lin Fan with this phone, your crisis will be over.
Oh, and be discreet, avoid the main entrance to prevent alerting the enemy. He Quan spoke while glancing at the surveillance feed nearby. At that moment, Yun Chuan remained stationed by the doorway. Watching as the men led Bai Shuang away, Bai Juxian's fingernails dug into his palms, yet in the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. Nearly an hour passed, yet Bai Shuang still hadn't emerged from the Bai residence. Yun Chuan's brow furrowed slightly as a sense of foreboding rose within him. He swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed Bai Shuang's number. Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. The moment the message finished playing, Yun Chuan hung up and dialed again.
The same message repeated, the phone is turned off.
Yun Chuan's eyes turned icy cold, his face flushed with rage. Something had happened to Bai Shuang. Realizing this, Yun Chuan leapt forward, covering over 10 meters in a single bound as his feet struck the ground. The security guard who had blocked Yun Chuan and Bai Shuang earlier only caught a fleeting shadow before everything returned to normal. The security guard reached up and rubbed his eyes hard. What had just flashed by? Hearing no reply, the guard finally looked around.
Oh no, where did that guy go?
His head buzzed as he realized something was terribly wrong. By the time he made out the figure, Yun Chuan was already approaching the lobby.
Trembling, the guard grabbed his walkie-talkie. Something's wrong. Something's wrong.
The man who was guarding outside just ran inside. The moment Yun Chuan stepped into the Bai family's hall, he opened his divine sense. From a nearby room came the sound of arguing. There must be 4 or 5 people inside. Yun Chuan moved cautiously toward the noise, his expression guarded.
Meanwhile, the Bai family study was in complete uproar.
Bai Juxian glared coldly at his 2 brothers before him, his teeth clenched in fury.
As the head of the Bai family, I've been so thoroughly outmaneuvered by you two. You've truly grown in audacity. Eldest brother, we wouldn't dare.
Before Bai Jude could finish, Bai Juxian cut him off, his voice hardening once more.
Don't call me elder brother. I am unworthy of being your elder brother. If you still held me in any regard, how could you have drugged my tea?
First you stole my phone to deceive Bai Shuang, now you collude with He Quan to use her phone to deceive Lin Fan.
You truly have the nerve.
Let me make this clear, if Shuang is unharmed, fine. But if she suffers any injustice, don't blame me for tearing ties with you. Bai Juxian trembled with rage, slamming his fist on the table in front of him. Bai Jude swallowed hard and forced himself to speak.
Brother, calm down. We must think of the bigger picture. Lin Fan killed the head of the Zhongjiang Martial Alliance. This is a major incident. The suspect must be apprehended.
This is actually our chance to clear the Bai family of suspicion.
If Bai Shuang cooperates and helps capture Lin Fan, then our family will be off the hook, right?
He Quan had already made his position clear. If we didn't hand over Shuang, he would wipe out the entire Bai family. As the family head, you must consider the lives of our Bai clan members.
No sooner had Bai Jude finished speaking than Bai Juyi chimed in.
Brother, your daughter is precious, but aren't our children also held in the palms of our hands? If we don't hand over Shuang, the children of me and second brother will remain held hostage by He Quan.
We agonized over this solution for ages. Brother, tell us, do you have a better plan? The 2 men spoke in rapid succession, their words flying thick and fast. As if handing over Bai Shuang would solve everything.
You bastards! You've done such despicable things, yet you still have the nerve to stand here. The Bai family's misfortune has been brought upon us, and you've completely disgraced us. The elderly patriarch of the Bai family, Bai Shoudao, stormed into the study, his cane clattering against the floor. Spotting his second and third sons, he immediately swung his cane at them.
The old man's cane was no ordinary walking aid, it doubled as a formidable weapon.
Light and nimble in hand, it delivered a painfully sharp blow when struck against flesh.
After a few swings, Bai Jude and Bai Juyi were already wailing like ghosts. Dad, what are you doing? Stop hitting us. It hurts like hell. Please spare us, father. We were wrong. We'll never do it again.
Bai Jude and Bai Juyi knelt together, pleading for mercy, tears welling in their eyes.
Old man Bai was heartbroken and furious. He stomped his cane on the ground. You've brought shame upon our family. How could you do such a thing? You've disgraced our ancestors.
Overcome by rage and grief, the old man gasped for breath after his outburst before collapsing suddenly.
Chapter 40, we'll meet in the imperial capital.
Upon hearing of the Bai family's calamity, Bai Shoudao felt a tightness in his chest and shortness of breath. Just as he was about to lecture his 2 unfilial sons, a wave of dizziness swept over him. Bai Juxian swiftly caught him, soothing him while helping him catch his breath.
Father, please calm down. Let's sit and talk.
Seeing the patriarch's condition deteriorate, the Bai brothers, Bai Jude and Bai Juxian, dared not utter another word.
Just as they moved forward to apologize, the old man suddenly glared at them. "You two, get out." The two men across from him exchanged glances, both taking a step back but not daring to stray far. Bai Shoudao gazed at Bai Juxian with a face weathered by life. "Juxian, it's my failure as a father. I've let you suffer, and I've let my Shuangshuang suffer too. I'm so sorry, both of you." Tears streamed down Bai Shoudao's aged face as he shook his head, his voice thick with heartache. Bai Juxian took a deep breath and looked at Bai Shoudao again, his gaze now carrying a hint of icy resolve. "Father, take care of yourself. This family still needs you to manage it. Only by standing together can we overcome the current crisis." "Alright, I'll listen to you." Bai Shoudao's brief reply filled Bai Juxian with renewed confidence. Meanwhile, Bai Jude and Bai Juyi were both completely dumbfounded. What's going on? What's the boss up to? Lin Fan brought Zhou Luo home. The moment they stepped inside, Zhou Luo eagerly called out, "Mom and Dad, we're back." Zhang Shuoqin, busy in the kitchen, froze upon hearing her daughter's voice, then tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't recall the last time she'd heard Zhou Luo's voice so full of joy. Before she could respond, Zhou Wingxiong rushed out impatiently. "Dad, do you think this dress looks good on me?" As she spoke, Zhou Luo held up a moon-white long dress and held it up to herself, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with delight. "You look beautiful, Luo Luo. You look like a fairy in this dress. What about this one?" Brother Lin Fan said this color makes my face look fairer. No sooner had Zhou Luo finished speaking than Zhou Wingxiong gave her another thumbs up. "Lin Fan has great taste. This color is truly 1 in 100. It looks wonderful." Zhou Luo felt delighted inside. She then pulled out the last piece, but this time she asked Zhang Shuoqin, "So what do you think of this one?" "It's beautiful. Just looking at the fabric, you can tell it'll be comfortable to wear." Truthfully, both Zhou Wingxiong and Zhang Shuoqin knew that regardless of fabric or style, whatever Zhou Luo liked was the best choice. So both of them did their best to play along. Zhang Shuoqin reached out to feel the fabric, but her eyes widened in shock when she caught sight of the price tag. "Luo Luo, this shirt costs 10,000 yuan?" Though she lowered her voice, her astonishment was still evident. Zhou Luo's face flushed with embarrassment. Biting her lip, she whispered in the quietest voice possible. "Yeah, I think it's expensive too." Seeing the self-reproach on Zhou Luo's face, Lin Fan quickly explained. "Luo Luo will look great in this dress. Uncle and aunt, don't worry, we didn't pay for it." Zhou Wingxiong and Zhang Shuoqin froze, both utterly baffled. How could a dress costing over 10,000 yuan be free? Who would just hand out such an expensive garment for no reason? Noticing the confusion in Zhou Wingxiong and his wife's eyes, Lin Fan briefly recounted what had happened. Zhou Wingxiong suddenly understood, uttering several O's in succession. "I got so caught up talking. Quick, come inside. I bought some fish earlier tonight, you'll get to taste my cooking. We're having braised fish." Zhou Wingxiong grinned from ear to ear, already pushing Zhou Luo's wheelchair toward the house as he spoke. Just then, Lin Fan's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the unread message icon on the screen, Lin Fan instinctively thought it was from Bai Shuang. He tapped it open. The sender was indeed Bai Shuang's number. "Lin Fan, I can't return anytime soon. There's an urgent matter at the Bai residence that needs resolving. Come find me tomorrow without delay. Meet me at Shanghai Oasis. You must come." Lin Fan frowned slightly. He had thought Bai Shuang's message was just to let him know she was safe, but it turned out she was facing trouble. When she'd mentioned returning to the capital earlier, the weight on Bai Shuang's face had been unmistakable to Lin Fan. Now not only could he not return anytime soon, but she needed him to come to her. It seemed his senior sister was facing a rather thorny problem. Before Lin Fan could process this, another message appeared on his phone. "Bai Shuang is in trouble. Yun Chuan." Those 6 simple words held Lin Fan's gaze for a long moment. Comparing the two messages, Lin Fan instantly understood what was happening. Someone was impersonating Bai Shuang to send him messages. While he knew nothing about the Qinghai Oasis in the imperial capital, the message from Yunchuan was undoubtedly genuine. In an instant, Lin Fan's aura turned icy cold. His face seemed covered in a thin layer of frost, and even the air around him felt several degrees colder. Zhou Wingxiong couldn't help but shiver. He reached up to touch his forehead. "Lin Fan, is something wrong?" Zhou Luo also sensed something was off, his palm-sized face clearly tense. "Lin Fan, what's wrong?" "Something's happened with my senior sister. Uncle and aunt, I can't stay for dinner tonight. I need to go handle this matter and will return afterward." With that, Lin Fan spun on his heel and dashed out without looking back. Watching Lin Fan's retreating figure, Zhou Xiong's voice was heavy with concern. This kid must have run into some trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a rush. Recalling everything Lin Fan had done since his return, Zhang Shuoqin's brow furrowed deeply, her own worries rising. May Lin Fan be safe. Heaven protect this child. Zhou Luo said nothing, yet his large, watery eyes remained fixed on the direction Lin Fan had departed. Zhou Luo was naturally endearing, yet his eyes now brimmed with worry, as if he longed to follow Lin Fan wherever he went. "Luo Luo, don't worry. Good people are protected by heaven. We'll just wait for his good news. Zhang Shuochen whispered soothingly to her daughter. Zhou Luo nodded, her expression suddenly growing much more somber. A few minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at the airport. Having booked the earliest flight, Lin Fan waited at the airport. With half an hour left before boarding, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. He appeared to be resting, but in reality, he was sorting through the intricate web of relationships in his mind. Zhao Dingchuan was the overlord's last disciple. Long San had come this time and returned in failure. Now the overlord was targeting Bai Shuang. Clearly, he'd reached his breaking point. Oof. Just a little interference from me, and you're already in such a rush? Fine. We'll settle this in the capital. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly, and without anyone noticing, the aura radiating from his body shifted once more. Passengers waiting for takeoff sensed the unusual shift, some even gasping in shock. How did the temperature in this airport drop so suddenly? Chapter 41, Meet Force with Force, Water with Earth. Half an hour later, Lin Fan was seated on the flight bound for the capital. At the same time, Yun Chuan appeared at the entrance to the Bai family study. Bai Jude and Bai Jui were the first to sense something amiss. They whirled around abruptly, only to find someone standing directly behind them. Yun Chuan's face was as cold as ice, his eyes narrowed in fury. Bai Jude shuddered violently, his eyes widening as he barked. Who are you? How did you get in? It was no wonder Bai Jude reacted with such alarm. The Bai residence employed over 1,000 guards, both senior and junior, with skilled fighters aplenty. That this person could slip into the study undetected was truly terrifying upon reflection. Not only was Bai Jude utterly stunned, but even the elderly Mr. Bai and Bai Juxian wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Was this man before them also a martial arts grandmaster? How else could he have evaded the notice of so many guards within the manor? Noticing all eyes on him, Yun Chuan wore a look of disdain as he coldly demanded, "Where is Miss Bai Shuang? What business do you have with Bai Shuang? She is no longer a member of the Bai family registry. Whatever she does outside is none of our concern." To sever all ties with Bai Shuang, Bai Jude immediately distanced himself from her. His words fell, and Bai Jude's face hardened with wariness, his eyes brimming with hostility. You trespassed into the Bai residence. What exactly are your intentions? The fact that this person had come seeking Bai Shuang immediately put everyone present on edge, and Bai Juxian was particularly furious. If this man truly came sent by the overlord, then they were indeed in a terrible hurry. Bai Juxian fought to suppress his rage, his voice cold as ice. Bai Shuang has already been taken by you. What more do you want? Where? Yun Chuan's brow furrowed, his voice tightening with tension. Humph. How should I know where she is? You should ask your own comrades. Bai Juxian clenched his fists, itching to throw the man out right then and there. Unfortunately, he was no match for this man. Even if he struck, he wouldn't last 3 blows. My friend, Bai Shuang has indeed been taken by your people. If you don't believe me, you can ask He Shi Quan. Bai Shoudao stared motionless at Yun Chuan, his voice equally icy. Yun Chuan finally regained his composure and began to explain. You've all misunderstood. He Shi Quan and I are not allies. I'm here to find Miss Bai Shuang. My name is Yun Chuan, and I am Miss Bai Shuang's bodyguard. At these words, Bai Juxian's expression softened slightly. Not far away, Bai Jude and Bai Judy also breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, this man wasn't sent by the overlord. If he truly belonged to the overlord's faction, their hearts would have been in their throats. After Yun Chuan recounted the events at the entrance, Bai Juxian began describing what had transpired in the Bai family's main hall. Before he could finish mentioning Bai Shuang's abduction, Bai Juxian found himself unable to continue. I had already pieced together a rough idea of what happened outside, which is why I rushed in. I wanted to ask, what does Old Master Bai plan to do next? Old Master Bai's brow furrowed slightly, his weathered face growing even more somber. To defy the overlord and rescue Bai Shuang would mean antagonizing over half the martial arts masters. But then he thought, Bai Shuang had grown up by his side since childhood. He cherished her like the palm of his hand. Now that she was in trouble, he would go through fire and water to rescue her. Mr. Yun, since the Zhangjiang incident involves the Bai family, we absolutely cannot stand idly by. Bai Shuang must be rescued. Yun Chuan nodded swiftly upon hearing this. This was precisely the response he had been waiting for. With the old master's assurance, I can rest easy. Gentlemen, please remain calm. Since Lin Fan hasn't appeared yet, they likely won't harm the young lady. I'll go gather intelligence first. The moment an opportunity arises, I will rescue the young lady. Though Yun Chuan served as Bai Shuang's guardian, he remained constantly by her side. To the outside world, he introduced himself as her steward. Thus, even in front of Bai Shoudao and the others, Yun Chuan still addressed Bai Shuang as Mississippi. Upon learning Yun Chuan's true identity, Bai Shoudao and Bai Juxian's faces lit up with admiration. Hearing his candid words now filled them with profound gratitude. Bai Juxian stepped forward, clasping his hands. Mr. Yun, thank you so much. I will immediately gather 100 of the Bai family's finest warriors to serve Mr. Rinping.
Bai Juxian spoke with solemn conviction, his expression grave.
Yun Chuan flatly refused. Not necessary.
Why do you say that, sir? The Overlord's forces are teeming with elite fighters, and he Shi Quan holds immense prestige within the Central River Martial Alliance.
If Bai Juxian didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was abundantly clear. Strength lies in numbers.
Besides, facing so many masters, every extra person means more strength. But Yun Chuan disagreed. Since even Mr. Bai acknowledges the enemy's prowess, the Bai family should certainly not go.
It's not that I underestimate the Bai family's martial arts cultivation, but the danger ahead is truly formidable.
At present, Miss Bai Shuang is their only bargaining chip to lure out Lin Fan.
Those adversaries will certainly not take this lightly. Bringing more people along would only become a burden to me. Having explained his reasoning, Yun Chuan turned his gaze back to Bai Shoudao and Bai Juxian.
Bai Shoudao, his graying beard turning green, nodded slightly.
Mr. Yun is correct.
Since our goal is reconnaissance, a larger group would only draw attention to our presence. He Shi Quan is out in the open now, but they must have plenty of people lurking in the shadows.
Otherwise, how could a protector of the Central River Martial Alliance be so brazen? Yun Chuan's words brought sudden clarity to everyone present.
While He Shi Quan was certainly detestable in everyday dealings, he had never been this utterly contemptuous of others. Recalling He Shi Chuan's actions today, Bai Juxian began to piece together the underlying scheme. Behind He Shi Quan, there must be a far more powerful force backing him. Otherwise, a small fry like He Shi Quan, no matter how much he splashed about, couldn't stir up any real trouble.
You speak wisely, sir. Who knows what trials lie ahead? But we are prepared.
We'll meet force with force, and water with earth.
Bai Juxian's expression was resolute, his gaze piercing.
A look of satisfaction spread across old Master Bai's face.
Not far away, Bai Jude and Bai Juyi's expression shifted repeatedly. We'll meet force with force, water with earth. Were they prepared to throw caution to the wind? For the sake of Bai Shuang, are they truly willing to place the entire Bai family in the eye of the storm? Bai Juxian has truly lost his mind. His daughter is his daughter, but does that mean others' daughters aren't daughters?
Besides, 2 of the Bai family's younger generation are already in their hands. Bai Jude swallowed hard, about to speak, when Bai Shoudao's piercing gaze fixed on him. Bai Jude hastily shut his mouth, daring not utter another word.
All right. I'll notify you immediately if there's any news. Excuse me. Yun Chuan turned and vanished from sight as he spoke. Chapter 42, How Careless of Me. Bai Family Study. After witnessing Yun Chuan's prowess, the Bai family members all wore expressions of astonishment. That man looked to be only around 50 years old. How could he possess such extraordinary skills? He vanished in the blink of an eye.
Bai Shoudao touched his graying temples, frowning in thought. The others dared not speak. Finally, Bai Shoudao spoke in a low, solemn voice. Shuang is truly blessed to have such a guardian.
Father, was that man a master-level cultivator?
His speed was astonishing.
Our Bai family has many skilled practitioners. How come none of them noticed him?
No sooner had Bai Jude finished speaking than Bai Shoudao snorted coldly. Before Master Yun, those so-called masters you speak of aren't even worthy of being called juniors. Bai Jude sucked in a sharp breath, his expression growing complex once more.
Father, how could the Lin family of Zhongjiang involve so many people? Logically speaking, the Lin family isn't arrogant or tyrannical. Why would they become the target of everyone's hostility? Could it be they offended someone? Or perhaps they're after something valuable? Otherwise, why would the overlord of the imperial capital get involved?
Bai Judy and Bai Jude traded questions back and forth, both utterly baffled. Old Master Bai didn't respond to their questions. Instead, he murmured thoughtfully, Lin Fan survived a great calamity.
He must have good fortune ahead.
Several hours later, Lin Fan emerged from the imperial capital airport, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Qinghai Oasis. Qinghai Oasis wasn't located in the bustling downtown area but lay east of the capital. Surrounded by water on 3 sides, it was backed by rolling green mountains, lush and verdant. Legend had it that when Qinghai Oasis was built, the legendary sea sage had been invited to design it, resulting in an ancient, elegant structure full of intricate mechanisms. People had only heard rumors about this. As for what the interior truly looked like, everyone could only speculate. However, the outer walls of Qinghai Oasis were plain for all to see. The walls are incredibly thick, constructed with special materials. Remarkably, barbed wire is strung atop the walls, which stand over 3 meters high. Such stringent security only deepened people's curiosity about Qinghai Oasis. Even more peculiar was the fact that access to Qinghai Oasis required crossing a suspension bridge. If those on the other side refused passage, crossing was impossible. The drawbridge connects 2 mountains, and this unique geography provides excellent natural defense for the Qinghai Oasis. In ancient times, this location would have been a stronghold easy to defend, difficult to attack. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, his expression focused. After opening his divine sense, Lin Fan could clearly perceive everything around him. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears.
About what I expected. I thought I'd have to wait a while longer. The speaker was Yun Chuan. Upon seeing Lin Fan, a hint of a smile appeared on Yun Chuan's face. Lin Fan nodded. Uncle Yun, when did you arrive? I sent you a message as soon as I arrived. After exchanging a few brief words, the two set off together. Only when they reached the base of a massive, sturdy tree did Yun Chuan halt his steps. The area was remarkably quiet, with no passers-by in sight. Beyond the vast parking lot in the distance, the landscape was dominated by lush, verdant trees. The two whispered briefly before heading toward the suspension bridge. Without a word of greeting, let alone prior notification, Lin Fan and Yun Chuan planted their feet firmly and leaped into the air. By the time they landed, they had already appeared on the other side of the suspension bridge. He Shi Quan, hand over the white frost. Lin Fan channeled his true chi, and in an instant, his voice echoed throughout the entire valley. Yun Chuan opened his divine sense to its fullest. Before Lin Fan's voice had even faded, several experts surged forward. Though they didn't immediately attack, they were already prepared for battle. Yun Chuan snorted coldly, his face twisted with disdain. Lin Fan's face darkened, his aura radiating like 10,000-year-old ice. Spotting the snipers lying in wait nearby, Lin Fan let out another cold laugh. These petty scoundrels were truly beneath contempt. Yun Chuan and Lin Fan pressed forward, their faces showing no fear. Lin Fan, halt! A sharp reprimand echoed, followed by the sight of a group approaching. The most conspicuous figure was undoubtedly the middle-aged man in Tang-style robes at the center. He had a hooked nose, almond-shaped eyes, and a long, dark face. His martial cultivation had just reached the threshold of the dragon rankings. A large group of bodyguards surrounded the middle-aged man. At first glance, the bodyguards seemed to be propelling the man forward like a human shield. Recognizing the man before him, Lin Fan's rage boiled over, his eyes narrowing to slits. Years ago, it was this very man who had carried out the massacre at the Lin family estate. Lin Fan had witnessed Shubuat and the others die at his hands with his own eyes. That dark, elongated horse face remained etched in Lin Fan's memory. Now, old grudges and fresh resentment flared up together. Meanwhile, He Shi Quan was staring intently at Lin Fan. You beast! Slaughtering my Lin family members, how utterly despicable! Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his gaze blazing like fire. He Shi Quan chuckled darkly, admitting it openly. You're talking about what happened to the Lin family 3 years ago, right? Yes, I killed them. Who asked them to be so useless? I still remember one of them was so weak I only stabbed him twice before he collapsed. Truth be told, I had my eye on that little minx. Too bad I didn't get a taste before someone else beat me to it. At this point, He Shi Quan reached up to rub his nose, his face wearing a look of regret. Oh, that girl was your sister, right? Pretty as a picture. Snap. 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 Seeing He Shi Quan's nauseating expression, Lin Fan's knuckles cracked like popping beans. He Shi Quan's face betrayed nothing, but inside he was delighted. Youngsters like him just can't handle a few provocative words. He'd barely said anything, and already the kid was boiling over. Someone with such an unstable mind was hardly worth fearing. No matter how extraordinary the outside world made Lin Fan out to be, facing him in this state, defeat was certain. Yet, the smile on He Shi Quan's face didn't last long. Seeing Lin Fan's expression return to normal, He Shi Quan's heart skipped a beat. He'd underestimated this kid. Though young and naturally enraged by He Shi Quan's provocation, Lin Fan possessed extraordinary composure. Just like now, Lin Fan seemed to be waiting for him to speak. He Shi Quan took a step forward, his gaze growing cautious. 3 years ago, you narrowly escaped. Who would have thought you'd stir up such a storm now? Had we known this earlier, we would never have left such a massive liability. How careless of us. Lin Fan, with your talent, it's no wonder people have it in for your Lin family. Just wait, the higher-ups have already made it clear, your days are numbered. The moment He Shi Quan finished speaking, Lin Fan's voice rang out, cold and resolute. The higher-ups you mention, are they the overlord? Chapter 43, Release my senior sister. Faced with Lin Fan's direct challenge, He Shi Quan's heart tightened momentarily before he regained his usual composure. But this subtle shift did not escape Lin Fan's keen observation. Earlier, he had merely intended to bluff He Shi Quan, yet unexpectedly, he had gained some useful clues. He Shi Quan narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp. Kid, don't try to outsmart me here. There are plenty of people above me. What happens in your Lin family isn't decided by just 1 or 2 people. To throw Lin Fan off guard, He Shi Quan finished his sentence and then threw his head back, bursting into loud laughter. Lin Fan took a deep breath, waiting until He Shi Quan's laughter died down. Everything you've done is connected to the Lin family. Holding my Shuang hostage was merely to force me into the open. Now that I'm here, release those who have nothing to do with this. I take responsibility for my own actions. Don't drag the innocent into this. Lin Fan stood ramrod straight, his expression solemn. A flash of viciousness flickered in He Shi Quan's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled upward once more. Fine. But I have one condition, drink this packet. Half an hour later, that little girl from the Bai family will return on her own.
As he spoke, He Quan opened his palm, revealing a small white porcelain bottle. The gourd-shaped porcelain bottle was quite ordinary, but its lid was striking. As Yun Chuan clearly saw the shape of the lid, his heart skipped a beat. It was actually Tianma powder. Lin Fan, don't fall for his trick. That's Tianma powder. If you actually take it, you'll lose all your cultivation. Yun Chuan wasn't exaggerating. Tianma powder, alongside 10 fragrance muscle relaxing powder, was renowned as one of the most notorious poisons in the martial world. Even with an antidote to counteract it, one would remain utterly debilitated for half a day. This place was swarming with He Chuan's men. If anything happened to Lin Fan, wouldn't he be at their mercy? Yun Chuan's heart raced with anxiety, fearing Lin Fan might not recognize the contents of that small vial. His voice grew urgent. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a moment before finally looking up. Master Uncle, this is the only way to get them to release senior sister. Even if it's dangerous, I can't afford to hesitate. You know they're after me. As long as I do as they say, senior sister will be safe. Once you see senior sister, leave immediately. Don't linger here. Lin Fan spoke with grave solemnity, his brow furrowing repeatedly as he spoke. Yun Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, nearly stamping his foot in frustration. Yet as Lin Fan spoke, Yun Chuan sensed something else amiss. Lin Fan spoke slowly, as if his decision had been made after careful deliberation. In reality, however, he was communicating with Yun Chuan through another method entirely. The technique of transmitting thoughts through divine consciousness. Lin Fan wasn't afraid of Tianma powder at all. Even if it were mixed with 10 fragrance muscle relaxing powder and forced down his throat, it wouldn't affect him. For 3 years on the mountain, Lin Fan had immersed himself daily in concoctions of poisonous potions. It could be said he had long since become immune to all poisons. Only after grasping this did Yun Chuan finally exhale a long sigh of relief. Just then, Lin Fan raised his voice, He Quan, you'd better keep your word. No backing out. Before He Quan could respond, Yun Chuan shouted to stop him. Lin Fan, have you lost your mind? Did you come all this way just to throw your life away? Don't you realize what Bai Shuang would do if she found out you sacrificed your life to save her? Since we're putting on a show, we might as well play it out to the fullest. As soon as Yun Chuan finished speaking, he reached out to grab Lin Fan's arm, trying to stop him from moving forward. Lin Fan shook his head. Master, I can't just abandon my senior sister. But, before Yun Chuan could finish, Lin Fan had already stepped forward, his gaze fixed firmly on He Quan. Seeing Lin Fan agree, He Quan was overjoyed. He immediately had someone bring a bowl of water and personally poured the gastrodia powder into it. Go, bring this bowl to him. Make sure he drinks it himself. He Quan ordered in a deep voice, his face twisted with malice. The attendant nodded swiftly upon hearing the order, cradling the bowl in both hands as he hurried toward Lin Fan. But when he reached Lin Fan didn't take the bowl. Instead, he spoke again. He Quan, I'm not foolish enough to let you toy with me. I'll only drink this if you let me see my senior sister first. Fine, Lin Fan. You've seriously underestimated me. He Quan was frantic, desperate for Lin Fan to down that bowl of Tianma powder immediately. But at that very moment, Lin Fan added another condition. He was on the verge of pounding his chest and swearing, I'll definitely keep my word. Lin Fan's face twisted with contempt as he spoke coldly. He Quan, you're nothing but a despicable, shameless, filthy little man. In full view of everyone, He Chuan's face turned the color of liver as Lin Fan hurled these insults at him. You. What about you? A gentleman is open and honest. How can you expect others not to look down on you when you do such despicable things? Stunned into silence, He Quan turned his face away and spat out through gritted teeth. Go! Bring Bai Shuang out here. Shortly after, 2 figures indeed approached carrying Bai Shuang. Her acupoints remained sealed, leaving her completely helpless. Seeing Lin Fan and Yun Chuan together, Bai Shuang's expression froze. Her clear eyes brimmed with worry, and her eyelashes, like tiny fans, fluttered rapidly several times. Her voice, as crisp as a nightingale's song, was tinged with urgency. Little junior brother, why are you here? Hurry back. This doesn't concern you. Bai Shuang was frantic with worry, her eyes brimming with tears. After addressing Lin Fan, Bai Shuang turned her gaze to Yun Chuan beside him. Uncle Master, why did you come along too? This is a trap. Why are you all walking right into it? Lin Fan stepped forward, his expression unwavering. Senior sister, you suffered this calamity because of me. If I, Lin Fan, don't rescue you, I won't find peace. Even if it costs me my life, I won't hesitate. After addressing Bai Shuang, Lin Fan turned his gaze to He Quan. Release them first. I won't drink it until I'm certain my senior sister is safe. You have 10 seconds. Otherwise, I'll change my mind. He Chuan's brow furrowed into a knot as countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. It seemed Lin Fan wasn't bluffing, he likely meant what he said. But what if he was bluffing?
Could his men withstand the consequences?
Recalling the martial prowess of both Lin Fan and Yun Xuan, He Shirquan swallowed hard. Finally, steeled with resolve, he nodded. As the saying goes, outnumbered forces are no match for superior numbers. With his side brimming with experts and fully prepared, even if Lin Fan and Yun Xuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, they might not stand a chance. Even if it came to blows, they wouldn't necessarily gain the upper hand. With this thought, the expression on He Shirquan's face grew calm once more.
Someone, release Bai Shuang. He Shirquan raised his hand and waved.
Soon, someone began to untie Bai Shuang.
No! Chapter 44, You've fallen for it.
A sharp voice rang out from behind him, sending a sudden chill through He Shirquan. He Shirquan turned toward the voice, about to erupt in anger, only to find Bai Shuang glaring at him with furrowed brows. Her voice was icy cold, her once beautiful eyes now blazing with fury. Her already aloof demeanor grew even more piercing. A single glance from her was enough to make one feel uneasy. Fortunately, Bai Shuang only glanced at him before turning her gaze back toward Lin Fan. He Shirquan quietly exhaled in relief. So that no wasn't meant for him after all. Junior brother, He Shirquan is a despicable scoundrel.
Don't fall for his tricks. You must leave immediately.
He Shirquan's heart raced with anxiety.
Lin Fan had agreed, why wasn't Bai Shuang cooperating?
If Bai Shuang didn't leave, Lin Fan wouldn't be able to drink the Tianma powder in front of him, and all subsequent plans would be put on hold. He Shirquan paced like a caged animal, nearly spinning in circles on the spot. Miss Bai Shuang, he pleaded, your bond as senior and junior sisters is truly profound.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once it's gone forever.
No sooner had He Shirquan finished speaking than Lin Fan's voice reached Bai Shuang's ears once more.
Senior sister, listen to me. You must leave now.
To have met both my master and you in this lifetime is truly a blessing beyond measure.
If fate permits, I hope we may meet again in the next life.
Lin Fan's words tore at Bai Shuang's heart. He had come down the mountain seeking vengeance, yet now he faced death before his vengeance was fulfilled. If not for her, Lin Fan would never have faced this calamity. White Frost was consumed by regret and hatred, regret for her carelessness in falling for their trap, and hatred for those scheming individuals who had plotted against Lin Fan and his companions. In the blink of an eye, Bai Shuang was brought before Yun Xuan. All of this had been witnessed by Lin Fan. Seeing that Bai Shuang was unharmed, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Her steps were heavy, and her bright eyes were now brimming with tears. Lin Fan, if anything happens to you, I'll make sure every last one of them pays with their lives. Bai Shuang fought back the tears, forcing the words out through a tight throat. Lin Fan said nothing, not even turning back, yet his resolute figure alone was enough to make Bai Shuang's tears flow freely. Only after Yun Xuan led Bai Shuang away did Lin Fan down the liquid in his bowl in one gulp. He Shirquan dared to laugh wildly. Ha! Lin Fan, you're still too young.
One woman has already outwitted you. I saw something off between the two of you long ago, never imagined I'd actually find your Achilles heel.
Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, blame your own inexperience. When you report to the King of Hell later, remember to tell him to give you a bit more brains in your next life.
You think I only gave you Tianma powder?
What a joke. I laced it with crane's red. Lin Fan, you're dead today. As he spoke, He Shirquan already envisioned Lin Fan spitting blood and convulsing in his mind.
How utterly satisfying.
Lin Fan remained silent, his face expressionless. He Shirquan stepped forward cautiously, not daring to get too close, though his tone dripped with unbridled arrogance.
Who is Bai Shuang? Do you think she's just your senior sister? No.
Someone has long set their sights on Bai Shuang. People like us wouldn't even dare to look at her twice, let alone kill her. Bai Shuang is perfectly safe here. It's you who'll meet your end soon. He Shirquan's face twisted into a vicious grimace as his piercing gaze locked onto Lin Fan. If Lin Fan died here, fame would be impossible to avoid. Right now, nearly every expert in the imperial capital was searching for news of Lin Fan, countless minds racking themselves to capture him.
Yet none could have imagined that a single bowl of poison would be enough to dispose of him. What a thrilling victory! Why aren't you speaking? Regretting it? Or scared?
You got what you deserved, Lin Fan.
Think about it, how many souls have perished under your hand these past days? I've merely avenged them. As for your corpse after death, I must give everyone an account. How about chopping it up to feed the dogs? That should ensure you die without a whole body, right? Ha!
He Shirquan's laughter echoed once more, utterly unrestrained.
Time ticked by, and He Shirquan's guard gradually lowered.
Finally, he stepped directly before Lin Fan. Just as he opened his mouth to sneer, Lin Fan suddenly stepped forward. He Shirquan's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened in terror.
No! That guy just drank a bowl of poison. Even if the toxin doesn't take effect immediately, shouldn't he be feeling something by now? But why did Lin Fan show no sign of pain on his face?
You! He Shirquan swallowed hard, his face etched with confusion. Before He Shirquan could react, Lin Fan yanked him by the collar. With a slight twist of his wrist, He Shirquan's feet left the ground.
Lin Fan, you bastard, you tricked me. He Quan flailed his arms wildly, his entire body unable to find any foothold. At first glance, he resembled a mantis caught by the throat. His former authority vanished completely. He kicked wildly, looking utterly ridiculous. At that moment, he Quan was overcome with terror, his entire body trembling. What the hell went wrong? He had clearly seen Lin Fan drink that poison. Why was the kid completely unharmed? Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression dripping with disdain. You think that measly poison could kill me? You've seriously underestimated me. Lin Fan's deep voice reverberated, making He Chuan's eardrums throb painfully. Yet he still couldn't fathom the reason. This kid isn't even afraid of poison? Could he be some kind of celestial being? Worse still, the kid had him in a death grip, 2 fingers tight enough to crush him. He Chen broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he stammered. What the hell did you do? Only when He Quan uttered these words did his followers snap out of their daze. As the crowd surged forward, Lin Fan barked a warning. Halt! Whoever dares approach, I'll make He Quan bleed to death right here. His words proved effective. One moment, the skilled fighters had gripped their weapons, ready to charge forward. The next, they froze in place. He Chuan's face turned pale, his forehead already covered in beads of sweat as large as soybeans. Not a soul move. Stay right where you are. This dramatic turn of events was something He Quan hadn't anticipated. As he spoke, he was already scheming how to escape. Noticing He Chuan's darting eyes, Lin Fan once again activated his divine sense. That old fox He Quan had indeed set up an ambush. Not far away, several snipers were aiming in his direction. To the southeast, others were poised and ready to strike. Even the elite fighters before him weren't fully cooperating. Though they had begun retreating, the subtle maneuvers in their hands did not escape Lin Fan's keen eyes. Several martial artists ranked on the dragon list were already itching to act. Chapter 45, A Chance to Speak. Lin Fan twisted his wrist, instantly gripping He Chuan's throat. Ah! He Quan let out a piercing scream, his face turning deathly pale. All of you, step back. No tricks. Lin Fan's expression remained impassive, his voice chilling like it came from beneath a 1,000-year-old glacier. The moment he spoke, it sent shivers down spines. He Quan never imagined this outcome. His voice raspy with despair, he shouted, "Everyone back! No one move!" Only after confirming no one dared make another move did Lin Fan drag He Quan back. At that moment, a faint sound reached Lin Fan's ears. It was his master's younger brother, Yun Chuan. Judging by the sound, Lin Fan confirmed it was only one person. That meant Bai Shuang was now completely safe. Earlier, he'd been preoccupied with how to extricate himself swiftly. Now, with Yun Chuan's arrival, half of Lin Fan's anxiety dissolved. Not far away, Yun Chuan had already dealt with the few gunmen. The remaining rabble were utterly insignificant. He Chen, the man who had slaughtered members of the Lin family back then, Lin Fan would certainly not let him off easily. The horrifying scene of his family's bodies strewn haphazardly, blood flowing like a river, flashed through Lin Fan's mind once more, causing him to clench his fists tightly. Crack! Cracks erupted beneath his feet, spreading outward like a spider web. Lin Fan, I'm coming. Yun Chuan's voice snapped him back to reality. Master Uncle, let us fight side by side. Lin Fan's voice boomed with majestic power, utterly unlike that of a poison man. He Quan once again felt Lin Fan had truly outmaneuvered him. That little bastard probably never even drank the poison in the first place. Just moments ago, their only opponent was Lin Fan, but now another expert has arrived. This situation. In the blink of an eye, He Chuan's mind raced through several possibilities. Finally, a ruthless glint flared in his eyes. He had slaughtered countless members of the Lin family years ago, and now he held Bai Shuang hostage. With both old grudges and new offenses piled against him, Lin Fan would surely show him no mercy. Since death was inevitable either way, he might as well go down fighting. A desperate, all-out strike might just offer a sliver of chance to escape. Lin Fan, you have some nerve, daring to take me hostage. He Chuan's sudden change in attitude struck Lin Fan as odd. But those across from him quickly grasped the meaning. In an instant, everyone surged toward Lin Fan, some even drawing pistols on the spot. Lin Fan sneered coldly. You really don't value your own life. Since that's the case, I'll grant you your wish. With that, Lin Fan flicked his wrist, sending He Quan flying through the air. Before the eyes of all present, He Chuan's body traced a perfect arc through the air. Thud! A dull thud echoed as He Quan slammed into the ground. The crowd stared in stunned silence, no longer daring to continue their earlier actions. The ground beneath He Chuan's body was pitted by the impact. Now, He Chuan's eyes rolled back, and not even a single twitch ran through his limbs. He was gone. Many silently wondered, what kind of immense force could produce such a result? The Guardian is dead. We will avenge him. Amidst the crowd, someone suddenly bellowed at the top of their lungs. Instantly, the dazed crowd snapped back to reality and surged toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained unflappable, flexing his wrists before charging into the crowd with lightning speed. His speed was jaw-dropping. His movements resembled a pack leader charging into a herd of sheep. In an instant, the opposing crowd scattered like loose sand. Even the subsequent formations were disrupted by Lin Fan, simultaneously shattering their psychological defenses. Unfortunately, their cultivation bases were too formidable, preventing Lin Fan from unleashing his full power. Just then, a figure suddenly burst into the air. Before the others could comprehend what was happening, 8 or 9 of them had already fallen to the ground, motionless. Yun Xuan held his breath, his gaze piercing like flames. How dare these men scheme against Bai Shuang and Lin Fan? It was utterly despicable. Today, they would taste the bitter consequences of their actions. Who was that? Where did they come from? Snipers, fire now! He's armed. Everyone, be careful. Suddenly, someone soared overhead, sending shivers down everyone's spines. They feared that in the blink of an eye, their lives could be lost. Seeing Yun Xuan approach, Lin Fan's face broke into a smile. He reached out, scooped up a handful of melon seeds, and flicked them casually. 40 or 50 people fell to the ground. Soon, cries of agony filled the air. He had no deep grudges against these people, not enough to kill them outright. But since they kept provoking him, let them lie down for a while. A wide clearing formed around Lin Fan, and the others dared not approach. Lin Fan harbored benevolent intentions, yet his adversaries were solely intent on taking his life. Brothers, take Lin Fan's head. We'll claim the reward. A deep voice boomed out, clear for all to hear. The crowd, who had been itching for a fight moments ago, suddenly grew restless again. Even those injured by Lin Fan's melon seeds struggled to rise. A cold glint flashed across Lin Fan's face as he turned toward the source of the voice. A middle-aged man in his 30s stood motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan. Through his divine sense, Lin Fan detected that the man's martial cultivation ranked above the dragon list. A sneer curled his lips. No wonder he dared shout that among the crowd he must think his cultivation is so high that he has the audacity? Lin Fan, you've already incurred the wrath of heaven and the resentment of men. To act so brazenly in the Qinghai Oasis is nothing short of audacious. Just because Guardian He isn't here doesn't mean we'll let you walk all over us. Brothers, let's avenge Guardian He. We'll claim the bounty with Lin Fan's head. The man grew increasingly excited as he spoke. Before the eyes of all, he leapt into the air, his fist clenched as he soared. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. I merely gave you a chance to speak. You actually think you're someone important. As the man closed in on Lin Fan's face, those around them froze in their tracks, their expressions turning to shock. Lin Fan stood utterly still. Was he waiting to die? If so, could they get a piece of the action? The thought of claiming Lin Fan's head made them rush toward him like thirsty travelers spotting water in the desert. Those greedy souls were only thinking about how to profit from Lin Fan's head, failing to notice the smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 3, 2, 1. Lin Fan's lips moved slightly as he counted slowly. As he reached 1, his leg shot out with a kick. The kick landed squarely on the attacker's chest. Before the attacker's fist could even touch Lin Fan, the entire person was sent flying backward. Chapter 46, Third Brother, Are You Afraid? Good heavens, how could he be sent flying back before even landing a blow? Get out of the way, danger! The few who had just regained their composure shouted in alarm, their faces frozen in terror. But before they could dodge to the side, the corpse in midair crashed down. Though seemingly light and lacking force, the impact among the crowd caused quite a stir. The man didn't simply fall straight down upon landing, he formed a diagonal slope and charged forward, instantly knocking down a large group. Watching them fall like cut scallions, Lin Fan snorted coldly. People die for wealth, birds die for food, how true that is. No sooner had Lin Fan spoken than Yun Xuan came to a halt beside him. What should we do with these people? Lin Fan reached out, grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and flung them once more at the men before him. This time, it wouldn't be as simple as making them lie down. Before those on the ground could react, a sudden numbness shot through their bodies. Their dantian felt like a deflated balloon utterly devoid of sensation. Death may be spared, but punishment must be meted out. These men would never harm another soul again. For a martial artist on the path of cultivation, having their cultivation stripped away was punishment severe enough to make them deeply reflect on their lives. It was safe to say these men would have no desire to cause trouble again anytime soon. Just an hour ago, the Qinghai Oasis had been a place of profound allure in people's hearts, shrouded in mystery at every turn. But now, the Qinghai Oasis resembled a living hell, filled with wails of agony and the incessant sounds of suffering. Just as Lin Fan and Yun Xuan stepped out of the Qinghai Oasis, a thunderous crash erupted behind them. Boom! The sound was deafening, shaking their eardrums. Lin Fan didn't turn around, yet through his divine sense, he saw everything behind him with crystal clarity. Though the martial artists had preserved their lives, Qinghai Oasis belonging to He Shirquan could not escape its fate. He Shirquan had already paid the price for his past slaughter of the Lin family. The destruction of this estate was merely the interest on that debt.
After the explosion, flames shot skyward, raging unceasingly until the entire Qinghai oasis was reduced to ruins. Thus, people began to interpret the former Qinghai oasis in a new light. Backed by green mountains and surrounded by water on three sides, it truly was a splendid burial ground. A few minutes later, Lin Fan spotted Bai Shuang nearby. Her face wore a pout, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, a far cry from her former gentle demeanor. Lin Fan knew he shouldn't have kept it from Bai Shuang earlier, but the urgency of the moment left no room for explanation. "Senior sister, are you alright?" Lin Fan stepped forward, his concern evident in his voice. Bai Shuang shot Lin Fan a withering glare, pouting as she retorted, "I was worried sick just now. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? If I'd told you beforehand, wouldn't the plan have been compromised? We only had 3 people, and you were still under someone else's control. We were truly outnumbered." Lin Fan explained cautiously. Yun Chuan beside them struggled to stifle his laughter. If this had happened to anyone else, people could easily say that. After all, being outnumbered is a fact. But coming from Lin Fan's mouth? That's laughable. Ever since Lin Fan descended the mountain, hadn't every single thing he did been earth-shattering? Hadn't every single thing he did been a victory of the few over the many? Bai Shuang understood the intent behind Lin Fan's words and chose not to press the matter further. Yet the thought of being so ruthlessly handed over by the Bai family still filled Bai Shuang with seething anger. Even though she had been expunged from the family registry, did they really have to go so far as to eliminate her completely? He Shiqian was certainly despicable, but what chilled her heart even more was the Bai family's actions. Bai Shuang's brows furrowed slightly as a chill aura emanated from her. "Junior brother, what are your plans from here?" Bai Shuang lifted her gaze forward, her voice carrying a hint of inquiry. "Of course we're going back. We'll demand answers from the Bai family. This isn't over." Bai Shuang hadn't expected Lin Fan to share her exact thoughts. Delighted, Bai Shuang felt a warm glow in her heart. Truthfully, she could confront the Bai family alone, but with Lin Fan by her side, Bai Shuang felt much more at ease. "Then let's go." In everyone's eyes, Lin Fan and I were already partners and that was the truth. So why should I care so much? Being able to fight alongside Lin Fan through life and death, Bai Shuang felt not a trace of worry, but rather a hint of secret delight. Her little junior brother had grown up now, he was willing to risk his life for his senior sister. How could that not make her happy? The car sped along, heading straight for the Bai residence. Ever since Bai Shuang was taken away, the Bai family had kept a close watch on Qinghai Oasis. The massive fire at Qinghai Oasis had become common knowledge. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had become synonymous with the god of death, his name the topic of every street corner and alleyway. Even 3-year-old children running through the streets shouted his name amidst their playful chases. Upon learning of Lin Fan and Yun Chuan's actions, Bai Shoudao wept tears of emotion. "Juxian, this Lin Fan is no ordinary man. Truly, he shows great promise at such a young age." Dad's right. Not just Lin Fan, that Yun Chuan is no ordinary man either. Xuan meeting both of them is a blessing this child earned in a past life. No sooner had Bai Shoudao finished speaking than Bai Juxian eagerly chimed in, his face radiant with satisfaction. Bai Shoudao nodded slightly, running a hand through his graying beard as a thoughtful expression returned to his face. Witnessing this scene, Bai Jude and Bai Juyi felt their hearts begin to race. Their alliance with He Shirquan had been for the sake of the Bai family. They believed handing over Bai Shuang would bring the family some peace. Compounded by the fact that their own children had been abducted, they had resorted to this desperate measure in their panic. They never imagined the situation would take such a dramatic turn. Bai Jude's brow knotted into a tight knot, holding his breath in tense silence. Beside him, Bai Juyi looked utterly regretful. Now, with no sound coming from the room, the two men felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. They exchanged a glance, their thoughts unspoken yet clear. Bai Jude rose first, speaking with measured decorum. "Father, you've worried yourself over Xuan's situation. She's on her way back now. Why don't you rest for a while, old man?" "Yes, perhaps we should step outside so as not to disturb you, old man." Bai Shoudao narrowed his eyes slightly, uttering a distracted "MHM." Before the sound of his voice had fully faded, Bai Juyi and Bai Jude dashed out the door in a flash. The moment they stepped outside, Bai Jude pressed his hand to his chest, his face etched with panic. "Good heavens, that scared the life out of me. Third brother, weren't you scared?" "Second brother, my heart nearly leapt out of my throat. You tell me if I'm scared." When the old man didn't say a word, I was sweating bullets. After finishing his words, Bai Juyi stretched his neck vigorously. "Gulp." The sound of swallowing echoed, and Bai Juyi's expression finally relaxed a little. Chapter 47, If you don't know what to say, don't say it. Bai Jude's eyes widened like saucers, his brow knotted into a tight knot. He'd been counting on Bai Juyi to say something to save face, but who knew Bai Juyi was even more timid than himself? With a helpless sigh, Bai Jude glanced around the room. Fortunately, no one was near the study. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be if the household servants saw them looking so flustered? Now that Bai Shuang had returned in triumph and Lin Fan was an invincible young talent, their current predicament felt downright awkward.
Bai Jude glanced at Bai Juyi. Bai Juyi wore a face like a funeral, his furrowed brow so deep it seemed water could drip from it. No need for polite small talk, both men were thinking the same thing. We must find a solution. That little vixen Bai Shuang has a temper like a firecracker. If she really targets us too, even the old master would likely side with her. Bai Jude felt a chill run down his spine, his worries deepening with every thought. Bai Juyi suddenly slapped his thigh. What other choice did they have? They'd just have to grit their teeth and take the plunge. After all, that girl wouldn't go so far as to kill them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than footsteps echoed from the study. Immediately after, Bai Judy and Bai Jude heard the sound of the old man's cane tapping. Both men held their breath, instantly standing as straight as a board. You two shouldn't be standing here. Bai Shuang and Lin Fan will be back soon. Hurry and make preparations to welcome them. Old Master Bai's expression was grave, his tone laced with sternness. His face, which had never been prone to smiles, now bore an even more solemn expression. Father, what do you need us to do? Before Bai Jude could finish his question, Old Master Bai had already turned and walked away. The corridor was left with only the three Bai brothers. It was springtime now, with blossoms in full bloom, willows turning green, and orioles singing everywhere, brimming with vitality. Yet to Bai Jude and Bai Juyi, the world before them was nothing but a sea of ashes. With the old master gone, Bai Juxian now held the reins of the household. Recalling their earlier actions, cold sweat began to beat on Bai Judi's forehead. Brother! No sooner had Bai Juyi spoken than Bai Juxian reached out. Other matters can wait. Quickly gather the clan elders and all members to greet Lin Fan at the Bai residence gates. At these words, Bai Jude and Bai Juyi instantly perked up. The fact that Bai Juxian hadn't punished them on the spot meant the situation wasn't severe enough to kick them out immediately. This thought sparked a glimmer of hope in both their hearts. 10 minutes later, all the major clan members were already lined up on either side of the Bai residence. Their attire was immaculate, their steps in perfect unison, and their expressions utterly solemn. Bai Shuang and Lin Fan had just stepped out of the car when they witnessed the scene. Earlier in the car, Bai Shuang's expression had softened somewhat. But upon witnessing the scene before them, her expression instantly turned cold again, and her pace quickened. Yun Xuan followed behind Bai Shuang, his face as frosty as hers. Compared to the two of them, Lin Fan's expressionless face was the friendliest of the bunch. Welcome home, miss. Welcome home, miss. Welcome home, miss. The crowd chanted in unison, their voices reverberating with awe. Every member of the Bai family wore expressions of profound respect. In their eyes, Bai Shuang had become a towering heroine. Arriving at the entrance of the Bai residence, Bai Shuang halted her steps and looked straight at the people before her. At the very front stood her father, Bai Juxian. To his left, in order from left to right, were her second uncle Bai Jude, third uncle Bai Judy, Bai Zhiheng, Bai Ziyuan, and all her cousins. To her right stood the influential decision-makers of the family. Bai Shuang gave a cold laugh. Quite the gathering today. Is some important figure arriving? As an outsider, should I step aside to avoid any conflict of interest? Or is it that the overlord has sent more men, and you intend to hand me over again? I am no longer part of the Bai family. My actions have nothing to do with them. You can rest assured, feel free to use me as a bargaining chip. Bai Shuang's voice was icy as she raised her head to confront them. Her words flowed with measured calm, logical and flawless, leaving no room for counterargument. Bai Juxian knew full well that Bai Shuang's return would inevitably lead to this confrontation. Even with his guard up, hearing Bai Shuang speak like this still left Bai Juxian with a bitter taste in his mouth. Just then, Bai Jude stepped forward with a smile. Xuan, your second uncle knows you're angry. Take it out on me. This matter is my fault. Whatever punishment you deem fit, be it beating or other penalty, your second uncle will accept without complaint. He paused for emphasis before continuing. Don't blame your father. He had nothing to do with this. It was my idea. I didn't think it through, only focused on how formidable the overlord was and how to protect our clan's lives. That's right. This was discussed between your second uncle and me. Whether you acknowledge me as your third uncle or not, I must apologize to you. No sooner had Bai Jude finished than Bai Juyi interjected, his expression heavy with sorrow. Your father initially refused. We tampered with his tea and sent you a message under his name to lure you back. I was so foolish back then. I shouldn't have thought that way. If a girl like you had fallen into the hands of that tyrant, how much suffering would you have endured? Bai Juyi was filled with anguish, practically begging Bai Shuang for forgiveness with tears and snot streaming down his face. Any ordinary person witnessing such a scene would surely be at a loss for what to do. But Bai Shuang was different. Bai Shuang gave a cold laugh, her words sharp as she demanded, so, second uncle and third uncle sold me out to protect the family's interests? Bai Jude's face turned a deep, embarrassed shade of liver-like purple as he repeatedly apologized. Xuan, you can't put it that way. How could we call it selling? Look, Uncle Air doesn't even know how to explain it. If you don't know how to say it, then don't say it. A sharp voice cut through the air, and Bai Shoudao appeared before them. His face bore the marks of a long life, his temples streaked with gray, leaning on a specially crafted cane. With each step, the cane thudded heavily against the ground, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The sight of the Bai family's patriarch stepping forward drew surprised looks from many, who then turned their gaze to Bai Shuang. It was common knowledge that Bai Shuang was the granddaughter Bai Shoudao cherished above all else. With such a grave incident involving her, Bai Shoudao would certainly not let it rest. Indeed, that was precisely the case. Under the watchful eyes of all present, Bai Shoudao approached Bai Shuang personally, his face etched with anguish. Shuang, I'm so sorry you've suffered this injustice. It's all because your second and third uncles failed to live up to expectations that the Bai family has become a laughingstock. Bai Shoudao's face was heavy with sorrow, his regret evident for all to see. Dad, I was wrong. Seeing the old man's anger, Bai Jude and Bai Juyi stepped forward again to apologize. Mistakes deserve punishment. Chapter 48, Who's Stirring the Pot? Bai Shoudao's voice instantly turned sharp, his face set with resolve. The unfilial descendants of the Bai family, Bai Jude and Bai Juyi, disregarded the head of the household's orders and acted on their own initiative, nearly causing irreversible harm to the younger generation of the Bai family. The Bai family code will not tolerate this. Considering their actions were motivated by concern for the Bai family, they shall not be expunged from the family registry. Today, as the head of the Bai family, I issue this punishment: Bai Jude and Bai Juyi shall guard the ancestral hall for 1 month, facing the wall in reflection. Bai Shoudao's words rang out with unwavering authority, his tone brooking no defiance. After Bai Jude and Bai Juyi apologized to Bai Shuang before the entire Bai clan, over 100 members gathered, Bai Shoudao imposed such severe punishment, sending a chill through everyone present. However, Bai Jude and Bai Juyi showed no sign of resentment. After solemnly accepting their punishment, they departed quietly. To them, the decision Bai Shoudao had just made was already showing them leniency. Only now did a hint of relief finally appear on Bai Shuang's stern little face. Bai Shoudao sighed in front of Bai Shuang. It is my failure in discipline that has allowed our honored guests to witness the Bai family's embarrassment. The honored guests Bai Shoudao referred to were Yun Chuan and Lin Fan. Yun Chuan seethed inwardly at their actions. Were it not for Bai Jude and Bai Juyi's status as Bai Shuang's uncles, he would have taken their lives long ago. Therefore, Yun Chuan had no intention of accepting the face-saving offer the old patriarch of the Bai family had presented. This left Lin Fan caught in the middle. Noticing the patriarch's gaze turn his way, Lin Fan smiled. There's no need for such formality, head of the family. Calling us honored guests makes things too distant. Bai Shuang is my senior sister. By seniority, I should address you as grandfather. Though I'm not a member of the Bai family, our connection through my senior sister means I'm no outsider. As for senior brother Yun Chuan, well, that goes without saying, wouldn't you agree? Lin Fan smoothed things over, but inwardly he was groaning. He'd never been good at this sort of thing. He hoped Bai Shuang would recognize his well-intentioned efforts and quickly take the hint. At that moment, Bai Shuang's cherry-red lips were already pouted, her face brimming with defiance. To make matters worse, Yun Chuan showed no regard for the Bai family's face, his expression as cold as frost. Seeing this scene unfold, Bai Shoudao chuckled heartily. Lin Fan, I've heard about your deeds. A hero emerges in youth truly remarkable. And your master uncle here is equally admirable. To have such a master uncle as Bai Shuang's, you truly ought to show him deep respect and cherish him. With the old patriarch speaking so highly, everyone could sense his genuine appreciation for talent. Lin Fan nodded vigorously. The Bai family head speaks wisely. Meeting our master uncle is our good fortune. We will not disappoint his expectations. Over 100 people stood at the entrance of the Bai residence, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan. Lin Fan showed no sign of nervousness. On the contrary, he was engaged in lively conversation with the Bai family patriarch. Fearing Bai Shuang might make another impulsive decision, Bai Juxian quickly interjected while Lin Fan and the patriarch paused for breath. Xuan, let's discuss this inside. We can't have your master standing out here forever, don't you agree? Bai Juxian's voice wasn't loud, but his tone carried a clear sense of inquiry. Bai Shuang's willow brows furrowed slightly. She lowered her head in thought for a moment before finally murmuring, Alright then, let's go inside. As she spoke, Bai Shuang stepped forward and affectionately hooked her arm through Lin Fan's, her handsome little face showing not a trace of awkwardness. Lin Fan offered no resistance, smiling as he walked forward alongside Bai Shuang. Seeing Bai Shuang act so intimately with Lin Fan, the crowd gasped in surprise, some even exclaiming aloud. Bai Juxian frowned slightly, a look of displeasure crossing his face. Just because he allowed Bai Shuang her freedom didn't mean she could act recklessly. After all, she was still an unmarried young lady. How could she possibly take a grown man's arm in front of so many people? Just as Bai Juxian moved to intervene, Bai Shuang had already led Lin Fan to the doorway. In the blink of an eye, the two had stepped inside. Bai Juxian had no choice but to quicken his pace to follow. Outside the door, the Bai family members were already buzzing with speculation. What's going on? What's the deal between Sister Shuang and this Lin Fan? Looks like they're more than just siblings. Well, what else could it be? Lin Fan risked his life to save Sister Xuan, plunging into the lion's den. Such profound devotion, how could that be an ordinary relationship? Sham is definitely not bad either. She's been by Lin Fan's side throughout this ordeal. If those two become a couple, it'll be quite something to see. Judging by their demeanor, they didn't seem like they just recovered. Who knows, maybe they'd already, up on the mountain. The murmurs grew louder, voices overlapping in a chorus of whispers, nearly escalating to open pointing and gossip. Though Bai Juxian's martial arts cultivation couldn't match Lin Fan's, he heard every word of the gossip loud and clear. Especially those final remarks, they were becoming increasingly improper. Bai Juxian considered warning Bai Shuang, but remembering the injustices the Bai family had inflicted upon her, he ultimately decided to let Bai Shuang handle it and not bring up the matter again. Upon entering the living room, all eyes were on Bai Shuang and Lin Fan's expressions. Both wore expressions of normalcy, showing no signs of disturbance. Bai Shuang, in particular, seemed utterly unfazed by the astonishment around her. Bai Shoudao personally pointed out the grave impropriety in his Shichuan's actions, prompting everyone to conclude that the overlord must be secretly orchestrating events behind the scenes. Though the Lin family wasn't all-powerful, they were still a prominent clan in Zhongjiang. Without the overlord's backing, Zhao Dingchuan and the Sun family would never have been able to corner the Lins into a life-or-death situation. Why would the overlord, residing in the imperial capital, take such a keen interest in matters concerning Zhongjiang? The Lin family had always conducted themselves with propriety, committing no transgressions and accumulating few enemies. Why would they provoke such hostility? All signs pointed to the overlord as the true mastermind behind the scenes. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The immediate concern was that the overlord now regarded Lin Fan as a thorn in his side, demanding utmost caution. Bai Shoudao's analysis drew nods of agreement from everyone present, while Lin Fan's expression grew grave. Moreover, it wasn't just the overlord seeking his life, the Song family and other clans were also after him. Though Yi Quan was the public face of this incident, the mastermind behind it was still connected to the overlord. In short, Lin Fan must now exercise extreme caution. Lin Fan listened quietly, occasionally nodding in agreement. Seeing Lin Fan maintain such composure, Bai Shoudao felt another wave of admiration. As he departed, a satisfied smile spread across Bai Shoudao's face. Chapter 49, The True Night Market. Bai Juxian had a lavish dinner prepared. In front of everyone, Bai Juxian politely insisted Lin Fan take the seat of honor, urging him not to be so formal. After all, it was Lin Fan and Yun Chuan who had rescued his precious daughter from the lion's den, without involving a single member of the Bai family. For this alone, Bai Juxian was profoundly grateful to both Lin Fan and Yun Chuan. Facing the Bai family's warm hospitality, Lin Fan accepted without hesitation, and he and Yun Chuan ate and drank their fill. Little junior brother, the imperial capital has plenty of fun things to see. Where would you like to go? Bai Shuang, shedding her usual stern demeanor, looked at Lin Fan with a warm smile. Lin Fan paused, then shook his head. I'm not familiar with this place, so wherever my senior sister says to go, that's where we'll go. Same as before, I'll follow Bai Shuang's lead. Bai Shuang beamed at Lin Fan's response, her heart bursting with joy. No matter how powerful Lin Fan became, in her eyes, he remained that obedient little junior brother. Bai Shuang propped her chin in her hands, her clear eyes studying Lin Fan several times before finally making up her mind. Alright, let's wander around as we go. First, we'll check out the food stalls, then head over to the night market. How does that sound? Today's the 15th, and the night market has tons of fun stuff, you won't be disappointed. Her eyes twinkled as she spoke, her excitement growing until they crinkled into crescent moons. Seeing her so delighted, Lin Fan naturally nodded. Alright, let's follow the itinerary you've planned, senior sister. Night fell, and the city lights began to glow. The Qinghai oasis now lay in ruins, broken limbs strewn everywhere, a scene of utter devastation. Gone was its former splendor. On a flat stone platform, a woman with willow-like brows slightly furrowed, coldly surveying the scene before her. The spot where she stood should have been the Grand Hall of Qinghai Oasis, once a place of unimaginable luxury, now reduced to this. Not far away, several figures bustled back and forth, their busy movements never ceasing for a moment. Miss, would you like to rest for a moment? An elderly man beside her, noticing she remained motionless, politely inquired. The woman shook her head slightly. No. Though her reply was brief, her voice carried an icy chill. The old man said nothing more and returned to his task. A gust of wind swept past, lifting the strands of hair scattered across her shoulders, yet it could not conceal the complex expression on her face. They had been here for hours, yet found no clues. The fire, seemingly sudden, had in fact consumed every shred of useful evidence. The woman believed she was not the first to search for clues here, nor would she be the last. Moreover, she was certain. Whether it was those who came before or those who would follow, their outcomes would inevitably mirror her own. This Lin Fan really had some skills. Her voice was soft, devoid of any discernible emotion. Gazing at the corpse not far away, her face showed no trace of fear. Her expression was as if she were admiring a perfect work of art.
Miss, someone had already taken action before we arrived and disposed of a batch of evidence. The young man approached the woman and reported the current analysis findings with utmost seriousness. Her brow furrowed slightly, a look of puzzlement crossing her face, even her voice tinged with a hint of curiosity. Who? We haven't confirmed it yet, but judging by the footprints at the scene, it was likely someone from the Overlord's faction. A hint of relief washed over the woman's face as she nodded slightly. Miss. Before the man could finish his sentence, the woman issued her command. Withdraw. Yes. The man obeyed the woman's command without a moment's hesitation. 1 minute later, the Qinghai oasis returned to its usual tranquility. As if the group had never been there, the air still carried the lingering scent of burnt debris, and the scene remained desolate. Within minutes, detailed intelligence on Lin Fan and Bai Shuang had reached certain quarters. Moreover, their exact locations were now known to certain parties. While the others wore solemn expressions, Lin Fan and Bai Shuang remained utterly unfazed. The night in the capital city was always shrouded in mystery. Flashing neon lights, endless streams of people, and diverse delicacies formed the unique charm of the night market. Watching the diverse crowd swarm past him like fish, Lin Fan felt himself relax completely. 3 years on the mountain had never exposed him to such vibrant scenes. Beside him, Bai Shuang's eyes sparkled with joy. Her joy stemmed neither from the capital's splendor nor the bustling scene before them. Bai Shuang's happiness flowed entirely from Lin Fan beside her. With her junior brother by her side, whether in the clamor of the bustling city or amidst a sea of fire and swords, Bai Shuang felt utterly secure. Senior sister, would you like to try this? Lin Fan's voice snapped Bai Shuang out of her reverie. Bai Shuang quickly averted her gaze, 2 blushes spreading across her cheeks. Sure, but be careful, it's hot. After finishing her sentence, Bai Shuang addressed the vendor directly. 10 skewers of grilled squid, please. Hearing that clear, gentle voice, the busy grill owner looked up and was immediately stunned by Bai Shuang's breathtaking beauty. The woman before him was utterly captivating. Her cherry-red lips, willow-shaped arched brows, and porcelain-smooth skin seemed almost translucent, truly like the jade of sheep's fat described in ancient texts. Every smile and frown radiated an enchanting elegance. Could this be a fairy descended from the heavens? The owner couldn't tear his gaze away, staring straight at Bai Shuang. Someone nearby was stomping their feet in frustration. If the owner stopped moving his hands, wouldn't the squid burn to a crisp? Hey, boss! Your fish! Get moving already! Someone couldn't help but call out a reminder. The people waiting in line burst into laughter. The owner, embarrassed, quickly bowed his head and began frantically flipping the fish with both hands. Seeing the boss busy at work, the others finally relaxed and boldly admired the beauty of the frost. While waiting for the squid to grill, Bai Shuang went to buy other snacks nearby. A few minutes later, Lin Fan was already struggling to carry everything. Spotting the nearby rest area, Bai Shuang pointed to the benches and suggested, "Little junior brother, why don't we head over there?" Lin Fan nodded. Sure. They walked and ate, soon settling onto the bench. Bai Shuang's eyes sparkled with a smile, her voice as clear and sweet as a nightingale's song. "Little junior brother, if you want anything else to eat, just tell your senior sister. I'll go buy it for you right now." Bai Shuang's affection for Lin Fan was on full display. Lin Fan didn't seem embarrassed by it, but honestly, he really couldn't eat another bite. "Senior sister, we can't finish all this already. Let's not buy any more." "Alright then. After we finish eating, I'll take you to do something fun." Lin Fan froze, forgetting to put the chicken cutlet he'd just picked up into his mouth. "Senior sister, aren't these things right here delicious and fun? This is just the beginning. Senior sister will take you to the real night market." Chapter 50, taking you to Yulin residence. A hint of unfathomable mystery flickered in Bai Shuang's clear, icy eyes. Lin Fan felt a pang of curiosity, but he followed Bai Shuang forward regardless. Before the Lin family's troubles began, Lin Fan had been a model young man. During his school days, he was the teacher's pet and the other people's child everyone praised. Outstanding in both academics and conduct, he earned universal praise in every aspect. Though a boy, Lin Fan maintained an exceptionally disciplined routine, rising at 5 each morning for exercise and retiring promptly at 10 each night. Perhaps it was precisely because Jiang Wanwan had figured out Lin Fan's routine that she colluded with young Master's son. This also provided certain conveniences for Zhao Dingchuan and the mastermind behind the scenes. All these factors combined culminated in the tragic incident at the Lin residence 3 years ago. After 3 years of secluded cultivation in the mountains, Lin Fan had cultivated an iron discipline. Consequently, the night market in the capital city held a fresh allure for him. After walking several dozen meters toward the intersection, the street grew less bustling than it had been. Though people still walked the streets, the scene felt somewhat desolate compared to the earlier throng of bustling crowds. "Senior sister, is this the real night market you mentioned?" Logically, the places Bai Shuang was taking him should grow livelier, yet why was it becoming quieter? Bai Shuang pursed her lips, smiling without speaking, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Lin Fan followed Bai Shuang's gaze and noticed that the goods sold in the shops along this street had already changed. Moments ago, shops had lined the streets, bustling with crowds. All manner of snacks were crammed onto a single street, people chatting and eating, naturally creating a bustling atmosphere. But now, everything sold here was related to jade. This naturally filtered out a segment of the shopping crowd. Children and those uninterested in jade naturally wouldn't linger here, making the quieter atmosphere quite understandable. Senior sister wants to buy stones? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. Bai Shuang linked her arm through Lin Fan's and nodded decisively. Let's take a look. If we find something suitable, we'll buy it. Sis has money, Lin Fan knew. Not just a single stone. Even if she bought the entire Jade Street, Bai Shuang wouldn't bat an eye. Her expression remained utterly composed as she answered her own question precisely because she possessed that kind of confidence. Yet, the senior sister who appeared icy and aloof to everyone suddenly turned childlike, seeking Lin Fan's help. Little junior brother, you'll have to help me examine it later. Please don't let me buy something that turns out to be a dud. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. His senior sister didn't understand stones? Unlike you, who was trained by several masters to be a well-rounded talent, I'm just barely making a name for myself in this small niche. Buying stones is more about saving face. To me, the quality inside doesn't matter much, but I can't have people laughing at me. So, senior sister, I'm counting on you. Bai Shuang rattled off a long speech, ending with that final sentence delivered with utmost solemnity, as if all her preceding explanations were mere setup. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He agreed immediately. Alright, I'll take a look for you, senior sister. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Bai Shuang's smile grew even brighter. She was practically itching to drag him straight to the shop to pick out stones. The thought of Lin Fan letting her take the lead in everything made two blushes rise to Bai Shuang's cheeks. By the time they finished speaking, the two had already begun scouting shops. Numerous shops sold raw stones here, and Lin Fan couldn't decide which one to visit first. Just then, several young men hurried past Lin Fan, chattering as they went. One of them was so hurried he bumped right into Lin Fan's shoulder. Whoa! A startled cry echoed, followed by the sound of someone sucking in their breath. The young man across from him looked equally stunned, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. He hadn't been paying attention while jogging and hadn't realized he'd bumped into this person. Logically, it should have been the person across from him who felt the pain or was knocked down, yet for some reason, he was the one who stumbled. Moreover, his shoulder felt as if it had been struck by a rock, heavy and throbbing with pain. The man rubbed his eyes hard, then looked at Lin Fan again. Sorry, are you okay? Lin Fan spoke up first to apologize, and only then did the other person come to their senses. I'm fine. I bumped into you, I should be the one apologizing. The rest of what he wanted to say remained unsaid. Asking if he was okay would just make him seem overly sensitive. After all, the young man stood before him perfectly upright, not a hair out of place. It was he who had been grimacing in pain just moments ago. Lin Fan gave a slight nod, about to speak. But the people around the person he'd bumped started urging him on. If he's fine, stop dawdling here. Hurry up. Soon the courtyard will be packed with people from Building 1. See how you'll pick stones then. Exactly. Don't waste time. We're running out of time, and you're still nitpicking here. Put. We're going to pick stones, don't say that unlucky word. Bad luck. Hope the heavens smile on us this time. If we really get something good, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. The group chattered anxiously, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The man glanced apologetically at Lin Fan and quickly said, Sorry, young man, we're in a hurry. We'll be on our way. As the man turned to leave, Bai Shuang's willow brows furrowed slightly, her small face turning cold. Though she knew their collision with Lin Fan was barely a drop in the bucket, their attitude was deeply unsettling. Could rushing off be an excuse for such a perfunctory response? Just as she moved to call him back, Lin Fan gently tugged at Bai Shuang's arm and shook his head. Senior sister, just go with them. I'm fine anyway. Bai Shuang snorted coldly, shooting the group a withering glare. Senior sister, do you know where this so-called number 1 compound is? Bai Shuang paused, then replied, Of course I know. Do you want to go to Building 1? The raw stones there are very famous. Building 1 is also an old shop with a great reputation. Since we don't know where to go anyway, why don't we head there too? Absolutely. I'll take you there. Bai Shuang, who had been sulking moments ago, perked up at Lin Fan's words, her cheerful expression resembling a bird released from its cage. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Courtyard 1. Strangely, the courtyard itself wasn't crowded. Instead, the shop to its left was packed to the brim. Yulin Residence. The moment Lin Fan uttered the shop's name, the clamor from inside poured out. When will the owner be out? We need to pick stones. Any discounts today? Where regulars give us a break. Chapter 51, Not impressed with this stone. Yulin Residence's storefront was modest, but the interior was surprisingly spacious. Along the walls, shelves held neatly arranged piles of stones. Some stones had already been cut open, while others remained wrapped in yellow tape, clearly left untouched for lack of time. Right now, this tiny shop was packed with people, all discussing the stones.
Some wore solemn expressions, saying nothing.
Others rubbed their hands together, muttering quietly to themselves. One person even pressed their palms together, as if praying to the heavens for eternal good fortune. Seeing the scene unfold, Bai Shuang's lips curved into a faint smile.
Little junior brother, does this remind you of a bustling market day?
Lin Fan nodded immediately. Being in such an environment inevitably brought to mind the bustling scenes of a large market. No sooner had Bai Shuang finished speaking than someone chimed in.
You're absolutely right, young lady.
Today is the 15th, and in the stone business, this day is like a grand market day. Yulin residents chose this day precisely for the crowds and lively atmosphere. It's great to see the shop bustling with business. A look of confusion crossed Bai Shuang's face.
Wasn't it usually this crowded here?
The man who had spoken to Bai Shuang was an elderly gentleman in his 50s. Hearing her question, he nodded directly. There are usually people around, he explained, just not as many as now. Mr. Huang put out word 2 days ago that stones from overseas would arrive today. And now, even before all the stones were unloaded, the place was already packed with people.
Everyone wanted to seize this chance to make a fortune.
After explaining, the old man smiled at Lin Fan and Bai Shuang before heading off to select stones himself.
Little junior brother, what should we do? Should we do the same as them?
Bai Shuang, momentarily at a loss, turned to ask Lin Fan directly.
Lin Fan's gaze lingered on a few figures not far away.
Bent over, they were intently selecting stones. To their eyes, each uniquely shaped stone seemed like a priceless treasure.
They didn't mind the hassle, handling each stone as if selecting watermelons, feeling one, then examining another.
Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained completely still. Bai Shuang grew impatient and nudged Lin Fan's arm.
Little junior brother, if we just stand here, what if the good ones get picked up? Let's start.
Bai Shuang was usually composed, but the atmosphere had infected her too. She too wanted to grab a couple of stones. After all, the way everyone was eyeing the stones as if they were practically free, pushing forward with determination, would make anyone's heart tighten. Lin Fan opened his divine sense, scanning the items in the room. His gaze finally settled on the shelf in the southeast corner. If there was any spare space left in the entire room, it was in the southeast corner. That particular shelf held nothing but stones from days past, small and inconspicuous. To many, those stones were practically worthless, their potential far inferior to the freshly delivered ones. After all, stones that had been scrutinized by many before being discarded were unlikely to hold much value. Yet 3 of those stones, in Lin Fan's estimation, were well worth purchasing. At that moment, the 3 stones seemed to sense Lin Fan's gaze, and the faint glow emanating from them grew slightly stronger.
Lin Fan turned to Bai Shuang. Senior sister, have you made up your mind? Ah, you haven't even looked yet, and you're already deciding?
Yes, the 3 by the southeast corner of the wall. Bai Shuang looked toward the southeast corner. Sure enough, 3 fist-sized stones lay placed at the base of the wall. Surprise filled Bai Shuang's eyes as she glanced sideways at the others still selecting stones. Almost everyone in the room was bent over, except for Lin Fan, who stood perfectly straight. While the others were still carefully selecting stones, Lin Fan had already made up his mind. This little junior brother was just too cool. If not for the crowd present, Bai Shuang would have nearly jumped for joy.
Alright, let's have the clerk wrap up the stones and settle the bill right now. The words instantly drew the attention of many.
Bai Shuang's voice rang out crisply, her figure gracefully slender. Her small face flushed crimson with excitement.
A single glance was enough to make one's eyes linger.
People followed the sound with their eyes, and more than half the men shifted their gaze. Those who had been staring intently at the stone now fixed their gaze firmly on Bai Shuang. A flicker of displeasure crossed Bai Shuang's mind as she called out to the shopkeeper.
Shopkeeper, I'll take those 3 stones. How much?
Hearing someone wanted stones, the shopkeeper came running over.
Miss, is it you who wants the stones?
The shopkeeper beamed, bowing and scraping as he looked at Bai Shuang.
Yes, we'll take those 3 stones. How much are they?
The shopkeeper paused, then his eyes crinkled into slits with delight.
You have such discerning taste, miss.
These 3 stones you've chosen are our shop's crown jewels.
Since you've set your heart on them, I'll certainly give you a fair price.
Bai Shuang grew impatient and cut straight to the point.
Very well, Mississippi.
You're straightforward. Let me put it this way, for ordinary customers, I wouldn't even discuss these 3 stones for less than 6 million. But since you're so straightforward, I'll make an exception today.
How about 5 million?
Bai Shuang turned to look at Lin Fan, her expression filled with inquiry. Lin Fan nodded imperceptibly. These 3 stones were worth 5 million each, let alone all 3 for 5 million. With Lin Fan's approval, Bai Shuang immediately pulled out her card and swiped it. Those 2 simple words sent a buzzing sensation through everyone's heads. Some stared in disbelief, others gasped aloud, while a few busybodies even tried to stop her before the transaction was complete. Miss, you really ought to be careful.
Is spending 5 million on such small stones worth it? Are you new to this? These stones aren't guaranteed. Who knows how many people have handled them? Nobody's optimistic about them. Yeah, you should swap it out now. Once you buy it, it's yours. If it turns out to be worthless, you'll regret it too late. In the blink of an eye, so many people were sabotaging his sale that the shop owner's eyebrows nearly shot straight up. Hey, guys, this isn't fair. What you like, others might not. Likewise, what others like isn't necessarily bad, right? When we come to buy stones, we follow the rules of stone buying. If you insist on this, it's a bit unreasonable. The shopkeeper managed to keep his temper in check as he spoke these words. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, he was burning with anxiety. He'd already estimated the bottom line for the 3 stones those 2 young men had picked out. 3 million would cover it. But he hadn't expected them to be so generous. They were actually willing to pay 5 million. That alone meant a 2 million yuan profit. If this deal fell through, he'd be heartbroken. Chapter 52, Did I Break This Bracelet? The room, bustling with activity just moments ago, suddenly fell deathly silent. The owner, hoping no more items would be broken, hastened his card-swiping motions. Some people discreetly signaled to Bai Shuang, urging them to be cautious. What struck Lin Fan as most peculiar was an elderly man beside him discreetly nudging his elbow. Though silent, the old man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Beep! The sounds signaled a successful payment. The shopkeeper exhaled in relief, every pore on his body seeming to perk up with joy. Handing the card to Bai Shuang with both hands, the shopkeeper wore a warm, welcoming smile. Miss, sir, our transaction is complete. Here's your receipt. Bai Shuang said nothing, simply taking back the card. As for the receipt, Bai Shuang didn't even glance at it. With Lin Fan here, did she really need a receipt? Seeing this, the remaining people realized the matter was settled. They said nothing more and continued selecting stones they liked. Within the next 5 minutes, over a dozen people had already paid. Some say the thrill of stone collecting lies in its unpredictability. One cut could make you rich overnight, or leave you penniless. Even those rolling in money, those with minds at home, couldn't withstand 3 or 5 cuts. Many started laughing, only to find their laughter fading away. It could be said that Lin Fan and Bai Shuang's transaction ignited a wave of purchases. Before long, half the stones in the room had been sold. The layout of Yulin residence was uniquely designed. The left side was for selling stones, while the right side was for cutting them on the spot, separated only by a thick sheet of tempered glass. This transparent barrier allowed clear visibility of both sides. Some eager buyers would open their stones immediately after purchase, their heartbeats racing at an extraordinary pace. Many hoped their stones would reveal something special, while also wanting to see the look of disappointment on others' faces. Lin Fan felt there was little left to see here, since the 3 valuable stones had already been purchased by them. Bai Shuang's gaze lingered on the room across the way. Someone was opening a stone right now. As time passed, the buyers' excited faces flushed crimson. Especially in that split second after the stone was opened, some even dropped to their knees. Oh my god, what terrible luck! Damn it, how could it turn out like this? This stone cost me 3 million. Yours is nothing. I paid 7 million for mine. Through the glass, the voices from across the room weren't entirely clear, but Lin Fan could already guess the outcome from the expressions on their faces. Little junior brother, shall we open these 3 stones? Bai Shuang's bright eyes and pearly teeth framed her crisp voice, brimming with inquiry. Before Lin Fan could answer, the shop owner suddenly rushed over. This man, around 50 years old, was absolutely ecstatic today. So many people buying stones. If they were paying cash, he'd need a cart to haul it all away. Even now, the old man wore a beaming smile, making the wrinkles on his face stand out even more. Please wait, you too. Miss and sir, please wait. Before he even reached Lin Fan and Bai Shuang, the shopkeeper had already reached out to greet them. Lin Fan paused, slightly taken aback. Was there something else? The stones were already in hand, and the money paid. Could the owner be having second thoughts? The thought had barely crossed his mind when the shopkeeper, before answering, pulled a bracelet from his robe. Please wait, sir and madam, the shopkeeper panted, yet he eagerly continued his introduction. You two truly have a connection with this little shop. Would you be interested in seeing our prized possession? Bai Shuang's lips curled slightly, her eyes flashing a hint of disbelief. Sir, when we bought the stone earlier, you said it was your shop's prized treasure. Now you have another one? Your shop seems to have quite a collection of treasures, doesn't it? Perhaps sensing the implication in Bai Shuang's words, the shopkeeper flushed with embarrassment, though he recovered his composure in moments. You're sharp as ice, young lady. But what I said earlier was the truth. My shop may be small, but it still has a few treasures worth showing off, right? Enough talk. If you have treasures, just bring them out. Bai Shuang couldn't be bothered with the flattery of the man before her and cut straight to the point. And that was exactly what the shopkeeper wanted. Miss, this imperial green bracelet is truly one of a kind. Both its color and luster are the finest of the finest. The shopkeeper held the jade bracelet in both hands, introducing it with utmost care. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the jade bracelet, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. No matter how extravagant the shopkeeper's claims were, the bracelet he held was nothing but an ordinary piece, utterly devoid of any selling point.
Bai Shuang knew little about bracelets, but after the shopkeeper finished speaking, he nodded once to show he was listening. The fact that the junior apprentice brother hadn't spoken meant the bracelet was nothing special. If it were truly valuable, the junior apprentice would have told him. Based on this alone, Bai Shuang found Zhu Boss's explanation as tedious as listening to a monk chanting sutras. Miss, just look at this, the density of these grains is absolutely unmatched by ordinary bracelets. Before he could finish, the shopkeeper handed the bracelet to Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang extended her delicate jade-like hand, but before it could touch the bracelet, the owner suddenly let go. Snap! The crisp sound echoed, freezing the entire room. The room, which had been bustling with chatter moments ago, suddenly fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. When Bai Shuang regained her senses, she saw the bracelet had shattered into pieces. The bracelet that had been perfectly intact just moments before now lay broken into several pieces, with shards scattered across the floor. Oh dear, young lady, how could you break this bracelet? This is our shop's prized treasure, worth millions. What are we going to do, young lady? This bracelet is a one-of-a-kind masterpiece, truly the only one of its kind in the world. It's priceless, beyond valuation. What are we to do? The shopkeeper paced frantically, stomping his feet in frustration, his face etched with deep regret. Those around him were utterly stunned by the scene. Some couldn't help but feel anxious for Lin Fan and Bai Shuang. Just then, several burly men rushed over, weapons in hand. Seeing the shattered bracelet on the floor, the leader gasped in shock. Boss, this bracelet is worth tens of millions. Yeah, how are we supposed to explain this? Even if I sold my entire little shop, it wouldn't cover the cost of this bracelet. Young lady, you've really caused trouble. Then make them pay for it. Breaking things means paying for the damage. The shop owner and the burly man traded lines back and forth, their double act perfectly timed. Bai Shuang's face twisted into a cold smile as she watched these people as if they were performing a monkey show. Did I break this bracelet? Chapter 53, the bet is on. Bai Shuang's expression remained as calm as water as she asked the question without a hint of haste. The shopkeeper's face darkened instantly upon hearing her words. Miss, are you trying to deny responsibility? You smashed my perfectly good item, and you expect me to just accept that with a single word? As he spoke, several burly men who had rushed over began rolling up their sleeves. Lin Fan stepped forward, shielding Bai Shuang behind him. Answer my senior sister's question. Lin Fan's expression was icy, his gaze flashing with sharp intensity. The shopkeeper, seemingly expecting this turn of events, tilted his head back and looked at the crowd. Everyone, judge for yourselves. They broke my goods and won't admit it, they're trying to stiff me. My shop may be small, but I won't be pushed around like this. Everything displayed here is top tier. This bracelet is the crown jewel of my shop. The shopkeeper's hands trembled as he clutched his chest, looking utterly distraught. Cut the nonsense. If you break something, you pay for it, it's only fair. A young man in his mid-20s stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he glanced toward Lin Fan and the others. His gaze lingered on Bai Shuang, and a look of greed flashed across his face. Since it's already broken, there has to be some explanation. You can't just clap your hands and walk away. Pay up, or this won't end. In the blink of an eye, more people sided with the shop owner, some even stepping forward to stand by his side. The shopkeeper had already prepared his story, just waiting for more people to gather so they could serve as witnesses. Across from him, Bai Shuang remained impassive, while Lin Fan acted as if nothing had happened. Their attitudes only fueled the shopkeeper's anger. What was wrong with these two young men? Even if they couldn't afford to pay, they should at least look anxious. But they were as calm as if they were spectators watching a show. Ahem. The owner cleared his throat, about to speak, when Lin Fan's voice suddenly cut through the air. Answer my senior sister's question. The same question as before. The owner's brow furrowed into a knot again. I say, young man, you're stubborn as a mule. The goods broke while in your care. This matter must be resolved one way or another. Either pay up or leave your life behind. At this, everyone gasped in shock, many staring in disbelief. Breaking a bracelet, does that really cost a life? That's too harsh. I saw it clearly, you let go of the bracelet when you handed it over. It had nothing to do with my senior sister. Lin Fan spoke each word calmly, his expression unreadable. The shopkeeper burst into laughter, nearly doubled over. Ha! Your explanation is laughable. My prized possession is practically worshipped here. Would I deliberately smash it myself? With the shopkeeper speaking up, the people around him who had been siding with him nodded in agreement, their eyes flashing with contempt. Though they said nothing, they shook their heads silently, convinced Lin Fan was shifting blame. Everyone saw it, the value of my shop's inventory has surpassed 10 billion. We run an honest business, we can't be pushed around like this. My Yalinja shop may be small, but its reputation is solid. We never cheat anyone, young or old. I deeply regret today's incident. What I said earlier was just in the heat of the moment. If they truly insist on paying, I'll settle for half price, 50 million yuan. With this mess, I'll just have to take my losses. Forget making a profit, just let me minimize the damage. At first glance, the shopkeeper's words seemed reasonable and even noble. But when the final compensation figure was mentioned, everyone fell silent.
50 million. Even seasoned business people would feel their hearts skip a beat at that figure, let alone ordinary folks.
In that instant, nearly every pair of eyes fixed on Lin Fan and Bai Shuang. Lin Fan's lips curled slightly, his gaze tinged with disdain. So much for honest dealings with all, young and old alike. The boss must have let his conscience go to the dogs. The words weren't loud, but they rang clear in everyone's ears. Lin Fan hadn't intended to meddle in others' affairs, and Bai Shuang beside him had merely wanted to watch the commotion before leaving. Little did they expect this incident to unfold. Since the shopkeeper had such dishonest intentions and tried to rip them off, they couldn't blame him for speaking his mind.
Lin Fan scanned the room.
Now, only about 40 stones remained, the rest had been snapped up by the crowd. Gazing at the scattered stones, Lin Fan spoke slowly.
Forget the stones people have already bought.
Not a single one of the stones left in your shop now will yield anything valuable. You keep claiming to be honest with everyone, young and old, and to run your business with integrity.
But from what I see, the owner here is scheming to rip people off. Lin Fan's words struck like a boulder crashing into a tranquil lake.
Not only did it send ripples across the surface, but the crowd shuddered upon hearing it. Many had yet to cut their stones, and Lin Fan's words felt like a sharp stab to the heart. For those buyers who already knew the outcome, it was like adding insult to injury, salt rubbed into their wounds. The boss's eyes narrowed in fury as he slammed his hand on his thigh.
Young man, what nonsense are you spouting?
You must take responsibility for your words. To declare in front of so many people that his shop had no quality goods was tantamount to cutting off their livelihood. Bai Shuang smiled, seemingly waiting to see the show unfold. Facing the crowd's puzzled stares, Lin Fan stepped forward.
What just happened? I believe everyone has a rough idea.
Though we didn't shatter that bracelet, if we try to walk away scot-free, I doubt the boss will let us.
I take full responsibility for what I just said. Why don't you all bear witness? If even one of these remaining stones yields a colorful gem, I'll buy them all at double the price.
But if it turns out exactly as I said, the boss will pay us double the price of the bracelets.
What do you say?
Lin Fan's words left many rubbing their foreheads in disbelief. Some even gasped aloud, and murmurs began to spread instantly.
Good heavens, has this kid lost his mind? Buying all 40 plus stones? How much would that cost? Are we really going to take that gamble? I wonder if the owner will agree.
The boss just said the stones in his shop are worth 10 billion.
If it's double that, that's 20 billion. Hurry up and agree, boss. Even if you lose, you'd only be out $1 billion. Besides, you couldn't lose anyway, this is a surefire win.
Exactly. With over 40 stones, there's no way not a single one will turn out well. The boss is raking it in big time this time. Everyone chimed in, offering advice amidst their astonishment. The boss, who had been so aggressive moments ago, suddenly froze in confusion.
What was going on? Is this kid saying all 40-something stones are worthless? Impossible. If he came to cause trouble, that's one thing, but what's with this double purchase deal? Chapter 54, If I lose, I'll pay you $1 billion. The boss swallowed hard, trying desperately to calm himself.
After carefully weighing Lin Fan's words, the boss's heart pounded wildly, his mind a chaotic jumble of numbers. Over 40 stones, conservatively valuing each at 3 million, that's already 120 million.
Double that? 240 million. Moreover, that kid just said he'd pay up if even one stone turned out to be valuable.
That meant there was no need to open all 40 plus stones. If luck was on his side and the first stone yielded a gem, he wouldn't just get paid, he could keep every stone in the room. The boss's heart raced, his blood pressure spiked, and his hands trembled so much he didn't know where to put them.
Meanwhile, several older patrons were already sweating bullets for Lin Fan and Bai Shuang.
Young man, you can't be so impulsive.
If this boss agrees, you won't just lose your entire investment, you might even lose your life here. Indeed, betting on a single stone could bankrupt someone. And you're betting on an entire roomful of stones? The odds are. The last elder didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was crystal clear. This bet has little chance of winning, it's a sure loss.
Lin Fan shook his head slightly, his voice tinged with gratitude.
Thank you all for your concern, but it's fine.
Just then, the boss stepped forward abruptly, fixing his gaze directly on Lin Fan.
Kid, don't get too cocky. My stones are my capital. What do you have to bet against me?
Lin Fan produced a black card. This. The boss looked puzzled, his eyes darting around for a moment before he finally accepted the black card and swiped it through the machine. Beep. After the crisp sound echoed, the boss froze in place. The numbers displayed on the machine screen were dizzying, so many zeros, impossible to count. His breath quickened, and he almost reached out to tap each digit on the screen. But the more nervous he got, the less he could figure out how much money was actually in the card. In short, it was beyond counting.
What, still can't see it?
Lin Fan's voice rose in a high-pitched tone.
Alright, kid, you better keep your word.
If even one of these stones in my room turns out to be a gem, you'll have to pay double.
Let's estimate the price now.
Before the boss could finish, Lin Fan waved him off.
No need. You set the price. In an instant, the room fell deathly silent. People froze in place as if struck by lightning. You really can't judge a book by its cover, or measure the depth of the sea with a bucket. Today has been an eye-opener. Betting an entire room full of stones, letting the other party set the price, and agreeing to double the payment if any yielded a prize? Was he out of his mind? Even if a god descended from heaven, they wouldn't dare play like this. Gulp! 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 Everyone's Adam's apples bobbed as they listened intently, nothing but the sound of swallowing. Good. That's satisfying. Everyone heard what this young brother just said clearly. Would you all be willing to serve as witnesses for us? No sooner had the boss finished speaking than the crowd answered in unison, "We're willing." At that moment, Lin Fan's voice rang out again. Don't forget, boss, your bracelet is worth 50 million. I know. If I lose, I'll pay you 100 million. The boss, who had been hesitant moments ago, suddenly became bold and shouted at the top of his lungs. The boss was so excited that spittle flew everywhere, landing squarely on the face of someone standing next to him. The person frantically wiped it away, then continued staring intently at Lin Fan and his group, afraid to miss any detail. By now, the crowd had formed a tight circle, eyes bulging wide. Let's begin. Lin Fan pulled by Shuang's small hand and sat down on the sofa, speaking slowly. I get to choose. Whichever one I say to open first, that's the one we open. The boss's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and spat out the words. Lin Fan waved impatiently. Whatever. A surge of joy filled the boss's heart. His eyes widened as he scanned the stones on the shelf, finally carefully lifting one. This was a rough stone recently imported from abroad, tightly wrapped in yellow tape. The owner placed the stone on the table before unwrapping it. Everyone stared wide-eyed, holding their breath. Some even took several deep breaths to steady their racing hearts. The sound of tearing tape echoed continuously. Finally, after the owner peeled away the yellow tape, another layer of transparent tape appeared underneath. A middle-aged man with a foreign accent rubbed his hands nervously. Hey boss, you were so quick when you helped me unwrap mine. Why are you being so careful with your own? Yeah, hurry up. At this rate, it'll take a day and night to unwrap everything. The boss, with nimble hands, had a money-making opportunity right before him, no slacking off. The constant urging made the boss's hands tremble. He sniffed hard, then finally gritted his teeth. Grabbing the scissors, he cut a slit in the clear tape before tossing the newspaper wrapped around the raw stone aside. Alright, this one it is. Open it. By now, beads of sweat were forming on the boss's forehead, and everyone else was tense too. Yet Bai Shuang and Lin Fan on the sofa remained as calm as ever. Lin Fan's smile grew wider. He merely gave the stone a casual glance before looking away. All that fuss for nothing, no good stuff inside. What a waste of effort. Seeing Lin Fan's expression, Bai Shuang's eyes crinkled with laughter. Little junior brother, how does it feel? Lin Fan shook his head. Nothing special. To this day, even with instruments, no one can determine what lies within a stone. Thus, the probability of finding something valuable and what kind of treasure might emerge can only be guessed at. Of course, this wasn't blind guesswork, but rather inferences drawn from prior experience. The stone's outer crust and the pine flower, a type of mineral deposit, can reveal some basic information about its interior, though this isn't always definitive. Those who spent their days at the stone market had to analyze based on a combination of factors. Lin Fan, however, needed none of this. He simply opened his divine sense, and everything was revealed. What others found mysterious and unfathomable presented no obstacles to Lin Fan. Speaking of which, Lin Fan owed a debt of gratitude to his second master. Had it not been for the secret technique imparted by his second master, today's task would not have been so effortless. He never imagined this ability to see through objects would come in handy today. As Lin Fan stood lost in thought, the stone chosen by the shop owner had already been opened. Mr. Huang, it's almost cut through. At this announcement, Mr. Huang quickly turned back. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 2 stones were displayed on the platform. Mr. Huang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. But alas, there was nothing inside. How could this be? The stone's outer shell was truly exceptional. Mr. Huang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Chapter 55, take that line and go tell your grandfather. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The stone personally selected by Mr. Huang of Yulin residence yielded nothing at all, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. The onlookers had no time for whispers or reflections, they immediately urged him on. Mr. Huang, there are still so many stones left. Hurry up and open them. Just one good one and you'll make a killing. Yeah, it's pretty normal for stones to be unremarkable sometimes. Next one. Keep going, we're all rooting for you. Mr. Huang clenched his jaw, his heart still racing, before turning back toward the display rack. Everyone turned to watch as 5 or 6 bodyguards followed closely behind him, not daring to leave his side for a moment. While Boss Huang was selecting stones, Bai Shuang discreetly nudged Lin Fan with her elbow. Little junior brother, no wonder you were so calm earlier. This situation must have been within your expectations, right? Do you trust me that much, senior sister?
Lin Fan didn't answer Bai Shuang's question but countered with one of his own. Bai Shuang giggled softly, her rosy cheeks growing even more charming. Of course. I have the utmost confidence in your discernment, junior brother. Bai Shuang spoke the truth, and it was precisely because of this that she could remain so composed in the face of a wager worth hundreds of millions.
Before long, Boss Huang brought over another stone. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the stone was once again opened. This one's quality is superb. The stone cutter exclaimed with admiration.
Mr. Huang's heart leapt to his throat, his face flushing a deep crimson with excitement. His gaze then locked onto Lin Fan, his sneer growing louder.
Kid, if this one turns out to be a gem, we won't need to open the rest.
The others began swallowing hard, nervously rooting for Lin Fan. If this one really turned out to be a winner, those two youngsters would regret it bitterly.
Mr. Huang, you should mind your own business. Lin Fan didn't even glance at Mr. Huang.
Feeling awkward, Boss Huang still managed to offer a face-saving remark. Naturally, I'm not in the mood to concern myself with you.
I was merely offering a friendly reminder.
Then I thank Mr. Huang for his kindness. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than a collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Mr. Huang whipped around, only to wear a look of disappointment.
Nothing again? Didn't the master who started the casting just say the quality was good? How come nothing came out again? Mr. Huang looked furious. They'd already cut 2 pieces in such a short time, and still nothing? Just then, someone spoke up. This stone gambling is all about probability.
Boss, you've got a whole room full of stones laid out here.
2 duds? So what? Keep going.
Indeed, spectators never mind the stakes. After all, it wasn't their money being lost. Right now, everyone was just playing for the thrill. With that, the rest of the crowd chimed in agreement. Next came the 3rd stone, then the 4th, and by the 5th, Boss Huang's face had turned grim. 5 stones, all cut open, lay before them. Not a single one had revealed a gem. Even the stone-cutting master's forehead was breaking out in a cold sweat.
Change hands. Master Huang's tired today, bring in Master Li.
Mr. Huang ground out the words between clenched teeth, barely holding back the rest of his rant.
Master Huang's luck was too poor.
If they continued, he'd likely just catch his bad fortune.
Quickly find someone else, maybe they'll have better luck.
Lin Fan's lips curled upward again as he muttered to himself, even if you replaced every single master, you still wouldn't shine. His voice was low, barely audible to most, but Bai Shuang beside him heard every word clearly. With over 30 stones still left to open, Bai Shuang was losing patience.
Are we just going to wait like this forever?
Sis, just wait a bit longer.
I'll give you 100 million soon.
Lin Fan said it casually, while Bai Shuang giggled beside him. Before long, Master Li approached. Tension rose again among the crowd, their piercing stares nearly boring holes through Master Li's body. At that moment, Lin Fan suggested.
This is taking too long. Why don't you bring in a few more masters? It'll save everyone from fretting. The crowd paused in surprise before quickly agreeing with Lin Fan's suggestion.
Several masters carving stones simultaneously, that would be an absolutely spectacular sight. Everyone chimed in with agreement, some even pulling out their phones to capture the spectacular scene. Mr. Huang was growing impatient himself, and with the crowd's persistent urging, he finally took the plunge and had several more stone-cutting masters brought in. This effort multiplied the carving speed several times over.
Half an hour later, nearly half of Yulinju's stones remained unopened.
Though the process had its ups and downs, the outcome remained the same.
Not a single one was exceptional. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans formed on Mr. Huang's forehead as panic set in.
The onlookers gathered around began to realize something.
What's going on? How could so many stones be opened without a single piece of jade? Is Boss Huang just having a terrible day, or is there something wrong with this batch of stones he brought back? Oh no, please don't say that. I haven't cut mine yet, I already bought it and paid for it. The stone I picked didn't yield anything either. I thought it was just my bad luck, but turns out the stones themselves are defective. I bought 2 stones in a row, both worthless. I just lost 6 million. At first, though everyone's faces were filled with confusion, they only whispered among themselves. As more joined in, their confusion gradually turned to anger, convinced these stones were defective. Mr. Huang felt uneasy, his legs growing weak. Spotting his bodyguard standing motionless, staring at him, Boss Huang promptly kicked the man squarely in the rear. What are you standing there for? Get me a chair.
The bodyguard spun around immediately and soon returned with a chair. Mr. Huang collapsed into the chair. Before he could even catch his breath, a burly man approached him.
Mr. Huang, is this your doing? Why can't we get a single stone out?
The man before him stood nearly 6 feet tall, his voice booming, eyes bulging like 2 copper bells. As he spoke, the big man waved his arms. The bulging muscles on his shoulders formed a continuous mass, making the white tiger tattoo etched into his skin appear even more ferocious. Mr. Huang sucked in a sharp breath, forcing a thin smile onto his face.
Brother Tiger, how can you say such things? My shop operates on integrity, honest dealing for all, young and old. The big man turned his head and spat. Put. Save that bowl for your ancestors. Chapter 56, Is the Boss a Man?
Mr. Huang froze, then anger flared on his face.
Though the young man was burly and rough, he had powerful connections backing him. Being publicly humiliated like this, Boss Huang couldn't possibly save face. Brother, let's talk business. Deliberately causing trouble is going too far. You're losing your cool over just a few stones that didn't pan out? I've got over 10 stones laid out here by your logic, should I just give up and die?
When we pick stones, we're gambling on luck. If luck's not on our side, don't blame anyone. Mr. Huang's leg twitched nervously as he spoke. Behind him, several bodyguards wore menacing expressions as they edged closer to Mr. Huang. The big guy narrowed his eyes, glaring at Mr. Huang's arrogance, and coldly snapped, "Then let's keep watching." By now, many in the room were growing dissatisfied with Mr. Huang, but hesitated to speak up due to the intimidating presence of his entourage. Now, everyone just hoped to finish cutting the remaining stones. Seeing how many yielded valuable pieces would help them judge whether they'd been duped. Lin Fan's smile grew wider. Some things didn't require his direct intervention, others would naturally step forward. It was like setting off firecrackers. Once the spark was lit, the explosion was beyond their control. Soon, the voices in the room grew distinct once more. People's hearts leapt several inches higher. Many pieces were cut open, and many more were tossed aside. Mr. Huang's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening. This minor incident only deepened his frustration. By now, he even regretted impulsively agreeing to that kid's request. If they really couldn't discern anything special, not only would they lose money, but they'd also ruin Yulinju's reputation. After all, establishing a foothold in the capital, where every inch of land was precious, required immense effort and financial investment. To have all that effort destroyed by this single wager was absolutely not worth it. With this thought, Mr. Huang abruptly stood up. "Kid, the wager's off. You'll compensate me for half of that 50 million yuan bracelet. We'll both take a loss. That's the end of it today." As he spoke, a look of superiority still lingered on Mr. Huang's face. "I've already lost a fortune mining all these stones. Let's both back down a bit. At least it won't look like I'm bullying young people." Lin Fan lifted his head, appraised Huang from head to toe, and spoke slowly. "Mr. Huang, your little scheme sounds great, but unfortunately, it won't fly." Those two words, "no deal," rolled off Lin Fan's tongue like a 1,000-pound weight, instantly crushing Mr. Huang's momentum. "Kid!" Mr. Huang was furious, his entire body trembling. Lin Fan's words had carried clearly to everyone present. In an instant, everyone sided with Lin Fan and Bai Shuang. "Boss, what's going on here? You can't go back on your word. Words spoken are like water spilled. A real man's spit could leave a dent in the ground. Are you even a man? Going back on your word is the act of a petty man." This young man is right, he absolutely must be allowed to finish cutting the remaining stones. "I feel like I've been duped." Once someone in the crowd felt cheated, the rest who hadn't struck gold also felt they'd been shortchanged. Buying raw material is meant to make money. Not making money is already incredibly frustrating. If people discover any underhanded tricks, they'll definitely come looking for payback. After the commotion, even those who'd backed Boss Huang earlier changed their tune. "Fine, you've got some nerve." Huang nearly gnashed his teeth to dust. "Today, I'll play this game with you to the bitter end. You should have done this sooner. Anger shortens your lifespan, Mr. Huang. You really ought to watch yourself. Anger harms the body." Lin Fan's calm, matter-of-fact remark nearly made Boss Huang spit blood. The stone-cutting master remained busy, while Boss Huang's expression grew increasingly grim. Compared to Huang's side, several people were already growing restless. "There's something wrong with this old geezer's stone." A voice rang out from the crowd. No one knew who shouted it, and the entire room erupted into chaos. "Right. There's a probability for revealing color in stones. Even if you're unlucky, you shouldn't fail to get a single one. This old crook is a fraud. Refund my money. If he doesn't give me a proper explanation today, he won't be leaving this place. Over the past year, I've blown tens of millions on this old crook. Spit it all back out." One person might not be bold enough, but when many gather together, their voices grow loud and clear. As the saying goes, there's strength in numbers, and now the cries against Boss Huang grew ever louder. Mr. Huang forced himself to remain calm, but seeing that 2 stones remained unopened, his legs began to tremble. All strength seemed drained from his body, stars dancing before his eyes. He swallowed hard, cold sweat soaking his back. Today was truly unlucky. He'd stumbled upon a tough customer. Was he really going to have to pay this kid 200 million? If the boss found out he'd dug such a massive hole, he'd be dead meat. The thought sent his blood pressure soaring. Meanwhile, some eyes were fixed on Boss Huang, while others had already begun calculating the debt. Hearing those voices, Boss Huang felt another wave of gloom wash over him. With this entire room full of people coming to collect debts, he simply couldn't handle it. "Boss, should we give Third Master a heads up?" Seeing the situation turn dire, a bodyguard whispered the warning into Boss Huang's ear. Go. Hurry and inform third young master Long of the situation here. The bodyguard nodded and hurried away. The room descended into chaos, and no one noticed the bodyguard slipping out unseen. But Lin Fan had seen it all clearly. Whether they resorted to violence or sought reinforcements, it made no difference. Since he was already seated here, let them bring it on. Lin Fan knew Boss Huang must be kicking himself now, but who could blame him for crossing his senior sister? With him here, no one could bully his senior sister. Opened. The final stone slab was opened, revealing its contents clearly before everyone's eyes. Mr. Huang felt his blood freeze in his veins, his face turning deathly pale. The fury in the room now nearly suffocated him. Huang, you're going to answer for this today. Yeah, you didn't produce a single damn thing in all that time. You're nothing but a damn fraud. Huang Dia, doing things like this will cut off your descendants. Hand over the money. Compensate us for our losses, you old swindler. The shouts grew louder and louder when suddenly someone stepped forward to speak up for justice. Listen, everyone. Huang Dai's behavior was indeed despicable. But if we're talking about compensation, shouldn't we first compensate this young man? At this remark, everyone froze. Chapter 57, Buying Life with Money. If not for today's gambling match, no one would have uncovered the shady dealings at Yulin residence. Ultimately, people should thank Lin Fan. Besides, if we're talking about who came first, we should settle the matter between Huang Dai and Lin Fan first. Exactly. Huang Dai set this trap, he brought it on himself. That bracelet might have been his own doing. Seeing these two young men with such generous hands, Huang Dai's ulterior motives only led him to dig his own grave. Pay up 100 million yuan. If he can't produce the money, we'll take his life. We're all witnesses to this young man's claim. Huang Dai made it crystal clear, if he doesn't cough up the cash, we'll beat him to death with our bare fists. You bet, you pay, everyone knows that. Huang Dai was now the target of everyone's anger. Even with bodyguards protecting him, he didn't have the nerve to speak. But 100 million? That's practically a death sentence. Fortunately, his bodyguards shielded him fiercely, preventing the crowd from attacking. Cold sweat continued to bead on Huang Dai's forehead. Even as the room erupted in a cacophony of voices, Huang Dai remained glued to his chair. The burly man from earlier wore a sneer. Had the shopkeeper really scared himself into a panic? The crowd seethed with anger and frustration, unable even to muster a laugh. Huang Dai's face paled when he saw the bodyguard rushing over. What was he saying? Huang Dai's voice was so low that without reading his lips, one couldn't tell what he was asking. The bodyguard frowned and shook his head. The third young master says it's none of our business. A buzzing sensation filled Huang Dai's head, and his confidence vanished in an instant. What did it mean that third young master Long didn't care about this matter? Was he punishing himself for acting too impulsively? Just then, someone spoke up again. Huang Dai, I advise you to hand over the money promptly. Do you even know who you've offended? The person you tried to extort just now is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, Bai Shuang. From the start of the bet until now, Bai Shuang had sat quietly on the sofa. Aside from occasionally smiling at Lin Fan, her expression remained icy the entire time. Earlier, people had only noticed the stunning beauty on the sofa, her icy allure captivating them without prompting further thought. Moreover, with everyone in the room focused on examining the stones, many had directed their attention toward the raw materials. Now that someone had revealed Bai Shuang's identity, shock spread across every face. Even Huang Dai's eyes widened in disbelief. Bai Shuang? The eldest daughter of the Bai family? Huang Dai sucked in a sharp breath as he asked. The elder who spoke nodded repeatedly. Exactly. You're blind as a bat. If you can't pay back this money, you won't just be offending Miss Bai Shuang. By now, due to Lin Fan's actions, Bai Shuang had also become a topic of gossip during everyone's leisure hours. Whenever Bai Shuang's name came up, people inevitably thought of her junior apprentice brother. Similarly, when people mention Lin Fan, they also recall the stunningly beautiful and aloof senior sister by his side, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. This holds true in both Zhengjiang and the imperial capital. Since this young lady is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, then the one beside her. The person stopped mid-sentence, unable to continue. In front of Lin Fan, no one dared utter his name. Huang Dai's brow furrowed as he suddenly understood why third young master Long hadn't intervened in this matter. Just days ago, third young master Long had led a group of elite fighters to challenge Lin Fan. Not only were his men utterly defeated, but Lin Fan had practically become a shadow haunting third young master Long. Perhaps word of this incident had already reached Long San. Knowing the identities of Bai Shuang and Lin Fan, Long San dared not show his face. Good heavens, what kind of deity had he provoked? Just moments ago, Huang Dai had been scheming to navigate this predicament. But now that he grasped the full picture, he went completely limp. Huang Dai, what are you still sitting there for? Waiting for us to carry a coffin in for you? A man like you deserves no resting place in a coffin. Stop dreaming. If you have a burial plot after death, count yourself lucky.
People hurled accusations at him, each remark more vicious than the last. Only when Huang Dia slowly rose to his feet did we finally fall silent. Throughout it all, Lin Fan and Bai Shuang remained utterly still, more composed than any theater audience. Huang Dia gasped for breath, stumbling unsteadily before Lin Fan. He bowed deeply with utmost respect. I accept defeat. I'll hand over the money now. I hope you two won't hold it against me.
Huang Dia, nearing 60, had been navigating the business world for years, a seasoned veteran. Under normal circumstances, he would never have accepted such a loss.
But now was different. He had incurred the wrath of many. If he mishandled even one detail, his life would be forfeit.
The capital had its own rules. Feuds among martial artists were settled privately.
Those unsolvable were handled by the martial alliance, not the authorities.
In the business world, however, integrity was paramount, and righteousness came first. If someone broke their word, even if beaten to death, the authorities would not intervene. His reputation in this life was already ruined. He couldn't afford to lose his life here too. As the saying goes, a miserable life is better than a glorious death. Survival came first.
Lin Fan turned to look at Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang gave a slight nod. You win some, you lose some, that's the rule. Miss Bai is right. We'll follow the rules. I'll pay up now.
Huang Dia tried to sound decisive, but everyone could still sense the pain in his voice.
That was 100 million yuan more money than some people would ever see in their entire lives. Some even thought Huang Dia practically lives off that money.
If he had to part with this sum, he probably wouldn't last much longer. Lin Fan ignored the speculation entirely, pulling out his card and handing it directly to Huang Dia. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huang Dia completed the transaction, and the 100 million yuan was indeed transferred. Bai Shuang felt a flicker of satisfaction, yet her gaze toward Huang Dia remained thick with contempt.
He brought this upon himself. Sparing his life today was already too generous.
As the two prepared to leave, Huang Dia hurried forward to block their path.
Miss Bai Shuang, please forgive me for my petty schemes. I was wrong to scheme against you. Please spare me. Bai Shuang remained silent, not even sparing Huang Dia a glance. Huang Dia's legs trembled uncontrollably.
In desperation, he turned to beg Lin Fan.
Mr. Lin, my eyesight is failing me. I acted rashly. I swear I'll never do it again. I promise to be a better person from now on. Please spare my life, Mr. Lin.
As he finished speaking, Huang Dia seemed to remember something. Oh, and about those 3 stones of yours, I won't charge you for them.
Chapter 58, The Overlord's Command. No need.
I bought the stones naturally, I'll pay. Lin Fan's voice was cold and emotionless, his face devoid of any expression.
Huang Dia's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. If Lin Fan wasn't taking payment, would his own life be spared?
He'd heard tales of Lin Fan's deeds, a merciless demon who killed without blinking. If Lin Fan truly turned on him, not a soul in this room could stop it.
The money was handed over, but whether it could truly save his life? Huang Dia had no certainty whatsoever.
Besides, he had accepted the consequences of his wager. The 100 million he had given was what Lin Fan was rightfully owed.
They say money can buy peace of mind, but he'd spent his fortune only to invite trouble. What a fool he'd been.
Seeing Huang Dia standing motionless before her, Bai Shuang's face flashed with impatience. She'd finally gotten a chance to take Lin Fan out for a stroll, only to have her path blocked by this disgusting man. Naturally, Bai Shuang felt annoyed.
Move.
Bai Shuang's sharp command was followed by a sudden hardening of her expression. Earlier, people had seen only a coldly beautiful woman, but in the blink of an eye, everyone was stunned by the icy aura emanating from Bai Shuang. The eldest Miss Bai truly lived up to her reputation as an ice queen.
I'm moving. I'm moving. Huang Dia quickly sidestepped.
Bai Shuang then naturally slipped her arm through Lin Fan's, and the two walked forward together. By the time the crowd regained their composure, the pair had already exited.
Good heavens! The Bai family's eldest daughter and Lin Fan really are just as people say.
Lin Fan is a martial arts prodigy, and the Bai family wields immense power and influence.
With them together, who would dare provoke them?
Only a blind fool would scheme against Bai Shuang and Lin Fan. They'd be setting themselves up for a fall.
Serves them right. Huang Dia, pay me back. I'm not done with you over that rock business.
As those final words left his lips, the fire of rage ignited once more within him.
Before Huang Dia could even flee, someone grabbed him by the back of his neck.
Next, a barrage of fists rained down, filling the room with nothing but Huang Dia's wails of agony. Lin Fan and Bai Shuang had barely walked 10 meters when Yulin residence was smashed to pieces. As for whether Huang Dia lived or died, Lin Fan couldn't care less.
Justice prevails in this world. Karma comes full circle. Huang Dia would receive his just deserts. Senior sister, give me one of your cards. I'll transfer the money to you.
Lin Fan turned to look at Bai Shuang. Earlier, with so many people watching, Lin Fan hadn't felt comfortable asking Bai Shuang for her card.
Now that they were alone, he was determined to transfer the money. Why should I give it to you? That was your wager with Huang Dia. The winnings are rightfully yours.
Bai Shuang remarked casually. Earlier, seeing Lin Fan actually earn 100 million had genuinely pleased Bai Shuang, yet she had little concept of what that sum truly meant. With her own company under her control, 100 million yuan meant little to her.
I already said I'd give you 100 million. Besides, I've been freeloading off you IOU.
Lin Fan stared intently at Bai Shuang. Her willow brows furrowed slightly, her small face truly looking as if frost had settled upon it. Even her voice turned icy.
What's this? Suddenly so formal with me? Just one trip out and you've learned to talk about money with me? Senior sister, that's not what I meant. I just think.
Before Lin Fan could finish, Bai Shuang cut him off.
Think what? Think our relationship isn't as good as yours with the other senior brothers and sisters? Want to leave here quickly to find them, right?
Bai Shuang pouted, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan.
Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly, shaking his head helplessly. What on earth are you talking about, senior sister? We're in this together now. You're already tied to me, we can't even split up. We're in the same boat. Lin Fan spoke the truth.
In everyone's eyes, he and Bai Shuang were a team. In fact, most believed Bai Shuang was his accomplice. It was precisely for this reason that the overlord had gone to such lengths to abduct Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang suddenly laughed, struck by Lin Fan's final words. We're in this together, inseparable. That was the real reason Bai Shuang was delighted.
So you agree, senior sister? Lin Fan pressed. Bai Shuang shot Lin Fan a withering glare. What do you mean, agree? Take the money. You'll find a use for it. I have my company, I don't need this. Seeing Bai Shuang's firm stance, Lin Fan didn't press further, it would have been pointless.
Thinking of the 3 stones he'd chosen, Lin Fan suddenly had an idea. The stones he'd chosen would undoubtedly yield top-tier materials.
With some refinement, their effects would be extraordinary.
He could give Bai Shuang one as a protective talisman, a token of his feelings.
What are you thinking about?
Seeing Lin Fan staring blankly, Bai Shuang waved her hand in front of him. Nothing, Lin Fan replied.
Your neck is quite beautiful. I didn't notice you wearing a necklace.
Bai Shuang froze instantly. Her clear eyes blinked repeatedly, yet she couldn't make sense of what Lin Fan had said. Still, she felt her cheeks burning.
Next time I go out, I'll wear a big, flashy necklace for you to see.
After saying this, Bai Shuang lowered her head as far as she could, her entire face flushing crimson all the way to her neck. A breeze swept through, carrying a sweet, sugary scent on the air.
Suburban villa.
Long San sat on the sofa, his expression dark. The messenger who came to report the news stood respectfully, desperately trying to hide his inner panic. Only after the person finished speaking did Long San slowly open his mouth.
So, Huang Day was beaten to death by those troublemakers?
The man across from him swallowed hard and nodded. In response to young Master Long San's inquiry, after Lin Fan and Bai Shuang left, those people chased Huang Day demanding money. With so many of them, tempers flared. Even though Huang Day had men with him, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. In the heat of the moment, someone lost control. Long San narrowed his eyes. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Knowing they'd been cheated out of their money, those men would surely seek other ways to vent their anger.
But Huang Dia ending up like this was something he hadn't anticipated. Young Master Long, should we intervene regarding Huang Day?
No, leave it be. Let things run their course. Just make sure none of Huang Day's men come here.
We have no connection to Huang Day whatsoever. The man nodded immediately upon hearing this. Understood.
I'll have word spread immediately that we have no business dealings whatsoever with Huang Day.
Long San hummed in acknowledgement, then waved his hand, signaling the man to leave.
Yulin Residence was an established establishment in the capital, and many had been deceived by Huang Day. This incident would surely have repercussions. Those who beat Huang Day might have vented their anger, but those who learned of it later would likely never shake the bitterness in their hearts. As for what would happen next, no one could say. For now, he couldn't afford to wade into this murky mess. Not long ago, the overlord himself had called, instructing that any matters involving Lin Fan were to be observed with caution.
Chapter 59, Neither Big Nor Small.
Long San narrowed his eyes to slits, clenching his fists in frustration. Lin Fan, you really are no pushover. Just days ago, he'd beaten the experts Long San brought along into a complete rout. Now he'd wrung 100 million out of Huang Day. The sheer magnitude of those figures made Long San's teeth grind audibly. Huang Day wasn't exactly flashy in public, but who knew he had so much stashed away privately? It seemed Huang Day had gone all out to save his own skin, only to end up losing both his fortune and his dignity. Long San seethed with resentment, yet he dared not seek an opportunity to settle the score with Lin Fan. First, he lacked sufficient confidence. Second, the overlord himself had issued the order. These 2 factors alone were enough to keep Long San firmly in check. Ring ring. The ringtone of his phone sounded, and Long San frowned slightly. Seeing the familiar number on the screen, he pressed the answer button with a hint of impatience.
Hello?
Young Master Long San, everything at the club has been arranged.
Miss Fei Fei has left.
Hearing the voice on the other end, the tension finally eased from Long San's face. Good.
As he slowly uttered the word, a smile finally touched the corners of his mouth. Miss Chen Feifei, we are finally about to meet. Long San stood up. The bodyguards waiting by the door immediately stepped aside. Soon after, a luxury car drove out of the villa. Senior sister, I really can't eat anymore. Are you planning to make me try every single snack tonight? Lin Fan looked at Bai Shuang with a pleading expression. After 3 years of rigorous training on the mountain, life had indeed been austere. But even a glutton couldn't possibly consume that much food in one go. Though Bai Shuang meant well, Lin Fan had only a mortal stomach, it simply couldn't handle it. Seeing Lin Fan's pleading expression, Bai Shuang giggled. I'm doing this for your own good. I've heard the masters praise your skills so often, don't you think I just want to help your culinary talents reach new heights? Lin Fan hastily waved his hands, refusing repeatedly. I appreciate your kindness, senior sister, but if this keeps up, I'll really throw up. Bai Shuang pouted her lips and pouted, alright then. Since you insist, I won't force you. Let's go rest up front for a bit. It was still early, just as the city lights were beginning to twinkle. For many, the nightlife hadn't truly begun yet. The neon lights shone in dazzling colors, and everywhere was ablaze with lights and revelry. Under the beams of light, the endless stream of vehicles took on a softer glow. Paradise on Earth, the premier club. Renowned as the capital's most extravagant club, it covered 4,000 square meters above ground and 20,000 square meters in total, employing a staff of over 4,000. At first glance, the club appears to have 5 floors, but it is actually a 7-story building, with the remaining 2 levels underground. The club offered every conceivable amenity: swimming, dining, entertainment, saunas, and even grand banquet halls. Outside, neon lights blazed in rows, while the interior decoration was jaw-dropping. Rumor had it that even the screws on every door were imported from abroad. In short, unimaginable sights and experiences abound here. The parking lot outside stretched endlessly, packed with luxury cars. Despite its spacious, high-end design, only a few spots remained vacant. While other clubs were still sparsely populated, Paradise on Earth was already bustling with activity. Bai Shuang led Lin Fan inside. As soon as they entered the grand hall, a server in a cheongsam greeted them with a warm smile. Bai Shuang gracefully accepted the cocktail offered by the attendant and gave a slight nod. Lin Fan politely said thank you. Paradise on Earth imposed extremely stringent hiring criteria for its service staff. Not only were there strict requirements for physique, education, and conversational skills, but even their smiles underwent professional training. It could be said that the service staff here easily met the standards of flight attendants. Yet even so, upon hearing Lin Fan's thank you, the young woman's cheeks flushed and her heartbeat quickened noticeably. The man before her was undeniably a standard bearer of handsome looks. Standing at 1.9 meters tall with a slightly lean build, he radiated the aura of a martial artist. His face was exceptionally handsome, graceful, and elegant, as beautiful as Pannon. Just one glance from him was enough to make one blush and heart race, let alone hearing him say thank you in person. Watching the flustered staff retreat to the side, Bai Shuang shook her head helplessly. This junior disciple truly embodied the ideal Prince Charming in every girl's heart. Sitting down on the sofa in the lobby, Bai Shuang sipped her cocktail before turning to Lin Fan. Let's rest here for a bit, little junior. You'd better be careful, there are plenty of girls around. Watch out for them setting their sights on you. Bai Shuang said to Lin Fan, half jokingly. Lin Fan's lips curved into a faint smile, his expression growing increasingly captivating. Before he could speak, Bai Shuang found herself utterly transfixed. Senior sister, in my eyes, no one compares to you. Here we go again. You saw fewer beautiful women up on the mountain, so naturally you thought I was pretty. But things are different now, the capital is full of gorgeous girls. Though she said this, Bai Shuang's heart was already as sweet as honey. Being praised by Lin Fan was enough to keep Bai Shuang happy for days. Lin Fan returned her smile, raising an eyebrow slightly to emphasize the sincerity of his words. And it was true. Bai Shuang's beauty was exquisite, truly deserving the description of captivating at first sight, enchanting at second glance. To others, she appeared cold and aloof, keeping people at arm's length like an ice queen. Yet with Lin Fan, Bai Shuang often wore a radiant smile. At this moment, Bai Shuang's heart felt like a frightened deer, pounding wildly inside her chest. To avoid Lin Fan complimenting her again, she deliberately lowered her head. Lin Fan, meanwhile, glanced toward the doorway. Just then, 2 girls stepped through the doorway. Both girls had long hair cascading down their shoulders and stood about 5 feet 5 inches. One wore a pale purple dress that reached her ankles, a classic formal gown style. The other wore a puff-sleeved princess dress, a somewhat conservative style, yet undeniably adorable. Lin Fan glanced over and a look of confusion crossed his face. The girl in the puff-sleeved princess dress was Chen Feifei, the eldest daughter of the Chen family, who had always been frail and sickly. He recalled having saved her life by sheer luck on the roadside not long ago. She'd apparently just returned from abroad. As these details flashed through his mind, Lin Fan recalled Chen Junhan, the Chen family scion who had gifted him that complimentary black card. The capital city, it really is neither too small nor too big. You can run into acquaintances anywhere. What are you staring at?
Just a moment ago you were saying how beautiful your senior sister is, and now your eyes are glued to another girl and won't budge. Bai Shuang's voice snapped him back to attention.
Chapter 60, We've met before. Senior sister, I spotted someone I know.
No sooner had Lin Fan spoken than Bai Shuang gave a cold snort, a hint of displeasure clouding her charmingly smiling face.
How long do you plan to stay down here?
You couldn't possibly have that many acquaintances, you're clearly just trying to brush me off.
Stay here and reflect. I'm going to the restroom.
With that, Bai Shuang stood up and actually headed toward the restroom. Lin Fan shook his head in exasperation. When he turned back to look for Chen Feifei, the two figures had vanished without a trace. But this time, Lin Fan didn't withdraw his gaze.
Long San entered.
Dressed in a crisp white suit and pink shirt, Long San sported the same slicked-back hairstyle as before, a greasy, shiny pompadour that radiated an ostentatious presence. Behind him, a dozen bodyguards followed in orderly formation, though their ranks were far from uniform. Upon entering the hall, Long San strode straight ahead without a glance to the side, completely missing Lin Fan resting on the sofa.
What a small world. Lin Fan murmured under his breath, finally pulling his gaze away. 3 minutes later, Bai Shuang sat down beside Lin Fan once more. Only then did the lobby staff dare approach to introduce their services.
Bai Shuang selected an aromatherapy massage and then handed the service brochure to Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at it and decided to go swimming. Both activities were located on the first floor and took about the same amount of time, so the two of them got up together.
This way, please. The attendant, a classical beauty, smiled warmly with a gentle voice.
Her hair was elegantly pinned high, revealing a swan-like, long and slender neck.
She wore a qipao adorned with blue and white porcelain patterns, radiating an antique charm.
Her clear, bright eyes sparkled with intelligence, and every smile and gesture carried the grace of a well-bred lady. Lin Fan had barely taken a few steps forward when he spotted another young woman. The girl looked to be in her early 20s, sporting a typical hairstyle, thickly drawn eyebrows, and striking bright red lipstick. A pair of combat boots added to her bold, spirited look. Behind her, several guests followed.
Lin Fan couldn't help but be secretly astonished.
No wonder Bai Shuang had said that heaven on earth had all kinds of beauties. There was nothing people couldn't imagine, and nothing they couldn't achieve. Seeing it now, he realized it was indeed true. The freestyle pool Lin Fan had chosen was a private room, with the pool alone spanning over 100 square meters, offering no sense of confinement whatsoever.
2 tables stood beside the pool.
A delicate round table displayed an assortment of fresh fruits, while a slightly lower table held bath towels and personal amenities. Seeing the crystal clear water of the pool, a faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips. Back when he was on the mountain, he'd soak in the mountain hot springs almost every day. It had become a habit. Since returning, he'd been swamped with tasks, leaving no time for hot springs.
Well, he'd swim a few laps in the pool instead. At the same time, Chen Feifei had entered the private room on the first floor.
Though called a private room, it was actually a large hall with various lights on the ceiling, the centerpiece being an enormous crystal chandelier. At that moment, the patterns formed by the converging lights were dazzlingly colorful, making one's eyes spin.
Ting, why did we come to such a luxurious place for a high school reunion? Did we get the wrong room? Chen Feifei's face showed confusion, her slightly sickly-looking face full of bewilderment. A high school reunion meant attendees were all former classmates.
Most were currently in college, none having graduated yet. This level of extravagance was beyond what most could afford. If just one person were footing the bill, it might be manageable. After all, some classmates came from well-off families.
But to save everyone's face, Yang Tingting had insisted on splitting the bill evenly. Even divided among everyone, this would be a hefty expense.
Chen Feifei frowned thoughtfully, her delicate brows slightly furrowed.
Yang Tingting, dressed in a purple gown, seemed unconcerned as she immediately tried to reassure Chen Feifei.
Feifei, why are you overthinking this? We're all in college now, and some of us have already achieved financial independence. Besides, we only have this one high school reunion each year.
Even if it's a bit extravagant, it's hardly excessive, right?
As she spoke, Yang Tingting adjusted her freshly styled hair, completely unconcerned about Chen Feifei's worries.
Chen Feifei knew Yang Tingting came from a well-off family.
While not quite on par with the Chens, the Ouyang's owned several companies, and Tingting was known for her lavish spending. After going abroad, she hadn't kept in close touch with Yang Tingting.
This reunion had actually been Yang Tingting's idea.
Chen Feifei checked her phone again and felt something was off. With 20 minutes left until the scheduled start time, not a single one of their high school classmates had arrived besides herself and Yang Tingting.
Tingting, should we contact them? They haven't all forgotten, have they? As soon as Chen Feifei's words reached her ears, Yang Tingting nodded quickly.
Hurriedly pulling out her phone, Yang Tingting made a motion to call, but immediately, a look of shock spread across her face, and her voice rose sharply.
Oh my god, is today May 28th? What happened? Isn't today our reunion date? As soon as Chen Feifei finished speaking, Yang Tingting said regretfully, I've been so absent-minded.
I'm so sorry, Feifei, the class reunion is tomorrow.
Ha! Chen Feifei looked utterly stunned, her clear eyes widening in disbelief. This Ouyang Tingting is so unreliable, how could she mess up something as important as the reunion? Tingting, think carefully, I'm the only one who got the time wrong, right? Don't let everyone else make a wasted trip. Chen Feifei reminded her kindly. Ouyang Tingting shook her head like a bobblehead, speaking frantically. No, Feifei.
I mixed them up myself. Both May 28th and May 29th are super important dates, so I got them all jumbled. Ouyang Tingting then explained to Chen Feifei that she had two important friends to meet on May 28th, both scheduled for 8:30 p.m., which is why she got the times mixed up. You've been scatterbrained since high school, and it seems that habit hasn't changed even after getting into college.
Chen Feifei said as she stood up. Since you have important appointments, I won't keep you. It's almost time, so I'll be going now.
No sooner had Chen Feifei finished speaking than Ouyang Tingting suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her path.
Feifei, don't go. Stay here with me. Actually, you know the person I'm meeting. Who? Chen Feifei stared at Ouyang Tingting in surprise. Miss Feifei, it's me. We've met before. Chapter 61, can you give me some face?
In the dim light, a figure drew nearer and nearer. Recognizing the figure before her as Long San, Chen Feifei frowned slightly. Though she didn't reside permanently in the capital, she'd heard rumors about its underworld. This Long San was no ordinary figure. With the Overlord as his backer, Long San could practically walk all over the imperial capital. Precisely because of this, he grew even more arrogant. Most people kept quiet about his reputation, but they knew exactly what he was like. Chen Feifei found it strange, how could Ouyang Tingting have a date with Long San? Ting. A look of caution flashed across Chen Feifei's face as she instinctively took a step toward Ouyang Tingting. At that moment, Ouyang Tingting was already beaming with a radiant smile. Young Master Long, you finally arrived. I was beginning to think something had delayed you. Not at all. Even if I'm swamped with official duties, I'd never keep a beauty waiting. At first glance, the words seemed directed at Ouyang Tingting, yet Long San's gaze remained fixed on Chen Feifei. Chen Feifei possessed an exquisite aura. Though not as stunningly beautiful as Bai Shuang, the delicate, almost fragile beauty she exuded stirred an instinctive desire to protect her. Who was it that once said a man's mission is to protect women? Long San thought this saying couldn't be more fitting for himself. Facing little Chen, who could be blown over by a mere breeze, this big brother Long naturally had to be her protector. Long San stared at Chen Feifei's figure for a moment longer before reluctantly tearing his gaze away. Speaking of which, shouldn't the young master from the Song family be arriving about now? No sooner had Long San finished speaking than footsteps echoed outside. Immediately, a young man dressed in a suit and tie rushed in. Before he could wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, he began apologizing the moment he entered. I'm terribly sorry for being late. Something came up on the way and delayed me. Long San's face darkened with displeasure. He crossed his legs and spoke slowly. Xiao Chunzi, can you be more reliable? With two beautiful ladies waiting here, how could you keep them waiting? Song Chun's face twisted with embarrassment, wishing he could kneel before Long San on the spot. Third Master, he began haltingly, when I passed by Yalinju earlier, I couldn't help but glance over a couple of times. Song Chun trailed off mid-sentence, his almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Long San. Long San waved impatiently. Enough of that gloomy talk. We're finally relaxing, get those two beauties over here and have them sing a couple of tunes. Song Chun nodded eagerly upon hearing this and scurried out. Only then did Chen Feifei find an opening to speak. Tingting, do you need to discuss something with them? Yes. Since we all know the people who came, you might as well stay. We'll leave together later. Ouyang Tingting's expression turned unnatural, her eyes darting nervously. Chen Feifei wanted to leave, but before she could speak, Long San across from her seemed to have already guessed her thoughts. Miss Feifei, surely you wouldn't refuse us like this? Is it because I've upset you, or is it because of Xiao Chunzi? Long San, seasoned in business dealings, silenced Chen Feifei with a single remark. Chen Feifei gave an awkward laugh. At this moment, she truly didn't know what to say. It seemed that whatever she uttered would only offend someone. Finally, Chen Feifei murmured softly, nothing. Good. Since Miss Feifei doesn't mind mingling with us common folk, pull up a chair. Let's all relax and be ourselves. Long San's self-description as a rough man was merely his own humble way of referring to himself. In his words, anyone who wasn't a pedantic stickler for words was a rough man, and he counted himself among them. Chen Feifei stood motionless, the kaleidoscopic lights bathing her in a glow that made her look like a fairy descended from the heavens. Long San was instantly mesmerized. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Tingting gently tugged at Chen Feifei's sleeve and whispered in the softest voice possible, Feifei, stay here a little longer. Just then, the assistant beside Long San also spoke up to persuade her. Miss Feifei, are you refusing to give our young master Long San the courtesy of sitting down? Why won't you take a seat? With no other choice, Chen Feifei sat down, pressing close to Ouyang Tingting. No sooner had they settled than Song Chun entered the private room accompanied by two stunningly leggy beauties.
Both women possess stunning figures with curves in all the right places, their long legs accentuated by ultra-short leather skirts. The moment they entered, the two beauties bowed to Long San in greeting. "Good evening, young Master Long." They spoke in unison, almost simultaneously, before taking seats on either side of Long San. Under normal circumstances, Long San would have embraced them both, but today was different. Today, Long San's focus was on Chen Feifei. So when one of the beauties tried to snuggle up to him, he pushed her away. "I'm here to listen to music today. You two just sing." Both beauties froze for a moment before gracefully rising. They picked up microphones and began selecting songs. Song Chun waved at the waiter entering the room. "Bring more red wine. The baijiu is too strong, the girls can't handle it." The waiter promptly arranged a row of red wine bottles. Chen Feifei's brows furrowed again. Hadn't Ouyang Tingting come to discuss business? Why all this red wine? As if sensing Chen Feifei's confusion, Ouyang Tingting leaned close to her ear and whispered, "It's just for show. Don't worry." Pop. The pop of a cork echoed as Long San opened a bottle of red wine. In front of everyone, Long San personally poured 2 glasses of wine. He handed one to Chen Feifei and raised the other to his own lips. "It's truly an honor to see Miss Feifei here. Let's raise a glass to celebrate our wonderful meeting." By the time he finished speaking, Long San had already raised his glass to his lips. Chen Feifei abruptly stood up, her expression flustered. "Young Master Long, I don't drink alcohol. If you can't drink, just take a sip. I'm not asking you to finish it all, am I?" A hint of gentleness tinged Long San's voice, perfectly polite. Chen Feifei looked troubled. "I truly cannot drink. I appreciate young Master Long San's kindness, but I must decline this wine." "Miss Chen, are you looking down on our young Master Long San? His cup has been raised for quite some time now." The assistant beside him spoke up again. Chen Feifei grew anxious, her palms sweating. "Feifei, why not just take a sip? Just for appearances. We have to give young Master Long San some face, right?" With all eyes on her, Chen Feifei reluctantly lifted the glass before her and took a small sip. "Good. Miss Feifei is quite the go-getter." Chapter 62, Chen Feifei's Cry for Help. Long San smiled and gave her a thumbs up, his eyes constantly scanning Chen Feifei's body. This made Chen Feifei feel extremely uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, I really can't drink," Chen Feifei reiterated. "Alright, we won't force anyone. Since Miss Feifei can't handle alcohol, let's switch to tea instead. How about substituting tea for wine?" Song Chun's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze brimming with disbelief. Young Master Long really is a gentleman who cherishes women. For the sake of Chen Feifei, he's even giving up alcohol? But seeing the meaningful smile on third young Master Long's face, Song Chun suddenly understood, instantly grasping his intentions. Chen Feifei had intended to leave, but after hearing Long San's words, she found herself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Third young Master Long, Miss Feifei, please rest here for a moment. I'll instruct the staff to prepare tea promptly." Song Chun was extremely courteous, stepping back as he spoke. Long San maintained his smile throughout, thoroughly satisfied with Song Chun's arrangements. Inside the private room, music played softly as lights shimmered around the two beautiful women singing their hearts out. Several minutes passed, but Song Chun hadn't returned. Seeing this, Ouyang Tingting hurriedly stood up. "Young Master Long, Feifei, I'll go check on Mr. Song. There are so many private rooms here, we might lose track of where we are. I'll go with you." Just as Chen Feifei spoke, third young Master Long grabbed her arm. "Miss Feifei is our honored guest. How could I possibly let her handle such matters?" "Yes, Feifei, please wait here. I'll be back shortly." Before she could finish, Ouyang Tingting slipped out in a hurry. As the song ended, Long San's assistant rose and approached the two ladies. "Ladies, Master Long is in a generous mood today. Please follow me to collect your red envelopes." As the assistant turned to leave, Long San called after him, "Hurry up with the tea, make it rain after Dragonwell, please." "Right away, young Master Long San. I'll see to it immediately." The assistant led the two ladies away. Now only Long San and Chen Feifei remained in the room. With the music gone, an awkward silence settled over the room. Facing Long San's gaze, Chen Feifei felt increasingly uneasy. Soon, footsteps approached. The assistant arrived before Long San, clutching a cup of green tea. The transparent glass cup exuded the fragrance of tea, with several tea leaves floating on the surface. Long San personally lifted the glass. "Miss Feifei, it's a pleasure to meet you here. Come, let's have a drink." Chen Feifei's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she hesitated. "Miss Feifei, you don't drink alcohol." Earlier, refusing young Master Long San was understandable. But now the wine has been replaced with tea. "If you still refuse, it truly would be a lack of respect for young Master Long San." The assistant smiled, his words carrying a hint of urgency. Chen Feifei glanced at the tea before her, then finally lifted the cup. The tea was neither cold nor hot, perfectly warm. Long San downed his cup of wine in one gulp, leaving Chen Feifei no choice but to finish her tea. "Alright, that's the spirit.
Long San gave Chen Feifei another thumbs up, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat with joy.
After drinking this cup of tea, Chen Feifei would soon be his. Not seeing Ouyang Tingting return made Chen Feifei even more anxious.
Her palms were sweaty from nervousness. But for some reason, even though she just finished a cup of tea, her throat now felt parched, and her whole body felt restless.
Chen Feifei glanced toward the door once more, her delicate brows furrowing into a frown.
Come on, today I'll make a fool of myself and sing a song for Miss Feifei. Long Sanxian feigned composure as he approached the song selection machine, picked up the microphone, and began to sing. At some point, the assistant had slipped away quietly, closing the door behind him. At the end of the corridor, Ouyang Tingting looked uneasy, biting her lip as she stared at Song Chun.
Mr. Song, I've done everything I was supposed to. About those photos. Before Ouyang Tingting could finish, Song Chun across from her burst into laughter. You did very well. Don't worry about those photos, I'll handle them. Are you sure they won't leak out, Mr. Song? You promised me if I brought Chen Feifei here, you'd return my photos. A hint of impatience flashed across Song Chun's face. I already said it's fine. Relax. Not only the photos, but I destroyed the negatives too. Ouyang Tingting finally relaxed, letting out a long sigh of relief. If only she hadn't gotten drunk, she wouldn't have been photographed.
To protect her reputation, she had no choice but to betray Chen Feifei.
Ouyang Tingting looked at herself with self-reproach. Song Chun reached out and pinched Ouyang Tingting's cheek. Remember this, he said. Drink less in the future. Song Chun didn't withdraw his hand.
Ouyang Tingting dared not move, her small face nearly distorted by his pinch. Inside the private room,
Chen Feifei sensed something was off.
The room felt chilly, yet her body grew increasingly hot, accompanied by waves of dizziness. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feifei forced herself to stay alert.
But as soon as she tried to stand, her legs gave way.
Unable to steady herself, she collapsed back onto the sofa.
Oh my darling, what's wrong?
Long San's voice rose in a high-pitched tone as he reached out to pull Chen Feifei into his arms. Chen Feifei struggled with all her might.
What did you make me drink? What did I drink? Long San chuckled twice, revealing his true nature.
We're alone together in this room.
To have a little fun, we naturally need something to liven things up, don't you agree? To be honest, I've had my eye on you for a while.
Tonight, I'm going to taste what you're like, little Chen. As he spoke, Long San lunged at Chen Feifei like a starved wolf.
Get away from me!
Chen Feifei was already physically weak, and after drinking that cup of tea, she was in a semi-conscious state. Even when she struck with all her might, her fists landed on Long San like mere tickles. Long San swallowed hard, his eyes nearly blazing with fire. The little princess of the Chen family was about to become a wild mare. Long San gritted his teeth, yanked off his jacket, and tossed it impatiently to the ground.
Don't come any closer, or I'll kill you. Chen Feifei grabbed a beer bottle from the coffee table. Clang! The beer bottle hit the floor. Chen Feifei looked utterly hopeless. She couldn't even hold the beer bottle steady with both hands. Had she truly become a lamb led to slaughter? Little beauty, I'm coming.
Long San lunged like a starving wolf, leaping onto the sofa and pinning Chen Feifei beneath him. Chen Feifei screamed with all her might, "Help! Help!" After his swim, Lin Fan felt refreshed and invigorated, his entire demeanor much more alert. After tidying up, Lin Fan decided to step outside for some fresh air and wait for Bai Shuang in the lobby. But no sooner had he stepped into the hallway than a startled cry pierced his ears. Lin Fan halted, his brow furrowing slightly.
That voice, it was Chen Feifei's. Chapter 63, Long San, you're dead. Help! Long San, you beast.
Chen Feifei's voice sounded strange. She was clearly shouting with all her might, yet the sound that reached him was like a whisper. Lin Fan's heart tightened as he turned to look at a room on his left.
Stop right there. What do you think you're doing? This isn't your business, get lost.
At that moment, Ouyang Tingting had already left, and Song Chun was standing not far away. Spotting someone pause outside Long San's private room, Song Chun sprinted toward them, shouting as he ran. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and deep.
Open the door. Who are you? How dare you? Song Chun's eyes widened in fury, his face turning ashen.
But before he could finish, Song Chun clamped his mouth shut.
The aura emanating from Lin Fan was enough to freeze a person to death.
Especially after recognizing the man before him, Song Chun nearly wet himself in terror.
Lin Fan!
Song Chun's head buzzed, and all strength seemed to drain from his body.
This was a high-end club in the imperial capital. How had the killing god Lin Fan ended up here?
Song Chun tried to speak, but his throat felt blocked. He opened his mouth several times, yet no words came out. Before he could formulate a plan, Lin Fan grabbed him by the collar.
Lin Fan kicked the door open with one foot.
As his grip loosened, Song Chun was flung out like a sack of potatoes.
Thud! A dull thud echoed as if every bone in Song Chun's frame had snapped clean in two. Get out! Who let you in? You blind fools!
Long San grabbed his pants from the floor and held them in front of him, then flung the red wine toward the doorway.
Crash! A sharp crack echoed, leaving shards of glass scattered across the floor. Lin Fan lifted his gaze toward the sofa, his expression growing increasingly icy. Chen Feifei's cheeks flushed crimson. Completely unconscious, she lay motionless on the sofa, her pristine dress torn open. Long San, meanwhile, used his pants as a makeshift cover. "Young Master Long San, it's Lin Fan." Song Chun gritted his teeth against the pain, forcing out the words with every ounce of strength. Long San was about to explode with rage, but upon hearing those words, he froze in place. "Lin Fan, let's set aside what happened earlier. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. You'd better mind your own business." After meticulously planning for so long, Long San was thwarted before he could act. Naturally, he was displeased. Even though the person across from him was Lin Fan, his tone grew icy. Lin Fan's lips curled slightly, his expression tinged with disdain. "When beasts run amok, someone must rein them in. Lin Fan, don't push your luck." Long San's teeth clenched with a grinding sound. Lin Fan had beaten him to a pulp before, and now he was ruining his plans again, utterly despicable. But the memory of Lin Fan's brutal methods instantly made him shrink back. With nowhere to vent his boiling rage, Long San turned toward Song Chun and kicked him with all his might. "Useless piece of trash. Not even fit to be a guard dog." Song Chun winced in pain but dared not utter a word. Lin Fan ignored Long San and Song Chun entirely, walking straight up to Chen Feifei. Chen Feifei was now completely dazed. The moment Lin Fan drew near, she clung to his arm. "You." Chen Feifei's words were incoherent as she clung desperately to Lin Fan. Lin Fan tried to push her away, but she only clung tighter. The once quiet and sweet Chen Feifei now clung to him like an octopus, as if she wanted to become one with him. Lin Fan reached for the needles and swiftly inserted the golden needles into Chen Feifei's scalp. He then proceeded to insert needles into several acupoints on Chen Feifei's body. With swift precision, he inserted the needles and channeled his qi into them. Chen Feifei, who had been gasping for breath moments ago, instantly collapsed back onto the sofa. "Lin Fan, you little bastard, you're trying to steal the show?" Witnessing the scene, Long San roared and charged toward Lin Fan. In that moment, Long San smashed the red wine bottle before him, grabbed the broken half, and lunged toward Lin Fan, intent on stabbing him. Lin Fan sneered coldly. With a flick of his wrist, an invisible force surged forth. Long San tried to charge forward, but his body involuntarily retreated, as if something were pushing him back. "Ah!" Long San let out a piercing scream and plopped down onto the ground. His body underwent a drastic change. Somewhere inside him felt hollowed out, leaving him utterly drained of strength. "Lin Fan, what have you done? Those who harm others must pay the price. From now on, you're the scapegoat." Long San's head buzzed, and his face instantly drained of color. "Lin Fan, you're making me a eunuch. I'll kill you. Song Chun, kill him." Flames seemed to leap from Long San's eyes. Only one thought consumed him. Lin Fan must die. Song Chun stared in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "Lin Fan, do you even realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? You've made Long San unable to have children. Today's events were entirely his own doing. If he didn't make a move now, Long San would surely take his life." In desperation, Song Chun drew the dagger from his waist, his eyes flashing coldly. "Lin Fan, this isn't Zhongjiang, this is the capital. This isn't your turf. Stop acting like a thug." As he spoke, Song Chun lunged at Lin Fan, seemingly having forgotten the humiliation he'd just suffered at Lin Fan's hands. Lin Fan's gaze was icy. As Song Chun's dagger lunged toward him, Lin Fan kicked out. Song Chun flew backward like a broken sack. This time, however, Song Chun met a gruesome end. A gaping hole was kicked into his chest, and he died instantly upon hitting the ground. The thought of his own line ending left Long San utterly despondent, and Song Chun's death only intensified his despair. "Lin Fan, today I'll make you die here." Gritting his teeth, Long San leapt up with all his might, his fists already clenched. Lin Fan didn't dodge. He met the attack head-on with his own fist. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Long San collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. "Long San, you've committed every evil deed imaginable, you deserve to die." Lin Fan's voice echoed like it came from the depths of hell, each word demanding his life. Long San's body shook violently, his eyes filled with terror. He tried to retreat, but both arms had already lost all sensation. Only then did Long San realize his arms were gone. The room reeked of blood, and Long San seemed to grasp the truth his life would end here. "Lin Fan, even if you kill me today, someone will avenge me. The Overlord will never let this go. Then bring it on." Lin Fan stared straight at Long San with utter contempt. Long San was completely shattered, teetering on the edge of madness. "Fine, you've got guts. Go avenge your dead Lin family members. If I could do it all over again, I'd make sure to watch your sister get humiliated with my own eyes, and see your entire Lin family drown in a river of blood. Watch them leap into the lake. Watch them die without a proper burial. Watch them be beheaded, dying with eyes wide open." Lin Fan's aura turned icy cold. "Long San, you're dead." Chapter 64, Naturally, it's to capture you. Snap. Snap.
Lin Fan clenched his fist, the knuckles popping like beans.
Long San's face turned deathly pale, yet he still tried to talk tough.
I'll take the dagger. Before he could finish, Lin Fan's fist slammed into him.
Boom.
After the muffled impact, Long San's head was severed from his body. Even the wall behind him was punched through by Lin Fan's fist, leaving a gaping hole.
In an instant, dust filled the air.
Customers in the adjacent private room, who had just grasped what was happening, scattered in all directions, not daring to linger for a moment longer. Lin Fan's eyes burned crimson as he struggled to suppress his inner turmoil. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out from behind him.
Lin Fan, stop.
Lin Fan slowly turned around to find a young man and woman before him. The man stood about 185 centimeters tall, roughly 27 or 28 years old, with a muscular build and a buzz cut. The woman was around 25 or 26, with short hair and dressed in special agent attire. At that moment, both of them held guns, their barrels pointed directly at Lin Fan. They stood motionless, their eyes fixed on Lin Fan, filled with wariness.
You're here to help Long San?
Lin Fan's voice was low and his gaze cold.
At that moment, if either of them nodded, Lin Fan couldn't guarantee he wouldn't charge forward and fight them. You're mistaken. We're not helping anyone. We're on a mission. We expect your cooperation.
Imperial Capital Golden Dragon Assault Team member Lina has been dispatched to arrest Lin Fan. Her voice was sharp, her gaze piercing, radiating a commanding presence. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly.
Golden Dragon Assault Squad? Special Operations Unit? Correct.
Lin Fan had heard of this unit and knew that every member of the Golden Dragon Assault Team's Special Operations Unit came from extraordinary backgrounds. As for Lina, Lin Fan had no recollection of her. What truly shocked Lin Fan, however, was the Golden Dragon Assault Team's involvement. The Golden Dragon Assault Team's Special Operations Unit was a state-level organization, wielding authority above both the government and the Martial Alliance, dedicated to resolving matters of earth-shaking importance.
He never imagined that his quest for family vengeance would warrant their involvement. Was this grand gesture yet another move orchestrated by the Overlord?
A look of contempt flashed across Lin Fan's face as he snorted coldly.
Are you here specifically to arrest me?
Yes. Your actions have provoked the wrath of heaven and the people, causing distress to the citizens of Xiaqiu Kingdom.
As captain of the Golden Dragon Assault Team, I am here to apprehend you. We expect your cooperation. Any resistance will result in immediate execution.
Lina spoke with solemn gravity, but Lin Fan burst into laughter.
You think a few words will make me follow you? You're being far too naive.
Lina froze, a momentary flicker of hesitation crossing her stern face. Then, she directly handed her work ID to Lin Fan.
This is my identification.
If you have no objections, please cooperate and come with us. After introducing herself, Lina kept repeating the same demand, please cooperate and come with us. Lin Fan glanced at the badge before him, paying little attention to the information printed on it. The only thing he committed to memory was the badge's serial number.
JS0808.
The number seemed quite auspicious, but even if it were a string of 8s, they had no right to take him away. Lin Fan showed no reaction on his face, but inside, he sighed softly.
The Golden Dragon Strike Force was a formidable adversary.
Once targeted by them, he would likely never be able to act freely again. His vengeance remained unavenged, the mastermind behind it all still undiscovered, and now this new group had emerged to complicate matters. Lin Fan sensed that the intricate web of relationships behind the Lin family tragedy had yet to fully surface, yet a net was already closing in on him. Seeing Lin Fan hesitate, Lina spoke again. Lin Fan, I'll give you some advice, you'd better cooperate with our investigation, because you've just caused a colossal disaster. A faint smirk touched Lin Fan's lips, his face betraying a look of contempt. The catastrophic mistake this woman spoke of was nothing more than him killing Long San. They deemed it a grave matter, but to him, it was merely a simple act.
What? You still don't agree?
Seeing the disbelief on Lin Fan's face, Lina cut straight to the point. Lin Fan was straightforward in his response, of course I don't agree.
You're just sucking up to power. I won't stoop to your level and join your dirty little game. How dare you speak to our captain like that?
Lin Fan, you think too highly of yourself. Ever since joining the team, they'd seen Lin Fan with a perpetually expressionless face. Now he was openly mocking the captain of the Golden Dragon Assault Squad.
As the deputy captain, Su Chuan couldn't tolerate this. Lin Fan didn't get angry.
Instead, he turned to Su Chuan and coldly demanded,
then let me ask you this, why are you here today? To arrest you, of course. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Su Chuan eagerly answered. Lin Fan nodded. Why? Su Chuan frowned, a look of confusion spreading across his face. What else could it be? Your actions have provoked the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. Dozens of the Sun family perished at your hands, and Zhao Dingchuan, the president of the Zhongjiang Martial Alliance, was also killed by you. Even the vice president of Xiaokugwo wasn't spared, let alone the enforcers and the leaders of the Zhongjiang Martial Alliance who fought for justice. Your actions have already caught the attention of Xiaochogwa's high-level leadership. We're eliminating a menace to society, acting on orders. Lin Fan sneered, his face twisted with contempt. So according to you, this is justice being served? Before Sichuan and Lina could respond, Lin Fan's voice rose again. My actions over the past few days have already caught your attention, but where were you 3 years ago during the Lin family massacre? Over 40 innocent civilians were slaughtered by martial artists, yet you turned a blind eye and deaf ear. Is this the justice you uphold? Zhao Dingchuan, the Sun family members did indeed die by my hand. I, Lin Fan, own up to my actions. But how do you explain the Golden Dragon Strike Force? You hide behind the pretense of ridding the world of evils while pandering to power and influence. Lin Fan's barrage of questions left Sichuan speechless. As the squad leader, Lina narrowed her eyes slightly, seemingly deep in thought. She had never heard of the Lin family tragedy Lin Fan mentioned. According to Lin Fan, his actions were motivated by revenge. But regardless, the number of high-ranking officials' lives on Lin Fan's hands was simply too many. Lina lifted her head again, her face now veiled in a thin frost. Lin Fan, I will certainly investigate the matters you've mentioned, but you must come with us today. What if I refuse? Lin Fan's words rang out with unwavering resolve as he stood his ground, unmoving. Then don't blame us for being impolite. As captain of the Golden Dragon Assault Squad, upholding justice is my duty. As she spoke, Lina tightened her grip on the gun in her hand once more. Lin Fan lifted the corners of his mouth and shook his head helplessly. No matter how advanced Lina's weapon might be, it meant nothing to him. How about we settle this with a duel? Lin Fan proposed. Chapter 65, Let Him Go. Compete at what? Lina's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her cool voice tinged with confusion. Lin Fan smiled faintly, then glanced at the gun in Lina's hand before shifting his gaze to the red wine cork on the ground. We'll test accuracy. With my gun? Lina's face twisted in disbelief, her voice rising sharply. Do you realize that as captain of the Golden Dragon Assault Team, I began firearms training in my teens? Whether it's my grip or my aim, I've mastered it all. What do you have to compete with me? Lin Fan smiled, reaching out to grasp the wooden stopper in his hand. With this, whoever hits it with the highest accuracy gets to call the shots. Lin Fan, don't try any tricks. After grasping the rules of Lin Fan and Lina's contest, Sichuan's face darkened with irritation. Lin Fan's method of competition was clearly meant to humiliate Lina. As the esteemed captain of the Golden Dragon Assault Squad, how could he tolerate such disrespect from someone like Lin Fan? Sichuan was about to protest further when Lina suddenly reached out and did as he suggested. Sichuan frowned but dared not protest further. This place is too cramped. Let's take it outside. With that, Lin Fan turned and walked away. Lina followed closely behind. Moments later, the two arrived at the parking lot just outside the clubhouse. It was deep into the night. Though neon lights flickered, visibility was far worse than during the day. Target, 500 meters away, third tree from left to right, 21st small neon light. Lina's expression remained impassive as she spoke coldly. Lin Fan didn't even look up, simply agreeing. 3, 2, 1, go. The words had barely left her mouth when a sharp crack echoed. Lina's bullet had already left the barrel. Sichuan's heart surged with wild excitement. That kid Lin Fan was doomed to lose. Lina's specialty was targeting in the dark, and the gun she was using now had been custom designed for her by the higher-ups themselves. She wielded it with effortless mastery. Lin Fan was merely using a cork from a wine bottle. How could he possibly compare to Lina? I'm going to see the outcome. Realizing this, Sichuan couldn't wait to speak up. Lina hummed in acknowledgement as Sichuan sprinted forward. Lina was about to follow, but seeing Lin Fan standing completely still beside her, a look of doubt flashed across her face. You think you lost? No, I'm certain I've won. Lin Fan's response left Lina stunned. This Lin Fan, either he was blindly arrogant, or he truly possessed extraordinary skills. Recalling his recent actions, Lina, usually so confident, suddenly felt a flicker of unease. Let's go. Seeing is believing. I'll make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. Lina straightened her posture, her face hardening into a stern expression. As she spoke, Sichuan hurried back, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan. Captain, the result. Sichuan trailed off mid-sentence. What was the result? Lin Fan won. Hearing Sichuan's report, Lina felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. She spun around abruptly, staring at Sichuan in shock. What did you say? Sichuan swallowed hard, then pulled out his phone and opened an image. Captain, take a look. The phone image was crystal clear. A circular wooden plug was embedded in the tree trunk, with the upper left corner of the plug struck by a bullet. Lina stared at the image for a long moment before suddenly understanding. Although their target was the neon light, Lin Fan's thrown wooden plug had completely covered the small neon lamp. Due to the force of the throw, the plug had embedded itself into the tree trunk, which explained why the small neon light was no longer visible. But my own bullet didn't hit the center of the tree. So the result was that my bullet missed its mark. I lost. You don't have to come with me today. Lina admitted it calmly, her expression modest. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze. Miss Lina was truly sharp, she'd instantly grasped his thoughts. I'm simply accepting the outcome of the wager. Lina's voice carried no trace of emotion. Lin Fan admired Lina's earnestness. For a woman to lead the Golden Dragon Assault Squad and command the obedience of so many highly skilled members, she must have exerted efforts beyond what ordinary people could imagine. And for Lina's composure and determination, Lin Fan felt genuine admiration. Thank you, Miss Lina. I only wish to uncover the truth behind the Lin family tragedy years ago. I'm not here to kill innocents. Even if the Overlord hadn't sought me out, I would have gone to him. This matter involves the Overlord as well? Lina's face betrayed disbelief as her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. At least judging by the current evidence, the Overlord was indeed involved. Whether he was the mastermind behind it all remained uncertain. A sharp edge appeared on Lina's face. Lin Fan, I've recorded everything you've said. The Golden Dragon Strike Force won't let the people suffer injustice. We will get to the bottom of this matter. Very well, thank you. Lin Fan clasped his hands in a salute before turning to leave. Suchuan stepped forward to stop Lin Fan, but Lina halted him. Let him go. But Captain, we're here on orders. If we don't bring Lin Fan back this time, how can we account for it? Suchuan's voice was urgent, as if trying to sway Lina's decision. Lina exhaled slowly. If Lin Fan insists on leaving, do you think you and I have the ability to take him away from here? Suchuan fell silent. Thinking of that wooden plug, Suchuan's frown deepened. The fight on the first floor had thrown the entire club into chaos. When Bai Shuang stepped out of the room, Lin Fan was nowhere to be seen. To preserve the scene, the club had sealed off the incident room. They hadn't even dared to move Chen Feifei, who lay unconscious on the sofa. Long San and Song Chun were the ones involved. Judging by the scene, this incident was undoubtedly connected to the junior disciple, but Bai Shuang's face was as cold as ice. Her gaze scanned the area, yet Lin Fan remained nowhere to be found. Where the hell did that junior brother go? Senior sister. Lin Fan's voice echoed, and Bai Shuang whirled around. Junior brother, weren't you swimming? How did you get back inside? It's hard to explain in a few words. Come with me, senior sister. Lin Fan spoke as he led Bai Shuang forward. Only when they reached the private room's door did Lin Fan turn back to face Bai Shuang. Senior sister, the young lady inside is Chen Feifei, the eldest daughter of the Chen family. She had long San tamper with her drink and is still unconscious. Bai Shuang glanced toward the sofa and nodded slightly. So you mean we should take her away? Yes. This isn't a place to linger, and besides, I still haven't retrieved the golden needles master left me. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Bai Shuang immediately strode forward. What are we waiting for? Let's go. What are you two doing? This is a crime scene. No one is allowed to tamper with it. Several security guards blocked Bai Shuang's path, glaring at her and barking orders. Chapter 66, when one's conduct exceeds others, the crowd will surely oppose it. Get out of the way. Lin Fan's voice was sharp and commanding. The guards trembled at his words, still reeling when Bai Shuang and Lin Fan had already entered the room. At that moment, Chen Feifei's face had regained its former rosy hue, though her eyes remained closed. Lin Fan withdrew the golden needles. Chen Feifei murmured softly and shifted her arm. Her puff-sleeved princess dress, torn open by Long San, revealed her snow-white skin as her arm moved. Lin Fan took off his coat and draped it over her, then swiftly picked her up in his arms. Bai Shuang nodded to Lin Fan, and the two of them left together. Seeing the scene unfold, the security guard who had been blocking their path dared not utter a word, simply letting them pass. When they saw a woman being carried out, many onlookers stood on tiptoe, eager to get a closer look. But when met by Lin Fan's icy glare, they hastily lowered their heads and instinctively stepped aside. In an instant, the chaotic crowd spontaneously parted, clearing a path for Lin Fan and Bai Shuang. Half an hour later, Lin Fan and Bai Shuang returned to the Bai residence. Accompanying them was Chen Feifei, the eldest daughter of the Chen family. By now, Chen Feifei had changed into clean clothes, but due to her weakened state, she remained half-reclined on the sofa, still in a semi-conscious daze. Sitting in a chair, Lin Fan recounted the entire incident to Bai Shuang. That bastard Long San, he got what he deserved. Bai Shuang clenched her delicate fists, her face flushed with anger. Senior sister, there's no need to be angry. Long San has already received his just deserts. Bai Shuang nodded, her gaze returning to Chen Feifei's face. What should we do about this Miss Chen? Bai Shuang's question left Lin Fan somewhat at a loss. He'd only met Chen Feifei a few times and knew nothing about where she lived. Recalling the Chen family black card Chen Junhan had given him, Lin Fan suddenly had an idea. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number on the card. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the call to connect. Hello, this is Chen Junhan. May I ask who is calling? Chen Junhan's voice was polite yet distant. Good day, Mr. Chen. This is Lin Fan. Miss Chen is currently at the Bai residence. If you have time, would you be able to come over? What? Chen Juanhan's voice betrayed his shock, momentarily flustered. Lin Fan? The Bai residence? And Fei Fei? Alright, I'll be right there.
Though he hadn't grasped the full situation, the mere mention of his sister being at the Bai residence sent Chen Junhan into a panic.
He immediately agreed. After the call ended, Lin Fan finally exhaled in relief.
Bai Shuang sat directly across from Lin Fan, having heard every word of the conversation. This Mr. Chen was truly peculiar. He hadn't even asked any questions before agreeing to come over. Bai Shuang blinked her eyes, a smile finally spreading across her face. And this sense of relief was entirely due to Chen Junhan. She'd heard Mr. Chen cared deeply for Miss Chen. Last time he treated her, he'd been extremely nervous.
Hearing Lin Fan say this, Bai Shuang nodded in agreement. It was indeed true she had witnessed Chen Juanhan's concern for Chen Feifei firsthand.
While the two were talking, Chen Junhan had already floored the accelerator, speeding toward the Bai residence in the capital.
The Song residence. The vast living room was in utter chaos, filled with the clamor of voices.
A stretcher lay in the center of the hall, bearing the body of Song Chun.
Where is he? Where is he?
Song Chi, the head of the Song family, stumbled into the hall, his legs weak and trembling. Everyone immediately parted to the sides, clearing a path. At the far end of the passage stood the stretcher bearing Song Chun's body. Stumbling forward, Song Chi reached the stretcher only to feel all strength drain from his body.
Chunner, what has happened to you? Song let out a piercing, heart-wrenching howl.
The Song family members nearby also wore expressions of deep regret.
Within just a few short days, such immense upheaval had struck their household, leaving them utterly shaken.
First, Song Yang, the promising young talent Song Chi had high hopes for, had perished in Zhongxiang. Now, the vibrant and full of life Song Chun had met an untimely death.
It was truly a family tragedy. And all of this was the doing of one man. Lin Fan.
As the crowd silently pondered this, Song Chi lifted the white cloth covering the body. Song Chun's face was bloodless, sallow, and his eyes were wide open.
He died with his eyes wide open.
Just hours ago, my Chunner had vowed with such conviction to shoulder the family's burdens, yet now she dies in bitter resentment. Lin Fan, our Song family has never crossed swords with you.
How could your heart grow so utterly cruel? You seek to wipe out the Song lineage.
Lin Fan, your heart is truly venomous. Song Chi's voice was hoarse, his face etched with grief. His fingers clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms.
Master, Lin Fan has gone too far.
Give the order, sir. We must avenge young master. At these words, numerous Song family members began to stir with eagerness. Some had already taken a step forward, waiting only for Song Chi's command.
Song Chi drew a deep breath, his tightly closed eyes suddenly snapping open. A flash of ruthless determination flickered within them. No! You absolutely must not act rashly.
The crowd froze, their faces frozen in disbelief.
The Song family had been reduced to such ruin by Lin Fan, yet Song Chi was forbidding rash action? What on earth did this mean? Could it be that Song Chi, too, had been driven mad by overwhelming grief?
As the crowd pondered this, Song Chi spoke again, his voice slow and deliberate.
A gentleman's revenge can wait a decade.
Lin Fan is at the height of his power now. We should avoid his sharp edge. A tree that stands tall in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. A person who walks above others is bound to be criticized by the crowd.
Lin Fan shows no restraint. The day he incites widespread resentment is inevitable. To preserve the Song family, we must swallow our pride and endure this humiliation.
Those present pondered his words, and soon all fell silent. Lin Fan is indeed despicable, but even if the Song family pooled all its strength, it would still be no match for him. If they truly went to seek revenge, it would be a one-way trip.
By then, the entire Song family would truly be cut off from its lineage. Bai residence. A quiet courtyard house, exuding an antique charm.
The courtyard was filled with many unnamed flowers and plants, with two sturdy ginkgo trees standing out prominently.
This was Bai Shuang's small courtyard. Though it was late at night, the entire courtyard was bright as day.
When Chen Junhan arrived, Chen Feifei had just woken up. Seeing her brother, Chen Feifei instantly felt a sense of security, rushing over to him in two-step at a time haste. Chen Junhan pulled her into his arms, his voice tinged with urgency.
Feifei, you scared me to death. What happened?
Chen Feifei's delicate brows knitted together as she choked back tears, recounting the entire incident in broken sentences. Throughout this, Lin Fan remained silent. Bai Shuang, standing nearby, listened quietly as well.
Chapter 67, Senior, accept my bow.
Chen Juanhan's face was as cold as ice as he forced himself to suppress his inner rage while listening to Chen Feifei recount the entire incident.
I only remember desperately calling for help. After that, I can't recall anything else.
Recalling the scene, Chen Feifei still felt a wave of lingering fear wash over her. Seeing the redness in Chen Feifei's eyes, Chen Junhan gritted his teeth in frustration.
Just then, Chen Juanhan's phone suddenly rang.
Reliable sources confirmed that around 9 p.m. tonight, Long San Song Chun died at the Paradise Club.
The killer, Lin Fan. Chen Junhan stared at the phone screen, his face frozen in shock. Chen Feifei had only recounted half of what happened, as her consciousness had grown hazy toward the end. Still, Chen Junhan deduced that Lin Fan must have rescued Chen Feifei from Long San. Yet Chen Junhan never imagined Lin Fan would go so far as to kill both Long San and Song Chun. Then again, upon reflection, Chen Junhan realized it wasn't all that surprising. Relying on the protection of the tyrant, Long San had always been arrogant and domineering, relentless until he achieved his goals. If he set his sights on a woman, who could walk away unscathed? Chen Feifei had encountered Lin Fan and escaped unharmed, a stroke of luck in an otherwise tragic situation. Before Chen Feifei could recover, Chen Junhan stepped directly before Lin Fan. Thud! Right before Bai Shuang and Chen Feifei, Chen Junhan dropped to his knees before Lin Fan. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Lin Fan tried to help Chen Junhan up, but Chen Junhan stubbornly refused to rise. Senior Lin Fan, not long ago, you saved my sister's life. Today, you've rescued her from grave danger once more. The debt of gratitude my Chen family owes you is truly beyond repayment. Great kindness needs no thanks. Please accept this bow from me, Chen Junhan. Having spoken his words, Chen Junhan bowed respectfully to Lin Fan. Lin Fan sighed helplessly and let Chen Junhan complete the bow. Chen Feifei looked utterly stunned, glancing once more in Lin Fan's direction. That day, when her illness had suddenly flared up mid-journey, nearly costing her life, her brother had said it was a divine physician who had saved her. Now, hearing Chen Junhan's words, Chen Feifei realized that the person who had saved her at the club was none other than Lin Fan. Her heart brimmed with gratitude. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Chen Feifei said she must also bow to Lin Fan. Senior sister, please help them both up. Lin Fan, utterly helpless, could only turn to Bai Shuang for assistance. Bai Shuang stepped forward, first helping Chen Feifei to her feet, then turning her attention to Chen Junhan beside her. Mr. Chen, my junior brother is quite sensitive. Calling him senior like that, how could he bear it? Chen Junhan looked utterly embarrassed. Bai Shuang was absolutely right. If they were to strictly consider age, he was actually slightly older than Lin Fan. But Lin Fan's life-saving deed to Chen Feifei was more than enough reason for Chen Junhan to address him as senior. Senior sister is right, Mr. Chen. Please don't be so formal, it makes everyone uncomfortable. With Lin Fan putting it that way, Chen Junhan could only nod in agreement. Then shall I address you as Mr. Lin? Just call me Lin Fan. Lin Fan's expression was sincere as he finished speaking and nodded again. Chen Junhan felt touched and addressed him as Lin Fan right then and there. The group chatted for a few more moments. Considering Chen Feifei's condition, Chen Junhan didn't dare linger outside any longer. After a solemn farewell, Chen Junhan led Chen Feifei away. As they reached the doorway, Chen Feifei turned back to look at Lin Fan and spoke in the softest whisper possible. Brother Lin Fan, thank you for saving my life. By the time she finished speaking, Chen Feifei's little face had flushed bright red all the way to her neck. After the siblings departed, Bai Shuang and Lin Fan re-entered the room. Little junior brother, have you decided where to go next? Lin Fan frowned in thought. He had come to the imperial capital to save Bai Shuang. Now that she was safe and Long San had received his just punishment, it was time to return. If he lingered in the capital any longer, the overlord might extend his black hand toward the Bai family, and that was not his intention. Senior sister, I want to go back. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Bai Shuang nodded in agreement. Alright, we'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. She didn't even ask why Lin Fan wanted to return, simply backing his decision outright. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. No need to rush, senior sister. Tomorrow I still need to find a stone-cutting master to split open those 3 stones. Bai Shuang's expression turned puzzled, then her eyes crinkled with amusement. What? After one trip to Yulin residence, you've turned into a jade gambler too? Are you dreaming of striking it rich overnight? Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The cards in his possession alone had already fulfilled that dream. Getting rich overnight held no appeal for him anymore. He wanted to have the stones cut to forge amulets. Carrying 3 stones around all day was inconvenient, and besides, if he gave the amulet to Bai Shuang sooner, he wouldn't have to keep thinking about it. Who knows? Maybe I really could strike it rich overnight. But if you strike it rich, don't forget about me, we're in this together. Before Bai Shuang could finish speaking, a cough sounded from the doorway. Ahem. Judging by the sound, it wasn't a genuine cough of discomfort but a deliberate one. Indeed, that was the case. Hearing his daughter's whispered conversation with Lin Fan, Bai Juxian's weathered face flushed crimson. Fearing he might overhear more he shouldn't, Bai Juxian deliberately cleared his throat several times. Lin Fan quickly turned around. Bai Shuang also stopped their earlier conversation. It's getting late. I hope I'm not disturbing you? Bai Juxian's face flushed with embarrassment as he asked awkwardly. Not at all. We were just about to go find father. Is something wrong? Bai Juxian looked puzzled, his eyes fixed on Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang nodded, her expression returning to its former self.
We're leaving tomorrow, so we came to say goodbye to father early.
So soon? You've come back after so long, stay a few more days.
Bai Juxian's words were filled with reluctance, but Bai Shuang showed no appreciation.
No need. Staying here only invites trouble. Who knows when the Bai family might face hardship and sacrifice me again.
Bai Shuang's voice was icy, each word cutting like a blade.
Bai Juxian shuddered violently. Xuan, can't you forgive your father even now? Forgiveness is irrelevant.
As the family head, I must prioritize the clan's interests when faced with challenges.
That is my duty.
Bai Juxian sighed helplessly, his expression growing even more haggard.
Xuan, your father knows you're angry. You're still young and don't understand everything, but one day you will. Bai Shuang said nothing more.
Her small face bore only stubbornness, revealing no other emotion. Bai Juxian was a capable family head, but he was not a competent father. As for the matters he spoke of, she didn't need to understand them.
Chapter 68. Whose stone? I'll buy it.
Faced with Bai Shuang's coldness, Bai Juxian wore an expression of helplessness. Finally, Bai Juxian smiled at Lin Fan, his voice filled with exhaustion. I'm afraid I've made a spectacle of myself. Lin Fan glanced at Bai Shuang and stepped in to save her face once more.
Head of the Bai family, senior sister is still a young woman.
Being coerced like this must be unbearable for her.
But she's not unreasonable.
I'm sure she'll come around in time.
Hearing Lin Fan's words, Bai Juxian finally felt a little better. After exchanging a few more words, Bai Juxian departed. Why give him a way out?
Bai Shuang pouted, her pretty little face etched with stubbornness. Lin Fan approached Bai Shuang and spoke earnestly. Senior sister, the head of the Bai family has his own difficulties. Besides, this matter isn't entirely his fault.
To be honest, I even envy the conflict between you and your father.
Lin Fan's voice was low, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his face. Bai Shuang's willow brows furrowed slightly.
How could she not understand what Lin Fan was saying?
These days, even if Lin Fan wanted to pick a fight or cause trouble, he couldn't find anyone to do it with. The regret of wanting to care for one's parents only to find they're no longer there. How many people carry that irreparable sorrow? Bai Shuang looked at Lin Fan, then reflected on her own situation, and her heart felt much lighter. The next morning, Lin Fan and Bai Shuang returned to the antique street. Most of the people on this street were deeply engrossed in antiques. Among them was a shop specializing in cutting stones for customers. Lin Fan brought 3 fist-sized stones into the shop.
Sir, would you like to have your stones cut?
The shop assistant, spotting Lin Fan and Bai Shuang, hurried over to greet them.
Lin Fan nodded. Yes, we cut them on the spot.
Coincidentally, while customers usually lined up outside the shop to have stones cut, today was unusually quiet. So when Lin Fan spoke up, the clerk agreed without even asking if it was for stone cutting.
Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment.
The clerk turned and left to find the master who would begin the process. Bai Shuang and Lin Fan observed the interior of the room. The room wasn't large, no more than 15 square meters, considered spacious for a shop that depended on stone cutting for its livelihood. A glass display case stood against the north wall, holding several stones. Some stones were fist-sized, while others appeared to weigh hundreds of pounds. Of course, the larger stones were stored on the floor, while only the smaller rough stones were displayed on the counter. Lin Fan scanned the stones briefly before withdrawing his gaze. The stones varied in quality, but none could compare to the 3 he had brought with him. Even the so-called Stone King in the room, weighing over 200 pounds, was nothing special inside. Why were these stones placed here? Lin Fan turned to the shop assistant approaching him. The clerk smiled and respectfully answered Lin Fan's question. Sir, you may not be aware, but these stones can only be quarried on specific auspicious days. Lin Fan paused in surprise. Whether a rough stone contains anything valuable is predetermined long ago.
Could choosing an auspicious day really guarantee cutting out fine jadeite?
These people are far too superstitious. Noticing Lin Fan's skeptical expression, the shop assistant elaborated further. Sir, these stones are placed here not only to nurture spiritual energy but also to cultivate reputation. As the clerk put it, stones nurture spiritual energy, while people nurture reputation. Lin Fan instantly grasped the meaning.
As long as the stones remained here, those who came to view them would naturally take notice.
Consequently, the owner of these rough jade stones would inevitably be mentioned. Those who frequented the jade gambling scene placed great importance on reputation. Using a stone to cultivate one's reputation, that was indeed a clever idea. Many conglomerates specifically purchase stones, nurturing them for a period before opening them. During this period, it serves 2 purposes. First, it demonstrates the group's substantial financial strength. Second, it saves a great deal on advertising costs. It's truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Fan, not being a businessman, naturally had no such thoughts. Right now, Lin Fan just wanted to open the stone quickly and leave the capital city as soon as possible. So when the assistant suggested aging it, Lin Fan flatly refused. As the 2 were talking, the stone-cutting master arrived. After spending some time at Yulin residence, Lin Fan had gained a general understanding of the process. Not every stone cutting master can be called a true master. The most crucial aspect of being a true master lies in knowing how to cut the stone. This is the absolute key. When it comes to a rough stone, there are countless methods for determining where to begin. Without extensive experience, no one dares to make a hasty move. After all, with stones worth tens of thousands or even millions sitting before them, the slightest misstep could ruin a prime piece of material. As for the subsequent steps of polishing and grinding the stone, there are also many intricacies involved. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to study those intricacies. Since Bai Shuang had brought him here, he naturally didn't need to worry about such things. Little junior brother, we're about to open this stone. Feeling nervous? Want to do it yourself? Bai Shuang's eyes sparkled with amusement as she watched Lin Fan intently. Lin Fan fancied a bit of excitement himself, but he wasn't too familiar with that machine. Better not. I've got zero experience cutting stones. Bai Shuang glanced up at Lin Fan, her words brimming with pride. I can understand why you'd say that, little junior brother. After all, you're a promising talent nurtured by several masters. You're not destined to be a craftsman. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Senior sister, you're just flattering me. Lin Fan smiled without responding, reaching out to hand a stone to the master stonecutter. Start with this one. The master nodded, taking the rough stone in both hands, his brow furrowing slightly. Ha! Sir, this stone is too small. If we're really going to cut it, we'll need to polish it first. Lin Fan nodded, accepting the craftsman's suggestion. After polishing, this stone might reveal green or even red. As he spoke, the master's eyes widened in astonishment, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He'd only polished it a few times. How could it already be showing red? Bai Shuang furrowed his brow slightly. Wasn't jade supposed to reveal green? How could it reveal red? This sounded utterly off, no matter how he heard it. Lin Fan stood quietly by, watching his master flustered and flustered. I've been cutting stones for most of my life, and I've never seen a treasure like this. It really did turn red. His master swallowed hard, tears welling up in his eyes. He brushed the stone a few times, and the red sections within the rough stone grew more and more prominent. Under the sunlight, the entire stone radiated a translucent glow that was impossible to look away from. Good heavens! This is red jade! The master's exclamation made everyone who entered the room later stare wide-eyed. People rushed to crowd inside, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary red jadeite. Lin Fan found it odd too. Just moments ago, the room hadn't been this crowded. After the old master's shout, it was as if people had suddenly materialized out of thin air. Facing the rough stone in the old master's hands, those who could discern its value were overcome with excitement. Master, whose stone is this? I'll buy it. Chapter 69, Raising the Stakes. You just say you'll buy it? Everything follows the order of arrival. I was standing right in front of you. I'll transfer the money right now. You haven't even mentioned the price yet. What are you arguing about? I'll pay 4 million, cash. Master, please relay this. I'm Lanyu, owner of the jade shop at West Street's corner. I'll pay 5 million for this stone, no haggling. The speaker was a burly man with a thick gold chain around his neck and a square face. No sooner had he spoken than a refined gentleman stepped forward. Now, Mr. Lan, you're adding to my offer and claiming it's non-negotiable? That doesn't seem quite right, does it? Lin Fan finally recognized the refined gentleman as the generous man who had offered 4 million earlier. What's the matter? In our line of work, it's all about profit. Whoever offers the most money gets the item. Not necessarily. Maybe it's more about fate. The two men traded barbs back and forth, nearly coming to blows. The veteran stone cutter paid them no mind, fixing his gaze directly on Lin Fan. Sir, will you continue cutting? Now, Lin Fan faced a dilemma, sell or not sell. Most people would hesitate and consider their options. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan declared, keep cutting. Everyone gasped in shock, especially those who had their eyes on the stone in the master craftsman's hands. Just then, Lan Yu stepped forward. Given this stone's size, even if it's fully cut, it might not exceed the price I've offered. What do you mean? Lin Fan turned to ask. Lan Yu's face broke into a meaningful smile. Young man, how about we make a bet? Are you up for it? The room fell suddenly silent at his words. What's the wager? I bet this stone of yours is nothing but a tiny bit of red, just a piece of junk. Lan Yu's words were blunt and unapologetic. His tone was a stark contrast to his earlier words. Lin Fan knew better than anyone whether it was worthless or not. If Lan Yu had just made a casual remark, it wouldn't have mattered. But to publicly look down on the stone he'd chosen in front of so many people, that was a bit. What if it wasn't junk? If it's not junk, I'll pay 5 million. If it is junk, you pay me 5 million. Deal? Lan Yu's gaze was icy, his tone dripping with provocation. Lin Fan lowered his head. Everyone assumed he was pondering. Little did they know, Lin Fan blurted out. 5 million is too little. Make it 10 million. Upon hearing this, Blue Rain's heart nearly leapt out of his throat with joy. Though he had offered 5 million earlier, he had already discerned the master craftsman's expertise.
Judging by the rough stone's appearance, it truly wasn't promising.
If they continued cutting it, it would only end in a disastrous failure. And now this man was willing to bet 10 million. In other words, this 10 million was practically being blown in by the wind. It was practically being handed to him on a silver platter. The onlookers, sensing the spectacle was about to begin, added fuel to the fire, eager for this high-stakes gamble to end in failure. Beside him, Bai Shuang maintained a steady smile throughout. Lin Fan remained composed, so naturally he wasn't panicking.
Bet it is. I'm Blue Rain, a stone connoisseur. I won't let anyone look down on me.
As he spoke, Blue Rain slowly sank into the sofa. Lin Fan was even more decisive, pulling out the black card directly. The moment the black card appeared, everyone was stunned. Blue Rain nearly laughed out loud.
Why refuse when someone's offering you money?
Liuji, show your card. As soon as Lan Yu finished speaking, someone beside him handed over a bank card with both hands. The Jade Stone gambling officially began.
Everyone present, except Lin Fan and Bai Shuang, felt uneasy.
Even the seasoned stone appraiser seemed a bit flustered.
The stone wasn't large, a knife would suffice.
Watching the veteran craftsman examine the rough stone, everyone patiently continued their tasks. Water was poured, and the stone was slowly polished. Time ticked by, yet no trace of red appeared.
The master craftsman's brow furrowed.
Lan Yu couldn't contain his excitement and burst out laughing.
Hey, kid, you're doomed to lose.
I told you this rough stone was worthless, but you wouldn't believe me. Don't get too excited about that tiny bit of red, it's probably just a sliver.
Why don't we call it quits? That way you won't lose as much. Just hand over your stone.
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes.
This guy's scheme is way too obvious.
Hold on, master, stop for a moment. At Lin Fan's words, the stone-cutting master immediately halted his work.
Everyone assumed Lin Fan was simply accepting defeat and handing the stone over to Blue Rain.
Even Bai Shuang, standing nearby, now wore a look of confusion.
Little junior brother, are you just giving up like this?
Bai Shuang felt reluctant, staring motionless at Lin Fan.
I want to raise the stakes.
The crowd gasped in shock. Most thought Lin Fan had lost his temper.
Upon hearing this, Blue Rain stood up immediately. What are you adding? If the item drawn is worthless, I'll pay you 20 million.
But if it's valuable, you must hand over its worth in cash.
Lan Yu's eyes narrowed into slits, finding the situation increasingly intriguing.
Taking a deep breath, Lan Yu slowly uttered a single word.
Fine.
The entire room fell deathly silent. The only sound was the master craftsman's movements as he cut the stone.
It's out. Good heavens, it's glass like jade.
The master craftsman's face lit up with excitement as he shouted. Lan Yu's head buzzed, and stars immediately danced before his eyes. This piece wasn't scrap after all. It's glass like jade. How much should he pay for this? He'd definitely lose money on this deal, he'd lose his shirt. People jostled to get a better look, still confused about what was happening, when the master's voice rang out again.
Wrong. It's not glass jade.
Lan Yu's head buzzed again. A curse slipped from his lips. You old fool, if you can't speak properly, just shut up.
Scaring the hell out of people with all this drama?
The old master ignored Lan Yu, his eyes widening as he spoke.
Not glass type, ice type. Ice type. Most people had never seen ice type jadeite before.
But those who frequently handled jade knew, ice type jade was top tier, its value incalculable. Conservatively speaking, it was worth at least tens of millions.
Lan Yu's heart raced.
Cold sweat broke out on his pale face as he collapsed to the ground. Red jadeite, an ice type that its price would surely double. Lan Yu was dumbfounded, too stunned to even cry. In stark contrast to Lan Yu's despair, Bai Shuang's eyes began to sparkle. She couldn't care less about red jade or ice type jade. The more she looked at it, the more she adored it.
Senior sister, we won.
Lin Fan's voice rang out, and Bai Shuang nodded eagerly.
Chapter 70, Another Ice Variety.
The veteran stone-cutting master's hands trembled uncontrollably, needing to light a cigarette midway just to steady himself. Lin Fan and Bai Shuang wore smiles throughout. The others stood on tiptoe, straining to catch a glimpse of this peerless treasure. Across the entire imperial capital, no one had heard of anyone uncovering an ice-grade stone in the past 7 or 8 years. Before the crowd could recover, Lin Fan handed over the other 2 stones.
Are you going to cut these too? The master craftsman stared at Lin Fan in utter shock.
Lin Fan gave a slight nod.
Let's cut them. The master craftsman took a deep breath and resumed the same actions from before.
Meanwhile, Lan Yu slowly regained consciousness.
Liuzi pressed hard on Lan Yu's philtrum with his thumb, finally rousing him.
The man before him was definitely no ordinary person.
Who exactly was this kid? Boss, this guy just sent over 2 more stones.
Liuzi whispered.
Lan Yu felt like kicking Lu Zi right then and there.
That earlier bet had already left him penniless.
Was this kid trying to kill him?
Lan Yu rose slowly, his brows furrowed. He held out the black card to Lin Fan. Young man, the outcome of the stone is settled.
There are 30 million in this card. Please accept it. Before Lin Yu could finish, laughter erupted from nearby. Mr. Lin, are you trying to take advantage of this young man's lack of knowledge? This ice-quality red jadeite is worth at least 50 million. You think 30 million will get rid of him? That's just ripping him off. If you can afford to gamble, gamble. If you can't, don't pretend to be something you're not. You've disgraced your ancestors. Lin Yu's head buzzed as he clenched his jaw. He tried to strike first to minimize his losses. But before the kid across from him could even speak, others had already started stirring trouble. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall crumbles, everyone pushes. Those who called him brother in good times now wanted to kick him while he was down. What a cold-hearted world. Lin Fan glanced at Blue Rain, then at the jeering crowd, but remained silent. At that moment, Blue Rain spoke again. I beg you, young brother, spare me a way out. The shop needs funds to keep running, and I've got a crew of brothers to feed. I truly. Mid-sentence, Lin Yu trailed off. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Lin Fan's face. Even Bai Shuang was wondering what Lin Fan would do. Gambling on jade isn't about gambling with one's life. Perhaps not every word Lin Yu had just spoken came straight from his heart. But his words about having brothers to support truly moved Lin Fan. Moreover, while Lin Yu had been a bit greedy, he hadn't sought to take his own life. Lin Fan saw no reason to push him to the brink. So Lin Fan nodded. All right. Another simple word. Many shook their heads, eyes reddened. This young man was far too generous. If Blue Rain had paid according to the earlier terms, they would have owed him at least 50 million. A single good had just saved them 20 million. How incredibly generous was that? Blue Rain was overcome with gratitude, kneeling before Lin Fan on the spot. Young brother, this kindness is beyond what I can ever repay. May I ask your honorable name? Lin Fan. At that moment, the crowd learned the name of the man before them, Lin Fan. Someone in the crowd shouted out. Is that Lin Fan? The Lin Fan from Zhongjiang? Lin Fan of Zhongjiang, defying the powerful, avenging his family, slaughtering all in his path. He fought his way from Zhongjiang to the imperial capital, never showing mercy, never bowing his head. Never killing the innocent. Long before Lin Fan even arrived in the capital, people already knew of his deeds. The streets buzzed with talk of the Lin family massacre and Lin Fan's relentless quest for vengeance. Now, seeing him in person, the crowd felt both fear and awe. Before their hearts could settle, the stone-carving master bellowed once more. Another ice type. People were stunned. Everyone stood frozen in place. 2 ice-type jade stones unearthed in a single day. It was nothing short of a miracle. 2 ice jade pieces alone were enough to break the capital's record. Even the stone-cutting shop would ride the wave of success. As for the stone-cutting master? Even if he did nothing else from this moment on, the mere fact of uncovering 2 ice-grade jades would be enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Lin Fan remained expressionless, waiting only to open the 3rd stone. Outside the cutting shop, a massive crowd had already gathered. Passers-by who'd heard the news had surrounded the shop, leaving no room to move. The tiny shop, barely 10 square meters, was nearly crushed under the weight of the crowd. Brother Lin Fan, no, Mr. Lin Fan. I've been blind all this time. I never imagined Mr. Lin Fan possessed such profound cultivation and was also a master in this field. At that moment, Lin Yu was utterly awed by Lin Fan, his very gaze toward him transformed. Mr. Lin, I was just lucky, Lin Fan replied modestly. Lin Fan remained modest. Though he knew the 2 ice-grade jade pieces had made him the center of attention, he still preferred to keep a low profile at this moment. The journey back from the capital to Zhongjiang was still long, and he feared these ice-grade jade pieces might attract unwanted attention. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he certainly didn't want it constantly following him. Hearing Lin Fan didn't mock him, Lin Yu felt another wave of gratitude. Earlier, he had been far too careless. How could he have forgotten the ancient saying that beyond every mountain lies another mountain? Truly, there's always someone stronger out there. One mountain is higher than another. At this moment, Lin Yu no longer felt humiliated. Fainting in plain sight, rolling her eyes back in her head, that would certainly be a laughingstock for a while. But his opponent was Lin Fan. Lin Fan, who could unleash 2 ice-type skills in a single strike. What was there to be ashamed of? This was his glory. In this world, how many people could even dare to wager against Lin Fan? Red jadeite, ice grade, a single, flawless, massive chunk. It represented boundless wealth and immense value. Outsiders saw only astonishment, but Blue Rain saw profit. At this very moment, many were quietly swallowing hard. Many were also thinking, Lin Fan's luck is truly extraordinary. Surely this 3rd piece won't be quite as explosive? True to everyone's expectations. Before long, the veteran stonecutter staggered out. Before the master could speak, someone couldn't help but rush to console him. Master, don't worry. Even if this one turns out empty, your reputation and craftsmanship have already made you famous. That's right. You won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Master, please tell us, is this 3rd piece a dud? Does it have any color? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the master took a deep breath.
Before he could utter a word, tears began to fall, plop plop. Seeing this scene unfold, Lin Fan looked at the master craftsman and spoke slowly.
Master, please speak. Young master, this third piece.
Before he could finish, the stone-cutting master suddenly fainted.
Chapter 71, Wrong Direction.
Lin Fan had a clear idea about the 3 stones delivered. Whether they could yield priceless treasures, he couldn't say for certain, but these 3 stones were undoubtedly valuable. Among all the stones in the room, only these 3 were surrounded by a milky white halo and swirling energy. This alone told Lin Fan they were treasures. The previous 2 stones were each worth over 50 million. Even if this last one turned out to be worthless, he'd already made a huge profit. Those halos. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly and murmured under his breath. If his guess was correct, these were the spirit stones his masters had spoken of. As a martial artist, absorbing the spiritual energy within these stones would significantly enhance his cultivation. Different stones contained varying levels of spiritual energy, and the extent of cultivation improvement after absorption would differ accordingly. At this moment, Lin Fan had mentally prepared himself. If the 3rd stone proved to be of ordinary value, absorbing its spiritual energy would at least be putting it to good use. As he pondered this, the master stonecutter who had been working on the stone was finally revived by the rescuers. It had taken considerable effort to revive the old master. Some pinched his nose directly, while others impatiently stroked his chest to help him breathe.
Lan Yu was especially anxious, taking a mouthful of tea.
Without a second thought, he aimed it right at the master's face.
Put!
In an instant, mist splattered everywhere. The old master jolted awake, truly coming to his senses. His eyes fluttered open, and before he could fully process what was happening, he managed to utter a few words. Ice jade. Pure ice jade. For most people, seeing ice jade once in a lifetime was already a rare occurrence. To see it 3 times in a single day was nothing short of a miracle.
No wonder the old master had fainted.
An ordinary person would likely never have had the chance to recover. A smile touched Lin Fan's lips as he slowly approached the master craftsman.
Thank you, master.
The old master, overcome with emotion, struggled to his feet and waved his hands frantically. Sir, there's no need for such formality. You've given this old man the chance to witness something extraordinary. The old master was about to bow in reverence. Had Lin Fan not insisted on stopping him, the old master would have knelt before Lin Fan. Just moments ago, the room had been filled with clamor. But after the old master finished speaking, everyone held their breath.
Ice jade again. Was Lin Fan some kind of immortal who'd descended from the heavens?
Just from examining 3 stones, he'd earned more than they'd ever see in their entire lives. While the others were still reeling in shock, the master craftsman had already wrapped the stones and handed them to Lin Fan with both hands. Lin Fan swiped his card to pay, then left with Bai Shuang. News of Lin Fan uncovering 3 ice-grade stones spread like wildfire, reaching nearly every corner of the imperial capital in an instant. The stones were too conspicuous, so Lin Fan immediately stowed them in his Misu ring, feeling considerably more at ease. Spirit stones were already rare, and Lin Fan roughly estimated these 3 to be mid-grade spirit stones. As for the legendary supreme grade stones, they surely didn't look like this. Little junior brother, this trip wasn't in vain.
You've certainly returned with a bountiful haul.
Bai Shuang looked at Lin Fan, her once stern young face unable to hide the smile spreading across it. What color does senior sister prefer? Lin Fan didn't answer Bai Shuang's question, instead posing a counter-question. Bai Shuang paused slightly before answering directly, red. Red is passionate, fiery, and unrestrained. Lin Fan instinctively thought of that blood-red ice-type red jadeite.
That's the one.
Making the amulet himself might waste some materials, but that was precisely the point. Of the remaining 2 pieces, one was milky white, and the other emerald green. Merely based on color, they would be eliminated by Bai Shuang.
What are you thinking about? Why aren't you speaking?
Lin Fan turned to look at Bai Shuang, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. His senior sister's personality was truly unpredictable. To ordinary people, Bai Shuang appeared as cold as ice, a distant ice queen who kept others at arm's length. Yet when she was with him, Bai Shuang truly lived up to her own description of blazing flame, warm and passionate. Just as Bai Shuang was asking her question, a thought flashed through Lin Fan's mind. Should he fly back or drive back? At Bai Shuang's prompting, Lin Fan instinctively voiced his inner thoughts. Unable to hide the smile on her lips, Bai Shuang even laughed out loud.
When did my little junior brother become so money-minded? Worried security might confiscate your stones during the flight?
Amused by Bai Shuang's words, Lin Fan nodded immediately. It's a treasure. I can't lose it before it's shown its true worth.
Then we'll drive back. Will that finally put your mind at ease?
Alright, I'll listen to you, senior sister. As the two were talking, Yun Chuan approached from across the way. Spotting Bai Shuang, Yun Chuan greeted her with his usual miss, then stood beside her.
Lin Fan's face also showed respect.
His uncle Yun had truly grown accustomed to Bai Shuang's role as steward. Whether outsiders were present or not, Yun Chuan never overstepped his bounds. Uncle Yun, let's head back to the car first.
We'll drive back this time. Bai Shuang said as she waved. Not far away, a taxi pulled up. Soon, the three of them climbed inside together. The taxi driver was a man in his 40s, slightly overweight with a receding hairline, a typical chatterbox. After asking for the destination, the driver launched into a discussion about current events. Things have been a bit unsettled in the capital lately. All the major factions are stirring. On the surface, it looks calm, but beneath the surface, it's churning with turmoil. After his opening remarks, before Lin Fan and the others could respond, the driver launched into a monologue. The heavens will change sooner or later, just like the major factions. Tides rise and fall, ups and downs, it's all natural. Bai Shuang furrowed her brow slightly, her voice tinged with confusion. Driver, you've said so much, what exactly are you referring to? Hearing someone willing to engage him, the taxi driver perked up. Have you heard of Lin Fan from Zhongjiang, young lady? He's a legendary figure. Bearing a blood feud, he narrowly escaped death 3 years ago. Since then, he's fought his way back, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. They say this Lin Fan is impervious to blades and bullets, having mastered the golden bell robe and iron shirt techniques to perfection. He's no ordinary man. Lin Fan remained expressionless. Beside him, Bai Shuang bit her lip hard to stifle her laughter. So, in the eyes of ordinary folk, Lin Fan was just some guy who practiced the golden bell cloak and iron shirt techniques. And what else? Plenty more. Rumor has it that this Lin Fan. The taxi driver chattered on endlessly, recounting tales so unbelievable that even Lin Fan found them hard to fathom. Even as the person involved, he wasn't aware of these things, yet they spoke of them as if they were true. As they approached an intersection, the aura around Lin Fan suddenly turned icy cold. The car was heading in the wrong direction. Chapter 72, Don't Covet What Isn't Yours. As the taxi turned the corner, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Beside him, Bai Shuang wore a polite smile. Clearly, the taxi driver's actions had also caught Bai Shuang's attention. Yun Chuan beside them glanced out the window without betraying any emotion, then resumed his usual expression. None of the three spoke to confirm their suspicions, but each had already begun to grow wary. As for Lin Fan, he was certainly a man who'd suffered his share of misfortune. But as they say, those who survive great calamities are destined for greater fortune. He was bound to achieve something remarkable in the future. The taxi driver paused at this point, his eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. Bai Shuang hummed in acknowledgement before speaking slowly. That may be true, but there's another saying, it's not that good things don't exist, it's that good people are hard to find. After all, human hearts are unpredictable and fickle. Young lady, you shouldn't speak that way. There are still more good people in this world. The taxi driver immediately countered. Let's hope so. Bai Shuang wanted to wrap up the conversation quickly. If it weren't for the need to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes, Bai Shuang wouldn't have bothered engaging with such a person. The taxi driver's heart tightened, but to appear natural, he forced himself to add a few more words. Glancing out discreetly, he saw through the rearview mirror that all three passengers at the table had their eyes half closed, looking utterly exhausted. This filled the driver with wild elation. Just fall asleep. By the time you wake up, even if you realize the route has veered off course, it'll be too late. Soft music, reminiscent of a lullaby, filled the cab. After about 10 minutes, the taxi slowed down gradually before coming to a complete stop. Sorry, folks, we've hit a snag. The driver looked apologetic, reaching up to touch his shiny, bald forehead. Lin Fan opened his eyes. What's going on? The car's stalled. I'll need to get out and fix it, so it'll take a bit of time. Want some help? Lin Fan asked. The bald driver shook his head like a rattle. No need, I can handle it myself. Just don't give me a bad review when you leave feedback, okay? Sure. Lin Fan's response was simple and to the point. Bai Shuang and Yun Chuan hadn't uttered a single word the entire time. Bai Shuang, in particular, didn't even open her eyes, appearing to be fast asleep. The service technician first circled the car, then skillfully popped the hood. Another series of operations followed, and 5 minutes had already passed. Lin Fan activated his divine sense. Though his eyes remained closed, he clearly sensed the changes in the surrounding situation. 50 meters away, behind an earthen mound, stood 20 martial artists ranked on the dragon list. In the black sedan across the way, the martial artists' cultivation levels were slightly lower than dragon list rank, but the two men held guns. Lin Fan paid no mind to the bald driver. Even after the bald driver had quietly slipped into the nearby woods, Lin Fan still didn't consider him a threat. He was merely a pawn, why bother? Hearing the approaching vehicle speeding toward them, Bai Shuang finally opened her eyes. After stretching lazily, Bai Shuang's voice carried a hint of languor. That bald guy left? Lin Fan nodded. Pouting, Bai Shuang withdrew her arm. Finally gone. What a pain. Little junior brother, wanna go down and stretch our legs? Lin Fan smiled. If senior sister is tired, then I'll accompany you downstairs to stretch our muscles. I'll come too. Yun Chuan finally spoke, his voice low and deep. The three of them got out of the car together and headed straight toward the sedan across the street.
The sound of screeching brakes echoed, followed by two figures leaping out of the sedan.
Freeze! Don't move!
By the time the words left their mouths, the two men had already drawn pistols from their waists.
Both were clad in black suits, their shoulders and arms bulging with muscle that seemed ready to tear through the fabric. One bore a scar across his left cheek, stretching from above his eyebrow down to his jawline, an unsettling sight. The other man also wore a menacing glare, clearly not here with good intentions. Call the rest of your crew out. No need for all this fuss, you can all come at once. Lin Fan spoke bluntly, showing no regard for his opponents.
Scarface frowned upon hearing this, his voice tinged with doubt.
Knowing there's an ambush, yet you remain so calm? They're just defeated foes. Why dwell on them?
Lin Fan's words were dripping with contempt. The scarred man's brow knotted into a tight knot, his distorted features growing even more ferocious.
Kid, don't get so cocky. If you know what's good for you, hand over the goods. Today, I might spare your life. Lin Fan knew exactly what they were referring to. All this trouble, all for 3 pieces of ice jade. It seemed clear, people risked their lives for wealth, just as birds risked theirs for food. These men were willing to risk their very lives for mere material possessions. What if I refuse?
Lin Fan's aura abruptly turned icy, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. The two men across from him shuddered simultaneously, tightening their grips on their guns once more.
Don't be so stubborn.
Pay up and save your lives, at least you'll still have them.
Once you're dead, those treasures won't do you any good.
Overcome with fear, the scarred man actually began pleading with Lin Fan to compromise. In the blink of an eye, over 20 martial artists ranked on the dragon list had already leapt into position.
Lin Fan's expression eased slightly.
All the talk had been to gather them together, saving the trouble of dealing with them one by one.
What a hassle.
Seeing the reinforcements arrive, the man gripping the gun grew bolder, his voice rising significantly.
Let me make this clear today, we're here on orders from above to retrieve something. We're not here for your life. If you're smart, you'll hand over the goods. If you choose to die protecting your treasure, don't blame us for being ruthless. We have guns. Think carefully.
Facing this dithering scar-faced man, Yun Chuan had long since lost patience. Turning to glance at Lin Fan, Yun Chuan urged.
Let's move.
Take care of these flies first.
Bastard. You dare call us flies? Today, I'll take your life first.
Scarface's words had barely left his mouth when a sharp crack echoed through the air.
Crack.
Scarface spun around in place before crashing to the ground with a thud.
The gun in his hand flew out over 10 meters.
Though still conscious, Scar saw nothing but stars before his eyes. He struggled for a while but couldn't get up.
The remaining gunman panicked instantly.
Trembling, he pointed his finger at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's voice was cold and stern as he spoke, enunciating each word clearly.
You disrespected my master's uncle.
You deserve to be punished.
You, step aside. One more step, and I'll shoot.
Lin Fan snorted coldly, advancing step by step toward the man.
The man aimed at Lin Fan's head, clenching his teeth fiercely. Bang!
The gunshot startled countless birds from the forest. The man, convinced Lin Fan believed he was dead, was about to burst into laughter when he suddenly realized Lin Fan had already stepped right up to him.
I don't want to start a bloodbath. Go back and tell your master, what isn't yours, don't covet. Chapter 73, Absorbing Spiritual Energy.
The gunman collapsed instantly, his eyes filled with terror. Seconds earlier, his face had been dark and menacing.
Now, liquid was already trickling down his pant leg.
He had clearly fired the gun. Where had the bullet gone? Lin Fan slowly opened his hand. A gust of wind swept by, and the bullet residue in his hand vanished instantly. Cold sweat beaded on the man's face as his entire body shook like a sieve, plunging him into utter terror. This young man could actually crush bullets. Overwhelmed by terror, the man dropped to his knees.
Please, don't kill me.
Lin Fan lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on the dragon list experts racing toward them.
Senior sister, Master Yun, how about we divide them up? Naturally. 21 of them, 7 each. Start the timer.
Bai Shuang knew her martial arts cultivation couldn't match Lin Fan's, but in this situation, she still wanted to fight to her heart's content. As soon as Bai Shuang finished speaking, she leaped forward like a swift hare, covering several meters in a single bound. Yun Chuan said nothing, simply stepping forward to kick and punch one of them. Lin Fan's lips curved into a faint smile as he remained rooted to the spot.
No need to rush. These people would come looking for him soon enough.
Sure enough, amidst the crowd, someone seized the moment while Bai Shuang and Yun Chuan were engaged and charged straight toward Lin Fan. The man clenched both fists and slammed them toward Lin Fan's face. The force was so great you could almost hear the whistling wind.
Hand over the item.
The man bellowed, as if certain of victory. Lin Fan didn't confront the attacker head-on. Instead, he spun away to evade the blow. His fist struck empty air, and a look of disbelief spread across his face.
How fast?
Lin Fan's movements were agile and fluid, his footwork executed with effortless precision. The sudden shift in tactics left his opponent stunned.
You're no match for me. Lin Fan's voice was low, his gaze flashing with icy coldness. The man froze in place, tense and overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Fan. They had long heard of Lin Fan's prowess. But this time, the higher-ups had spared no expense. The experts dispatched this time were all Dragon List masters. Yet after that single punch, the man realized their combat prowess was simply not on the same level as Lin Fan's. Yet now, having come this far, retreat without a fight was not an option. With that thought, the man clenched his fists once more, closed his eyes tightly, and charged forward. The feeling of charging headlong into a fight he knew he couldn't win was written all over his face. Lin Fan sighed softly. He had warned him, but he refused to heed the advice. Who could blame him? After shaking his head coldly, Lin Fan extended his palm. Snap! The sound of cracking bones echoed. After twisting into an unnatural angle, the man's wrist snapped cleanly in Lin Fan's grasp. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted as the man collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Looking over to the other side, Lin Fan noticed that by now, Bai Shuang had already knocked two of them to the ground. Though a woman, senior sister's fighting prowess was no less formidable than that of burly men. It seemed he needed to pick up the pace. Lin Fan leapt forward, weaving through the crowd of skilled fighters. After a few punches, 4 or 5 masters lay on the ground, screaming in agony. Lin Fan didn't take their lives, but after a few rounds, the opponents across from him were already trembling with fear. At that moment, Lin Fan gripped a warrior's throat. The slightest tightening of his fingers sent a wave of pallor washing over the man's face. Speak. Did the Overlord send you? Lin Fan's voice was icy cold, his imposing aura sending shivers down the spine. Even if you kill me, I won't say a word. The boss ordered that after we take the goods, we're to kill you next. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Fine. Your wish is granted. As he spoke, Lin Fan flexed his wrist, hoisting the man effortlessly into the air. With a flick of his arm, the man traced a perfect arc through the air. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the man slammed into the car's windshield. Before he could scream, he passed out amidst a shower of broken glass. Guys, if they won't hand over the goods, killing them and taking the stuff is just as good. Someone in the crowd shouted, though no one knew who. At these words, the remaining men's faces hardened with savagery once more. Bai Shuang sneered coldly, delivering another kick to the person beside him. The victim clearly couldn't withstand such force, collapsing into a heap upon impact. That depends on whether you have the guts to do it. Bai Shuang turned to Lin Fan. Little junior brother, these men are here to kill us. Then let them leave their lives behind. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. With that, Bai Shuang hesitated no longer, her movements growing far more ruthless. With his hands free, Lin Fan moved with even greater agility, knocking down 7 or 8 men in the blink of an eye. Before he could strike again, every last one of them lay sprawled on the ground. The dead lay motionless, the wounded groaned in pain, their cries echoing across the field. Spotting someone scrambling to rise for a sneak attack, Lin Fan delivered a swift kick. A shard of glass flew out. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the shard pierced the man's wrist. Lin Fan advanced, his footsteps steady and deliberate. To the others' ears, they sounded like the Grim Reaper's footsteps, terrifying. Who sent you? Spare me. Spare my life, and I'll tell you everything. The man's eyes were filled with terror as he gasped for breath. Lin Fan said nothing, merely nodding. The man across from him looked troubled, finally summoning immense resolve before uttering 2 words. The Overlord. Lin Fan sneered coldly. Those 2 words finally confirmed his suspicions it was indeed the Overlord. The item he sought was likely a ruse, the real objective was his life. Seeing the terror etched across the face of the spear-wielding man from earlier, Lin Fan turned away without hesitation. With a few survivors left, no need to give orders, they'd naturally deliver the message themselves. Senior sister, shall we continue on? Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged, his words filled with inquiry, as if he were speaking to Bai Shuang on the mountain. Bai Shuang lifted her head, a playful smile touching her delicate features. Of course. Let's go. 3 minutes later, Lin Fan personally drove, carrying Bai Shuang and Yun Chuan straight toward Zhongjiang. I won this match. I took down 8 opponents. Master Yun, how many did you knock out? Miss, I didn't keep count. Senior sister definitely won. While I was spacing out, she'd already taken down several opponents. Of course. Since it's a competition, you can't afford to be careless. The 3 chatted back and forth, as if the ambush earlier had never happened. The rest of the journey went smoothly. Lin Fan and the others changed their clothes midway. By the time they reached Zhongjiang, there was no trace left that they had ever fought anyone. That evening, Lin Fan didn't return with Bai Shuang but stayed at Fengyue Tower instead. After a quick tidy-up, Lin Fan retrieved the ice-grade red jadeite from his ring. Placing the jade in his palm, he immediately felt a wave of coolness wash over him. Chapter 74, For You. Lin Fan sat motionless on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the coffee table. Resting on the table was the ice-type red jade. The ice-type red jade was irregularly shaped, only slightly smaller than Lin Fan's fist, yet it radiated an intense aura.
The crimson aura swirled in a small vortex, showing no signs of dissipating. Lin Fan held a carving knife in his right hand, his expression focused. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of true energy flowed into the knife. In the blink of an eye, the carving knife seemed to gain sentience, as if it could read Lin Fan's thoughts. Sizzle. Lin Fan first carved a rectangle the thickness of a pinky finger from the ice-type red jadeite, then cut 2 small squares. Though his movements were still somewhat unpolished, Lin Fan's eyes brimmed with confidence. Using this ice-grade red jade to craft an amulet for safety and a pair of earrings wouldn't be a waste of the material. After carving the rough forms, Lin Fan channeled his chi once more, sculpting the designs he envisioned. The amulet's perimeter was carved with auspicious cloud patterns, while its center featured a solitary snow lotus. The earrings followed the same design as the amulet, with only minor adjustments. Time ticked by. A fine sheen of sweat beaded on Lin Fan's forehead, though he remained utterly oblivious. Soon, the amulet was complete, and the pair of earrings neared their final stages. 3 minutes later, Lin Fan placed the finished jewelry before him, his focus intense. As he reached out, a wisp of white energy emanated from his fingertips, growing denser and denser until it coalesced into a beam of light. In his mind, he recalled the talisman patterns his master had taught him, carefully tracing them. By the time he had inscribed the talisman and earrings with the protective symbols, half an hour had passed. Finally done. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, stretched lazily, and wore a satisfied expression. He then retrieved a leather cord and related accessories from his ring to complete the final touches. Seeing how well stocked his supplies were, Lin Fan couldn't help but thank Fourth Master. Though Master C was a typical glutton, his collection was quite extensive. When he gave Lin Fan the ring, he'd also included everything inside. Without these additions, he would have had to wait quite a while before being able to give this jewelry set to Bai Shuang. After finishing everything, Lin Fan simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already around 5 in the morning the next day. After cultivating for over an hour, Lin Fan felt refreshed and invigorated. Realizing it was still too early for breakfast at Fengyue Tower, Lin Fan took out the white ice-type jadeite. Among the 3 pieces of jade, this white ice-type jade had the most intense aura and the richest spiritual energy. His master had once mentioned that absorbing the spiritual energy within jade could enhance one's cultivation. Lin Fan decided to use this time to give it a try. Previously, Lin Fan had only absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He had no experience in how to absorb the spiritual energy from within a stone. First, he gathered his energy and focused his mind, emptying his consciousness. As he felt the spiritual energy coursing through his entire body, flowing in a single direction, Lin Fan struggled to contain his excitement. Gradually, when he felt he could control the thread of spiritual energy, he slowly opened his eyes. Looking back at the ice-type jade before him, a white streak of energy had already formed a straight line, moving toward him. Breathe in, breathe out, merging with the spiritual energy. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as if he were an old hand at it. Lin Fan felt both surprised and astonished by this. However, the sense of ease within his body was undeniable. Slowly closing his eyes, Lin Fan emptied his mind, devoting his entire being to guiding the jade's spiritual energy to merge with his own. By the time he finished, the sun had already risen in the east. A look of astonishment spread across Lin Fan's face. The spiritual energy absorbed from the ice-type jade this time was nearly equivalent to a month's worth of cultivation progress. Amazing, he thought. No wonder wealthy martial artists are willing to buy spirit stones, they can boost cultivation so dramatically. Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel. Looking back at the ice-type jade before him, it had lost its spiritual essence. Though a faint halo still shimmered around it, the swirling vortex was gone. For Lin Fan, this ice-type jade had now lost its greatest value. But it could still fetch a hefty price. Lin Fan carefully stored the jade and headed out with the protective amulet he intended to give to Bai Shuang. Inside the hall, Bai Shuang and Yun Xuan were already seated across from each other at a round table. Spotting Lin Fan approaching, Bai Shuang waved to him from afar. "Little junior brother, we're over here. Hurry up and join us." Lin Fan smiled sheepishly, grabbed a tray, and selected some food from the buffet before joining Bai Shuang. "Hello, senior sister." "Hello, Master Yun." After exchanging greetings, Lin Fan finally sat down. "You must have been exhausted yesterday driving and all that. You could totally sleep in today." Yun Xuan stepped in to ease the awkwardness for Lin Fan. Lin Fan said nothing. Before picking up his chopsticks, he took out the protective amulet and earring and placed them before Bai Shuang. "Senior sister, these are for you." Bai Shuang instinctively looked down, her delicate face immediately lighting up with astonishment. "This is ice-grade red jadeite? You had it made into a protective amulet and earrings?" Shocked, Bai Shuang's speech faltered. Lin Fan nodded, swallowing the steamed bun in his mouth before speaking. "Yes. Senior sister, you mentioned liking the color red, right? This shade perfectly complements the world. You're wasting such valuable things. This is worth tens of millions." Bai Shuang raised her voice, rising to her feet. A smile touched Lin Fan's lips as he casually remarked, "These things are fortunate to have caught senior sister's eye."
Exactly. Wealth is but a fleeting thing.
A lady of such noble birth deserves only the finest accompaniments.
Yun Chuan chimed in agreement.
Persuaded by their words, Bai Shuang stopped being coy and smiled as she took the amulet and earrings in her hands. She examined them repeatedly, a constant smile playing on her face. Millions of dollars worth of items were simply given to her.
Moreover, given Bai Shuang's cultivation level, it wasn't hard to discern that Lin Fan had engraved talismanic inscriptions onto the amulet.
For Lin Fan's thoughtfulness alone, she felt she should accept them. Though delighted, Bai Shuang noticed something else.
Lin Fan's appetite today was significantly smaller than before.
The first time he'd come here, he'd stunned all the waitstaff. But today, he'd only eaten a few steamed buns.
Could it be that the food here didn't suit his taste? Why was he eating so little?
Bai Shuang's face clouded with confusion, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Fan shook his head. Ever since absorbing the spiritual energy of the ice-type jadeite, he no longer felt hungry. Even though the dishes before him were visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious, he couldn't devour them like he used to.
Thank you, senior sister. I'm truly full. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Bai Shuang finally relaxed. Where shall we go next? Bai Shuang inquired. Chapter 75, The Overlord's Probe. Senior sister, would you like to go back and see master?
Lin Fan looked at Bai Shuang and inquired. Bai Shuang nodded immediately, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain.
Since leaving the mountain, she hadn't returned once.
She wondered how the old master was faring now. Now that Lin Fan mentioned returning, Bai Shuang was naturally overjoyed.
When shall we depart? Right now?
I've been longing to see our venerable master. As she spoke, Bai Shuang pouted her little mouth, her delicate eyebrows furrowing into a frown. Before Lin Fan's arrival, Bai Shuang had been fully occupied managing her current business affairs, leaving her no spare time. Just as she was beginning to get things in order, she encountered Lin Fan. After fighting all the way to the imperial capital, she hadn't had much time to rest. Now that Lin Fan was suggesting they return, Bai Shuang was naturally overjoyed. She planned to return quickly before the overlord made his move, just to make a round trip. I want to take Zhou Luo to see our master for treatment, and it's a good chance to visit the masters.
Bai Shuang nodded once more. The overlord hasn't shown his hand yet, but bloodshed is bound to follow. We should make our arrangements while he's still inactive. Zhou Luo is your benefactor.
Restoring her health soon would fulfill one of your heartfelt wishes. Bai Shuang was perceptive, reading Lin Fan's thoughts with remarkable clarity. Recalling the men the overlord had dispatched, Lin Fan found himself agreeing with Bai Shuang's assessment. Among those they'd encountered later, none were Grandmaster-level experts at most, they were Dragon List masters.
The overlord had many skilled warriors at his disposal. Those sent earlier were likely just a test to gauge his strength.
A cold smile touched Lin Fan's lips.
Now that he had returned, what was there to fear? What difference did it make if they were Dragon List masters? Even if they were Grandmasters, so what? I'll head back to find Zhou Luo first, then meet up with senior sister afterward. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Bai Shuang handed him a set of car keys. You're a target for many now. Driving yourself will be safer. Thanks, senior sister.
Lin Fan obediently took the keys and nodded.
Watching their exchange, Yun Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly.
This senior sister and junior brother, he really didn't know what to say about them.
Inside the courtyard,
the overlord sat upright in his Nanmo armchair, his eyes narrowed slightly. The messenger arrived trembling with fear, cold sweat already beading on his forehead before he could speak. Seeing the messenger's disheveled state, the overlord already guessed what had happened. This mission must have ended in failure once again. The thought of repeatedly failing to retrieve Lin Fan's head filled the overlord with frustration.
Master, that Lin Fan possesses formidable cultivation.
The White Frost and the old man accompanying him are also highly skilled.
We have failed. Having failed, what face do you have to return?
The overlord's voice was not loud, yet his tone carried a hint of swift execution. The man's body jerked violently as he bowed his head once more.
Lin Fan spared your lives for a reason. Speak.
Yes, Lin Fan said, don't touch what isn't yours. With those words, the man's heart leapt to his throat, and he closed his eyes in utter despair.
To the overlord, Lin Fan's actions were the ultimate provocation.
Now that third young master Long had fallen by Lin Fan's hand, the overlord would never swallow this humiliation.
Yet the absence of any Grandmaster-level experts in this operation left people puzzled.
No matter how the overlord arranged things, it must have been part of a plan. They might have escaped Lin Fan's grasp, but they wouldn't necessarily find a way to survive under the overlord's rule.
The overlord remained silent, struggling to suppress the rage boiling within him.
The man before him stood drenched in cold sweat, unable to lift his head.
Thud! A dull thud echoed. The teacup in the overlord's hand shattered instantly.
In an instant, tea and porcelain shards soaked a large patch of the table.
Useless! Are Dragon List ranked experts really this easily defeated? So many of us attacked together, yet Lin Fan still managed to escape. You bunch of useless fools. Useless. As he spoke, the overlord could no longer contain his rage, erupting in fury. We are worthless, master. Please calm your anger. Before the words had even finished echoing, the overlord abruptly leapt to his feet. His foot slammed into the man's chest. Put. The man spat blood and fainted in an instant. The overlord didn't even glance at the man, the words practically forced out from his throat. Lin Fan, I'll let you run wild for a few more days. I've got this one on my list. When Lin Fan arrived at Zhou Xiong's residence, Zhou Luo was basking in the sun in the courtyard. Seeing Lin Fan approaching, Zhou Luo's heart swelled with excitement, his little face flushing bright red. Brother Lin Fan, you're finally back. Zhou Luo's voice trembled with tears, though he fought back the tears welling in his eyes. Ever since Lin Fan left, Zhou Luo had become noticeably more subdued. Though she never voiced it, Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuoqin could clearly see Zhou Luo's worry for Lin Fan. They knew full well their daughter had poured her heart into Lin Fan. When Lin Fan was out of touch, they hadn't felt comfortable saying anything. But now that Lin Fan had returned to Zhongjiang and offended so many people, their daughter's constant worry for him had them anxious too. Throughout the day, Zhang Shuoqin had lost count of how many times she'd prayed to the Buddha. Her sole hope was that Lin Fan would return safely. Hearing footsteps in the courtyard, Zhou Xiong couldn't wait to peek outside. Seeing it was indeed Lin Fan, Zhou Xiong practically ran out of the house in 3 strides. Lin Fan! Thank goodness you're back. Are you hungry? I'll cook something for you. Faced with Zhou Xiong's warmth, Lin Fan couldn't hide the smile on his face. Uncle Zhou, I've already eaten. No need to trouble yourself. Zhou Xiong slapped his forehead and gave an embarrassed chuckle. Right. I've lost my mind. It's past 10 o'clock, what kind of meal is that? Noticing Zhou Luo's bashful gaze fixed on Lin Fan, Zhou Xiong took a couple more steps back, muttering to himself. You two chat. I'll go get some tea. After Zhou Xiong left, Lin Fan stepped forward and stood directly across from Zhou Luo. Compared to 2 days ago, Zhou Luo's complexion had improved significantly, and she looked much more energetic. Lin Fan studied Zhou Luo's face closely, then glanced at her wrist. Luo, I need to give you a few more acupuncture needles. Are you afraid? Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, Zhou Luo began shaking her head. I'm not scared. With brother Lin Fan here, I'm not afraid of anything. Her reply echoed the unwavering confidence of her childhood self. Lin Fan immediately took out the golden needles and inserted them directly into Zhou Luo's acupoints. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Luo's Yongquan, Taichung, Susanli, and Higu acupoints were already filled with golden needles. Once again, she felt that tingling sensation mixed with pain. A surge of excitement washed over Zhou Luo. The needles remained in place for about 10 minutes before Lin Fan removed them. Lin Fan's acupuncture technique was not intended for healing, but for detoxification. Chapter 76, Meeting the Master. Watching Lin Fan perform acupuncture on Zhou Luo in the courtyard, Zhang Shuoqin and Zhou Xiong were utterly astonished, even breathing with utmost caution. The Lin Fan of today was no longer the same as before. His abilities were truly formidable. Zhang Shuoqin lowered her voice, her eyes crinkling with amusement as she remarked. Zhou Xiong nodded in agreement. The Lin Fan of today, reborn from his trials, possessed not only profound cultivation but also exceptional medical skills. This young man was also deeply loyal and steadfast. With only their daughter Zhou Luo, Zhou Xiong and his wife naturally saw something more in Lin Fan's gaze. Half an hour later, Lin Fan voiced his thoughts in front of Zhou Luo and the Zhou couple. Upon learning Lin Fan intended to take Zhou Luo to Qingcheng Mountain for treatment, Zhang Shuoqin's face fell in shock. So soon? Should we prepare anything? Zhou Luo has limited mobility, and we don't know how long this trip to Qingcheng Mountain will take. Upon hearing they were leaving, Zhang Shuoqin's first thought was packing. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. No need to prepare anything. I've already packed all the essentials for the journey. The mountain has everything we'll need. Zhang Shuoqin's eyes lit up with understanding, and she immediately turned to look at Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong's face flushed with excitement, his cheeks turning crimson with joy. Then let's go. I'm just sorry to trouble your masters. Wait here a moment while I gather some local specialties to take to the elders. As he spoke, Zhou Xiong stood up and hurried out the door. Lin Fan tried to stop him, but it was too late. Lin Fan, just let him go. It's our small token of appreciation. After finishing her sentence, Zhang Shuoqin solemnly reminded Zhou Luo. Luo, you haven't left the house in 3 years. This time, you must listen to brother Lin Fan. Also, you must persevere with your treatment. Mommy is waiting for the day you recover. Zhang Shuoqin's voice caught in her throat, her eyes reddening. Mom, I understand. Don't worry. An hour later, Lin Fan drove Zhou Luo to meet Bai Shuang. Having met once before, Zhou Luo and Bai Shuang felt no awkwardness between them. After exchanging greetings, they immediately found topics to discuss. So Lin Fan drove, Yun Chuan closed his eyes to rest, while the two girls chatted and laughed. Zhou Luo, you can rest assured. My masters are all exceptionally skilled. You won't be disappointed once we get there. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I've seen them either. I wonder what surprises await us up on the mountain. After we come down this time, how about you stay by my side? A blush flushed across Zhou Luo's delicate face, her expression flushing with embarrassment. Sister Bai Shuang, I haven't decided what to do next. Zhou Luo spoke the truth. While she held great hope for her legs, no one could be certain whether they could truly be healed. If she could walk again, that would be wonderful. But if not, she would only be a burden to everyone. As if reading her thoughts, Bai Shuang reached out and patted Zhou Luo's hand. You don't need to rush to answer that question. But rest assured, climbing the mountain will definitely bring surprises. Hearing Bai Shuang's words, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile too. The journey proceeded smoothly, and by the time they reached the mountain's base, the sun was already setting. Stepping out of the car, Lin Fan gazed at the familiar peaks before him, a wave of emotion washing over him. Having spent 3 years atop that very peak, he had naturally developed a special bond with the mountain. Xingcheng Mountain had become his second home. Little junior brother, snap out of it. If we head up the mountain now, we might still make it in time for dinner. Bai Shuang reminded him from the side. Lin Fan nodded, parked the car, and immediately scooped Zhou Luo into his arms. With a powerful leap, he soared several meters forward. Bai Shuang and Yun Chuan exchanged glances. Uncle Yun, let me help you carry these things. As she spoke, Bai Shuang reached to shoulder the local specialties, but Yun Chuan declined outright. Miss, there's no need for you to lift a finger. I'll handle it. Bai Shuang gave a playful pout, her willow brows slightly furrowed. Master Yun, we're already up in the mountains. You don't need to keep calling me miss like that. Yun Chuan smiled. It's just a habit. It feels right this way. As Bai Shuang's guardian, Yun Chuan had always been dutiful and responsible. For years, he had remained by her side. It could be said he watched her grow up. He was a mentor, a friend, and a father figure. Seeing Bai Shuang about to lift such a heavy object, Yun Chuan naturally couldn't bear to let her. Seeing Yun Chuan insist on carrying the items up the mountain himself, Bai Shuang could only concede. The moment Lin Fan lifted her up, Zhou Luo quickly lowered her head. Growing up, she'd never been this close to Lin Fan before. Lin Fan's muscles were well defined, and the whooshing wind near his ears made Zhou Luo feel nervous. She couldn't help but reach out her small hand and grip Lin Fan's arm. At that moment, Zhou Luo felt as though a little deer was trapped inside her chest, thumping wildly. She peeked up at Lin Fan, then quickly averted her gaze. Lin Fan's features were sharply defined, his nose high and straight, his entire face sculpted like a statue. Seeing this, Zhou Luo's face flushed even redder. Fortunately, Lin Fan was agile and exceptionally swift. It didn't take long for Lin Fan to reach the mountaintop. Bai Shuang and Yun Chuan followed closely behind. Yun Chuan smiled as he broke through the mountain's barrier. What met their eyes were the expectant faces of several masters. At that moment, the 4 masters stood motionless, gazing at him, each pair of eyes sparkling with warmth. Beside the 4 masters stood 2 additional elders, Liang Dao and Zhang Kuei. Lin Fan's heart surged with emotion. Though he held Zhou Luo in his arms, he still leaped forward to stand before his masters. Gently setting Zhou Luo down, Lin Fan stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Greetings, masters. First master, second master, third master, fourth master. Master Liang, Master Zhan, greetings. Immediately after, Bai Shuang also bowed to each of the masters. After the 2 had finished their greetings, Yun Chuan looked at the elders and smiled. Long time no see, old friends. How have you been? We are all well. But you, spending your days immersed in the mundane world, have you been tainted by its worldly ways? The question came from the 3rd master, his voice booming like a bell. Originally, there was nothing here. Where could the dust have come from? Yun Chuan retorted with a smile. In the past, this would have sparked a fierce verbal duel. But this time, with Lin Fan's descent from the mountain, much of that sparring was naturally spared. Next, Lin Fan introduced Zhou Luo to the masters. Though Zhou Luo moved with difficulty, he bowed respectfully to Lin Fan's masters. Bai Shuang stood beside Lin Fan, a smile on her face. Yun Chuan, meanwhile, couldn't wait to catch up with Zhang Kuei and Liang Dao about the past few days. After everyone settled into their chairs, the senior master smiled silently, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan. The 2nd master also scrutinized Lin Fan from head to toe. The 3rd master had already left the scene, while the 4th master gazed at Bai Shuang with a look of affection. Chapter 77, The pills are good, but not top grade. Bai Shuang had blossomed into a young woman, no longer the inexperienced girl she once was. Not only had she matured, but she had grown increasingly beautiful. The only thing unchanged was the stubborn streak that still lingered in her eyes. Master 4 felt deeply gratified, yet a sigh escaped his heart. Such deep-seated obsession might not be a good thing. Next, the 4th master fixed his gaze upon Lin Fan. May this journey down the mountain bring some change to Bai Shuang. Good disciple, have you finished your business so quickly? The question came from the 2nd master. Lin Fan didn't beat around the bush, immediately explaining the purpose of his return. He had returned with his senior sister for 2 reasons. First, to see his masters, and second, he had a favor to ask. He wished for the masters to examine Zhou Luo and determine if her legs could be healed. Having awakened their divine awareness, the masters were no strangers to Zhou Luo. Especially after witnessing her actions at the Sun family young master's wedding, the masters all felt deep admiration. A young woman daring to challenge the powerful, refusing to bow to authority, it was truly rare and admirable. Thus, when Lin Fan voiced his request, the masters were not surprised. But when they saw the massive pile of items at Yun Chuan's feet, their eyes widened in astonishment. How could Lin Fan, who had only been away from the mountain for 3 years, become so obsessed with things from the outside world? Before the masters could ask, Lin Fan continued, "These are some specialties I brought back for the masters. I didn't have time to put them in my ring earlier." With that, he proceeded to pull out bag after bag from his ring in front of everyone. In the blink of an eye, everything was piled up like a small mountain. Liang Dao and Zhang Kuei stared in disbelief. The 3 masters were utterly speechless. "Glad you're back, but bringing all this stuff? Don't you get tired?" "Exactly. Just buying all this must have taken a lot of time, right? Lin Fan, Bai Shuang, you're both such good kids. Just having this kind of thoughtfulness makes your master very happy." The master chattered away, one sentence after another. Though he claimed they didn't need to buy so much, his heart was bursting with joy. Once everyone had calmed down, the headmaster spoke slowly. "Lin Fan, how did Miss Zhou sustain these injuries?" Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly, a serious expression fleeting across his face. In front of the masters, Lin Fan recounted in detail the ordeal Zhou Luo had endured. "Zhou Luo was injured by those beasts because of me. She's been bedridden for 3 years, suffering greatly." As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the headmaster's brow furrowed deeply. The remaining masters also wore heavy expressions. Liang Dao Zhang Kuei's fists were already clenched. "Those villains will get their just deserts." Liang Dao gritted his teeth. Lin Fan took a deep breath and continued. "Master, I used the golden needle therapy you taught me to help Zhou Luo stand again, but I still can't be entirely confident about the injuries on her legs. That's why I've come back. I still need your help, Master." After hearing this, the Grand Master turned his gaze directly to Zhou Luo. "Child, your courage is truly admirable. You've endured much hardship." "Master, I don't feel it's hardship. I feel proud to be able to do these things for Lin Fan." Zhou Luo's gaze was unwavering as she spoke each word with conviction. The master rose and approached Zhou Luo, examining his ankle closely. His expression grew solemn once more. Lin Fan grew anxious and couldn't help but send a telepathic message. "Master, can Zhou Luo's leg injury still be healed? Too much time has passed, and the muscle atrophy is severe. My acupuncture alone likely won't suffice." Lin Fan sucked in a sharp breath before asking urgently, "Does that mean Zhou Luo will be like this for the rest of his life?" "Not necessarily. Go find your 3rd master. If he can refine the vital muscle and nerve restoration pill, combined with my acupuncture techniques, there's still hope for a cure." Just as he finished speaking, the Grand Master added one more sentence. "However, even after the bones are set, meticulous recuperation is required. He must not walk for 100 days. Hearing there was hope, Lin Fan's face lit up with joy. "I'll go find 3rd master right now." The senior master slowly rose to his feet and gave Lin Fan a slight nod. 3rd master is notoriously stingy. If I were to say this myself, he might not willingly help. But coming from Lin Fan's mouth, it would carry entirely different weight. 3rd master had always wanted to show off more in front of everyone. All to prove he held greater importance in Lin Fan's eyes. That was why he'd come up with that idea earlier. Just as Lin Fan was about to rise, 3rd master rushed over, clutching a small white porcelain bottle. "Lin Fan, my dear disciple, come quickly and see what your master has brought." Before Lin Fan could steady himself, 3rd master eagerly thrust the small bottle into his hands. Everyone could see clearly that 3rd master's expression was just like a child waiting for praise. Lin Fan took the bottle with both hands and sniffed at its opening. The rich, medicinal fragrance filled his nostrils, refreshing and invigorating. Lin Fan extended his left hand, tilting his right palm slightly. Soon, a pill fell into his palm. The pill in his palm was a vivid crimson, perfectly round and translucent, seeming to emit a faint, luminous glow. However, no trace of joy appeared on Lin Fan's face. In fact, he frowned slightly. "3rd master, this batch of pills isn't top tier." Lin Fan's tone was flat, his expression unruffled. Master 3, who had been beaming moments ago, instantly looked disappointed upon hearing Lin Fan's words. The crowd seemed to sense the 3rd master's mood. Their earlier enthusiasm had blazed like fire, but Lin Fan's words felt like a bucket of ice water dumped over them. Now, not even a tiny spark remained in 3rd master's heart. He had poured his heart and soul into refining this batch of pills, only to learn they weren't considered top tier in Lin Fan's eyes. Master San seethed inwardly, yet he had no grounds to refute Lin Fan's words. He could only force himself to swallow his anger. The formula itself was sound.
It was the insufficient control of the heat that prevented the ingredient's potency from reaching its peak, thus failing to qualify as top tier. At this point, Lin Fan shifted his tone. Still, for ordinary people, this would be priceless. This final remark offered Master San some consolation. So much was wasted, all because of that faulty alchemy furnace. If you'd used the one I gave you, the outcome would have been entirely different. Master San stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes, utterly convinced. What? Are you regretting it now, third master? Once something is given away, it can't be taken back. Lin Fan backed away as he spoke, afraid the third master might reach out to snatch his treasure. Master San couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You haven't changed a bit, you little rascal. Lin Fan bowed respectfully, his expression suddenly turning serious. Master San, Lin Fan has a favor to ask of you. Chapter 78, have you noticed anything? In full view of everyone, Lin Fan knelt before Master San. Master San was both startled and delighted. Before Lin Fan could fully kneel, he reached out and helped him up. My good disciple, what is this? Speak your mind. Between us master and disciple, there's no need for such formality. Lin Fan had given third master ample face. Master San was overjoyed. In front of everyone, Lin Fan directly requested third master to refine medicinal pills specifically to heal Zhou Luo's leg. Master San agreed immediately. I thought something terrible had happened. Since Miss Zhou is your friend, we wouldn't dream of refusing to help. Lin Fan was about to express his gratitude when Master San suddenly waved his hand. Don't thank me just yet. Hear me out. Refining the elixir is possible, but there's one thing you must agree to. Master, even if it were 10 conditions, I would agree to them all. Master San's face softened into a smile as he spoke slowly. First, you must assist me. To quickly refine a quality pill, you'll need to use that alchemy furnace I gave you. Lin Fan understood immediately and was about to pull out the alchemy furnace. Seeing third master agree, the remaining masters' faces also lit up with joy. Especially the first master, who couldn't help but give Lin Fan a discreet wink. Now that this matter is settled, shouldn't we discuss dinner? Urged on by fourth master, whom Lin Fan affectionately called the glutton. At that moment, fourth master was rubbing his stomach. Lin Fan stepped forward, his expression solemn. Masters, please wait a moment. I'll start cooking right away. Master 2 hurriedly stopped him. No need. We knew you were coming and prepared everything earlier. But I'll warn you it won't taste as good as yours. So, it's getting late today and you've been traveling all day. Tomorrow, you'd better show us what you've got. Master 2 rambled on, all to get a taste of Lin Fan's culinary skills. During Lin Fan's brief absence, the master's greatest grievance was the poor quality of their meals. Now that Lin Fan was back, they weren't about to let this chance slip away. Of course. Starting tomorrow, I'll take full charge of the kitchen. Lin Fan patted his chest with a confident smile. Even in Lin Fan's absence, the masters hadn't skimped on meals. To his surprise, they'd hired a chef. Rumor had it this chef was a former head chef at a 5-star hotel. Following the master's arrangements, Lin Fan first took Zhou Luo to see the room they would be staying in. After a quick tidy up, they made their way to the dining room. At that moment, the table was already laden with all kinds of dishes. While the dishes before them couldn't compare to those of Fenghui Tower, they possessed their own unique charm. Pan-fried, stir-fried, deep-fried, and steamed dishes were all present. A clay pot sat in the center of the table, filled with stewed wild boar meat, now releasing a rich aroma. Adjacent dishes included stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork, boiled pork slices, braised lion's head meatballs, and steamed fish. And of course, the master's favorite dish, crystal pork knuckle, was present. The table was laden with hearty dishes. To celebrate Lin Fan and the others' return, the master chef specially brought out a fine wine aged for over a decade. The moment the cork popped, an intoxicating aroma filled the air. The rich aroma made Lin Fan's mouth water. Lin Fan personally poured drinks for the masters before lifting his own bowl. Master chefs, Lin Fan said, I am deeply grateful for your kindness and care. I offer this toast in your honor. With that, he drained his bowl in one gulp. Seeing Lin Fan so moved, the masters also drained their bowls. Then everyone began eating, and the room instantly filled with lively chatter. After Lin Fan finished his toast, it was Bai Shuang's turn. Though Bai Shuang was a girl, her drinking capacity was astonishing. After downing 3 bowls of wine, her pretty little face didn't even flush. The meal was exceptionally joyful, lasting a full 2 hours before concluding. Even with her remarkable tolerance, Bai Shuang couldn't hold her own against drinking solo against a group. By the time the gathering ended, Bai Shuang was slumped face down on the table. Lin Fan had no choice but to support Bai Shuang back to her room. Her legs felt light as feathers, and she leaned against Lin Fan's shoulder when she lost her balance. Beyond their sparring matches, Lin Fan had never been this close to Bai Shuang. Her breath was sweet as orchids, and she was smiling with her eyes closed. A ripple stirred within Lin Fan. Lin Fan pressed his hand to his forehead, smiling helplessly as he quickened his pace. After escorting Bai Shuang back to her room, Lin Fan then returned Zhou Luo to his quarters before finally coming back.
The masters were in the midst of their drinking session, but considering Lin Fan still needed to refine pills with the third master, they decided not to continue. Half an hour later, while everyone else had drifted off to sleep, Lin Fan made his way to third master's quarters. Compared to the other masters, third master's quarters were the simplest. Obsessed with alchemy, his bedroom was crammed with jars and flasks. Stepping out of the bedroom, the alchemy chamber was right next door. During the meal, third master hadn't consumed much alcohol. At this moment, Lin Fan was also perfectly sober. Third master, Lin Fan began as soon as he saw him, "You mentioned wanting me to assist you with alchemy. Is there something else you need me to do?" Lin Fan asked the moment he saw the third master. Master San chuckled upon hearing this. "I knew you were sharp, kid. What seems ordinary to most people, you always manage to see the deeper meaning." As he spoke, third master handed Lin Fan a pill formula. Lin Fan glanced at the yellowed paper in his hand and murmured the listed ingredients aloud. 700-year-old ginseng, giant spirit flower, 1-leaf grass, raw bone essence, and green spirit fruit. Lin Fan's face showed a look of confusion. According to his memory of the formula, refining the elixir Zhou Luo required shouldn't need this many spiritual herbs. "Have you noticed anything?" Master San asked with a smile. Lin Fan nodded. "There are quite a few herbs here. The auxiliary ingredients listed in the formula also seem specifically tailored for martial artists. Third master, if Zhou Luo were to take this pill, could his body handle it? That's precisely why I summoned you here." After saying this, Master San solemnly informed Lin Fan that to hasten Zhou Luo's recovery, it would require not only revitalizing his tendons and activating his meridians, but also cleansing his marrow. Lin Fan frowned slightly, only now realizing the difficulty of the task. "Can I truly assist with such a critical matter?" Lin Fan's question was sincere. He remembered the single ingredient formula clearly enough, but refining such a high-grade elixir? He doubted he could be of any use. Before entering, Lin Fan had assumed Master San's request for help would merely involve running errands or assisting with minor tasks. Little did he know, Third Master clearly had other intentions. "Once you refine this pill today, you can proudly declare you've surpassed your master." Chapter 79, Lightning Struck During Alchemy? Lin Fan possessed extraordinary talent, setting him apart from others in martial cultivation. Little did he know, he also possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy, otherwise, Third Master wouldn't have placed such high hopes in him. Yet now, even with Third Master's solemn assurance, Lin Fan felt uneasy. His masters were all venerable elders, while he had only trained for 3 years. To claim he had surpassed them? How could that be possible? "Third Master, please don't joke like this. The alchemical vapors you mentioned consume enormous energy. My current cultivation levels simply can't handle completing this alone." "Not a problem. I'll be right here watching over you. You can rest assured absolutely nothing will go wrong." Master San's confident assurance eased Lin Fan's mind. With Third Master present, no elixir was beyond refinement. "Since Third Master says so, I'll take the plunge. Let's just hope nothing goes wrong. The herbs listed in the formula are exceedingly rare. If the elixir fails, the loss of those ingredients alone would be heartbreaking. Enough talk. Quickly bring out your alchemy furnace. We start now." Hearing Master San speak thus, Lin Fan hesitated no longer and retrieved the alchemy furnace directly from his ring. Alchemy, after all, boils down to 2 steps, extracting the essence from the herbs, then condensing it into a pill within the furnace. Lin Fan examined the herbs before him, carefully selecting one ingredient. Just as he was about to begin extracting the essence, before his hand could move, Master San urged him from the side. "Extracting bit by bit like this takes too much time. Put them all in." "Ha!" Surprise flashed across Lin Fan's face as he stared at Third Master in disbelief. "Is that even possible? Each herb requires different time and temperature to extract its essence. If I put them all in together, how will I control the timing?" Master San was a master alchemist, but his words now made Lin Fan's heart tighten. If word got out, people would surely say Third Master was an amateur. If he actually did this, not only would the herbs be ruined, but what if he blew up his Supreme Lord Lao Jun's alchemy furnace? Wouldn't Third Master regret it to death? Lin Fan was about to warn Master San, but a faint smile appeared on the Third Master's face. "Let's proceed this way. I'll control the alchemical fire shortly. Follow my instructions." Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the Third Master intently. All along, Third Master had taught him alchemy with strict adherence to rules, proceeding with utmost caution and precision. One could say there was absolutely no room for error. Now Master San was about to take a leap of faith? "Third Master, you're holding back your skills. That's not right." Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, Third Master hurriedly waved his hands. "It's because you're here. If I were alone, I wouldn't dare attempt such a bold experiment." Lin Fan gritted his teeth and didn't argue further with Third Master. He reached out and dumped all the herbs in front of him into the pot. The moment he finished, Master San held out his palm. A white halo appeared, then coalesced into a piercing beam of light. The alchemical fire ignited, enveloping the entire furnace.
Master San's expression grew solemn as he extended his other hand, making a pushing motion forward. The alchemy flames around the furnace began pulsing rhythmically, as if adjusting their intensity in response to Master San's intent. Lin Fan watched the furnace silently, his mind filled with prayer.
Master San was so close to the furnace he mustn't let it explode.
Initially, all the medicinal ingredients remained gathered together. But after a short while, the ingredients inside the furnace began to transform. Lin Fan clearly saw the herbs spontaneously separate, each gathering to its own group, as if drawn to their respective territories. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel slightly astonished.
Master San's control over the alchemical fire was truly masterful, utterly astonishing. Just as Lin Fan's attention wavered, Third Master suddenly spoke up. Lin Fan, it's your turn.
Lin Fan quickly gathered his focus and began mimicking Third Master's movements to control the alchemical flame.
Didn't you say someone was handling it? Why is it my turn now?
This was the first time Lin Fan had ever witnessed such an extreme alchemy technique, and now that he had to try it himself, he naturally felt uneasy. But now wasn't the time to question the Third Master. The slightest misstep could cause the alchemy flames to fluctuate in temperature. This was no time for distractions. He could ask the Third Master later. Well versed in pharmacology, Lin Fan knew the dozen herbs in the alchemy furnace demanded his full attention.
He focused solely on controlling the alchemy flame.
Soon, he poured all his focus into the task, his mind clear and undistracted.
This alchemy attempt had to succeed. Otherwise, even if he had the time and energy to start over, he doubted he could gather all the materials again. Half an hour later, beads of sweat formed on Lin Fan's forehead. Master San beside him also stared intently at the alchemy furnace, not daring to relax for even a moment. The pill was about to form, and Lin Fan fought to keep his emotions steady. Yet, the alchemy furnace before him began to tremble slightly. Lin Fan's heart tightened.
His instincts warned him that something bad was about to happen. If things went wrong, this alchemy furnace of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun could be destroyed by his own hands.
With such intense heat and all those spiritual herbs dissolved within, if it truly exploded, Master San's entire alchemy chamber could be reduced to ruins. Stop! Master San suddenly spoke up. Lin Fan frowned.
If he gave up now, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Finding such a complete set of herbs and auxiliary ingredients again would surely take a great deal of time. With that thought, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and channeled a thread of true qi. The alchemy furnace suspended mid-air did indeed grow significantly quieter. By now, Lin Fan was already panting heavily. Seeing this, Third Master released his own true qi to assist Lin Fan in controlling the furnace. Gradually, the furnace returned to its earlier tranquil state. Master San exhaled a long sigh of relief, his gaze toward Lin Fan now tinged with a hint of approval. This kid really is bold. Just now, he followed my instructions, and I thought everything would have to start over. Before long, the situation inside the furnace became clear once more. A yellow pill began to take shape, spinning in midair. Next, simple patterns began to appear on the pill's surface, gradually becoming clearer as time passed. Once the entire pill was fully formed, the Third Master finally spoke with relief. Extract the. Before Lin Fan could begin the final step, a sudden bolt of thunder cracked outside. Boom! The deafening roar reverberated through the air. Lin Fan's face betrayed a look of tension as he refocused his attention. When he was learning alchemy from Third Master, the old man had warned him that during the refinement process, he might very well encounter a pill tribulation. He never imagined that the pill he had worked so hard to refine would now face the peril of being struck by lightning. Even Third Master was powerless against this phenomenon. All that could be done was to wait for the pill tribulation to pass. Chapter 80, hurry up, let's take a look. Boom! Another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, bathing the entire room in light as bright as day. Thunder and lightning followed in rapid succession, as if determined to snatch away the elixir Lin Fan was refining. Fortunately, the alchemy furnace held firm. But when the third bolt of thunder struck, Lin Fan's brow furrowed once more. This time was different from the previous two. The lightning bolt was nearly as thick as a bowl, its thunderous roar deafening. The blinding light made it impossible to open one's eyes, radiating an overpowering, majestic aura. It was now impossible to tell whether the thunder and lightning outside were targeting the alchemy furnace or Lin Fan himself. Seeing the situation before him, Lin Fan clenched his fist and stood alone to shield the alchemy furnace. Boom! After the deafening sound, Lin Fan directly met the thunderous strike from outside. The deafening roar echoed as several masters rushed over, ready to intervene at any moment. Just as they were about to join Lin Fan in the defense, the thunder and lightning outside suddenly vanished. At the same time, a pill flew out from the alchemy furnace. Master 3, quick as a flash, caught the pill in midair. Only then did Lin Fan withdraw his hand and glance back at the others. Lin Fan, you've truly surpassed your third master. My good disciple, your master is proud of you. I've always said Lin Fan possesses extraordinary talent. He's destined for greatness. After all these years, today has truly broadened my horizons.
That boy actually used his fists to withstand thunder and lightning. What kind of spirit is that? The crowd chattered excitedly, their voices growing louder and their words increasingly wild. Finally, they even uttered remarks that made one's skin crawl. Seeing his masters and others like Yun Xuan, Liang Daozhan, and Kuei all staring at him motionless, Lin Fan's face flushed with embarrassment. Masters, let's hold off on the praise for now. Quickly, let's see what that pill is really like. Lin Fan couldn't bear the intense scrutiny any longer. If this continued, he truly would be covered in goosebumps. The senior master was the first to snap out of it, cutting in abruptly. Look at Lin Fan, drenched in sweat. He should freshen up first before we discuss the pill. Lin Fan finally regained his composure. After bowing respectfully, he withdrew. The moment Lin Fan left, Master 3's alchemy chamber erupted in chaos. Several elders instantly surrounded the third master, crowding him so tightly they couldn't move an inch. Each stretched their necks, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Quick, let me see. How is the quality of this pill? Judging by that thunderous sound, it can't be too shabby. Exactly. Third master, don't be so stingy, bring it out already so we can take a look. Lin Fan put so much effort into refining this pill, you can't just keep it hidden away forever. This was forged by Lin Fan enduring a lightning strike. If you won't show us, that's just not right. The group employed both persuasion and threats, showering him with flattery and insults while constantly pressuring him. Only then did third master finally open his hand. A yellow pill appeared before their eyes. The crowd murmured in admiration. Its color, how could it be so vivid, utterly translucent? Such a crystalline pill was rare in this world. What grade could it possibly be? This isn't just ordinary tendon soothing and blood circulation enhancement, it's bone regenerating and tendon restoring. Lin Fan is truly remarkable. Truly worthy of being our disciple, the pupil surpassing the master. Quite right. Such divine pills are indeed rare in this world. Seeing the astonished looks on everyone's faces, third master's lips curved into a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with pride. He seemed to have already forgotten his earlier order for Lin Fan to stop. Amidst the astonished murmurs, third master suddenly gasped sharply, his eyes widening in shock. Good heavens, look! Master San's roar froze everyone in place. Before they could react, he pointed at the elixir and exclaimed, look! There are patterns on the pill. The pills he had refined today were perfectly round, but this one was different. It bore fine, intricate patterns, several of them. Master San's discovery left everyone speechless once more. That kid Lin Fan was truly extraordinary. So young, yet he could refine pills to this level? Wasn't he a prodigy? Amidst the master's chorus of praise, Lin Fan slowly approached. He didn't ask any questions, merely offering a smile to the masters. From their gazes, Lin Fan could tell this pill had been a resounding success. Whether it was considered top tier or not no longer mattered. At that moment, the eastern sky began to lighten, though the sun had yet to rise. Mist swirled around the mountain peak, creating a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Remembering he still needed to show his masters his skills, Lin Fan exchanged a few brief words before heading to the kitchen. The masters made no attempt to stop him. After Lin Fan descended the mountain, they had truly neglected their stomachs. Seeing Lin Fan volunteer to cook, they were naturally overjoyed. With ample time at his disposal, Lin Fan put considerable effort into preparing breakfast. This trip down the mountain had allowed Lin Fan to avenge half of his grievances, and he had also gained quite a bit. Guided by Bai Shuang, he had sampled nearly every delicacy the imperial capital had to offer. Consequently, his culinary skills had significantly improved. When Lin Fan brought breakfast out from the kitchen, the masters were utterly dumbfounded. Steamed buns, pancake rolls, fried rice, and even hamburgers were laid out on the table. Soups were naturally included: 2 dumpling soup, seaweed egg drop soup, and even a single small wonton. At the sight of such delicacies, the master began swallowing hard even before picking up his chopsticks. They had intended to praise Lin Fan for his alchemy achievements upon seeing him, but faced with such an array of delicacies, the masters instantly changed their minds. The second master spoke first. With all this spread out before us, there's no need for restraint. We'd be doing Lin Fan a disservice if we didn't feast properly. Exactly. Dig in. Start with soup before the main course, it's good for your health. No need to rush soup first. We'd hate for the soup to finish before the food arrives, better start with the buns. The masters couldn't wait, and even Liang Dao and Zhang Kuei joined in. Except for Bai Shuang, who seemed a bit listless, everyone else was in high spirits. Even the usually taciturn Zhou Luo found his voice. Third master, try this Xiaolong Bao, the scallions on top are the perfect finishing touch. Second master, this pancake is made with whole grains, it's packed with nutrition. Master chef, you love this dumpling soup, it's an essential breakfast treat. Sister Shuang, care for some seaweed and egg drop soup? Seeing so many people enjoy Lin Fan's cooking made Zhou Lu happier than anyone. If only his legs weren't so troublesome, he'd personally serve them all. Bai Shuan's complexion looked a bit off, she'd drunk too much last night and still hadn't fully recovered. Chapter 81, this is a sleep-inducing fragrance.
That night, aside from Bai Shuang sleeping soundly from her drunkenness, the others managed no more than 3 hours of sleep. As for rest, Lin Fan hadn't slept a wink all night. The masters probably only managed a brief doze. Though Zhou Luo hadn't ventured outside, the thunder rumbling outside had him wide-eyed with fear, frozen in place. So when the masters inquired about Zhou Luo's rest, a look of anxiety immediately flashed across his little face.
Master, second master, the environment up on the mountain is truly splendid, but this thunder is simply too loud.
At these words, smiles spread across the faces of the masters.
Recalling last night's intense events, I couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Master Lin was the happiest of them all.
After all, in everyone's eyes, the pill Lin Fan had refined was completed under his guidance. Master San smiled as he turned to Zhou Luo. Little girl, tell us just how powerful was that thunder last night? Unaware of the third master's intent, Zhou Luo immediately recalled the events. Taking a deep breath, she nervously spoke once more.
Last night's thunder was so loud, rumbling and rumbling, I thought the roof would collapse.
And the lightning outside it lit up the trees as bright as day.
I've never seen lightning that bright in my entire life. Master San nodded slightly.
For old monsters like them, last night's thunderstorm was a rare occurrence, let alone for a young girl like Zhou Luo.
Yet last night's storm proved one thing. The elixirs Lin Fan was refining were no ordinary concoctions. Otherwise, how could even the heavens themselves grow envious?
At this thought, third master's smile grew even broader.
Master San, what's gotten into you? Do you like thunderstorms? Master San snapped back to reality at Zhou Luo's question. If each bolt of lightning represented a superior elixir, then of course he loved thunderstorms.
But in front of Zhou Luo, the third master had no intention of admitting it.
Ahem.
Clearing his throat awkwardly twice, Master Sang spoke solemnly.
Young lady, the weather atop this mountain is unpredictable. Such lightning is not common. Last night was an anomaly.
At this, the others chimed in agreement.
Yes, it was an anomaly. If thunder and lightning raged daily, we wouldn't even be able to keep our little courtyard safe. Usually, it's mostly sunny and breezy. With misty vapors drifting and white clouds curling, this is truly an exceptional place for cultivation.
Lin Fan could see through it. The other masters were worried Zhou Luo might have reservations, so they agreed with the third master's words. Just then, the listless Bai Shuang suddenly chimed in. Zhou Luo, the masters are right, this is a perfect sanctuary for cultivation. If you stay here for 3 to 5 months, your skin will definitely become incredibly radiant. A flushed look of embarrassment spread across Zhou Luo's face before he glanced at Lin Fan. Luo, the head master said he'll treat your leg injury shortly. It might take a while, so you'll probably need to stay here for some time. Lin Fan's tone was earnest, yet his eyes held a hint of tenderness.
Zhou Luo nodded quickly, his voice brimming with confidence.
Brother Lin Fan, don't worry about me.
No matter how painful the treatment gets, I'll endure it. The resolve in Zhou Luo's eyes satisfied everyone present. After that, everyone ate and chatted. By the time the meal ended, the sunlight had grown dazzling. Just as Lin Fan had said. After breakfast, all the masters except the head master got busy with their tasks. Master 3 personally delivered the pills to the headmaster before returning to study his partially completed formula. Yun Xuan was sparring with Liang Daozhan Kuei. Fourth master was guiding Bai Shuang in her cultivation practice.
As for the second master, Lin Fan had no idea where he'd gone.
In the side room, Master first lit a stick of incense, then instructed Lin Fan to lay Zhou Luo flat on the bamboo bed.
The scent of the incense was peculiar, carrying a faint sweetness. Lin Fan frowned slightly. How could the headmaster's habits have changed so much in just a few days? He never burned incense during ordinary times.
Master, what kind of incense is this?
It smells sweet and fragrant. The head chef glanced at Lin Fan, then at Zhou Luo, and simply uttered 2 words, sleep aid.
Lin Fan's heart tightened upon hearing this. Master was treating Zhou Luo's injuries with sleep-inducing incense burning nearby. What if Master dozed off?
The thought flashed through his mind, and Lin Fan's brow furrowed. Before he could dwell on it further, Lin Fan spoke up to warn him.
Master, you absolutely cannot fall asleep now.
The master turned to look at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with disbelief. My dear disciple, they say worry clouds the mind.
Look at the state you're in now. Don't even mention a single sleep-inducing incense stick. Even if you lit an entire room full of them, what could they possibly do to me? Lin Fan suddenly understood.
So the master hadn't lit this sleep-inducing incense to help him sleep, but to help Zhou Luo. Lin Fan looked at the Grand Master sheepishly.
Master, it was my oversight. Please proceed. Now focus. Follow my instructions precisely. Today, I'll teach you another acupuncture technique. Lin Fan's expression turned solemn as he nodded slightly. Zhou Luo's legs had seen no movement in 3 years, sustained only by Zhang Shuichen's daily massages. Even so, his muscles and tendons had suffered extensive atrophy and degeneration.
The master picked up the golden needles. Before inserting them, he asked one final question.
Young lady, are you ready? Master, go ahead. I'm ready.
Zhou Luo was remarkably calm, showing not a hint of fear. In the past, Zhou Luo had been terrified of needles. One could say he suffered from needle phobia. But now it was different. With Lin Fan by his side, Zhou Luo seemed to fear nothing.
All right. As he spoke, the master's golden needles had already landed on several acupoints on Zhou Luo's body.
Lin Fan watched Zhou Luo's expression closely.
After several needles were inserted, there was no sign of distress. Next came 3 more needles.
This time, Zhou Luo's brow furrowed slightly. Lin Fan dared not interrupt the master's acupuncture work, so he watched Zhou Luo even more intently, hoping to gauge the treatment's progress through any changes in his expression.
Don't hold back. If you feel anything, just say it. To Zhou Luo, the master's voice sounded ethereal and somewhat unreal.
Zhou Luo opened his mouth slightly and whispered softly.
It feels a bit swollen and numb, like something's blocking the area around my knee.
A smile spread across the master's face.
It seemed this acupuncture technique was indeed effective for Zhou Luo.
Once he takes the pill third brother brought over later, the first phase of treatment will be successfully completed.
Chapter 82, A Koi is no pond fish.
Within 10 minutes, Zhou Luo reported his sensations 3 times. Each time he finished, the master's face would light up with satisfaction. Lin Fan's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled back into place, and the tension eased from his face. Before the incense stick had burned down, Zhou Luo slowly closed his eyes. Only then did the master slowly settle into the bamboo chair. Seeing Zhou Luo's steady breathing, Lin Fan turned to the master, hands holding a cup of tea. Master, you've worked hard. Please have some tea first. The master took the teacup but showed no intention of drinking. Instead, he asked Lin Fan, "Did you remember that needle technique clearly?" Lin Fan nodded. "Master, your disciple has memorized it clearly."
"Good. The acupuncture technique I performed earlier serves to regenerate bone and reconnect tendons.
Should you encounter such a condition in the future, you may treat it in this manner." Lin Fan then inquired.
"Master, isn't this like snatching coins from the hands of the king of hell?" Master laughed aloud upon hearing this.
Taking a sip of tea, he replied with a smile. "If you can snatch the copper coins from the king of hell's hands, that's your skill." Noticing Lin Fan glance at the sleep-inducing incense beside him, the master physician began explaining before Lin Fan could speak. This acupuncture technique is truly miraculous, but patients experience extreme pain in the later stages, and most cannot endure it. This young girl is still so young. I feared she might lack the necessary fortitude, so I brought along a sleep-inducing incense. Lin Fan had already guessed as much, and hearing the master artisan explain it now filled him with even deeper gratitude. Lin Fan stepped back before the master, clasped his hands respectfully, and bowed deeply.
"Thank you, master."
"No need for such formalities. Your benefactor is in need. We would never stand idly by."
Inside the pavilion,
Bai Shuang and her master sat facing each other. "Your senior masters saw you come to visit me. They may not say it, but they're green with envy inside." Fourth master smiled warmly at Bai Shuang without a hint of reserve. A hint of bashfulness flashed across Bai Shuang's face as her willow brows furrowed slightly. "Master, you can't take advantage of the situation. When my senior brothers and sisters come to visit our senior uncles and aunts, if I don't come, won't you feel disappointed too?" Master Four froze for a moment, then shook his head vigorously.
"Disappointed? I wouldn't be disappointed at all.
With such an outstanding disciple, even when you're not by my side, I still have every reason to be proud." Bai Shuang's eyes twinkled as a smile spread across her face, her gaze taking on a playful sparkle.
"Master, then let me ask you, between me and my little junior brother, who do you think brings you more pride?"
Bai Shuang's question left fourth master speechless, and he remained lost in thought for quite some time. Master Four's brow furrowed into a knot as he shifted his gaze between Bai Shuang and Lin Fan. Finally, he tossed the palm fan aside.
"Frosty, you're teasing your master now?
You know very well that both you and Lin Fan are my disciples. You're both the flesh of my flesh, the palm and back of my hand. Why are you taking this so seriously?" Bai Shuang giggled softly, her face blooming like a flower basking in the warm spring sun. Master knew Shuangshuan was joking, so why was he taking it so seriously? Was he becoming more childish by the day? Lin Fan stepped outside just in time to witness this scene. Only when Bai Shuang and fourth master regained their usual expressions did Lin Fan lift his foot and walk forward. Hearing footsteps approach, both turned their heads simultaneously. "Little junior disciple." Bai Shuang stood up cheerfully, her smile as bright as a flower. Master C picked up the palm fan beside him and smiled along with her.
"How did it go? What were the results of the treatment?"
"Master, everything went smoothly. The master said the next treatment session should be in 7 days." No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Bai Shuang chimed in. "Seems my guess was right. Zhou Luo will probably have to stay on this mountain for a while." After finishing her sentence, Bai Shuang looked around once more. This was the courtyard where she had lived for several years, unchanged day after day. Due to the different climate at the mountaintop compared to the foothills, the courtyard was filled with an endless array of exotic flowers and plants throughout the year.
Each morning, the air was filled with their sweet fragrance. At dusk, the setting sun's afterglow bathed the mountaintop as if everything were gilded in gold. Even this ordinary little courtyard exuded a majestic nobility. If time permitted, I would have wished to stay here longer. Zhou Luo being able to recuperate here is truly a blessing for her. When do you plan to leave? Master Four's words snapped Bai Shuang out of her reverie. Regaining her composure, Bai Shuang turned her gaze directly to Lin Fan. The masters have already seen her, and the necessary matters have been settled. When we leave is entirely up to Lin Fan. To answer fourth master, Lin Fan replied, I was thinking that if fourth senior sister has no other matters, we could depart early tomorrow morning. So soon? My dear disciple, you only return this time because of urgent matters. Who knows when you'll be able to come back next? Couldn't you stay a few more days on the mountain? Before fourth master could find words to persuade Lin Fan to stay, third master hurried over. Hearing Lin Fan was leaving, third master's face immediately fell. Already leaving? We haven't even had a proper taste of your cooking yet. Master 2 also looked a bit disappointed. Just then, the first master emerged from his room, striding steadily with a smile on his face. There's no need to hold him back, he said. The boy is grown now. He must gain experience. What meaning is there in always staying with us old fossils? Master Chef's words left the other masters visibly stunned. If anyone was reluctant to see Lin Fan go, it was the eldest master. Now that the boss was saying this, something was off. What are you thinking? Did you not sleep well last night? Is your head foggy now? Third master's eyes widened, as if he wanted to bore holes through the master's chest. The headmaster ignored him, merely uttering slowly, is a koi meant to remain in a pond? The words left everyone speechless. Seeing the awkward scene unfold, Lin Fan quickly stepped in to soothe the tension. Rest assured, masters. Though sister and I are down the mountain, our hearts remain with you. When the time comes, we will definitely return. Well, at least we have something to look forward to. Master Four sighed deeply, but before his emotions could fully settle, he added, since you're leaving, you absolutely must cook us a feast before you go, right? Of course. Masters, please be patient. I'll go prepare the ingredients right away. Lin Fan turned to leave, but Bai Shuang quickened her pace and grabbed his arm. Little junior brother, I can't bear to let you hunt alone. I'm coming with you. Chapter 83, Why Can't We Leave? As soon as they stepped outside the barrier, Lin Fan and Bai Shuang agreed to a contest, 1 hour to see who could bag the most game. Seeing Bai Shuang's stubbornly competitive expression, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. What? I may not match your innate talent in cultivation, but surely I can't lose to you in hunting? Bai Shuang pouted playfully. Lin Fan shook his head, his tone serious. I've never thought that. Senior sister has spent more time in these mountains than I have. You must know them intimately, that's something I can't match. Bai Shuang lifted her small face, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Now that's more like it. Though she knew full well Lin Fan was just saying this to cheer her up, Bai Shuang still felt overjoyed upon hearing it. Her voice rang out clear and crisp, like the melodious song of a mountain oriole. A smile spread across Lin Fan's face once more. Alright, enough talk. Let's get started. As he spoke, Bai Shuang planted her feet firmly and leaped several meters forward in a single bound. Lin Fan didn't hesitate either, swiftly heading off in another direction. The mountain air was fresh and crisp, the trees lush and verdant. Near the barrier lay a vast expanse of open land where birds and beasts roamed freely among the grasses. On ordinary days, if Lin Fan wanted to hunt small game, he could manage it right here on the flat ground. But for larger game, he'd have to venture into the nearby woods. The terrain there was rugged, and wild boars frequently roamed the area. And as a true foodie, fourth master absolutely loved wild boar meat. This time descending the mountain, Lin Fan conservatively estimated it would take at least 3 months. His first thought was to secure several wild boars. That way, his masters wouldn't have to worry about wild boar meat. With his goal set, Lin Fan headed straight for the nearby woods. It was prime time for wild boars to be active, and Lin Fan was certain he wouldn't take long to catch one. And indeed, things unfolded exactly as Lin Fan had anticipated. Shortly after entering the woods, Lin Fan sensed something unusual. Rustling sounds came from the nearby bushes, growing louder. At first, it was just a faint sound, but soon the bushes began to shake violently. A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips as excitement surged through him. Judging by the commotion, the prey couldn't be small, whether it was a wild boar or a leopard. Lin Fan didn't dodge or hide behind the trees. Instead, he stood tall and straight. Roar! A frantic cry echoed through the air, followed instantly by a massive wild boar weighing roughly 400 pounds bursting out of the thicket. The massive boar now fixed its sharp little eyes on Lin Fan. Lin Fan had just assumed an attacking stance when he abruptly halted. The boar seemed to sense something amiss as well, bolting swiftly toward the south. A look of confusion spread across Lin Fan's face. Logically, this boar should have attacked him. Why was it running off to the side? Before he could process it, another boar appeared, charging straight toward the direction the first one had fled. Never expected to encounter this kind of situation. If you two fight each other, it'll save me some effort. Lin Fan muttered to himself. Before his words had even faded, the two boars collided head-on. Weighing 300 to 400 pounds, the boars were massive. Now, as they furiously attacked each other, the small trees around them began to suffer. Lin Fan now realized the 300-400 pound boar was a sow, while its attacker weighed 500-600 pounds a boar. Though both were ferocious, when it came down to a matter of life and death, the larger boar held the upper hand. After several rounds, the female boar clearly began to retreat, fear evident in her eyes as she pulled back. By now, the female boar was covered in wounds, while the male boar showed no sign of relenting. Roar! 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 After several bellows, the male boar's movements accelerated noticeably. With one final powerful charge, he knocked the female boar flat onto the ground. Having decided to reap the benefits of their struggle, Lin Fan felt no urgency. After a few more minutes, the female boar finally drew its last breath. As the boar turned, Lin Fan swiftly clenched his fist and struck with lightning speed. Before the boar could react, Lin Fan's fist sent it flying, its entire body hurtling several meters away. Lin Fan's fist was fierce and ruthless, cutting through the air with a piercing gale. A single punch had finished the boar. The prey was too large to carry on his back. Lin Fan opened his ring and placed both boars inside before strolling leisurely forward. With these two boars as his foundation, Lin Fan felt his competition with Bai Shuang had become considerably easier. As he pondered how many game Bai Shuang had captured, a sudden snorting sound reached his ears. Not far away was a small cave, its entrance surrounded by piles of dry leaves and branches. At first glance, the cave seemed unremarkable, but the sounds emanating from within made Lin Fan prick up his ears. Bending down, he pushed aside the dry branches covering the entrance. To his surprise, he discovered a nest of baby wild boars. The litter was surprisingly large, numbering at least 10 piglets. Thinking of the female boar he'd encountered earlier, Lin Fan shook his head slightly. Your mother might not be around anymore. Come with me. These little piglets were still just babies. Bring them back. If the masters aren't ready to eat them yet, let them raise them for now. As the saying goes, it's better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish. Lin Fan grew increasingly delighted at the thought. He couldn't help but wonder what expressions his fellow masters would wear when they saw him bringing back a litter of piglets. Time flew by, and the hour was almost up. Lin Fan reunited with Bai Shuang, and they exchanged reports on their spoils. Lin Fan had caught 4 wild boars, over 10 hares, and a litter of piglets. Bai Shuang's haul included 3 wild boars, 5 hares, and a sika deer. I lost. Bai Shuang accepted defeat gracefully, letting out a faint sigh. How could you say you lost, senior sister? This sika deer is a treasure, the masters will surely love it. But no matter how much they like it, it can't compare to your litter of piglets. After saying this, Bai Shuang began analyzing again. You know the masters spend all day in the barrier, they must be bored stiff. They'd never bring themselves to eat that litter of wild boars. Who knows how long they'd keep raising them. Bringing the piglets back would give them something entertaining to do. I just hope they don't end up arguing over feeding the little beasts. Bai Shuang grew increasingly cheerful as she spoke. Though she'd lost to Lin Fan, her face was still beaming with joy. Lin Fan didn't refute Bai Shuang's words. Instead, he asked her a question with a puzzled look. Senior sister, have you ever heard the masters explain why they can't leave the barrier? Lin Fan had long wanted to understand this, but the masters had never clearly explained the situation. Chapter 84, Unwilling Farewell. Bai Shuang slowed her pace, her willow leaf brows furrowing in thought. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. I'm not entirely sure either. I recall Master mentioning it briefly during our first year on the mountain. At the time, Master said it seemed that if they left the barrier, certain people would find out and they would be punished. She had been utterly shocked upon hearing this. Master and the senior masters possessed profound cultivation to ordinary people, they were practically immortals. Could there truly be something they feared? When I pressed for more details, my master fell silent. Later, he stopped bringing up the subject altogether. I couldn't get any answers from my senior or junior masters either. After finishing her story, Bai Shuang wore the same look of utter bewilderment, her expression unchanged from that day long ago. So even my senior sister didn't know the details. Right. Even though they've hired a cook now, it's impossible for him to catch that much game. So let's stock up on supplies for them before we leave. Bai Shuang and Lin Fan were on the same page. Both of them resolved to stockpile as much as possible for their masters. That way, even if they couldn't return for a while, their masters wouldn't go without game. Chatting as they walked, they soon returned to their lodgings. And just as Bai Shuang had predicted, the masters' faces lit up with delight the moment they saw the little wild boars. These little ones are quite the find. Let's raise them for now. When we get tired of them, we'll eat them. The head master suggested first. The second master nodded in agreement. Then came the task of dividing the piglets among themselves. Everyone wanted to keep a couple extra, and in the end, the masters actually got into an argument over it. After the heated exchange, the head chef finally spoke up. Stop arguing. What good does wasting time on this do? Lin Fan and Bai Shuang are about to leave. At these words, the room fell silent. Finally, everyone wore expressions of deep reluctance. Facing the awkward moment, Lin Fan broke the ice with a smile. Go ahead, masters. My senior sister and I will be back. Let's focus on discussing the wild boar matter. With that, Lin Fan dashed off to the kitchen. At that moment, the masters lost all interest in arguing. Time passed swiftly. After dinner, Lin Fan made a point to seek out Zhou Luo. By then, Zhou Luo had already learned of Lin Fan's impending departure. Though Zhou Luo had repeatedly told herself she mustn't let Lin Fan worry or show any reluctance to see him go. But when he faced Lin Fan, Zhou Luo couldn't control his emotions. The moment he opened his mouth, his voice choked with emotion. Zhou Luo sniffed hard and asked softly, Brother Lin Fan, after you go down the mountain, will you still go after those enemies? Lin Fan nodded immediately. For the past 3 years of cultivation, thoughts of revenge had never left his mind. Now, he could say half his vengeance had been achieved, yet without finding the mastermind behind it all, Lin Fan remained restless day and night. Luo, rest assured and focus on healing here. Once you're fully recovered, I'll come back for you. I know. I'll cooperate fully with the master's treatment. You must take care of yourself to stay safe. Zhou Luo knew she couldn't help much with Lin Fan's quest for vengeance. All she could do was remind him to be careful. I know. Once I've avenged myself, I'll take you traveling. Didn't you say you loved the seaside? I'll take you to eat seafood. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhou Luo's eyes reddened slightly, yet a smile still graced her small face. Alright, you're the one who said it, our little secret. Remember, get well here. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Fan finally left. The next morning, after finishing his breathing exercises, Lin Fan headed to the kitchen. After preparing a hearty breakfast, Lin Fan quietly descended the mountain with Bai Shuang and Yun Chuan. It wasn't that he wanted to sneak away, he simply couldn't bear to see the sorrowful looks in his master's eyes. Little junior brother, Bai Shuang asked softly, her clear eyes blinking like a child's, do you think our masters will be sad when they wake up and find us gone? Bai Shuang's voice was soft as she asked, her clear eyes blinking rapidly like a child's. Only at moments like this could Lin Fan glimpse the gentle side of this icy beauty. Before Lin Fan could answer, Yun Chuan chimed in beside him. They won't. Those old monsters care more about food than anything else. They'll probably forget you left before you even step out the door. If only that were true. I wouldn't want the masters to be gloomy because of my departure. Bai Shuang murmured softly once more. Don't worry, senior sister. The masters might already be eating by now. Lin Fan's words eased Bai Shuang's worries. The three arrived at the mountain's base, glancing toward the slopes almost simultaneously before finally getting into the car and driving away. Meanwhile, the masters sat sighing and lamenting. Faced with a table laden with food, each held their chopsticks yet showed no intention of eating. Master Chef's brow was furrowed into a knot, clearly in a foul mood. The second master sighed beside him, glancing from the steamed buns to the pancake rolls. The third chef held his chopsticks but rested his chin on his hands, deep in thought. The fourth chef glanced from one dish to another before finally slamming his chopsticks down on the table. What's gotten into you all? I asked. Lin Fan isn't gone for good. Are you really so distraught over his departure that you can't eat or drink? Though well-intentioned, my words didn't have the desired effect. Not only that, but the others also put down their chopsticks. That kid Lin Fan just up and left without even telling me. Yeah, it's been weighing on me too. I know what these kids are thinking, but it still feels off. He packed us all this food, worried we'd go hungry. Those kids really have their hearts in the right place. The group chattered back and forth. Recalling the scene that had flashed through his mind earlier, a wave of sadness washed over him once more. Finally, the head chef spoke up. If you don't eat, you'll be wasting Lin Fan's good intentions. I won't let his hard work go to waste. With that, the head chef dug in, shoveling food into his mouth with abandon. Seeing this, the others snapped out of their daze. In the blink of an eye, the food before them vanished. After finishing, they didn't forget to smack their lips. Lin Fan's cooking was simply too delicious. They couldn't wait for the young man to return soon. Chapter 85, Double Master Arrives. With no immediate plans, Lin Fan decided to visit Zhou Xiong after returning to Zhongjiang. After all, Zhou Luo would be recuperating on the mountain for several more months. Lin Fan felt it was best to see them in person. Seeing Lin Fan and Bai Shuang return, Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuaqin showed no surprise on their faces. Zhou Luo's leg injury hadn't developed overnight, and a full recovery would undoubtedly take time. Both of them were mentally prepared for that. Uncle Zhou, rest assured about the mountain. With several masters there, Zhou Luo will be perfectly safe. Once Luo is better, I'll bring her back, and then your family can be reunited. During this time, Zhou Luo will call to let you know she's safe. You can rest assured. After Lin Fan finished speaking, Zhou Xiong nodded vigorously. Rest assured, we have no worries about your master. It's those masters you've troubled who concern us.
A look of apology flashed across Zhou Xiong's face, mirrored by Zhang Shuoqin beside him. Both were down-to-earth people. Though they constantly pondered how to repay Lin Fan and his masters, no truly fitting way came to mind. So when Lin Fan mentioned that Zhou Luo would be able to stand within a few months, Zhang Shuoqin's eyes welled up with tears once more.
How can we ever repay them? The immense kindness your masters have shown us, we couldn't repay it even if we worked ourselves to the bone.
As she spoke, tears began to fall down Zhang Shuoqin's cheeks. Lin Fan hurriedly offered comfort, and even Bai Shuang joined in to console her. Even so, it took quite a while for both of them to calm down.
Zhang Shuoqin served the brewed tea to Lin Fan and Bai Shuang. I'm so sorry for making you laugh.
I'm just so easily moved, any little thing makes me tear up.
It's so embarrassing.
A smile touched Bai Shuang's lips.
Auntie, there's nothing embarrassing about it. Isn't that just how girls are?
Bai Shuang's words instantly lifted Zhang Shuoqin's spirits. Though she was still wiping away tears, her tense mood had eased considerably.
How many times have I told you? I just can't help it. It's a good thing the child went to heal. Back in the day, people wouldn't even dare take in our Luo Luo. Don't you agree? Zhang Shuoqin nodded vigorously. Exactly. It's a huge blessing.
Zhou Xiong smiled as he looked at Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, I've got some good news. We visited the real estate agency these past few days and are planning to move to a new place.
Hearing Zhou Xiong's words, Lin Fan immediately replied, that's only right. The apartment Zhou Xiong and his family currently lived in could only be described as a 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit. Previously, due to Zhou Luo's injuries and their financial situation, neither of them had considered moving. Now that Zhou Luo's health was improving day by day, their hopes were growing stronger. We figured once Luo Luo comes back, she should have her own study. The kid loves reading, it'll probably come in handy.
Zhang Shuoqin explained from the side.
So, how did the search go?
Did you find anything suitable?
At Lin Fan's prompting, Zhang Shuoqin nodded vigorously.
Yes, there's one property that's perfect. We've already paid the deposit to the agent. We'll take the rest of the money over this afternoon, and then we can start the paperwork.
That's great. I didn't realize agencies worked so efficiently these days.
By the time Luo Luo returns, you might even have the place renovated already.
Lin Fan chatted enthusiastically with the Zhou Xiong couple, forgetting to drink the tea in his hand. Zhou Xiong told Lin Fan that they had no other wishes now, just hoping that he and Zhou Luo would return safely.
That alone was enough.
Lin Fan assured them he would be careful. As they were talking, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed outside the door, urgent and chaotic.
Before anyone entered, a voice bellowed from outside. Is anyone there? Everyone inside, come out immediately.
Our double master has arrived, hurry up and come out to greet him.
The speaker's voice boomed with powerful resonance.
Hearing these words shouted out, one couldn't help but feel a tremor in their heart.
Zhang Shuoqin couldn't help but reach up and press her hand over her heart. Good heavens, what on earth is happening? How could there be so many people, and they're all armed?
Zhang Shuoqin lowered her voice, frantically waving at Zhou Luo and Lin Fan. Instead of heeding her warning, Lin Fan stood up and walked straight to Zhang Shuoqin's front. At this moment, Zhou Xiong was utterly bewildered.
He didn't recognize any of the people outside.
Zhou Xiong even suspected they'd come to the wrong place.
What was this nonsense about double master and single master? Where did that even come from?
As Zhou Xiong pondered, the people outside were growing impatient.
Is there anyone here who can take this out on us? Get your ass out here now. Don't make us come in, or you'll regret it.
Bai Shuang sneered, her small face radiating a cold, stern aura. Even her voice carried a hint of icy chill.
Big talk, Zhou Xiong thought.
Today I'll see just how tough these guys really are. Bai Shuang rose to leave, but Zhou Xiong quickly reached out to stop her. Miss Bai, you're a young lady, you really shouldn't go out there.
I'll go take a look. Don't worry.
It wasn't that Zhou Xiong wanted to play the hero in front of everyone. Rather, at that moment, he still felt that the people outside had nothing to do with him. He was pretty sure they just wandered into the wrong place. Zhou Xiong stepped out with a smile, nodding politely even before reaching the group.
Gentlemen, who are you looking for? My name is Zhou Xiong. Have you mistaken me for someone else?
The man spat on the ground and snorted coldly.
Zhou Xiong? We're looking for you.
The man facing him was a young fellow, probably in his early 20s. He wore a floral shirt, its buttons left undone. The exposed skin bore numerous tattoos, a tiger's head on his left arm, and across his chest, a large character for righteousness was etched. Seeing the man's appearance, Zhou Xiong's heart skipped a beat.
Brother, I don't recognize you. What business do you have with me?
Under normal circumstances, Zhou Xiong would have added, let's discuss this inside. But today was different. The group before him looked fierce and menacing, clearly not the kind of people you'd want to mess with.
If he invited them inside, what if they started a fight? Wouldn't everything in the room be destroyed?
Zhou Xiong now wanted to resolve things outside as quickly as possible. But just then, the other party spoke up, unhurriedly, though at least he got his name.
Cut the crap. Our double master came here for a reason to deal with you. Where's your wife? Get her out here too. Chapter 86, Let Him Bleed. Hearing someone shout for her, Jiang Shuqin's heart skipped a beat. Her already tense face twisted into even greater terror. Zhou Xiong's face now wore a look of puzzlement. Just moments ago, those people insisted they were looking for him. Why were they suddenly asking for Jiang Shuqin now? Who the hell are you people? I don't know this double master you're talking about. And what the hell do you want with my wife? Though Zhou Xiong possessed no martial arts cultivation, he was a fiery-tempered man. Seeing these shady characters come to cause trouble, Zhou Xiong had already been seething with anger inside. The smile he'd worn earlier had been nothing more than a ploy to avoid conflict. Now, as their actions grew increasingly outrageous, Zhou Xiong's brow furrowed in displeasure. The young tattooed man nodded, his face twisted with disdain. Still playing dumb, huh? Let me tell you, our boss is here for the apartment. That place you've got your eye on? He wants it too. So you don't need to pay the rest of the money. Use that time to find another place instead of courting trouble. After hearing the man finish, Lin Fan finally understood the situation. Though he didn't know how formidable this Xuanye was, judging by their arrogant demeanor, he suspected the man's character couldn't be much better. Just as Zhou Xiong was about to speak, Jiang Shuqin suddenly rushed over. She stared intently at the people in front of her. We've already paid the deposit for that place, she declared. And we've made arrangements with the agency. Once the remaining payment is settled, we can finalize the transfer of ownership. Before Jiang Shuqin could finish, a young man beside the guy in the floral shirt strode over to her. What are you trying to do? Standing here lecturing us about real estate procedures? We don't need to hear that. We came today just to tell you your house is off the table. Jiang Shuqin felt her heart sink. After searching for so long, they'd finally found a place they liked, and now a whole group of people were telling them they couldn't buy it. What kind of nonsense was this? If the layout had been mediocre, it wouldn't have mattered. But this particular layout was exactly what Zhou Luo had been dreaming of. Years ago, Zhou Luo had told her that when they moved next, they needed a place where the front door opened directly onto a large balcony, and it had to have a study facing the sunny side. There were plenty of houses in Zhongjiang, but very few met Zhou Luo's exact specifications. To Jiang Shuqin, these people's words sounded like they were trying to snatch something right out of their hands and doing it openly. Seeing this, Lin Fan could no longer stand by. The house we reserved followed every step of the process. There was nothing improper about it. It's you lot who came along and disrupted the entire process. Ha! Who do you think you are, spouting procedures left and right? Don't you know that whatever our double master says is the procedure? The young man in the floral shirt finished speaking, then pulled a wad of cash from his jeans pocket and flung it directly at Jiang Shuqin. Slap! The crisp bills landed on Jiang Shuqin with a loud thud. In the blink of an eye, the money scattered across the floor. Jiang Shuqin's eyes turned red with fury. She opened her mouth but couldn't find the words. These people were utterly despicable. How could they bully someone like this? Apologize. Lin Fan's voice was icy as he stared motionless at the young man. The young man in the floral shirt had been utterly arrogant moments ago, but sensing the aura emanating from Lin Fan, he shuddered violently. What was going on? The weather was perfectly fine today, so why did the back of his neck suddenly feel chilled? He glanced up at the sky, confirming the bright sunshine, then frowned. Kid, keep your voice down, you're giving me a fright. This money isn't much, but it should cover the deposits you've paid. Our boss Shuang said that as a businessman, this is the absolute limit of his tolerance. Don't push your luck. Hurry up and return that house. Our boss is waiting for the transfer. Lin Fan's lips curled slightly, his eyes flashing with disdain. I'll say it again, apologize. The man across from him froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He'd ranted on, but this guy hadn't listened at all? Meaning everything he just said was utterly pointless? Turning away, the man let out a long sigh. When he turned back, his expression had completely changed. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he pointed a finger at Lin Fan. Listen, kid, don't push your luck. We came here to make you vacate the property, not to apologize to you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Fan suddenly raised his hand, landing a precise slap across the man's face. Smack! Smack! Two crisp slaps echoed through the air, leaving the man reeling in shock. We gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Lin Fan said indifferently. He then pulled a tissue from his pocket to wipe his hands. He disdained getting into fights with such petty thugs, but the other party had simply been too inconsiderate. Brother Nyo, how are you? Are you okay? Someone in the crowd called out. The man called Brother Nyo snapped back to his senses. He swallowed hard, still seeing stars before his eyes. After blinking a few times, Brother Nyo straightened his back. Ignoring the burning pain in his cheeks, he bellowed. Well, you dare lay a hand on me? Today I'll show you what Brother Nyo is made of. Brother Nyo doesn't show his claws, you think I'm a sick cat. Today I'll show you just how many eyes the Horse King has. After bellowing at the top of his lungs, Brother Nyo stomped his foot hard.
Immediately, the group behind him drew their weapons. Lin Fan remained unflinching. Not far away, Zhang Shuiqin was already trembling all over, her face ashen. Lin Fan, you'd better be careful. Those guys have knives, they're all armed with daggers. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhou Xiong chimed in from the side. Lin Fan, these people are desperate and ruthless. They're capable of anything. You really must be careful. Lin Fan turned his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Uncle Zhou, don't worry. I'm not even bothered by such small fry. No sooner had Lin Fan spoken than Brother Nyo's eyes flashed with malice. Fine. Today I'll make you understand the price of bragging. With that roar, Brother Nyo swung his massive hand. Guys, let's go. We're gonna make this kid pay today. Chapter 87, The Middleman. At Brother Nyo's command, the gang of thugs who had barged in instantly swarmed toward him. Brother Nyo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinding his teeth. Age-wise, this kid was about the same as them, though he was a bit more muscular. But they had numbers on their side. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Even if this kid had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't possibly take on all of us. With that thought, Brother Nyo quietly took 2 steps back. This created some distance between Brother Nyo and the thug who had just charged over. The young men across the way swarmed forward, but Lin Fan remained unflappable. You little punk, you actually dared to mess with our Brother Nyo? You're dead meat. As he spoke, a dagger in one youth's hand shot toward Lin Fan's chest. The cold gleam of the blade sent a chill down one's spine. Lin Fan didn't flinch. The attacker smirked inwardly. This kid must be scared out of his wits. He's got a dagger in his hand, this strike is bound to draw blood. But alas, that thought barely formed in his mind before Lin Fan's hand met it. Clang! Clang! First came the sound of cracking bones, followed by the clatter of the dagger hitting the ground. Immediately after, a wail of agony echoed through the air. Ah! Help! Seeing someone charge forward, the others slowed their pace, eager to witness Lin Fan's true strength. But before they could figure out what was happening, someone's arm was already twisted out of shape. Recalling that earlier sound, many sucked in their breath sharply, some even swallowing hard. What are you all standing around for? Get moving! Brother Nyo felt uneasy inside, but his mouth kept urging the others on. Looks like this kid's got some skills. Right, let's all go at once and save time. Lin Fan stared coldly at the men across from him. A flicker of hesitation crossed the faces of the thugs before them, but they charged at Lin Fan once more. This time, Lin Fan didn't engage them. Instead, he reached out and grabbed something from the flower pot. With a flick of his wrist, everyone before him dropped to their knees. Zhou Xiong watched Lin Fan, both shocked and delighted. Just now, Lin Fan had merely scooped up some decorative pebbles from the flower pot and tossed them. Those men had fallen to the ground. How profound must his martial arts cultivation be, could even crushed pebbles inflict injury? I won't trouble you today, but if there's a next time, I won't show any mercy. Throughout his speech, Lin Fan kept his gaze fixed on Brother Nyo. Brother Nyo's legs trembled violently, his entire being consumed by terror. First, Liuzi had his wrist twisted. Then, his brothers were knocked to the ground, unable to rise. When he looked at Lin Fan again, Brother Nyo's breathing became labored. Brother Nyo couldn't find the words to continue. Finally, he gritted his teeth. What's the big deal about an apology? Can't I just apologize? Why make such a huge fuss? At that moment, Brother Nyo was filled with regret, fearing Lin Fan might take action against him. But in front of all his brothers, Brother Nyo didn't want to lose face completely. So, while his mouth uttered those words, his legs were already racing toward Lin Fan. Too late. Lin Fan's voice was icy as he fixed his gaze directly on Brother Nyo. Brother Nyo shuddered violently, freezing in place. What do you mean it's over? Kid, let me tell you, we can settle this with our hands, but if you leave me missing an arm or a leg, Double E won't let you off the hook. Nyo Ji's heart raced, his voice trembling with fear. Lin Fan ignored his pleas and cut straight to the point. Who is Xuanye? Seeing Lin Fan showed no intention of attacking him, Brother Nyo eagerly answered. Xuanye is our boss. He's a big shot in this whole East District. How come you've never heard of Xuanye? At the mention of Xuanye, Brother Nyo's face lit up with excitement. Moments ago he'd been as limp as a wilted cucumber, but now he was puffing himself up with pride. Is that so? Lin Fan frowned, wanting to hear more. But Brother Nyo thought Lin Fan was scared. After all, in this part of Dongqing District, whenever Double Yi's name came up, most younger folks would keep their distance. The man before them was roughly their age, and his earlier outburst was likely just a display of bravado. Now that he'd heard the name Double Master, he'd surely chickened out. This thought gave Brother Nyo a newfound confidence. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly asked, and then? What then? Then it's just Double Uncle being awesome, you little punk. Wait, no, this brother here, let me tell you something. Xuanye is the type who responds to kindness, not force. If you confront him head-on, you won't end well. That apartment? Xuanye set his sights on it the moment he saw it. I advise you to take what you've got and walk away.
Don't push things to the point of no return. It's better for everyone. By now, Brother Nyo seemed to have forgotten all about those 2 slaps from Lin Fan. From the looks of it, Brother Nyo was more like a mediator between the 2 sides. Bai Shuang let out a cold laugh, her crisp voice dripping with disdain. Earlier, when he saw Lin Fan, Brother Nyo's face had flushed with embarrassment. But now, seeing Bai Shuang mock him, Brother Nyo's brow instantly knotted into a tight frown. What? You don't believe my words? If you don't, feel free to ask around. Within 10 miles of here, which youngster doesn't know Double Master? Then tell us this Double Master's background, so we can see what he's made of. Bai Shuang's voice rang out, clear and crisp, each word like a pearl. Her pretty little face radiated an intimidating coldness, her words carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Brother Nyo hesitated for a moment, then, as if receiving some sacred command, he lifted his chin and began to speak of Master Shuang. Master Shuang is Wu Wushuang, the eldest son of the Wu family, a clan that's been sweeping through Zhongjiang like a tidal wave these past few years. The eldest son is incredibly formidable, he commands thousands of men under his command, and he's no pushover. Master Shuang was also a businessman, frequently engaged in, well, business buying things to resell later. When it came to Wu Wushuang's background, Brother Nyo's face still held a hint of confidence. But when it came to what kind of business Double Master was actually in, Brother Nyo's tone lost its certainty. Lin Fan chuckled. So after all that, your big shot Wu Wushuang is just a middleman, right? Making money off the markup between buyers and sellers? Brother Nyo wanted to deny it, but thinking about it the way Lin Fan put it, it seemed to make sense. Xuanye had sent them today because he'd spotted a property through an agent and planned to buy it using this method, then flip it again. At first, Bai Shuang had listened attentively, but by the end, she turned her head away. After all that, it turned out to be such an obscure little fish. What a waste of effort. A minor player who could be dealt with a flick of the finger had wasted so much of her time. Chapter 88, Xuanye has a Tibetan Mastiff. Brother Nyo, unaware of Bai Shuang's background and origins, naturally couldn't fathom her current feelings. Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuaqin, who had been listening to Brother Nyo's introduction, exchanged a glance. Though they remained silent, the meaning in their eyes was clear to both. Zhou Xiong stepped forward to stand before Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I've made up my mind. It's just a house, we should give it to them. If need be, we can look for another one later. We've got time. Yeah, Luo hasn't returned yet. We can always look at a few more places. Zhang Shuaqin chimed in from the side. Lin Fan understood their thoughts perfectly well. Better safe than sorry. Better no trouble than a little trouble. That's how most people think when faced with problems. Unfortunately, compromise doesn't always yield the desired outcome. Just like now. Lin Fan was certain that even if Zhang Shuaqin and Zhou Xiong handed over the house, this gang would still come back to cause trouble for them later. Lin Fan had seen plenty of these thugs who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Uncle Zhou, you and Aunt Zhou must have really liked that apartment, otherwise you wouldn't have put down a deposit. Uncle Zhou didn't grasp Lin Fan's meaning. Hearing the question, he answered honestly. Yeah, it was pretty nice. We were both very satisfied. Mid-sentence, Zhou Xiong snapped back to reality and began backtracking. Actually, no. The place was just average. Even if the place is just average, you've put in a lot of effort. Since you've already paid the deposit, why not go ahead and buy it? You can always look for something better later. Lin Fan made the decision for Zhou Xiong. Across the table, Brother Nyo was left speechless, his entire body frozen in shock. What the hell? After spitting out a torrent of words, they still insisted on that apartment? Not giving him face was one thing, but they didn't even give double brother face? Had they had enough of living? Let me make this perfectly clear, don't blame me for not warning you. Xuanye is a force to be reckoned with. He keeps 2 Tibetan Mastiffs as pets. You'd better think this through. Tibetan Mastiffs? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, then a faint smile touched his lips. He could hunt down a leopard with ease. Did they really think 2 Tibetan Mastiffs could intimidate him? Could this guy really think he was some 3-year-old child? As Lin Fan pondered, Bai Shuang beside him already wore an impatient expression. Cut the crap. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Trying to snatch this house? No way. Brother Nyo clenched his jaw so hard his molars ground together, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. The thugs who had been knocked down earlier were now back on their feet. Seeing the scene before them, the group wore expressions of bitter resentment. Several of them moved closer to Brother Nyo, one of them muttering through gritted teeth. Brother Nyo, don't be scared of them. This little girl just wants to talk tough. Brother Nyo looked Bai Shuang up and down, then nodded slightly. The little girl before him had thin arms and legs, and her delicate, fair skin clearly marked her as someone who'd been pampered for years. He wouldn't let her few words weaken his resolve. Kid, mind your own business when we grown men are talking. Don't get yourself into trouble. Bai Shuang clenched her fists, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Just then, a drawn-out voice suddenly echoed over. The little girl's timid, don't scare her. Nyozi, get lost. The speaker hadn't appeared yet, but a burst of laughter followed. Lin Fan, could it be that double master has arrived? Zhang Shuoqin felt uneasy, her eyes fixed on the doorway. Just as she was about to see who had arrived, Zhang Shuoqin stretched her neck and immediately saw two enormous figures. The two Tibetan mastiffs before them were as big as small lions. Merely standing at the doorway was enough to make one shiver involuntarily. Their fur stood on end, and their eyes blazed with savage intent. Before the dogs even opened their mouths, Zhang Shuoqin's legs began to buckle. Crack! The crack of a whip echoed, and the two Tibetan mastiffs straightened their bodies. Only then did everyone see a man approaching. The man appeared to be about 25 or 26 years old, dressed in a crisp, white suit and a pink shirt with a bow tie at the collar. He looked somewhat effeminate. Standing alongside the two Tibetan mastiffs, he created an incongruous scene. The mastiffs still carried their wild nature, while the man possessed not a shred of masculine vigor. Was this meant to be complimentary? Lin Fan smiled and shook his head slightly. Beside him, Bai Shuang's expression turned icy. Niuzi had already made it abundantly clear earlier, Wu Wuxuan owned Tibetan mastiffs. That single fact alone confirmed the identity of the man before them. As Wu Wuxuang approached, the group that had arrived earlier shifted awkwardly to the side. Master Wu, that young man is skilled. You must be careful. Niuzi lowered his voice to warn. As he spoke, he couldn't resist rubbing his swollen cheek. Useless. You can't even handle such a minor task. How dare you show your face before me? Wu Wuxuang forced down his inner rage and coldly rebuked him. Niuzong dared say no more, retreating cautiously to Wu Wuxuang's side though still keeping a respectful distance. Those two Tibetan mastiffs were truly terrifying. Let's cut to the chase. I'm pressed for time. Get that house deal sorted immediately, or none of you will have it easy. Wu Wuxuang spat out these words without hesitation. Forget about the house. If you want to leave here safely, get out now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Fan mimicked Wu Wuxuang's tone as he finished the sentence, a smirk curling his lips once more. Oh, you little brat. Looks like you don't know how tough your Uncle Wu is. Today, I'll show you whether you're tougher or my Tibetan mastiffs are. Wu Wuxuang gripped his whip, then glanced at the Tibetan mastiff before him. Dana, attack. Before the crowd could grasp what Dana was, Wu Wuxuang extended his hand, pointing straight toward Lin Fan. One of the Tibetan mastiffs, hearing the command, surged forward in a sudden burst of speed. Ah! Run for your lives. The gang of punks were thrown into a panic, terrified the Tibetan mastiffs would attack them. But Lin Fan remained standing in place. Kid, you're scared out of your wits. You'll regret this later. Wu Wuxuan grinned smugly, his body arching into an S shape. The Tibetan mastiff was massive and charging fiercely. Before it even reached Lin Fan, its massive jaws snapped open. Its bared fangs sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 89, The House No Refunds. Under normal circumstances, people rarely saw the Tibetan mastiff's fangs. Yet even so, many hearts still skipped a beat at the sight of one. Now, the Tibetan mastiff's vicious nature was fully exposed, as if it were about to devour someone. Just as the mastiff closed to within a foot of Lin Fan clenched his fist and pulled his arm back. Then, with a loud thud, the mastiff was sent flying. The mastiff failed to bite Lin Fan, instead getting knocked flying by his fist. In full view of the crowd, the mastiff crashed to the ground like a broken sack. Its massive frame kicked up a cloud of dust upon impact. The crowd stared in disbelief, utterly stunned by the scene before them. Dana! Wu Wuxuan's piercing scream snapped everyone back to reality. Rushing to the Tibetan mastiff's side, Wu Wuxuan's eyes widened in horror. Seeing the dog foaming at the mouth and completely lifeless, he was utterly stunned. This was the Tibetan mastiff he'd raised for years, a dog that obeyed every command without question. And now it had been crushed to death by this creature. Dana, wake up! Wake up! Wu Wuxuan pressed his head against the mastiff's skull, his face twisted with grief and rage, his eyes practically blazing with fury. Kid, you hurt my Dana, you're dead meat. Walking a dog without a leash? Serves you right. Lin Fan spat out the words without a shred of politeness. Wu Wuxuan trembled with rage. Since he'd started raising these two Tibetan mastiffs, he'd never once used a leash. Not only had this kid killed his dog, but now he was arguing with him about whether to use a leash or not? How utterly despicable. Niuzi, go find Master Zhou and have him avenge my Dana. Niuzi nodded immediately upon hearing this. With Wu Wuxuang by his side, Niuzi naturally felt much bolder. Besides, the facts were clear, Big Nana was dead. Master Wu wouldn't let this slide. This has escalated. The surrounding crowd was startled upon hearing Master Zhou was coming. As a martial artist, Master Zhou's cultivation level was dragon rank. No matter how skilled this kid was, he couldn't possibly match Master Zhou. No sooner had Niuzi left than someone began intimidating Lin Fan and the others. You guys really don't know when to stop. Look what you've done today. How do you plan to fix this? This isn't just about one apartment anymore. Xuanye's Big Nana was worth $1 million. Now she's dead because of you. Just wait, you'll be paying for this. This isn't something money can fix. Whichever hand killed Big Nana, cripple that hand. Poor Dana, she'd been by Xuanya's side all these years, only to be suddenly beaten to death. What a shame. Everyone chattered away, their conversation revolving entirely around the Tibetan Mastiff. Seeing the expressions on these people's faces, Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to look at them any longer. Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhou, why don't you two head back to your room to rest? It seems this matter with the Yin family won't be resolved anytime soon. Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuochen exchanged glances, their eyes filled with worry. With so many troublemakers here, how could they possibly feel at ease leaving Lin Fan and Bai Shuang to handle this alone? Not only could they not leave, but even if they returned to their room, neither of them would feel at ease. Rather than sit on pins and needles, they'd rather stay with Lin Fan and Bai Shuang. Lin Fan, we won't leave. Zhou Xiong declared firmly. Lin Fan, you're Lin Fan? After asking, Wu Wuxuan widened his eyes as if trying to see right through Lin Fan. Now the entire Zhengjiang knew about Lin Fan. Just as he was thinking about catching a glimpse, he never imagined he'd run into him today. That's right, it's me. So what if it is? Don't think that just because you can beat those masters, you can take on Master Zhou. Master Zhou is the martial arts instructor my father specially invited back from out of town just for me. Today, my beloved Dana died by your hand. This matter will absolutely not be left unresolved. First you stab people with knives, then you set dogs on them. Not only will this not end here, but we demand justice. Lin Fan remained unflinching, his voice cold as ice. Wu Wuxuang stood up, the knees of his pristine white slacks now stained with 2 patches of dirt. At first glance, it looked as if he had kowtowed to someone. But Wu Wuxuang couldn't care less about that now. His mind was consumed with thoughts of avenging the Tibetan Mastiff. Sniffing sharply, Wu Wuxuan ground out between clenched teeth. If you've got the guts, wait here. Rest assured, I won't go anywhere. Today, I'll see justice done. Lin Fan's words stirred a flicker of satisfaction in Wu Wuxuan, yet his teeth still gritted in fury. By then, a crowd had already gathered around them. They'd all been drawn by the earlier commotion. Seeing the massive Tibetan Mastiff lying dead on the ground left them utterly shocked. Upon learning the truth, the crowd fell silent once more, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Some timid onlookers even sucked in their breath in horror. Wu Wuxuan was notorious for his bullying ways, and with connections even in the law enforcement squad, this incident clearly wouldn't be swept under the rug. Not necessarily. The young man before them was Lin Fan, a man who killed without batting an eye, let alone over a mere dog. I really don't understand how Wu Wuxuan could be so foolish as to pick a real fight with Lin Fan. Isn't that just asking for trouble? I'm completely baffled. Wu Wuxuan started this nonsense. Even if someone wanted to intervene, they wouldn't take sides like this, would they? The crowd whispered their speculations, none daring to predict the outcome. Just then, Zhang Shuochen's phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was the real estate agency calling, Zhang Shuochen quickly pressed the answer button. Hello, Shaoli? What's going on with our apartment? Didn't you already collect the deposit? Why are you backing out now? No sooner had Zhang Shuochen finished speaking than a trembling voice came through the line. Auntie Zhang, this isn't Shaoli. Here's the situation, Shaoli was attacked on his way to work and is currently hospitalized. I'm calling to let you know you shouldn't buy that place. Someone else has already set their sights on it, and they have powerful connections. You wouldn't stand a chance against them. When a suitable property becomes available, I'll definitely contact you. Let's just forget about this matter. Don't insist on getting your money back, be careful not to invite trouble. The voice on the other end wasn't loud, yet it reached Lin Fan's ears with crystal clarity. Of course, Bai Shuang heard every word as well. This. Zhang Shuochen's brows knitted tightly as she hesitated over whether to inform the real estate agent about the situation. Lin Fan suddenly stepped in front of Zhang Shuochen and declared into the phone, "We're taking this place. Not even the King of Kings could make us back out today." With that, Lin Fan hung up the phone. Chapter 90, How about it, dare you? Zhang Shuochen negotiated with the agent as a large crowd gathered around them. Now, everyone wanted to see how this would play out. Lin Fan's resolute stance, refusing to budge an inch, drew even more attention. Master Zhou hadn't arrived yet, and Wu Wuxuan was already gloating. All he needed to do now was keep a tight grip on Lin Fan and prevent him from escaping. That would surely vent his pent-up anger. He was itching to grab Lin Fan's arm right then and there to prevent any escape. As for the little girl beside Lin Fan, Wu Wuxuan paid her little mind. With her skinny arms and legs, even if she ran for her life, she probably wouldn't get more than a couple of miles away. At that moment, Zhang Shuochen was filled with regret, cursing herself for bringing more trouble upon Lin Fan. If it weren't for this house, how could Lin Fan possibly have so many enemies? Had she known things would turn out this way, Zhang Shuochen would never have paid that deposit. Now, she was filled with such regret her guts were turning green. Across the way, Wu Wuxuan narrowed his eyes into slits, glaring coldly at Lin Fan. You little punk, if you still refuse to give up that house, just wait until you're begging me on your knees. I'm telling you this now, you're wasting your chance. Once you're begging me on your knees, I won't forgive you. Daring to cross this double master? You must be out of your mind. Wu Wushwang's face was twisted with viciousness as he ranted incessantly. Especially when berating Lin Fan, he kept jabbing his finger forward, making many people uncomfortable to watch. Just speak your mind. Why point fingers with that prim finger? You're not performing opera, so why strike such poses? Zhang Shuochen and Zhou Xiong stood there, their faces filled with anxiety. Lin Fan promptly pulled over 2 chairs nearby and motioned for them to sit down. Zhang Shuochen waved her hands frantically, her brow deeply furrowed. Lin Fan, it's all our fault. We've caused you trouble. Lin Fan's expression turned serious once more. Aunt Zhou, please don't say that. It's these people who are being unreasonable and bullying others. Even if this hadn't happened to you, if anyone else faced such treatment, I wouldn't stand idly by. The waters of Zhongjiang aren't this murky, and the sky isn't this dark. I believe justice will prevail. The crowd fell silent at Lin Fan's words, then admiration spread across their faces. Several bold individuals even clapped spontaneously. You're absolutely right. What era are we living in that we still tolerate these bullies running rampant? The reason we've tolerated them is to save face. But since they keep bullying people time and again, we no longer need to endure it. Heaven sees all. Those who do wrong will face retribution sooner or later. Preying on the common folk day in and day out, even if they make money, can they spend it with a clear conscience? We won't name names, but everyone knows exactly who we're talking about. Resentment began to simmer among the people, and their words grew bolder by the day. Though names weren't mentioned, everyone understood that it was Wu Wushwang's wicked deeds that had incensed the people. At that moment, Wu Wushwang's brow knotted into a tight knot, his gaze darting toward the distance every so often. Where was Master Zhou? Why hadn't he arrived yet? These people were getting so brazen. Once Master Zhou arrived, he would make sure to vent his anger on them. The thought barely crossed Wu Wushwang's mind when Niu Zi hurried over. Niu Zi wasn't fat to begin with, but after being slapped twice by Lin Fan, his face was swollen like a pig's head. Now, as he quickened his pace, his swollen cheeks jiggled with each step. Master Wu, Master Zhou is here. At these words, a smile instantly spread across Wu Wushwang's face. Even before seeing Master Zhou, Wu Wushwang couldn't wait to taunt Lin Fan. Lin Fan, don't get too cocky. Master Zhou will be here any minute. Dare you spar with him? Lin Fan snorted coldly inside. What's there to be afraid of? As long as that Master Zhou dares to show up, I'll gladly oblige. Before Lin Fan could speak, Bai Shuang suddenly stepped forward. I'll compete against Master Zhou. Bai Shuang stood with overwhelming presence, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Wu Wushwang. Wu Wushwang froze in place, his gaze fixed on Bai Shuang in utter astonishment. The girl before him possessed a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall from the sky, a face that could make the moon hide its light and flowers blush with shame. She was simply breathtaking. Her skin was milky white, her eyebrows arched gracefully, her nose bridge high and straight, and her small mouth resembled a cherry. He had many women by his side, yet none could compare to the captivating allure of this girl before him. Irritated by his stare, Bai Shuang snapped out a challenge. Does your Master Zhou dare to compete with me? Wu Wushwang slapped his thigh and nodded immediately. Compete? Of course we'll compete. I'm eager to see just how much cultivation you possess. Even if Master Zhou won't face you today, I'll make sure he gives you a few moves. With Wu Wushwang's words, Bai Shuang's expression finally softened a bit. The bunch before him were nothing but thugs and hoodlums, yet they dared call themselves the champion of Zhongjiang? How laughable. Today, I'll make them regret it. Hope you can back up your words. With that, Bai Shuang turned away, refusing to look at Wu Wushwang again. Yet Wu Wushwang's eyes remained glued to Bai Shuang, utterly unable to tear them away. Young Master Wu, I'm late. The crowd first sensed a voice approaching, but before they could comprehend what was happening, an elderly man had already clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully toward Wu Wushwang. Wu Wushwang impatiently waved his hand twice. Master Zhou, I'm afraid I'll need your help today. This youngster's skin's gotten too tight, I'd like you to loosen it up a bit. A faint smile touched Master Zhou's lips, yet his gaze turned icy. Wu Wushwang's heart raced, his eyes widening in fear, as if dreading Master Zhou might uncover the truth. Just as Lin Fan was about to intervene, Bai Shuang stepped forward to stand before the group. I'll handle the next match. The icy aura radiating from Bai Shuang sent shivers down spines. As she spoke, she had already assumed a defensive stance. At this moment, Lin Fan felt puzzled. Senior sister was always composed. Even when faced with greater crises, she remained unflappable. Why was she acting so hastily this time? The man before them, Master Zhou, appeared to be around 50 years old, possessing an ethereal, otherworldly demeanor. His gaunt face was framed by 2 strands of beard. At first glance, he didn't look like a Dragon List ranked expert, but rather a fortune teller. Well, dare you? You're old enough to be my grandfather. Facing a challenge from a young man like me, surely you wouldn't be afraid to fight? Bai Shuang pressed forward relentlessly, every word dripping with provocation. Chapter 91. Thank you for your guidance, Master.
Young lady, he cautioned, a martial exchange is no mere show of skill.
It could easily lead to injury.
You must think this through carefully.
After finishing his warning, Wu Wuxuang quickly added, "You're still so young. Don't let a moment's anger lead you into a fight. If you break an arm or a leg, you'll never find a husband."
Bai Shuang sneered coldly.
My cultivation ranks just below the dragon list. Why would I fear him? Ha!
Listen, young lady, you can't just talk big like that, you're going to end up eating your words. Hearing Bai Shuang's words, Wu Wuxuang nearly jumped for joy.
Master Zhou's cultivation is dragon rank level.
What did this girl just say?
She's just below dragon rank? Doesn't that mean she's bound to lose against Master Zhou?
Watching Bai Shuang, who was itching to charge forward, Wu Wuxuang had an idea.
Listen, young lady, we can't just talk the talk. With so many people here, why not let them witness it?
If you lose, you'll have to call me Big Brother 3 times. Though Wu Wuxuang wore a smile, his words carried a palpable pressure, and his gaze held an additional, unspoken meaning. Bai Shuang snorted coldly.
Fine. But you said it first, what happens if you lose?
Wu Wuxuang stroked his chin.
You tell me.
Bai Shuang took a deep breath, her voice rising as she spoke. Today, I challenge Master Zhou to a duel.
If I lose, I'll call Wu Wuxuang good brother 3 times.
If Master Zhou loses, Wu Wuxuang must kneel and kowtow to us. As Bai Shuang finished speaking, Wu Wuxuang's expression darkened.
If Master Zhou lost, would he really have to kowtow to them in front of all these people?
But then he thought again, Bai Shuang was surely exaggerating. This girl's martial arts cultivation was inferior to Master Zhou's. How could he possibly lose to her? After pondering it, Wu Wuxuang nodded in agreement. Bai Shuang glanced at Lin Fan, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Lin Fan knew Bai Shuang's cultivation level all too well. First, she had insisted on challenging that Master Zhou. Second, she had voluntarily disclosed her cultivation stage. This situation felt odd. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. Though Lin Fan didn't yet understand Bai Shuang's motives, the look in her eyes convinced him this matter was far from straightforward.
Senior sister, you must be careful.
No sooner had Lin Fan spoken than Bai Shuang replied with a smile.
Don't worry, leave this to me. Oh dear, young lady, don't talk big. If they beat you black and blue, don't come crying to me later. Even now, Wu Wuxuang couldn't resist taking a jab. Bai Shuang ignored Wu Wuxuang completely, her gaze fixed firmly on Master Zhou. Master Zhou, too, wore an expression of unwavering determination, his demeanor utterly composed. Bai Shuang smiled and stepped forward once more. Master Zhou, I'd like to challenge you. Master Zhou nodded and spoke with heartfelt sincerity.
Having reached this level of martial arts cultivation, it is my honor to offer guidance to the younger generation.
Then I won't stand on ceremony. Let's begin now.
Bai Shuang's voice wasn't particularly soft, yet the sharp, domineering edge of old had vanished from her tone.
At first glance, it seemed Bai Shuang genuinely intended to seek guidance from Master Zhou.
Those around her held their breath in anxiety, while Zhang Shuoqin and Zhou Xion were both trembling with fear. After all, Bai Shuang was a young woman. Regardless of her cultivation, she was bound to be at a disadvantage against a man in his 50s. Before anyone could recover, Bai Shuang had already clenched her fist and charged straight at Master Zhou. Her technique was fierce, her footwork agile, and her punches carried a gale force wind. Witnessing this scene, Master Zhou sucked in a sharp breath, his face immediately hardening with caution. Bai Shuang's expression was icy cold, and her footwork and punching technique were executed with such precision that no one could find a single flaw. Initially, Master Zhou hadn't taken this young girl seriously. But after taking several punches from Bai Shuang, Master Zhou was forced to reassess the young girl before him. Wasn't her cultivation level said to be below the dragon rank? Yet the force behind her punches didn't match that level of cultivation at all. Instead, it felt more like. Before Master Zhou could fully process this thought, Bai Shuang's next punch struck. Master Zhou's attention was divided at that moment, so Bai Shuang's punch landed squarely on his face. Thud! A dull thud echoed, and Master Zhou felt stars dancing before his eyes. Even his nose felt sore. Feeling an itch in his nose, he reached up to rub it, only to discover he was bleeding. Master Zhou's face flushed with embarrassment, his expression turning angry. In full view of everyone, he had actually let a little girl break his nose. How utterly humiliating. He would make her pay for this punch today. Master Zhou silently resolved himself, his gaze sharpening once more. As he concentrated, his entire aura underwent a profound transformation. His plain light gray robes, which had been still moments before, began to move without any wind, slowly billowing upward. He truly resembled the legendary immortal sages of legend. The crowd stared in astonishment, eyes wide, afraid to miss a single detail. Some people even stepped forward to get a better look. This left Bai Shuang and Master Zhou with less and less room to maneuver. Yet, the tighter the quarters grew, the more clearly one could discern a martial artist's true skill and character. Meanwhile, Lin Fan noticed Master Zhou had begun gathering his energy and focusing his mind, prompting him to glance over at Bai Shuang again.
Her face remained calm and composed, seemingly unaffected by the changes unfolding on Master Zhou's side. Next, Bai Shuang initiated several more attacks. Each strike was executed with unwavering confidence and meticulous precision. To the trained eye, Bai Shuang's punches and kicks were executed with near-perfect precision, bordering on flawless. To the untrained eye, Bai Shuang now resembled a graceful, ethereal fairy, radiating unparalleled beauty. After taking Bai Shuang's punch, Master Zhou adjusted his movements. Facing Master Zhou's attacks, Bai Shuang avoided direct confrontation, instead using softness to overcome hardness and evading his sharpest blows. She weaved through his attacks, occasionally landing a punch or two. This effortless maneuvering infuriated Master Zhou. Thud! Master Zhou's focus wavered, and Bai Shuang landed another punch. The blow landed squarely on Master Zhou's chest. Master Zhou stumbled back several steps, his expression darkening further. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. You've been too kind." Bai Shuang clasped his hands together once more. Before Master Zhou could comprehend what was happening, Bai Shuang suddenly leaped forward, delivering a direct kick toward him. Chapter 92, Master Zhou's Style. Caught off guard by Bai Shuang's sudden attack, Master Zhou could only raise his arms to block. Suddenly, Lin Fan transmitted his voice through divine perception. "Senior sister, target his lower body." Just moments before, Bai Shuang's leg had been stretched straight out. But in the blink of an eye, she landed, bent low, and swept her leg out. Master Zhou was knocked flat to the ground. The crowd watched in stunned silence, their eyes filled with disbelief. What was going on? This little girl looked so delicate, yet her attack was so devastating? Isn't Master Zhou ranked on the dragon list? Does that mean this girl's cultivation surpasses his? Good heavens! Just moments ago I was worried about her, and now it turns out this little girl was playing the fool to catch the tiger. Impressive! This truly proves that beyond every person lies another, beyond every sky lies another, and beyond every mountain lies a higher one. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Wu Wuxuan's face flushed crimson all the way to her neck. He'd gone through so much trouble to find someone, only to be bested by a mere girl? What kind of situation was this? He'd completely disgraced himself. Meanwhile, Master Zhou finally managed to scramble to his feet. Before Master Zhou could even assume an attacking stance, Bai Shuang charged forward once more. Not only was her strength formidable, but her movements were also significantly faster. Many began gasping in shock, and even Master Zhou across the way felt a flicker of panic. Facing Bai Shuang's relentless barrage of punches and kicks, Master Zhou suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, Lin Fan understood the groundwork Bai Shuang had laid earlier. His senior sister had done all this to make Master Zhou lower his guard. Since everything was unfolding exactly as planned, Master Zhou was bound to face trouble next. The thought flashed through his mind, and a smug look spread across Lin Fan's face. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan once again transmitted his thoughts to Bai Shuang through his divine sense. Senior sister, left knee. Left arm. Senior sister, attack his waist. After several exchanges, Master Zhou was knocked down repeatedly. The most infuriating moment for Master Zhou came when he had just scrambled to his feet only to be kicked flat on his back by Bai Shuang again. A few minutes later. Under Lin Fan's guidance, Bai Shuang had beaten Master Zhou to a pulp. Though Master Zhou now assumed a defensive stance, his legs trembled violently, and he dared not engage in combat. What was going on? Why was Master Zhou so distracted today that he couldn't even defeat a girl? What was happening? Wu Wuxuan stared in disbelief at the scene before her, unable to contain her question. Those around them shook their heads in confusion, none knowing the reason. Just as they tried to analyze Master Zhou's situation, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Bai Shuang leapt into the air, spun mid-flight, then suddenly drove both feet forward, kicking directly toward Master Zhou. Caught off guard, Master Zhou hadn't even decided which way to dodge when Bai Shuang's kick sent him flying. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Master Zhou felt every bone in his body shatter. He couldn't even crawl to his feet. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. Wonderful! The young lady has won. At the start, everyone had been holding their breath for Bai Shuang. Now, seeing Bai Shuang emerge victorious, they naturally felt elated. Some couldn't help but glance at Wu Wuxuan. What had they said earlier? If this young lady won, Wu Wuxuan would have to kneel and kowtow. Before anyone could speak, Bai Shuang suddenly approached Master Zhou. Master Zhou's face twisted with terror, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. To Master Zhou now, the Bai Shuang before him was no ordinary girl, she was a demon who could decide his very fate. What do you want? Master Zhou stammered out the question, trembling. Bai Shuang looked sincere, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, then she clasped her hands together. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I have benefited greatly. But now we are engaged in a martial contest. Master Zhou, there's no need for modesty. Having received your guidance, it is now time for you to demonstrate your true prowess before everyone. I am a man of my word and would never take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Our previous match is void. I propose we start over. Bai Shuang's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly to everyone's ears. especially to Wu Wuxuang.
Upon hearing Bai Shuang's words, Wu Wuxuang immediately nodded in agreement.
Judging by the current season, Master Zhou had clearly lost. And as the loser, he must face the consequences. To actually kowtow to Lin Fan and the others in front of so many people? That was something he absolutely couldn't bring himself to do.
Hearing the girl speak so decisively, Wu Wuxuang naturally wouldn't pass up this opportunity.
Master Zhou, since the young lady has spoken, don't hesitate. A match demands true skill, get up now.
Wu Wuxuang bellowed at the top of his lungs, ensuring everyone heard every word.
Moreover, Wu Wuxuang believed Bai Shuang's words. Master Zhou possessed cultivation at the dragon list level.
Earlier, that young lady had clearly stated her own cultivation level, which was plainly below Master Zhou's. Now, Master Zhou was being beaten without any chance to fight back. Something was definitely off. Fortunately, the girl had explained exactly what was happening, which greatly relieved Wu Wuxuang. As long as Master Zhou displayed his true strength, defeating this little brat before him shouldn't be a piece of cake, right? For the sake of his own pride and to vent the anger burning in his heart, Wu Wuxuang absolutely refused to accept the outcome of this match. Master Zhou was at a loss for words, desperately wanting to explain that this wasn't the truth. But before he could speak, two men had already seized him and hauled him away. As they departed, someone whispered a final instruction into his ear. Master Zhou, you must give it your all this time, no more holding back. Master Zhou was so furious he felt like spitting out a mouthful of old blood.
Holding back? Who the hell was holding back? Hadn't he just given it his absolute all? I never expected this crafty little girl to pull this trick. What was she up to? Did she intend to strike him again? Recalling Bai Shuang's punches and kicks, Master Zhou instinctively took 2 steps back.
His bones and joints still ached all over. If she did it again, he'd be bedridden for at least 20 days.
Fight! Master Zhou, what are you standing there for?
This match is the real deal, you must give it your all. Wu Wuxuang gritted his teeth, wishing he could step in and fight Bai Shuang for Master Zhou. Across from Master Zhou, Bai Shuang beamed with a radiant smile, like a fairy descended from the heavens. Yet for some reason, seeing that smile sent waves of chill through Master Zhou, as if a bitter wind swept over him. Meanwhile, not far away, Lin Fan also smiled.
Chapter 93, The Old Man's Sneak Attack. After a brief moment, fear crept onto Master Zhou's face.
Wu Wuxuang saw it clearly. Though his face betrayed nothing, an ominous feeling had already taken root in his heart. Those around them hadn't yet grasped the situation, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. The moment word spread of another match, murmurs erupted among the crowd.
What's wrong with this Master Zhou? He clearly has the skills to defeat that little girl, so why is he holding back? Don't you understand?
When masters face off, it's all about noble conduct. Master Zhou took those blows to earn a good reputation.
Ah, so that's it.
But Master Zhou seems to have taken quite a beating. It looks like he was hit pretty hard. This time, Master Zhou won't hold back. That little girl is in for a rough ride.
The next match is bound to be even more spectacular, far more thrilling to watch.
Lin Fan waited with bated breath, eager to witness how Bai Shuang would utterly crush Master Zhou.
Begin!
Let us witness the clash of masters.
Amidst the crowd, some couldn't help but urge them on. Bai Shuang adopted an even more humble demeanor. Cold sweat beaded on Master Zhou's forehead as he clenched his jaw. This girl was clearly toying with him.
Master Zhou wanted to back down, but when he turned and saw Wu Wuxuang staring intently at him, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and proceed.
Once both had secured their footing, the surrounding atmosphere shifted dramatically.
Bai Shuang leapt forward again, standing before Master Zhou with a piercing gaze and a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth.
Master Zhou drew a sharp breath inwardly, clenching his fists. Master, please begin.
The words barely left his mouth before Bai Shuang's fists and kicks came flying. Seeing the fist coming, Master Zhou could only extend his right arm to block. But Bai Shuang had other plans. The fist that had just been thrust out suddenly changed direction. Everyone thought the punch was aimed at Master Zhou's jaw, but unexpectedly, after changing direction, Bai Shuang's fist slammed into Master Zhou's stomach. Master Zhou was thrown into a panic, his face filled with bewilderment. Having taken the blow head on, he forced himself not to retreat, though his expression darkened considerably.
That girl, she actually played a trick.
You. Before Master Zhou could finish speaking, Bai Shuang cut him off. Master, since ancient times, all's fair in war.
My apologies.
A faint smile touched Bai Shuang's lips, while Master Zhou's eyes nearly shot flames.
You insolent brat.
If you insist on such arrogance, today I shall test your skills against mine. With everyone watching, Master Zhou was humiliated by Bai Shuang, and Wu Wuxuang couldn't bear the embarrassment either.
Upon hearing Master Zhou's challenge, Wu Wuxuang was the first to nod in agreement.
At that moment, Master Zhou had already prepared to attack.
Senior sister, watch out for his legs.
Lin Fan communicated with Bai Shuang through his divine sense. Bai Shuang turned her head and gave Lin Fan a reassuring smile. Just as Bai Shuang turned her head, someone suddenly shouted loudly. The old man's trying to ambush us. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly, unable to help but feel a chill run down his spine for Bai Shuang. The whoosh of wind whipped past her ears, and Bai Shuang instinctively stepped back. Master Zhou's fist whizzed past, grazing Bai Shuang's cheek. Before Bai Shuang could steady herself, Master Zhou's second punch slammed toward her. A sharp gleam flashed in Bai Shuang's eyes as she swiftly gathered her energy and focused her mind. You little brat. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll truly think me insignificant. Though the fist missed Bai Shuang, Master Zhou's momentum had already gained the upper hand. In his moment of triumph, Master Zhou spat out an angry retort. Far from panicking, Bai Shuang countered his words. Taking advantage of someone in their old age? You really think you're something special? Her retort sent the crowd into uproarious laughter. Wu Wuxuan was so furious he nearly stamped his foot. This little brat wasn't just skilled with her fists, her sharp tongue was even more formidable. Fearing Master Zhou might suffer another setback at Bai Shuang's hands, Wu Wuxuan stepped forward, instinctively tightening her grip on the other Tibetan mastiff beside her. Dana had already been beaten to death by Lin Fan. After Master Zhou's two moves, Wu Wuxuan no longer held much hope. The only thing left to do now was to protect the remaining Tibetan mastiff. You have some nerve. Master Zhou's rage boiled over. Planting his feet firmly, he suddenly spun midair. Facing Master Zhou's maneuver, Bai Shuang stood utterly still, watching Master Zhou's fist hurtle toward her. When the fist was but a foot away from Bai Shuang, she spun around abruptly, as graceful as a butterfly in flight. Master Zhou's fist struck empty air. His face flushed crimson all the way to his neck, his expression frozen in utter astonishment. Given his cultivation, that punch was meticulously calculated in both speed and force. How could this little girl have dodged it? His fist, clenched just moments before, suddenly relaxed as his toes touched the ground. Now, Master Zhou was utterly frustrated. It felt as though his powerful punch had struck cotton, leaving him unable to unleash his full momentum. Next, Master Zhou and Bai Shuang formally exchanged blows. His fists whirled with fierce momentum, each kick landing with increasing force. Bai Shuang, however, avoided direct confrontation, focusing instead on evading his sharpest attacks. Lin Fan watched intently from the sidelines, finally discerning the flaw in Master Zhou's technique. After 7 exchanges, Lin Fan alerted Bai Shuang with his divine sense. Senior sister, now. Attack his lower body. Though Master Zhou prided himself most on his leg strength, his leg techniques were rendered useless against Bai Shuang's evasive maneuvers. As time dragged on, Master Zhou began to lose his composure. Lin Fan intended to seize this moment to have Bai Shuang strike at his lower body, aiming to take down Master Zhou in one decisive move. Bai Shuang understood and struck swiftly. By the time Master Zhou reacted, it was already too late. Bai Shuang aimed squarely at Master Zhou's knee and delivered a vicious kick. Snap! The sound of breaking bone was followed by a piercing scream. Ah! After the scream, Master Zhou collapsed instantly to the ground. At that moment, Master Zhou's left leg was twisted beyond recognition, his toes forced painfully backward toward his heel. His face contorted in agony from the shattered leg. The spectators gathered around were utterly bewildered. What was going on? Was Master Zhou still holding back against that young girl in this match? This time it certainly didn't look like it. He'd even pinned his own leg down. No matter how noble his character, he couldn't possibly be that selfless. Could it be that Master Zhou was actually weaker than that young girl? The murmurs grew louder, clearly reaching Master Zhou's ears. You lose. Bai Shuang stood straight, her face expressionless. Just moments ago, she'd been planning to thoroughly humiliate the master, but now Bai Shuang had changed her mind. Chapter 94. So what if you have a gun? After a few moves, swiftly resolving the current situation was the only thing Bai Shuang wanted to do at that moment. Taking Master Zhou's leg in less than 10 minutes was a price worth paying. Using this method to intimidate Wu Wuxuan would surely keep him from stirring up trouble for the time being. Now, the looks people gave Wu Wuxuan carried a different weight. Some even spoke plainly. Is this the peerless master double master invited? He's nothing special after all. Knocked down in just a few moves by that little girl, judging by the looks of it, he'll need quite some time to recover. That girl is truly formidable, a classic case of feigning weakness to catch the strong. Now we finally understand why Master Zhou suffered 2 defeats. Right. It wasn't about holding back, he simply couldn't beat her. In the entire realm of Xiaqiu, martial prowess reigns supreme, and strength commands respect. Few consider the feelings of the defeated, instead, most cast envious glances toward the victors. This moment was no exception. The crowd gazed at Bai Shuang with intense admiration, almost ready to cheer her on with raised hands. Bai Shuang turned and smiled at Lin Fan. Lin Fan stepped forward, ignoring Master Zhou and fixing his gaze directly on Wu Wuxuan. The match was over. It was time to honor the wager. A hint of coldness tinged Lin Fan's voice. Wu Wuxuan swallowed hard, suddenly shuddering. Kneel? He was the undisputed king of this street. How could he possibly do such a thing in front of all these people? Taking a deep breath, Wu Wuxuan handed the Tibetan mastiff's leash to Nyozi and began walking toward Lin Fan. All eyes were fixed intently on Wu Wuxuan. The mere thought of the once feared double master who'd bullied men and dominated women kneeling on the ground filled many with glee, even before witnessing the scene. Wu Wuxuan felt a twinge of awkwardness, forcing a smile onto his face.
Young man, let's talk this over.
The world is small, we'll cross paths again.
There's no need to make things so awkward. The house thing was just a misunderstanding. Here's what we'll do, I'll give up the house, and you can keep the money on the ground. Let's just forget about this whole thing.
I'll pretend today's events never happened.
What do you say?
Wu Wuxuan's voice was barely audible, a whisper meant only for Lin Fan's ears. Lin Fan's lips curved slightly, but he remained silent. Wu Wuxuan felt uncertain, but then thought to himself that Zhou Xiong and his wife were just ordinary folk.
Giving them some money should be enough to settle things. But who could have predicted that, just as Wu Wuxuan was calculating his plan? Lin Fan simply uttered two words. No. Ha! Wu Wuxuan blinked in disbelief. He'd already backed down this far, and they still refused?
He knew that when he sent Niu Zi over earlier, the stack of cash in his hand was no small sum.
What do you mean it's not acceptable? Are you refusing this solution? With so many people watching, do you really want to ruin our relationship?
It wasn't about tearing apart our relationship, it was about kneeling and apologizing as we discussed earlier.
Wu Wuxuan gritted his teeth fiercely, clenching his fists. You, don't push your luck. Do you have any idea how much my banana is worth?
My Tibetan Mastiff's daily food alone could feed you poor bastards for months. You killed my Dana without a second thought, and I haven't even held that against you yet.
Now you're still harping on it?
Kid, don't push your luck.
Wu Wuxuan grew angrier by the second, veins bulging on his forehead as his chest heaved with each breath. But was it anger or fear? Freeze. Anyone who moves again, I'll take their life.
Wu Wuxuan fixed his gaze on Lin Fan. Not far away, Master Zhou, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly drew a pistol and aimed it directly at Lin Fan. The crowd gasped, their faces frozen in shock.
The more timid among them began retreating backward.
Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuoqin felt their hearts skip a beat and quickly stood up from their chairs.
Lin Fan, that man has a gun. Don't move.
Zhou Xiong's eyes widened, his voice filled with urgency. Lin Fan's expression turned icy as he turned to face Master Zhou.
Master Zhou no longer bore the ethereal, sage-like demeanor of moments before.
Both hands gripped the gun, his face twisted with fury.
You little brat. Was this your doing? I knew something was off about you all along. When I was sparring with that little girl, your eyes didn't even flicker. You watched us more closely than anyone else in the fight.
You must have used some underhanded trick to let that girl win.
Tell me, was it you?
Master Zhou wanted to say more, but alas, he couldn't continue. A sharp pain shot through his leg, and beads of sweat as big as soybeans formed on Master Zhou's forehead. The slightest exertion tugged at the wound in his leg. That excruciating agony had already shattered Master Zhou. Having lost all face before the crowd, Master Zhou felt his future was bleak. Regardless of whether Wu Wuxuan would prostrate himself, Master Zhou now only wanted to understand, had he truly been defeated by that young girl, or had he fallen victim to this stinking brat?
Lin Fan's lips curled upward again as he coldly retorted, so you're pointing a gun at me?
Master Zhou gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes blazing with viciousness. Today, if you don't explain yourself clearly, I'll take your life. Even if the match had a winner and loser, to fly into a rage over being outmatched and you call yourself a dragon rank cultivator? What a disgrace. Each of Lin Fan's words struck Master Zhou's heart like a heavy hammer. I don't care. Master Zhou roared, suddenly leaping to his feet. Leveraging only one leg, his body lurched violently before he steadied himself. I just want to know, did you ruin me? Lin Fan's face twisted with contempt. He snorted coldly, not even glancing at Master Zhou. Those around them were terrified, some gaping in shock. Young man, don't provoke him any further, he's got a gun. Someone couldn't help but offer a well-meaning warning. Little did they know this remark infuriated Master Zhou. Master Zhou burst into a maniacal laugh, his entire being bordering on madness. Why should I fear you? I have a gun. All I need to do is pull the trigger, and you'll meet the Grim Reaper instantly. The victor takes all, and today I'll see who emerges triumphant. Young man, it's not that I won't spare you, it's that you've pushed me too far. As he spoke, Master Zhou actually pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening crack of the gunshot reverberated through the air. Many immediately covered their ears, while others turned away and scrambled to flee. He's killing someone. That old man who got beaten is killing someone. Chapter 95, You Will Pay the Price. 95. No one expected Master Zhou to actually fire a gun. The gunshot echoed, and the onlookers froze in shock. Once they regained their senses, they scattered in all directions. Only the boldest few remained rooted to the spot, though they too took a step back. What a waste, such a promising young man. Before the speaker could finish their lament, they suddenly cried out, "Oh my God, look!" The gunshot had made everyone's legs go weak, and with the crowd jostling, most hadn't gotten very far. Hearing the exclamation, many stopped in their tracks. The speaker's voice had changed completely. "Look!
That young man isn't dead. The crowd was stunned. He's not dead? Impossible. That old man gripped the gun tightly with both hands, the muzzle pointed straight at the young man. After the gunshot, how could the young man possibly be unharmed?
In the shock and panic, many eyes turned toward Lin Fan. They saw Lin Fan standing straight and tall before the crowd.
Many sucked in a sharp breath, their mouths gaping once more. What on earth was happening?
Master Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. He had already fired the gun. What on earth had this kid done? At that moment, Master Zhou felt a chill run down his spine, as if every hair on his body stood on end. Lin Fan gave Master Zhou a cold stare as he slowly opened his hand. A gust of wind swept past, scattering the bullet fragments in the air. Good heavens, he caught that bullet. What kind of martial art is this? How could it be so powerful? To catch a bullet? He's practically a god now. That old man is finished. He won't get away this time. As they halted in their tracks, the crowd stared wide-eyed, murmuring in astonishment. Master Zhou trembled like a leaf, his face etched with utter despair. Wu Wushhuang was frozen in shock. The moment Master Zhou fired his gun, Wu Wushhuang's heart finally settled. Regardless, the boy's death would bring him nothing but benefits. Though Master Zhou's actions were somewhat extreme, when weighing the pros and cons, the ultimate beneficiary was still himself. He wouldn't have to prostrate himself before everyone. His reputation was saved. Moreover, today's events had already cemented enmity between them. With that kid gone, he'd lose a formidable rival. That property? It would surely become his without a doubt. As for Master Zhou, I'll arrange for him to be honored as having died in the line of duty. Everything would turn out perfectly. But who could have predicted that things would turn out differently than he'd imagined? The kid caught the bullet. Wu Wushhuang rubbed his eyes hard, staring at the scene in disbelief. Sensing the air around him shift, Wu Wushhuang quickly looked up. Lin Fan was walking past Wu Wushhuang. Wu Wushhuang's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Thud. Wu Wushhuang couldn't make out the sound coming from near his ear. All he knew was he'd landed squarely on his backside. Lin Fan paid Wu Wushhuang no mind, striding directly toward Master Zhou. Before Lin Fan could speak, Master Zhou's heart nearly leapt out of his throat. I'm sorry. Please spare me. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Master Zhou, dragging his crippled leg, immediately knelt and kowtowed to Lin Fan. You damn it! Bai Shuang's sharp rebuke echoed as her foot struck Master Zhou squarely in the face. Master Zhou was sent flying, spitting a mouthful of blood as he hit the ground. Those closest to him saw clearly that 2 teeth were mixed in with the blood. Bai Shuang's face was as cold as ice, her clenched fists trembling uncontrollably. That damned Master Zhou, how dare he shoot at Lin Fan? Has he grown tired of living? If not for Lin Fan's mercy sparing his life, how could he still be alive today? Yet instead of gratitude, this Zhou master had only grown more brazen in his attempts to harm Lin Fan. How utterly despicable. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. Please spare me. Master Zhou lay dying, yet still begged for mercy. Bai Shuang snorted coldly and delivered another kick to Master Zhou's chest. Thud. Snap. The crowd seemed to hear 2 distinct sounds. One was the sound of Bai Shuang's gaze landing on Master Zhou's chest. The other was the sound of bones snapping. In the blink of an eye, Master Zhou was gasping for air. Seeing the situation stabilize, the crowd's voices grew louder. This man is truly unscrupulous. If you lose, why not just accept defeat gracefully? Why would you even think of harming someone? A master of such caliber actually carries a gun on his person? Is he prepared to kill anyone who defeats him at any moment? It was truly terrifying to contemplate. The old man has no martial virtue. Bai Shuang paid no heed to the murmurs around him, nor did he intend to take Master Zhou's life immediately. Instead, he delivered kick after kick to Master Zhou's body. Lin Fan made no move to stop Bai Shuang's actions. This Zhou master was morally corrupt. He had resorted to ambush tactics. If he died, so be it. The matter at hand now was settling things with Wu Wushhuang. Watching Lin Fan approach, Wu Wushhuang felt his heart sink once more. I had nothing to do with Master Zhou. You can see clearly he was the one who tried to kill you. It has nothing to do with me. Wu Wushhuang trembled uncontrollably, his buttocks pressed against the ground as he inched backward. As he begged for mercy, a wet trail streaked across the ground. Not a parabolic curve, but upon closer inspection, it resembled the stock price fluctuations over the past month. Wu Wushhuang had wet himself. His pristine white trousers quickly turned into a muddy mess, soaked through with urine. Please spare me. I'll kowtow to you. I'll fulfill my promise. I won't even make you pay for the Tibetan Mastiff. Spare me. Wu Wushhuang had seen Lin Fan's earlier actions with crystal clarity. Now Wu Wushhuang understood, if Lin Fan chose to stop, his life would be forfeit. And that little girl? She was ruthless beyond belief. Earlier, Wu Wushhuang had thought Bai Shuang was frail and delicate, but now, looking at her, Wu Wushhuang felt utterly hopeless. You will pay the price. I'll give you money. I'll kowtow to you. Please spare my life. Wu Wuxuan pleaded, his head slamming against the floor with each word. The thudding sounds echoed in everyone's ears, making their own flesh ache just to hear it. After a few sentences, Wu Wuxuan's forehead was already swollen and red, some areas soaked with blood. But Lin Fan remained silent, leaving Wu Wuxuan no choice but to continue his desperate pleas. Thud. 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 One blow followed another, each faster than the last. What are you doing? Stop it. A woman's sharp voice rang out. Everyone turned around involuntarily. The woman stood tall and imposing, leading a small squad behind her. By the time she spoke, she had already approached Lin Fan and Wu Wuxuan. I'm from the enforcement squad. I order you all to freeze right now. Chapter 96, A Loose Tongue Deserves a Beating. The leader's face was stern, clad in a uniform with her hair pulled back into a high ponytail. The men behind her exchanged sharp glances, all turning their gaze toward Lin Fan. Upon hearing the law enforcement had arrived, Wu Wuxuan hurriedly lifted his head. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. His forehead was swollen and red, blood seeping through the bruise. Wu Wuxuan was certain that presenting himself in such a pitiable state to the officers would yield an unexpected effect. Sure enough, upon seeing the state of Wu Wuxuan's face, the woman in charge frowned even more deeply. Lin Fan remained motionless, yet he didn't appear particularly cooperative. Wu Wuxuan, however, immediately stopped prostrating himself upon hearing the woman's command to stay still. Not only that, but the anxiety that had been gnawing at Wu Wuxuan suddenly eased considerably. The law enforcement team had arrived. She was saved. The woman stepped forward, her gaze fixed directly on Lin Fan. Our enforcement team just received a tip-off reporting a disturbance of the peace and a mass brawl occurring here. Now, all of you must cooperate with the enforcement team's actions. If anyone deliberately resists, we will handle it according to the law. Finishing her statement, the woman approached Wu Wuxuan, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. You're Wu Wuxuan? Wu Wuxuan nodded vigorously, affirming his identity. Yes, I am Wu Wuxuan. In his excitement, Wu Wuxuan nearly blurted out the rest. That is, the person you're here to rescue is me. I was the one who called the enforcement squad. Though there's an injury on my head, it's not serious for now and doesn't need treatment. Dropping that statement, the woman turned her gaze directly toward Lin Fan. What's your name? Work ID. The moment the woman finished speaking, Lin Fan spat out 3 words. The woman froze for a moment, then a look of disbelief spread across her face. Several men nearby immediately stepped forward, as if to shield the woman. Lin Fan remained expressionless, staring intently at the woman before him. She pulled her work ID from her breast pocket and placed it directly before Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at the photo on it, then compared it to the woman standing before him. It was indeed the same person. The woman before him was Jiang Wanwan, the captain of the enforcement squad, whose jurisdiction covered the very area where Zhou Xiong and his group were located. Recalling the look Jiang Wanwan had given Wu Wuxuan earlier, Lin Fan couldn't help but frown slightly. Wasn't this female captain newly transferred here? If she'd been working here longer, they would naturally recognize Wu Wuxuan. The enforcement team should have records documenting everything Wu Wuxuan had done. Even if someone had filed a complaint, the enforcement team's attitude toward Wu Wuxuan shouldn't be this amiable. Unless... A thought flashed through his mind, and Lin Fan's expression turned serious once more. What are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful woman before? Show our captain any more disrespect, and I'll cuff you right now. A tall, lanky man stepped forward, eyes wide as he glared at Lin Fan. Lin Fan frowned again. I was merely deep in thought. Which eye of yours saw me staring at your captain the entire time? You may think your captain is beautiful, but others might disagree. The remark drew audible gasps from the crowd. Lin Fan finally snapped back to reality. It seemed his words had come out a bit wrong. Lin Fan had only meant to say he hadn't been staring at their captain, and that everyone had different tastes in beauty. But once spoken aloud, it seemed to take on a slightly different meaning in others' ears. When Lin Fan's gaze finally settled on Jiang Wanwan's willow-like brows had already knotted into a frown, her voice growing increasingly icy. Please cooperate with the enforcement team's investigation. Everyone fell silent. The situation only shifted when Jiang Wanwan heard the name Lin Fan. You are Lin Fan? Lin Fan nodded. I am Lin Fan. The woman from the Lin family of Zhongzheng stopped mid-sentence, unable to continue. Lin Fan didn't give her a chance to waste any more time. Yes, that's me. Jiang Wanwan paused, then put away her pen. While Jiang Wanwan and Lin Fan were talking, Wu Wuxuan swiftly shot Niuzi a look. Niuzi immediately caught on and hurriedly began complaining to the law enforcement team. Brothers, we hope you'll understand the truth and give us justice. We're truly the victims here. This Lin Fan injured so many of us, everyone saw it clearly. If Captain Jean doesn't believe us, she can have someone examine our injuries. These few brothers can still stand, but the rest of us really can't get up. Oh, and our master Zhou, that wild girl, broke his leg. And look at me, my face is swollen like a pig's head. Niuzi had witnessed Lin Fan's ferocity, yet even now he remained loyal to his master.
These guys in front of us are all from the enforcement squad. As long as they take Lin Fan and that wild girl away, won't this place still be their domain? Nyozi finished his excited rant, but before he could gloat, something flashed before his eyes. Nyozi froze. What was going on? Had he seen things? That shadow-like figure had genuinely darted past him just now. Before Nyozi could process it, Lin Fan stepped forward and slapped him across the face again. Smack! 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 3 sharp cracks echoed in everyone's ears. Spots danced before Nyozi's eyes, and his ears rang. You got a big mouth. You deserve it. Lin Fan's voice snapped him back to reality, sending a shiver down Nyozi's spine. He tried to speak again, only to find his cheeks wouldn't obey him. Even so, he managed to force out a single sentence. Captain Jean, did you see that? Assault in public. Lin Fan shot him a piercing glare, and Nyozi immediately shut his mouth. Dare to insult my senior sister like that? You're lucky I'm letting you live. Lin Fan's voice wasn't loud, but his words carried an undeniable authority. Lin Fan, you've got some nerve. Attacking someone right in front of the enforcement team? What do you think you're doing? The enforcement officer who had spoken earlier interjected again, his expression sour. Lin Fan lifted his eyes and spoke coldly. Wu Wuxuang had men threaten Zhou Xiong to hand over the house he'd already paid a deposit on. Nyozi ordered those thugs to attack people with knives. Wu Wuxuang set dogs on people. The so-called Master Zhou they hired shot people with a gun. I'd like to ask Captain Jean and the rest of the enforcement team, compared to these individuals I've mentioned, would you say I'm the one acting boldly? Faced with Lin Fan's accusatory question, Jean Bebe was momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 97, A Floor Covered in Cash. Long before she had ever laid eyes on Lin Fan, Jean Bebe had heard rumors about him. As the enforcement team captain of the Zhangjiang branch, Jean Bebe possessed a deeper understanding of current affairs than most. The Lin family tragedy 3 years ago had left only Lin Fan alive. Everyone assumed Lin Fan was dead, so whenever the Lin family tragedy was mentioned, people mostly expressed regret. But who could have imagined that 3 years later, Lin Fan would suddenly return? And his return unleashed a storm of bloodshed across Zhongjiang. The wedding of the eldest son of the Sun family became a river of blood. Sun Gui and Sun Fu died instantly, and countless Sun family guards perished. Not only that, but some of the distinguished guests attending the eldest son's wedding were also caught in the crossfire. Shortly after, the leaders of the 4 major branches under the Zhangjiang Martial Alliance and the head of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall all met their ends at Lin Fan's hands. Even the head of the Zhangjiang Martial Alliance himself did not escape unscathed. I also heard that Lin Fan was heading to find the Dragon King. It could be said that Lin Fan had indeed muddied the waters in Zhongjiang. Hearing this young man before her identify himself as Lin Fan sent shockwaves through Jean Bebe's heart. Though her face betrayed nothing, the slight tremor in the hand holding her pen revealed the shock within her heart. Regarding what Nyozi had just said, Jean Bebe found the credibility of those words rather low. Yet faced with Lin Fan's direct questioning, Jean Bebe truly didn't know how to respond. Jean Bebe was deep in thought. Lin Fan showed no sign of letting the matter drop. Jean Bebe's pretty face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. Lin Fan stared at her, utterly motionless. Taking a deep breath, Jean Bebe spoke in as calm a voice as she could manage. Rest assured, as law enforcement officers, our duty is to protect the safety of the people and uphold the truth. Our enforcement team won't let any criminal slip through, nor will we wrongly accuse any innocent person. We'll investigate to determine whether what you're saying is true. As citizens of Xiaqiu Nation, each of us bears responsibilities and obligations. Those who disrupt public order must pay the price. Jean Bebe's words rang out with righteous conviction and unwavering resolve. Lin Fan's mind flashed with Lina's face. These 2 women did share some similarities. The only difference was Lina had short hair, while Jean Bebe had long hair. Lina was slightly taller than Jean Bebe, while Jean Bebe had a more curvaceous figure. Both women radiated an intense, commanding presence, a striking similarity between them. Captain Jean could investigate on the spot. Everyone present had witnessed everything that just happened. Lin Fan spoke coldly. Just as Jean Bebe was about to agree, Wu Wuxuang suddenly staggered over. Captain Jean, I believe we should proceed with caution on this matter. The fight earlier was too violent. Many people were frightened and slipped away quietly. Many don't know the full details of what happened. Therefore, I believe it would be best for Captain Jean to return to the enforcement team for further investigation. Wu Wuxuang looked visibly awkward. After finishing his words, Wu Wuxuang forced a smile onto his face. Facing Wu Wuxuang's expression, Jean Bebe immediately frowned. Mr. Wu Wuxuang, the enforcement team has established procedures for evidence collection and investigations. Please refrain from interfering with our official duties. Wu Wuxuang swallowed hard, his thoughts finally drifting to Dana. Captain Jean, my beloved dog was killed by Lin Fan. How should this loss be compensated? Just as Jean Bebe was about to respond, Bai Shuang's voice suddenly cut in. Captain Jean, I can offer you a clue. Look at all these 100 yuan bills scattered on the ground. Surely you must wonder what's going on here.
Bai Shuang sneered coldly, her icy gaze fixed directly on Wu Wushuang.
Wu Wushuang instantly felt uneasy. Even without asking, Wu Wushuang knew this money was undoubtedly his. That bastard Niuzi loved to act like a big shot. Throwing a 100 yuan bill on the ground like this? Only he would do something like that. Whose money was it? What was really going on? Jean Bebe stared intently, her voice hardening once more. No one spoke.
Even the onlookers gathered around dared not speak up.
Whose is it? Do you want us to check the fingerprints on it?
The man beside Jean Bebe shouted at the top of his lungs.
Niuzi stepped forward nervously, stammering an explanation. Captain Jean, please calm down. This money is mine.
It was Lin Fan who kept rummaging around and knocked the cash right out of my pocket.
You're lying.
You clearly flung the money in Aunt Joe's face.
Have you forgotten already? Facing Captain Jin's accusations, you're talking nonsense, aren't you? Hearing Bai Shuang's "you've got a big mouth," Niuzi immediately clapped his hand over his jaw.
Today, he'd only gotten slapped around. If anyone else had said something like that, he wouldn't have given it a second thought. But this was different. This little brat had broken Master Zhou's leg. If she were to slap him across the face, what would become of his dignity? Even if she didn't strike, if Lin Fan were to hit him, he couldn't bear it either. Niuzi froze in place, wishing he could find a helmet to pull over his head for safety. Jean Bebe turned to the people behind her.
Take statements from each of them one by one.
We need to uncover the truth as quickly as possible. Several law enforcement officers behind her sprang into action upon hearing the order. By now, even the onlookers waiting for the outcome were left speechless. They'd only come to gawk at the commotion, never expecting to be pulled aside for questioning. Many were pondering how exactly they should approach these statements. Should they stick to the facts, or lean toward Wu Wushuang's side? Wu Wushuang was practically the kingpin of this street, and Lin Fan was no slouch either. Neither gang dared cross them.
While the statements were being recorded, Jean Bebe approached Bai Shuang and Lin Fan.
Bai Shuang was no ordinary figure backed by the prestigious Bai family of the capital. She also held considerable standing in Zhongzheng. So when Jean Bebe spoke to Bai Shuang, she couldn't help but be a bit more polite. Facing this young miss of the Bai family, Jean Bebe finally let a smile touch her lips. Thank you, Miss Bai, for the leads you've provided. We will thoroughly investigate this pile of cash. Bai Shuang gave a slight nod. Then we'll leave it to you, Captain Jean. Though I'm a businesswoman, I understand the principle of taking from the people and using it for the people. I'm sure the enforcement team grasps this concept far more deeply than I do.
Jean Bebe quickly responded. Miss Bai is absolutely right.
Ensuring public safety and protecting citizens' lawful rights and interests is the duty and obligation of our enforcement team. Rest assured, Miss Bai, we will handle this matter properly.
Chapter 98, You Really Are. Steward Lin. The law enforcement team acted with remarkable efficiency. They collected evidence on the spot from the onlookers and promptly took the relevant individuals away. However, for Bai Shuang and Lin Fan, Jean Bebe only left her phone number for future contact. The tension finally eased from Bai Shuang's face.
Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Fan and Bai Shuang approached Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuoqin again. Uncle Zhou, there's no need to worry. The enforcement team said they'll notify us as soon as they have any updates.
Lin Fan nodded at Zhou Xiong, signaling them not to fret.
Recalling the earlier incident, Zhang Shuoqin still felt her heart racing. If we'd known it would cause you so much trouble, we really wouldn't have taken that apartment.
We were just completely stunned at the time.
Zhang Shuoqin spoke the truth. Had Zhou Xiong not been utterly shocked, he wouldn't have stopped mid-sentence to correct himself.
Lin Fan dismissed Zhang Shuoqin's self-reproach.
Aunt Zhou, they were the ones who acted improperly. We just need to follow the proper procedures. Zhang Shuoqin nodded repeatedly, her heart finally settling from its earlier pounding. After settling Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuoqin, Bai Shuang left with Lin Fan.
Little junior brother, what are your plans next?
Bai Shuang turned to look at Lin Fan, blinking her eyes. On the way back, Bai Shuang had already inquired with her subordinates, who all reported no news from the overlord's side for the time being. Lin Fan then thought of another matter. So when Bai Shuang posed the question, Lin Fan answered directly. Senior sister, I intend to use this time to repair the family estate.
The Lin family ancestral home can't remain neglected forever.
Bai Shuang paused slightly, then nodded firmly. You're right. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
Revenge must be taken slowly and steadily. This isn't something to rush. Mid-sentence, Bai Shuang pulled out her phone. Renovating the ancestral home was no small undertaking.
The Lin family estate covered a considerable area, and completing the repairs in a short time would require substantial manpower and resources.
I have contacts for renovation crews. Would you like me to put you in touch with them?
If it were any other matter, Bai Shuang could make the decision herself. But since Lin Fan intended to renovate the Lin family's ancestral home, Bai Shuang didn't want to make rash decisions.
First, the Lin family's ancestral home was steeped in ancient charm, a classic multi-courtyard structure.
The renovation team needed not only meticulous attention to detail but also exceptional craftsmanship. If they could find the original designer to oversee the work, that would be ideal. Second, Bai Shuang understood that Lin Fan harbored a profoundly delicate attachment to the Lin family residence. Lin Fan had once mentioned that he grew up in the old mansion and held deep affection for it. Yet the tragic events that befell the Lin family years ago also unfolded within its walls, an unalterable fact. Bai Shuang was concerned about Lin Fan's emotional state. Therefore, this time, Bai Shuang didn't beat around the bush. She asked directly. Things unfolded exactly as Bai Shuang had anticipated. The moment the topic of renovating the Lin family's old mansion came up, Lin Fan's expression turned solemn. Her question drew a note of somberness from Lin Fan's voice. Then please contact the construction team directly. I'll be staying at the old house throughout this period. The rest of what Lin Fan wanted to say remained unsaid. He would rely on his memories to restore the Lin family ancestral home to its former state. As if his parents and grandparents were still alive. 2 days later, the restoration work on the Lin family's old residence officially commenced. Lin Fan spent the entire morning touring every courtyard of the old Lin residence. The once clean and tidy courtyards were now in utter disarray. Every room bore the marks of ransacked cabinets and overturned furniture. Most furnishings and ornaments had been moved, and even the ancestral hall was not spared. Lin Fan pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze hardening. Those bastards. He would make them pay for this. Lin Fan intended to revisit the back mountain, but before departing, he needed to brief the construction crew. For the restoration of the Lin family's ancestral home, Bai Shuang had not only arranged for a construction crew but also dispatched a team of personnel. One group focused solely on the restoration work, while the other maintained security around the Lin residence. Lin Fan was deeply grateful for this. Just as he was about to step into the front yard, a sudden commotion erupted outside the gate. Lin Fan instinctively walked toward the window. I truly belong here. I have business with young Master Lin, please let me in. A frail, elderly voice called out, sounding extremely anxious. Immediately after, the security guard at the gate shouted in rebuke. Leave immediately. We've investigated, you've been lurking around here frequently lately. Keep acting shady, and don't blame us for being rude. I'm the butler here. How could I be sneaking around? You must have the wrong person. Is young Master Lin here? I need to see him. Humph. Steward indeed. Why not claim you're the head steward of the palace? At your age, I won't bother fighting you. Now get out of here. Please, let me see young Master Lin. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Fan's eyes reddened and his pace quickened. The old man at the gate pleaded desperately, but the security guard remained unmoved. In desperation, the old man steeled his resolve, stepped forward, and was about to kneel. I'm begging you. What are you doing? Don't try to pull that old age card here. Exactly. If anyone who doesn't know the situation sees this, they'll think we're bullying an elderly person. Move along. Don't interfere with our work. The security guards chattered back and forth, their faces clearly showing their impatience. The old man looked deeply moved, bending his knees as if truly about to kneel on the ground. Hold on, Uncle Lin. Lin Fan's voice cut through the air, startling everyone. Before the old man could react, Lin Fan stepped forward and helped him up. The old man was utterly startled, his eyes brimming with disbelief. As he recognized the person before him, tears streamed down his aged face, and he wept uncontrollably. Young master, is it really you? A wave of emotion washed over Lin Fan. Uncle Lin, it's me. I'm Lin Fan. The old man threw his arms around Lin Fan, his mouth agape, yet no words came out. Finally, all they could hear was the old man's muffled sobs. The security guards who had been present moments before exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. None of them had imagined that this ragged old man actually knew Lin Fan. Hearing Lin Fan call him Uncle Lin, everyone sensed trouble brewing once more. Could it be that this man was indeed the steward of the Lin household? Their hearts pounded in their chests, and for a moment, none knew what to do. They feared Lin Fan might hold them accountable for this incident. But at that moment, Lin Fan had no room for such thoughts. Seeing Uncle Lin again stirred a complex mix of emotions within him, and his eyes welled up. Young master! I've finally seen you! I've finally seen you! The old man finally managed to utter a complete sentence. Chapter 99, The Old Master's Surprise. Seeing Lin Fan again, Lin Quan was overcome with emotion. Ignoring Lin Fan's protests, Lin Quan insisted on performing the master's servant bow before him. To see the young master in his lifetime fulfilled all his wishes. Even if he were to die now, he could rest in peace. With that, Lin Quan took a step back, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply to Lin Fan with utmost reverence. A look of astonishment flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. It wasn't because of the profound respect shown to him, but because of Lin Quan's legs. Lin Quan was lame. Uncle Lin, what happened to your leg? Facing Lin Fan's inquiry, Lin Quan quickly shook his head. Nothing much. Just old age.
I took a tumble the other day. Before Lin Quan could finish speaking, a security guard nearby interjected. That's not right. You've always been a cripple. We've asked around the neighborhood for years now. A lame man has been seen near the Lin family's old residence. Exactly. Who are you anyway? You wouldn't be here specifically to deceive Mr. Lin, would you? Mr. Lin, you must be careful, don't let this man deceive you. The security guards had long suspected the old man harbored ill intentions. Now, hearing the old man's words, which differed from the truth they had uncovered, they were naturally eager to expose him. After listening to their accusations, the old man's brow furrowed even deeper, a look of embarrassment creeping across his face. Lin Fan grabbed Lin Quan's arm, his voice tinged with hoarseness. Uncle Lin, what exactly happened? Young master, this matter is truly difficult to explain in a few words. Then let's talk inside. Lin Fan spoke as he pulled Lin Quan's hand toward the entrance, paying no attention to the security guards standing at the door. The security guard's heart leapt to his throat. It seemed the old man was almost certainly telling the truth. Side hall of the Lin family ancestral home. Lin Fan and Lin Quan sat facing each other. Lin Quan began to speak, but choked up several times, unable to continue. Young master, the day the Lin family hospital opened coincided with the old patriarch's birthday, a double celebration for our family. Upon learning that you would be bringing your girlfriend back, the old patriarch was overjoyed. He specifically asked me to handle a matter discreetly. He asked me to take the jade knuckle duster he wore to Puguang Temple for consecration. Recalling that moment, Lin Quan could almost see the benevolent face of the Lin family patriarch once more. The old man's smile flashed through his mind, and Lin Quan's eyes welled up with tears once more. Lin Fan's face showed confusion. He had been intimately familiar with that jade knuckle ring on his grandfather's hand since childhood. But the ring had always been worn on his grandfather's finger, perfectly intact. Why would it need consecration? Uncle Lin, the ring was grandfather's constant companion. Why did it need consecration? Lin Chuan sighed deeply, remarking with emotion, the old patriarch meant well. He wanted to present that thimble to you in front of everyone. Ha! Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide with astonishment. That signet ring was the symbol of the Lin family patriarch's authority. Back then, he was only in his 20s, and his father was in the prime of his life. How could grandfather have ever considered giving the ring to me? Though Lin Fan was utterly astonished, Lin Quan across from him nodded. The old patriarch had said, my grandson has grown up. It's time for him to shoulder the responsibilities. When he said those words, the old patriarch's face was filled with satisfaction and immense pride. At this point, Lin Quan could say no more. Lin Fan could vaguely guess what had happened next. Precisely because the old patriarch had given such solemn instructions, Lin Quan dared not take it lightly. He personally took the signet ring to have it consecrated. And precisely because of this, Lin Quan had saved his own life. But why, then, had his leg become crippled? While I was still at Puguang Temple, news reached me that the entire Lin family had been wiped out by bandits. Lin Quan told Lin Fan. Upon hearing this news, Lin Quan was utterly shocked. But the task entrusted to him by old Master Lin remained unfinished, leaving Lin Chuan in a state of desperate urgency. Thus, Lin Quan solemnly entrusted the ring, consecrated by Master Puguang, to be safeguarded, then hurriedly descended the mountain. Arriving at the gates of the Lin family's ancestral home, Lin Quan found a group of martial artists surrounding the entrance. Shortly after, young Master's son and a seductive woman emerged together. Lin Quan hid in the shadows, keeping silent. 2 days later, all of the Lin family's assets were taken over by the Hong family of Nanjiang. The Hong family issued a direct order, all shops were to be handed over within the morning. When shopkeepers entrusted to manage the Lin family stores resisted, the Hong family hired thugs to cause trouble. His own right leg had been injured by those very thugs. A brief silence fell over the room, the atmosphere growing oppressive. Lin Quan clenched his fists tightly, his gaze intense. Lin Quan wiped away a tear and sighed deeply once more. When I heard the young master was still alive, I couldn't believe my ears. But when I arrived at the eldest son of the Sun family's wedding, there was no one left alive. Later, I searched several places the young master often frequented, but I didn't see him anywhere. Today, I came hoping for a chance encounter and unexpectedly, I actually found the young master. Lin Quan was overcome with emotion, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan. Compared to 3 years ago, Lin Fan had grown significantly and seemed much more mature. They say you come here often? Lin Quan nodded. Regardless of whether I come often, the elderly who once received kindness from the Lin family still cherish fond memories of this place. Over these past 3 years, I've encountered quite a few former servants of the Lin household. People say when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall crumbles, everyone pushes. Hearing Lin Quan's words, Lin Fan felt a wave of warmth wash over him once more. If it weren't for the actions of the Sun family and Zhao Dingchuan, how could the Lin family have ended up like this? Seeing the change in Lin Fan's expression, Lin Quan gritted his teeth and said, it's all those beasts. They ruined the Lin family. Uncle Lin, rest assured I will settle this score with them. Lin Fan's gaze was unwavering, his voice sharp and resolute. Uncle Lin nodded urgently upon hearing this. News of Lin Fan's actions had spread far and wide throughout Zhengzheng. Though Uncle Lin hadn't witnessed Lin Fan's handiwork personally, he knew full well that the young master was no ordinary man. I believe the young master can certainly accomplish this. The Lin family's grand plan for vengeance rests entirely on the young master. Lin Fan nodded, then looked at Lin Quan with solemn gravity. The Lin Quan before him was now an ordinary old man. His temples were streaked with gray, his face weathered by time, and he carried a slight stoop. He was a stark contrast to the robust figure of the former butler. In Lin Fan's memories, the butler Lin had been robust and walked with a vigorous stride. But now, Uncle Lin, where are you staying now? Lin Fan asked. Lin Quan was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, I'm staying in Gourd Alley now. Lin Fan's brow furrowed once more. Hulu Alley, that notorious slum of Zhengzheng. The entire alley was dilapidated, teeming with beggars. Chapter 100, Don't judge a book by its cover. After the Lin family's downfall, many were affected. The entire Lin family was wiped out. As the steward, Lin Quan had done everything in his power but couldn't turn the tide. Yet Lin Fan knew his grandfather held Lin Quan in high regard, and the Lin descendants never treated him with disrespect. When it came to finances, the Lin family was anything but stingy. Not only Lin Quan, but even ordinary servants who left the Lin household would not have to live in hardship. Yet Lin Quan had gone to live in the slums, leaving Lin Fan deeply puzzled. How could Uncle Lin live there? Lin Quan shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face. After such a major incident, everyone was utterly shocked. But once they regained their composure, suddenly many unidentified individuals began seeking me out. I knew exactly why they sought me out. It was all about the Lin family affairs. As the steward, I understood these matters better than anyone. Since you're all gone, those things they want to know, I'd rather have them rot in my bones than utter a single word. Lin Quan's face was set in resolve, the veins on his hands bulging. Uncle Lin, you've endured so much. Lin Fan's words shattered Lin Quan completely. Before Lin Fan, Lin Quan once again broke down in tears. Young master, had it not been for the fact that the Lin family has no heirs left, I would never have continued living like this. I just thought that as long as I lived another day, I could pay my respects to the old master and the others for one more day. The Lin family has no heirs left. We can't let them suffer in the afterlife. Someone must burn offerings for them. Lin Fan rose to his feet, his voice stern. Uncle Lin, now that I'm back, you must not go to Gourd Alley. Move back here. Before Lin Quan could recover, Lin Fan's voice rang out again. The manor is undergoing repairs now, and many matters require your attention. Very well, I'll heed the young master's orders. No, the head of the households. Overjoyed, Uncle Lin immediately began to bow in respect. Lin Fan raised his hand to stop him. Your leg has an old injury, making movement difficult. There's no need for such formalities. I'll take a look at your leg later. Lin Quan froze, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. Was Lin Fan going to treat his injury? No, master, the injury on my leg has been there for 3 years. I doubt it will ever heal. Before Lin Quan could finish, a faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips. Rest assured, Uncle Lin. It can be healed. All right. I trust you, master. A few minutes later, Lin Quan had already tidied up his living quarters. Since the servants' quarters were separate from the master's residence, Lin Quan's room had suffered little damage. Surrounded by the familiar objects within, Lin Quan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was already walking toward the entrance of the Lin family's ancestral home. Several security guards were whispering among themselves at the entrance. What are we to do? He's been inside so long and still hasn't come out. Could he really be the butler? Even if it is the butler, what difference does it make? We've really gotten ourselves into deep trouble now. We're finished. If young Master Lin sends us back, we won't be able to explain ourselves to the young lady. Maybe we should just leave now and go apologize to the young lady. The group grew increasingly frightened as they spoke, their voices trembling by the end. Though Lin Fan hadn't opened his divine sense, 3 years of cultivation had already sharpened his senses to an extraordinary degree. He heard every word they said with crystal clarity. Listening to the sounds nearby, it seemed those security guards truly intended to leave. Lin Fan shook his head and quickened his pace once more. Sounds approached nearby. The security guards snapped to attention, solemn expressions hardening on their faces. When they recognized Lin Fan, astonishment swept through the group once more. Greetings, young Master Lin. The guards greeted him in unison. Good. Lin Fan replied, his gaze sweeping over the men before him. When their eyes met his, their hearts nearly leapt out of their throats. The more timid guards already had cold sweat beating on their foreheads. The others looked utterly panicked. No need to be afraid. I'm here to give you an assignment. Go buy an electric wheelchair nearby. After saying this, Lin Fan asked again. Can you return within half an hour? The group was startled at first, then nodded their heads like chicks pecking at grain. Lin Fan hadn't come to reprimand them, but instead gave them a task. Did that mean they wouldn't be sent packing? What? You're not going? We'll go. We'll go right now. Rest assured, young Master Lin. In 20 minutes, we'll have that electric wheelchair bought and delivered right to you. The lead security guard grinned so widely his mouth nearly split. He immediately dispatched his men to purchase the wheelchair. Once the man was gone, the security guard cautiously turned his gaze back to Lin Fan. Young Master Lin, we were in the wrong earlier. We failed to recognize your true stature. We humbly apologize. We wrongly accused that elderly gentleman earlier. We're willing to accept any punishment. After the security captain finished speaking, the remaining men nodded in agreement. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. You work for Miss Bai. I trust you mean no harm. But in the future, don't judge people by appearances. Understood. We'll definitely change our ways. Thank you, young Master Lin. The men were profoundly grateful for Lin Fan's magnanimity. Had Lin Fan not turned to leave, they might have knelt to express their gratitude. The wheelchair truly arrived before Lin Fan within 20 minutes. This efficiency under Miss Bai Shuang's command left Lin Fan deeply impressed. At that moment, Lin Quan, now dressed in clean clothes, stood behind Lin Fan. Lin Quan didn't make a move regarding the delivered wheelchair. Instead, it was Lin Fan's words that prompted Lin Quan. Uncle Lin, after I treat you, you might need to rest for a week. Why don't you sit in it and see how this wheelchair feels? Lin Quan was stunned, too overwhelmed to speak. Lin Fan was going to treat his leg injury and had even thoughtfully prepared a wheelchair for him. How could he ever repay such kindness? Master, I'll sit down and see if I can get used to this electric one. A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips. Lin Quan wiped away a tear and sat down shakily in the electric wheelchair. Lin Fan picked up the instruction manual and personally taught Lin Quan how to operate the electric wheelchair. The sound of two people talking drifted from the courtyard now and then, bringing back memories of 3 years ago. Alright, this electric wheelchair is really convenient. So this button controls the turns, it's really great. Lin Quan was filled with gratitude, grinning from ear to ear as he gazed at the wheelchair. Suddenly, Lin Quan seemed to think of something. Has the head of the household been in contact with Su Yang? Lin Fan frowned slightly before shaking his head. Su Yang, his best friend from college. I wonder how he's doing now. Lin Quan sighed softly, his voice tinged with emotion. That Su Yang truly a man of deep loyalty and honor. Chapter 101, The Sleeping Beauty in the Iceberg. Lin Quan told Lin Fan that Su Yang had once sought him out. At the time, Su Yang was limping, much like his own condition. Su Yang limped? Lin Fan's voice brimmed with disbelief. Lin Quan nodded solemnly. Upon learning of the Lin family's predicament, Su Yang grew extremely anxious. Since Jiang Wanwan was the only witness to the scene, he sought her out. Upon learning of this, young Master Sun had Su Yang beaten and warned him never to bother Jiang Wanwan again. Su Yang wouldn't give up. Somehow he tracked me down to Huliulu Alley and came looking for me. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly, his mind flooded with images of Su Yang's face. Su Yang, Lin Fan's closest friend in college. They studied together, played basketball together. He remembered Su Yang had promised Lin Fan that when he married Jiang Wanwan, he would be the one to officiate the ceremony. Back then, Su Yang and Lin Fan were as close as two peas in a pod. Since Su Yang's family was in Nanjiang, he spent several holidays during college with Lin Fan. After graduation, Su Yang intended to stay in Zhongzheng, but his parents personally brought him back, insisting he take over the family business. After that, they didn't get to see each other much, but they always kept in touch. Then the Lin family fell into disgrace, and Lin Fan retreated to the mountains, naturally severing all contact with Su Yang. That kid is so stubborn. Everyone's been saying I'm dead, yet he still won't stop searching. As Lin Fan spoke these words, his brow furrowed deeper, and his eyes grew moist. He just wouldn't give up, Lin Fan thought. Before they broke my legs, I can't even remember how many times I snuck into that mansion. Even though I knew nothing could change what happened, I still hoped for a miracle. As if heaven itself had intervened, you finally returned. Lin Quan's eyes brimmed with tears, yet his face held a faint smile. Lin Fan took a deep breath, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Uncle Lin, rest assured I will restore the Lin family. I believe it. Heaven granted us this miracle so you could return to seek vengeance and restore the Lin family. Lin Quan's face flushed with excitement. An hour later, Lin Fan personally administered acupuncture to Lin Quan. As the golden needles pierced the acupoints on Lin Quan's legs, Lin Fan silently channeled his chi energy. A faint halo began to rise around each needle. At first, Lin Quan felt nothing. But as time passed, he suddenly felt warmth spreading through his injured legs. The sensation was like the warm winter sun shining on his back, light and comforting. Master, Lin Quan said, his voice trembling with emotion, I feel heat in my legs. Lin Quan looked at Lin Fan, his voice brimming with excitement. Lin Fan nodded slightly. That's the feeling. After I remove the needles in a moment, it's best not to move for an hour. If you absolutely must get out of bed, use a wheelchair.
Lin Quan nodded repeatedly, promising to cooperate fully with Lin Fan's treatment to recover as quickly as possible. For this treatment session, Lin Fan had prepared 4 golden needles. Lin Fan was confident the treatment would fully restore Lin Quan to his former state. Only after completing the entire treatment course did Lin Fan finally remove the golden needles. Manhwa building. At the front desk, a young man stood motionless, staring intently at the receptionist. He wore jeans, brown Dr. Martens boots, and a brown leather jacket casually left open. I ask you, when exactly will you let me see Miss Bai? The young man was visibly impatient, his brow furrowed into a knot. Finishing his sentence, he dropped his backpack to the floor, clearly determined not to leave until he met Bai Shuang. Sir, this is not our boss's office, and since you didn't make an appointment, we can't report your situation to him. The front desk staff replied politely with a smile. Here we go again with the same old line. If I had an appointment, would I need to come to the front desk to see you? I have a truly urgent matter to discuss with Ms. Bai. I'm making this clear today, I won't leave until I see her. A flicker of helplessness crossed the staff member's mind, yet they maintained their courteous demeanor toward the visitor. Sir, to avoid wasting your valuable time, we suggest. No need. Before the front desk staff could finish, the young man held out his hand. I don't need you to arrange my schedule, nor do I need your well-meaning reminders. I'll wait right here. The staff member's smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of difficulty. Sir, your actions are disrupting our normal operations. Is that so? Then take me to see Miss Bai, it'll save us both the trouble. The young man tilted his head, standing completely still. Several guests approached from a short distance away, and the staff immediately turned to look at the security guard beside them. The security guard nodded and then approached the young man. Sir, Fenghui Lu welcomes all guests, but we also have our rules. If you're here to cause trouble, don't blame us for being firm. Fenghui Tower's standing in Zhongjiang was common knowledge. The security personnel on every floor are martial artists of profound cultivation. If it came to blows, ordinary people would stand no chance. As he spoke, a sharp aura radiated from the security guard. The young man frowned slightly before tilting his head back. What's the matter? You still want to fight? I, Su Yang, fear nothing under heaven. I'll say it again, I won't give up until I see Miss Bai today. Kid, if you have business, tell the front desk to relay it. But if you're here looking for trouble, try my fists first. The security guard clenched his fist as he spoke. Snap. Crack. Snap. In an instant, everyone heard a series of sounds like popping corn. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. What are they up to? Are they really going to attack? Please leave this place. Don't force us to take action. The security guard said, enunciating each word clearly. Su Yang stomped his foot in frustration. I genuinely came looking for someone. Your Miss Bai isn't some heavenly goddess, why is it so difficult to meet her? How dare you speak of our boss like that? You're dead meat, kid. As he spoke, the security guard's fist swung toward Su Yang. At the critical moment, a sharp voice rang out. Stop. At the sharp command, the security guard immediately withdrew his hand and bowed respectfully toward the source of the voice. Then came the sound of high heels. Click. Tap. Tap. Su Yang blinked, turning his head to follow the security guard's gaze. He was instantly stunned. The woman before him was breathtakingly beautiful. She truly looked like a fairy who had fallen from the heavens. The thought flashed through his mind, but Su Yang immediately dismissed it as inaccurate. She resembled a sleeping beauty within an iceberg. Chapter 102, Buried beneath the spring, bones dissolved in mud. The girl before him had calm eyes, fair skin, and features so exquisitely carved they seemed sculpted. A white dress fell to her ankles, the silky fabric draping smoothly to accentuate her figure perfectly. A cool, aloof aura emanated from her. Su Yang swore he had never seen such a beautiful girl before. The moment he turned his head, his gaze never left her. The security guard beside them bowed respectfully, having already stepped aside. But upon seeing Su Yang frozen in place, staring at Bai Shuang, his brow furrowed once more. Kid, what are you staring at? One more bold look and I'll gouge your eyes out. The guard's words snapped Su Yang back to reality. The instant Su Yang withdrew his gaze, Bai Shuang had already stepped before him. Why did you want to see me? Ah, you're Miss Bai Shuang? Su Yang's eyes widened in shock. He forced himself to calm down, but still swallowed hard. Bai Shuang paid no heed to Su Yang's flustered state, a sharp glint flashing through her cool gaze. Su Yang felt a chill run down his neck. He touched the back of his neck before speaking. Miss Bai Shuang, I'm here looking for someone. Do you know where Lin Fan is? Bai Shuang narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the young man before her. He was about the same age as Lin Fan, tall and thin, with a buzz cut. After finishing his question, he flashed a wide grin, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. A classic, sunny, outgoing young man. Bai Shuang could tell at a glance that he possessed no martial arts cultivation. Yet the fact that he'd come straight for Lin Fan demanded Bai Shuang's caution. Though Lin Fan wasn't exactly a target for everyone's hatred, his actions since descending the mountain had earned him no small amount of enmity.
Better to err on the side of caution.
Su Yang before her was still smiling, though the muscles in his face had begun to tense.
Miss Bai Shuang, do you know where Lin Fan is? Who are you, and why are you looking for Lin Fan? Instead of answering Su Yang's question, Bai Shuang countered with her own. Su Yang nodded hastily upon hearing this. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Su Yang, Lin Fan's brother.
Bai Shuang snorted, her laughter escaping audibly.
Lin Fan doesn't have any brothers. Even if he did, they'd carry the Lin surname, not Su. Miss Bai Shuang, you've misunderstood. We're sworn brothers, true brothers.
Su Yang grew anxious, unsure how to explain his relationship with Lin Fan to Bai Shuang. Worst of all, it seemed Bai Shuang didn't believe a word he was saying. Biting his lip hard, Su Yang spoke again. We were bunkmates in college, shared the same dorm room. We played basketball together, went running together. Lin Fan calls me Su Daeon, that's his special nickname for me. Also, Lin Fan said he'd set me up with a girlfriend.
Facing Bai Shuang, Su Yang couldn't help but feel nervous.
Everything he should and shouldn't have said poured out in one breath. Seeing Bai Shuang staring at him motionless, Su Yang felt uneasy.
Finally, he decided to compromise.
Miss Bai Shuang, if you're unable to tell me where Lin Fan is staying now, you could give me his contact information instead.
Or, I could give you my contact information and ask you to pass it on to him. Would that be acceptable?
If anyone else had droned on like this, Bai Shuang would have had them thrown out long ago. But today was different.
Perhaps it was because Su Yang was speaking of Lin Fan, or perhaps it was Su Yang's straightforward, guileless manner.
In any case, Bai Shuang listened to Su Yang finish speaking something she'd never done before. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Shuang spoke slowly.
Follow me. Before Su Yang could react, Bai Shuang had already turned away.
A faint, refreshing scent wafted toward Su Yang, and he eagerly followed after her.
20 minutes later,
Bai Shuang and Su Yang arrived at the entrance of the Lin family's ancestral home.
Is he inside the mansion right now?
Before stepping inside, Su Yang clenched his fists nervously, his voice tinged with hoarseness.
If you're a fraud, I'll have someone stab you to death.
Bai Shuang's expression remained stern, his words still carrying a chill. Su Yang sucked in a sharp breath, his expression turning solemn.
Miss Bai, rest assured. I would never deceive you.
I snuck out specifically to find Lin Fan.
Sneaked out? A flicker of doubt crossed Bai Shuang's eyes before vanishing. She knew little about the man before her. Based on the information relayed earlier, she only knew the basics. This young man named Su Yang attended the same university as Lin Fan, and the two were close friends.
However, Su Yang's family was from Nanjiang, and after graduation, he had gone there to pursue his career. His experiences over the past 3 years were merely touched upon in a sentence or two. His urgent search for Lin Fan now didn't seem feigned. But if Su Yang harbors any ill will toward Lin Fan, I won't let him off the hook. The security guards at the entrance bowed respectfully upon seeing Bai Shuang, then stood in orderly rows. Bai Shuang kept her gaze straight ahead, leading Su Yang directly inside. The Lin residence was vast. The distance from the entrance to the living room alone was considerable. Beads of sweat began to form on Su Yang's forehead. But Bai Shuang beside him looked completely refreshed, showing no sign of fatigue whatsoever. The thought of meeting Lin Fan soon made Su Yang's heart feel like it was about to leap out of his throat. At that moment, beneath the sturdy osmanthus tree, Lin Fan's lean silhouette stood with a touch of solitude. A breeze swept through, occasionally scattering osmanthus blossoms. Scattered petals landed on Lin Fan's shoulders, but he didn't bother to brush them off, letting them rest there. You lie beneath the earth, bones crumbling to dust. I remain in this world, my hair turned snow white. A hint of melancholy lingered in Lin Fan's voice. No snowflakes fell upon his head now, yet his own family had already. Footsteps approached from behind, and Lin Fan instinctively spoke. Senior sister, why have you come over? Aren't you busy over there? Lin Fan didn't turn around immediately, unwilling to let Bai Shuang see his sorrowful expression. Bai Shuang's heart tightened, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. To distract Lin Fan, she spoke directly, I came to check if the construction crew was slacking off. Of course not. They're very dedicated. As she spoke, Lin Fan turned around. The moment he saw Su Yang, Lin Fan froze in place. Su Yang? What brings you here? 3 years of cultivation had honed Lin Fan into an unflappable presence, unfazed by most events. Yet upon seeing Su Yang, astonishment still flashed across his face. Su Yang, standing beside Bai Shuang, was overcome with emotion. He tossed his backpack aside and rushed over to embrace Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you little bastard played such a cruel joke on me. Do you have any idea how scared you made me? It's so great you're alive. I knew you wouldn't die. Wah, Lin Fan, I missed you so much. I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime. Chapter 103, Good Brothers. Su Yang clung to Lin Fan like an octopus. Bai Shuang stood beside them, eyes wide with disbelief, her expression thick with confusion. Just moments ago, she'd been worried Su Yang might harm Lin Fan.
Judging by the current situation, her worries were completely unnecessary. Su Daeong, mind your manners. My senior sister is right here.
Lin Fan struggled to pry Su Yang's arms away, exerting considerable effort to finally create some distance between them.
Though he wasn't hugging Lin Fan anymore, Su Yang's overwhelming emotions hadn't subsided.
Seeing Lin Fan standing right before him, alive and well, Su Yang broke down in tears once more.
Lin Fan, you've really made me proud this time.
I told my parents I wouldn't go back home if I couldn't find you. I've pulled out every last penny of my savings, enough for us to get by for a while. Right now, I'm calling my parents to tell them I've seen you. Su Yang's words came out in a jumble as he searched for the travel bag he'd left behind. Bai Shuang glanced down at her feet, then kicked the travel bag toward him with a swift motion.
Thanks, sis.
Before Su Yang could look up, he pulled a bank card from the bag and handed it to Lin Fan.
Same as always, you handle the money.
We share the good times and weather the storms together. In the past, Lin Fan would have accepted it without hesitation. Su Yang was far too careless. If he were in charge of the finances, there was an 80 to 90% chance they wouldn't make it to the end of the month. But this time, Lin Fan shook his head. Seeing Su Yang naturally made Lin Fan very happy, but right now, Su Yang wasn't suited to stay by his side.
What's wrong?
Just take it. It's not like the card's burning a hole in my pocket. Unaware of the awkwardness, Su Yang grabbed Lin Fan's hand and shoved the card into it.
Su Yang, you should go back.
Lin Fan's expression was stern, his voice carrying a sense of gravity. Su Yang froze in place. It took him a moment to recover.
Lin Fan, what are you saying? I finally found you and you want me to go back? Where am I supposed to go? Wherever you are, that's where I'll be. Didn't we brothers promise each other that?
Lin Fan reached out and patted Su Yang on the shoulder.
Su Daeong, listen carefully. Go back now. Don't tell anyone you saw me.
Once you're back, focus on running your business properly. Su Yang's brow furrowed deeply as he stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. Lin Fan said nothing more, his expression unchanged. Su Yang, however, first widened his eyes in shock, then began breathing heavily, clearly seething with anger. Finally, Su Yang snapped the card in his hand.
Snap.
The sound was faint, but the card snapped clean in two. Lin Fan, you listen to me.
I'm penniless now.
If you're my brother, let me stay by your side. If you don't recognize me as your brother, I'll leave immediately.
You're being so unfaithful, you little bastard.
After I heard you were dead, I burned incense and paper offerings for you every few days, afraid you'd suffer over there.
Now you're back, and the first thing you say is to leave? Are you messing with me?
Su Yang grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, tears finally falling in a steady stream. Bai Shuang, watching from the side, felt her own eyes grow slightly red. Lin Fan felt deeply moved inside, though his expression remained unchanged.
Listen to me.
I don't know what rumors are circulating out there, but my situation right now is far more complicated than you imagine.
Staying with me would put you in serious danger.
Su Yang was the Su family's only son and the brother Lin Fan had chosen. If anything happened to Su Yang, not only would Lin Fan feel terrible, but he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Su's parents either.
Su Yang rubbed his nose. So what if it's dangerous? I've been through worse.
I had Jiang Wanwan's lover chased down 2 blocks by my men.
It took me half a year to recover from the injuries. Did I show fear? Before Lin Fan could speak, Su Yang reaffirmed his stance. Heaven brought me to you so I could follow you. I'm not leaving, don't even think about making me.
Perhaps fearing Lin Fan wouldn't budge, Su Yang finally played his trump card.
Painfully persistent.
Faced with this version of Su Yang, Lin Fan truly didn't know what to say. Bai Shuang stepped forward beside Lin Fan, her voice gentle.
I finally found you. Let him stay. I'm a bit busy these next couple of days. Having him around won't make you bored.
Su Yang hadn't expected this icy beauty before him to speak up for him. Still dazed, Lin Fan finally nodded.
Alright then. Su Yang was both shocked and delighted.
He took a stride forward and stood before Bai Shuang.
Sis, you're amazing. Thank you.
I never imagined you meant so much to Lin Fan. Just one word from you made him agree to let me stay.
Su Yang bounced up and down with excitement. Bai Shuang shot Su Yang a withering glare. Our junior brother is level-headed and steady. How could he possibly be friends with someone like this? That evening, Bai Shuang didn't leave but joined Su Yang and Lin Fan for dinner.
The courtyard of the old house had been tidied up, and the pavilion beneath the osmanthus tree was the perfect spot for dinner. Lin Fan and Su Yang sat across from each other, Su Yang grinning ear to ear the entire time. Seeing Lin Fan made Su Yang happy, and seeing Bai Shuang with her face as still as water made Su Yang equally unable to close his mouth. As Lin Fan recounted the events of the past 3 years, Su Yang's jaw nearly hit the floor. Hearing about Su Yang's own experiences over those 3 years, Lin Fan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. In his quest to uncover the truth, Su Yang had scaled the walls of the Lin family's old residence, even recalling precisely which sections were easiest to climb. For this, he'd endured beatings and injuries. In the end, as Su Yang put it, it was divine providence that finally allowed him to see his brother again.
If you just let me stay earlier, none of this would have happened.
You made me break a card for nothing.
I'll go get a replacement first thing tomorrow morning, otherwise, what are we gonna eat?
With that, Su Yang collapsed face first onto the stone table, clearly drunk beyond measure. Even then, his mouth kept mumbling incoherently.
Lin Fan, my brother's back.
Seeing Su Yang like this, Lin Fan sighed.
What's wrong? Having such a good brother still isn't enough?
Bai Shuang looked on with envy. I'm afraid I'll cause him trouble.
Lin Fan answered honestly. Bai Shuang disagreed. Didn't you promise to protect me? Why can't you do the same for Su Yang? You wouldn't be worried that Su Yang lacks martial arts cultivation and might hold you back, would you?
Lin Fan froze, while Bai Shuang giggled. Senior sister, you shouldn't joke like that. I've never seen Su Yang as a burden, I just want him to be safer. You might mean well, but to Su Yang, staying by your side is the only choice. You should cherish such a good brother. Bai Shuang's voice turned serious, her pretty little face filled with solemnity.
Chapter 104, With a master by my side, what have I to fear? Su Yang slept soundly until dawn.
When he woke the next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. Lin Fan had administered acupuncture to Lin Quan and had been resting for 2 hours. So when Su Yang yawned his way out of the room, he spotted Lin Quan immediately.
Good morning, Uncle Lin.
Su Yang's eyes narrowed into slits, his smile stretching almost to the back of his head. Seeing Su Yang again, Lin Quan smiled and greeted him in return.
Good morning, young Master Su.
Oh, Uncle Lin, please don't call me young Master Su.
That sounds so formal. Just call me Su Daong, like Lin Fan does. Lin Quan waved his hands hastily upon hearing this. How could I address you the same way as the head of the family? Su Yang paused, taken aback.
Upon reflection, he realized it made sense. Aside from Lin Fan, there were hardly any other members left in the Lin family now. Naturally, Lin Fan was the head of the household.
Su Yang regained his composure and stepped closer to Lin Quan, lowering his voice. Where's Lin Fan? What's he up to? The head of the family is over at the back mountain.
After speaking, Lin Quan glanced toward the direction of the back courtyard. The rear courtyard of the Lin family's ancestral home had a back gate that led directly to the rear mountain. Lin Quan knew Lin Fan had gone to the back mountain, but he didn't know exactly where he was.
The back mountain was simply too vast, exploring the entire area would likely take a full day. Alright, I understand. I'll go look for him over there. Alright. Should we send someone to accompany young Master Su? Recalling Su Yang's frantic urgency after the Lin family incident, Lin Quan felt a surge of gratitude. Thus, Lin Quan naturally treated Su Yang with much greater warmth.
Su Yang waved his hand.
No need. I'll be back shortly.
Lin Fan had been lingering in the back mountain. Before the sun had even risen, Lin Fan had already made his way into the woods on the back mountain. As the sun rose in the east, the air was filled with spiritual energy. Thus, every day before sunrise, Lin Fan would engage in his cultivation practice. The crisp morning air and the chorus of birdsong made him feel especially energetic. After completing his practice, Lin Fan always felt much more relaxed. By then, the sun would have risen. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The rays piercing through the mist were particularly mesmerizing. Lin Fan found himself walking up the mountain for a while, his pant legs damp with dew. Back in Qingqing Mountain, this had been his usual practice. His master had once said, the year's plan lies in spring, the day's plan lies in the morning. The moment of rising was truly crucial. Lin Fan opened his divine sense, perceiving every movement in the vicinity. Compared to before, he noticed his spiritual sense had expanded significantly. Just as a faint smile touched his lips, Lin Fan glanced behind him. Su Yang was approaching. At that moment, the guy was walking around, looking everywhere, clearly searching for something. This guy just woke up, didn't he? Lin Fan muttered to himself. No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Yang's voice reached him. Lin Fan, where are you? Aren't you having breakfast? Lin Fan smiled and headed toward Su Yang. Half an hour later, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The two sat facing each other, eating what they called breakfast. Truthfully, since reaching a certain stage in his qi cultivation, Lin Fan could have easily skipped breakfast. But for Su Yang's sake, he picked up his chopsticks. What are your plans for today? Lin Fan asked as he ate. Su Yang didn't even lift his head as he answered directly. Let's go to the bank to get a replacement card. The money in there isn't huge, but it's not small either, at least enough to keep us going for a while. How much? About 500,000. We were in such a rush when we left that I didn't have time to gather the rest. By the time I tried to move it, the old man had already frozen the other cards. At this point, Su Yang picked up the soy milk in front of him and took a big gulp. The old man must be furious, right? Lin Fan looked at Su Yang and sighed helplessly. Su Yang grinned, habitually scratching the back of his head. You know my old man. If he gets mad at me, he'll be furious enough to die.
He doesn't have much else he can do besides freeze my cards. As the only son of the Su family, no matter how furious the old man got, he couldn't really do anything to Su Yang. Lin Fan knew this well. Seeing Lin Fan staring at him without eating much, Su Yang's brow furrowed again. Lin Fan, you haven't turned into some immortal being, have you? Stopped eating earthly food? Come on, eat up. Su Yang showed no courtesy toward Lin Fan. He acted as if he were in his own home. Lin Fan merely smiled at Su Yang's antics. This guy always turned the tables. I'll be away for a couple days. You can stay at the Lin residence. Uncle Lin is there, just go to him if you need anything. Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, Su Yang's eyes widened in shock, his face flushing with panic as he stared at Lin Fan. What's up with that? You're ditching me again? No way. Wherever you go, I'm going too. Lin Fan's expression turned serious. He was heading to Nanjiang, and regarding the Lin family shop, he had to get to the bottom of things with the Hong family. Rumor had it the Hong family was brimming with skilled fighters, and their connections were tangled and complex. Su Yang had no martial arts cultivation, and Lin Fan didn't want him to take risks. Across from him, Su Yang seemed to sense Lin Fan's thoughts, his tone growing solemn. I know you're not the same person you used to be. I'll do my best not to cause you trouble, and you don't need to worry about me getting into trouble either. With a master like you by my side, what do I have to fear? Fearing Lin Fan might refuse, Su Yang quickly added. Don't all big shots have underlings? You must need an assistant or secretary of some sort. Count me in. How about it? Seeing Su Yang clinging to him like a leech, Lin Fan finally nodded. After finishing their meal, Lin Fan immediately called Bai Shuang. Learning of his departure, Bai Shuang looked troubled. I can't leave here right away. I'm afraid I won't be able to go with you. Senior sister, I just called to let you know. You focus on your work, don't worry about me. Though Bai Shuang wasn't physically present, Lin Fan could sense her disappointment through the phone screen. After a moment of thought, Bai Shuang continued. Junior brother, reclaiming the Lin family's assets is imperative. You go ahead first, I'll catch up later. Thinking of how Bai Shuang protected him like a mother hen guarding her young, a smile touched Lin Fan's lips. Got it, senior sister. We'll stay in touch. The moment Lin Fan hung up, Su Yang's head poked over. So, what do you think? Will that Ice Queen's senior sister join us? Lin Fan reached out and playfully smacked Su Yang on the head. Ouch. You really hit me. I was afraid you'd slip up and call her Ice Queen in front of her. That'd be bad news for you. Su Yang grinned again. That description is a bit harsh, but Sister Bai Shuang really is stunningly beautiful. Chapter 105, to Nanjiang. The image of Bai Shuang's breathtaking beauty flashed through Su Yang's mind, stirring another wave of admiration. He'd seen many girls, but none could compare to Bai Shuang. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring to himself. Like a lotus blossoming from clear water, truly exquisite. Lin Fan watched Su Yang like this and couldn't help but speak up. You've been scheming to stay by my side all this time, it's not because of my senior sister, is it? No, these two things aren't mutually exclusive at all. Su Yang narrowed his eyes to slits, stepping closer to Lin Fan. So, about heading to Nanjiang, anything we need to prepare? Lin Fan halted, gazing straight ahead. Nothing. He was going to demand something. Was he supposed to bring them gifts too? Nanjiang. The peak of summer had arrived, and everything under heaven seemed shrouded in sweltering heat. Even the breeze carried a heavy weight of heat. That clammy sensation weighed down on people, making it hard to breathe. The Hong family compound was no exception. Several towering trees stood in the courtyard, their branches reaching toward the clouds. Under the scorching sun, the leaves hang motionless, and even the birds that once filled the air with cheerful song have fallen silent. The entire compound exuded a stifling, oppressive air. Inside the main hall, a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese attire sat upright in a grand armchair, his gaze sharp and his presence commanding. Two men sat flanking the armchair. The man on the left wore a Western-style suit and leather shoes, his slicked-back hair gleaming with pomade. The man on the right wore cotton linen garments, his every gesture betraying an air of casual ease. Both men now stared motionless at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man frowned deeply, lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing. Big brother, you've heard about the situation in Zhangjiang, right? This Lin Fan is stirring up trouble, making life miserable for everyone. Who could have imagined the Lin family still had survivors? This kid coming back to kill, he's going to turn Zhangjiang upside down. The man in the suit spoke in a low voice, his own brow furrowing after he finished. The middle-aged man gave a slight nod. While it may not be as dire as you make it sound, Lin Fan's revenge is undeniable. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man in the cotton linen robe sprang to his feet. A hint of urgency crept into his voice. Brother, what should we do? That kid has already killed Zhao Dingchuan and the others. Will he come after us next? The middle-aged man sighed deeply. Third brother, don't panic just yet. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's a calamity, there's no escaping it. Lin Fan coming for us is only a matter of time, there's no avoiding it. The Hong brothers had long heard of the events unfolding in Zhongzheng. As the family head, Hong Jingxin had no better solution.
That incident 3 years ago had been a muddled case to begin with.
Now that Zhao Dingchuan was dead, if they tried to argue their case now, they wouldn't even have anyone to speak on their behalf. Yet the Hong family was a prominent clan in Nanzhang, with vast holdings and considerable influence. They couldn't simply tuck their tails between their legs and cower just because Lin Fan was coming.
Word had spread that Lin Fan possessed formidable martial prowess, capable of instantly defeating those ranked on the dragon list.
Even grandmaster-level martial artists trembled at the thought.
Perhaps that was precisely why the Overlord faction had remained inactive all this time.
Brother, if Lin Fan truly comes to attack, do we have a countermeasure? The speaker was still the man clad in a cotton linen robe.
Despite Hong Jingxin's repeated reminders to his third brother Hong Zhenyu, the latter still couldn't contain his impatience.
Seeing Hong Zhenyu's worried expression, Hong Zhenyu shot him a fierce glare. You're usually nowhere to be found. Why are you suddenly so concerned about the Hong family's affairs? Haven't you always claimed you wanted to be a hands-off manager?
Hong Zhenyu swallowed awkwardly, then lifted his head. I do intend to be a hands-off manager, he said, but when the shop is about to be torn down, any manager would naturally be concerned. Though Lin Fan hasn't arrived yet, Big Brother is right, it's only a matter of time before he comes back for revenge.
What we hold in our hands is the entire Lin family's fortune.
I may not be the most diligent person, but I know when disaster strikes, we must stick together.
Hong Zhenyu snorted coldly. Don't sugarcoat it, you're just scared Lin Fan will seize the shop, aren't you? Aren't you afraid? Right now, it's just the three of us here, we can say whatever we want.
But once the whole clan shows up, young and old alike, you'll see if they're scared. Just as the two were about to erupt into an argument, Hong Jingxin cleared his throat loudly.
Ahem.
The moment the sound echoed, both men fell silent. The boss was about to lose his temper, neither dared say another word. Lin Fan hasn't even attacked yet, and you're already losing your nerve.
If he really comes, won't we just be handing the shop over to him?
Hong Jingxin's voice was low and his face flushed with anger. Hong Zhenyu instantly switched to a smiling face and hurriedly showered him with flattery.
Brother, we're just anxious. Aren't we all thinking of the family? Just give us the real deal so we can have some clarity, right?
Hong Jingxin stood up, his face clouded once more.
This very matter was weighing heavily on his mind.
He and Zhao Dingchuan had numerous dealings, the Lin family's shop being one of them.
Both openly and covertly, they'd handled countless shady deals, and things had always run smoothly.
But he never imagined the Lin family's shop would prove so troublesome.
Even the late Zhao Dingchuan probably never imagined the Lin family would have any survivors, did he? Family matters are none of your concern. Best to keep quiet about them. Oh, and lay low for a while. Don't cause any trouble.
Hong Jingxin didn't reveal anything substantial, but he reminded the third son, Hong Zhenyu, to be cautious.
Hong Zhenyu nodded, his voice droning as he replied. Alright, I got it. If anything comes up, you guys can find me.
For now, I'll be holed up in Luncheon Lane. Before he could finish, a sharp slap echoed across the table.
Snap.
The sharp crack sent a jolt through everyone's heart.
Big brother, did you hear that? At a time like this, third brother actually wants to go to Luncheon Pavilion? It's utterly outrageous.
Hong Zhenyu glared at Hong Zhenyu with wide eyes, frustrated beyond words.
Hong Jingxin waved his hand dismissively.
Alright, if he can behave himself at Luncheon Pavilion, let him go.
Big brother, you. Hong Zhenyu stomped his foot in frustration, clenching both fists.
How could the Hong family produce such a disgrace? Not only does he spend his days eating, drinking, and carousing, but now, at a time like this, he's actually thinking about finding a woman. Hong Zhenyu's anger flared, but mid-sentence, he found himself at a loss for words.
It's about time now.
The uncles will be arriving shortly, and there are matters we need to discuss carefully. No sooner had Hong Jingxin finished speaking than someone burst in hurriedly.
Master, it's terrible. Chapter 106, 3 years profits as interest.
The messenger who delivered the news looked frantic, nearly tripping over the threshold as he entered.
Hong Jingxin's expression turned grave. What is it? Why such panic? Have you no sense of decorum? Master. A man named Lin Fan is at the gate demanding to see you. The guards couldn't stop him, he's already broken through.
The messenger stammered, trembling uncontrollably, his legs too weak to bear his weight.
Lin Fan? Hong Zhenyu and Hong Zhenyu both exclaimed in unison.
Hong Zhenyu was particularly terrified, stumbling backward several steps.
Speak of the devil. Good news never comes alone, bad news follows close behind.
Just as I was thinking of how to hide, that brat Lin Fan moved so fast he actually broke through.
Big brother, what should we do? I'll go gather reinforcements right away. Second brother Hong Zhenyu glared angrily and turned to leave. Hong Zhenyu, however, looked frantically at Hong Jingxin. Big brother, are we really going to fight? Who should we send out?
Though Hong Zhenyu was a playboy who indulged in every pleasure, he still understood the cultivation levels of the martial artists in his family. Across the entire Hong family, only a handful of masters ranked on the dragon list.
As for Grandmaster level practitioners? Not a single one. If Lin Fan charged in unchecked, there could only be one outcome: defeat.
Hong Jingxin hadn't anticipated Lin Fan arriving so swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Hong Jingxin forced himself to calm down.
No need to panic. Let's go out and see first. Hong Jingxin had already thoroughly investigated Lin Fan's actions in Zhongjiang. After all, Lin Fan wasn't the type to start a fight the moment he saw someone. He wouldn't have come all the way from Zhongjiang to Nanjiang just to pick a fight. Debts have their debtors, grievances their grievance holders. Since Lin Fan had come, he surely had something to say. As the head of the family, even if he felt uncertain inside, he couldn't afford to lose his composure. With a deep, resonant cough, Hong Jingxin smoothed his robes and strode forward. Hong Zhenyu and Hong Zhenyu followed closely behind. The steward nearby had already dispatched messengers to summon the clan elders for urgent deliberation. Hong Jingxin reached the doorway. Lin Fan stood in the courtyard with a young man. Behind them stood over a dozen martial artists of exceptional skill. Their expressions were solemn and impassive, every gaze fixed on Lin Fan. It seemed as though they were all waiting for Lin Fan to speak. Hong Jingxin clasped his hands together, a faint smile touching his lips. The smile was painfully forced upon closer inspection. It truly looked worse than crying. Young brother, what brings you to the Hong family? Though he already knew the answer deep down, Hong Jingxin still asked politely. Lin Fan's face remained expressionless as he spoke indifferently. To collect a debt. Hong Jingxin raised an eyebrow, his face clouding with confusion. Oh? I've never had any dealings with you, young man. What brings you to say such a thing? While Hong Jingxin beat around the bush, Hong Zhenyu behind him was sweating bullets. Brother, they've come to our doorstep demanding payment. Stop splitting hairs over words. Could a few flowery words really save the Hong family's current predicament? Hong Zhenyu couldn't fathom why Hong Jingxin was wasting time here. He sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he did so. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. He cut straight to the point. I am Lin Fan of Zhongjiang. I've come regarding the Lin family's past affairs. My earlier altercation with the Hong family guards was unavoidable. Those arrogant thugs at the gate deserved a lesson. After hearing this, Hong Jingxin feigned sudden understanding. So that's how it is. A member of the Lin family of Zhongjiang. If you have business, just state it plainly. Hong Jingxin did not invite Lin Fan and Su Yang inside. Lin Fan didn't bother to argue. Head of the Hong family, I've come to reclaim the Lin family's shop. I hope you'll cooperate. Lin Fan didn't want to beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. Even though he was mentally prepared, Hong Jingxin's expression darkened upon hearing Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan, this is the Hong family's territory. Every shop under the Hong family bears the Hong name. There is no place for the Lin name here. Hong Jingxin's voice was deep and resonant. Lin Fan remained unflinching, his gaze piercing. Su Yang, standing nearby, radiated fearlessness with Lin Fan by his side. This is Nanjiang. The Hong family may wield power and influence, but the Su family isn't here to play second fiddle. If the Hong stubbornly refused to return the shop to Lin Fan, then he would bring out the old man himself to have a proper talk with them. Since ancient times, debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. Forcible seizure and plunder have never been acceptable. Having made up his mind, Su Yang shot Hong Jingxin a fierce glare. Lin Fan, however, remained utterly composed, not the slightest bit unsettled by Hong Jingxin's words. 3 years ago, my Lin family suffered a tragedy. Over 40 members were wiped out. 2 days later, Hong Jingxin, head of the Hong family, brought men to seize the Lin family's shop. Is that not true? Before Hong Jingxin could respond, Lin Fan pressed on. Regardless of how the Hong family had acquired my Lin family's shops, over these 3 years, the 108 shops large and small have surely generated considerable profits for the Hong family, haven't they? The Hong family managed the Lin family's shops on our behalf, and I, Lin Fan, am deeply grateful. The profits from these 3 years are gifted to the Hong family as interest. But now that I've returned, I will certainly reclaim the shops. Lin Fan's words rang out with unwavering conviction. Hong Jingxin knew Lin Fan was speaking the truth. As for Lin Fan's claim of gifting 3 years' profits to the Hong family, it was merely a face-saving gesture. Yet Lin Fan overlooked one crucial matter. If he were to actually reclaim all 108 shops, it would be more painful for Hong Jingxin than taking his life. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Jingxin suddenly raised his voice. Lin Fan, there's been a misunderstanding. While it's true I collected the Lin family's shops on behalf of someone else, it was not through force or exploitation of their vulnerability. I bought these shops. I purchased them from Zhao Dingchuan. Su Yang froze upon hearing this. Bought? And from Zhao Dingchuan, no less? What kind of joke is this? Are you trying to fool a child? Mr. Hong, have you lost your mind? This item belongs to the Lin family's shop. If it's truly for sale, you should be dealing directly with the Lin family. When did Zhao Dingchuan become the one making decisions for the Lin family? Master Hong, you haven't been deceived, have you? Hong Jingxin's entire focus was on Lin Fan. Su Yang's sudden intervention startled him.
Especially since these words had just been spoken, leaving the Hong family utterly humiliated.
Hong Jingxin shot Su Yang a displeased look, his eyes narrowing to slits. You're from the Su family? Yes, I'm Su Yang of the Su family. Su Haichuan is my father. Su Yang shouted. Chapter 107, Beat those sneaky bastards to death.
Hong Jingxin was rendered speechless by Lin Fan's retort, his frustration mounting. In full view of everyone, he was publicly mocked by Su Yang.
Hong Jingxin gritted his teeth in fury. Though most onlookers were Hong family retainers, Hong Jingxin's rage knew no bounds. As the family head, when had he ever been so thoroughly humiliated? The Su family, what a Su family! Here on Nanjiang territory, the Su family dared to collude with the Lin family of Zhongjiang. Very well.
Hong Jingxin ground out the word through clenched teeth, a flash of ruthlessness starting through his eyes. Su Haichuan has truly raised a fine son, one who surpasses his father. Thank you for your kind words, Master Hong. Since you're so cool-headed, why not return the shop? Don't let others laugh at you. No sooner had Su Yang finished speaking than Hong Jinyu suddenly bellowed. How dare you? When did matters between the Su and Lin families become your concern, you wet behind the ears brat?
At that moment, Hong Jinyu's eyes widened to their fullest, his body standing ramrod straight. Others wearing cotton linen robes, even without martial cultivation, would exude an otherworldly grace. But not Hong Jinyu. The moon-white cotton linen robe he wore gave him only a hint of casualness. Beyond that, it revealed nothing else. If anything, it added to his air of nonchalance and utter debauchery. Su Yang sneered coldly. I certainly won't speak for the Hong family. If I truly had that ability, the Hongs wouldn't have raised such a spoiled, unfilial brat. You, Su Yang, say that again. Hong Jinyu trembled with rage, about to storm out. Third brother, hold your ground. Hong Jingxin's voice carried an unmistakable edge, his expression grim. Hong Jinyu clenched his jaw, forced to remain rooted to the spot. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Fan spoke slowly. What my brother said is true. I hope we don't waste time on this matter. Hong Jingxin gave Lin Fan a forced smile, speaking each word deliberately. Lin Fan, everything requires reason and justification. Even if you want to reclaim the shop, you should have legitimate grounds. I signed a formal document with Chairman Zhao that day. If you don't believe me, I can produce the contract. I purchased it directly from Chairman Zhao. A faint, disdainful smile touched Lin Fan's lips. Your so-called Chairman Zhao Dingchuan has already gone to meet the King of Hell. What worthless piece of paper is that contract? It's not worth a penny to me. Hong Jingxin seethed with fury, his voice icy cold. Lin Fan, don't push your luck. This is the Hong family's territory. You have no right to run wild here. If you insist on being ungrateful, don't blame me for showing no mercy. As he spoke, Hong Jingxin turned to the group of martial artists behind him. The group of martial artists all turned their gaze toward Lin Fan and Su Yang, their eyes filled with confusion. Just as Hong Jingxin had stated. This was Nanjiang, the Hong family compound. If Hong Jingxin gave the order, neither Lin Fan nor Su Yang nor any of their entourage would ever leave this place alive. Thus, the looks they received at that moment were akin to staring at fools. The leader of the Dragon List martial artists openly taunted them. Lin Fan, don't get too cocky. This is Nanjiang. We're martial artists of Nanjiang, nothing like those insignificant ones from Zhongjiang. You may have beaten Zhongjiang warriors, but you won't get the upper hand here. The luck bestowed by heaven doesn't last forever. The moment Lin Fan appeared, the Hong family warriors began scrutinizing him closely. The young man before them was barely in his 20s. Though his aura was extraordinary, few truly believed he could defeat a grandmaster. Thus, after the Dragon List martial artist spoke these words, many nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with disdain. Lin Fan paid them no mind, turning directly to Yun Chuan. Uncle Master, how should we handle these Dragon List warriors? Forget dividing them, kill every last one. Let's have a proper showdown. Yun Chuan roared with boundless fervor. You said it yourselves, this is the Hong family's territory. Their lackeys, once dead, become the Hong family's ghosts anyway. Burying them right here saves us the trouble of finding graves. With that, Yun Chuan leapt forward, charging straight toward the Hong family warriors. Lin Fan hadn't expected Yun Chuan's movements to be this swift. A faint smile touched his lips. Then, Lin Fan addressed Su Yang. Su Yang, protect yourself. We're about to move. Go ahead, brother. I won't cause you any trouble. Su Yang spoke while ducking behind a martial artist, shielding himself completely. The Hong family boasted numerous skilled fighters. Before long, dragon rank level experts had surrounded Yun Chuan and Lin Fan. Even the people Lin Fan had brought with him were completely surrounded. Seeing this scene unfold, one martial artist let out a cold laugh. You won't escape today. I'll wring your necks myself. Run? Lin Fan raised his eyes, his gaze brimming with contempt. If I wanted to run, why would I have come here in the first place? Since the Hong family's lackeys are so loyal, I'll make sure you all die together. Hong Jingxin, I hope you won't regret today's decision. With those words, Lin Fan raised his arm, clenching his fist. The Hong family's elite fighters stood poised, their faces twisted with ferocity. Apart from Yun Chuan, Lin Fan had brought only a dozen or so martial artists. Compared to the Hong family's numbers, they were vastly outmatched. Seeing this scene of overwhelming numbers, Hong Jingxin seemed to feel more confident. Regret? Ridiculous. How could he possibly regret it? Failing to slay Lin Fan here would be his greatest regret. Lin Fan paid no attention whatsoever to the elite fighters surrounding him. Right now, all Lin Fan could think about was the scene of these men plundering his shop. His servants beaten, his shop destroyed, the once tidy store now a complete mess. Back then, he had been powerless to protect any of it. Today, he would repay them with every ounce of that hatred. In the blink of an eye, a skilled fighter charged toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't turn around, nor did he dodge. Just as the man's long sword was about to strike, Lin Fan suddenly raised his leg. Thud! A dull thud reverberated through the air, sending shivers down spines. The man's blade was kicked away, and one of his arms was twisted out of shape. Lin Fan's kick struck the man's wrist. As the blade flew away, the bones in his wrist shattered. Beneath the black spandex, the arm instantly went numb. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as the man collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Immediately, Lin Fan clenched his fists and unleashed a barrage of punches toward his assailant. In an instant, an overwhelming, domineering pressure surged forth. Then, bursts of blood blossomed through the air. Lin Fan, you're the man. Take down those sneaky bastards. Su Yang cheered from the sidelines. Chapter 108, Young Brother Lin, please take the seat of honor. Lin Fan charged through the Hong family's elite fighters with unmatched ferocity, like a leopard in full stride. Wherever he passed, cries of agony echoed. Watching Lin Fan fight with such relish, Su Yang couldn't help but clap in admiration. You insolent brat! You'll pay for your big mouth. A furious roar echoed through the air. Before Su Yang could recover, a whistling sound rang out beside his ear. The Hong family's servants charged toward him. Their faces twisted with fury, they launched an unprovoked attack on Su Yang. The Hong family's servants and guards had been driven into a frenzy by Lin Fan and Yun Chuan's group. Their formation, which had been perfectly intact moments ago, crumbled into disarray the instant Lin Fan charged in. Now, hearing Su Yang's merciless taunts, they were filled with resentment. Su Yang hadn't expected anyone to attack him. Faced with the fierce onslaught of martial artists, Su Yang was momentarily stunned. Come on, man! Before Su Yang could finish speaking, the man's short blade already slashed toward him. Thud! A sharp clang echoed as the dagger hit the ground. Su Yang's heart pounded in terror. Spotting Yun Chuan beside him, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Yun Chuan spun around and kicked the knife-wielding man flying. Su Yang clamped his mouth shut, daring not utter another sound. This wasn't a TV drama, they were wielding real weapons. One careless move could cost him his life. Su Yang's eyes widened as he stared intently ahead. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't cause trouble for Lin Fan and the others. To keep them focused, he couldn't afford to shout again. At that moment, Hong Jingxin's expression grew increasingly grim. Within mere minutes, half of the Hong family's men had been knocked down. Worse still, some who had fallen to the ground could never rise again. Big brother, what should we do? It looks like that Lin kid has the upper hand. Should we send more men? Hong Zhenyu stared intently ahead, his voice trembling as he spoke. Hong Jingxin waved his hand dismissively. The current situation wouldn't be altered by sheer numbers. Without a powerhouse above the dragon rank, sending more men would be pointless. I've seriously underestimated this kid. Hong Jingxin ground out between clenched teeth. What can we do? At this rate, it won't be long before they wipe out all our men. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Hong Zhenyu's rebuke echoed over. What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you just be quiet? Hong Zhenyu's brow knotted into a tight knot as he scowled. The truth is right before our eyes, and you won't even let me speak. Though inwardly resentful, Hong Zhenyu swallowed the words on his lips when met by Hong Zhenyu's piercing glare. Bang! 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 Crack! Thud! Various sounds echoed continuously. In the blink of an eye, more Hong family martial artists fell to the ground. Lin Fan moved his limbs as he fought. This battle before him could hardly be called exhilarating, his opponents were simply too weak. At best, it served merely as a warm-up exercise. Yun Chuan, watching nearby, wore a look of disappointment. He threw a punch, then shook his head repeatedly. Seeing only 6 or 7 opponents left, Lin Fan gathered his momentum, ready to finish them off in one go. Suddenly, Hong Jingxin bellowed. Stop! Everyone, hold your fire! Lin Fan sneered. This might be the Hong family's territory, but they couldn't just call a halt whenever they pleased. Boom! Another punch landed, sending a dragon-rank martial artist flying. The man stared at Lin Fan in utter terror and disbelief. Just moments ago, he had boasted that their strength far surpassed that of Zhongjiang warriors. Yet now, he couldn't even withstand a single punch from Lin Fan. Before his body even hit the ground, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Red droplets of blood scattered through the air, landing like scattered plum blossoms. His body crashed to the ground like a torn sack. Thud. After the muffled thud, the man showed no signs of life. Lin Fan, stop this at once. You can't hit him anymore. Only now did Hong Jingxin grasp the gravity of the situation. If Lin Fan didn't stop and this continued, the Hong family would be finished. Without these Dragon List-ranked martial artists to hold their ground, the Hong family would lose all leverage. If other clans took advantage of the chaos, the Hong family would be the ones to suffer. Hong Jingxin's voice was filled with pleading as he spoke, stomping his foot in frustration. Lin Fan's lips curled slightly, his gaze brimming with disdain. Withdrawing his fist, Lin Fan turned to face Hong Jingxin. What's this? Has the Hong family head finally seen the writing on the wall? Of course I can see it. How could I not? You're beating our people to a pulp. Hong Zhenyu grew even more anxious, blurting out impatiently before Hong Jingxin could speak. He frequented all sorts of entertainment venues. Without these skilled fighters, how could he show off in front of everyone? The entire Hong family compound lay in utter disarray, filled with continuous cries of pain. Hong Jingxin's face darkened as if it could drip water. Yet simply handing over the shop felt unbearably humiliating to Hong Jingxin. Never mind how much he'd personally given Zhao Dingchuan back then. If word of this got out, how could he possibly maintain his standing in Nanjiang? Lin Fan had come and taken back all 108 shops just like that? If that were the case, the entire Hong family would become the laughingstock of the streets. As he pondered, a flash of ruthlessness flickered in Hong Jingxin's eyes. Lin Fan, you truly possess remarkable skills. Today, I've seen it for myself. As the saying goes, it's a pleasure to have friends visiting from afar. Let's discuss this inside. With that, Hong Jingxin turned and walked away. Hong Zhenyu stared at his back in utter shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. What's going on? One moment he was ready to fight to the death, and now in the blink of an eye, they're suddenly friends? And now they want to go inside to talk? Is this about to turn into a closed-door beating? He glanced sideways at Hong Zhenyu, who also wore a puzzled expression. Neither of them could fathom what Hong Jingxin was thinking. Lin Fan and Yun Chuan exchanged a glance before heading toward the living room. Su Yang hurried after them, catching up in 2 strides to stand beside Yun Fan. Lin Fan, you'd better be careful. That old fox doesn't seem trustworthy. Lin Fan smiled, signaling Su Yang not to worry too much. Since I've come this far, I'll brave even mountains of blades and seas of fire. How could the Lin family's legacy fall into others' hands? Seeing Lin Fan so confident, Su Yang straightened his back once more, his smile growing even brighter. At that moment, Su Yang seemed to have forgotten the awkward scene from just moments before. Hong family living room. Every piece of furniture was crafted from golden thread Nanmu wood, radiating grandeur and magnificence. As soon as Hong Jingxin sat down, a tray of fresh fruit and fragrant tea was neatly placed before him. Hong Jingxin wore a warm smile, his expression kind and welcoming as he extended his hand toward Lin Fan. Young brother Lin, please take the seat of honor. With that, Hong Jingxin bowed slightly, showing great courtesy. Lin Fan accepted without hesitation, settling directly into a grand armchair. Yun Chuan and Su Yang stood on either side of Lin Fan. Head of the Hong family, please speak plainly. Lin Fan's expression was stern. Chapter 109, The Fickle and Treacherous Nature of Small-Minded People. Young brother Lin, please calm down. These events from 3 years ago are too complex to explain in a few words. Why not settle down and discuss them thoroughly? No sooner had Hong Jingxin finished speaking than Su Yang shot him a withering glare. That old fox must be up to some trick. What nonsense about 3 years ago being too complicated to explain. You're the one who shamelessly seized the Lin family's shop, and now that they're reclaiming it, you clearly don't want to give it back. Su Yang clenched his fists in fury, itching to land a couple of punches right in front of Su Jingxin. But then she thought better of it. Lin Fan was smarter than him. That was true during college, and it remained true after graduation. Anything he could think of, Lin Fan would have considered. Besides, Lin Fan's martial arts cultivation was now formidable. Even that old fox Hong Jingxin feared him to death. Lin Fan certainly wouldn't give a thought to his dirty schemes. In front of everyone, Hong Jingxin personally poured Lin Fan a cup of tea and presented it with both hands. Young brother Lin, please have some tea. Lin Fan gave a slight nod, accepted the tea, and placed it on the coffee table. Hong Jingxin observed this subtle gesture with crystal clarity. Though Lin Fan said nothing, his actions made it clear he was determined to secure the Lin family's shop. At that moment, a servant-like figure approached Hong Jingxin, bowing slightly. Go fetch the patriarch, please. As the head of the family, I have failed to meet expectations. I must trouble the old gentleman to come personally. How embarrassing. Hong Jingxin's face flushed with embarrassment, his words dripping with self-reproach. Hong Zhenyu and Hong Zhenyu exchanged startled glances before instantly regaining their composure. Hong Zhenyu felt a surge of secret delight, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Master Hong, are you suggesting the patriarch discuss the shop matter with me? Well, it's a long story. 3 years ago, we also followed the patriarch's instructions to seek out Zhao Dingchuan. As for the specifics, it's best if the patriarch explains them to brother Lin himself. Hong Jingxin deflected all responsibility for the shop matter, erasing everything that had just transpired with a few brief words. No wonder rumors in Nanjiang call the head of the Hong family a smooth operator. It seems they're spot on. Lin Fan's words carried a hint of sarcasm.
Hong Jingxin smiled again. I'm no real expert, it's all flattery from fellow practitioners.
Before Hong Jingxin could speak again, Lin Fan reached out and produced a stack of land deeds. All 108 shop deeds belonging to the Lin family are here. Since the head of the Hong family has no intention of handling this matter, there's no need for you to review them.
Hong Jingxin's heart tightened, and he shuddered violently.
Back then, when he had taken over the Lin family shops from Zhao Dingchuan, not a single deed or contract had been handed over. Hong Jingxin had mentioned this issue to Zhao Dingchuan several times.
Zhao Dingchuan's responses had always been evasive.
In the end, Zhao Dingchuan had simply declared that all such deeds, contracts, and other documents had been lost in the tragedy. He assured him that as long as Zhao Dingchuan was around, nothing would ever happen to the shops. At the time, I hadn't given it much thought. Little did I know that this very attitude would lead to the Hong family suffering a massive loss. Even the heavens probably never imagined Zhao Dingchuan would meet such an untimely end. I had only taken over the Lin family shop 3 years ago when Zhao Dingchuan was eliminated by Lin Fan. The next to suffer would undoubtedly be the Hong family.
These thoughts sent shivers down Hong Jingxin's spine.
Tea in hand, his body trembled uncontrollably. The emerald green tea in his cup rippled in concentric circles with each tremor of his body.
Just as Hong Jingxin felt utterly helpless, a loud voice suddenly echoed from the doorway.
I hear we have a distinguished guest here, truly a cause for celebration.
The voice was aged yet resonant.
Immediately after, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the room. Lin Fan's mind raced, quickly discerning that this person's martial cultivation had reached the master level. Yun Chuan, standing nearby, clearly sensed something as well, his expression growing solemn. Hearing the approach, Hong Jingxin hurriedly stood and bowed respectfully.
Greetings, ancestor.
Lin Fan and the others followed the sound with their eyes. There stood an elderly man, nearing 70, gazing at them motionless. The man was imposing in stature, his eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. Though the Hong family patriarch fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, he spoke, "There's no need for such formalities among family.
Please, sit down."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a servant hurriedly brought over a grand armchair. The Hong family patriarch settled into the armchair, his expression radiant.
Ancestor, the elder's attendant began, we have invited you here today because this young brother Lin seeks to understand the events concerning the Lin family shop 3 years ago. We are unworthy, and we trouble you, ancestor.
The Hong family patriarch nodded slightly, about to speak, when suddenly his expression froze. Neatly arranged on the tea table lay a stack of land deeds. Clearly stamped upon them was the Lin family's official seal. The Hong family patriarch turned to look at Hong Jingxin, a hint of reproach flashing in his eyes. Hong Jingxin had already reported the details of that incident to him long ago.
So why were these deeds suddenly appearing now? What a good for nothing. He couldn't even handle such a minor matter.
Hong Jingxin seemed to sense the patriarch's thoughts and hung his head in shame. Ancestor Hong, I, Lin Fan, have come personally to reclaim all the Lin family shops.
To avoid delaying your rest, I implore you to be brief. How dare you, Lin Fan? This is the patriarch of the Hong family. Show some respect.
Hong Jinyu's face twisted with fury, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes.
When I sought reason with you, you resorted to force. Now that you've struck first, you demand reason? After his accusation, Lin Fan suddenly added another line.
Mountain streams rise and fall with ease, but the hearts of petty men turn and twist.
Well, Lin Fan, you dare call us petty-minded? How audacious. This is in. Smack.
Before Hong Jinyu could finish, the Hong family patriarch abruptly reached out and slammed his hand down on the table.
In an instant, a crack split through the exquisite golden thread Nanmu tea table.
The Hong family patriarch radiated an overwhelming presence, leaving all the Hong family members utterly dumbfounded. Lin Fan remained unflinching, a mocking smirk still playing at the corners of his mouth.
This patriarch wasn't disciplining his descendants, he was clearly flexing his authority for his own benefit. If the patriarch wishes to discipline unfilial descendants, we should not linger.
Perhaps we should discuss the shop matter first, freeing up more time for the patriarch? Lin Fan pressed forward step by step, his words indeed polite.
Though past 70, the patriarch remained fiery and quick to anger.
At Lin Fan's words, the Hong family patriarch shot to his feet.
Youngster, what do you mean by that? How dare you presume to dictate matters concerning the Hong family? Lin Fan rose slowly, enunciating each word deliberately. What if I insist on making arrangements today?
Then we'll settle this with our fists and feet. If you lose, pack your bags and get back to Zhongjiang.
And if I win?
Lin Fan's eyes blazed like torches, his voice thunderous.
Chapter 110, You killed the Hong family ancestor. If you win, you may keep your life. The Hong family patriarch's face was as cold as ice, and his words sent shivers down everyone's spine. Everyone silently weighed the implications in their minds. The decision made by the Hong family patriarch was clearly unfair. If Lin Fan lost, he would certainly lose his life. But even if Lin Fan won, he'd only keep his life. The Lin family's shop would still remain in the Hong family's hands. Old Patriarch Hong, I said, your clever schemes are written all over your face. Even if you had a face as big as a millstone, it couldn't hold all this scheming. Does old age mean you've lost all shame? We came here to reclaim our shop, not to be toyed with. We expected someone with a clear mind, but it seems age only brings greater confusion. Had we known of your decision, we'd have cut off your line outright, turned your ancestral graves into lush green pastures. Su Yang stepped forward and launched into a tirade. As he cursed, he pondered what words would truly enrage the Hong family patriarch. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Yang's words, the Hong family members' faces flushed crimson with rage. The Hong family patriarch's expression grew increasingly grim. Ignorant brat, you're courting death. As he spoke, the Hong family patriarch moved to strike, his entire aura shifting abruptly. Just moments ago, the room had been calm and still. But in the blink of an eye, it felt as though a fierce wind had swept through the entire hall. Several pots of clivia plants in the room snapped their leaves on the spot. Gale force winds surged towards Su Yang. Lin Fan spun around, shielding Su Yang behind him as he thrust out an arm to block the Su family patriarch's palm strike. Both men then took 2 steps back. Lin Fan, this place is too cramped. Let's find an open space to settle this. Put. You're worried about your measly possessions? Today we'll tear your Hong family apart. With Lin Fan's protection, Su Yang's courage surged. Before the Hong family patriarch could finish his sentence, Su Yang cut in, firing back with unyielding defiance. And what Su Yang said was exactly what Lin Fan was thinking. Since none here would listen to reason, why give them any face? This time, Lin Fan didn't wait for the Hong family patriarch to make the first move. He attacked directly. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. Only by throwing the enemy into disarray could he secure his own position. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had landed 3 punches. The Hong family patriarch's heart tightened, his gaze turning wary. He had assumed Lin Fan wouldn't initiate an attack, yet the young man struck with such ferocity from the very start. Under the relentless barrage of Lin Fan's punches, the Hong family patriarch dared not let his guard down for even a moment. The clanging of clashing blows echoed relentlessly, reverberating through the air. The crowd watched in terror, hearts pounding in their throats. You're a grandmaster? After a few exchanges, the Hong family patriarch stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. Had the world changed so drastically in just the 2 years he'd been in seclusion? This youngster from the Lin family was barely in his 20s. Had he truly attained mastery at such a young age? No wonder he dared to storm into the Hong family compound demanding a shop, remaining utterly composed even before him. His composure stemmed from this very confidence. While the Hong family patriarch was still stunned, Lin Fan delivered another punch. This wasn't some polite exchange. He wouldn't give the old man a moment to breathe. Seeing Lin Fan's formidable strength, the Hong family patriarch felt a chill run down his spine, his heart pounding like a drum. Those martial artists who had clashed with Lin Fan earlier now lay motionless on the ground. The remaining ones abandoned any lingering thoughts of challenging him. This kid was too formidable. Even if the patriarch stepped in, he probably wouldn't gain the upper hand. In my opinion, the best strategy was to surround him and overwhelm him with numbers. Hong Zhenyu observed the situation before him, quietly analyzing. Hong Zhenyu shot him a disdainful glare and snorted coldly. At this critical moment, this kid actually has the nerve to analyze the situation? What a dullard! Lin Fan's eyes never left the Hong family patriarch. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Immediately after, a powerful gale of wind surged straight toward Lin Fan. Simultaneously, crackling sounds filled the air. Couldn't hold back any longer? Lin Fan sneered coldly, letting out a long, piercing howl before clenching both fists tightly. Facing the attack from the Hong family patriarch, Lin Fan remained calm and composed, handling it with effortless ease. The two clashed first in the Hong family's grand hall. Before long, the entire hall lay in utter disarray. Seeing the golden thread Nanmu furniture shattered into pieces, Hong Jingxin felt as if something had stabbed his heart. A sharp, agonizing pain surged through him, as if a heavy stone had been pressed against his chest, nearly suffocating him. The Hong family patriarch leapt into the air, reappearing in the courtyard. Lin Fan followed closely behind, charging straight at him. Their speed left everyone speechless. At first, people could still make out the exchange of blows between Lin Fan and the Hong family patriarch. But as time passed, all they could see were 2 dark shadows flashing by. By then, it was impossible to tell who was Lin Fan and who was the Hong family patriarch. A voice echoed through the air, followed by the sound of snapping trees. It felt as though the entire earth trembled several times. Wave after wave of shockwaves rippled through the air, accompanied by howling gales. The crowd watched in stunned silence, holding their breath. How could this kid possess such formidable skills? Was he trying to defy the heavens?
They say Lin Fan achieved this level of cultivation in just 3 years. Compared to him, our ancestor seems rather weak. At this rate, it won't be long before Lin Fan becomes a martial saint of power beyond ordinary men.
Could this kid have encountered some immortal? How else could he have such extraordinary fortune? Watching the brutal battle unfold before them, some couldn't help but whisper their thoughts. Just then, a powerful, thunderous sound erupted. It sounded like two colossal beasts colliding. Immediately afterward, a figure plummeted from midair. Simultaneously, the blood spewing from that person's mouth traced a perfect arc through the air. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats, eager to see who would emerge victorious. The white-hot battle had ended, and the outcome was before their eyes. The Hong family members stared wide-eyed, many sensing an ominous foreboding. Su Yang felt a surge of anxiety. Beside him, Yun Chuan remained utterly composed, completely unfazed by the scene before him. "Master, did that old guy fall?" Su Yang asked directly in front of everyone. Yun Chuan nodded, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the Hong family patriarch crashed to the ground. His wide sleeves fluttered like a butterfly in flight. Alas, they soon became a sickly butterfly. Recognizing the figure before them, Hong Jingxin and the Hong family disciples rushed forward, their voices filled with shock. "Ancestor, how are you? Ancestor, wake up! You audacious Lin Fan, you've killed my ancestor." Chapter 111, where did this second performance come from? Lin Fan clashed with the Hong family patriarch, leaving everyone holding their breath. Many believe that, being so young, Lin Fan's martial cultivation could never match that of the Hong family's ancestor. Thus, it was widely expected that Lin Fan would suffer the worst in this battle. Yet to everyone's astonishment, after just a few exchanges, Lin Fan blasted the Hong family patriarch out of the air. The crowd was utterly stunned, and the Hong family disciples were especially dumbfounded. Some stared in disbelief, others gaped with their mouths agape. The influential decision-makers within the Hong family hurried to attend to the patriarch, their faces etched with deep concern. Facing the crowd's accusations and curses, Lin Fan wore a look of utter disdain. "If you're outmatched, why act so arrogant? Must one be humiliated before feeling shame?" Lin Fan and Yun Chuan couldn't be bothered with the crowd, but Su Yang was different. When he saw someone pointing a finger at Lin Fan, Su Yang stepped forward immediately. "What's this? Was it you who just claimed Lin Quan killed your ancestor?" Su Yang glared, his eyes wide, demanding coldly. Before the man could recover, Su Yang unleashed a barrage of retorts. "With such meager skills, you dare call yourselves ancestors? Your Hong family's standards are truly low. If your cultivation is lacking, just admit it instead of accusing those with greater power. How shameful. Knowing your Hong family descendants are so short-sighted, I bet your ancestors would be so furious they'd crawl out of their graves. What a disgrace. Morals are in decline, and descendants are unfilial. If I were your ancestors, I wouldn't even bother reincarnating, it's too shameful." Su Yang kept shouting shameful, while stomping his feet. The Hong family members who had been preparing to retort were all rendered speechless by Su Yang's tirade. Embarrassing? It certainly was a bit embarrassing. Their venerable ancestor, at such an advanced age, beaten to a pulp by a mere youth. If word got out, the disgrace would be immense. But it seemed that wasn't the real shame. The Hong family had forcibly seized the Lin family's shop. Now that Lin Fan had come to Nanjiang to reclaim it, the entire Hong family was enraged and refused to budge. They've tried persuasion, they've tried force, they even brought out the patriarch himself, yet still, they refused to budge. The Hong family patriarch lay dazed and confused, hearing only a chaotic buzzing in his ears, his eyes unable to open. Drawing a deep breath, the patriarch finally spoke in broken, halting words. "The Hong family must be preserved. We cannot sacrifice the greater good for the sake of the lesser." Hong Jingxin's face was etched with sorrow as he clasped the patriarch's hands tightly. "Rest assured, elder. I know what must be done." With that, Hong Jingxin sprang to his feet. "Zhang Yu, Zhen Yu, you too, escort the patriarch back to rest. Everyone else, stand at attention." Hong Jingxin's expression was solemn, his voice low and deep, as if suppressing boundless fury. Upon hearing this, everyone rose to their feet, their gazes turning collectively toward Lin Fan. Hong Jingxin stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, you are utterly despicable. The Lin family of Zhongjiang has dared to come to the Hong family of Nanjiang and slaughter our people. If word of this spreads, how will the Lin family of Zhongjiang ever save face?" Before he could finish, the crowd suddenly heard the sound of applause. Clap! 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 3 crisp, clear claps rang out, followed by a burst of giggling laughter. The crowd was puzzled, and the Hong family disciples felt their hearts leap several inches higher upon hearing it. Seeing the patriarch so badly injured had already caused them all deep pain. Yet now, someone was actually applauding? Clapping alone would have been bad enough, but to laugh so heartily? It was utterly despicable. Many frowned, some even clenching their fists. But when the woman walking toward them came into view, everyone was utterly speechless. The woman before them was truly breathtakingly beautiful.
Her willow-like brows curved gracefully, her skin as smooth as jade, and an icy aura emanated from her entire being. Her earlier smile had vanished, replaced by a slight frown. Whether it was joy or playful pouting, every smile and frown radiated an alluring charm.
Everyone was utterly mesmerized, Su Yang most of all.
Seeing Bai Shuang again, Su Yang's heart pounded wildly. He was about to compliment her, but seeing so many staring at her with such intensity, a wave of irritation washed over him.
How dare these people show disrespect to the Ice Queen? They deserve a beating.
Ignoring the stunned gazes around her, Bai Shuang walked straight to Lin Fan's side. Hong Jingxin was puzzled, but quickly realized who the newcomer was. He had already gathered information about a young woman accompanying Lin Fan, the eldest daughter of the Bai family from the capital, cold as ice yet breathtakingly beautiful. Now, it was clear beyond doubt that this person was none other than Bai Shuang. As the head of the Hong family, he had just begun to arrange clan affairs when Bai Shuang interrupted him. Naturally, Hong Jingxin was furious. Before Hong Jingxin could utter a word, Bai Shuang had already begun her interrogation. The Hong family of Nanjian was a respectable clan, yet after a few years apart, their audacity had grown thicker than city walls. You were the ones who acted rudely first, forcibly seizing the Lin family's shop, yet now you dare to call Lin Fan despicable. 3 years ago, the Lin family tragedy had barely ended when their shop fell into your Hong family's hands. The Hong family had also shares a cozy relationship with Zhao Dingchuan, the head of the Central River Martial Alliance. You're clearly colluding with each other. You're all cut from the same cloth, with ulterior motives.
My junior brother sparing your lives is already generous.
If it were me, I'd send every last one of you to meet the king of hell. Bai Shuang's voice was icy cold, her face as frosty as ever. Her words seemed to lower the temperature of the surrounding air by several degrees. Hong Jingxin's face flushed from pale to crimson, yet he found no words to refute Bai Shuang's accusations. The facts were staring him in the face. Denial was impossible. Earlier, when someone went to fetch the patriarch, Hong Jingxin had been brimming with confidence. But seeing the Hong family patriarch beaten into such a sorry state by Lin Fan, Hong Jingxin lost all his nerve. Thus, faced with Bai Shuang's scathing mockery, Hong Jingxin could only swallow his pride.
If I'm not mistaken, the lady before us must be Miss Bai. May I ask what brings you here?
Bai Shuang gave a cold laugh and answered directly, naturally, it's to claim the Lin family's shop. Miss Bai is truly straightforward, stating her intentions the moment she arrives.
Before Hong Jingxin could finish his sentence, Su Yang cut him off. Enough with the act. We've seen this routine before. Watching it again won't earn you any extra coins. Save your breath. Hong Jingxin trembled with rage. He was merely telling the truth. Where was this talk of a second performance? By this kid's logic, he'd be reduced to a mere actor. Su Yang, don't push your luck. Hong Jingxin's voice was icy as he stared at Su Yang without moving.
You're the one trying to pull tricks here.
Let's get this over with. Just say it, are you giving me this shop or not?
Hong Jingxin's teeth clenched so hard they ground together, yet he could only manage a hoarse reply.
I'll give it. Chapter 112, 60 shops isn't much. Since you're giving it, let's get this over with cleanly. No need to dither like some old woman.
Su Yang finished his sentence and shot Hong Jingxin a withering glare. Just when everyone thought Su Yang would finally shut up, he added one more sentence.
It's clearly someone else's property. Not only have you pocketed 3 years' worth of profits, but you're still so reluctant to give it back when it's time. You've got some nerve.
Hong Jingxin felt a surge of blood rush to his throat, a metallic taste filling his mouth. If he hadn't forced himself to hold back, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood. First, Bai Shuang's relentless interrogation, now, this young upstart from the Su family hurling accusations and insults. Today, the Hong family had truly lost all face. As for the main protagonist, Lin Fan, he hadn't uttered a word since blasting the old ancestor out of the sky. Precisely because Lin Fan remained silent, Hong Jingxin felt increasingly uneasy. Within the entire Hong family, the patriarch's cultivation level was already the highest. Lin Fan had defeated the Hong family patriarch with ease. If this young man decided to cause trouble, the entire Hong family might not survive. At that moment, the words spoken by the patriarch echoed in Hong Jingxin's mind once more. Never sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Glancing up at Lin Fan, Hong Jingxin steeled himself to speak. Young man, these Lin family shops were part of a deal between me and Zhao Dingchuan. I can return them to the Lin family, but I want you to understand I paid for them. No sooner had Hong Jingxin finished speaking than Lin Fan finally responded. If my Lin family had chosen to sell these shops to you and accepted your money, there would be nothing more to discuss. But as you said, this is a transaction between you and Zhao Dingchuan. It has nothing to do with my Lin family. Even if there are losses, you should seek them from Zhao Dingchuan. Besides, I believe the profits from the Lin family shops over these past 3 years have already made you rich beyond measure. Wouldn't you agree? Hong Jingxin was rendered speechless and could only nod in agreement. 15 minutes later, Hong Jingxin and Lin Fan sat facing each other in the Hong family's side parlor. Lin Fan stared expressionlessly at the documents on the tea table.
Across from him, Hong Jingxin was on edge.
The main hall had been completely dismantled by Lin Fan earlier.
If he said anything wrong now, would this side hall be next?
The thought of those golden thread Manhwa furniture pieces made Hong Jingxin frown again.
As soon as Lin Fan finished the last page, Hong Jingxin couldn't wait to speak up. Head of the Lin family, would this resolution be acceptable?
To show respect, Hong Jingxin had even changed the way he addressed Lin Fan. From the previous young brother Lin, he had now become head of the Lin family, a perfect upgrade. Lin Fan said nothing, merely setting the documents aside. Hong Jingxin's heart immediately leapt to his throat. Head of the Lin family, the profit records for these 108 shops over the past 3 years are all here.
We will certainly deliver every single penny to your residence.
Also, if you feel the 30 shops the Hong family offered are insufficient, we can double that amount. As he spoke these words, Hong Jingxin felt as if something had clenched his heart, the pain excruciating. That was solid gold and silver. After all, giving it all away to Lin Fan left him feeling bitterly resentful. But this killing god refused to budge, leaving him utterly helpless. As the saying goes, it's easy to invite a deity but hard to send them away, especially an uninvited one. If he could just get rid of this guy, Hong Jingxin would consider himself blessed.
Hearing the offer doubled, Lin Fan finally nodded.
Then, Su Yang's voice came through again. Your ancestor is truly ruthless. He went straight for Lin family head's life with every move. Each strike was vicious. Everyone saw it clearly. If not for the Lin family head showing mercy, your ancestor would have met the king of hell long ago. To help Lin Jiaju recover from the shock, 30 shops? 60 wouldn't even be too much. Hong Jingxin nodded vigorously like a garlic press after hearing this. You're absolutely right, young Master Su.
60 shops? That's nothing. Truly nothing.
Though Hong Jingxin claimed it wasn't much, everyone could tell those words were gritted out through clenched teeth.
Not too many? It's far too many. 60 shops aren't like 60 pairs of pants. This would be the death of him.
Cold sweat beaded on Hong Jingxin's forehead, yet his face remained plastered with a smile. The sight was as comical as could be.
Fine, then.
Lin Fan said as he stood up. Hong Jingxin hastily pressed his hand to his heart, his expression visibly relieved.
Finally, some news.
Just now, he'd been genuinely worried Lin Fan might demand the entire Hong family's assets.
Very well, very well.
With the house in such disarray, I shan't keep the Lin family head for dinner.
Hong Jingxin gestured politely while bowing and stepping aside.
Su Yang quickly gathered the documents and stood beside Lin Fan with a smug look on his face.
Soon after, Lin Fan and his entourage departed together. Once Lin Fan's car disappeared from sight, Hong Jingxin's body swayed violently. Thud! Hong Jingxin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The Hong family members held their breath in anxiety. Some even murmured under their breath, finally, they're gone.
Ever since Lin Fan left, Lin Quan had been waiting by the entrance. Seeing Lin Fan step out of the car, Lin Quan approached with a look of concern, limping slightly.
Master, are you all right?
Lin Fan smiled. Uncle Lin, no need to worry.
I've already taken care of everything.
Lin Quan was utterly stunned, frozen in place.
Taken care of? The Hong family isn't someone to mess with. Did they cause trouble for you, Master?
By the time he asked, Lin Quan had braced himself for the worst.
The Hong family wielded considerable power and influence in Nanjiang.
As a century-old clan, their connections ran deep and intricate. Lin Fan had only taken a handful of men to reclaim the shops. Things probably hadn't gone smoothly. As long as they didn't make things difficult for Lin Fan, if those shops couldn't be reclaimed, then so be it. Lin Quan furrowed his brow slightly and spoke earnestly.
Master, you are still young.
As long as the mountain remains, we needn't fear the lack of firewood. We can reclaim those shops gradually. There's no need to rush.
Ha! Ever since seeing Lin Quan, Su Yang had been holding back.
Lin Quan's heart was filled with worry, yet he had to put on a carefree expression. This truly put him in a difficult position.
Hearing Lin Quan speak thus, Su Yang could no longer contain himself and burst into loud laughter. Young Master Su, what's gotten into you?
Lin Quan was utterly baffled, his forced smile looking more like a grimace than anything else.
Uncle Lin, you're worrying needlessly. The Lin Fan of today is no longer the same as before. After a few moves, guess what happened? What happened?
Lin Quan cautiously inquired. Su Yang pulled out the documents and placed them directly into Lin Quan's hands. The Lin family shops, all 108 of them, not a single one missing, were all reclaimed. Not only that, but the Hong family also handed over 60 shops. Chapter 113, Casting a Long Line to Catch a Big Fish. Lin Quan was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief.
Young Master Su, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Lin Quan felt both overjoyed and exhilarated.
If not for the presence of Lin Fan and Bai Shuang, he would have slapped himself to confirm this wasn't a dream.
Why would I deceive you, Uncle Lin? Rest well these next few days to recover. You'll have plenty to do soon enough.
With so many shops to manage, being the steward won't be easy. I'll have Brother Fan give you a raise.
Su Yang blinked his eyes as he spoke, as if this good fortune were happening to him.
Seeing the scene before them, Lin Fan and Bai Shuang couldn't help but laugh along. Uncle Lin, Su Yang's telling the truth.
Lin Fan looked at Lin Quan and briefly explained the situation with the Hong family.
Lin Quan's eyes lit up with understanding.
He immediately gave Lin Fan a thumbs up.
Master of the household, you've truly outdone yourself. The old master worked his entire life and only managed to expand the shops to 108. You've gone out on a single trip and brought back 60 more. That's incredible. Lin Quan wept with joy.
A smile returned to Lin Fan's face. After a few more words, the group headed to the living room together. Lin Fan stared at the thick stack of documents before him, his brow furrowed. Logically, he should be overjoyed to have these shops back.
Yet Su Yang's words forced Lin Fan to reconsider. Uncle Lin was getting on in years.
Entrusting him with so many shops would surely be too much for him.
But he couldn't keep asking Bai Shuang for help indefinitely. That just wouldn't be right. Bro, how come you're not happy about such great news? You wouldn't have gotten too excited, would you?
Su Yang spoke as he reached out. He aimed right at Lin Fan's eyes and gave it a couple of hard swats.
Lin Fan pushed his hand aside.
There are too many shops, Uncle Lin can't handle them all alone. What big deal was I talking about? So this is what's been bothering you. Don't worry, leave it to me. Su Yang patted his chest, speaking with confidence.
Lin Fan frowned slightly, while Bai Shuang beside him also wore a puzzled expression. After steadying her nerves, Bai Shuang's beautiful eyes fixed directly on Su Yang. Ever since she'd met Su Yang, his mouth hadn't stopped moving. No wonder his lips were so thin, all that talking had worn them down. Feeling Bai Shuang's gaze on him, Su Yang perked up instantly.
Brother Fan, listen to me. I was a math prodigy growing up.
After I heard about your situation, I barely left the house. These past 3 years I've been managing the family business entirely from home. You could say I single-handedly built up the entire Su family business. If Brother Fan trusts me and gives me half a month, I'll completely revamp these 100+ shops. Lin Fan, who had long since mastered the art of hiding his emotions, couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise at Su Yang's words.
Over 100 shops, in half a month? Yes, half a month is more than enough. Su Yang's expression was completely serious now, devoid of any trace of jest. Alright, then these shops are yours. But there's one thing I must remind you: if you're staying here with me, what about your family back home? Lin Fan had known since college that Su Yang possessed remarkable capability.
The Su Yang in the bottle might seem carefree, but when he set his mind to something, he gave it his all.
Moreover, Su Yang possessed a natural talent for business, something Lin Fan had witnessed firsthand long ago.
Therefore, entrusting these shops to Su Yang's care gave Lin Fan peace of mind.
The only thing weighing on Lin Fan's mind was Su Yang's parents. You can put your mind at ease about this. As long as I'm safe and sound, my parents will be burning incense every day. Besides, I've already mapped out the Su family's business operations before leaving. There won't be any issues for at least half a year. Su Yang spoke with brimming confidence, raising his eyebrows as he spoke.
Lin Fan reached out and gave Su Yang a pat on the shoulder. Though he said nothing, his gesture spoke volumes. While Lin Fan, Su Yang, and Bai Shuang were making plans for the future, the entire city of Nanjian was already in an uproar. News of the Hong family's downfall spread like wildfire. In a short span of time, almost everyone knew about the Hong family patriarch being knocked down by Lin Fan. Though most hadn't witnessed the scene firsthand, they had imagined the thrilling spectacle countless times in their minds. Thus, within less than 2 hours, every street and alley buzzed with talk of Lin Fan. This Lin Fan truly was a prodigy hero's emerging youth. To lead a dozen men into the Hong family compound, that kind of audacity isn't something ordinary people possess. Speaking of which, the Hong family lost 60 shops this time, a price paid to avert disaster. Had Lin Fan truly acted, the entire Hong compound would likely have been razed to the ground. Of course. If he could blast the patriarch out of the sky, dealing with the rest would be as easy as crushing an ant. Hong Jingxin was no fool. Wealth was but a fleeting possession, preserving one's life was paramount. Karma is a wheel: good deeds beget good fortune, evil deeds beget retribution. Considering what Hong Jingxin had done to the Lin family back then, Lin Fan showing mercy by not annihilating the Hongs was already lenient. People murmured among themselves, their faces etched with profound emotion. Even the children playing in the streets understood, adding flowers to brocade is easy, but offering aid in times of hardship is rare. The moment the Lin family faced disaster, Hong Jingxin and his men seized all their shops, a blatant act of looting in the fire. Now that Lin Fan had returned, reclaiming his family's shops was only natural. Seeing his servants unable to kill Lin Fan, Hong Jingxin even summoned the Hong family patriarch. Lin Fan sparing the Hong family a chance to live was truly letting them off easy. Many believed Lin Fan's mercy was foolish. A man like Hong Jingxin deserved to be utterly destroyed. Even Bai Shuang shared this view. Lin Fan, however, had a different perspective. Senior sister, the Lin family's assets were undoubtedly a juicy prize for those major clans. Seeing them all flow into the Hong family's coffers at once would surely make many envious. But I've investigated, no one has challenged the Hong family in these 3 years.
Don't you find that strange?
Lin Fan's words made Bai Shuang alert. Her willow brows knitted together as her clear eyes blinked several times.
Are you suggesting the Hong family has someone backing them?
I don't know who's backing the Hong family, but I do know this: it's suspicious that they've managed to run all these shops safely and smoothly until now. Bai Shuang gasped, as if suddenly understanding something. Little junior brother, so you spared the Hong family not because of what Hong Jingxin sent you? You were playing the long game, fishing for a big catch. Lin Fan's lips curved into a faint smile before he nodded.
Senior sister, you truly possess a refined and intelligent mind.
Bai Shuang pouted playfully.
Oh, come on. If you hadn't said that, I never would have figured it out. Chapter 114, we're just taking a stroll.
During Lin Fan's time away from the mountain, Bai Shuang felt most deeply the sweetness of revenge. Lin Fan's response to those who had once bullied the Lin family was direct and decisive. What was stolen must be reclaimed. Those who had bullied him would be beaten back. That's why Bai Shuang found Lin Fan's approach to the Hong family matter somewhat perplexing. Hearing Lin Fan explain it this way, Bai Shuang suddenly understood. It wasn't that Lin Fan was momentarily weak, he was aiming to take down all those behind the scenes. I'd only marveled at my junior disciple's extraordinary talent, but I never imagined he possessed such meticulous thinking as well. Truly admirable. As she spoke, Bai Shuang's expression turned solemn, and she actually raised her hands to bow in respect. Lin Fan hurriedly grabbed Bai Shuang's wrist. His voice carried a hint of nervousness. Senior sister, if you bow to me, how can I possibly return the gesture? Please don't put me in such an awkward position. Bai Shuang let out a soft chuckle, her face once again blooming with a radiant smile.
Su Yang, witnessing this scene, froze in place.
Heaven truly smiled upon him. He had just arrived at the door when he witnessed the beauty's smile. To witness such a sight was truly breathtaking.
For a moment, Su Yang was completely transfixed. Su Daon, what are you doing? Lin Fan's prompting snapped Su Yang back to reality.
Glancing down at the documents in his hand, Su Yang strode over to Lin Fan. Take a look. This is the summary of all current employees at the Lin family shop, and this one lists the retired old servants from the Lin family.
As he spoke, Su Yang placed both documents on the table in front of Lin Fan.
A look of astonishment flashed across Lin Fan's face.
Su Yang's efficiency was astonishing.
After all, the Lin family had 108 shops.
Just compiling these records alone would be incredibly time-consuming.
And this guy even managed to compile data on those who had already left.
Impressive.
Before he could praise Su Yang, Lin Fan picked up a form and studied it closely.
Name, Lu Dumao, age, 35, employee of Lin Family Hardware Store, years of service, 9. In the notes section, there was an additional line. Clearly written in parentheses, former Lin Family servant.
Name, Zhang Xiuhao, age, 29, technical staff at Lin Family Dragon Bone Factory, years of service, 3. In the remarks column after Zhang Xiuhao, only the words ordinary employee were written. Comparing this to Zhang Damao's information, Lin Fan quickly realized that Zhang Xiuhao was an employee hired after the Hong family took over the Lin family shop, not a long-serving retainer of the Lin family. The form was printed with exceptional clarity, making its contents immediately obvious at a glance. Lin Fan's lips curved into a smile as he couldn't help but praise Su Yang.
Su Daon, your efficiency is impressive.
At this rate, we might actually have all the replicated information under our control in less than half a month.
Not just that. Su Yang deliberately raised his voice, arching his eyebrows as he spoke. Compiling the roster of all current employees is just one part.
At the same time, I've already had all the Lin family shop signs replaced.
No more Hong family.
From now on, the character Hong will never appear in any Lin family shop again. Lin Fan felt a wave of emotion wash over him.
Su Yang was right.
The shops had been reclaimed, and from now on, they would have absolutely nothing to do with the Hong family. He hadn't expected Su Yang to be so impressive in business matters. Bai Shuang, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up.
Su Yang was stunned once more.
Sister Bai Shuang, your voice is truly enchanting, like a nightingale's song, clear and melodious, or like magpies perched on plum blossoms, heralding joyous tidings.
Su Yang racked his brain for words to compliment the girl.
But after he finished speaking, Lin Fan gave him a sharp tap on the forehead. If you can't speak properly, just shut your mouth.
Before Su Yang could react, Bai Shuang immediately chimed in. Are you implying I'm as chatty as a magpie? Lin Fan couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Su Yang was utterly confused, having no idea what was going on.
Back on the mountain, Bai Shuang had once compared a senior brother who never stopped talking to a magpie perched in a tree. Now, hearing Su Yang praise Bai Shuang for being like a magpie, Lin Fan instantly understood. And the truth was exactly as Lin Fan had suspected. Su Yang had tried to butter someone up, but ended up stepping in it.
Sister Bai Shuang, I didn't mean it that way. I just think your voice is so beautiful, like... Su Yang stumbled over his words, tongue-tied under Bai Shuang's clear gaze. 10 minutes later.
Lin Fan led both Su Yang and Bai Shuang out of the room. Then as we discussed, I'll come find you once I finish handling my current matters. Bai Shuang looked at Lin Fan, a hint of tenderness flickering in her eyes. If they weren't about to leave, Bai Shuang would surely be arm in arm with Lin Fan again, strolling about as before. Lin Fan nodded. Senior sister, I'll head to the shop with Su Yang first. We'll contact you if anything comes up. Alright, I'll come find you both later. With that, Bai Shuang smiled and walked away. Su Yang, of course, froze in place again. Su Yang, I'm giving you a friendly heads up, don't even think about hitting on my senior sister. She's no pushover. Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, Su Yang was already nodding his head like a bobblehead. I know. I've heard a thing or two about Sister Bai Shuang. I'll steer clear of her sharp edges and try not to get beaten up. Su Yang spoke with utmost sincerity, leaving Lin Fan with nothing but a helpless shake of his head. Half an hour later, Lin Fan and Su Yang arrived at a fruit shop. The Lin family had enjoyed a century of prestige in Zhongjiang, with their business interests spanning a dazzling array of industries. 3 years prior, Lin family establishments could be found in every sector of daily life: clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Seeing the newly replaced shop sign, Lin Fan felt a complex mix of emotions. These shops, like himself, had weathered that storm. Now that they were back under the Lin family's ownership, they were bound to thrive. Lost in thought, Lin Fan was suddenly approached by a shop assistant. Gentlemen, what can I get for you? We're the most renowned fruit shop in the area. We carry every kind of fresh fruit imaginable from north to south, with an extensive variety. There's nothing you can't find here. The staff member rattled off a long list without waiting for Lin Fan or Su Yang to speak, then eagerly continued their pitch. Whether you're buying for yourself or as a gift, we have complete fruit baskets at reasonable prices. Other customers often take 2 or 3 baskets at a time. Finishing his pitch, the staff member pointed directly to a fruit basket. Faced with the staff member's enthusiasm, both Su Yang and Lin Fan felt a bit overwhelmed. Noticing the lack of interest from the two men, the staff member inquired again. Gentlemen, is there anything you like? We're just browsing. Lin Fan answered truthfully. What? Just browsing? Chapter 115, Fabricating Lies, Twisting Truths. The other party's voice suddenly rose, leaving Lin Fan and Su Yang stunned. Su Yang instinctively chimed in. Yeah, just browsing. What's the big deal? The other person shot Su Yang a withering glare, his expression dripping with irritation. Why didn't you say you were just browsing? Now I've wasted my breath. At that moment, the man narrowed his eyes, circled Su Yang once, and spoke with ill intent. You don't look like you're just browsing. Are you here to check prices? Let me tell you, don't think I'm scared of you just because you're young. If you dare cause trouble here, you'll regret it. Whoa, are you threatening me? Who says you can't browse around in a fruit shop? Su Yang didn't back down, straightening his neck to argue with the man. Even without Lin Fan by his side, he knew he could handle this woman, a woman covered in flab. What's there to browse in a fruit shop? If you're not buying anything, get out of my sight and scram. How dare you speak to me like that? Is this your idea of customer service? Where's your boss? Get him over here. Su Yang stared fixedly at the woman before him. The middle-aged woman sneered coldly and stomped her foot hard. The fat on her face jiggled. Look at your pathetic state, can't even afford fruit, yet you have the nerve to demand to see our boss? What gives you the right? Do you even deserve it? Lin Fan's lips curled into a faint smile as he surveyed the surroundings, his voice tinged with icy coldness. We just want to see what kind of boss would hire an employee like you. Is that your fruit shop's motto? Finishing his statement, Lin Fan sat down directly on a chair. Seeing this unfold before her, the middle-aged woman's anger flared even more. She turned and shouted toward the cash register. Oldly, hurry and notify the manager. Someone's causing trouble. At that, a door opened in the adjacent room, and a middle-aged man darted out. Before Su Yang and Lin Fan could get a good look at the man, the one called Oldly was already jogging out the door. Looks like he really did go find the manager after hearing that woman's words. Lin Fan sneered coldly. A shop assistant this arrogant and overbearing must have someone backing them up. Otherwise, they wouldn't speak so rudely. Since he was going to find the manager anyway, it saved Lin Fan the trouble of doing it himself. Today, he would meet this fruit shop manager. Seeing someone leave, the middle-aged woman immediately grabbed a fruit knife nearby. Clang! The sound echoed as the knife plunged precisely into the cutting board. Su Yang stared coldly at the woman before him. She appeared to be in her 30s, but her broad shoulders and plump figure made her face appear puffy. At first glance, she appeared to be in her 40s or 50s. Her hair was thinning on top, and she wore a floral sundress, hardly the attire of a professional service staff member. To mistake someone with her appearance for a server would be giving him too much credit. Su Yang muttered under his breath. Little did he know, though his voice was barely audible, the middle-aged woman still caught his words. She stomped her foot again, her words still dripping with menace. We've never been short of troublemakers around here. The only thing we fear is you coming here but not making it back alive.
What's the deal? You come to my shop and think you can leave your life here? Who gave you the nerve to try robbing and killing people?
With every word the woman spoke, Su Yang fired back, not backing down an inch. The woman trembled with rage, glancing nervously toward the doorway from time to time. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a burly man walked in.
The man was extremely obese.
Before the revolving door at the fruit shop had even opened wide enough, he shoved it open with his hands and squeezed his entire body through.
Who's looking for trouble here? Don't you want to live anymore?
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a middle-aged woman hurried over to him, her voice trembling with tears.
Manager, it's these two brats.
They came in, picked through almost every piece of fruit here, but they just won't buy anything. I told them not to touch everything, but they wouldn't listen.
Now they're sitting on the chairs waiting for you. Since I started working here, I've never seen such unreasonable customers. They're clearly here to cause trouble.
The woman played the victim first, rattling off a long tirade. Su Yang stared wide-eyed at the middle-aged woman before him.
Holy crap! Are middle-aged women this aggressive nowadays? They don't even bother to figure out what's going on. Are you blind? Forget it.
As the middle-aged woman claimed, they hadn't even touched the fruit baskets.
She even claimed they'd touched every piece of fruit here. Why didn't she say they'd eaten every piece instead?
She was making things up out of thin air, twisting the truth. Lin Fan lifted his gaze and looked directly at the surveillance camera in the southwest corner. The little red dot on the monitor kept blinking, proving the camera was working fine. Before Lin Fan could look away, the middle-aged man had already rolled up his sleeves.
Listen, you two are here looking for trouble, aren't you? Did you see there's only one woman in this shop and think you could take advantage?
Lin Fan sucked in a sharp breath.
Su Yang immediately covered his mouth. After taking a deep breath, Su Yang forced himself to calm down.
Stepping before the man, Su Yang spoke slowly and deliberately.
You're the owner here, right? I want to clarify something.
We did come to this fruit shop, but we weren't here for this woman. As the saying goes, to each their own. But this lady's figure and demeanor really didn't match our expectations. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. After a moment's pause, he bellowed.
You little punk, what do you think you're doing? Let me tell you, if you touch the fruit here, you buy it. Don't be so ungrateful.
She's right. They've touched every single piece of fruit in this whole section, and they specifically picked the most expensive ones, fruit baskets, durians. It's killing me. Su Yang's brow furrowed deeply. It seemed these two had made up their minds they wouldn't let it go until they'd extorted some money out of them. The thought made Su Yang laugh out loud. Even if he was willing to pay, it depended entirely on what Lin Fan had in mind. Just like you said, we can buy the fruit we've touched, but we won't pay a single penny for anything untouched.
There are surveillance cameras here. You can review the footage from earlier.
No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than the middle-aged woman craned her neck forward.
Who said you could see the surveillance? My eyes are the surveillance. Smack!
Before the woman could finish her sentence, the sound of a slap echoed through the air. The sound of a palm slapping against plump flesh sent a shiver through Su Yang's heart. When he looked up again, the left side of the middle-aged woman's face was already swollen high.
Chapter 116, The Hong Family? What the hell are they? Well, you actually dare to hit someone.
The middle-aged woman saw stars before her eyes. Only after feeling the searing pain across half her face did she realize she'd been struck. The burly man was equally stunned. That kid moved way too fast. Before he could even process what happened, the woman's face was already swelling up. She had a big mouth, she deserved it.
The middle-aged woman was completely stunned by the blow.
What had she said to deserve a sudden slap? Realizing something was terribly wrong, the middle-aged woman sat on the ground and began wailing loudly.
She hit me. She's extorting money.
The young man came to rob the store. This is murder. The middle-aged woman wailed at the top of her lungs, tears and snot streaming down her face. Seeing this scene, the burly man instantly became menacing. Kid, you're dead meat. As he spoke, the middle-aged man swung his fist, aiming straight for Lin Fan's chest.
Lin Fan remained unflinching, not even attempting to dodge.
The middle-aged man felt a surge of satisfaction, momentarily increasing the force behind his punch. The kid before him was lanky and tall, clearly lacking much muscle. This punch would surely keep him bedridden for a month or two. He'd come here looking for trouble, leaving him alive would be generous enough. The middle-aged man clenched his jaw, a vicious grin spreading across his face. By this point, the middle-aged woman had stopped crying, her eyes wide as she prepared to watch the show. With the man's fist still half a foot away from Lin Fan, the latter suddenly raised his hand, pressing his palm directly against the man's fist. Then, he bent his fingers and twisted his wrist. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Simultaneously, the crowd heard the sound of bones shattering. Snap! The sound was crisp and utterly delightful. In the blink of an eye, the man who had been about to attack Lin Fan lay motionless on the ground.
His entire face contorted in agony.
Seeing this, the middle-aged woman descended into a frenzy.
You dare cause trouble here?
You must be tired of living.
Today, I'll cut you down with my knife, let's see who dares stop me. Finishing her threat, she grabbed the fruit knife from the cutting board and lunged toward Lin Fan. You really want us dead? Killing intent flared in Lin Fan's eyes as his entire demeanor shifted abruptly. With each step the middle-aged woman took, the flab around her waist jiggled violently. After 3 strides, the knife was about to touch Lin Fan's clothes. Lin Fan kicked out, sending the woman flying backward. With a clang, the fruit knife in her hand hit the ground. The middle-aged woman, who had been brimming with confidence just moments ago, was now tossed aside like a discarded ragdoll. Had the revolving door not stopped her, she would likely have crashed into the opposite side of the street. Even so, her bulky frame knocked over several baskets of fruit. Bright red apples instantly scattered across the floor, followed by several durians tumbling alongside them. Seeing the disoriented woman reeling, Su Yang's eyes flickered. Seizing the moment when she wasn't paying attention, Su Yang kicked a durian right to her side. Ouch, ouch. The woman sucked in a sharp breath of pain, her entire body feeling as if every bone had shattered. At that moment, the only sound that could escape her wide-open mouth was a series of ouch yes. Just as she wobbled to her feet, another shriek erupted. Ouch! Though it was the same cry of oh my, compared to before, the middle-aged woman's voice now carried a hint of terror. Su Yang and Lin Fan saw it clearly. In her panic, the middle-aged woman tried to stand up, instinctively reaching out to steady herself on the ground. Unfortunately, she ended up grabbing the durian. For an ordinary person in this situation, the pain wouldn't have been so intense. But this woman was different. She weighed close to 300 pounds, and now she was supporting herself with just one hand. That weight. A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips. Su Yang burst out laughing. Truly, good deeds beget good rewards, and evil deeds beget evil consequences. What this old woman is facing should be called retribution in this lifetime. Watching the middle-aged woman collapse to the ground again, Su Yang's voice grew sharp. Is this how your shop operates normally? Who gave you the nerve to bully people like this? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth fiercely, his face twisted with defiance. By now, half of the middle-aged woman's face had swollen up like a pig's snout. Combined with the recent fall, she couldn't even muster a look of anger now. Kid, don't get too cocky. The Hong family won't let you get away with this kind of reckless behavior. At these words, Lin Fan's expression instantly darkened. This shop belongs to the Lin family. It has nothing to do with the Hong family anymore. The middle-aged man burst into a bloodshot veined laugh upon hearing this. Stop spreading alarmist nonsense. Even if the Lin family reclaims this shop, what difference does it make? As long as they don't replace the staff, it only proves the Lin family still fears the Hongs. The Hong family's century-old foundation is deeply entrenched. Even if they suffer a temporary setback now, they will surely turn the tables in the future. The Hong family. Before the man could finish his sentence, Su Yang reached out and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Smack! The resounding crack echoed louder than any before. The pain in his mouth silenced him instantly. You little. Su Yang kicked the man again with force, his stance brimming with authority. What are you? Open your dog eyes and see clearly who stands before you. The Lin family doesn't need watchdogs like you. The fact that you're still allowed to stay in the shop for another day is us giving you face. From now on, scum like you won't bully others anymore. After finishing his sentence, Su Yang added one more thing. The Hong family? They're nothing. No, they're not even worth a fart. With a cold snort, Su Yang threw his head back high once more. Lin Fan stepped forward, his voice low and measured. Is this how you run the Lin family's shops on a daily basis? The middle-aged man's mouth gaped wide, his speech slurring slightly. Is that? Before the man could finish, Lin Fan cut him off. Get out. The man froze, momentarily unable to react. What did get lost mean? Did that mean they weren't allowed in the fruit shop anymore? Getting out was fine, he wanted to leave quickly too. But what was infuriating was that they couldn't just leave because he told them to. He'd just beaten them up, didn't even know their names. How pathetic would it be to just leave like that? Haven't you had enough of this? Are you trying to die? Su Yang's voice was sharp and full of authority. The man's heart sank. He immediately dropped to his knees, banging his head on the ground in supplication. Spare my life, sir. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman hurriedly dragged herself toward the exit, terrified that Lin Fan and the others might change their minds. Chapter 117, The Hong Family's Decision. By the time the two reached the doorway, they were startled to find a large crowd had gathered around the shop. Earlier, the commotion from the fruit shop had drawn many glances in their direction. Even those walking down the street couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Upon seeing the pitiful state of the middle-aged woman and the man, some couldn't help but clap and cheer. Amidst the crowd, someone remarked, "It really takes one thing to defeat another." Those two finally got what they deserved. The moment the words left their lips, others chimed in agreement. These two had been terrorizing this street for ages. Anyone who stepped into their fruit shop was skinned alive before they could leave. They'd grown accustomed to their bullying ways, but today someone finally stepped in to put them in their place. It was divine justice. Exactly. They relied on the Hong family's power and influence, treating ordinary folk with utter contempt. They pretended to run a fruit shop, but really, it was just a front for extortion. Karma comes full circle, what goes around comes around. Let's see if they dare bully people again. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Fan and Su Yan emerged. Someone remarked,
I saw those two young men go in earlier.
could they be here to take down those two? Before the words had even faded, another voice chimed in. Could it be they tried to scam someone but got beaten up instead? That's so satisfying. Bet that's exactly what happened. Look at the fear in their eyes, they must have gotten their asses kicked by these two. Before Lin Fan and Su Yang could say anything, the crowd had already pieced together the gist of the situation. Lin Fan turned to look at Su Yang, his expression seeming to ask how they should handle the situation. Su Yang remained unflappable, stepping forward with a smile. With so many people gathered, why not take this chance to make an announcement? Fellow villagers, you all witnessed what just happened.
These two men harbored sinister intentions, committed wicked deeds, and harmed the people. Their actions defied heaven's justice. Their punishment was well deserved. Now, as you all know, the Lin family shop that was seized by the Hong family has been reclaimed. The Hongs will never bully us common folk again. The head of the Lin family is here today. Anyone wishing to work at the fruit shop may apply now. We'll conduct interviews on the spot. Su Yang gritted his teeth as he recounted the two men's wicked deeds. But when it came to the job openings, Su Yang's face lit up with a radiant smile. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang's expression had shifted through all 4 seasons. The moment the Lin family head was mentioned, many eyes instinctively turned to Lin Fan. Lin Fan hadn't expected Su Yang to put on such a public show. Left with no choice, Lin Fan forced a polite smile and nodded to the crowd. The Lin family is truly a distinguished household. Back in the day, when old Master Lin was still with us, we received countless kindnesses from him. Quite right, young man. Might I reserve a spot for my son? I'll call him over immediately. Back when the Lin family ran their shops, they always put integrity first. They never bullied competitors or monopolized the market. Even working at this fruit store makes you feel proud. Don't get cocky now that you've gotten a good deal. It's not just about pride, look around. Any employee working for the Lin family gets better benefits than a regular government worker. Why didn't you say so sooner? Hey, young man, think I'd be a good fit? I'm a full-time graduate from a proper university, you know. Once everyone understood the situation, Su Yang didn't need to say much. They'd already spread the word about the Lin family's past kindnesses far and wide. Many people eagerly signed up, leaving Su Yang overwhelmed. Meanwhile, common folk on the street practically fought tooth and nail to secure positions at the Lin family's shops. Several times, it nearly came to blows. Seeing this scene unfold, Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. Taking advantage of the bustling crowd, Lin Fan quietly slipped away. He knew he couldn't match Su Yang's business acumen, and besides, he disliked such noisy scenes. He'd leave the rest to Su Yang. Lin Fan strolled leisurely ahead. Little did he know, this incident had already stirred up quite a commotion in Zhongzheng. Even the Hong family in Nanjiang had heard about it. The assault on the middle-aged woman in Man was, in itself, a minor incident. Yet, the moment it occurred, the Hong family of Nanjiang received word. Hong Jingxin, the head of the Hong family, sat in his armchair with a frosty expression, saying nothing. Hong Zhengyu, the second son, Hong Zhenyu, the third son, and other influential members of the Hong family sat on either side. Not a single breath was audible among them, yet every gaze secretly drifted toward Hong Jingxin. At that moment, the entire Hong family was shrouded in the dark cloud of the assault on their patriarch. The brutal treatment of the family's envoys only added insult to injury. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive, leaving many feeling as though they could scarcely breathe. Hong Zhenyu scanned the room, took a deep breath, and spoke first. Lin Fan has gone too far. He seized our shop and assaulted our Hong family members. Brother, you must decide how to handle this. No sooner had he finished speaking than another young man rose from his seat. Master, he said, though Ma-san is not of our clan, he is connected to the Hong family. Lin Fan's actions seemed deliberately intended to show defiance toward us. Indeed, after slaughtering so many here earlier, he still wouldn't let the Hong family off the hook upon returning to Zhongzheng. Lin Fan's actions are utterly despicable. Though the others didn't join in the chorus, Hong Jingxin could clearly see the expressions in their eyes. Glancing around the room, Hong Jingxin cleared his throat loudly. The entire hall instantly fell silent. Though none of you witnessed the day's events firsthand, I trust you've heard the accounts. Even our patriarch fell at Lin Fan's hands. What purpose do your verbal attacks now serve? Before anyone could speak, Hong Jingxin's voice suddenly turned sharp. The Hong family now stands at a critical juncture. Our century-old legacy must not be severed by our own hands. Before entering seclusion, the patriarch instructed us, never sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Even if Lin Fan continues to provoke us, we must not fall into his trap. Bide your time and the waters will calm. It would be wise for all of you to temper your ambitions. At this, Hong Jianyu's forehead bulged with veins.
But elder brother, are we just going to let Lin Fan ride us like a horse and on our necks? That's utterly humiliating.
Before he could finish, Hong Jingxin turned sharply behind him.
Tie up Hong Jianyu and confine him to a month of reflection.
The crowd gasped in shock.
Immediately afterward, Hong Jingxin announced publicly, anyone who dares to provoke Lin Fan without permission will be expelled from the family registry. Though resentment simmered within them, they swallowed their anger. Hong Jingxin's decision turned the entire Hong family into the laughingstock of every dinner table. Chapter 118, I'm not after your money. Within a short time, another topic joined the discussions about the Hong family patriarch. Hong Jingxin, the head of the Hong family, was a complete and utter coward. Bullied like that, he didn't even dare to breathe a word. So what? They'd already handed over the shop. Did they really expect to lord it over others in someone else's establishment?
It seemed the Hong family had truly backed down this time.
If even the patriarch wouldn't step forward, the younger generations certainly wouldn't dare to act out.
Without Zhao Dingchuan, the Hong family had truly lost its pillar of strength. Lin Fan was truly formidable.
How could someone so young force the Hong family patriarch into seclusion? What level of martial cultivation must he possess?
He's a prodigy, surpassing his master. Given time, Lin Fan will undoubtedly reach the level of a martial sovereign. Lin Fan paid no heed to these murmurs and speculations. Right now, Lin Fan was solely focused on uncovering more clues about the mastermind behind the scenes. His actions at the fruit shop disciplining those two middle-aged women were not deliberate provocation, but rather a response to their excessive behavior. As for why they acted so brazenly, Lin Fan trusted Su Yang would get to the bottom of it. Lost in thought, Lin Fan had already reached the crossroads.
Gazing at the bustling crowd on the street, a wave of emotion washed over him.
Not so long ago, he had been one of these rushing figures himself. It was only after a sudden family tragedy that he had taken a different path. Just then, an electric scooter passed in front of him. A young mother rode it, carrying a little girl on the back seat. The mother whispered something to the little girl, who giggled continuously. Beside them walked a couple. The young woman looked bashful, while the man held her hand, his eyes brimming with affection. Lin Fan realized that after 3 years in the mountains, he seemed out of step with this era. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Fan turned around and headed in the opposite direction. Compared to the bustling main road, the path to the southwest was noticeably quieter. Curious where this path led, Lin Fan quickened his pace. Over these 3 years, Zhongjiang had undergone significant changes. Not only had numerous skyscrapers been erected, but even the streets themselves had transformed considerably. Curiosity piqued, Lin Fan felt he had found a purpose. After passing the traffic lights, Lin Fan walked straight ahead. The street beneath his feet was immaculately clean, flanked on both sides by trees as thick as fists. Compared to the old streets, these trees were noticeably slimmer, clearly having been planted only recently. Grandfather's face flashed through Lin Fan's mind. He remembered how, back in the day, every time grandfather brought home a heart tree, he would carve his name into it. Now, the trees bearing his name still stood, yet the entire Lin family was gone, leaving only the familiar surroundings. Year after year, the flowers remain the same year after year, the people are different. How wonderful it would be to start over. Lost in memories of days gone by, a hint of melancholy settled between Lin Fan's brows. Suddenly, a figure dashed toward Lin Fan. Whoops! A girl was knocked flat onto the ground. Her face filled with shock as she rubbed her arm, glaring at Lin Fan with wide eyes. I'm sorry, are you okay? Lin Fan reached out to help her up. But she flung her arm away, threw her head back, and sprang to her feet. What's wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're going? You knocked me over, how could I not be hurt? Lin Fan glanced around, then looked at his own position. Miss, you came crashing into me from my left. My right side was right up against the curb. Even if I was paying full attention to where I was walking, where exactly do you think I should have been walking? The girl was rendered speechless by his retort, momentarily at a loss for words. But even if she had barged in recklessly and accidentally bumped into him, he was standing perfectly fine while her arm was throbbing with pain. That was undeniable. With that thought, the girl's guilty expression vanished completely. Taking a step forward, she drew even closer to Lin Fan. No matter which way you go, I'm a girl. You just knocked me over, and now I'm in terrible pain. Don't you think you should apologize? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, finally taking a good look at the girl before him. She wore a floral print dress white with pink blossoms that fell to her ankles. The cotton casual dress looked a bit loose on her frame. The hem was stained from her fall. Right now, she was rubbing her right shoulder with her left hand, looking at him with a face full of hurt. Though her words weren't entirely reasonable, her pitiful expression. Never mind. A gentleman doesn't quarrel with a lady. Just an apology. Sorry, are you okay? As soon as Lin Fan uttered those words, the girl across from him instantly broke into a smile. Fine, I accept your apology. But I think you should make it up to me. At those words, Lin Fan's brow instantly furrowed. After mulling it over for a while, he realized she was trying to extort him.
Had these scammers' tricks become this sophisticated? Going to such lengths just to extort money, truly scheming and calculating. How much do you want?
Lin Fan's expression remained impassive, his voice tinged with a hint of coldness.
I don't want money. Just take me with you. Ha!
Lin Fan froze in shock. When he regained his senses, he looked at the girl in front of him once more.
She'd only been bumped. Even if she'd hit her head on the ground, it shouldn't have knocked her unconscious, right?
Besides, he'd seen it clearly himself. Her arm had hit the ground first. No matter how you look at it, she shouldn't be spouting such nonsense.
Failed to extort money, and now she's risking getting herself into trouble?
Young lady, don't joke around. While there are more good people in the world, there are still bad ones. I'll give you some money now, hurry home. The girl in front of him shook her head immediately after hearing this.
No, I'm not after your money.
Before she could finish, the girl suddenly glanced behind her, her entire body tensing with alarm. Here's the deal, take me away from here and guarantee my safety. That'll make up for your reckless behavior earlier. Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Logically speaking, I'm the one you bumped into, though I didn't fall.
Now I'm supposed to protect your safety as compensation? Do you really think I'd agree to that?
Lin Fan was about to refuse, but before he could speak, the girl grabbed his arm. Her voice trembled.
Hurry up! There's no time. Big brother, I'm begging you, take me away now. I'm being hunted down. If we don't hurry, we'll both be dead. Run!
Finishing her sentence, the girl took off running, but not before grabbing Lin Fan's arm to pull him along. Just then, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from behind.
Chapter 119, My name is Xia Yi. Lin Fan turned around. Sure enough, not far away, 4 or 5 burly men were running toward them.
They scanned their surroundings as they ran, as if searching for something. Suddenly, one of them spotted Lin Fan and shouted,
Guys, I see him. He's up ahead. Quick, chase him.
At that, the others quickened their pace. The girl grew frantic, her voice trembling with tears as she gripped Lin Fan's hand tighter.
Hurry up and run already.
After saying this, the girl seemed to change her mind.
Forget it, I'm not helping you anymore. Good luck.
Before Lin Fan could process what was happening, the girl's hand suddenly let go.
What's going on? He'd merely been bumped into, and now he was supposed to fend for himself? What kind of nonsense was this? Ouch.
The girl had barely taken a few steps when she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Lin Fan leapt forward in a single stride, reaching out to steady her. Before she could speak, Lin Fan pulled her into his arms. With a powerful leap, he soared several meters away. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The burly man who had been sprinting after them was momentarily stunned.
What the hell? I could see him just a moment ago, and now he's vanished in the blink of an eye?
Yeah, she was running right in front of me just now, then vanished.
Could I have been seeing things? Maybe.
I saw it clearly. That person must have been the young lady.
Who was that man?
He wasn't there when we were chasing her earlier.
Enough talk. We must report this to the city lord immediately. The group chattered back and forth, their faces etched with confusion.
They ran a few more steps forward, but when they found no one in sight, they finally turned back.
You're safe now.
The girl in his arms kept her eyes tightly shut, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Only when Lin Fan spoke did the girl open her eyes. Realizing she was still in this man's arms, her face flushed bright red, even the base of her neck turning crimson. She scrambled to her feet, bit her lip, and found herself at a loss for words. Finally, she murmured softly.
Thank you. You're welcome. Those people are gone now. You're safe.
As he spoke, Lin Fan turned to leave. The girl hurriedly stepped forward to block him.
Wait a moment. Where are you going? Home.
Lin Fan answered instinctively. The girl took a deep breath, her brow furrowing again as she asked.
Can I come with you? No.
Lin Fan remained expressionless. The girl looked anxious, tears falling down her cheeks.
Why not? I'm just a girl, what could I possibly do to you? I should be the one scared here. Besides, I have nowhere to go and no money. If you don't let me come with you, and something happens to me, how could you live with yourself? I truly don't know where to go. I can't remember the way home.
Lin Fan showed no reaction on his face, but hesitation stirred within him. If this girl was telling the truth, her current situation was indeed dangerous. But remembering those burly men earlier, Lin Fan suspected things weren't that simple.
What's your name? How could you forget the way home?
Out of instinct, Lin Fan asked. The girl lifted her tear-filled eyes and sniffed hard. Her voice trembled with tears.
My name is Lu Xiaye. I only remember falling down. I can't recall much else. Temporary amnesia?
Lu Xiaye shook her head and murmured softly.
I'm not sure. Why were those people chasing you? How should I know? I think they saw me out of my mind and wanted to capture me to sell me off. So you can't just leave me here. If you do, you're putting me in danger. The two exchanged questions and answers. Each spoke in turn, their words clear enough. But that last line, isn't that just plain moral blackmail?
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes again.
So according to you, if I don't help you, I become a sinner? Exactly. What do you think?
You've shared life and death with me.
Not helping me now would be abandoning me mid-journey.
Seeing the girl about to continue, Lin Fan quickly raised a hand in a stop gesture.
Stop. Lu Xiaoye, right? Let's leave it at that for now.
We'll discuss the rest later.
Lu Xiaoye obediently nodded and truly shut her mouth. Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Lu Xiaoye stopped talking.
Otherwise, who knows what kind of picture she'd paint of him. Lin Fan opened his divine sense, confirming no danger lurked nearby, then turned his gaze back to Lu Xiaoye.
Since you have nowhere to go, come with me for now. As soon as you remember your family's address, tell me immediately.
Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, Lu Xiaoye had already bounced over and hooked her arm through his.
Alright, let's go now.
Lin Fan felt a wave of unease and tried to pull his arm away, but Lu Xiaoye only tightened her grip.
With no other choice, Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. Walk properly, or I won't carry you anymore.
Lu Xiaoye froze, then shot Lin Fan a withering glare.
Fine then.
Lin Fan cleared his throat. The girl before him was younger than himself, only about 20 or 21. Lin Fan thought of his younger sister. Back then, his little sister Lin Yu used to act just like this when she was being affectionate with him. The memory of her smile flashed through his mind, and Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly.
Brother, what's wrong? I did exactly as you asked. Lu Xiaoye's use of brother softened Lin Fan's heart, stinging his eyes. Nothing. Let's go. Su Yang busied himself for nearly half an hour before noticing Lin Fan was gone.
When he finally spotted Lin Fan again, he was stunned by the scene before him. A young woman in her 20s was clinging tightly to Lin Fan's side.
Who was that?
Su Yang swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Lu Xiaoye. Lin Fan briefly explained the situation.
Su Yang's brow furrowed into a knot.
Lu Xiaoye kept smiling, her dimples faintly visible.
Su Yang gave Lin Fan a knowing wink.
Seeing Lin Fan didn't budge, Su Yang simply dragged him aside.
Bro, you brought her back. Aren't you afraid Sister Bai Shuang will be angry? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Lu Xiaoye has nowhere to go. It's dangerous for a girl to be out alone. Once I remember where her home is, I'll have someone take her there immediately.
If senior sister were in the same situation, she'd do the same. Su Yang's eyes widened, his mouth twisting into a scowl. He silently prayed to himself.
Let's hope so. Chapter 120, Unstoppable Luck with Women.
Lin Fan was about to enter the house when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar landline number, Lin Fan frowned slightly. Just as he was considering whether to answer, Su Yang raised an eyebrow beside him.
Bro, your phone's ringing. Lin Fan instinctively pressed the answer button.
Soon, a crisp, clear voice came through.
Hello, is this Mr. Lin Fan? This is the Zhangjiang enforcement team. I'm Jean Bebe, the team leader. After the introduction, a picture of a pretty face quickly formed in Lin Fan's mind. Hello, Captain Jean. Has the investigation into the property been completed? After a slight cough, Jean Bebe proceeded with an official statement. Yes, Mr. Lin. Based on our investigation and evidence collection, our enforcement team has reached a conclusion. Regarding Wu Wuxuang instructing someone to privately negotiate the property with Zhou Xiong's family, this led to disagreements between Lin Fan and Wu Wuxuang, resulting in a physical altercation.
Our enforcement team has conducted the necessary investigation and evidence collection.
We now present the findings to you, Mr. Lin.
Lin Fan stood up straight, his expression turning serious.
But inwardly, he thought, it's just a conclusion, why all the preamble? Meanwhile, Jean Bebe continued her explanation over the phone.
That day, Wu Wuxuang first sent his men to Zhou Xiong's home with the down payment to mediate. Zhou Xiong and his wife refused, citing that they had already paid a deposit. Wu Wuxuang's men resorted to verbal attacks and made insulting gestures toward Zhou Xiong's wife, Zhang Shuaqin. In response, Lin Fan intervened. Enraged, Wu Wuxuang's men attacked Lin Fan en masse, resulting in an incident that caused injuries. Before Jean Bebe could finish, Lin Fan cut him off.
Captain Jean, can you just state the outcome?
We're all familiar with the details.
Jean Bebe never imagined Lin Fan would interrupt her while she was recounting the incident.
At first, she was taken aback, but soon a hint of displeasure crept into her voice. Mr. Lin, while you are in the right regarding this matter, according to judicial procedure, we must complete the full presentation of the case before reaching a conclusion.
Lin Fan exhaled deeply and relented.
All right then, Captain Jean, please continue. Interrupted by Lin Fan, Jean Bebe momentarily lost her train of thought. After a moment's thought, she simply stated.
According to Xiaoqiu's legal statutes, Mr. Lin's actions constitute self-defense and do not incur any criminal liability. A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips upon hearing this. Self-defense naturally carries no legal liability. Thank you, Captain Jean.
You're welcome.
If there's nothing else, I'll end the call now. The enforcement team needs to notify other relevant personnel.
Jean Bei's voice was crisp and clear, though she spoke at a brisk pace. Lin Fan hummed an acknowledgement before Jean Bei ended the call.
Brother Fan, what happened? Su Yang asked nervously.
Lu Xiaoye stepped forward, eyes wide as he stared at Lin Fan.
What's wrong? Did something happen?
Lin Fan smiled and briefly recounted the situation in a few words, his expression remarkably relaxed. Su Yang's heart settled back into place, and he even shrugged.
I knew it.
Nothing major could faze my brother Fan these days.
So you're saying this guy's pretty capable? A big shot?
Lu Xiaoye stared at Su Yang, his face full of confusion.
Su Yang waved his hand dismissively and blurted out.
Of course. Our Fan Ge is the kingpin of all kingpins.
He'll be a name that echoes throughout the entire Xiaqiu kingdom.
Seeing Su Yang's claims growing increasingly outlandish, Lin Fan stepped in to cut him off.
We've got a ton of work to do. Don't you think we're already swamped enough?
Su Yang glanced at Lu Xiaoye, then shifted his gaze to Lin Fan. There's certainly no shortage of problems right now, but with me, Su Yang, around, no problem is a problem.
Just as Su Yang was boasting, a distant sound of footsteps approached.
The sound of high heels was exceptionally clear and rhythmically distinct.
Su Yang followed the sound, his eyes crinkling into slits with amusement.
Seeing Bai Shuang, Lin Fan's lips also curved into a smile.
Senior sister. Sister Bai Shuang.
Lin Fan and Su Yang spoke simultaneously. Lu Xiaoye, standing nearby, froze, unable to help but scrutinize the person before him. The girl before her radiated warmth, her fair skin as delicate as porcelain. Her willow-shaped brows curved gracefully, and her lips were as red as cherries. Her high, straight nose gave her features an unmistakable sharpness. She was undeniably a beauty in the making. Yet, she carried an air of aloofness that made one hesitate to approach.
While Su Yang and Lin Fan both smiled, Lu Xiaoye couldn't manage a single smile.
I heard you brought back a young lady.
Seems it's true?
Before Bai Shuang could steady herself, she blurted out the question. Lin Fan nodded earnestly, repeating what he'd told Su Yang. Bai Shuang glanced at Lu Xiaoye. Lu Xiaoye felt another wave of unease.
Why not let her come with me?
You two are grown men, it's inconvenient for a young girl to stay here.
Once she remembers her home address, we'll take her back. Bai Shuang's well-intentioned words were flawlessly articulated.
Lin Fan was about to agree. Lu Xiaoye suddenly darted behind him, her small hands clutching Lin Fan's arm tightly.
I don't want to go.
I want to stay with my brother.
Big brother?
Su Yang and Bai Shuang spoke simultaneously, their expressions both turning peculiar.
Bai Shuang said nothing. Su Yang's heart leapt to his throat, his expression growing unnatural. Fan, you said this girl was someone you met along the way, but her behavior doesn't quite match what you described, does it?
Lu Xiaoye's eyes were filled with terror, her small face practically pressed against Lin Fan's arm.
That didn't look like someone she'd just met.
Lu Xiaoye, let me introduce you. This is my senior sister, Bai Shuang. Sister Bai Shuang is very kind. If you follow her, no one will bully you. Despite Lin Fan's persistent explanations, Lu Xiaoye shook her head like a rattledrum. I'm staying with my brother. Wherever you go, I go. You promised to take me with you, you can't just leave me behind. Lin Fan was speechless. This Lu Xiaoye was stubborn as a mule. Lin Fan glanced at Bai Shuang and finally said, Senior sister, why don't we just let her stay here? Bai Shuang hummed in agreement, her face still bearing a polite smile.
Yet the cool aura emanating from her seemed to intensify. With her delicate skin, slender frame, and single eyelids, was this little girl planning to stick around Lin Fan?
Seems my little junior brother's got a full plate of romantic entanglements, nothing can stop it. Seeing the scene before him, Su Yang was so flustered he couldn't help but scratch his head.
Chapter 121, Hidden Daggers.
That afternoon, Lin Fan received a call from Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong informed Lin Fan that the enforcement team had already contacted him, and all matters related to the real estate agency had been settled. This meant that before long, Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuoqin would be able to move into their new home. Lin Fan congratulated Zhou Xiong over the phone and promised to visit once the new place was decorated. Oh, and Lin Fan, don't forget to bring Miss Bai Shuang along. Zhou Xiong reminded him over the phone. Lin Fan glanced at Bai Shuang and gave a slight nod. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou, I'll bring my senior sister along. Hearing Zhou Xiong mention her name over the phone, Bai Shuang's expression finally softened a little.
I'm coming too.
Lu Xiaoye suddenly chimed in. Lin Fan froze on the spot. Fortunately, Zhou Xiong on the other end hadn't caught the remark. He simply hummed in acknowledgement before hanging up. Lin Fan tucked his phone away and turned his gaze back to Lu Xiaoye. Su Yang couldn't stand by and watch, furrowing his brow as he asked.
Little girl, do you know interrupting someone's call is extremely rude? That's not right. You clearly know my name is Lu Xiaoye, yet you call me little girl? Is that polite? Shouldn't your behavior be corrected too? Lu Xiaoye didn't back down, firing back immediately. Su Yang was speechless and simply nodded. Yes, I was wrong in how I addressed you earlier.
Miss Lu Xiaoye, I will correct my mistake. I hope you can also correct your own shortcomings.
Let's strive to improve together. No way. Wherever my brother goes, I go. He can't just leave me behind anyway.
Lu Xianye spoke while reaching out her arm again. Seeing Lu Xianye about to wrap her arms around Lin Fan again, Bai Shuang stepped forward with a smile and gently took Lu Xianye's hand.
Miss Lu Xianye, you keep calling him brother, but I must ask, how well do you truly know this brother standing before us?
Lu Xianye's brow furrowed slightly, momentarily at a loss for words.
After all, she'd only known Lin Fan for half a day. To speak of understanding him was simply out of the question.
Yet, even so, Lu Xianye was resolute. She was determined to stay by Lin Fan's side no matter what. With that thought, determination hardened her expression. I don't know much about brother yet, but my intuition is sharp. I believe he's a good person, so I'll follow him. Lu Xianye, there are plenty of good people in this world, but also plenty of bad ones. You'd be wise to keep your guard up, so you don't get hurt later. Su Yang had barely finished his warning when Lu Xianye cut in again.
I won't suffer any losses by staying with my brother.
Su Yang froze, his expression stiffening. If this were a man acting like this, he'd definitely be called a leech. But when it came from a girl, especially one as beautiful as this, what could he possibly call it? A heartwarming band-aid? Or a caring little cotton jacket? Su Yang racked his brain, but couldn't think of a single way to describe Lu Xianye. By the time he snapped back to reality, Lin Fan had already turned and walked away. Bai Shuang followed closely behind him, while Lu Xianye jogged to keep pace. Seriously, I'm Su Yang, a total hottie, yet here I am, all alone? After muttering to himself, Su Yang decided to go find Uncle Lin. That evening, the group gathered for dinner. Bai Shuang had specially arranged for dishes to be brought over from Fengyue restaurant, sparing Lin Fan the trouble of cooking himself. Su Yang sat across from Lin Fan, while Bai Shuang and Lu Xianye flanked him on either side.
Try this. Summer oranges are the best in summer.
These oranges ripen perfectly with 3 shades of green and 3 shades of yellow. Bai Shuang offered a slice of orange to Lin Fan as she spoke.
Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Thank you, senior sister.
Unfortunately, before Lin Fan could bring the orange to his mouth, Lu Xianye handed him a piece of dragon fruit. Brother, dragon fruit is packed with nutrients.
It boosts immunity and even beautifies the skin. You should eat this. As she spoke, Lu Xiaye's small hand extended toward Lin Fan.
A large slice of dragon fruit was skewered on a delicate silver fork. Lin Fan froze, holding the orange, unable to decide whether to eat it or put it down.
Just then, Su Yang couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. So, what's Brother Fan craving today? Lin Fan shot Su Yang a withering glare. I'm having soup. I'm a bit thirsty. I'll drink the soup first.
With that, Lin Fan picked up the bowl of soup in front of him and prepared to drink. Drink the silver ear fungus and lotus seed soup.
Drink the rock sugar and lotus leaf congee.
By the end of the meal, the food piled before Lin Fan had nearly formed a small mountain. For the first time, Lin Fan realized that having an endless supply of delicious food could also be a form of torment. That night, Lin Fan paced back and forth in the courtyard until nearly 11 o'clock. It wasn't because he was a night owl, but because he was stuffed to the gills. As he circled the courtyard, his mind was consumed with thoughts about what lay ahead. At the same time, he pondered this Lu Xianye for a while. A young woman in her 20s, unable to recall where her home was, yet insisting she wanted to follow him. This couldn't help but seem a bit calculated. But recalling Lu Xiaye's pitiful expression, Lin Fan felt he might be overthinking it. At present, most of the Lin family's former servants had returned, which was a source of great comfort to Lin Fan. Those men cherished their former master and valued loyalty, so Lin Fan naturally treated them well. Wages were a given, and for those with martial arts cultivation, Lin Fan occasionally offered them guidance.
Ding! The sound of a phone notification rang out. Lin Fan opened the message. The sender was Bai Shuang. The content was very brief. Third senior brother has emerged from seclusion. He'll be arriving in Zhongjiang tomorrow afternoon.
Reading the message, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. Seeing third senior brother Shirley tomorrow was truly wonderful news. Shirley was a martial arts fanatic. Lin Fan had trained for 3 years, and Shirley had also remained on the mountain for 3 years. Yet during those 3 years, Lin Fan had seen Shirley only a handful of times. When Lin Fan descended the mountain a few days ago, Shirley was still in seclusion. Now hearing that Shirley was emerging from seclusion to come to Zhongjiang, Lin Fan's joy was evident. He wondered how much progress his third senior brother had made in martial arts during this short time. Lin Fan drew in a deep breath, then exhaled slowly and deeply, as if expelling all the stale air from his lungs. Third senior brother had once said that all things in the world, even flowers, grass, and trees, possess spiritual essence. If one could comprehend this essence, breakthroughs in martial cultivation would surely follow. Receiving Bai Shuang's message, Lin Fan found himself almost impatiently anticipating the arrival of tomorrow. Whoosh! The piercing sound of air being sliced through reached Lin Fan's ears.
Immediately afterward, an arrow embedded itself squarely into the pillar of the corridor.
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, spun around swiftly, and instantly became alert.
Chapter 122, Meet at South Mountain tomorrow at noon.
In the corridor, an arrowhead had embedded itself an inch deep into the carved wooden pillar. At the same time, a slip of paper was pinned to the arrow's tip. Lin Fan drew out the arrow and slowly unfolded the note. Tomorrow at noon, atop South Mountain, let's settle this once and for all. The entire note contained only these few words, and the signature at the end was none other than Hong. A faint smirk touched Lin Fan's lips as a look of disdain flashed across his face. He had long anticipated the Hong family wouldn't stay quiet. Sure enough, barely a few days had passed before they stirred up trouble again. North of the South Mountain's middle river, the terrain grew steep and rugged, deterring most tourists from venturing far. Even the most adventurous backpackers wouldn't consider conquering South Mountain.
The fundamental reason was that Nanshan was simply too steep.
Even experienced hikers could barely reach the 1/3 mark. Those who could climb halfway were few and far between. Back in college, Lin Fan had heard classmates say that if a boy truly liked a girl, he should go to Nanshan to confess his feelings. If a girl truly wanted to reject a boy, she should send him to climb Nanshan. Little did he expect that after descending the mountain, he would have to meet the Hong family on Nanshan. Not for a confession, nor for a rejection, but to face a challenge. Lin Fan tucked away the note and then pulled the arrowhead from the wooden pillar. The arrowhead itself was ordinary, but the archer's martial arts cultivation was considerable otherwise. An ordinary arrow wouldn't have penetrated an inch deep into the wooden pillar. In this modern age, using arrows to convey messages might seem outdated, yet it also showcased the sender's prowess. Lin Fan carried the arrow into the house, casually placing it on the table. After a quick tidy up, he retired for the night. Early the next morning, he rose before dawn. After circulating his chi through several cycles, he felt much more refreshed. Stepping down from the bed, Lin Fan stretched lazily. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the window, followed immediately by a knock on the door.
Brother Fan, are you up yet? I need to discuss something with you.
A look of puzzlement crossed Lin Fan's face. Su Yang was always a late sleeper.
Coming to see him this early must mean something important. Come in.
The door's unlocked.
No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Su Yang pushed the door open.
Seeing Lin Fan standing before him looking wide awake, Su Yang rubbed his eyes hard.
You didn't stay up all night, did you? No way. I just got up an hour ago. What's up?
Lin Fan sat down on the wooden stool as he spoke, then gestured for Su Yang to join him.
Su Yang didn't hesitate, sitting down and pouring himself a glass of water. Brother Fan, I've been thinking all night.
I feel like this Lu Xiaoye is no ordinary person. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly.
Getting up early just to find me, so it was all about Lu Xiaoye? Su Yang sure has a narrow mind. Go ahead, tell me. Why is he not ordinary? Su Yang took a deep breath and laid out all the points he'd prepared. Her shady background, suspicious identity, but most crucially, that Lu Xiaoye clings to Lin Fan like glue.
That's the most suspicious part.
Su Yang looked dead serious, his eyes wide as saucers. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. So that's really why you came? Of course. I stayed up all night just thinking about it. I feel like we should question Lu Xiaoye more thoroughly. After saying this, Su Yang immediately added. Times have changed. The entire Lin family is counting on you now. You absolutely cannot afford any mishaps.
Those with ulterior motives are everywhere.
What if this Lu Xiaoye is actually a spy planted by Bayan?
Su Yang trailed off mid-sentence.
But the implication was crystal clear. I don't think so. Then what proof do you have? Su Yang pressed relentlessly, his eyes blinking insistently. Evidence? Well, I don't have any right now, but look at Lu Xiaoye, he looks so pitiful, he just doesn't seem like a bad guy. Oh my gosh, big guy, do you really think villains have villain written on their foreheads? You're way too naive. Su Yang took a deep breath, about to continue.
His phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket.
Who the hell calls me this early in the morning? On any other day, I'd just toss the phone aside.
Su Yang's brow furrowed as he prepared to continue his rant, but his expression abruptly changed. 3 characters appeared clearly on the phone screen.
Old man. Whoa. Right in front of Lin Fan, Su Yang sucked in 3 sharp breaths before finally pressing the answer button.
Before he could utter a word, an angry voice erupted from the other end.
Su Yang, what the hell are you doing?
I'm warning you, no matter where you are, get your ass back here within 3 days. If you don't, the Su family will disown you.
How dare you sneak off like this?
Your nerve grows bolder by the day. Mark my words, if you dare disown me as your father, I'll disown you as my son. Su Yang swallowed hard, his voice dripping with impatience.
Hey, I've already sorted out everything at home. What's the rush? It's not like I'm dying out there. If you don't recognize me, does that mean you've got some bastard out there? Hearing this, old man Su's anger flared even more, and he started yelling down the phone. You little bastard, you're trying to drive me to my grave, aren't you? Let me tell you, I wish I had a bastard child. At least then I wouldn't be hanging myself on this one tree. Since I don't, why are you threatening me? The more dangerous it is, the less I'm coming back. I'm not coming back. Don't even mention 3 days, I won't be back for 3 years.
Listening to Su Yang and Old Master Su's exchange, Lin Fan was utterly dumbfounded. This didn't sound like a father and son talking at all, it was more like enemies meeting. Lin Fan reached out and tapped Su Yang's elbow.
Su Yang shook his head flatly, his expression utterly fearless.
On the other end of the line, Old Master Su's tone grew solemn.
Son, the Hong family incident spread like wildfire across Nanjing just the other day.
Now, the mere mention of Lin Fan sends shivers down spines throughout the entire city. If you ask me, you should send word to Lin Fan immediately. Tell him to be cautious, never let his guard down, and stop causing trouble out there.
The Hong family isn't as simple as they appear.
They're the kind who devour their prey whole, leaving nothing behind. Having suffered a loss this time, they'll definitely seek retribution elsewhere.
Hearing his father speak thus, Su Yang's expression finally turned solemn. Dad, don't worry. I'm with Lin Fan right now.
We may not have been born on the same day, but we'll die on the same day.
What? You're with Lin Fan?
Yes.
That's why I can't return. I've made detailed arrangements for everything at home. You needn't worry.
On the other end of the line, Old Man Su hesitated for a moment before finally speaking in a drawn-out voice.
If you were out on your own, I might still find a way to bring you back. But if you're with Lin Fan, well, that's impossible. Chapter 123, The Taoist Master Should Not Harbor Worldly Desires. Old Master Su knew his son's temperament well.
If it were someone else, perhaps he could persuade him to return.
But if it was Lin Fan, there was absolutely no hope.
Left with no choice, the old man could only warn Su Yang to be careful over the phone before ending the call.
Setting the phone aside, Su Yang's expression returned to normal.
Noticing Lin Fan staring at him motionless, Su Yang felt puzzled.
I'm not some pretty girl, why are you staring at me like that? Su Yang, what are you doing? Before Lin Fan could finish, Su Yang waved him off.
This matter's already decided.
Let's not bring it up again. But that Lu Xiaoye, are you really planning to keep her by your side? Let me tell you, that woman's heart is as cold as ice.
If she really was sent by someone else, you'll be in for a world of trouble. And remember, lust is a dangerous path, you'd better keep yourself in check. As Su Yang's words grew increasingly absurd, Lin Fan shot him a piercing glare.
Su Daong, will you ever shut up? Do you think every man is a wolf? Shut up already, Su Yang. Do you think every man is a wolf?
Once the room quieted down, Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Third senior brother was coming today, and there was also the Nanshan meeting at noon. He wondered if the timing might clash. Since Su Yang and third senior brother don't know each other, this matter would have to be left to Bai Shuang. Upon learning that Lin Fan was heading to South Mountain at noon, Bai Shuang hung up the phone and immediately went to the Lin family's ancestral home.
Why didn't you tell me about such a serious matter beforehand? I should have gone with you.
Bai Shuang's willow brows furrowed slightly, her voice tinged with concern. Her clear eyes shimmered, misty and soft. As she spoke, Bai Shuang instinctively slipped her arm through Lin Fan's, adopting the posture of a devoted young woman. Lin Fan's lips curved into a faint smile as he reached out and patted Bai Shuang's shoulder. Senior sister, don't worry.
I can handle this alone.
Since descending the mountain, I haven't encountered any worthy opponents.
Today will just be practice. What practice? We know nothing about them, and you're going alone. What if they've set an ambush? That would be dangerous.
Bai Shuang clung tightly to Lin Fan's arm, her frown deepening.
It'll be fine.
Last time, senior sister asked me about my martial cultivation level, and I couldn't even say for sure.
After fighting them, maybe I'll get a better idea.
Besides, now that third senior brother is back, we should really go together as a pair. The moment Lin Fan finished speaking, Bai Shuang lifted her head.
Shirley arrives at the station at 3:30. We'll have enough time to go together.
Bai Shuang's expression turned serious, her voice growing solemn. Su Yang glanced from one to the other. When the two of them fell silent, Su Yang finally spoke up.
Bro Fan, in my opinion, you should let sister Bai Shuang come with you. It's safer that way.
Lin Fan was tempted to roll his eyes at Su Yang right then and there. The guy knew exactly what he was thinking, yet he had to bring up the one thing he shouldn't.
In the end, Lin Fan couldn't persuade Bai Shuang otherwise and reluctantly agreed. After breakfast, Lin Fan gave a brief explanation before leaving with Bai Shuang.
As they were leaving, Lu Xiaoye insisted on tagging along.
It took Su Yang quite some persuasion to finally convince Lu Xiaoye to stay behind. An hour later, Lin Fan and Bai Shuang arrived at the foot of South Mountain. Standing atop a massive boulder, they heard the roar of rushing water 100 meters away.
Lin Fan glanced ahead before withdrawing his gaze. As the old saying goes, clear water is shallow, green water is deep, black water is an abyss. The water before them was pitch black, and even the spray it churned up seemed tinged with a dark gray. Be careful, junior brother. There might be some fierce beast lurking beneath these waters. Bai Shuang pressed her lips tightly together, a sharp gleam flashing in her clear eyes. Don't worry, senior sister. This little challenge won't faze me.
Why don't we race to the summit? The loser buys dinner. Lin Fan remained relaxed, responding to Bai Shuang's warning with a playful jab.
Bai Shuang shook her head helplessly, gathering her wind-tossed hair before pushing off with both feet. In a single leap, she soared several zhang away. A white robe, a graceful figure. Like a shooting star streaking across the sky, Bai Shuang vanished in the blink of an eye. A smile touched Lin Fan's lips as he followed her lead. Before long, both of them reached the summit of South Mountain almost simultaneously. Though autumn had not yet arrived, a cool breeze already swept across the mountain. Bai Shuang wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand, her smile as radiant as a flower.
I lost.
A look of confusion flashed across Lin Fan's face.
We landed at the same time. How could senior sister have lost?
Bai Shuang's chest rose and fell slightly, a flush touching her cheeks as she pouted playfully. Junior brother, you look so calm and composed, like nothing happened.
But I'm already sweating on my forehead. How is that not losing? Senior sister was just letting me win.
I'll treat you to a meal after we descend the mountain. Lin Fan's face softened into a smile. Knowing full well the dangers ahead, senior sister Bai Shuang had repeatedly shared life and death situations with me.
Could such a bond truly be repaid with just a meal? Then I accept.
No sooner had Bai Shuang spoken than a deep voice boomed out.
Ignorant brat. You're flirting and bickering even as death approaches? How utterly arrogant.
A surge of anger flared within Bai Shuang, her aura abruptly turning icy.
Who is it? Why hide your true face? What kind of hero hides in the shadows? Ha! The eldest daughter of the Bai family of the imperial capital is quite the impatient one.
If this monk doesn't show himself, it would be rather awkward indeed. Lin Fan's eyes flickered.
A Taoist priest? Could it be that the person who invited him to the mountaintop for a duel yesterday was a Taoist priest?
Before Lin Fan could process this, an old Taoist priest indeed leapt down, dusting off his robe with a whisk. The old Taoist had snow-white hair and a gaunt figure, exuding an air of otherworldly grace.
Yet, a flash of ruthlessness flickered between his brows.
Lin Fan shook his head slightly. This man carried too much malevolence, truly a waste of years of cultivation.
As Lin Fan observed the old Taoist was also sizing up Lin Fan. Ultimately, the Taoist could not contain his impatience and spoke first. Youngster Lin Fan.
So young, yet already harboring murderous intent. Your cruel methods have driven the Hong family to the brink of extinction.
This is an outrage to both heaven and earth.
The Taoist sought to say more, but before he could speak, Lin Fan cut him off. Whether I harbor murderous intent or employ cruel methods, these are matters of mortal concern. Master Taoist, you should focus entirely on your cultivation rather than meddle in worldly affairs. The old Taoist across from him froze upon hearing this, his expression stiffening. Clearly, Lin Fan's words left him with no rebuttal. As a cultivator, one must first cultivate tranquility. To maximize the value of one's life, indeed, one should not meddle in mundane affairs. But Lin Fan was pushing his luck. The Hong family had been driven to this desperate state by him, and yet he expected me to stand idly by? Chapter 124, A Poor Taoist Master Can Never Be Rich. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the old Taoist across from him froze momentarily before his face twisted with disdain.
Lin Fan, cease your nitpicking.
Since this monk has summoned you to meet again, a confrontation is inevitable. Let me be clear, I and the Hong family patriarch are sworn brothers, though of different surnames. You have humiliated my brother beyond measure. I will neither stand idly by nor remain indifferent. Today, I shall meet you in combat. As he spoke, the Taoist flicked his whisk, and a gust of gale-force wind instantly swept past. Junior brother, be careful. Bai Shuang urgently warned, her voice tinged with worry. Lin Fan leapt into the air, dodging the gale wind. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly realized there was something amiss with the old Taoist's whisk. He hadn't examined it closely earlier, but now he saw that the tip wasn't made of animal hair, it was bristles of steel wire. The consequences of being swept by that whisk were unimaginable. The handle at the end of the whisk was carved into the shape of a dragon's head. A small hole was clearly visible at the opening of the dragon's mouth. Lin Fan's heart grew cautious, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Seeing this scene unfold before her, Bai Shuang couldn't help but grow annoyed, snapping out a rebuke. How disrespectful! At your age, resorting to sneak attacks. The old Taoist sneered coldly, his gaunt features contorting into a more ferocious expression. Why bother with propriety when dealing with nameless nobodies like you? Your grudge against the Hong family is my grudge. Ha! Lin Fan couldn't help but snort coldly. This old Taoist was skinny as a rail, yet he named himself the impoverished Taoist? Talk about being skinny to the bone. Judging by his appearance and that name, he certainly doesn't seem blessed. Poor Taoist, you keep accusing me of bullying the Hong family. But do you even know the history between my Lin family and theirs? Why should I know? This monk judges matters solely by their outcome. After speaking, the Taoist waved his whisk again. Lin Fan stepped forward and began his account. 3 years ago, tragedy struck my Lin family. Hong Jingxin, head of the Hong family, colluded secretly with the leader of the Zhongjiang martial alliance.
Every single one of our Lin family's 108 shops was seized by Hong Jingxin. Several days ago, I reclaimed the shop. Hong Jingxin repeatedly tried to kill me. I merely returned the favor, yet I'm accused of bullying the Hong family. If this had happened to you, Master Taoist, how would you have handled it?
Lin Fan's face flushed with indignation as his voice rose. As a cultivator, this humble monk has long distanced himself from worldly affairs.
Yet when a fellow cultivator is wronged, I must intervene. After delivering this retort, Taoist Yiping continued.
If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'd be failing my brothers of the Hong family. Since you insist on this course, do not blame me for being impolite. Having said all that needed to be said, yet the other remained stubbornly obstinate. Lin Fan saw no point in wasting further breath. His earlier sharp words had already infuriated the monk. Now, with Lin Fan's threat of harshness, the monk's eyes widened in fury. A young man should know his place. Heaven punishes the arrogant with rain, and men with calamity.
Beware, misfortune springs from the tongue.
Such arrogance will ensure your martial path ends swiftly. Before the Taoist could finish, Lin Fan cut him off. You can't tell right from wrong, black from white, you're nothing but a senile old fool who doesn't respect his elders.
Fine.
This monk will make you pay for those words.
Yiping Doran's teeth clenched with a grinding sound.
His feet pushed off the ground, and his body shot forward in a sudden burst of force. Lin Fan lifted his gaze. When he saw the monk again, he was already mid-air. The whisk in his hand had now transformed into a deadly weapon. Die! His eyes twisted with fury as he whipped the whisk forward, driving it straight at Lin Fan. Lin Fan sidestepped the attack, and the force unleashed by the whisk struck a massive boulder. Boom! 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 3 thunderous crashes later, the boulder was instantly reduced to dust. Facing the attacks of the impoverished Taoist, Lin Fan's expression turned solemn. As the monk charged toward him once more, Lin Fan remained with his fist clenched. Boom! As the sound echoed, Lin Fan's fist collided with the monk's whisk. Boom! A blinding flash erupted atop the mountain peak. The sound reverberated through the ears. The whisk flew violently to the side, sending boulders flying once more. A tree as thick as a bowl was snapped clean in two in an instant. The sky and earth changed color. Taoist Yiping looked at Lin Fan in disbelief, his expression somewhat flustered. After this exchange, Lin Fan felt confident, having gained some understanding of the man's strength. You've got some skills, kid. As he spoke, the monk dashed toward his whisk. Lin Fan instantly saw through the scheme. You're in such a rush to get that broken whisk you're not planning to ambush me, are you? Taoist Yiping froze, then flushed with embarrassment. That whisk isn't just a weapon, it's also a hidden weapon. But ordinary people wouldn't easily notice that. Lin Fan blurted this out. Had he sensed something? The monk sucked in a sharp breath and let out a cold laugh. If I truly intended to ambush you, it would be your skill if you could evade it. Taking advantage of Lin Fan's distraction, the monk clutched the discarded whisk tightly in his hand. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious once more. Bai Shuang watched the confrontation from the sidelines. Seeing the current situation, the anxiety that had been weighing on her heart eased slightly. Compared to that old Taoist, Lin Fan clearly held the upper hand in strength. But the moment that thought flashed through her mind, Bai Shuang's face instantly turned as cold as ice. Lin Fan had guessed correctly, the old Taoist was actually using hidden weapons. The moment he gripped his whisk, Taoist Yiping burst into maniacal laughter. Young man, you're still too green to match me. Gripping his whisk tightly, Yiping Taoist pressed down with his right hand, sending the steel wires at the whisk's tip shooting toward Lin Fan. The wires swarmed like cow hair, impossible to guard against. Seeing this, Lin Fan leapt swiftly, darting onto an ancient tree with lightning speed. Thwack! Whoosh! Thwack! The steel wires embedded themselves into the tree trunk, sinking in completely in the blink of an eye. The monkey Peen was overjoyed. Even if Lin Fan hid within the great tree, he would not escape his fate today. Lin Fan, today is the day you die. Is that so? Then you're in for a disappointment. Before the impoverished Taoist could finish his sentence, Lin Fan cut him off. He clenched his fist and struck the monk squarely in the chest. Taoist Yiping turned pale with shock, instinctively raising his arm to block. Simultaneously, he swung his last remaining whisk at Lin Fan. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the monk collapsed onto the ground. Where his butt landed, a deep furrow was carved into the ground. Does it hurt? Is your butt smoking from the friction? A faint smile played at the corners of Lin Fan's lips, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Lin Fan, I'll kill you. Chapter 125, The Man is Dead, Divide the Treasure. Lin Fan let out another cold laugh. Kill me? That depends on whether you have the ability. The impoverished Taoist, gravely wounded, seethed with fury, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Fan, don't speak so arrogantly. Today, I will settle this with you once and for all. Gritting his teeth, the impoverished Taoist staggered to his feet, his eyes flashing with vicious intent. Humiliated by a mere youth, his face darkened to the roots of his hair, his entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. Take this.
The impoverished Taoist shouted, charging toward Lin Fan once more. Lin Fan remained unflinching, yet silently tensed his fists, ready to meet the attack. Ipin Doran's feet left the ground. As his entire body leapt into the air, he curled into a tight ball. At first glance, he resembled a curled-up pangolin. Lin Fan extended his arm in a blocking stance, while the strength in his other hand intensified further. By the time the monk charged forward, Lin Fan was poised and ready. Boom! Bang! Thud! Lin Fan unleashed 3 consecutive punches. To ensure no loss of power, he even leaped into the air. At first glance, it appeared as though Lin Fan was chasing after the monk, striking him. At that moment, the poor monk was utterly stunned. He never imagined Lin Fan would actually use that move from earlier. They say young people are reckless and arrogant. But why was Lin Fan different? The poor monk was filled with regret, his insides churning with remorse. Just now, the impoverished monk threw himself at Lin Fan with nearly all his strength. To put it bluntly, it was a case of killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of his own. Now that Lin Fan was charging straight at him head-on, the monkey pin was essentially killing 1,000 enemies while losing 2,000 of his own. Such a move, with drawbacks but no benefits, was utterly. The impoverished Taoist was filled with regret, but before he could utter a word, his entire body was sent flying backward. Thud! As he hit the ground, the impoverished Taoist immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before Lin Fan could even approach, he lay motionless on the ground. All that boasting, and this is all he's got? Lin Fan's face twisted with disdain as he slowly approached the monk. The monk tried to flee, but his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move an inch. At that moment, Lin Fan stood before him like a grim reaper, his gaze cold and unyielding. "Don't kill me!" The monk pleaded for mercy, his eyes filled with terror. Lin Fan gave a slight nod. "Even though you tried to kill me every moment just now, I never intended to take your life." A look of bewilderment spread across the monk's face as he stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. Was he really going to let him go? A flicker of joy crossed his mind, and he was about to flee with all his might. But Lin Fan across from him extended a finger. "What are you doing?" The monkey peen paled in shock. "I'll destroy your cultivation." As he spoke, Lin Fan extended a finger, striking the monk's pressure point with pinpoint accuracy. Before Ipin Daoran could comprehend what was happening, his body suddenly trembled violently. His entire chi underwent a tremendous transformation. The true chi he had painstakingly cultivated for so many years suddenly gushed out as if a gaping hole had been torn open, hissing and whistling as it escaped. Before long, the monk was completely drained of his true energy. The sensation, akin to a balloon being punctured, was excruciatingly painful. His face drained of color as he sensed the movement in his dantian once more. A sharp buzzing filled his head. The dantian, once brimming with vital energy, now lay utterly empty. Put! Another mouthful of foul blood spewed forth, and the monk fainted instantly. Lin Fan's expression remained impassive as he slowly withdrew his hand. Dead or alive? A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips as his voice remained calm. What difference did it make to him now whether he lived or died? Of course it matters. Bai Shuang raised an eyebrow, staring straight at the impoverished Taoist. If this man was alive, they could simply turn and leave. But if he was dead, who knows? There might be treasures on his body. She wasn't greedy, but there was no need to show mercy to such a treacherous scoundrel. Bai Shuang's thoughts raced, her clear eyes darting back and forth. Lin Fan knew his senior sister was surely plotting something, though he couldn't fathom her intentions. Bai Shuang bent down, extending a finger to feel the pulse at the monk's wrist. A look of delight immediately spread across her face. He was dead. He died so quickly? I only crippled his cultivation. Could he have been angered to death? After hearing this, Bai Shuang nodded decisively. A petty-minded person like that could only handle success, not failure. It's perfectly normal for him to die of anger. No time to dwell on that now, quick, let's see what treasures he carries. Bai Shuang was smiling, her laughter as radiant as a blooming flower. Lin Fan shook his head in exasperation, but reluctantly played along with Bai Shuang. After all, it wouldn't look good for a girl to be rummaging all over an old Taoist priest. Even if no one was watching, it simply wouldn't do. Lin Fan reached out, his fingers barely brushing the Taoist's robe before he changed his approach. This old Taoist wouldn't even close his eyes in death, his eyes wide open like copper bells. Lin Fan certainly didn't want to be stared at like that forever. Just as Lin Fan was about to make the old Taoist close his eyes, Bai Shuang beat into it. Rip! Bai Shuang snatched a corner of the Taoist's robe and pulled it over his face. Now, whatever he did, he could do it with a clear conscience. Sis, you're smart. Lin Fan gave her a thumbs up. Bai Shuang smiled and spoke. Hurry up, see if there's anything good? Lin Fan thought to himself, this poor monk must be at least 70 years old. He should have quite a few treasures on him. But after searching high and low, he found absolutely nothing. Could it be that his only treasure was that tattered whisk? Bai Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief, her face falling with disappointment. Sis, look.
Lin Fan was about to respond to Bai Shuang when his eyes suddenly locked onto a pouch hanging from the Taoist's waist.
What's that?
This old Taoist is quite particular.
Could it be a bank card inside?
Bai Shuang looked puzzled. Lin Fan across from her shook his head too.
Open it?
Of course. Who knows, maybe there's a treasure inside. Bai Shuang couldn't explain what had gotten into her. 2 out of every 3 things she said lately were about treasures. In front of Bai Shuang, Lin Fan tried to open the bag, only to discover it seemed enchanted. No matter how he fiddled with it, he couldn't undo the closure. With no other choice, Lin Fan channeled his true energy.
With a rustling sound, the bag opened.
Lin Fan and Bai Shuang stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with astonishment.
This old Taoist's treasures were truly abundant. Gold and silver, jewels, rare flowers and exotic plants, antique paintings and calligraphy, precious jade artifacts.
Bai Shuang and Lin Fan both swallowed hard.
This must be his entire fortune, right? This bag is truly remarkable.
Both men exclaimed almost in unison, then a faint smile spread across their faces. The man's dead time to divide the treasure.
Chapter 126, The Wish-Granting Bag. The treasures within the Taoist's bag were numerous and dazzling, too many to count.
Lin Fan and Bai Shuang stared in awe before smiles spread across their faces. After examining the rare flowers and herbs collected by the Taoist monk, Bai Shuang was once again utterly astonished.
Could this old Taoist have gathered every single plant from the entire South Mountain? How could there be so many? Indeed, it was true.
Dry and wet, fresh and wilted, all manner of rare flora and fauna, preserved in impeccable condition. However, Bai Shuang's claim that he'd gathered every plant on South Mountain was a slight exaggeration. Lin Fan gave the collection a cursory glance before speaking slowly.
Senior sister, Taoist Ipin isn't that foolish.
This bag contains only the finest medicinal herbs for alchemy.
Not a single ordinary flower or plant is included. Is that so? So this bag contains the old Taoist's entire lifetime's worth of treasures? Lin Fan nodded. That was likely the case.
This ruby flower, combined with Angelica dihurica, Atractylodes macrocephala, and some common herbs, can be refined into a beauty-enhancing pill.
Water star grass is a crucial ingredient for detoxification.
Compared to pills made with ordinary detoxifying herbs, those containing water star grass are over 10 times more potent. Senior sister, look at this purple, somewhat withered flower. It's called the jade hibiscus. It promotes blood circulation and dispels blood stasis, with remarkable therapeutic effects. Lin Fan was about to say something, but Bai Shuang cut him off immediately.
Don't bother telling me about this stuff. I know nothing about herbs. Just hearing all these strange names gives me a headache. Show me something else.
Lin Fan hummed in acknowledgement before turning his gaze elsewhere.
Senior sister, do you like this one?
Lin Fan picked up a necklace of purple pearls and held it before Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang glanced up, then pursed her lips and shook her head.
Not pretty.
Lin Fan smiled. Bai Shuang was the pampered young miss of the Bai family from the imperial capital. Ordinary gold, silver, and jewels naturally didn't catch her eye. But this ruby is crystal clear and priceless. Lin Fan patiently explained, but Bai Shuang still shook her head, showing no interest whatsoever. Before Lin Fan could offer anything else, Bai Shuang cut him off.
The necklace you made for me is more than enough.
I couldn't care less about these things. Lin Fan froze for a moment, then furrowed his brow slightly. If Bai Shuang disliked rare flowers and exotic plants, and had no interest in gold, silver, or jewels, what was he supposed to do with this entire pile of treasures? Glancing at the pile of treasures before him, Lin Fan's gaze finally settled on the beggar monk's bag. He had his ring, capable of holding mountains and rivers. He certainly didn't need this bag. But Bai Shuang was different. If she had a pouch by her side, it would be so much more convenient.
Senior sister, would you like to take this bag? What would I want with this bag? It's hideous. I don't want it. Don't underestimate this pouch, senior sister. While it can't compare to my ring, it's still capable of holding everything from Zhongzheng and Nanzheng. Lin Fan's explanation made Bai Shuang's eyes widen in astonishment. Seriously? Don't exaggerate like that. When have I ever lied to you, senior sister? Look at all the stuff we emptied out from that poor monk. It's a huge pile. Now look at this tiny little bag. Doesn't that seem odd to you?
A spark of excitement flashed in Bai Shuang's eyes, her small face flushing with excitement. Just moments ago, she'd found the pouch rather unsightly, but now it seemed quite useful after all. Seeing this scene unfold, Lin Fan promptly took the pouch into his hands. He narrowed his eyes slightly, silently channeling his qi. Soon, a faint halo of light appeared around the pouch. The white glow was incredibly soft, making one want to reach out and touch it. Bai Shuang fought the urge to touch it, standing completely still as he watched. After a moment, the white halo around the bag vanished. The bag in Lin Fan's hands suddenly changed color. Not only did it turn a pale purple, but the 2 gray cords from before had transformed into purple tassels. Little junior brother, did master even teach you this kind of skill? They really are biased, but this bag, it's just too beautiful. Bai Shuang stared fixedly at the bag, almost reaching out to snatch it.
Seeing Bai Shuang's satisfaction, Lin Fan's face softened with relief. Now, senior sister, you don't think the bag's color is ugly anymore, do you? Not ugly at all. Not ugly at all.
Worn on ordinary occasions, it would actually have a unique charm. Bai Shuang took the pouch with both hands and immediately fastened it at her waist. Senior sister, now I'll teach you how to use this pouch. You must remember it well. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Bai Shuang began nodding. Within 2 minutes, Bai Shuang had memorized how to open and close the bag. To test whether the bag could hold something larger than itself, Bai Shuang picked up a stone. Muttering the incantation silently, the stone before her was indeed drawn into the bag. Overjoyed, Bai Shuang leaped into the air. This is fantastic. This thing is incredibly useful. From now on, I can just stuff anything important right into the bag. Seeing Bai Shuang so delighted, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile too.
Shouldn't you take that stone out, senior sister? No, I'll keep it as a memento.
Coming to South Mountain was no easy feat, and obtaining this treasure was even harder. Bai Shuang spoke the truth. When Daoist Ipin ambushed Lin Fan earlier, Bai Shuang's heart had leapt into her throat. That Daoist Ipin was far too cunning. The slightest lapse in Lin Fan's guard could have cost him his life. Fortunately, Lin Fan was meticulous and managed to evade the old Taoist's ambush.
There are others too.
Just put them in the bag, senior sister. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Bai Shuang interjected.
I don't want these things. Put them all in your ring. Don't forget to refine a few beauty-enhancing pills for me later. I want to look absolutely stunning. Absolutely no problem.
Lin Fan assured her, and Bai Shuang's face quickly lit up with a radiant smile. And so, after this encounter with Daoist Ipin, Bai Shuang obtained a bag with storage space, while Lin Fan stored all of Daoist Ipin's treasures into his ring. I've decided I'm naming this pouch the wish-granting bag.
What do you think? Rui, may all things go as desired. That's a perfect name.
Lin Fan agreed, and Bai Shuang couldn't have been more pleased with herself. Seeing that it was getting late, the two of them headed down the mountain together. Compared to their earlier journey to South Mountain, both wore expressions of ease. As for the corpse of the monkey Peen, they couldn't be bothered to deal with it and simply left it behind. After descending the mountain, they didn't head straight back to the Lin residence but went to the bus station instead. In just over half an hour, the bus carrying third brother Shirley would arrive at the station.
Chapter 127, What's the deal, bro?
It had been a while since they'd seen third brother, and they wondered how his cultivation had progressed. Master had mentioned that third brother's seclusion this time had lasted longer than usual, so his martial arts cultivation must have advanced significantly. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Bai Shuang nodded in agreement. The mere thought of third senior brother Shirley brought a smile to the corners of Bai Shuang's eyes. This brother Shirley was nothing but a martial arts fanatic, or to put it bluntly, a complete blockhead. Talk to him about anything else, and he couldn't care less. Food, possessions, fun, nothing registered with him. But mention anything related to martial arts, even the most trivial detail, and his eyes would light up, his whole demeanor becoming alert and focused. Having trained on the mountain for years, Bai Shuang's view of Shirley remained unchanged. Right up until the day I descended the mountain, nothing had changed. Bai Shuang pondered this, then suddenly laughed aloud. She wondered if her usually reserved and earnest third senior brother could ever adjust to life in this bustling city.
What are you laughing at, senior sister?
She had just spoken at length, yet Lin Fan hadn't heard a single word from Bai Shuang. Beyond her faint smile, she hadn't uttered a single syllable. Now she suddenly chuckled softly. There must be a reason for this. Bai Shuang cleared her throat lightly before voicing the thoughts that had been on her mind. If someone were to challenge third brother to a fistfight, he wouldn't come out worse for wear. But if someone were to play mind games with him? That's another story. Third senior brother is always earnest and doesn't have many tricks up his sleeve. I'm genuinely worried he might get the short end of the stick. Little junior brother, though master said third senior brother came to help you, you must still be vigilant. Bai Shuang's words carried great weight, and Lin Fan nodded his head vigorously in agreement. Rest assured, senior sister. I'll do everything in my power to protect third senior brother from those with ulterior motives.
That's good. After all, you two will be spending the most time together. I can only ask you to be extra vigilant. Sis, you're being too kind. We're all from the same school. Once we leave the mountain, we're family, no distinctions between us.
Lin Fan's words warmed Bai Shuang's heart. The two chatted as they waited for Shirley. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, it was 4 o'clock. Wave after wave of people had come and gone from the station, yet Shirley was nowhere to be seen.
Anxious worry crept onto Bai Shuang's face.
Her delicate brows furrowed, and a hint of concern flickered in her clear eyes. Earlier, she'd worried Shirley might be bullied. Could it have happened so quickly? Bai Shuang gritted her teeth, her small hands still clenched into fists. If anyone had truly bullied Shirley, that person better not let her find out. If she discovered who had dared to be so bold, she would make sure they paid dearly. Before Bai Shuang's thoughts had fully formed, Lin Fan's voice suddenly rang out. Senior sister, we really should go look for third senior brother.
How come we still haven't seen him?
Bai Shuang sighed helplessly before speaking. Alright. Staying here isn't a solution either. It's been so long now. I hope third senior brother hasn't met with any misfortune. With that, Bai Shuang and Lin Fan set off together. They didn't leave the station but instead searched within it. Zhongjiang long-distance bus station covered a vast area, boasting 5 exits alone. Bai Shuang and Lin Fan scanned their surroundings as they walked, their eyes struggling to take it all in. The weather today was scorching hot, the blazing sun almost baking the ground until it glistened white. Soon, Bai Shuang squinted her eyes into slits, forced to shield her forehead with her hand. In a station this big, where could he possibly be? Calls weren't getting through either. This third senior brother was really making her anxious. Next time, I'll get third senior brother 2 phones, that way there'll be no room for error. Junior brother, you must remember this clearly, at least for the time being, third senior brother mustn't be allowed to wander off. He's unfamiliar with this place, and it's far too dangerous. Bai Shuang continued her admonitions as they walked, while Lin Fan nodded in agreement. As they spoke, a young man suddenly dashed toward them. The young man was frantic, practically running at full speed. Just moments ago, he'd been a considerable distance behind Bai Shuang and Lin Fan, yet in the blink of an eye, he appeared right before Lin Fan. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Though this man before him was no martial artist, his speed was extraordinary. As Lin Fan pondered, the man shot past him with a whoosh. Immediately after, Lin Fan heard the voice of third senior brother Shirley. You little thief, stop right there. Stealing my bag? You're dead meat. Lin Fan froze, and Bai Shuang beside him was equally baffled. The two exchanged a glance, then suddenly understood. That young man had just stolen third senior brother Shirley's bag. And now third senior brother was chasing the thief. Lin Fan stared in disbelief at Shirley, who was not far away, his face filled with utter astonishment. Shirley, consumed by rage, didn't even notice Lin Fan and Bai Shuang standing there. I'm going after him. With those 3 words, Lin Fan leaped forward, moving as swiftly as a sparrow in the blink of an eye. In 3 strides, he halted before the young man. The young man was running with all his might, completely unprepared for someone to suddenly block his path. What was even more unbelievable was that the man seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Just as he was about to collide with the person in front, the young man abruptly halted, shouting frantically, "Move out of the way. Don't block my path." Lin Fan gave a cold laugh, not budging an inch. Frowning, the young man saw Lin Fan wouldn't budge and tried to go around him. But Lin Fan stood there like a plague god. If the young man turned left, Lin Fan shifted left. If he veered right, Lin Fan moved right. No matter which direction the young man chose, Lin Fan always blocked him completely. Hey, buddy, what's your deal? Move it. I'm in a hurry. The young man's face twisted with impatience, his brow furrowing into a deep frown. Lin Fan spoke slowly. You're afraid someone's chasing you and will try to snatch the bag back, aren't you? Lin Fan's voice wasn't loud, yet it reached the young man's ears with crystal clarity. The young man froze in place. This time, he didn't even try to hide. Who are you? I'm telling you, mind your own business. I'm not what you think I am. This bag is mine. I need to get to the bathroom. Lin Fan extended his hand and pointed toward the southeast. The restroom is behind you. For some reason, the instant Lin Fan extended his hand, the young man found himself involuntarily following his finger's direction. But instead of the restroom, his eyes landed squarely on Shirley. Damn it, today's been nothing but bad luck. Looks like I'm about to fall into a trap. Chapter 128. What, you don't want to? Scratching his scalp hard, cold sweat began to bead on the young man's forehead. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself to charge forward, only to be grabbed by Lin Fan. Stand up straight. Be honest and cooperative. Resistance will only make things worse. Lin Fan spoke slowly once more, then crossed his arms and glanced sideways at the person opposite him. At that moment, Shirley and Bai Shuang had already hurried over. The moment they stopped, Shirley yanked the young man by the collar. You little punk! How dare you try to cheat me? Cheating me is one thing, but stealing my bag? You've got some nerve. Spill it, what were you really after? Did you think my bag was big and full of treasures? Let me tell you, there's only a few changes of clothes in this bag, but I won't just let you swipe it. Lin Fan was speechless. This third senior brother was way too honest. Before anyone else could say anything, he'd already laid out the contents of his bag in plain sight. The young man now felt immense regret, his face etched with self-reproach. If he'd known the bag contained nothing but clothes, he never would have taken this risk. Now, with the other party gripping him so tightly he could barely breathe, he might even suffocate to death here. Thinking about it now, it truly wasn't worth it. Sir, spare my life. I truly didn't mean to. Not on purpose? Not on purpose, so you just went ahead and stole my bag? If you'd really meant to trick me, wouldn't you have swindled every last penny from my pockets? Now that he had him in his grasp, Shirley wouldn't let up. The young man looked utterly defeated, his face flushed crimson, tears welling in his eyes. Sir, I'll give you back your bag, just let me go. As he spoke, he tried to lower the bag from his shoulder.
Unfortunately, Shirley's grip was too tight. The young man couldn't even touch the ground with his feet, let alone return the bag.
Third brother, there's no need for such anger.
Hand him over to the enforcement division. First, let's see if anything's missing.
Bai Shuang's clear voice cut through the tension, offering a prompt reminder. Shirley frowned slightly before loosening his grip. The young man lost his balance and collapsed onto the ground. The heavy backpack slammed down, landing squarely on his backside. The impact felt like it could shatter his tailbone. Ouch! He sucked in a sharp breath, pain etched across his face.
What had they said earlier? That they were going to hand him over to the law enforcement team?
The young man snapped back to his senses and suddenly grabbed Shirley's pant leg.
Spare me, sir. Please don't hand me over to the enforcement squad.
I truly haven't touched a single thing in your bag. I haven't even had time to open it yet.
Please be magnanimous and don't hold this against me.
I truly didn't recognize your greatness. I was blind.
Just let me go.
Tears streamed down the young man's face as he pleaded, soon turning into a flood of snot and tears. Lin Fan stared at the man before him in bewilderment.
That acting, it's divine. He should be in movies. It'd be a waste not to. He cries on cue, his performance spot on.
He's flexible and adaptable, effortlessly switching between emotions. If he were to pursue a career in showbiz, he might just snag an Oscar.
But wasting his talent as a thief at this station?
Shirley ignored the young man's pleas for mercy, opening the bag and pulling out its contents in plain view. A faded cotton shirt, jeans that had lost most of their color, and a hat that was either gray or white. It was hard to tell. The young man stared in disbelief. He wished the ground would open up and swallow him whole.
This was utterly humiliating. After all, he was somewhat well known around this station. How could he have misjudged this situation? Stole a bag of trash. To put it bluntly, if this stuff were in the trash, even the second-hand clothing collectors wouldn't want it. Keep your attitude in check. Your expression is off.
Lin Fan reminded the young man beside him.
The young man sniffed hard and nodded repeatedly.
You reap what you sow. You've got to swallow the consequences. Even if it was filled with nothing but toilet paper, it was still stolen. The issue now was that he'd been caught stealing regardless of the item's value. Shirley pulled 12 pieces of clothing from the bag, all faded from repeated washing. By this point, the young man couldn't even remember how many times he'd swallowed hard. Finally, Shirley spoke up.
Thank goodness, these things weren't lost. Since you haven't lost anything, please spare me. I swear I'll turn over a new leaf and start anew.
I was truly desperate and just wanted to swipe a few things. The young man pleaded for mercy once more.
Shirley's face was set in a tight line.
Bai Shuang and Lin Fan both turned to look at Shirley, waiting to hear his decision.
You're a smooth-talking scoundrel, clearly no good.
You snatched my bag and bolted. Your legs sure were nimble.
I don't buy that you were desperate.
Hearing Shirley's words, the young man's heart leapt into his throat, his eyes widening in terror.
Sir, you can't say that. My actions were truly a desperate measure taken with no other options left.
Ever since I was a child, I've admired martial artists. Countless times, I've dreamed of becoming a great hero myself, of ridding the world of evil, protecting the innocent, and bringing peace to the people.
But I never had the chance to learn. My heart is truly pure.
To convince Shirley of his sincerity, the young man wore an earnest expression throughout his speech. He delivered this lengthy speech without pausing once. Shirley froze for a moment, then began scrutinizing the young man before him.
What you just said, is it true? It's true. I genuinely believe it.
The young man bit his lip hard, his eyes nearly popping out of his head.
Alright, I'll take your word for now. From this day forward, I'm your master. Follow me, and I'll give you every chance to fight crime and uphold justice.
Bai Shuang, Lin Fan, and the unnamed young man.
All three froze in place.
Lin Fan, third senior brother, truly is a man of passion.
His magnanimity is unparalleled. Bai Shuang, taking on a disciple so quickly? Does that make me this young man's master's younger brother? Young man, holy crap, what did I do to deserve this? Am I really going to hang myself on this crooked tree?
The three of them were at a loss for words, their eyes wide as saucers.
Stop squatting.
To formally become my disciple, you must kowtow 3 times.
Only then will I accept you. Shirley's voice echoed once more.
The young man's heart pounded wildly, almost unable to believe his ears. If he could do it all over again, he'd never make the same choice. This burly man could kill someone with a single slap.
If he disobeyed, would he get knocked flying? What's the matter? You don't want to? Chapter 129, Welcome Mr. Shirley to Zhongzheng.
Shirley's shout nearly scared the young man across from him into a crouch. Lin Fan and Bai Shuang couldn't fathom what Shirley possibly saw in this young man.
Could it really be that just because he said he wanted to fight injustice and rid the world of evils, Shirley suddenly felt like taking him as a disciple? That seemed far too rash. But just then, the young man suddenly dropped to his knees and sullenly kowtowed to Shirley.
Master above, disciple below, please accept this bow from your apprentice.
If the earlier events had shocked Bai Shuang and Lin Fan, this scene left them utterly speechless. Had the initiation ritual just concluded? A delighted smile instantly spread across Shirley's face.
He swiftly pulled the young man to his feet and then turned to Lin Fan and Bai Shuang with a look of satisfaction.
Junior brother, junior sister, did you see that? This is my disciple. From now on, you two are his senior uncles and aunts.
Lin Fan quickly regained his composure and clasped his hands in greeting.
Congratulations, third senior brother. To take on a disciple upon descending the mountain, truly a joyous occasion.
Bai Shuang scrutinized the young man before her, then glanced at Shirley's bulging backpack. The word fate suddenly flashed through her mind.
Our master once said that all encounters are destined.
Today, senior brother and this young man have found their connection.
Congratulations.
Shirley felt a surge of joy and reached out to pat the young man on the shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, he froze in place. Clearing his throat loudly, Shirley frowned and looked up.
You still haven't told your master your name. Master, my name is Lu Shuai. Very well, Lu Shuai. These are your two senior disciples. Should you have any questions in the future, you may seek their guidance.
After finishing his words, Shirley broke into a wide grin.
To be honest, this is my first time in Zhongzheng.
I'll be hanging around with your two senior uncles from now on. Hearing this, Lu Shuai nearly stumbled backward again. He'd inexplicably stumbled upon this group of people, and to save his own skin, he'd inexplicably become their apprentice.
Judging by the current situation, his life wasn't going to get any easier. Ah well, a wise man knows when to yield. Better safe than sorry.
Calling him master a few more times was far better than getting beaten up, or worse, ending up in the enforcement squad. Lu Shuai concluded he de-weighed the pros and cons before making this decision. At worst, he could slip away secretly later. After all, once he was gone, no one would recognize him, and there'd be no awkwardness.
Reassured by this thought, Lu Shuai joined in the laughter. Master, I'll leave you to your work now. Should you ever need your apprentice, just give the word.
Lu Shuai spoke with utmost sincerity, turning to leave after finishing his words. Shirley immobilized Lu Shuai with just 2 fingers.
Shirley's fingers gripped Lu Shuai's collar tightly at the back of his neck.
Lu Shuai strained with all his might but couldn't break free.
What? Trying to run? Don't pull any tricks on me. You've got the goods, we're leaving together.
Lin Fan chuckled, stealing a glance at Bai Shuang beside him before muttering under his breath. Looks like our third senior brother really cares about his new disciple.
Of course. It's rare to find someone willing to follow him. How could third senior brother not be pleased?
Bai Shuang murmured a reply in response to Lin Fan. Lu Shuai trudged forward with a long face, burdened by several large packs.
Shirley followed behind Lin Fan and Bai Shuang.
To help Lin Fan and Bai Shuang understand what had happened, Shirley finally recounted the earlier events. It turned out Shirley had gotten off the bus on schedule, but after disembarking, he spotted Lu Shuai. After sitting on the long-distance bus for hours, Shirley needed to use the restroom. Considering the inconvenience of carrying all his luggage and not finding a place to store it immediately, he glanced at Lu Shuai. At that very moment, Lu Shuai actually came running over to Shirley, greeting him with an overly enthusiastic expression. Having secluded himself for days and just descended the mountain, Shirley hadn't anticipated any tricks from the man before him. I figured I just needed to use the restroom at Woon T take more than 3 or 5 minutes. Worst case, I'd just thank him a little more when I came back. But who would have thought that the moment I stepped into the restroom, he slipped away. Thank goodness I only gave him 1 large bag. If I'd handed over all my luggage, it would have been disastrous. What followed was the scene you witnessed. Shirley rattled off a long story in one breath, but Lin Fan just burst out laughing after hearing it. Third brother, if you really handed all your luggage to your disciple, I doubt he'd stick around either.
Shirley's eyes widened in utter bewilderment. Why? Because your luggage is too heavy and bulky.
Lu Shuai was already panting after just a few steps. How could he possibly have the strength to run with all that weight? Bai Shuang's explanation finally clicked for Shirley, and he chuckled sheepishly. As the 4 of them walked out of the station, Lu Shuai was already inwardly cursing his luck. Just as I was about to keep trudging forward, something suddenly felt off. Not far away, young men in sharp suits stood alert and solemn, lined up neatly in 2 rows. At the far end of the line, 2 luxury cars were parked. Lu Shuai felt his heart skip a beat and instinctively glanced back toward Shirley.
Master, should we take a detour? It looks like some kind of ceremony is happening over there.
We should be careful, these people aren't ones to mess with. Lu Shuai wasn't exaggerating. He'd been hanging around this long-distance bus station for years and had never seen anything like this before.
Though dressed in sharp suits, those men were clearly trained fighters at a glance.
If they really provoked these people and a fight broke out, even all of them together might not stand a chance. After sharing his seasoned advice, Lu Shuai halted in his tracks. We'll mind our own business.
We're not bothering them.
There's no need to hide. Listen carefully, apprentice with your master here, you've got nothing to fear. Lu Shuai said nothing after hearing this, but inside, he was utterly frustrated. Just moments ago, you insisted on tagging along with those 2 junior brothers. At best, you're living under someone else's roof.
Now you're putting on airs here. Is it worth it? What? You don't trust your master's words? Fine, let's settle this with them.
No sooner had Shirley finished speaking than Bai Shuang's clear voice rang out.
Third brother, there's no need for this.
We're all on the same side. Our own people?
Lu Shuai was instantly dumbfounded. Before he could process what was happening, a voice that shook his eardrums echoed through the air.
Welcome to Zhongjian, Mr. Shirley. Welcome. Welcome. A warm welcome. Lu Shuai blinked hard and muttered under his breath. Master, they're welcoming Mr. Shirley. Chapter 130, The Master's Instructions.
Lin Fan and Bai Shuang smiled without comment. Shirley and Lu Shuai, master and apprentice, were quite an interesting pair. When Shirley introduced them earlier, no one even knew his apprentice's name. Now that everyone was shouting the master's name, Lu Shuai looked utterly bewildered again. Turns out, after all this time, neither of them really knew who was who. Bai Shuang looked at Lu Shuai and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Lu Shuai, do you know your master's name? Lu Shuai shook his head vigorously.
Shirley.
When Bai Shuang uttered those two words, Lu Shuai looked as though he'd just woken from a deep sleep.
His face was filled with confusion, bewilderment, and utter shock.
He stared at the burly man before him, then glanced at the scene unfolding nearby.
Lu Shuai's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy cow, am I dreaming? What the heck is going on?
Completely bewildered, Lu Shuai swallowed hard. Before Lu Shuai could think further, Shirley reached out and slapped him on the forehead.
Hurry up! Get those things loaded into the car. Don't overexert yourself.
His head buzzed from the blow, but Lu Shuai still managed to nod. And so, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Shirley hoisted his luggage into the luxury car.
The sight was utterly absurd, like a millionaire scavenging for junk.
Lu Shuai swore he'd never ridden in such a luxurious car in his entire life. Lin Fan drove personally, with Bai Shuang in the passenger seat, while Shirley and Lu Shuai sat in the back. Neither Shirley nor Lu Shuai knew who was in the luxury car behind them, but it didn't matter anymore.
Little junior sister, why did you make such a big deal out of this? Having everyone chant slogans like that. I feel a bit embarrassed. Shirley's face flushed with embarrassment.
Bai Shuang, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. This was all planned long ago. Third senior brother rarely visits Zhongjiang, and he won't be leaving anytime soon. Naturally, I had to let everyone know third senior brother has arrived.
Her voice was commanding and icy, radiating a chill aura.
But when she turned to smile at Shirley, it was utterly captivating. Lu Shuai caught a glimpse and quickly averted his gaze, daring not to look again. For some reason, Lu Shuai sensed this girl was not someone to mess with, instinctively keeping his distance. Along the way, Lin Fan inquired about the master's conditions, and Shirley answered each question in turn. Finally, Shirley informed Lin Fan about Zhou Luo's condition. Junior brother, Shirley relayed the master's message. They asked me to tell you to go ahead and handle your business without worry. Leave the mountain affairs to us.
Miss Shou is recovering remarkably well. Hearing the news about Zhou Luo, a smile touched Lin Fan's lips, and his voice lightened. Really? That's wonderful.
The masters must have gone to great lengths.
You're the apple of their eyes. Of course they'd care about your friends. Isn't that only natural?
Shirley's words left Lin Fan momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Though the masters often called Shirley slow-witted, the truth was that this third senior brother of his simply preferred not to speak. Yet, no matter the matter at hand, his mind was as clear as a mirror. It was like some people who understood things perfectly well but simply chose not to speak up. Others, however, love to show off, constantly chattering away to draw attention to themselves, which only makes them seem particularly unreliable. Compared to that, Lin Fan preferred the kind of person his third senior brother was. Third senior brother was right, they were all family, and family should look out for each other.
Exactly. That's why I'm genuinely happy the masters sent me to stay with you this time. When you're less busy, how about we spar sometime?
Before long, Shirley began discussing martial cultivation again. Lin Fan readily agreed.
As long as he wasn't tied up with work, what harm could there be in sparring with third senior brother? Why didn't third senior brother challenge me to a match? Though I've been off the mountain for some time, I've never neglected my cultivation.
Not only that, but I feel my cultivation has greatly improved. Bai Shuang turned to look at Shirley again, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Shirley shook his head flatly, his offer dismissed in a few words.
No way. You're a young lady.
No matter how high your martial arts cultivation is, I can't bring myself to go all out against you.
It's different with the little junior brother.
It's perfectly normal for grown men to spar and bump into each other.
Shirley kept his words concise, but Bai Shuang understood his meaning perfectly.
Bai Shuang pouted unhappily, murmuring a soft complaint. After all that effort I put into welcoming third senior brother, it turns out he doesn't even care about me. No, you're overthinking it, little junior sister. Lu Shuai darted his gaze from one to the other, completely bewildered. If not for the scenery shifting outside the window, Lu Shuai would have sworn today's events were nothing but a dream.
What were they even talking about? One moment it was martial arts cultivation, the next it was sparring. Could they really be that skilled?
The thought flashed through his mind, but Lu Shuai couldn't quite shake the feeling of uncertainty. The man beside him was big and burly, his arms bulging with muscle knots.
The two men ahead were different.
The man in front was tall and handsome, his features sculpted like a statue. He carried himself with refined elegance, lacking any trace of the brutishness often associated with martial artists.
The girl beside him was even more so. She was as beautiful as an ice queen.
Though her words could sometimes be icy cold, she was undeniably stunning.
To think such a young lady would spend her days fighting and killing, he wouldn't believe it even if it killed him.
But even as the luxury car pulled up, their conversation remained entirely about martial cultivation, leaving Lu Shuai increasingly confused.
Third senior brother, we're here. He lives right in this building.
Lin Fan spoke up, and Shirley beside him nodded. The group then entered the Lin residence. At that moment, Lu Shuai felt like an old countrywoman visiting the Grand View Garden. Everything looked utterly new and fascinating.
Brother Fan, you're finally back. I was going crazy waiting at home.
The moment he heard Lin Fan was back, Su Yang strode out at a brisk pace, shouting as he ran. Lu Xiaoye followed closely behind Su Yang, as if racing to keep up. Su Yang showed no consideration for her, not even glancing at Lu Xiaoye.
Brother, I've been waiting for you too. Why did you take so long?
Lin Fan didn't have time to tell Shirley about the situation at home before Su Yang and Lu Xiaoye came running over. Since everyone was gathered here, he might as well make a proper introduction.
Third brother, this is my good friend Su Yang. This is Lu Xiaoye, who moved in here not long ago.
Su Yang, Lu Xiaoye, this is my third senior brother, Shirley. And next to him is his disciple, Lu Shuai.
Chapter 131, No rain, no wind, yet thunder and lightning roar.
As Shirley sized up the group, they too scrutinized Lin Fan's third senior brother.
During the introductions, Lin Fan specifically mentioned Shirley's deep immersion in martial arts. After taking a closer look, Su Yang and the others realized Lin Fan hadn't exaggerated at all.
Shirley, around 25 or 26 years old, stood about 1.9 meters tall with a sturdy, muscular build.
He had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a square jaw.
His hair was jet black and thick. If not for the length, it seemed poised to stand on end. He was a man of few words, truly, very few words. After a brief exchange with everyone, Shirley followed the butler to his prepared room.
Su Yang stood there dumbfounded. This third senior brother was way too concise. Barely a few words exchanged, and he was already gone? Shouldn't we at least bond a little?
Su Yang racked his brain, trying to figure out how to get Shirley to stick around a bit longer. Lu Xiaoye, standing nearby, suddenly curled her lips and muttered under her breath.
Seriously, you can't even figure that out?
He said he's obsessed with martial arts.
Just ask him a few questions about it, that'll get him talking.
Finishing her sentence, Lu Xiaoye shot Su Yang a withering look. Su Yang snapped to attention, blinking rapidly at Lu Xiaoye.
Before he could speak, Lu Xiaoye turned and walked away.
Su Yang reached up to scratch his forehead, finally fixing his gaze on Lu Shuai.
Lu Shuai felt uneasy, his entire expression stiffening. Is there something you need?
Nothing.
I just wanted to ask, what are your master's usual preferences? How long have you been with him? Come over and let's chat. It'll help us avoid awkwardness when we interact in the future.
Su Yang meant well, but Lu Shuai's heart skipped a beat. If this guy knew how he'd ended up taking on a master, his eyes would probably pop out of his head.
And how long had he been with him? Not even half a day, for crying out loud. As for hobbies? Who knows what he likes? As long as he doesn't beat me, that's fine.
Lu Shuai bit his lip and remained silent, but Su Yang mistakenly interpreted his behavior as nervousness from being in a new place. By nightfall, Lin Fan still hadn't stepped outside. Su Yang, pressed for time, didn't appear in the courtyard either. Lu Xiaoye paced the courtyard twice before finding it tedious and retreating indoors. Bai Xuan was in an exceptionally good mood today, her face radiant with a constant smile. While strolling through the Lin family garden, she deliberately straightened her back, subtly revealing the wish-granting pouch at her waist.
This thing, it's truly wonderful.
Lin Fan wasn't seeking leisure, he intended to refine a medicinal pill. The monkey peen had given him far too many herbs. If he didn't refine something worthwhile, he'd feel truly indebted to him. Besides, ever since his last alchemy attempt drew down heavenly thunder, Lin Fan was genuinely curious to test whether every elixir concoction would attract lightning strikes. This time, Lin Fan kept his ingredient selection simple. The elixir he concocted served only one purpose, enhancing martial cultivation. Beyond that, it offered no other benefits. Without his master present, Lin Fan's alchemy process was straightforward and conventional. He didn't dump all the herbs into the furnace at once like before, but added them gradually, bit by bit. After all, he had time on his side, no need for such recklessness. He extracted the essence, ignited the furnace with his inner energy, and then simply controlled the heat to condense the pill. Lin Fan's expression was solemn, his brows slightly furrowed as he stared motionless at the alchemy furnace before him. The furnace proved reliable, rotating steadily at a slow, even pace without any signs of erupting.
By evening, the sunset's glow painted half the sky with vibrant hues.
The vast expanse of sky was enveloped in a magnificent cloudscape. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning appeared, coiling directly above the Lin residence.
Boom!
The thunderous roar echoed incessantly, followed by another wave of thunder and lightning.
The construction crew working on the renovation immediately stopped their tasks.
The foreman bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, wrap up.
Get back inside quickly. The weather's not normal today."
At his words, everyone hastened their movements. After packing away their boards and pliers, they dashed off swiftly.
Su Yang heard the thunder and hurried outside.
Spotting Bai Shuang in the hallway, he hurried over to her.
"Sister Bai Shuang, hurry inside. It was fine just now. What kind of thunder is this?"
Bai Shuang's willow-like brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of solemnity crossing her eyes. She looked up at the sky again and murmured to herself,
"How strange. Why did this thunder come so suddenly?"
As the saying goes, the wind fills the tower before the mountain rain comes.
But now there's neither wind nor rain. How could the thunder be so frequent?
As Bai Shuang hesitated, Lu Shuai suddenly appeared beside them with lightning speed.
"Quick, get inside. The heavens are angry. You could get struck dead."
Lu Shuai's eyes widened, his face etched with panic.
Bai Shuang glanced sideways at Lu Shuai. "Someone's feeling guilty, huh? Too many bad deeds done, afraid of karma catching up."
"Oh, sister, what are you saying?
I'm a respectable person now. Who do you call big sister?" A thin layer of frost seemed to cover Bai Shuang's pretty little face. Lu Shuai quickly backtracked after hearing this. "My apologies, master.
You should hurry inside. That thunder is rumbling fiercely.
It could strike someone dead."
Bai Shuang ignored Lu Shuai but still lifted her foot and followed Su Yang inside.
After the flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, everything returned to normal.
The sky was once again streaked with evening clouds, serene and still.
Everyone was puzzled by the sudden storm.
Had such a scene unfolded on Qingcheng Mountain, Lin Fan's masters would have been far from surprised. They had witnessed far more intense spectacles than this. Compared to the thunderclap last time, this was merely a drizzle. Moments ago, the entire Lin residence was in a panic except for Shirley. Lin Fan opened the door and immediately spotted the gathered crowd.
Bai Shuang, Su Yang, Lu Shuai, Lu Shaya, and Lin's butler. All eyes turned toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan scanned the room.
"Senior sister, where's third senior brother?"
Bai Shuang sighed helplessly.
"I already went to third senior brother's room earlier. He doesn't want to be disturbed right now. He's in the middle of cultivation. He's as unshakable as a rock."
"No way. All that noise didn't even wake my master?"
Lu Shuai's mouth gaped wide open, forming an almost perfect O.
That question was a mistake.
The moment Lu Shuai spoke, everyone turned to look at them with strange expressions.
Su Yang voiced his confusion outright. "He's your master. Who else would you ask? We're all still trying to figure it out."
Lu Shuai was speechless, his face a picture of utter despair.
Today's events were truly bizarre, and this place felt downright sinister. That thunder earlier, it sounded like it was going to strike someone dead. Chapter 132, Such Deep Master-Disciple Bonds So Soon?
Lin Fan offered no explanation for the lightning earlier. After exchanging a few brief words with everyone, he headed straight for Shirley's room.
At this moment, Shirley had just finished his cultivation practice.
For ordinary people, the day's work begins with the morning, and many choose to practice in the early hours. Shirley, however, was different. Out of the 24 hours in a day, after deducting time for rest and meals, he would devote every possible moment to cultivation.
He remained oblivious to events unfolding outside.
When Lin Fan specifically mentioned the thunderclap from earlier, Shirley looked utterly bewildered.
"Thunder? I thought the weather outside looked fine. Doesn't seem like rain to me."
Lin Fan smiled wryly and shook his head.
"Third brother, I want to show you something."
As he spoke, Lin Fan produced a wooden box. In front of Shirley, Lin Fan opened the box.
3 pale yellow pills appeared before Shirley.
Shirley furrowed his brow, sniffed deeply, and his face immediately lit up with astonishment.
"Little brother, where did you get these pills? They're top quality." Seeing Shirley's reaction, Lin Fan dropped all pretense of modesty. "I just finished refining these pills. Their purpose is to enhance martial cultivation, though I'm not yet sure by how much."
Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, Shirley's eyes began to gleam.
Enhancing martial cultivation? That was the dream of every martial artist.
Typically, martial artists rely on daily, cumulative training to strengthen their bodies and advance their cultivation. Some also choose to consume pills to achieve twice the result with half the effort.
However, while ordinary pills are readily available, those that enhance cultivation are priceless treasures.
They were beyond the means of ordinary people. Shirley's face lit up with excitement, then he let out a long sigh. "Little junior brother, you're truly amazing.
Gifted with extraordinary talent and skilled in alchemy, others would die of envy."
Shirley spoke with blunt honesty, always saying exactly what was on his mind. Lin Fan looked at Shirley, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face.
"Third senior brother, I actually have a favor to ask of you today." Would you be willing to test the pill for me? Test the elixir? Shirley looked puzzled, clearly taken aback. Such a high-quality pill, if it were on the market, people would be scrambling to buy it. And now Lin Fan was asking him to test it? That's far too extravagant. Little junior brother, this simply won't do. If you're worried about any side effects, I can assure you with complete confidence that there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Master has already told me that your alchemy skills are masterful. You've surpassed him long ago. You can rest assured on that front.
In an unprecedented effort to win Lin Fan's trust, Shirley spoke at great length. Lin Fan shook his head again. I want senior brother to describe the effects after taking the elixir to see just how much my cultivation might actually improve.
That's far too extravagant. How much would it cost to have me consume it? How could it be a waste?
In terms of martial cultivation growth and transformation, neither I nor senior sister can compare to third senior brother. Besides, consuming the elixir increases third senior brother's cultivation. It's not a waste at all. Hearing this, Shirley nodded immediately, picked up a pill, and popped it into his mouth.
Third senior brother, drink some water.
Lin Fan had barely finished speaking when Shirley had already swallowed the pill.
Shirley chuckled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, his expression utterly sincere.
With something this good, no need to wash it down with water, I can swallow it whole. Lin Fan smiled, momentarily at a loss for words.
Junior brother, third brother, may I come in?
Bai Shuang's clear, crisp voice echoed from outside the door. Shirley turned his head toward the doorway.
Sure, we're done talking.
Come in, little junior sister. Faced with Shirley's straightforwardness, Lin Fan smiled again. Regarding the alchemy matter, Lin Fan didn't hide anything from Bai Shuang, directly explaining why he had come to find Shirley.
After listening, Bai Shuang nodded in agreement.
Although she had also made progress in her martial cultivation, articulating those detailed sensations was truly a difficult task. Third senior brother Shirley was different. He could clearly articulate the changes in each meridian, the growth in strength, and the increase in speed.
In this regard, Bai Shuang held immense admiration for Shirley. I came to discuss dinner arrangements.
Third senior brother has just returned, and we should host a welcome feast for him.
No need, no need.
Little junior brother already gave me a generous gift earlier.
Consider that my welcome feast. You go ahead and eat, don't worry about me.
Lin Fan declined outright.
Third senior brother, that's one thing. Dinner is another matter entirely. Before Lin Fan could finish, Shirley grew impatient. It's not that I don't want to eat.
It's just that after taking this pill, I can't consume anything for an entire hour.
Otherwise, it'll affect the potency. I've never heard of such a restriction.
Lin Fan expressed his doubt, but Shirley remained resolute.
Of course it's true. Don't take it lightly, don't take it lightly. Shirley insisted on following the earlier instructions.
Lin Fan and Bai Shuang had no choice but to take the others to eat.
Uncles, why don't you go?
I'll stay with Master.
Didn't he say no one should disturb him during cultivation? It's only an hour anyway, it'll pass quickly.
Lu Shuai gazed at Lin Fan with a warm smile, his words brimming with sincerity.
You truly won't come?
Lin Fan stared at Lu Shuai in disbelief. Bai Shuang beside him also wore a puzzled expression.
This little rascal is the disciple third senior brother just took on. Has their bond grown so deep already? After quietly observing Lu Shuai, Bai Shuang remained silent. You two really are alike, master and disciple. If the master won't eat, the disciple won't either. Fine then, we'll bring something back for you when we return. Very well, honored uncles, take your time. Leave the task of protecting my master to me.
After speaking, Lu Shuai bowed respectfully to Lin Fan and the others.
An hour later, Lu Shuai finally gathered a bit more courage.
Outside was nearly deserted now. The construction crew had left, and aside from Shirley inside the house, Lu Shuai scanned the area for a long time but saw no one else. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shuai mustered his courage and jogged down the hallway. Glancing around, his heart felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. All he could hear now was the pounding of his own heart. Earlier, Shirley had instructed him to do horse stance squats and perform 200 push-ups every day from now on. Shirley didn't seem to be joking, his expression had been utterly serious. But if he really had to do that, he'd be dead in 2 or 3 days. To save his life, he had to escape no matter what. Chapter 133, The Apprentice's Inner Torment. Lu Shuai grew increasingly anxious the more he thought about it, especially recalling Shirley's grip on his collar. It sent shivers down his spine. While Shirley wasn't paying attention to him now, shouldn't he hurry and leave? If he waited any longer, he'd lose his chance. All of this solidified Lu Shuai's resolve to leave. Making this skinny kid do 200 push-ups a day? Might as well hand me over to the enforcement bureau. Why should I suffer like this? They dragged me here just to torment me. Torture me? I've seen it all. Today, I'm getting out of here. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Shuai still felt unsatisfied. But seeing the gate not far ahead, he forced himself to calm down and walked out as if nothing had happened. Once he escaped this place, victory would be within reach. The guards at the entrance didn't stop him, which secretly pleased Lu Shuai. These guys had good memories. They must have remembered coming here with Lin Fan and the others today, which was why they treated him with courtesy. Lu Shuai showed no outward sign of it, but inside, he was trembling with fear. Once outside the gates, Lu Shuai quickened his pace. Reaching the crossroads, he surged forward in a single stride, as if making a final sprint. They were about to run out of this block. Once they crossed the intersection, it would be hard for them to find him. Lu Shuai's face lit up with smug satisfaction, and he almost laughed out loud. But just as he lifted his foot to run, a sudden, piercing sound echoed through the air. Crack! The clear, sharp crack of a whip made Lu Shuai shudder violently. Immediately afterward, he saw a whip blocking his path. Looking up in terror, Lu Shuai shuddered in fright. It was Bai Shuang. Her face flushed with anger, Bai Shuang stared intently at Lu Shuai. What are you up to? Carrying such a big bundle, how much have you stolen? Upon hearing this, Lu Shuai hastily tossed the bundle aside. Thud! As the bundle hit the ground, Lu Shuai knelt down beside it. Master, I swear I won't steal again. These are just my personal clothes, you can check if you don't believe me. The bundle before him had scattered, revealing nothing but a few tattered garments. Bai Shuang glanced sideways at them before withdrawing her gaze. Facing the fierce aura emanating from Bai Shuang, Lu Shuai knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Auntie, please let me go. I truly can't stay here any longer. Whether you go or stay is not for you to decide. Bai Shuang's face remained expressionless, and her words plunged Lu Shuai into utter despair. At that moment, only one thought occupied Lu Shuai's mind. Weren't they supposed to be out eating? How could they be back so soon? Could it be they'd lied about going out to eat? He'd finally spotted an opening, only to be caught red-handed by this woman. What kind of mess was this? Bai Shuang ignored Lu Shuai completely, raising her voice to call out, "Third senior brother." Hearing Bai Shuang's icy tone, Lu Shuai's hair stood on end. He hastily covered his mouth with his hand, signaling her to hold her tongue. But things didn't go as Lu Shuai had imagined. Shirlei heard the commotion and arrived instantly. Without a moment's hesitation. Seeing the scene before him, Shirlei could figure out what was happening even in the midst of the commotion. Lu Shuai was still kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Right now, Lu Shuai had no energy to ponder why Shirlei had arrived so swiftly, nor did he care to figure out how Bai Shuang's voice had reached Shirlei's ears. Right now, only one thought occupied Lu Shuai's mind. How to break free from this predicament. Shirlei's sudden appearance only made the already awkward situation even more uncomfortable. Staring at the burly Shirlei, Lu Shuai silently prayed. He hoped his master wouldn't fly into a rage, and even if he did, he prayed he wouldn't resort to violence. After quickly finishing his prayer, Lu Shuai began to study Shirlei's face. He now resembled a raging beast, his overwhelming aura filling the entire alleyway, making it hard to breathe. Faced with this scene, Lu Shuai couldn't bring himself to meet his eyes. Shirlei turned to Bai Shuang, his voice low and gravelly. "Junior sister, what on earth is going on?" Bai Shuang was speechless. With the situation so blatantly obvious, Shirlei still had to ask her? Was he still siding with his newly taken disciple even now? Crossing her arms, Bai Shuang glanced at Lu Shuai and pointed toward the bundle behind him, her voice tinged with resignation. "Third senior brother, just look for yourself. He's clearly trying to run away." Shirlei could no longer contain himself. His voice rose in fury. "What are you running for? Is it because we won't feed you or give you water?" Lu Shuai couldn't express his grievances, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. But this scene did nothing to soften Shirlei's heart. He pointed a finger at Lu Shuai's nose, his voice growing harsher. "What are you crying for, you big man? Swallow your tears." Lu Shuai immediately fell silent, forcing his tears back down his throat. Shirlei took a deep breath, his eyes widening as he fixed them on Lu Shuai. "You want to leave? Give me a reason." 1,000 emotions churned within Lu Shuai, yet he forced his head up to meet Shirlei's gaze. "Master, look at me, I weigh less than 120 pounds, yet you demand I do 200 push-ups daily and run 180 laps around this courtyard. Do you really think I can do that? I can't do it, and I still get scolded. It's so hard." Shirlei's brow furrowed after hearing this. Then, he patted Lu Shuai's shoulder with conviction and spoke with unwavering confidence. "Trust your master. Everyone starts this way. Just persevere and you'll succeed. Don't lose heart, I believe in you. Never surrender to failure, and never run from reality." Lu Shuai froze in place. Was this what a believer looked like? At this point, Lu Shuai couldn't care less about appearances. He slumped limply and pleaded with Shirlei. "But that's supposed to be grounded in reality. Look at me, I'm a total weakling. How could I possibly be as strong as you?" Third brother stood frozen, sizing up Lu Shuai. Not an ounce of excess flesh covered his frame, his only abdominal muscles were carved by sheer leanness. To put it bluntly, if this guy laughed, you could practically see his lungs and ribs. It was indeed inappropriate for someone like him to possess immense strength. Seeing Shirlei's wavering resolve, Lu Shuai quickly delivered the final blow. "Master, I have a grandmother at home. She raised me single-handedly, and now she needs me most. I must return to care for her. I can't let her down and deny her the comfort she deserves in her twilight years." Hearing Lu Shuai's plea, Bai Shuang snorted coldly. Chapter 134, Is Our Bet Still Valid? Lu Shuai was all smooth talk and empty promises. Bai Shuang didn't believe a word of it. But Shirley, upon hearing this, immediately felt his blood boil. "Who knew you were so devoted to your family? I've truly taken on a loyal and honorable apprentice. This quality earns my utmost respect. Loyalty is the most crucial virtue in the martial world." Lu Shuai sensed the tone growing increasingly off-key and hastily clarified. "Then let me go home. I miss my grandmother. I need to see her." Shirley stroked his chin thoughtfully. After a moment, Shirley finally spoke. "It's true I shouldn't have trained your muscular strength. But since you were born with the natural talent to run fast, I've decided you'll do 100 push-ups and run 280 laps. Don't be intimidated by the numbers. Our courtyard is so small it's barely a few kilometers. And as for you wanting to go home, I think that's perfectly fine. Besides, as your master, I should encourage you to respect elders and care for the young. Since we're master and apprentice, it's only proper for me to meet your family. Come on, let's go see your grandmother right now." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuai could no longer kneel. He collapsed onto the ground in utter despair. Shirley was a complete blockhead, yet Lu Shuai also sensed his third senior brother was cunning beyond belief. By pretending not to understand, he managed to tie Lu Shuai down. Here, talk about hitting the nail on the head. Bai Shuang watched from the side, nearly bursting into laughter. Poor Lu Shuai to have such a nitpicky senior brother. If he really takes him as a disciple, Lu Shuai will be stuck with him for life. Seeing Lu Shuai slumped on the ground, Shirley assumed he was exhausted and gave him a hard tug. "Ah!" Lu Shuai let out a sharp cry. Shirley looked at him in confusion, and Lu Shuai quickly pulled his hand away. His face was beaming with a forced smile, tears welling up in his eyes, yet he dared not cry. Lu Shuai was beyond frustrated right now. Though he hadn't said anything, Lu Shuai was utterly baffled inside. That grip was way too strong, it nearly crushed me. What kind of monster is this? Lu Shuai silently picked up his disheveled bundle, tidied it up, and reluctantly began leading the way for Shirley. Bai Shuang merely raised an eyebrow before turning and walking away. Several minutes later, Bai Shuang returned to the private room at the restaurant. The moment she pushed open the door, Lin Fan and the others met her with questioning stares. "So, Sister Bai Shuang, did you discover anything? Honestly, I was really hoping something would happen. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth all the trouble you went through." Su Yang kept addressing her as Sister Bai Shuang, yet Bai Shuang fixed her gaze on Lin Fan's face. A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips as he had already pieced together the situation in his mind. Though Bai Shuang said nothing, her little face now bore a look unlike any other day. If she truly hadn't discovered anything, given Bai Shuang's temperament, she would have surely exclaimed, "This is infuriating." But today, Bai Shuang didn't say that. This meant something was definitely wrong. "Senior sister, that kid isn't actually trying to run away, is he? What did I tell you? I knew that kid was no good from the start. All that talk about being willing to take on a disciple's duties to look after his master, clearly he had ulterior motives." After saying this, Bai Shuang finally sat down next to Lin Fan. "Where is he? Why didn't you bring him along?" Lu Xiaye lifted her eyelids, a hint of curiosity flickering in her gaze. Bai Shuang briefly recounted what she had seen regarding Lu Shuai. Admiration filled everyone's eyes. Su Yang, in particular, gave Bai Shuang a thumbs up right in front of everyone. "I was planning to give that Lu Shuai a proper punishment, but after we found third brother, he insisted on tagging along with Lu Shuai to visit his grandmother." Confusion spread across their faces once more. Even Lin Fan, who usually kept his emotions hidden, now had a slight frown on his brow. To visit his grandmother? Yes, Lu Shuai said his grandmother needed care, which is why he wanted to leave. He then tearfully added that his frail body couldn't withstand third senior brother's training regimen, which was another reason for his departure. Bai Shuang finished speaking and rolled her eyes dramatically. Why didn't senior sister stop third senior brother from doing this? A solemn expression crossed Lin Fan's face, and even his voice carried a note of seriousness. Bai Shuang sighed helplessly. Under normal circumstances, I absolutely wouldn't allow something like this to happen. But today is different. Third senior brother just arrived here and happily took on a disciple. After thinking about it, I decided to let it slide. Hearing this, Lin Fan could only nod in understanding. It seemed third senior brother Shirley genuinely cared about this disciple he'd just mentioned. What if that kid still tries to run away? If third senior brother finds out later, won't it just hurt him more? As the saying goes, better a short pain than a long one. Why not just kick the kid out now? Su Yang wanted to cut the knot cleanly, but Lin Fan beside him shook his head. We can't dismiss future possibilities based on mere speculation. What if Lu Shuai genuinely commits to learning from third senior brother down the line? Wouldn't that be even better? Su Yang smacked his lips and blurted out. I don't think that's very likely. Forget them. Little junior brother, I won this round.
Does our bet still stand?
Bai Shuang turned to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood up, offering a cup of wine with both hands to Bai Shuang. Senior sister, you possess brilliant talent and meticulous thinking.
I, Lin Fan, am truly no match for you. I raise my cup to you.
Lin Fan spoke with utmost solemnity. Bai Shuang immediately broke into a radiant smile. Her willow-shaped eyebrows arched, her cheeks flushed rosy, as if she'd encountered some great joy.
Su Yang beside them was utterly dumbfounded.
Lu Xiaoye, however, pouted in annoyance.
What's the big deal? It's just a toast. Why get so excited?
Seeing Lin Fan toast Bai Shuang, Lu Xiaoye felt a whirlwind of emotions churning inside her. After silently grumbling to herself, Lu Xiaoye turned her gaze back to Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan's respectful demeanor, Lu Xiaoye almost wished she could drink that cup of wine for Bai Shuang herself. While Lin Fan and the others dined at the restaurant, Shirlei genuinely followed Lu Shuai to his residence. Before long, the two stopped in front of a small courtyard. Lu Shuai glanced at Shirlei and whispered softly,
Master, this is my home. I grew up here.
Throughout the journey, Shirlei hadn't asked Lu Shuai many questions, and Lu Shuai himself had grown increasingly quiet. He had expected Shirlei to beat him senseless, so it came as a surprise that Shirlei was willing to accompany him to see his grandmother. Shirlei observed Lu Shuai's behavior but said nothing. Now, hearing Lu Shuai's words, Shirlei carefully examined the small courtyard before him.
Chapter 135, Grandma, please don't sell me.
The courtyard wasn't large, but it was well equipped. With only a few northern-facing rooms and no outbuildings surrounding it, the courtyard had been cleared to make space for several small vegetable patches. Various vegetables grew in the center of the plots, with a water bucket placed nearby. A stone table stood against the west wall, holding a kettle. Judging by the state of the courtyard, this household wasn't wealthy, yet the elderly woman kept everything in perfect order.
Lu Shuai called out weakly, Grandma, I'm home.
The moment his voice carried out, movement suddenly stirred in the vegetable patch. First, a head emerged from the dense foliage, followed by an elderly figure stepping out.
Shirlei looked up and instantly recognized the woman as Lu Shuai's grandmother.
The warmth in her eyes was impossible to hide. Overjoyed to see her grandson return, Grandma Lu hurried out of the vegetable garden and reached out to embrace him. But before she could pull Lu Shuai into her arms, she suddenly froze. Behind her grandson stood a burly man, broad-shouldered and standing perfectly straight. Standing next to Lu Shuai, he only served to highlight the boy's malnutrition.
Grandma Lu instantly grew wary, instinctively suspecting her grandson had gotten into trouble and was being reprimanded. Taking a deep breath, Grandma Lu immediately went on high alert. Sir, let's talk this out calmly. Don't you dare hurt my grandson.
For some reason, hearing his grandmother speak like this, Lu Shuai suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He threw his arms around her and hugged her tightly.
Grandma Lu had never seen her eldest grandson like this before.
Thinking someone nearby had bullied him, she glared angrily at Shirlei, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Shirlei, oblivious to her reaction, addressed Grandma Lu with a gentle smile. Hello, ma'am.
I'm Lu Shuai's instructor. I came today specifically to visit you. Grandma was completely bewildered. Seeing Shirlei's earnest expression, which didn't seem deceitful, and noticing her grandson's unblemished face, Grandma Lu finally relaxed. Yet a flicker of doubt still crossed her eyes as she turned to Lu Shuai. Grandchild, why are you crying? Lu Shuai stared at his grandmother's face and forced himself to swallow the words he was about to say. In the end, he could only say insincerely, I missed you so much, that's why I cried. Grandma Lu gazed at her grandson with indulgent affection, reaching out to give Lu Shuai a light tap on the head. Look at you, sweet-talking me. You never say you miss me normally, but the moment you come back, you claim you do. Grandma Lu knew full well about all the mischief Lu Shuai got up to outside. That was precisely why she grew so tense the moment she saw someone following Lu Shuai home. In truth, Grandma Lu knew Lu Shuai's activities weren't legitimate. She'd tried persuading him many times, but he wouldn't listen. This worried her deeply. Today, seeing Lu Shuai bring in such a burly man, Grandma feared her grandson had gotten into trouble with someone. Upon learning it was nothing serious, Grandma Lu beamed at Shirlei. Well, I never imagined you were his mentor. Well then, Master, you have your work cut out for you. Please keep a close eye on him and make sure he doesn't get involved in any more shady business. I'm still in good health, so you needn't worry about me just yet. Rest assured on that front. Grandma Lu's words were heartfelt, leaving Lu Shuai feeling utterly helpless. Lu Shuai frantically looked at his grandmother, gesturing wildly but unable to utter a word. Finally, he managed to blurt out. Grandma, you're nearly 60. Don't overwork yourself. I should stay home and look after you. Grandma waved him off emphatically. I'm not at the stage where I need your care yet. Have you ever seen a 60-something elderly person who can't work? I can still take care of myself just fine. You just stick with your master. Learn the craft well, you hear me? With Grandma Lu's reassurance, Shirlei felt much more at ease. He hadn't expected her to be so understanding and supportive. Meanwhile, Lu Shuai felt utterly defeated.
The glimmer of hope he'd finally grasped was crushed by Grandma's words, knocking him right back down. Grandma Lu gazed at them with a beaming smile, her face radiating happiness. Shirley noticed Grandma Lu's attire, a yellowed vest with scattered patches, and shoes that were somewhat worn out. Hearing Grandma Lu say that Lu Shuai had lost his parents at a young age, and seeing the scene before him, Shirley felt a complex mix of emotions. Pulling his gaze away, Shirley fished out the last of his money from his pants pocket, a few crumpled bills.
200 yuan notes and 150 yuan note.
Money was unnecessary up in the mountains, so these bills looked very old, but they could still be put to use. With that thought, Shirley pressed the money into Grandma Lu's hand. "Old lady, I promise to take good care of Lu Shuai.
Please accept this money.
Consider it a token of appreciation for your grandson becoming my apprentice."
Grandma Lu looked puzzled. What kind of logic is that? If my grandson becomes your apprentice, shouldn't our family be the one giving you money? Shirley's brow furrowed into a knot.
Finally, he blurted out, "It has nothing to do with that. It's the way of the world."
Grandma, hearing it was the way of the world, said no more and readily accepted the money.
Lu Shuai blinked hard beside them, utterly baffled. What kind of rule in the underworld says you have to pay the family for taking on an apprentice? What kind of situation was this? Then he recalled how reluctant Shirley had been to let go of him, and a wave of dread washed over Lu Shuai. Could Shirley have sold him out for just over 200 bucks? Lu Shuai glanced worriedly toward his grandmother. He almost blurted out, "Grandma, please don't sell me." Regardless of whether Grandma Lu believed him, Shirley explained exactly what he had in mind. It was indeed the code of the underworld. If a master took on an apprentice, he had to ensure the apprentice's family was taken care of, never letting them go hungry or suffer the cold.
Grandma Lu listened and couldn't find fault with his reasoning.
Shirley's words seemed quite reasonable.
When someone entrusts their child to you, don't you have to say a few reassuring words and do something to put their mind at ease? Seemed fair enough. As dusk fell, the streetlights outside began to glow.
After letting Lu Shuai exchange a few more words with his grandmother, Shirley led him away. After stepping outside, Lu Shuai walked along the road absent-mindedly. His impression of his master had improved slightly, but he still couldn't accept his brutal training methods.
Just as they reached the crossroads, Lu Shuai's stomach growled uncontrollably.
Upon reflection, he realized he hadn't eaten much at all that day.
Lu Shuai stopped in his tracks, blinking as he glanced at Shirley. Chapter 136, Endless Energy.
Lu Shuai looked at Shirley, who was staring right back at him.
"Master, are you hungry? Let's grab something to eat.
Just a few more steps, we can eat once we get to the courtyard." Lu Shuai stared intently at his master. "Master, take me to get a bowl of noodles, okay?
It's only 5 yuan. Let's eat out. I'm starving to death."
Unexpectedly, Shirley shot Lu Shuai a sidelong glance and quickened his pace. Lu Shuai's brow furrowed deeply as he muttered under his breath.
"Master, my foot.
He keeps saying he'll take me as his apprentice, and even told Grandma he wouldn't let me go hungry or cold.
But he can't even afford a bowl of noodles?
What a cheapskate. He's all talk about pushing me to train harder, but who has the energy to practice on an empty stomach? If he'd known the old man was this stingy, he never would have followed him back." While Lu Shuai was distracted, Shirley had already pulled far ahead. Snapping back to reality, Lu Shuai broke into a jog to catch up.
"Master, let's grab something to eat outside. I'm so hungry I can barely walk."
Lu Shuai sniffed hard, looking at Shirley with pitiful eyes.
Shirley frowned, a look of reluctance crossing his face.
Just as Lu Shuai thought he'd finally caught his chance to say something to Shirley, the latter suddenly spoke up.
"I gave all the money to your grandmother earlier. I don't have any cash on me now."
"Ha?" Lu Shuai froze in place, momentarily dumbfounded. He had assumed the money his master gave his grandmother was just a drop in the bucket, a mere pittance. He never imagined his master had given her every last cent. Lu Shuai stared at Shirley, his heart churning with mixed emotions. This burly, rough-looking man didn't seem so bad under the streetlight after all. Having lost his parents at a young age, Lu Shuai had grown up relying solely on his grandmother. Despite his youth, he had already seen enough of the world's cruelty and the fickleness of human relationships. Precisely because of this, Lu Shuai never paid attention to the strange looks from others. As long as he could have a full meal and a warm bowl of soup, Lu Shuai felt content. He never gave much thought to the petty thefts he'd committed before. But in this moment, Lu Shuai suddenly felt profound shame for his past actions. Reflecting on his years of petty theft, Lu Shuai felt utterly insignificant and pathetic compared to his master. Shirley, oblivious to the emotional turmoil unfolding beside him, paused briefly before continuing on his way. Without Lu Shuai's reminder, Shirley wouldn't have thought of it either. Hearing him mention it, Shirley's stomach started growling too. Now, only one thought occupied Shirley's mind. He wanted to hurry back to the courtyard to eat, because he was starving too. Lin Fan was astonished by Shirley and Lu Shuai's dinner portions, while Su Yang beside them was utterly speechless. Su Yang had heard Lin Fan mention Shirley's hearty appetite, so to spare Shirley any embarrassment, he'd specifically requested larger bowls. But it turned out to be true: once you stop feeling awkward, someone else inevitably does. Four large bowls sat before Shirley, and he was still eating with relish. Lu Shuai was also wolfing down his food, with 2 empty bowls already in front of him. If it were noodles, it might be understandable, but this was plain rice. How could he possibly stomach several bowls without feeling utterly miserable? Su Yang rubbed his eyes hard, staring at the scene before him in disbelief once more. Shirley was a martial artist. High physical exertion meant a big appetite was perfectly normal. But what about this skinny guy? Lu Shuai was as skinny as a monkey. How could he possibly eat that much? Su Yang was utterly baffled, lost in thought, when Lin Fan suddenly reached out and tapped his elbow. Clearly, Lin Fan had already guessed what Su Yang was thinking. Su Yang gave an embarrassed smile and shot Lin Fan a knowing look. From start to finish, Lin Fan's gaze never left Shirley. Though slightly surprised now, another thought occupied his mind. Could it be that something went wrong with the pills he refined, causing third senior brother to consume so many? Fortunately, Shirley's next words put Lin Fan's mind at ease. Alright, I'm full. I can't eat anymore. Normally, I only eat 5 bowls. 5 bowls? Brother Shirley, you really have a huge appetite. Su Yang immediately gave him a thumbs up, offering a hearty compliment. Shirley smiled, clearly pleased with Su Yang's praise. Lu Shuai, however, was genuinely stuffed to the brim, his stomach feeling like it might burst. He'd never tasted such delicious food in his entire life. Even plain white rice seemed incredibly fragrant. Around 10 that night, Shirley arrived at Lin Fan's room, with Lu Shuai trailing behind him. Lu Shuai's gaze toward Shirley had changed significantly now. He practically shadowed Shirley everywhere, acting like a loyal little sidekick. Just then, Bai Shuang was about to leave when she saw Shirley enter. She turned and followed him back into the room. The moment Lu Shuai saw Bai Shuang, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately lowered his head. Little junior brother, I need to tell you about the changes in my body. Shirley spoke directly to Lin Fan the moment he stepped inside. Lin Fan looked slightly surprised, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. Third senior brother, the elixir took effect so quickly? Yes. I feel like I have endless energy now. Several blocked meridians in my body seem to have opened up. Let's go outside and test it out. As he spoke, Shirley's face glowed with excitement, his eyes practically sparkling. Lin Fan nodded immediately. Now, Lin Fan also wanted to see what kind of effect the 4th grade elixir he had refined would actually produce. Bai Shuang suggested it would be better not to demonstrate in the courtyard. They should head to the back mountain instead. If Steward Lin saw the mess left behind, he'd surely be driven to the brink of illness. While that might be a slight exaggeration, it's essentially true. 15 minutes later, the group arrived at the back mountain. Without a word, Shirley held his breath, focused his mind, and after preparing himself, delivered a punch straight at the massive tree before him. Boom! First came the deafening sound, followed by a shower of splintered wood. Bai Shuang turned slightly. Su Yang and Lu Shuai immediately dashed to the side, clearly shaken to their core. Once they regained their composure, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Holy moly, master! That was some god-tier skill. You just split a tree this thick with one punch? Lu Shuai was practically drooling. This tree, it took 2 men to encircle it. And you snapped it clean in 2? Su Yang swallowed hard too, though his expression was thick with disbelief. Only Shirley seemed unfazed, as if he'd expected it. Turning to Lin Fan, Shirley asked excitedly, little junior brother, my martial cultivation has improved a lot, right? Chapter 137, handing over to Lu Shuai. Overwhelmed by his newfound power, Shirley couldn't wait for Lin Fan and the others to react before unleashing another punch. Within mere minutes, chaos erupted around Lin Fan and the others, while Shirley roared with unrestrained laughter. Bai Shuang shook her head helplessly. Third senior brother truly was a martial arts fanatic. Seeing his cultivation improve had made him this happy. The pill crafted by our junior brother not only elevates martial cultivation but also clears blocked blood vessels in the body. Though I don't know its market price, its impact on martial cultivation is undeniably significant. Junior brother, master was right, you truly possess extraordinary talent. Lin Fan's face lit up with joy. Seeing his usually taciturn third senior brother praise him so heartily filled him with immense satisfaction. Senior brother, do you think there's anything else I need to improve? None at all. This is perfect. Facing Lin Fan's suggestion, Shirley voiced his thoughts directly. Just then, Bai Shuang's clear voice suddenly rang out. 40,000. Lin Fan froze for a moment. The people beside him were even more puzzled. What 40,000? Sister Bai Shuang, what are you talking about? Su Yang turned to look at Bai Shuang, suddenly doubting his own ears. The earlier thunderous roar had already made everyone's ears ache, and now he was hearing Bai Shuang utter such baffling words. Could it be that after witnessing Shirley's astonishing martial arts display, he'd developed some sort of condition? Pills that enhance martial arts cultivation saw their prices multiply exponentially with each tier. By conservative estimates, a single such pill would easily fetch at least 400,000. Under normal circumstances, Bai Shuang wouldn't have bothered responding to such a question. But today was different. This was third senior brother personally verifying the efficacy of his junior brother's elixir. Bai Shuang felt pleased, so he patiently explained. After listening, Lin Fan's face also showed a look of astonishment. A single tiny pill could sell for 400,000? His ring contained quite a collection of medicinal herbs left behind by the poor Taoist. Refining such pills would be as easy as scooping them by the handful, wouldn't it? In other words, wouldn't the money come in handfuls? Senior sister, could we sell it at the 40,000 yuan price point? It would be more, not less. Bai Shuang reaffirmed the pill's value once more. And after finishing her sentence, she volunteered an additional remark. Sell that pill tomorrow. Lin Fan nodded immediately, agreeing without hesitation. During their meal earlier, Lin Fan had already mentioned the elixir to Bai Shuang, but she hadn't intended to take it. Shirley had just taken his pill not long ago and wouldn't need these in the short term. Most importantly, he could easily refine 30 or 40 pills in a single day. Why should he care about these two? Sell them, then. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Lin Fan suddenly turned to Bai Shuang. Senior sister, would you help me sell the pills? Bai Shuang raised an eyebrow slightly, tilting her face upward as her eyes sparkled with a gentle, alluring gaze. What? Are you unwilling? Lin Fan hurriedly waved his hands after hearing this. Senior sister, you've misunderstood. It's not that I don't want your help. It's just that the thought of you getting involved makes me feel uneasy. Su Yang tried to interject, but couldn't think of what to say. I don't know anyone looking to buy pills. Leave it to me. I happen to know a place that handles underground transactions. Lu Shuai suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned their heads in unison, all eyes fixed on Lu Shuai. Caught in their intense stares, Lu Shuai awkwardly reached up to rub his forehead. I know a place where people secretly trade weapons for martial artists, elixirs, and medicinal herbs. Hearing Lu Shuai didn't sound like he was joking, Lin Fan, Bai Shuang, and even Shirley's expressions turned serious. Shirley spoke first. Good disciple, is there really such a place? For Shirley, who was always obsessed with martial arts, Lu Shuai's words were naturally full of appeal. Seeing his master place such importance on him, even calling him good disciple, Lu Shuai bit his lip hard. His words seemed to pop out one by one. Yes, master, you forgot. I used to hang around the long-distance bus station, so I've picked up a lot of information and know quite a bit. Lu Shuai told everyone that at the intersection of Xingu Road, there was an abandoned subway station. On the 5th and 10th days of every lunar month, many people would gather there to conduct transactions. Since their business wasn't exactly above board, they only operated at night. Lu Shuai had run errands for them more than once. Through this, he'd become a familiar face among certain martial artists and knew exactly what they sought. Lin Fan listened, then pondered briefly. Today was the 9th day of the lunar month. If transactions occurred on the 5th and 10th days, wouldn't tomorrow be the next trading day? Would the next trading day be tomorrow night? Lin Fan looked at Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai nodded vigorously, like a garlic press. Yes, definitely tomorrow night. Those martial artists are very persistent, they never miss a day, rain or shine. Even when the weather's bad, many still show up. Alright, then you'll handle this matter tomorrow night. Lin Fan spoke with remarkable ease, as if discussing today's weather, his expression perfectly composed. Lu Shuai hadn't expected Lin Fan to entrust such an important matter to him. He felt both shocked and delighted. After regaining his composure, Lu Shuai spoke with solemn earnestness. Thank you for your trust, master. I will see this through. The words had barely left his mouth when a chill ran down Lu Shuai's spine. He turned just in time to meet Bai Shuang's gaze. Bai Shuang possessed an aloof demeanor and rarely smiled. Today, she had caught him attempting to flee on the spot. Lu Shuai swallowed hard, straining to force a smile onto his face, but it simply wouldn't come. Threat loomed in Bai Shuang's eyes. It seemed to say, if he tried any tricks, he would suffer a miserable death. Master, I will see this through. Facing Bai Shuang's piercing gaze, Lu Shuai wanted to make a solemn vow, but he couldn't muster the conviction. Very well, it's settled. It's getting late today. Everyone should return to their quarters and rest. Lin Fan's words dissolved Lu Shuai's awkwardness. Bai Shuang nodded slightly upon hearing this. Lin Fan personally escorted Bai Shuang to Fengyue Tower. By the time he returned to his room to rest, it was already nearly 11:30. The arrival of his third senior brother, Shirley, filled Lin Fan with great joy. At the same time, another thought surfaced in Lin Fan's mind. The next morning, just as Lin Fan finished his breathing exercises, he heard faint sounds in the courtyard. It wasn't the footsteps of Steward Lin, nor those of a martial artist. Yet the footsteps were cautious, filled with constant vigilance. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly before rising to his feet. Chapter 138, Old Acquaintance Su Yu. Lin Fan stepped outside and instinctively looked toward the east. The sky hadn't fully brightened yet, with only a faint dawn glow in the east, but everything in the courtyard was already clearly visible. Not far away, a figure tiptoed into the center of the courtyard. First, they cautiously surveyed the area, then found a secluded spot and slowly crouched down. Lin Fan frowned slightly, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. As he watched the figure's movements, Lin Fan nearly laughed out loud. This Lu Shuai's horse stance was anything but proper. Lin Fan quickened his pace and approached Lu Shuai directly. Startled by the sudden appearance, Lu Shuai flinched.
Recognizing Lin Fan, he immediately stood up straight. "Greetings, Master Uncle. Your form is incorrect."
As he spoke, Lin Fan began demonstrating the technique himself.
Lu Shuai's face first showed astonishment, then shifted to an expression of utmost seriousness.
After carefully observing Lin Fan's movements, Lu Shuai suddenly understood.
"Did you see the movements clearly just now? Is there anything you still don't understand?"
Lin Fan's voice was gentle, without a trace of arrogance.
Lu Shuai nodded eagerly after listening. "Thank you, Master Uncle. I see it clearly now. Actually, my master taught me the same way.
It was my own laziness that made me want to simplify the movements." A look of embarrassment flashed across Lu Shuai's face.
A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips. "Follow your master's guidance.
In martial arts cultivation, your master would never mislead you."
"Understood, Master Uncle."
After saying this, Lu Shuai proceeded to perform the movements correctly. Lin Fan then departed. After breakfast, Shirley sought out Lin Fan.
"Junior brother, I've been here a day now. Is there anything you need me to do?"
Before descending the mountain, the master specifically instructed me to protect the junior disciple.
But since arriving here, Lin Fan hadn't given him any tasks, leaving Shirley feeling uneasy.
Thus, as he asked the question, a look of confusion crossed the burly man's face. Lin Fan first motioned for Shirley to sit down before outlining their next plan. "Third brother, my primary purpose in descending the mountain was to seek vengeance.
At present, I can only say half that vengeance has been achieved. I regret that the mastermind remains unidentified.
So now we're investigating the mastermind behind the scenes while reclaiming the Lin family's businesses. All the Lin family shops have been reclaimed. Today, I'd like third senior brother to accompany me on a trip to the hospital." No sooner had he spoken than Shirley's eyes widened in shock.
"Little junior brother, what's wrong? Why go to the hospital? Are you injured somewhere?"
Lin Fan shook his head with a smile.
"Third senior brother, you've misunderstood. We're going to the hospital to reclaim it."
As he spoke, the expression on Lin Fan's face had already changed. Lin Fan told Shirley that it was precisely on the day the hospital opened that the Lin family tragedy had occurred. After the news of the Lin family's destruction spread, their shops were seized, and even the hospital fell into others' hands.
Snap! Snap!
No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than the room echoed with the sound of popping beans. Shirley clenched his fists, his face contorted with anger. That cracking sound earlier had come from the joints in Shirley's hands.
"These people have gone too far.
Little junior brother, I'm storming in with you right now. Third brother, there's no need to be so agitated. Those who owe my Lin family will pay dearly. For now, let's wait for senior sister's news."
Shirley didn't know what Lin Fan planned to do next.
So when Lin Fan spoke, Shirley simply nodded in agreement without even asking what was going on. Lin Fan lifted his gaze toward the window. Today was sunny, with a few white clouds drifting across the azure sky. What a beautiful day. But for some people, it seemed far from peaceful. Before long, Lin Fan's phone rang. In front of Shirley, Lin Fan pressed the answer button. Bai Shuang's voice came through the phone almost immediately. "Junior brother, Suyu is now the one pulling the strings behind the scenes at Lin Family Hospital. At 11 a.m. today, Suyu is attending a banquet at Nanyuan Jidu. I'll send you Suyu's details shortly. Be prepared." Lin Fan remained expressionless, his voice devoid of any emotion.
"Understood, senior sister."
Bai Shuang was a woman of few words. Upon hearing Lin Fan's response, she hung up immediately.
A complex flicker crossed Lin Fan's eyes. "Suyu, it really has been a long time."
Suyu was no stranger to Lin Fan. In fact, he was quite familiar. Back then, Suyu was a frequent visitor to the Lin family compound, and Lin Fan often called him Uncle Su. Suyu and his father's acquaintance was, in a way, a matter of fate. Years ago, when Lin Shengchang, the head of the Lin family, was traveling for business, he approached a mountain peak and suddenly heard cries for help. Following the sound with his attendants, Lin Shengchang finally found Suyu, barely clinging to life, amidst a pile of scattered rocks. Suyu was alone, utterly disheveled, with scarcely a single unbroken spot on his body. Seeing the pitiful state of the man before them, Lin Shengchang and his entourage all wore looks of bewilderment. Before losing consciousness again, Suyu managed to recount the events in a few words. It turned out Suyu lived at the foot of the mountain and made his living gathering herbs. This time, he had ventured far from home. Distracted while gathering herbs, he had accidentally fallen down the mountain. He had just finished recounting the incident when he lost consciousness again. Not knowing Suyu's home location and with the sun setting, Lin Shengchang administered the few medicinal herbs he carried to Suyu. Kind-hearted Lin Shengchang thus saved Suyu's life. With no way to repay his debt, Suyu vowed to remain by Lin Shengchang's side forever. Suyu proved diligent and observant, adept at handling tasks with ease. Over time, Lin Shengchang grew increasingly impressed with him. Initially, Lin Shengchang worried Suyu might be overwhelmed, so he only entrusted him with a few tasks.
But over time, Suyu demonstrated his extraordinary capabilities.
Thus, Suyu became involved in many affairs of the Lin family. This explained why Lin Fan frequently encountered Suyu. Now, hearing Bai Shuang reveal that Suyu was the man pulling the strings behind the hospital, Lin Fan's gaze gradually turned icy. It's easy to paint dragons and tigers, but hard to capture their bones. One can know a person's face but not their heart. Back when the Lin family fell into ruin, every clan connected to them trembled in fear. Yet Suyu managed to take over the hospital and run it successfully to this day. Clearly, this wasn't merely due to Suyu's smooth-talking ways.
There must be other reasons behind it.
After sending Lin Fan the relevant information on Suyu, Bai Shuang sent another message privately.
Little junior brother, shall we go together?
Sure. I'll go pick up senior sister with third brother in a bit. After replying, Lin Fan began studying Suyu's files with focused attention.
Chapter 139, Shopping.
Half an hour later, Lin Fan, Bai Shuang, and Shirley appeared at the entrance of a luxury hotel.
Third senior brother, how's the car?
Bai Shuang looked at Shirley with a smile.
Shirley nodded immediately, offering an unreserved appraisal of the luxury vehicle. Acceleration's quick. Feels pretty smooth. That's settled then. I'll gift this car to you as a welcome present.
As Bai Shuang finished speaking, Shirley froze in place.
I'm your senior brother.
It should be me giving you something, not the other way around.
How can I accept a gift from you?
Just as Shirley was about to refuse, Bai Shuang cut in.
Senior brother, that's playing favorites. You accepted your junior brother's pills, why can't I give you this car?
Shirley glanced at Lin Fan and froze. A smile touched Lin Fan's lips. He simply took the car keys from Shirley's hand and slipped them into Shirley's pocket without another word. Third senior brother, since senior sister says this is for you, you should take it. After all, I've been freeloading off senior sister for quite some time after descending the mountain.
Hearing this, Bai Shuang's smile grew even brighter. Living off others? That's nothing. To me, a long time isn't really that long.
As long as Lin Fan was willing, he could stay put for a lifetime. As the three spoke, a short, middle-aged man emerged from the hotel. He walked with his head held high and chest thrust out, a look of disdain on his face, even his gait carrying a hint of arrogance. Taking a deep breath, Bai Shuang quickly regained her composure. The smile that had just graced her face now seemed to be covered by a thin layer of ice. As he passed by Lin Fan and the others, he deliberately glanced their way before lifting his head and striding onward.
What's with that guy? He acts like he's owed something.
Before Shirley could finish speaking, Bai Shuang interjected. Third senior brother, this inn is in Zhongjiang, but it's actually become a gathering spot for certain people.
Most of them here are Japanese.
The moment Bai Shuang spoke, Shirley understood.
In an instant, Shirley's expression turned serious.
The three men slowly made their way inside, followed by a crowd of people approaching from behind.
Those people were in high spirits, whispering excitedly even before entering the inn, their voices brimming with anticipation.
Their joy was practically written all over their faces. A few minutes later, Bai Shuang entered the hotel arm in arm with Lin Fan. Shirley followed behind them, his expression solemn. Lin Fan recognized some faces in the lobby. Some had appeared at Sun Gui's wedding, while others he had encountered at Zhao Dingxuan's residence. In short, the faces here weren't entirely unfamiliar. At that moment, the handsome men and beautiful women in the hall all held wine glasses, chatting cheerfully with smiles on their faces.
The women were all exquisitely dressed, seemingly striving to arrange every single eyebrow hair perfectly.
The men wore suits and leather shoes, as formal as if attending a wedding.
What was surprising was the service staff all dressed in traditional Japanese attire.
The women, with their meticulously applied makeup and immaculately styled hair, moved about in tiny, measured steps, bowing to the guests from time to time. The mere sight of this scene drew a look of disdain across Lin Fan's face. Behind him, Shirley snorted coldly. I know you're not happy about this, but don't forget why we're here.
Business comes first.
Bai Shuang murmured the reminder in a voice barely above a whisper. Lin Fan slowly regained his composure and lifted his gaze once more toward the nearby area.
At that moment, since the important figures hadn't arrived yet, most people were waiting in the main hall. Just then, someone in the crowd murmured, Mr. Su has arrived. The moment the words were spoken, the previously bustling scene instantly fell silent. All eyes turned toward the entrance. Lin Fan followed the collective gaze forward, and a black luxury car came into view. The sun was shining brightly today. Under the sun, the gleam emanating from the luxury car was so dazzling it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Then, the driver stepped out and opened the door. A middle-aged man slowly stepped out of the vehicle. The man appeared to be around 50, dressed in a tailored suit. He was slightly overweight with a receding hairline. His appearance was admittedly not very presentable, but dressed in his expensive attire, he gave off an air of success at first glance. He wore an expensive watch on his wrist, and on his left hand alone, he sported 4 gold rings. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan instinctively thought of one word. Hick.
Truly wealthy individuals are discreet, striving to remain unassuming at all times. As the saying goes, if someone constantly flaunts something, it proves that's precisely what they lack most. This Suyu seemed desperate to wear his entire fortune on his person. Could it be he was still haunted by his past as a humble herb gatherer? Lin Fan shook his head slightly. It seemed that over these 3 years, it wasn't just himself who had changed. Suyu's transformation was also astonishing. In Lin Fan's memory, Suyu had always been a humble man. 3 years ago, Suyu wasn't overweight, nor was his head so bald. Comparing the past Suyu to the present one, Lin Fan truly couldn't connect the two people. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, 2 Japanese beauties approached with utmost reverence, positioning themselves on either side of Suyu. Immediately after, a middle-aged man approached Suyu. The man was dressed in typical Japanese attire. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Suyu chatted and laughed with the Japanese man as they walked into the hall together. At this point, Shirley could no longer bear to watch. His fists clenched tightly. "Little junior brother, is this the guy you were looking for? Isn't he just a typical bootlicker? I'm going over there right now to beat him to a pulp." Shirley's face was flushed with fury, his inner rage nearly boiling over. Lin Fan shook his head slightly, glancing once more at Suyu's retreating figure before withdrawing his gaze. "Third senior brother, no need to rush. Stay with senior sister for a moment. I'll step out." No sooner had Lin Fan spoken than both Bai Shuang and Shirley spoke up simultaneously. "Where are you going?" "I'm coming with you. Little junior brother, I'll accompany you." Lin Fan turned to face them. "Senior sister, third senior brother, don't worry. I'll be right back." Bai Shuang and Shirley exchanged glances before finally nodding in agreement. The top floor of the restaurant. All 28 floors of the restaurant shimmered in gilded splendor, exuding unparalleled luxury. At that moment, a red banner welcoming Mr. Suyu had already been hung on the north wall. The first floor lobby was now heavily guarded. Every meter, a Japanese warrior stood guard. These warriors wore samurai armor, their heads bound with white cloth bearing Japanese characters. Their footwear was uniformly sandals. Their sashes were tied tightly around their waists, and each hand gripped a katana firmly. Chapter 140, A Wise Bird Chooses Its Perch. Compared to the first floor, the top floor held a significantly larger number of warriors. Moreover, their martial prowess far surpassed that of the warriors below. In total, over 200 warriors occupied the entire top floor. Even the elevator area was guarded by dedicated samurai. Beside these guards stood service personnel moving in perfect unison. All the service staff on the top floor were dressed in Japanese attire, leaving many people feeling utterly astonished. If it weren't for the fact that they were dressed differently from everyone else, one might have thought they were no longer in the country. At this moment, representatives from Zhangjiang's various prominent families, along with figures from high society and leading figures from all walks of life, had begun arriving one after another. They all bowed and scraped to each other in Japanese-style greetings. Lin Fan, Bai Shuang, and the others arrived at the top floor, their expressions impassive. No sooner had they stepped off the stairs than a young, beautiful Japanese woman approached them with utmost respect. Not far away, Suyu was engaged in enthusiastic conversation with a Japanese man. Suyu wore an expression of utter humility, bowing and scraping at regular intervals. His perfectly executed 90-degree bows were a carbon copy of the Japanese manner. Lin Fan frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the man across from Suyu. At that moment, Bai Shuang whispered to Lin Fan in a voice barely above a whisper. "That man across from you is a Japanese national, Shota Ichiro. He's the president of the Japanese branch of the Nakagawa Corporation." No sooner had Bai Shuang finished speaking than Shotai Kairo's voice carried over. His Mandarin, tinged with a stiff accent, sounded slightly jarring. "Mr. Su, there is an ancient saying in your country, a wise bird chooses its perch. Your foresight is commendable, Mr. Su. Japan is in need of talents like yours. Over the years of our contract, we've seen your business dealings clearly. Your unwavering loyalty to Wokoku is deeply appreciated. I will remember your sincerity. Rest assured, Wokoku will never treat you unfairly. Our leadership has made it clear, if you continue your efforts, you will surely attain even greater glory." Shochitaro deliberately raised his voice as he spoke. Suyu's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. Overwhelmed by the Japanese recognition, Suyu's joy was palpable. He could barely contain his excitement. Unfortunately, countless eyes were fixed upon them, forcing Suyu to suppress his excitement. Eager to earn Shoichi Taro's approval once more, Suyu stepped forward and spoke with solemn earnestness. "Chairman Shoichi, much has transpired in Nakagawa recently. Even the position of chairman of the Nakagawa Martial Alliance now stands vacant. It can truly be described as leaderless and fragmented. Right now, the entire Nakagawa region appears calm on the surface, but beneath it, turbulent currents are churning. While each major family desperately tries to protect its own interests, they also scheme to grab a larger share of the pie. I have a sound strategy. We can systematically subdue each clan. By then, our influence will inevitably grow, and our commercial territory will undoubtedly expand significantly. These words were the result of Suyu's long deliberation. And Suyu was confident that once he presented this proposal, Zhang Yitai would give it serious consideration. At present, no matter how formidable their abilities, they were still outsiders. He already held considerable weight in the eyes of the top families. If Saikiro wanted to expand his influence in Nakagawa, he would inevitably need Suyu's assistance. And his proposal was entirely reasonable, so Suyu could already envision the day of his own glory and prosperity without needing to think about what would happen next. And indeed, events unfolded exactly as Suyu had envisioned. The moment the words left his mouth, Saikitaro began to ponder them earnestly. After a moment's pause, he nodded earnestly and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Su, you are truly brilliant. This strategy will save us a great deal of effort. Dealing with so many at once would surely drain Japan's resources and manpower. But tackling them one by one? That would be far simpler. Mr. Su, you are truly a Zhuge Liang among men. My deepest admiration. Upon hearing this, Suyu reaffirmed his loyalty. Rest assured, Mr. Seishi. My loyalty is as clear as the sun and moon. May our collaboration grow ever smoother, and may we prosper together. Suddenly having his wish fulfilled, Suyu was itching to share this good news with everyone. Seeing the uniformed Japanese service staff before him, Suyu's eyes narrowed into slits. Before long, these people would regard him as one of their own. When that time came, wouldn't he get whatever he wanted? Even though Lin Fan had returned, with the Japanese backing him, he wouldn't fear even 10 Lin Fans coming his way. Whenever these thoughts crossed his mind, Suyu's anxious heart found some solace. To give the Japanese a heads up, Suyu deliberately furrowed his brow. Seiji Ichitaro across from him quickly noticed the change in Suyu's expression. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Is something troubling you? As soon as Shoichitaro finished speaking, Suyu nodded. Mr. Shoichi, you wouldn't believe it. While the current chaos in Nakagawa presents us with great opportunities, it also means we have a formidable enemy. An enemy? Shoichitaro's eyes widened, his entire demeanor shifting to one of heightened caution. Suyu continued nodding, his voice dropping significantly. Mr. Seishi, have you heard of Lin Fan? The Lin family tragedy 3 years ago sent chills down everyone's spine. We all thought the Lin family was wiped out, but there was still one survivor, Lin Fan. A fish that slipped through the net? The name Lin Fan finally clicked in Mr. Seishi's mind. Across from him, Suyu nodded like a bobblehead, gritting his teeth as he said, yes. That Lin Fan is the one who muddied the waters in Zhongzheng. That kid could seriously mess up our plans. Zhang Yutairo reached up to stroke his chin, then ran his fingers through his thick, dark mustache. In the blink of an eye, his brow furrowed deeply. Mr. Su, aren't you overreacting? He's merely the last young man of the Lin family. What we're undertaking is a monumental task. How could this Lin Fan possibly pose such a threat? As he finished speaking, Shoichiro's eyes narrowed to slits, his face hardening with ruthless determination. Mr. Su's caution is understandable, but let me make this clear today, even if Lin Fan is a dragon in the heavens, I will sever his head. If he doesn't come looking for trouble, I can easily ignore his existence. But if Lin Fan dares to disrupt our plans, his death will come sooner than he thinks. Good. Suyu roared, his entire being brimming with excitement. Chapter 141, Suyu panics. Joy radiated from Suyu's eyes. Just then, a young Japanese woman approached. Her eyes were modestly lowered, a smile gracing her face as she approached with small, dainty steps. When she reached Suyu, she spoke in an exceptionally soft voice. Mr. Su, someone just delivered an item, insisting it be handed directly to you. As she spoke, she presented a wooden box with both hands. Suyu's face clouded with confusion, then he glanced at the nearby Shoichitaro. Taro was equally baffled. This is for me? Suyu couldn't quite believe it and couldn't help but ask again. The Japanese woman across from him nodded, then added. The sender claims their admiration for Mr. Su flows as ceaselessly as the Yangtze River and surges as powerfully as the Yellow River's waves. Hearing this, Suyu became even more certain that the gift was meant for him. He knew the Japanese would never utter such generous words. His face beaming with joy, Suyu accepted the box with hands that trembled slightly. Attached to the box was a note. Suyu held the box in one hand while unfolding the note with the other. A line of clear handwriting immediately caught his eye. Suyu, a traitor who sold his country for personal gain, death is no punishment. Reading those 10 words, Suyu froze in place. Hadn't that Japanese beauty just said the sender greatly admired him? Why then leave such a note? What was this about being as vast as the Yangtze or Yellow Rivers? Clearly, this was meant to humiliate him right here. Suyu's face twisted in agony, flushing crimson one moment, then turning deathly pale the next. Standing beside him, Seishi Taro was baffled by the sudden change, mistaking Suyu's reaction for overjoyed excitement. Mr. Su, we're all eager to see who your admirer is. Please open it quickly. Shoichitaro urged, his eyes wide with anticipation. Suyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The box in his hands felt like a hot potato.
If the note's words were so ruthless, the contents inside couldn't be much better.
And now, of all times, Saikataro was insisting he open it. Suyu cursed silently under his breath, then finally gritted his teeth and lifted the lid. Inside lay a neatly placed quartz clock.
Nonsense!
Who dares to be so insolent, to insult Mr. Su in such a manner?
Suyu hadn't said a word yet, but Zhang Yitai beside him was already furious. Though Shoichitaro had only recently arrived in the kingdom of summer-autumn, he was well acquainted with the concept of sending off the deceased. Sending a bell at this moment was clearly a curse wishing someone dead. Suyu had intended to join in the fury, but fear instantly flooded his mind. At this moment, the only person who would dare pull such a stunt was Lin Fan.
Suyu swallowed hard, scanning the crowd frantically. Shivering uncontrollably, he desperately sought Lin Fan's presence.
As long as he caught Lin Fan, he would be safe. That single thought consumed Suyu's mind.
What are you looking for, Mr. Su? Have you lost something? Faced with Suyu's unusual behavior, Seishitaro's face once again showed confusion.
Lin Fan must be here. It has to be him, no one else would dare.
What? Lin Fan? You mean that clock you just received was a gift from him? Absolutely. No one else would treat me this way. Mr. Seiji, you must protect me.
Though he hadn't seen Lin Fan yet, Suyu had already lost his composure, his voice trembling as he spoke. Seeing Suyu in this state, Saikiro's brow furrowed, his face as cold as a thin layer of ice. He reached out and patted Suyu's shoulder, offering reassurance.
Mr. Su, please calm down.
There's no evidence yet that this item came from Lin Fan.
Don't scare yourself unnecessarily. Mr. Su, rest assured. This is our territory. With so many people protecting you, we won't let Lin Fan run rampant.
That Lin Fan, if he dares show his face, will make sure he doesn't leave this place alive.
Ha!
No sooner had Shoichitaro finished speaking than a hearty laugh echoed through the room. Lin Fan strode forward, his expression stern.
Well said, leave this place? Today, I, Lin Fan, have come. Now I'll see how you plan to keep me here.
Lin Fan's appearance left Suyu speechless. 3 years had passed, and Lin Fan's transformation was hard for Suyu to accept.
The bookish Lin Fan of before, how had he changed so completely?
Suyu had heard rumors of Lin Fan's exploits before this. He had caused chaos at the wedding of the Sun family's eldest son, stormed the residence of the Zhongjiang Martial Alliance's leader, and even crushed the elite fighters sent by the Overlord faction. Countless times, Suyu had imagined what Lin Fan might become. But seeing him today, Suyu was still utterly stunned.
Why are you so terrified? If you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear. Suyu, how many sins have you committed that you can't even speak?
Suyu stood there, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word for a long while. Lin Fan's reminder made Suyu snap his mouth shut, though his eyes remained fixed on Lin Fan's face. Suddenly, Suyu's eyes darted around, and his expression changed dramatically. Just moments ago, he'd been trembling with fear. But now, Suyu actually stepped forward to confront Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, I've finally seen you.
Over these past 3 years, I've dreamed of this day countless times.
Never imagined we'd meet again under these circumstances.
After learning you were still alive, I couldn't sleep for days.
I desperately wanted to contact you, but I couldn't find your information. Please don't blame me. Lin Fan, heaven has eyes.
The Lin family still has descendants alive. You must avenge the Lin family's wrongs. Those lawless individuals absolutely cannot be allowed to evade justice. Suyu's words left many stunned. Those standing closest to Suyu earlier stared wide-eyed. Before Lin Fan appeared, Suyu hadn't spoken like this at all. In front of Shoichiro, Suyu had been anything but friendly when mentioning Lin Fan.
Now, how could he suddenly sound like they were family? What was going on?
Lin Fan's lips curled slightly, his eyes flashing with disdain. Shirley beside him snorted coldly, itching to punch Suyu in the face. That shameless bastard thought they hadn't heard his earlier words. Little did he know that martial artists possess keen senses. Every word he had just uttered had been heard loud and clear by both Suyu and Lin Fan.
Changing his tune in the blink of an eye, did he really think a few sweet words could fool anyone? What a joke!
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke coldly.
I came here for revenge. Chapter 142, Some people have thicker skin than city walls.
Su Yuxian froze for a moment before forcing a smile.
Yes, Lin Fan. Ever since I heard about what happened to them, I've been practically depressed. For 2 whole months, I couldn't pull myself out of that grief.
Every time I recall the events involving the Lin family, it feels like something stabs my chest, of pain that still lingers to this day.
It was your father who saved me back then.
You could say that without the Lin family, there would be no me today. Precisely because of that, I made sure the hospital thrived. Mentioning the hospital was fine, but the moment Suyu brought it up, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes.
Could he truly feel at ease using something snatched from the Lin family?
The hospital belongs to the Lin family, not you. Lin Fan spoke each word deliberately. Suyu shook his head immediately upon hearing this, his expression turning serious once more.
Lin Fan, you can't talk like that. Regarding the hospital, I feel I need to tell you something. This hospital was given to me by your father.
Lin Fan felt like laughing, but he forced himself to let Suyu finish. Before the assembled crowd, Suyu raised his voice, his words tinged with a tremor bordering on tears.
Back then, Mr. Lin showed me great kindness and trust. I've never forgotten that.
He also took such good care of me, treating me like a brother. Mr. Lin once confided in me privately, the moon wanes after it is full, water overflows when the vessel is full. He said that if anything ever happened to the Lin family, I must take over the hospital and keep it running. At that time, Mr. Lin explicitly stated that should the Lin family face adversity, this hospital, and all its chain hospitals nationwide would be gifted to me. At this point, Suyu shook his head. Suyu made it clear that he had repeatedly refused, but Mr. Lin remained adamant. In fact, Mr. Lin was even prepared to sever ties with him to secure his agreement. The others listened in stunned silence, only Lin Fan remained expressionless. Bai Shuang, standing beside Lin Fan, shot Suyu a look brimming with contempt.
Shirley's face also showed shock, though his thoughts were quite different.
This old codger sure knows how to spin a tale.
If things really happened that way, why would our junior brother be so furious he could spit fire? Enough of this nonsense. Do you really think we'd believe your story?
They even gifted you the hospital. You've really started to think you're someone important.
Shirley, who was usually not very articulate, suddenly blurted out this line.
Suyu, completely immersed in his own fabricated tale, was momentarily thrown off balance by Shirley's abrupt outburst.
Who the hell are you? When did my business with the Lin family become your concern?
Suyu's face flushed with embarrassment as he pointed his finger toward Shirley. Shirley stepped forward, eyes wide. I'm Shirley, the third senior brother of Lin Fan.
Shameless people like you deserve to be struck by lightning. Shirley's words were plain and simple, so even the Japanese men listening couldn't help but laugh. Struck by lightning? What kind of heinous deeds must one commit to deserve that?
Lin Fan took a deep breath, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Suyu before him. Suyu, my father did indeed save you from peril back then and treated you with genuine kindness.
Yet your actions have broken our hearts. If my father knew what you've become, he'd regret ever knowing you.
You've joined forces with these traitors, selling out your country for personal gain.
No son or daughter of Xiaqiu would ever tolerate such betrayal. And as for the hospital matter, I absolutely refuse to believe my father would have gifted it to a wicked person like you.
No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Bai Shuang's clear, elegant voice rang out.
Of course not.
The Lin family has so many members, and Mr. Lin had countless relatives and friends.
No matter what, a lackey like you would never be entrusted with the Lin family's legacy. A lackey? Everyone's eyes widened once more. Some immediately turned to look at Suyu. The atmosphere grew awkward. Even the representatives of Zhangjiang's top families and influential figures from all walks of life dared not utter a word. In the eyes of the Japanese, Suyu is nothing but a literal dog. In fact, people understood deep down that comparing Suyu to a dog was an insult to dogs. Pick any random dog off the street, and it's more loyal than you, Su Yozhong. You dare insult me like this? What proof do you have?
Suyu trembled with rage, his voice rising as spittle flew from his mouth. Seeing Suyu's furious state, Lin Fan sneered coldly.
Your behavior is proof enough.
Such obvious guilt means you've done far too many shady things. Your face is thicker than city walls. You lie without blushing. To be precise, you're either shameless or utterly without shame. Lin Fan had never cursed someone so thoroughly before. Now, in front of all these people, he had let loose with a satisfying rant, leaving him feeling immensely relieved. Everyone knew deep down that the Lin family's tragedy back then wasn't what those bigwigs claimed. There had to be hidden circumstances behind it. If no descendants of the Lin family remained, it would become a tragic injustice no one dared mention. Now that Lin Fan had returned, even if the Lin family members could no longer speak, his very presence served as undeniable proof. Many held their breath, while others, sensing Lin Fan's murderous intent, quietly retreated.
Every Xiaqiu citizen present understood, once Lin Fan struck, rivers of blood would flow.
At this moment, Suyu's heart was in his throat, his anxiety reaching its peak.
Yet, to convince Lin Fan of his words, Suyu forced a smile despite his fear.
Lin Fan, please don't act impulsively. We're family after all. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, his body radiating a murderous aura.
Suyu froze in place. The entire hall shifted with the change in Lin Fan's aura.
Even the air seemed to grow several degrees colder. Whether Suyu was frozen in fear or had overestimated his standing with Lin Fan. At that very moment, Suyu actually reached out to grab Lin Fan's arm.
Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Suyu was sent tumbling to the floor.
Shirley withdrew his hand, glaring at Suyu with disdain. Suyu's head buzzed, a metallic taste filling his throat. He forced his head up, coughing violently.
Cough! 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 Accompanied by the coughing, Suyu spat out a glob of phlegm.
Those nearby clearly saw that among the blood-tinged spittle he spat out were several teeth.
You don't deserve to touch my junior apprentice brother. Shirley's words were practically ground out between his teeth. Hearing this, Suyu nearly fainted. He forced himself upright, only to be hit by another wave of dizziness. Just as Suyu opened his mouth to speak, Lin Fan had already struck. Snap! With a single motion, Lin Fan snapped Suyu's arm clean off at the shoulder. Chapter 143, Cursing Even in Death. Oh my god, help me! The excruciating pain drained Suyu's face of color. After screaming with all his might, he once again teetered on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this scene, many wealthy spectators gaped in shock. Some stared wide-eyed, their eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. Some were so terrified they forgot to step back, frozen in place. Suyu's heart-wrenching screams sent shivers down everyone's spine. Even the bodyguards behind Suyu were momentarily frozen in shock. Only when Suyu was about to collapse did they rush forward. Some acted swiftly to steady him, while others strode forward. In the blink of an eye, a tight circle of bodyguards surrounded Suyu. Noticing Lin Fan's intention to hold back, one of the bodyguards bellowed at the top of his lungs. "You little punk! How dare you lay a hand on Mr. Su? You've really messed with the wrong guy today." Lin Fan stared coldly at Suyu, his gaze piercing. Shirley, standing behind him, cut in immediately. "You fool, we'll beat you into mincemeat in a minute." Hearing this, the bodyguard's hair stood on end with rage. He whipped his head around to the others behind him. "Guys, you heard him. These guys came with Mr. Su. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. Charge them. Grab Lin Fan and his accomplices, make sure they face justice." To maximize his impact, the bodyguard threw every dramatic phrase he could think of into the mix. Meanwhile, Suyu's forehead was covered in beads of sweat the size of soybeans, the pain leaving him speechless. Suyu made no attempt to stop them, effectively condoning their actions. In the blink of an eye, a group of bodyguards charged straight toward Lin Fan, Shirley, and the others. Crack! Boom! Crack! This was followed by a series of sharp, cracking sounds. The top floor of the opulent restaurant suddenly erupted into chaos, filled with a cacophony of sounds. Yet, along with the clamor, piercing screams pierced the air. As the bodyguards charged toward him, Shirley clenched his fist, tensing his entire body so hard that 2 tears ripped open in his clothes. At that moment, Shirley had no time to lament his ruined clothes. He swung his fist, smashing it into the charging figure. One punch, one down. Not a single punch missed its mark. Lin Fan, agile as ever, spun around once he saw enough men gathered. Once he regained his footing, every bodyguard who had charged at him was sprawled on the ground. "Little junior brother, you're something else. Let's have a proper fight today. It's been ages since I've felt this exhilarating." Shirley's face broke into a grin as he shouted and struck out. In the blink of an eye, another 4 or 5 men were knocked to the ground. "All right. Today, third senior brother will fight to his heart's content." Lin Fan responded with a smile. Bai Shuang didn't join their conversation, but her hands and feet were far from idle. Spotting someone charging at her with a machete, Bai Shuang leapt into the air and landed behind the attacker in a single bound. Before the man could comprehend what was happening, Bai Shuang's foot connected with his back. Thud! Thud! 2 swift kicks sent the man flying. He hit the ground, already dead. Compared to Shirley's martial arts skills, Bai Shuang considered herself somewhat lacking. But when it came to dealing with these men before her, she was more than capable. Just as Lin Fan moved to strike Suyu, others had already tightly surrounded and protected Shoichiro. At this moment, Seishi Taro had no intention of letting his men intervene. First, this was a grudge between Suyu and Lin Fan. For them to intervene rashly would be to steal the show. Second, Seiji Taro wanted to see for himself the prowess of the Lin Fan rumored throughout the outside world. A man capable of stirring up such turmoil in Nakagawa, capable of making Suyu tremble with fear, this Lin Fan was clearly no ordinary opponent. After witnessing Lin Fan's skills, however, Shoichitaro's expression darkened. "General, should we move?" A warrior beside Seishi Taro whispered the question. "No. Let's observe first." Hearing Shoichiro's response, the warriors gripping their swords took another step back. Throughout his speech, Shoichitaro never took his eyes off Lin Fan. As Lin Fan began walking toward Suyu again, a chill ran down Shoichitaro's spine. It seemed Lin Fan had no intention of letting Suyu off today. The thought barely crossed Shoichitaro's mind before Lin Fan made his move. Though numerous bodyguards charged toward Lin Fan and his group, Suyu remained heavily protected by his own entourage. Lin Fan dragged Suyu out from among the crowd's protection. Seeing Lin Fan charging toward him, Suyu hadn't even turned around before he was yanked into the air. "Ah! Help! Someone help me!" Suyu was terrified, screaming at the top of his lungs. He was terrified that Lin Fan would let go, sending him tumbling to the ground. Even though he took good care of himself, Suyu was still in his 50s. A fall like that would surely shatter his old bones. Watching Suyu suspended mid-air, the wealthy tycoons present were utterly dumbfounded. The bodyguards were utterly bewildered. What was happening? How had Mr. Su been snatched away? They'd only caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting past earlier. Could Lin Fan really move that fast? What would happen to Mr. Su now?
The remaining bodyguards were in complete disarray, their hearts pounding with panic, yet they could only stare wide-eyed. Before Suyu even hit the ground, screams erupted once more. Immediately after, the sound of bones shattering filled the air. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Suyu hit the ground. It wasn't quite what everyone had expected. Suyu didn't brace himself with both hands upon landing, nor did he touch down on his feet first. Instead, he hit the ground face first. To be more precise, it was a classic faceplant. None of them could have imagined it. In the blink of an eye, both his legs and feet were rendered useless. And since his face hit the ground first, in the blink of an eye, half his face swelled up like a pig's head. Save me, Master Jingi. Save me. With his last ounce of strength, Suyu begged for mercy once more. Zhang Yitai's face flickered with hesitation, unsure how to proceed. Lin Fan was now like a god of death, slaughtering gods and Buddhas alike. If his samurai intervened, unnecessary casualties would be inevitable. Yet, with so many people from Shacho Kingdom watching, if he remained indifferent, his future work in Shacho Kingdom would become difficult to carry out. Seeing no one intervening, Suyu's face twisted with despair. Finally, Suyu threw caution to the wind and began cursing loudly. What was the point of holding back when death was inevitable? Even in death, he would vent this pent-up rage. Lin Fan, don't gloat. Sooner or later, you'll die a far more miserable death than anyone in the Lin family. Chapter 144, Kneel its only interest. Suyu shouted. Lin Fan's movements froze. No matter how wildly Suyu had just ranted, Lin Fan was certain he was lying. But this particular line made Lin Fan's heart tighten. Lin Fan stepped before Suyu, his gaze cold and piercing. Facing Lin Fan's icy glare, Suyu felt on the verge of collapse. Yet the more he felt this pressure, the less control he had over himself. Don't look at me like that. Even if you kill me, it won't change anything. Those people back then didn't finish you off, it's a bloody shame. They must be kicking themselves now, leaving you, that bastard, alive to seek revenge. It was nothing but trouble waiting to happen. They should have been more ruthless, they should have cut you into pieces back then. What a bunch of useless fools. A bunch of useless fools. The more Suyu raged, the deeper Lin Fan's doubts grew. You were the mastermind behind the Lin family massacre. Lin Fan's voice was icy cold, and the temperature around them seemed to drop. Suyu sucked in a sharp breath, struggling to lift his head. If I were truly the mastermind, I would never have let you live this long. Speak. Who is it? Lin Fan stared motionless at Suyu, hope rising once more within him. Suyu must know something, otherwise he wouldn't be cursing like this now, speaking with such certainty. Despair washed over Suyu's face as he shook his head firmly, his lips pressed tightly shut. By now, Suyu had even stopped cursing. If you tell me who ordered this, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Fan's words hung heavy in the air. Suyu's heart nearly leapt out of his throat. To avenge the Lin family's past wrongs, Lin Fan had already stained his hands with countless lives. Suyu believed that killing him now would be as easy for Lin Fan as crushing an ant. At this moment, Suyu had no hope left. Just then, a cold voice cut through the air. Lin Fan, haven't you caused enough trouble? Don't you know where you are? Don't you know whose territory this is? Such audacity, do you truly hold us in such contempt? Seeing Lin Fan about to finish off Suyu, Saikurataro felt compelled to intervene. Both in principle and in practice, they had to intervene at this point. As everyone knew, Suyu was their crucial partner in the Zhangjiang branch of Shacho Kingdom. Moreover, this was their territory. If Lin Fan were allowed to run rampant like this, who would dare to cooperate with them in the future? Saving Suyu now meant preserving their connections with those people. If they remained indifferent now, many in Shacho Kingdom would lose heart. Even if it was just for show, he had to step forward now. Shoichiro's face was icy as he spoke coldly. Lin Fan sneered coldly, his voice hardening once more. You must still be dreaming. This is Zhongjiang in Shacho Kingdom. Since when did it become your turf? In our proud Shacho Kingdom, there is no place for your arrogance. No matter how sinister your intentions, if you think you can invade our territory, you're dreaming. This was the education Lin Fan had always received. Those who dare to violate our territory shall be punished, no matter how far they are. And they're just little Japan. Old grudges combined with fresh grievances only made Lin Fan's aura grow colder. You insolent fool. How dare you utter such blasphemous words? Shoichitaro never imagined Lin Fan would dare humiliate him so openly before everyone, showing him no respect whatsoever. In his desperation, Shoichitaro could only bellow the words. Unfortunately, Lin Fan and his companions paid him no heed. Shirley's lips curled into a cold smile, while Bai Shuang simply rolled her eyes at Shoichitaro. Lin Fan's earlier words had caused many of Nakagawa's wealthy figures to lower their heads, while several bigwigs and leaders remained silent. Some felt ashamed, while others simply dared not speak. In short, the entire hall fell deathly silent. Seeing Lin Fan wield such immense influence, Shoichiro grew furious once more. He turned to the samurai beside him and babbled a string of Japanese commands. Immediately, the warriors clad in Japanese attire drew their swords in unison and charged directly toward Lin Fan and his group.
Nearly 100 warriors surged forward in an overwhelming wave.
Lin Fan remained utterly unmoved, observing the unfolding scene with a cold gaze.
Lei was even more eager.
The arrival of the previous group had merely warmed him up. Before he could truly enjoy the fight, they had all been knocked to the ground.
As he watched the new wave charging toward them, Lei narrowed his eyes to slits.
Bai Shuang's expression was even more stern. Every time she saw those dressed in Japanese attire, Bai Shuang felt a pang of discomfort.
But he never imagined there would be so many Japanese people in Zhongjiang.
It was infuriating. Lin Fan scanned the surroundings, a thought flashing through his mind. Immediately, Lin Fan's lips curved upward slightly. Before he even moved, a look of satisfaction had already spread across his face. Just as Lin Fan was about to take a step, a dozen Japanese warriors charged toward him.
Lei's heart tightened. What on earth is this junior brother doing? They were already charging at him, why wasn't he dodging? Only when the number of attackers doubled did Lin Fan finally turn around.
Everyone assumed he was about to flee, but instead, he merely turned to grab a handful of melon seeds. With a flick of his right hand, the melon seeds shot toward the Japanese warriors before him with lightning speed. Swish! 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 People seemed to hear the sound of the seeds tearing through the air. Before anyone could comprehend what had happened, all the warriors before Lin Fan were already kneeling on the ground.
Both knees on the ground.
Seeing the scene unfold before him, Lin Fan finally nodded in satisfaction. It was much as he had imagined. The kneeling posture was acceptable enough.
Back then, those Japanese warriors had run rampant across the lands of Xiaqiu Kingdom.
This kneeling was their penance.
The Japanese warriors felt only the pain in their knees.
Only when they regained their senses did they realize they were all bowing their heads toward Lin Fan.
Bastards!
One of them shouted first, and the others instantly snapped to attention.
Unfortunately, though they tried to rise, their legs were utterly powerless. They could only remain kneeling before Lin Fan. Shoichiro's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene unfolding before him.
Charge! What are you waiting for? Kill Lin Fan and take his head. This was intolerable. Such a humiliating disgrace upon so many Japanese warriors was utterly shameful. Shoichitaro was itching to rush over and drag each kneeling man to his feet. But Lin Fan's gaze was too terrifying. A single glance from those piercing eyes was enough to send shivers down one's spine.
The remaining Japanese warriors, upon receiving the order, gripped their swords tightly and began charging forward.
This plan is sound, I shall try it too. Bai Shuang chuckled softly.
Chapter 145, Leave No Survivors.
Lin Fan's actions infuriated Shoichiro to no end. Upon hearing Bai Shuang's words, Shoichitaro's eyes nearly popped out of his head. One Lin Fan causing trouble here was bad enough, but now there were two accomplices. What was even more infuriating was that those two possessed extremely high martial arts cultivation. Even if the Japanese warriors gave it their all, they wouldn't be able to do much to them.
You! Shoichiro's chest heaved violently, yet panic gripped his heart.
If this situation wasn't brought under control immediately, it would undoubtedly cause disastrous consequences.
If mishandled, it could jeopardize Japan's entire future development plans in Zhongjiang.
Bai Shuang paid no mind to Saikataro. With a stride, she stepped forward to Lin Fan's side and grabbed a handful of melon seeds.
Little junior brother, watch this.
As she spoke, the melon seeds in her hand flew out.
The charging warriors were seized by terror.
It was too late to flee now. Bai Shuang narrowed her eyes, watching her handiwork without moving. The martial artists knelt before Lin Fan once more. Earlier, when Bai Shuang had said she would deal with them according to Lin Fan's methods, Zhang Yitai had assumed she was merely talking tough. Little did he know that Bai Shuang's approach mirrored Lin Fan's exactly.
More people knelt down.
Little junior brother, junior sister, I won't play along with you too.
Lei finished speaking and shot forward into the crowd of warriors.
Snatching a warrior's katana in his hand, he began slaughtering them. Swish! 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 Lei moved with agile, lightning-fast strikes. Within seconds, 4 or 5 warriors lay motionless on the ground.
Is that all you've got?
Lei's eyes brimmed with contempt as his hands moved even faster with each word. Within mere minutes, over a dozen martial artists lay sprawled on the floor.
The entire top floor hall was now permeated with the stench of blood.
When dealing with the Japanese warriors, Lin Fan showed no mercy.
These men wore the masks of respectable gentlemen, yet behind closed doors, they committed every conceivable evil in Zhongjiang. Their involvement in despicable schemes was a stain on humanity.
Today, having finally gathered them all in one place, he would show them no mercy.
After a few exchanges, Lei's katana had already developed several cracks.
Lei examined it briefly before tossing it aside.
What a piece of junk!
It's not even as sturdy as the hoes we peasants used to till the fields.
How dare you insult the weapons of my Japanese homeland?
Shoichiro trembled with rage, yet found no words to retort.
The sword Lei tossed landed right at Shoichitaro's feet. Shoichitaro stared wide-eyed at the blade, which indeed bore several nicks. Facts speak louder than words. Now, Shoichitaro was at a loss for words. The remaining samurai, driven mad with rage, their eyes bloodshot, charged desperately toward Lin Fan and his group. Another fierce battle ensued, and soon, those men lay motionless on the ground.
Watching his men get slaughtered by Lin Fan, Shoichitaro felt a gut-wrenching pain. He even cursed Suyu under his breath. How could that bastard have led Lin Fan here? Without Lin Fan, their forces would have been preserved far more intact. Blood flowed across the ground in streams, a sight that was truly terrifying. Many of the wealthy men's legs began to tremble, and the timid ones wet themselves. Lin Fan's strikes were ruthless, decisive, and uncompromising. He showed no trace of fear when facing the Japanese warriors. This clearly demonstrated how profound his patriotic spirit was. If Lin Fan ever learned of anyone betraying the nation and its people, they would surely meet their end. Many began to reflect on their recent actions, wondering if they had done anything unscrupulous. Others silently reminded themselves, never, ever let greed cloud your principles. Never become a traitor like Suyu. With no one left standing, Lin Fan, Shirlei, Bai Shuang, and the others finally ceased their attack. At that moment, Shoichiro was trembling with fear, his soul nearly shattered. Lin Fan, I urge you to stop now. Otherwise, you will absolutely regret it. At this point, Saikataro had nothing left to lose. Though 1,000 reluctances gnawed at his heart, he knew Lin Fan would show them no mercy now. Only by fighting to the death might they carve a bloody path to escape. Back down? What a joke! Saitaro, you'd better pray for your own salvation. The moment Lin Fan finished speaking, Shoichiro clenched his teeth in fury. Fine. Since you refuse to see reason, don't blame me for being ruthless. You chose hell over heaven, Lin Fan. This day next year will be your death anniversary. Lin Fan feared neither life nor death, but hearing Shoichiro speak thus ignited his fighting spirit to the brim. Cut the bull. If you've got the guts, bring it on. Shirlei couldn't stand people like Sitaro. Even though they're scared out of their wits, they still put on a brave front, as if talking more could somehow defeat them. Such people are just plain annoying. No sooner had Shirlei finished speaking than Shoichitaro began to act. He raised his hand and brought it down with a fierce strike. Charge! Shoichitaro's gaze was unfocused, and with his slight squint, no one could tell which direction he was looking. However, the moment his words faded, over a dozen figures suddenly materialized in the hall. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Third senior brother, senior sister, be cautious. These individuals are all ranked on the dragon list. Lin Fan's voice reached Shoichitaro's ears, and Shoichitaro burst into laughter. Lin Fan, you do have discerning eyes recognizing my men's martial prowess at a glance. Today, you won't be leaving here. With that, Zhang Yitai bellowed at the top of his lungs. Chop that Lin Fan into mincemeat. His accomplices too. Shoichitaro fixed Bai Shuang with a gaze brimming with savage intent. This young woman had slain too many Japanese warriors. He would show her no mercy now. Revenge for wrongs, justice for grievances. Only by slaughtering all three before him would Shoichitaro vent the rage burning within his heart. Seeing Lin Fan and his companions grow cautious, Shoichitaro's face hardened once more with savage intent. This might be Nakagawa, but it wasn't a place they could come and go as they pleased. Listen up, everyone. Charge. Leave no survivors. Until this moment, Seijitaro had considered Lin Fan useful. But upon seeing the corpses littering the ground, his resolve shifted instantly. No matter how valuable Lin Fan might be, he would never collaborate with such a man. In the blink of an eye, the hall was once again filled with the flashes of blades and swords. The clanging of clashing weapons filled the air, sending shivers down everyone's spines once more. Chapter 146, Dead Fish Look Better Than Him. Lin Fan watched the final group to appear, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes. They wore uniform attire, moved in perfect synchrony, and even drew their blades with nearly identical speed. Lin Fan paid little heed to martial artists ranked above the dragon list, but the behavior of these men now made his heart tighten. 15 people, how could their actions be so perfectly synchronized? Even with perfect telepathy, their actions couldn't possibly lack any variation. As Lin Fan pondered, 5 Japanese warriors charged toward him. They gripped their swords with both hands, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on him. What puzzled Lin Fan was the vacant, almost vacant look in their eyes. Rather than immediately striking them down, Lin Fan exchanged a few blows with them. Then, something clicked for Lin Fan. Third senior brother, senior sister, something's wrong with these men. They must have been drugged. You must be careful. While continuing his fight, Lin Fan warned Bai Shuang and Shirlei. Upon hearing Lin Fan's warning, Shirlei's movements grew even more rapid. Had he been driven to desperation? He was even commanding drugged individuals. Shirlei's words instantly darkened Zhang Yitai's expression. It wasn't that he couldn't handle Shirlei's sarcasm, it was that the situation was exactly as Shirlei had described. These 15 death-sworn warriors had been specially dispatched from Manhwa to protect him. They would never appear before others unless facing life or death peril. A crucial factor in cultivating these warriors was the daily administration of a specific drug, which accelerated their martial arts cultivation. What Seiji Taro never imagined was that Lin Fan would spot the flaw after just a few moves. Even if the drugs are administered poorly, as long as they can kill you, their objective is achieved. Shoichi Taro narrowed his eyes to slits, speaking each word deliberately. Despicable. Since you resort to such underhanded tactics against us, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Fan spat out the words before swiftly shifting his stance. Facing the charging assassins, Lin Fan clenched his fist. Aiming squarely at one man's face, he swung his fist with brutal force. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as the man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The moment he hit the ground, his skull split open. The cracking sounds continued unabated. In the blink of an eye, 7 Japanese assassins were brutally crushed to death by Lin Fan. Shirley and Bai Shuang weren't to be outdone either. In the blink of an eye, the two of them took down 4 more. How could this be? How could Lin Fan possess such formidable strength? What was going on? These were elite fighters we'd meticulously trained. How could they be so insignificant against Lin Fan? Speak! Is something wrong? Lin Fan can't possibly be this strong. And those 2 who came with him, investigate them immediately. Find out their true backgrounds. Just moments ago, there had been a vast, shadowy mass of people. Now, only 4 remained. Seiji Ichitaro was utterly horrified, his speech becoming incoherent. His bodyguard nodded immediately upon hearing this, but just as he turned to leave, Saikataro grabbed him by the arm. Damn it, where do you think you're going? At a critical moment like this, shouldn't you be protecting me? The bodyguard froze upon hearing this. Mr. Shoichi, didn't you just say? Before he could finish, Shoichiro raised his hand and slapped him across the face. The sharp crack echoed as the man reeled from the blow. Your most important task right now is to protect me. Everything else can wait. Yes. The bodyguard stood at attention, chest puffed out, accepting the order. While Seiji Ichitaro spoke with the bodyguard, Lin Fan had already taken down everyone in front of him. Turning to Shirley and Bai Shuang, they too had just stopped fighting. How about the assassins? What if their martial arts cultivation surpasses the dragon rank? Even if drugged into near madness, what difference did it make? The elite fighters that Shoichi Taro and his men had brought along were no match for Lin Fan. They were like clay Buddhas crossing the river, unable to save themselves. Watching Lin Fan barehanded slice the samurai swords of those assassins into pieces, Shoichiro was utterly dumbfounded. Is this even human? How could a normal person possess such terrifying skill? Their loyal retainers' swords were forged from the finest steel, capable of slicing through hair. Noticing the shock in Shoichitaro's eyes, Lin Fan's lips curved into a faint smile. Right before Shoichitaro's eyes, Lin Fan grasped a katana lying before him. Lin Fan, what are you doing? You're... Before Shoichitaro could finish his sentence, Lin Fan crushed the katana into powder. Shoichitaro was utterly shocked, yet at the same time, he felt a tinge of relief. Thankfully Lin Fan had acted faster, otherwise, he would have nearly begged for mercy just now. Seiji Taro stared motionless at Lin Fan, then suddenly raised his arm before bringing it down with a fierce strike. The bodyguards behind Shoichitaro suddenly charged forward, while Shoichitaro himself turned and fled. Seeing this, Lin Fan's gaze burned like fire. Senior sister, third senior brother, keep an eye on Suyu. I'm going after Shoichitaro. With that, Lin Fan leaped forward and dashed out. The wealthy individuals in the hall were all left speechless, some with their mouths agape. Lin Fan's speed was too fast. Before they could comprehend what was happening, he had already vanished. Is this man truly divine? I only felt a flash of darkness before him, as if a shadow had darted past, and he was already on the other side. Could it be the legendary water walking technique? There's no water here. You must be scared out of your wits. How did he master such lightness kung fu? Just like that, he flies. Only after Lin Fan had departed did the crowd begin whispering among themselves. Even so, their voices were hushed, muttering under their breath. Shirley stepped up to Suyu and delivered a kick straight to his stomach. Suyu let out a pained cry, beads of sweat forming on his forehead once more. Help! You're still screaming for help now? How ridiculous. Who do you think could possibly save your life? Shirley's face twisted with contempt as he glared at Suyu. Only upon realizing the man before him wasn't Lin Fan did he quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Suyu, with a third of his bones shattered, had long since lost any desire to converse with others. His hands and feet were completely immobilized. The burly man had just delivered another kick to his chest, probably shattering that rib too. The thought of spending the rest of his life confined to a bed filled Suyu with utter despair. Seeing Suyu's deathly pale face, Shirley bluntly remarked. That's what a dead fish looks like, right, little apprentice sister? Bai Shuang sneered. Even a dead fish looks better than him. Chapter 147, My Heartfelt Gesture. Pointed at and mocked, Suyu's face flushed crimson all the way to his neck. If he could, Suyu would have wished for a crack to appear before him so he could crawl into it immediately. But alas, the floor tiles gleamed all around him, there was no escape.
On the other side, Shoichiro hurried forward, completely panicked and running headlong. As soon as he reached the corner of the hall, he began sprinting. Unfortunately, before he could take 2 or 3 steps, a dark figure flashed before him, blocking his path. "Get away from me!" Shoichitaro's face flushed with irritation as he lowered his voice. Before he could finish, an awkward expression washed over his face. Standing before him was the last person he ever wanted to see in his entire life. He never imagined that Lin Fan, who had just been maneuvering among the masters, would spare the time to notice him. The moment he tried to flee, Lin Fan had him in his sights. "What? What are you trying to do? Running so fast you wouldn't be going to get back up, would you?" Shoichitaro swallowed hard, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. "Not at all, Mr. Lin. You've misunderstood. I simply can't bear to witness such a bloody scene, so I thought I'd step away for a moment." Lin Fan sneered coldly. That bloody scene had been sparked by Shoichitaro himself. If not for his relentless orders to attack them, the entire hall wouldn't be a river of blood. They say birds of a feather flock together, and it seems this saying holds true. At the very least, when it came to lying, Suyu and Seiji Taro shared many similarities. They lied without batting an eye, their faces unflinching. Seeing the situation turn dire, Saikataro quietly shifted to the left. Lin Fan took a stride and blocked the left side. Immediately, Zhang Yitai tried to slip to the right, but Lin Fan extended his arm, blocking the path entirely. "Please spare me, Mr. Lin. If you spare my life, I swear I'll never cause you any trouble again. Just let me leave this place. I promise you, from now on, I'll never come here again. I'll quietly build my business in our country." "Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted the Lin family. I'll divest all my shares in your hospital and fully disclose everything regarding the chain hospitals. Anything related to the Lin family's assets, I'll hand it all over. Just let me go." With no one around, Shoichiro's voice lost its earlier sharp edge as he spoke. In fact, an idea had already begun to form in his mind. If he could leave alive, Shoichitaro would even prostrate himself before Lin Fan. "Shoichiro, you traitor! How could you utter such words? How could our great Yamato nation produce a traitor like you?" Before Shoichiro could prostrate himself in supplication, a warrior approached from the side. Seeing a fellow countryman, shame flashed across Shoichitaro's face. But upon recognizing the man's identity, Shoichitaro's eyes narrowed into slits and a look of contempt spread across his face. "Yamaguchi, mind your own business. Pretend you saw nothing today." Recognizing the man before him as one of his own subordinates, Shoichitaro suddenly barked in order. The man called Yamaguchi stared wide-eyed at Shoichitaro, his gaze filled with utter disbelief. Beneath his thick, bushy mustache, his upper lip trembled uncontrollably. "How could you do this? We, the people of the great Yamato nation, are to be killed but never disgraced. How could you bring such shame upon yourself? Enough! Don't lecture me here. I just want to survive. If you want to die, that's your business, it has nothing to do with me." Taro suddenly turned on him, lunging forward until he stood directly before Yamaguchi. "I'll kill you. I never had a teacher like you. You never taught us this way. You told us that sincerity can move mountains. Now, faced with life and death, you actually..." Before Yamaguchi could finish, Shoichitaro lashed out, slapping him hard across the face. Smack! The sharp sound silenced Yamaguchi instantly. "I said, pretend you never saw what happened today. And don't interfere with my business with Mr. Lin." Disappointment washed over Yamaguchi's face, his gaze toward Shoichitaro filled with utter despair. "Do you really think begging him for mercy will save you? You underestimate Lin Fan. He's a killing machine, he won't let you off the hook. This is my business, none of yours. Now get out of my way." Shoichiro and Yamaguchi traded barbs back and forth, like a double act on a TV variety show. Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile as he watched the two dogs fighting over each other without moving. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before they came to blows. And just as Lin Fan predicted, Shoichiro, desperate to escape, and Yamaguchi, clinging tightly to him, soon collided in a fierce struggle. Though older, Shoichitaro gained the upper hand after several exchanges. With every ounce of strength, he landed a few decisive blows, and Shoichiro actually severed Yamaguchi's head. Now, holding the katana in his hand, blood covered Shoichiro's entire body, and even his face was splattered with blood, making him look utterly terrifying. Even so, Lin Fan remained utterly motionless. The path Shoichitaro sought to escape remained completely blocked by the spirit. Glancing at Lin Fan, Shoichitaro suddenly pulled out his phone and spoke in a trembling voice. "Right, Mr. Lin. To show my sincerity, I'm willing to transfer the shares right in front of you." Lin Fan snorted coldly. Before Lin Fan could respond, Shoichitaro had already dialed a number and pressed the speakerphone button. "This is Shoichitaro. I now solemnly declare, all assets under my name related to the Lin family shall be returned to the Lin family. Prepare the transfer documents immediately and affix my personal seal. This is my final decision.
Remember, every single asset belonging to the Lin family, the hospital, including its affiliated hospitals and chain hospitals, is to be handed over to Mr. Lin Fan. After issuing his stern instructions, Saikataro lifted his gaze to meet Lin Fan's. Immediately afterward, another voice came through on the line. Understood, Mr. Saikiro. We'll have everything prepared and delivered to the hospital administration within 5 minutes. Good. Hurry up and prepare. Having said his piece, Sitaro hung up the phone. Mr. Lin, you saw that, didn't you? I truly mean well. I have no ill will toward you whatsoever. Everything I've done was instigated by Suyu. Chapter 148, A Billion at the Drop of a Hat. This was always my Lin family's property. You seized it by force. Returning it now is only fair. What sincerity are you talking about? Lin Fan's voice was icy cold, his aura overwhelming. Zhang Yitai froze for a moment before swallowing hard. Mr. Lin, name your terms. Whatever you ask, I will do my utmost to fulfill. Is that so? Aren't you Japanese most fond of demonstrating your resolve through ritual disembowelment? Today, I wish to see just how deep your determination runs, Shoichiro. After hearing this, Shoichitaro froze again, momentarily unable to grasp the full meaning behind Lin Fan's words. Everything he'd done was to save his own life and live in peace. But what had Lin Fan just said? To prove his resolve by cutting open his stomach? Having made such a solemn vow, this life is surely destined to remain here. What meaning would all my actions hold then? Mr. Lin, please don't joke about such things. I'm truly sincere. Lin Fan's expression turned solemn. I never joke with people like you. Mr. Lin, please spare me. Shoichitaro trembled violently, his eyes filled with terror. Desperate to escape Lin Fan's wrath, Saikataro dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. Lin Fan delivered a powerful kick, sending Shoichitaro flying back into the main hall. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Shoichitaro crashed to the floor. When he finally regained his senses, he found countless pairs of eyes fixed intently on him. Lin Fan, how could you do this? I never intended to spare you. You brought this humiliation upon yourself. Lin Fan grabbed Shoichitaro's collar, his voice icy. Shoichitaro's face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with utter despair. Lin Fan, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll destroy international relations. You're declaring war on the entire Great Wan Nation. So what? Lin Fan sneered coldly, paying no heed to Shoichiro's words. Lin Fan, you're being outrageous. How dare you be disrespectful to Mr. Seishi? A sharp voice cut through the air. Lin Fan turned toward the entrance. There stood a young man in a tailored suit, his face twisted with fury as he glared coldly at Lin Fan. Behind him stood a group of bodyguards. Lin Fan opened his divine sense, scanning the people before him. He confirmed that the bodyguards' strength all ranked above the dragon list. Lin Fan didn't recognize this man, and the bodyguards behind him were even less familiar. Who are you? The Lin family's affairs don't require your interference. Shirley, seeing someone being rude to Lin Fan, stepped forward immediately and stood beside him. The man glanced at Lin Fan, then shifted his gaze to Shirley, who had just spoken. A cold smile curled the corners of his mouth. Running a hand over his nose, the young man finally fixed his gaze on Seishi Ichitaro. Taro looked as if he'd seen a savior, tears welling up in his eyes from sheer relief. Young Master Long, you finally arrived. If you'd been a moment later, Lin Fan would have strangled me to death. Tears and snot streamed down Shoichitaro's face as he stood there utterly disheveled. The young man frowned slightly and spoke again in a cold tone. Fear not. With me, Long Hai, here, Lin Fan will not dare to act so brazenly. Hearing the man call himself Long Hai, Lin Fan's heart tightened. This man bears the surname Long. Could he possibly be related to the Overlord? The man before him was about the same age as Long San, but Long San was the Overlord's adopted son. So who could this man be? Never mind. Seeing how fiercely he defended Shoichiro, Lin Fan had already made up his mind. If this man dared to stop him from killing Seishi Teru, then he'd make him join Long San on the road to the underworld. Little junior brother, this man is Long Hai, the Overlord's eldest son. The Overlord also has a biological son named Long Chuan. The Long San you killed that day was merely the Overlord's adopted son. Bai Shuang's voice murmured softly. After hearing this, Lin Fan scrutinized the man before him once more. Long Hai and Long Chuan, quite the imposing names. But alas, even the most imposing names are worthless trash if they don't back up their words with action. Now you know who I am, Lin Fan. I advise you to back off while you still can. Don't wait until I lose my temper. If this young master gets truly angry, it's something none of you could ever handle. Long Hai grew increasingly smug as he spoke. Unconsciously, his head was held high, as if he were looking down on the world. Has this man lost his mind? Staring up at the stars with his head tilted back? After Long Hai appeared, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Shirley's voice was already loud, and his astonished question rang out with crystal clarity. Thus, everyone present heard Long Hai's mocking words. Long Hai's eyes widened, his face flushing crimson all the way to his neck. At first glance, he looked as red as a pig's liver. Long Hai never imagined that all the emotion he'd been building up would be ruined by this boorish brute right before his eyes. All his careful build-up had been nothing but a joke to them. How dare you speak to our young master Long Hai like that? Have you had enough of living? The bodyguards behind Long Hai immediately stepped forward, pointing their fingers at Shirley. Shirley showed no fear and spoke again.
Don't try to intimidate me. I'm telling the truth. Whether you're a sea or a river, you should know your place. Even if you were the Pacific Ocean, you wouldn't be so arrogant, would you? Put. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Soon, several more chuckles followed.
Shirley was spot on. Describing Long Hai as arrogant and self-important was dead on. Lin Fan felt a surge of quiet delight. When he looked at Shirley again, his gaze held a hint of admiration. They say third senior brother Shirley is taciturn and sparing with his words, but it seems everyone has misunderstood him. More accurately, Shirley was the type who remained silent until he spoke, and when he did, it was astonishing. Just like now, with a few simple words, he'd already infuriated Long Hai to the point of fury. Now, Long Hai stared fixedly at Lin Fan, utterly motionless. Lin Fan, now that you know who I am, I advise you to be sensible.
Don't push things to the point of no return.
No sooner had Long Hai finished speaking than Lin Fan's icy voice cut through the air. Long Hai, the eldest son of the Overlord, I was just about to seek out your father. But first, I need to handle this matter at hand. If you insist on interfering with my business with Seishi Ichitaro, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll take you down with him. Long Hai froze in terror, grabbing a nearby bodyguard and stammering. Go. Take care of Lin Fan.
Bring me his head, and I'll give you 100 million.
The words left everyone speechless, utterly stunned. Has the Overlord's eldest son lost his mind? Whatever grudge he holds against Lin Fan, offering 100 million yuan for his head? That's absurd. Chapter 149, Young Master Long's Humiliation. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's lips. A mere 100 million? You've seriously underestimated me. When Long Hai declared Lin Fan's head was worth 100 million, everyone was stunned. But upon hearing Lin Fan's response, their astonished eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Long Hai dared to offer 100 million, yet Lin Fan claimed that was underestimating him. What kind of game is this? Just as everyone was utterly baffled, a bodyguard behind Long Hai charged forward. Young Master Long, leave it to me. The burly bodyguard was already in motion before he finished speaking. Seeing someone step forward, Long Hai's lips curved into a perfect smile. Money really does make the devil grind the millstone. To most, 100 million was an astronomical sum, yet money was the last thing Long Hai lacked. As the eldest son of the tycoon, Long Hai had never regarded money as anything special. From childhood onward, he had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and excess. To him, money was merely a number. At this moment, offering 100 million to buy Lin Fan's head didn't strike Long Hai as exaggerated. After all, Lin Fan was their number one enemy. Never mind what Lin Fan had done in Zhongjiang, just the fact that he had beaten the elite fighters around his father to death made him worth that price. To put it bluntly, as long as Lin Fan was dead, 100 million yuan was nothing. Long Hai didn't give a damn about the Sun family's people. Even Zhao Dingchuan, the head of the Zhongjiang Martial Alliance, wasn't worth much to him. What truly mattered to Long Hai was the Long family's reputation. Ever since the title of Overlord spread, the Long family had become all-powerful. With nearly 1 million Long soldiers under the Overlord's command, the Long family could now look down on all rivals. They say when one person achieves enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Though bluntly put, this saying perfectly captures the rise of the Long family. Ever since the Overlord was crowned, the entire Long family shone with unparalleled brilliance. The emergence of Lin Fan, however, stands as the most disgraceful chapter in the Long family's illustrious history. To eliminate Lin Fan, Long Hai believed his rash decision would not incur his father's punishment. Moreover, with so many elite warriors now at his disposal, Lin Fan would surely have no chance of escape this time. These thoughts made the smug grin on Long Hai's face grow even broader. Before the bodyguards could reach Lin Fan, Bai Shuang suddenly stepped forward and shouted sharply. Stop! The bodyguards behind Long Hai had already clenched their fists, but Bai Shuang's shout startled them. Their arms froze mid-air. Long Hai's expression froze momentarily before he turned his gaze toward Bai Shuang. I wondered who was being so arrogant. So it's Miss Bai. It seems the rumors outside are true after all. They say Miss Bai has already joined forces with Lin Fan. Seeing you here today confirms those rumors are no empty talk. Miss Bai, for the sake of the Bai family patriarch, I advise you to turn back now. Otherwise. Before Long Hai could finish, Bai Shuang cut him off. Mr. Long, no need for further words. I, Bai Shuang, never regret my decisions. But today, I cannot understand why you would fight your own countrymen over a Japanese woman. Bai Shuang's words were blunt and direct. In the blink of an eye, she elevated the animosity between Lin Fan and Shoichiro to a matter of national and personal vendetta.
Long Hai raised a hand to his forehead, a look of difficulty crossing his face.
Since Miss Bai doesn't understand, I'll spell it out plainly.
First, Mr. Seishi is the highly respected president of the Japanese branch in Zhongjiang and serves as Japan's special envoy to our Xiaqiu kingdom.
Second, we have business dealings with Mr. Seishi.
If anything were to happen to him on our turf, we'd have no way to account for it. Finally, without the deals Mr. Sei handles, the Nonjia would lose a huge sum of money.
In this day and age, who would turn down money?
Long Hai rattled off a whole list of reasons.
At first glance, Long Hai's analysis seemed well organized.
But to put it plainly, the reason Long Hai wouldn't let anyone touch Shoichi Taro was because of their family's business. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Young Master Long's words today finally made me understand this truth. Bai Shuang snapped sharply, her words cutting without mercy. Long Hai's lips curled into a cold smile as he clashed directly with her.
No matter what you say, you absolutely cannot harm Shoichiro today under my watch.
Had Long Hai not uttered those words, perhaps Shoichi Taro might have lived a few more minutes. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Fan struck swiftly. Snap! The crowd heard the sound of bones snapping, and then Seishi Taro collapsed to the ground. The wealthy men standing close enough to see what happened gasped in shock.
This is insane. He kicked a hole right through him. Good heavens, what kind of divine skill is this? Even the sharpest weapon couldn't act that fast. What strength!
Lin Fan merely extended one leg. One kick nearly shattered his bones. How much power must that leg possess?
It's over. Shoichiro's dead. Young Master Long's been thoroughly humiliated.
Losing face is minor, but losing money is major.
Lin Fan's in big trouble now.
Before everyone's eyes, Saikuru died with his eyes wide open, refusing to close them even as he collapsed to the ground. Clearly, even in death, he refused to believe Lin Fan would strike him down in front of Long Hai.
After witnessing Shoichitaro's death, the crowd began to murmur. One after another, they chimed in.
While praising Lin Fan's formidable martial prowess, they also cast furtive glances toward Long Hai.
Long Hai's face was utterly ruined.
Lin Fan, you're asking for it. After regaining his composure, Long Hai extended his hand, only to pull it back trembling. After gathering his courage for a long while, he could only manage a few words. Evidently, Lin Fan's actions had infuriated Long Hai beyond measure. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. I made myself perfectly clear earlier. Shoichi Taro must not die.
Yet you dare kill someone right under my nose?
You have some nerve, Lin Fan. Lin Fan sneered coldly.
He's your Long family's partner. What does that have to do with me? Besides, selling out your country for personal gain?
Only your Long family would do something like that. Earlier, Lin Fan's outrageous words had been directed solely at himself. But now, with a single breath, Lin Fan had cursed the entire Long family.
He's gone mad.
That brat Lin Fan has lost his mind, daring to treat the Long family this way.
Master Li, you too, get him. We must return with Lin Fan's head today. Long Hai stomped his feet in fury, his shiny leather shoes thudding loudly against the floor. Yet even so, Long Hai didn't take a single step forward. His heart-wrenching shouts echoed as he remained frozen in place. Chapter 150, Who Regrets First?
Though enraged, Long Hai hadn't let fury cloud his judgment. He knew full well how formidable Lin Fan's martial arts cultivation was. Therefore, even as he hurled curses, he would not rashly advance.
With Masters Lu and Li present, Long Hai considered himself absolutely safe.
Both Lu Tiandi and Li Rini ranked on the dragon list. More accurately, they were already at the Grandmaster level. Long Hai was certain that if Lu Tiandi and Li Rini attacked together, Lin Fan wouldn't stand a chance. Not even if he grew wings, he wouldn't escape this hall.
Those two desperate shouts earlier were merely meant to rally the spirits of Li Rini and Lu Tiandi.
Sure enough, after Long Hai finished shouting, the two Grandmasters advanced together. Before any action was taken, one of them extended a finger, pointing it at Lin Fan. You little punk, I advise you to be sensible.
Don't go banging your head against a brick wall. Meeting us today means you didn't pay respects to the gods before leaving home. If you give up now, we might spare you a whole corpse. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the other master chimed in. Quite right. You surely heard of my reputation, Lu Tiandi. Let's not waste time here. Surrender peacefully, and we'll grant you a somewhat dignified death.
The two traded barbs, already convinced Lin Fan would fall at their hands. A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips as he shook his head slightly. Then, a look of contempt flashed in his eyes.
Barking dogs bite, biting dogs don't bark. I wonder what kind of dogs you are.
The words had barely left his mouth when Lu Tiandi and Li Rini froze in place. Clearly, they couldn't grasp the meaning of Lin Fan's words in an instant.
What does he mean? Is he saying we should speak up or keep quiet? Lu Tiandi stared blankly at Li Rini.
Li Rini reached out and slapped his thigh hard.
He's cursing us. Calling us dogs.
Spittle flew from Li Rini's mouth as Lu Tiandi suddenly understood, his face immediately darkening with fury. Lin Fan, you dare to ignore our existence as masters. Today, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Take this.
Lu Tiandi bellowed, charging violently toward Lin Fan.
The hall, which had been calm moments before, was suddenly swept by gusts of gale-force winds. The hall was already awash in blood, the stench overwhelming. With Lu Tiandi's charge, the putrid smell became almost unbearable.
Many frowned, while others covered their noses outright.
Lu Tiandi extended both arms, his hands curled into eagle claws. One hand lunged for Lin Fan's face, while the other aimed for the area around his heart. His movements were fierce, his techniques ruthless. Bai Shuang and Shirlei both held their breath in anxiety for Lin Fan.
Yet beside them, Lin Fan remained utterly still, seemingly unconcerned with Lu Tiandi.
Precisely because of this, Lu Tiandi accelerated his movements once more, his wide sleeves billowing as he attacked. As Lu Tiandi's eagle claw neared Lin Fan's face, Lin Fan suddenly struck out, grabbing Lu Tiandi's left hand.
Snap!
The sound of cracking bones echoed, followed by a heart-wrenching scream.
Incredible pain shot through Lu Tiandi's nerves. Lu Tiandi trembled uncontrollably, staring in disbelief at his left hand. What the hell? Did Lin Fan just cripple my hand with a single strike? Lu Tiandi was bewildered, his face frozen in disbelief.
His right hand, poised to strike at Lin Fan's heart, froze in midair, unsure how to proceed. The pain was excruciating, truly tearing at his very soul. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly turned, swiftly releasing his grip, and immediately seized Lu Tiandi's right hand.
Snap! Another crack.
Then Lin Fan struck out with a palm strike. Lu Tiandi fell straight backward, his eyes immediately rolling back in his head.
What's going on, Master Lu? Get up quickly. Long Hai grew anxious. This was a critical moment he absolutely couldn't lose to Lin Fan.
He had boasted so confidently earlier, vowing to take Lin Fan's head, but now that Lu Tiandi had been beaten into this state the moment he stepped forward, where was his own face? Young master, please stop shouting.
Master Lu is done for.
Li Rinni's face twisted with dread as he swallowed hard.
Lu Tiandi possessed the martial prowess of a grandmaster, yet why was he so utterly helpless against Lin Fan?
His own martial prowess was comparable to Lu Tiandi's.
If he were to actually fight Lin Fan,
Li Rinni was still puzzled, unable to formulate a countermeasure, when suddenly his jaw dropped. Lin Fan had already charged forward, delivering a palm strike directly at him.
Lin Fan, I'm not ready.
Before Li Rinni could finish speaking, Lin Fan's fist slammed into his face.
Thud. A dull thud echoed. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat.
That sound, deep and muffled, seemed unlike anything they'd ever heard before. Yet even so, some instinctively reached up to cover their own cheeks. Lin Fan's fist had struck Li Rinni's face. That face was surely ruined. Even those unfamiliar with martial arts could tell that Li Rinni was in grave danger after that punch.
Sure enough, half of Li Rinni's face was beaten into a grotesque distortion before he lost consciousness.
After collapsing to the ground, his limbs twitched uncontrollably, as if seized by epilepsy.
Compared to Lu Tiandi, Li Rinni's fate was far more tragic.
At least Lu Tiandi had put up a fight, but Li Rinni had been knocked down by Lin Fan before he even had a chance to strike.
Many began shaking their heads, murmuring among themselves. It's over.
This time, the two masters by young Master Long's side probably won't be getting back up. Lin Fan was simply too formidable. The two masters had just declared themselves to be at the Grandmaster level. Could Lin Fan's martial cultivation surpass even that? This was terrifying. What had Lin Fan encountered in those 3 years? How had his martial cultivation advanced so tremendously? Forget that for now. Look at young Master Long. His face has gone completely pale. As soon as those words were spoken, several people immediately turned their gaze toward Long Hai.
The reality matched the speaker's words perfectly. Long Hai's expression was utterly grim.
At this moment, Long Hai could no longer maintain his composure, gasping for breath. Lin Fan, you despicable scoundrel!
How dare you kill our Long family's grandmasters? Do you even realize how formidable their martial prowess was?
Facing Long Hai's furious outburst, Lin Fan sneered coldly.
What do your family's martial arts masters have to do with me? I only kill dogs that bite indiscriminately.
Lin Fan, a man may be killed but not disgraced.
Sooner or later, I will make you regret your actions today.
Long Hai gritted his teeth, the words practically squeezed from between them. Lin Fan stepped forward, his gaze piercing like flames.
Before that happens, you'll be the one regretting it. Chapter 151, The Child Shall Bear the Lin Surname.
Realizing the situation was dire, Long Hai instinctively stepped back, his eyes darting around frantically. He looked as if searching for a place to take refuge. Unfortunately, aside from Bai Shuang and Shirlei, everyone else in the hall was stunned by Lin Fan's actions, their panic reaching its peak. Whether skilled in martial arts or not, one truth had become clear to all. Once Lin Fan locked onto a target, even if it turned into a fly, it wouldn't escape at this moment. Lin Fan advanced step by step toward Long Hai, who retreated step by step. Finally, cold sweat beaded on Long Hai's forehead, and his voice began to tremble.
Lin Fan, do you know who I am? I am the eldest son of the Long family. My father is the renowned overlord. If you dare lay a finger on me, my father will not let this go. Long Hai's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Lin Fan.
Even now, Long Hai tried to intimidate Lin Fan with the overlord's reputation. After all, throughout the entire Xiaozhou kingdom, there was no one who didn't know the overlord. Even 3-year-old children on the streets knew the overlord commanded millions of soldiers. If the overlord sneezed, the entire ground of Xiaozhou kingdom would tremble 3 times. If the overlord was that formidable, then his son must possess extraordinary presence as well. In other words, provoking the overlord's son was tantamount to provoking the overlord himself. Long Hai believed that Lin Fan understood this truth as well as any child did. Even if he wouldn't give me the courtesy of sparing me, out of respect for the overlord, Lin Fan probably wouldn't do anything to me. Seeing Lin Fan halt his steps, Long Hai felt the heart that had leapt to his throat slowly sink back down. He thought to himself, thank goodness I found the right connection. Unfortunately, Lin Fan didn't play by the usual script. If you hadn't mentioned the overlord, it would have been fine. But since you brought him up, let me tell you this, if you want to walk tall and hold your head high, you have to earn it yourself. I'm looking for your father. Since he won't show his face, I'll deal with you instead. I'll see just how important you really are to him. As Lin Fan finished speaking, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Long Hai's legs went weak at the sight, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Fan, you can't do this. I'm telling you, I'm the son of the overlord. If you... Seeing Lin Fan ready to act, Long Hai panicked, his whole body trembling unsteadily. In his desperation, he resorted to the same old tactics. This time, Lin Fan didn't let Long Hai finish. He struck out with a palm strike. Lin Fan extended his hand, her fingers pressed together, silently channeling his chi. Before Long Hai could dodge, the palm struck his chest. The strike landed without a sound. The crowd heard neither the crack of bones nor a dull thud. Yet, the moment Lin Fan withdrew his hand, Long Hai slowly collapsed to the ground. Unlike the previous fighters, Long Hai's fall was unsteady and swaying, as if he were drunk. Many eyes widened, eager to see what was happening. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. No one knew who it was. Good heavens! Lin Fan is too formidable. With just one palm strike, he shattered Long Hai's meridians. Long Hai won't survive. With his meridians shattered, even a god from heaven couldn't save him. Lin Fan's got some nerve. He actually killed the overlord's son. He's really stirred up trouble now. Does he even care about the overlord's face? Amidst the shock, the voices grew louder and louder. Some fainted on the spot. The oppressive aura emanating from Lin Fan was so intense that everyone felt their breath catch. Some even felt the temperature in the hall drop several degrees. That eerie, bone-chilling sensation made it impossible to stand steady or hold oneself upright. Shirley watched the scene unfold before him, his expression unreadable. Bai Shuang furrowed her delicate brows, unable to help but worry for Lin Fan. Lin Fan had dispatched those martial artists with effortless ease. Bai Shuang had long been prepared for that. But by killing Long Hai like this, the path ahead for Lin Fan would inevitably become a bit more difficult. Long Hai was different from Long San. He was the overlord's own flesh and blood. If the overlord learned of this, how could he possibly let Lin Fan off? Just as Bai Shuang was lost in worry, Lin Fan suddenly approached from this side. Senior sister, third senior brother, what needed to be done is done. Let's leave now. With that, Lin Fan abruptly turned and walked away. Seeing this, Bai Shuang and Shirley followed Lin Fan out. Just as they were about to exit, Lin Fan paused once more, turning to face the wealthy merchants and influential figures gathered in the hall. Everyone, today I, Lin Fan, killed those Japanese warriors entirely of my own volition. You should all understand that the Xiaozhou kingdom has grown powerful and will no longer be at the mercy of others. From this day forward, no one shall dare oppress the people of Xiaozhou. Those who dare to offend Xiaozhou shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Lin Fan's voice rang out with fervor, infused with his inner energy as he spoke. Every word cut through the air, reaching every ear in the hall with crystal clarity. You're right. We won't let anyone bully us anymore. Someone shouted in agreement, and applause soon erupted. The thunderous applause echoed long after. It continued even after Lin Fan had departed. After stepping outside, Shirley sat in the driver's seat as Lin Fan and Bai Shuang got into the car one after the other. The moment the door closed, Shirley turned and gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Little junior brother, you really nailed it. Your speech got me all fired up. Facing Shirley, Lin Fan gave an embarrassed smile. Third senior brother, don't flatter me like that. I was just stating the truth. I believe if you faced a similar situation, you'd do the same. Exactly. Those Japanese scoundrels, as long as they harbor their treacherous intentions, we absolutely cannot show them any mercy. Shirley's face flushed crimson with excitement. Then, Shirley glanced at Bai Shuang before fixing his gaze on Lin Fan again. Now that we've handled matters here, where should we go next? To the Lin family hospital. Lin Fan answered immediately. Shirley activated the navigation system and drove straight toward the hospital. The three of them remained calm, as if the earlier fight had never happened. Little did they know that the moment Lin Fan and Bai Shuang left, news of the incident had already spread like wildfire. Now, the entire city of Zhongzheng was buzzing with talk about Lin Fan's actions. Everyone applauded his killing of the Japanese man. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan had become a national hero. Even the children playing in the streets and alleys would give him a thumbs up when his name came up. Many children looked up to Lin Fan as a role model.
Some children even approached their parents, demanding to change their surname to Lin. Their parents, naturally, were both amused and exasperated, and a stern lecture was inevitable. Chapter 152, My Daughter is Not Dead.
A few minutes later, Lin Fan and Bai Shuang arrived at the entrance of a hospital. The moment they stepped through the hospital doors, Lin Fan heard a commotion. A look of confusion flashed across Lin Fan's face. Before he could speak, Bai Shuang beside him had already furrowed her brow.
What's going on over there? Why are there so many people? Following Bai Shuang's pointing finger, Lin Fan saw a crowd gathered around a hospital cart not far away.
Around the cart were weeping women and expressionless doctors, while a large crowd pointed and gawked, clearly drawn to the commotion.
Let's go check it out.
Bai Shuang sensed something was off and immediately grabbed Lin Fan's hand, pulling him forward.
Lin Fan didn't resist.
Shirley followed closely behind the two of them. The three approached and saw a woman lying on the bed, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old. Her face was pale, her eyes tightly shut, and one hand hung limply by her side. Just as Lin Fan caught a clear glimpse of the woman's face on the stretcher, the doctor's voice carried over.
Family members, who is this patient's family?
A plainly dressed middle-aged woman hurried over, her face tense as she spoke.
Mine. This is my daughter. Doctor, how is she?
The doctor frowned as he looked at the woman before him, then sighed deeply and shook his head helplessly.
Based on the current situation, your daughter has passed away. Please accept my condolences.
Hearing the doctor's words, the middle-aged woman could barely stand, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, someone nearby acted quickly and caught her, preventing her from falling.
Daughter, wake up. Look at mommy. Just look at mommy.
The middle-aged woman's voice was heart-wrenching, piercing the ears of all who heard it. But no matter how she pleaded, the young woman lying on the gurney remained motionless, her eyes still closed. The mother grasped her daughter's hand, holding it gently, then looked up helplessly at the doctor for help.
Doctor, please, have mercy. Is there nothing more you can do?
She's my only precious daughter, and what's more, she's pregnant.
I can't believe a simple fall could kill someone.
Doctor, please save her.
Please save my daughter. There's a baby in her belly.
The middle-aged woman wept uncontrollably, her face streaked with tears and snot.
Not a single onlooker showed any sign of pity.
Some shook their heads silently, while others wiped away tears. The scene before them was heartbreaking. Such a young woman had lost her life, and there was a little baby inside her too.
It was truly tragic.
Originally, Lin Fan felt sympathy for the young woman. But the moment he heard the words fell down, a look of confusion immediately appeared on his face. Recalling the doctor's earlier words, Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. A fall could be fatal? The thought flashed through his mind, but before he could speak, the doctor impatiently waved him off. If you don't believe me, you can check the patient's pulse yourself.
There's no sign of breathing or heartbeat. The dead cannot be revived. Please try to find comfort in your grief.
The doctor in the white coat reminded the woman once more that her daughter had passed away.
Hearing this, the middle-aged woman was overcome with grief.
Clutching the stretcher tightly, she cried out weakly.
My daughter, I'm so sorry.
I should have stayed by your side all the time. You're pregnant now and I'm comfortable, it's all my fault.
Bystanders murmured among themselves.
Oh my, so young and already gone, it's just so unfair.
Indeed. And to lose two lives at once. What a tragic family.
Such a young woman gone like this, alas, beauty is fleeting.
What can you do? People are fragile. Sometimes even a sneeze can kill you. At that, someone suddenly asked doubtfully. Could it be the doctor misdiagnosed? How could a simple fall kill someone? The middle-aged woman hadn't regained her composure yet.
She clutched her daughter's hand tightly, still calling out the child's name over and over. Just as the man voiced his doubt, the middle-aged woman felt her daughter's hand twitch. Startled, she didn't pause to look closely but suddenly ran toward the doctor who was about to leave. Before anyone could grasp what was happening, the woman yanked the doctor back.
What are you doing? Let go of me. Startled by the woman's actions, the doctor instinctively grew irritated.
Before the middle-aged woman could speak, she suddenly knelt before the doctor.
Thud! The crowd gasped in shock. That sound was unmistakably her knees hitting the floor tiles.
The doctor was utterly flustered by her sudden prostration.
Doctor, please save my daughter.
Her hand just moved, I truly felt it.
Please examine her again. I beg you, save my daughter. I'm prostrating myself before you. I'll remember your great kindness for the rest of my life.
If I can't repay you in this lifetime, in the next, I'll be your ox or horse, I'll repay your kindness. The middle-aged woman knelt and bowed her head repeatedly as she spoke, clutching the doctor's trouser leg tightly and refusing to let go no matter what. In full view of everyone, the doctor felt awkward about losing his temper with her. Sighing, the doctor glanced once more at the patient lying on the bed.
Covering his forehead, he addressed the middle-aged woman. I understand how you feel, but the dead cannot be brought back to life. Please face reality. After saying this, the doctor added one more sentence. Death is inevitable. Please don't obstruct our work here. Despite the doctor's harsh words, the middle-aged woman still clung to the belief that her daughter was not dead. She stared anxiously at the doctor. Doctor, I truly saw my daughter's hand move just now. I'm not lying to you. Please go check again. I beg you, she's carrying a child. As the middle-aged woman spoke, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. The doctor shook his head, looking at the woman before him with a hint of resignation. It seemed pointless to explain anything now. She's not breathing. How could she possibly be alive? From a medical standpoint, she's clearly deceased. I'm sorry, but I cannot grant your request. As a doctor, I must treat more patients. I hope you can find peace and accept this. With that, the doctor walked away without looking back. Seeing the doctor gone, the nurses wasted no time. They quickly dispersed the crowd and wheeled the woman into the morgue. Chapter 153, Do you have a production license? The middle-aged woman stumbled after the cart, desperately trying to stop the nurses. The scene descended into chaos. Bai Shuang's willow brows furrowed slightly as she quietly stepped forward to stand beside Lin Fan. How eerily similar this situation was. Bai Shuang couldn't help but recall how Lin Fan had saved Chen Feifei. Back then, so many doctors had declared Chen Feifei dead, yet hadn't Lin Fan snatched her back from the jaws of death? Perhaps Lin Fan had a solution for this current crisis. Otherwise, why would he stand here motionless? With that thought, Bai Shuang asked in a voice so soft it could barely be heard. Little junior brother, do you have any ideas? Lin Fan turned to look at Bai Shuang, saying nothing but offering her a steadfast gaze. From the very beginning, Lin Fan had been observing the woman on the cart. Even that brief twitch earlier hadn't escaped his notice. The middle-aged woman hadn't simply panicked into a daze. Lin Fan could confirm with certainty that her hand had indeed twitched. Moreover, Lin Fan had observed that the child inside her womb was indeed real. Lin Fan hadn't intended to stir up trouble, but now he decided to take a gamble. Before the cart could get too far, Lin Fan quickened his pace to give chase. Wait! By the time he spoke, Lin Fan had already positioned himself in front of the nurses. On the cart, the pale-faced woman still kept her eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of waking up. Lin Fan reached out and touched her wrist. Sure enough, her body temperature was dropping. At first touch, it truly felt like he was touching a corpse. Lin Fan frowned slightly, then moved to the other end of the cart. Without a word, he proceeded to check the soles of her feet. Sure enough, the soles were warm. She wasn't dead at worst, she was in a deep coma. This confirmed Lin Fan's suspicions. Seeing someone suddenly rush over to interrupt their work, the nurses felt a surge of irritation. Moreover, this man had started checking the time on the stretcher without a word, a clear sign of disrespect toward the deceased and an insult to the nature of their work. The nurses exchanged glances. The one standing at the rear of the cart glared and impatiently pushed Lin Fan's hand away. What are you doing? Are you family? Lin Fan quickly withdrew his hand, but he remained composed. This woman isn't dead. You shouldn't be pushing her into the morgue. At these words, everyone froze. Even the middle-aged woman who had been kneeling to beg the doctor for help froze in place. Most of the onlookers who had gathered to watch the commotion had already dispersed. Hearing Lin Fan's words, they paused in their retreat, wanting to understand what was happening. Just then, the middle-aged woman snapped out of her daze. Upon hearing that her daughter was still alive, she spun around, her eyes brimming with emotion as she looked at Lin Fan. She had assumed Lin Fan was a doctor, but seeing him dressed in ordinary clothes without a white coat, a wave of disappointment washed over her. At this point, the woman hesitated, even beginning to doubt whether her earlier perception had been an illusion. After all, this was a hospital. Even if one didn't blindly follow a doctor's instructions, one couldn't outright doubt their words. How could she, with no medical training, question someone who was treating patients? What are you? The middle-aged woman's eyes welled up with tears. She opened her mouth but couldn't find the words to say. Indeed, who was this man? How could he claim someone wasn't dead without any evidence? Could he be deliberately antagonizing these doctors? He doesn't look like a doctor himself. But he speaks with such conviction, perhaps there's more to this than meets the eye. Still, this is utterly bizarre. The doctors have declared death, yet here he is claiming the patient lives? If he's alive, that's a blessing. Saving a life would be the greatest kindness. But if this young man is telling the truth, then from another perspective, does that mean the doctors here are unreliable? The last person's voice wasn't loud, yet it reached the nurses' ears clearly. In an instant, the expressions of several nurses grew increasingly grim. One of them, a slightly shorter, plump nurse, immediately dropped her jaw in disbelief. Do you decide whether someone lives or dies? Are you the Grim Reapers from the underworld? The nurse had barely finished speaking when she shuddered involuntarily. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, she felt a chill run down the back of her neck. When the nurse turned around, she found a girl with an absolutely stunning face, cold as ice, staring right at her.
Judging by the look, the girl must be part of the same group as the young man who had spoken earlier. The nurse took a deep breath, ready to retort, but before she could open her mouth, a wave of unease washed over her. The girl's gaze was too piercing. It made anyone feel uneasy. In the end, the plump nurse chose to back down. Lin Fan paid no attention to the murmurs of the crowd or the nurse. Saving lives was the priority now. Logically, the woman on the stretcher needed oxygen most urgently. But to use the hospital's oxygen tanks, one had to get permission from the doctors here. Recalling the unpleasant attitudes he'd encountered earlier, Lin Fan changed his mind immediately. Fortunately, he had medicinal pills on him. He might as well use them on this woman. Lin Fan turned to the middle-aged woman and asked gently, "I need to administer some medicine to her. Do you consent? Are you willing to cooperate with my treatment?" After hearing this, the middle-aged woman paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes, as long as it can save my daughter, I'll cooperate. You can ask me to do anything." Lin Fan nodded, a wave of relief washing over him. Thankfully, this woman trusted him. Otherwise, even saving lives wouldn't go smoothly. "Who are you? You're not a doctor here. What gives you the right to treat patients? This is a hospital, not some place for quacks like you to scam people." The plump nurse's voice was sharp as she glared at Lin Fan, her eyes wide. Her eyes, with more white than iris, nearly popped out of their sockets. Though the other nurses weren't as hostile as the plump one, they still gathered around, intent on stopping Lin Fan from proceeding. "The family has already given consent. You have no right to stop him." No sooner had Lin Fan spoken than the plump nurse shot back. "What do you mean we have no right to stop you? Is this your family's hospital? Once you're inside, you follow the hospital rules. Step outside those doors, and you can treat him however you like. We're responsible for patients here. Can you take responsibility if something goes wrong? You're so young, yet you keep talking about giving the patient medication. Where did you get this medicine? Do you even have a production license?" Chapter 154, If there's a problem, I'll take responsibility. The plump nurse launched into a tirade without pausing for breath, leaving no room for anyone to interject. After her outburst, even those who had initially intended to speak up for Lin Fan now showed hesitation on their faces. Some muttered under their breath, while others outright changed their stance. After all, if everyone could diagnose illnesses, what would be the point of hospitals? If you come here for a diagnosis, you should listen to the doctor. If you don't even trust the doctor's words, then there's no point in getting a diagnosis at all. Trust those you employ, and employ those you trust. I reckon this mother is just desperate. Why else would she trust strangers so easily? I say this person is a fraud. There are far too many like them nowadays. Truly, the world is going to the dogs. Their daughter is already gone, yet these people still try to scam people. What kind of heart do they have? The collapse of morality. The collapse of morality. The voices grew louder and louder, each word harsher than the last. What do you all want? How dare you doubt my junior apprentice brother like this? Faced with the crowd's skeptical stares, Shirley couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out his rebuke. But before Shirley could finish speaking, someone immediately shot back. "Who do you think you are? Don't think your big, burly frame gives you the right to bully people. What are you yelling about?" "Exactly. Are scammers this brazen nowadays? Bringing bodyguards to con people? What's going on here? If you don't agree with them, they'll beat you up? Is there no justice in this world?" Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Dr. Lu is here." At that, many followed the speaker's gaze. There stood the doctor who had left earlier, now storming back in a rage. Seeing the furious expression on Dr. Lu's face, many were puzzled. Before Dr. Lu even approached the cart, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to the sides, instinctively clearing a path for him. Thus, Dr. Lu practically charged straight toward Lin Fan. Taking in the scene before him, Dr. Lu's frown deepened. Before he had even steadied himself, he shouted at Lin Fan. "Where did you come from? Can't you see this man isn't breathing? What are you doing? He's not dead yet. If he's not dead, then it's strange." The doctor's voice was sharp, his words carrying an air of absolute authority. Seeing the doctor's reaction, the middle-aged woman hurriedly interjected. "Doctor, my daughter isn't dead yet. Please let this man examine her." Dr. Lu turned back, suppressing his anger. "Madam, please calm down. We understand your distress, but this is a hospital. We cannot tolerate such disruptive behavior." Just as the middle-aged woman opened her mouth to speak, Dr. Lu continued. "Please cooperate with our work. Also, there are many unscrupulous people in society these days. Everyone should be more vigilant to avoid being deceived." Dr. Lu's words immediately branded Lin Fan as a fraud. As a result, the looks many people gave Lin Fan now carried an added hint of contempt. Lin Fan watched as the doctors and nurses blocked his every move. They wouldn't even let him touch the handle of the cart, let alone administer the medicine to the woman. "I'm not joking around. I genuinely can cure this person right here." After hearing this, the doctor couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Those nearby joined in the laughter.
Some even urged Lin Fan to leave, suggesting he avoid the embarrassment of law enforcement arriving. Look at yourself arguing with a professional doctor? Do you even have the ability?
The plump nurse beside him sneered, blurting out her disdain without a second thought. Lin Fan only wanted to save lives and naturally had no time to argue with them. Still, their attitude left him deeply displeased. Lifting his gaze, Lin Fan spoke coldly.
Human lives are at stake.
This is no time for your snide remarks. The nurse beside him persisted relentlessly.
Have you studied medicine? Where did you learn it? Which university did you graduate from? How many years of internship experience do you have? And are you here to steal our techniques?
Lin Fan was speechless. He turned and glared at the nurse, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The nurse shuddered violently, biting her lip hard and falling silent. Just then, Bai Shuang stepped forward, her gaze cold as she surveyed the crowd. If any of you here can step forward and save the patient, we'll naturally step aside. If you lack the ability, then shut your mouths and avoid stirring up trouble. Bai Shuang didn't want to escalate the situation, but these people were pushing their luck.
Did they really think he'd mistake their silence for weakness? Surprisingly, Bai Shuang's words proved effective.
Those who had been about to speak up earlier now fell silent. Bai Shuang glanced at the middle-aged woman who was nearly crying herself hoarse, then swept her gaze over the onlookers' curious stares. Her eyes sharpened once more. Her small face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of frost.
If you think you can save her, then come up and try.
The most terrifying thing is people like you who can't do anything, yet stand by idly and fan the flames.
If anything happens to this woman, it'll be 2 lives lost. Who among you can shoulder that responsibility?
A cold laugh escaped her. I'll see how you save her. If you can't revive this patient today, I'll have security hand you over to the enforcement team and report you for disrupting hospital order. Dr. Lu pondered what words could make the situation sound more serious. But Lin Fan across from him cut straight to the chase.
Fine, I'll take responsibility.
Dr. Lu was rendered speechless, his arms trembling with fury. The nurses nearby exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. Lin Fan finished speaking and quickly produced the alchemically refined pill.
The brown pill was small in size, designed to restore 80% of one's stamina.
Lin Fan predicted that the woman was only in temporary shock. Based on the adult's vital signs, she should be fine, but the condition of the baby inside was uncertain. This pill would be perfect for stabilizing the fetus's vital energy.
Lin Fan turned to the middle-aged woman. Do you have a cup?
The middle-aged woman nodded vigorously, fumbling frantically through her bag before pulling out a cup. The onlookers were eager to witness Lin Fan's performance and showed no intention of leaving.
As they anticipated Lin Fan taking action, whispers began to circulate. You're a grown man, trying to save someone with a tiny pill? Don't you feel embarrassed? Are you out of your mind? A little pill? Bring someone back from the dead?
That's ridiculous.
Exactly. Who knows what he's thinking? That middle-aged woman must have been duped.
Dr. Lu, standing nearby, heard these remarks and a cold smile once again curled his lips.
Chapter 155, If you can't handle it, don't pretend you can.
Many were waiting to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Fan remained calm as he deftly slipped the pill into the young woman's mouth.
The middle-aged woman watched the scene with a heavy heart. She had expected Lin Fan to take further action. But after administering the medicine, Lin Fan simply stood motionless. Confusion spread across the crowd's faces. The middle-aged woman lifted her head to look toward Lin Fan. Though she desperately wished her daughter could be revived, seeing Lin Fan use only this tiny pill
only made the middle-aged woman feel increasingly uneasy.
She cautiously clasped the young woman's hand, tears streaming down her face once more.
Dr. Lu's face betrayed no emotion, but inside he was supremely satisfied.
By his own assessment, that woman had already been in a state of death. As a doctor, witnessing a case beyond rescue did not bring him schadenfreude. Yet the thought of his showdown with this young man still brought him a measure of satisfaction. After all, in this current contest, he held the upper hand. The patient showed no signs of life.
This can only mean one thing. This young man is lying. Lin Fan kept staring at the young woman's face.
After taking the pill, her complexion was no longer as pale as before, yet showed no signs of improvement.
Seeing the girl hadn't recovered, those nearby began verbally attacking Lin Fan.
Dr. Lu spoke first. You've treated her now. Since she hasn't come back to life, I'm calling security to have you all removed.
You've seriously violated hospital security.
Dr. Lu spoke while staring intently at Lin Fan. No sooner had he finished speaking than he extended his hand, pointing toward Bai Shuang and Shirlei. Clearly, Dr. Lu had also recognized the three of them as a group. Lin Fan didn't speak up to refute him, not even lifting his head. Seeing this, several people began to voice their disapproval. Look at him, frozen like that. Has he been scared into stupidity? They're not professionals, yet they dare argue with a specialist doctor? Don't they know where they are? If someone actually dies, can they even take responsibility?
If I were Dr. Lu, I wouldn't say a word, I'd just call security and have them thrown out. Among those joining Dr. Lu's chorus of criticism were bystanders and the nurses from earlier. Though their words differed, their intent was the same. Lin Fan didn't cure the patient. Lin Fan is nothing but a fraud. Lin Fan and his crew should be arrested by the law enforcement team. Another 3 or 5 minutes passed. Seeing that the woman on the stretcher truly hadn't regained consciousness, even those who had remained silent began to sigh in dismay. The middle-aged woman who had been watching the young woman intently saw her daughter showed no signs of improvement, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She didn't blame Lin Fan. If blame was to be assigned, it fell squarely on herself for failing to care for her daughter properly. Lin Fan watched all this unfold with a calm expression. He paid no heed to the murmurs around him, his focus was solely on the woman before him. Her facial features had mostly relaxed now. She should wake up any minute. Security, come here. What are you still doing over there? Can't you see there's a disturbance here? These people are disrupting patient care and interfering with the doctor's treatment. Get them out of here immediately. Dr. Lu called out repeatedly, his voice nearly a shout. 2 security guards hurried over at that moment. Seeing the crowd, they had no idea what was happening. Just as they were about to ask, Dr. Lu raised his voice again, his tone haughty and commanding. Security. These individuals are severely disrupting hospital order. Take them to the enforcement team immediately. Upon hearing this, the guards instantly surrounded Lin Fan, reaching out to drag him away. Shirley darted forward to stand before Lin Fan, his eyes blazing with fury. The security guards instantly felt the pressure. The guards, who had been so aggressive moments ago, suddenly wilted. Just then, the middle-aged woman dropped her bag and grabbed Lin Fan's hand, refusing to let go. Guys, he's a good man. He was just trying to save my daughter. He didn't do anything wrong. Please let them go? The plump nurse from earlier suddenly let out a cold laugh. You get to play the good guy? Questioning doctors, disrupting order, bringing quacks to the hospital, turning your home into a mess, and now you want to play the hero? The middle-aged woman was rendered speechless, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. An elderly woman nearby couldn't bear to watch any longer. She frowned and turned to the plump nurse. Miss Nurse, she began, everyone here is seeking medical care. We're all feeling down, no one is happy. Could you please watch your words? The plump nurse shot the elderly woman a sideways glance, her face brimming with contempt. What's the matter? Don't like our harsh words? Well, don't get sick then. If you really believe that quack, why come to the hospital at all? The nurse's remark ignited collective anger. Everyone, please understand. While your job is demanding, you can't speak to patients' families like that. Basic courtesy is essential. Where does she get the nerve? We're here seeking treatment, not committing crimes. Why are they being so hostile? No one was accusing her of anything. Why was this woman acting like she'd swallowed gunpowder? Seeing everyone turn against her, the plump nurse momentarily froze in shock. Facing the accusatory stares, she suddenly vented all her pent-up anger at the elderly woman from earlier. Don't stand there spouting nonsense. You think you're always right? Why don't you come be the big Buddha in the city center then? The woman was so flustered she couldn't speak, storming off while muttering, what a crappy hospital. Terrible service and attitude. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable. Their work attitude was truly appalling. Such toxic elements absolutely couldn't be tolerated. Watching the elderly woman storm off, Dr. Lu made no move to intervene. As if granted permission, the plump nurse's tone grew even harsher. First, she looked at the bewildered middle-aged woman, then the plump nurse spoke sternly. He had no ability yet tried to act tough, this is the consequence. Trust science, not those quacks. Madam, please don't delay any longer. We understand your daughter has passed away and you're grieving, but the arrangements for her funeral still need to be made. The middle-aged woman said nothing, only staring tearfully at her daughter, who still showed no signs of breathing. A brief silence fell in the hallway. Seeing no one else speak, the security guard tugged at Lin Fan, urging him to move on. Wait. Chapter 156, Hidden Motives. Dr. Lu sneered, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. What? You still want to make excuses? Lin Fan turned around, pointing at the woman lying on the bed, his expression unflinching. Give her some water and send her to the emergency room to rest. This person, she's breathing now. The plump nurse listened in disbelief. Just as she was about to mock Lin Fan, she noticed the woman on the gurney actually stirring. Regardless of her complexion, the plump nurse clearly saw the woman's chest rising and falling slightly. The other nurses, witnessing this scene, were already flustered and scrambling. The woman was truly alive. Discovering the young woman had regained a faint breath, the nurses standing by were at a loss. Though uncertain of what to do next, one thing was certain. Under no circumstances should the stretcher be wheeled toward the morgue at this moment. Lin Fan looked at the nurses. Don't delay any longer. The patient needs rest now and must remain emotionally stable.
Hearing Lin Fan's words, the nurses beside him hurriedly pushed the stretcher, scrambling to wheel it back into the emergency room. Dr. Lu's forehead broke out in a sweat as he stared in utter astonishment at the unfolding scene.
Was all this due to that little pill? Could a single pill actually bring someone back from the brink of death?
Dr. Lu stared wide-eyed at Lin Fan, his face filled with admiration. Snapping out of his daze, Dr. Lu rushed toward Lin Fan as if approaching a deity.
How did you do it?
A single little pill brought someone back from the dead.
This is unbelievable.
A cold smile touched Lin Fan's lips.
You can't even tell the difference between severe shock and actual death? Did you waste your entire medical education?
You show no respect for your patients, and your medical skills are nothing special. Frankly, I'm baffled how you even became a chief physician. Hearing this, the doctor's hair stood on end, his face alternating between pale and flushed. In truth, he hadn't earned his position through merit. Instead, after Suyu became the hospital's chairman, he had climbed into that position through layer upon layer of connections. Under normal circumstances, people wouldn't ask such pointed questions. But today, in front of everyone, Lin Fan had actually asked it. Even though Dr. Lu had braced himself mentally, he still stumbled over his words under the crowd's questioning stares.
Everyone makes mistakes, but this one nearly cost someone their life.
Lin Fan's piercing gaze locked onto the doctor's eyes, revealing his panic and utter bewilderment. It was sheer luck that prevented this tragedy from unfolding. Otherwise, today would have claimed 2 lives.
Or are you simply indifferent to the fate of these patients? The latter remark sent a chill down the doctor's spine.
Though he was the attending physician, he had actually performed very few surgeries himself. Instead, he had navigated his way through the hospital like a fish in water, relying heavily on his connections. Any longtime hospital staff knew that whenever Dr. Lu encountered someone of higher status, he would go out of his way to accommodate them, assigning the best doctors and nurses. For patients of ordinary status, they would never see Dr. Lu's shadow. The reason this mother and daughter encountered Dr. Lu today was nothing more than a coincidence. Seeing such people looking his way, Dr. Lu was drenched in sweat, his back soaked through. Yet despite this, Dr. Lu forced himself to remain calm as he addressed Lin Fan. Don't make baseless accusations and twist the truth.
I'm judging this person's condition based on my experience. For every patient admitted to the hospital, we immediately assess their vital signs. As long as a patient has a pulse and is breathing. Before Dr. Lu could finish, Lin Fan turned away.
At this moment, Lin Fan had no desire to engage with this man, nor did he wish to waste his time and energy on such meaningless matters. Lin Fan only wanted to check on the woman in the park's current condition. The middle-aged woman was extremely weak, and her emotions had just been severely shaken. Lin Fan feared that if too much time passed, the middle-aged woman might not hold out. Lin Fan turned and walked away, with Bai Shuang and Shirlei following closely behind. Dr. Lu, who had been lost in thought, witnessed this scene and instinctively followed suit. It wasn't that he wanted to humiliate himself, it was simply that this young man was no ordinary person. To pull someone back from the jaws of death with just a tiny pill, that was no joke. From now on, Dr. Lu would never again call Lin Fan a quack. Seeing Dr. Lu follow Lin Fan, the onlookers formed a line and trailed after them, dragging their feet.
At that moment, the emergency room break room door was tightly shut.
The middle-aged woman was left waiting outside. She had no idea what was happening inside. Yet every time she thought of her daughter's frail state, tears would stream down her face. Still, no matter what, her daughter had clung to life by a thread. And that was all thanks to that young man. If that young man hadn't stepped forward today, she might never have seen her daughter again.
Dr. Lu, should we keep following him? We don't even know why he's here. If he suddenly leaves, should we chase after him?
A nurse beside her whispered in a voice barely above a whisper.
Dr. Lu frowned deeply, lost in thought. Who would have thought a tiny pill could unleash such vitality? This is simply unbelievable.
It seemed their vision had been too narrow after all.
Thinking of that little pill, Dr. Lu felt his heart surge with excitement.
Having worked at this hospital for years, he relied on his connections to get by. If he could obtain the formula for this pill, the entire staff would look at him with newfound respect.
Though still feeling a lingering unease about the little pill, Lu Xingli also felt a surge of excitement.
That feeling was truly beyond words.
He wanted to obtain and possess that little pill.
With it, he could save himself a lot of effort. He could even cure patients without lifting a finger.
If word got out, wouldn't he be promoted and get rich?
By then, he'd probably be counting money until his hands cramped. Lu Xingli's eyes narrowed to slits, his smile so broad that his pupils vanished from view. Lost in these thoughts, he stood motionless, watching Lin Fan's retreating figure, his mind racing with plans on how to engage this young man further. Though he kept walking forward, Lin Fan had noticed that malevolent gaze. He turned abruptly, his gaze darting in the direction of the man who had been staring intently at him, none other than the doctor from earlier.
Just then, Lu Xingli also approached Lin Fan. Chapter 157, The Vice Chairman's Car.
Before he even reached Lin Fan, Lu Xingli forced a smile onto his face and spoke in a fawning tone. "Young man, whatever the case, I must thank you.
Since this little pill of yours has the power to bring people back from the brink of death, if it could be applied in medicine, it would surely make an even greater contribution. Now then, would you be willing to share the source of this pill? Overwhelmed by excitement, Lu Xingli blurted out his true intentions before realizing his words were inappropriate, but it was too late. Lin Fan saw right through his motives and retorted coldly. No matter how potent a pill may be, it can never surpass a doctor's medical ethics. If one constantly pursues underhanded schemes, they won't last long in this profession. Lu Xingli understood the veiled criticism. Seeing such ingratitude only fueled Lu Xingli's anger. Who do you think you are, daring to challenge my authority? The head of hospital security is my uncle. Since you're not playing nice, don't even think about leaving this hospital unscathed. Just as Lin Fan turned to leave, the doctor suddenly bellowed. Security! What are you doing? Get these troublemakers who are disrupting hospital order under control immediately. The security guards were utterly confused, and even the onlookers began to question what was happening. Just moments ago, Lu Xingli had been overjoyed and grateful to this young man. How could he change his tune in the blink of an eye? How utterly untrustworthy. Shirley was completely bewildered by the doctor's behavior, utterly dumbfounded. Bai Shuang frowned impatiently. Why were these annoying flies everywhere? The security guard across from them quickly obeyed Lu Xingli's instructions. Every security guard in the department knew Lu Xingli had close ties to the security manager. Crossing him meant cutting off their own escape route. So upon hearing Lu Xingli's shout, all the security guards present stood at attention, ready to charge forward at a moment's notice. These people are truly annoying. If we resort to physical force against them, it might seem beneath us, but letting them run wild is just a mood killer. Even Bai Shuang, usually as cold as ice, was at a loss for words at this moment. If she were truly allowed to unleash her full power against those guards, they'd likely be sent flying the moment she raised a finger. But doing so would feel like bullying the weak. Lin Fan gave Bai Shuang a reassuring smile, signaling her to hold her fire. Then, Lin Fan glanced at Lu Xingli. At that moment, Lu Xingli's face was brimming with smug satisfaction. He whispered to Lin Fan in a voice so low it could barely be heard. If soft words don't work, try a firm hand. He really doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. Immediately after, Lu Xingli addressed the security guard. I suspect he stole the patient's belongings earlier. Search him thoroughly. After speaking, Lu Xingli immediately looked away, feigning nonchalance. That little pill was taken from this young man. If he could produce one, he could produce two. No need to say more, even just one would mean a huge profit. Get the goods first, figuring out the formula could wait. Lu Xingli kept his little scheme hidden. The security guards across the way sprang into action. The entire group instantly surrounded Lin Fan, charging forward like starving tigers pouncing on their prey. Lin Fan neither fought back nor retreated, standing perfectly still in place. Watching the security guards frisk him, Bai Shuang's expression turned as cold as ice. Beside him, Shirley clenched his fists so tightly that the air crackled with tension. Lin Fan shook his head slightly, signaling the two not to act rashly. Just then, the bottle containing the elixir was shaken loose from his clothing. Lu Xingli spotted it and quickly bent down to pick it up, as if afraid someone else would snatch it. The bottles contained nothing but fourth-grade pills worth a pretty penny. To see such a despicable person take them left Bai Shuang staring in disbelief. What are you doing? Put those things down. Don't touch what isn't yours. Bai Shuang's face was as cold as ice as she glared at Lu Xingli. At that moment, Lin Fan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, yet he remained perfectly rational. He couldn't resort to violence here. This place was full of patients. If he accidentally hurt someone, it would be harming the innocent, a loss far greater than any gain. Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, Lu Xingli broke into a greasy grin. He glanced at the small pills in his hand, estimating there must be at least a dozen. Now, he could secure his promotion without any worries. Lu Xingli beamed at Lin Fan. A person should be decent. Look at you saving someone just to steal from them? Not only was the doctor trying to steal from Lin Fan, but he was also trying to pin a dirty label on him. The crowd gathered nearby began to murmur and gossip after hearing this. After all, Lu Xingli wore a white coat and was the attending physician here. Few doubted his words. Even if some had initially harbored doubts, seeing so many security guards siding with Lu Xingli quickly shifted public opinion once more. I thought he was such a kind-hearted person, but who knew he'd stolen someone's stuff and felt guilty about it? Who knows? You can never truly know someone's heart. What the hell is going on here? I'm completely dumbfounded. Could it be that these people came to the hospital to steal? People chattered back and forth. The tide of public opinion had now completely shifted back in Lu Xingli's favor. With that one line, Lu Xingli instantly cleared his name. Lin Fan stared coldly at the doctor, speaking slowly and deliberately. When you do something, you have to be prepared to face the consequences. Ha! Don't try to scare me with that. Do you think I was raised to be intimidated? Lu Xingli walked up to Lin Fan, his eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. Let me tell you straight, the deputy director of this hospital is family.
Even the security manager is my uncle. I'm a well-connected insider and insiders don't take responsibility. Hearing him confess so candidly, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Lin Fan etched this man's image deeply into his memory. All this talk of relatives and uncles seems like he's quite the smooth operator. But no matter how smooth someone is, if they don't do their job properly, they won't get anywhere with me. After finishing his explanation, Lu Xingli began eagerly scheming in his mind. With those little pills in his hands, he truly feared nothing. Just then, Lu Xingli suddenly spotted a luxury car pulling up outside the east gate. Upon recognizing the license plate, Lu Xingli instantly stood ramrod straight, his eyes lighting up. That was the vice chairman's car. Chapter 158, Give me back my things. Unless it was an urgent and critical matter, the vice chairman would never personally come to the hospital. What could possibly bring him here this time? Lu Xingli bit his lip and adjusted his glasses. Just then, a man in a suit approached, drenched in sweat. Due to his poor mobility, the man required a cane wherever he went. Now, the vice chairman was practically jogging with his cane. Upon spotting Lu Xingli, his brow immediately furrowed into a knot. I already sent a group notification telling all doctors to gather in the conference room. Lu Xingli, what are you still dawdling around for? Lu Xingli visibly flinched at the rebuke. He usually followed the vice chairman's instructions to the letter. If the vice chairman's impression of him changed today, all his previous efforts would be for naught. Lu Xingli's eyes darted around frantically before he came up with a plan. He addressed the vice chairman with utmost deference. Chairman, I actually intended to leave earlier, but I encountered a thief stealing from a patient. I was delayed here for a while. Since he dared to steal from Su Family Hospital, I couldn't let him get away so easily. I felt he deserved a lesson to show him that Su Family Hospital isn't some lawless place. After hearing this, the vice chairman patted the doctor on the shoulder and said with emotion, I fully support your actions. My visit today was precisely to emphasize this point. In the past, the Su family seized the Lin family's hospital, and now Lin Fan has reclaimed it. It's no longer the Su family's hospital. The tide has turned. Lu Xingli muttered quietly to himself. Who cares whose hospital it is? As long as they don't fire me, I can coast along here until I'm old and gray. Yet, the mere thought of Lin Fan still brought a look of admiration to Lu Xingli's face. They say this Lin Fan is incredibly powerful. He can kill someone with just a single finger. Chairman, do you think those rumors are true? Lu Xingli leaned in cautiously and asked. Mind your own business. Stick to your duties. The vice chairman sternly reprimanded Lu Xingli, then shot him a piercing glare. After finishing his words, the vice chairman turned to leave, but he wanted to see who had the audacity to push a patient's belongings in the hospital. He turned back to look. At that moment, several security guards were surrounding a young man. His attire wasn't extravagant, yet his overall demeanor radiated an extraordinary presence. The vice chairman couldn't help but take a second look, his brow furrowing. There was something familiar about the face before him. As he focused his gaze, the vice chairman was startled. This. The vice chairman stumbled over his words, his mouth agape, managing only 2 stammered syllables. Seeing the vice chairman so flustered, Lu Xingli quickly stepped in, rushing over to steady the vice chairman who was about to collapse from shock. It's that thief, what a scoundrel. What kind of society is this, where people still commit such despicable acts? It's utterly incomprehensible. I just can't wrap my head around it. People like him should be. Before Lu Xingli could finish, the vice chairman abruptly cut him off, bellowing, Shut up, you good for nothing. Vice chairman, what are you saying? Hearing the vice chairman's rebuke, Lu Xingli was still clueless about what had happened, utterly bewildered. What did I do? How did I suddenly offend the vice chairman? The vice chairman advanced, trembling all over, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Behind him, his back was already soaked through with sweat. Upon reaching the security guard, the vice chairman slapped him across the face and shouted angrily. Are you blind? Don't you know who this is? Before anyone could recover from the shock, the vice chairman bent his waist low and hurriedly bowed to Lin Fan. Are you all right? It's my fault I hadn't announced this to them yet. I'm terribly sorry. The vice chairman spoke softly and pleasantly to Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head expressionlessly, not taking the bait. Your failure to announce this news, how does that relate to them wrongfully accusing someone? Are you implying that ordinary people can be falsely accused at will, but those with status can't? The vice chairman hastily explained, bowing and scraping. I chose my words poorly. Please forgive me. These individuals are relatively new here and haven't fully grasped the protocols. I humbly ask for your understanding. Lin Fan remained unimpressed, his logic razor sharp. What? After the hospital's makeover, did you replace all the original senior doctors? Are these newcomers actually competent, or? Lin Fan paused, then fixed the vice chairman with a piercing stare. Or did they all get in through connections? The vice chairman broke out in a cold sweat. How could he possibly explain this? In the past, he had indeed turned a blind eye to the hospital's hiring practices. After all, back then, no one knew where Lin Fan was.
Everyone assumed the Lin family was finished, so naturally, he'd relaxed his standards. Faced with this scene, the vice chairman felt like crying but couldn't. He could only apologize to Lin Fan once more.
It's all our fault for being lax. Please forgive us. I'll contact them immediately and ensure they're properly disciplined.
Rest assured. The vice chairman bowed and scraped, addressing Lin Fan formally as you throughout his speech, leaving everyone around stunned. Even the security guard who'd been beaten earlier was utterly bewildered. The vice chairman kept asking himself, yet he had no idea who that person was.
He truly didn't know?
Lu Xingli kept gasping in shock, but not because of Lin Fan. It was the vice chairman's reaction that left him speechless. At that moment, Lin Fan spoke coldly, his face expressionless.
Give me back my things. Lu Xingli's eyes widened in fury. How could he possibly give back something he'd fought so hard to seize?
Don't think that just because the vice chairman treats him with utmost respect, he can act however he pleases.
By now, nearly everyone knew these three were thieves. Stealing someone else's property and then demanding the stolen goods back? What a joke!
Lu Xingli swallowed hard, his grip on the bottle so tight it nearly shattered. Taking a step back, Lu Xingli eyed Lin Fan warily.
What are you talking about? Give you back? This is our property. You three thieves, I'm doing you a favor by not handing you over to the law enforcement team. Let me make this clear, this isn't your playground. This hospital doesn't belong to the Zus anymore, it's the Lins now, got it? This is the Lin family's property. You think you can profit off this place, steal and pilfer here? No way.
Lu Xingli acted as if he owned the place, his tone and demeanor suggesting he was a Lin family member himself.
Chapter 159, Principles in Life. The vice chairman trembled with rage, staring at Lu Xingli in disbelief. What the hell possessed this guy today? Did he lose his mind?
While seething, the vice chairman kept shooting glances at Lu Xingli, hoping he'd shut his mouth. Unfortunately, Lu Xingli only grew more animated, completely oblivious to the vice chairman's signals. Watching Lu Xingli's claims grow increasingly preposterous, the vice chairman could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward abruptly and slapped Lu Xingli across the face.
Smack!
The sharp crack echoed through the room, leaving Lu Xingli stunned once more.
You good for nothing. Do you know who this person is? The vice chairman demanded again.
Before the vice chairman could speak, Lu Xingli's eyes widened as he screamed at the top of his lungs.
They're nothing but a bunch of thieves. Bull! You're the thief!
The vice chairman's head was buzzing, and fire seemed to be shooting out of his eyes. Faced with Lu Xingli's stubborn refusal to see reason, the vice chairman reached out and delivered another slap. By now, a crowd had gathered around them. All eyes turned toward Lu Xingli with strange expressions. Lin Fan watched the scene unfold before him with a cold gaze. The vice chairman apologized once more. After just a few polite words, Lin Fan raised his hand and waved it dismissively.
This man has no medical ethics, he prioritizes profit over principle. He is immediately dismissed.
From this day forward, he is to be banned from all Lin enterprises. Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but his tone carried an undeniable authority. The vice chairman nodded vigorously in agreement.
Yes, Chairman Lin, you are absolutely right. Such a black sheep should have been weeded out long ago.
Rest assured, I will handle this matter thoroughly. Such individuals will never again set foot in any Lin Group enterprise. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Lu Xingli stared at him wide-eyed.
Vice Chairman, you're such a person. With matters having reached this point, Lu Xingli sensed something was amiss.
But looking at the man before him, Lu Xingli still couldn't fathom who this mysterious figure truly was. With matters having reached this point, the vice chairman decided to speak plainly. He hadn't spelled things out clearly to Lu Xingli earlier precisely because he wanted him to sense for himself that Lin Fan's identity was no ordinary one. But who knew this Lu Xingli had a head like a donkey's ass? No matter how he explained it, the man just couldn't grasp it. Taking a deep breath, the vice chairman narrowed his eyes and spoke. Listen carefully, this man is Lin Fan. He is the chairman of this hospital.
Now you understand? Pack your bags and get out, this hospital doesn't want you here.
Lu Xingli froze in place, unable to recover for a long while.
Lin Fan? Is this man before him the very Lin Fan everyone speaks of?
A man who could wipe out martial arts masters with a flick of his wrist, who could turn the tables in an instant, leaving others helpless.
Heaven forbid, how had he managed to offend Lin Fan?
As soon as he regained his senses, Lu Xingli slapped himself across the face, then immediately began kowtowing in apology.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I was wrong. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. I'm a complete jerk. Please don't hold it against me. Don't take what I said seriously.
At this point, Lu Xingli held out the small bottle in both hands toward Lin Fan.
This is yours. I'm returning it now. Mr. Lin, please spare me. I'll never do it again.
Lu Xingli begged for mercy, tears and snot streaming down his face, completely oblivious to the pointed stares of the crowd.
Lin Fan couldn't be bothered wasting time on such a person.
He tucked the small porcelain bottle away and turned to leave immediately. The vice chairman followed behind Lin Fan with a submissive demeanor, fearing the anger radiating from Lin Fan might spill over onto him.
Even as Lin Fan and his group reached the elevator lobby, Lu Xingli's pleading cries could still be heard.
Stepping into the elevator, Lin Fan reached for his phone to make a call. But he discovered the phone had already been turned off. Left with no choice, Lin Fan turned to Bai Shuang for help. "Little junior brother, I'll have someone bring you a new phone immediately." Bai Shuang's face clouded with displeasure, and she even pouted her lips.
How could Lin Fan's phone run out of battery? How much time would be wasted because of this?
"Senior sister, it was an accident. I forgot to charge it before leaving today. I'll call Su Yang to see where he is now." Lin Fan's voice carried a hint of gentleness, a stark contrast to his earlier assertiveness.
Bai Shuang nodded and dialed Su Yang's number. Learning that Su Yang was about to arrive at the hospital, Lin Fan finally relaxed. Throughout the journey, the vice chairman remained intensely tense.
Though standing perfectly straight, his eyes kept darting toward Lin Fan.
Seeing Lin Fan's composed expression, the vice chairman quietly exhaled in relief.
"Mr. Lin, the senior leadership at the hospital has already gathered in the conference room.
Would you like to address them?"
The vice chairman's words carried a hint of inquiry.
Lin Fan shook his head, declining outright. "Let's go to the 26th floor."
Hearing this, the vice chairman was filled with confusion.
The hospital conference room wasn't on the 26th floor.
Before he could finish his thought, the vice chairman suddenly understood.
The 26th floor housed the chairman's office.
It made sense now that the Lin family had just taken over the hospital. Lin Fan naturally wanted to see what the chairman's office looked like.
The elevator ascended steadily, its buttons finally extinguishing at the 26th floor.
The moment he stepped out of the elevator, Lin Fan headed straight for one of the rooms. Now, not only the vice chairman, but even Bai Shuang and Shirlei were baffled as to what Lin Fan was up to. Lin Fan halted before the chairman's office door. With just a glance, the vice chairman immediately bowed and opened the door.
The chairman's office was lavishly appointed.
A burgundy-colored, custom-made foreign carpet, a desk and chairs made of yellow rosewood, and even the drinking glasses were crystal. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan frowned slightly.
What was going on?
To answer your question, Mr. Lin, this is Chairman Su's office, or rather, the former office of that traitor Su Yu.
That Su Yu really did a number on the place.
Mr. Lin, just the furnishings in this room alone cost tens of millions. We subordinates dare not speak up, though we're seething inside. I wonder if Mr. Lin likes this style.
When we were renovating his office.
Before the vice chairman could finish his sentence, Lin Fan's gaze turned sharp. Lin Fan clearly remembered that the chairman's office had not looked like this before. 3 years ago, when the Lin family hospital opened, grandfather had summoned him here and imparted some earnest advice. A person must have principles and goals, he said. Only then can the Lin family enterprise thrive. Little did he expect that after the Lin family's downfall, it would become like this.
Chapter 160, You will be the director. Restore this office to its former state. Lin Fan turned away, never once glancing back at the chairman's office. Just then, Bai Shuang's phone rang again.
The moment Bai Shuang pressed the answer button, Su Yang's voice came through.
Sister Bai Shuang, where are you? I'm already at the hospital.
Lin Fan glanced at the vice chairman and asked, which floor is the conference room on?
17th floor.
The vice chairman answered respectfully.
Lin Fan then took Bai Shuang's phone. Wait for me on the 17th floor.
Next, Lin Fan briefly assigned tasks for the follow-up matters. He himself handled a brief document handover with the vice chairman, while Su Yang accompanied the vice chairman to attend the hospital's senior leadership meeting. Lin Fan never appeared in the conference room throughout the entire meeting. Half an hour later, Su Yang saw Lin Fan again. At that moment, Lin Fan was already seated in a luxury car alongside Bai Shuang, Shirlei, and others.
Brother Fan, I've taken care of everything you asked.
All the details regarding this hospital and the chain hospitals are right here. Su Yang handed Lin Fan a document folder as he spoke.
Lin Fan didn't take the folder.
Instead, he said indifferently, get in the car first.
I have something to tell you. What's so mysterious? Just tell me straight up.
By the time he finished speaking, Su Yang had already slid one leg into the back passenger seat. Lin Fan turned around, his expression serious as he looked toward Su Yang.
Brother Fan, don't look at me like that. It makes me uneasy.
Su Yang, you've been in Zhongzheng for some time now.
I want to know your plans for the future.
Lin Fan's expression was serious, his tone stern.
Su Yang was completely baffled, reaching up to scratch his head. I don't really have any plans. I'll just go wherever you go. What's up? Are you planning to leave Zhongzheng?
Before Lin Fan could answer, Su Yang spoke up again, his eyes widening in surprise.
Just so you know, wherever you go, you can't leave me behind. We're brothers, after all.
A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips as he shook his head slightly. I want you to be the director of Lin's hospital, overseeing the main facility and all its affiliated hospitals. Each year, I'll give you a stake in the original shares. If you agree, I'll have the paperwork drafted. Lin Fan's words were delivered with remarkable calmness. Su Yang froze in place, his mouth agape, utterly speechless.
Why would you do this? Did I get into trouble recently?
Su Yang couldn't fathom what he might have done wrong to earn Lin Fan's offer of the presidency. Logically speaking, if he had truly caused trouble, given Lin Fan's temperament, he would have said so directly.
He definitely wouldn't beat around the bush like this. Don't overthink it. You've been working for me all this time. You can't just labor without compensation. Since you don't want to leave, I have to find you a proper position.
Su Yang had already compiled all the relevant data on Lin's hospital.
Over the past 3 years, the hospital and its affiliated facilities had generated billions in total revenue. He could handle managing the hospital, but Lin Fan was also offering him original shares? That was way too generous.
Brother Fan, we're family here. You're taking this way too seriously, I don't even know how to respond.
Su Yan looked genuinely troubled.
Take it. It's what you deserve. My little junior brother is lucky to have a brother like you. We're all happy for him. Over the past period, Bai Shuang had observed every move Su Yang made. Initially, Bai Shuang had found Su Yang somewhat unreliable. But after observing him over time, Bai Shuang not only changed her opinion of Su Yang but also praised him highly.
Su Yang had managed the entire Lin family's business with remarkable efficiency.
He truly seemed like a master steward now. However, Bai Shuang never voiced these thoughts to Su Yang.
The reason was simple.
If she said it, Su Yang would definitely get a big head.
After Bai Shuang's persuasion, Shirlei chimed in.
Finally, Su Yang simply said, "Alright, you handle it then. I'm interested in managing those businesses, but I really can't stand discussing things in such a serious manner."
Then it's settled. Once the documents are drafted, don't forget to sign them.
No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Su Yang began to pout.
Well, I'll be the dean soon, right? You've got to throw me a celebration of some sort. Ha! Su Daon, you've finally shown your true colors. All this time, you just wanted to get a free meal out of me.
Earlier, Su Yang had been staring at Lin Fan with such earnestness that Lin Fan suddenly felt transported back to their university days. Without thinking, he blurted out a line. Both men froze for a moment before bursting into laughter.
Naturally, dinner was next.
While all of Zhongjiang was buzzing about Lin Fan, he had already gone to a restaurant with Bai Shuang and the others. During the meal, Bai Shuang mentioned Su Yu. Su Yu had been admitted to the intensive care unit. He wasn't in mortal danger, but he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. Lin Fan nodded upon hearing this. He was quite satisfied with Su Yu's fate. The reason he hadn't finished Su Yu off on the spot was because Lin Fan sensed Su Yu still had something left unsaid. Trusting his instincts, Lin Fan had spared Su Yu's life. Before finishing his meal, Lin Fan suddenly received a call from Lu Xiaye. Had he not heard Lu Xiaye's complaints, Lin Fan would have completely forgotten about this little girl.
Brother Lin Fan, where are you? It's noon and you're not coming home for lunch? I'm so bored all alone at home. Lin Fan hesitated, unable to speak.
Staring at the table piled high with food, Lin Fan truly didn't know what to say.
Are you eating? Great. I waited for you at home, and you're eating out? That's so inconsiderate.
Lu Xiaye's voice shot up several decibels as she flew into a rage on the spot. Bai Shuang, who lived right next to Lin Fan, heard Lu Xiaye's accusatory voice and furrowed her delicate brows.
Little junior brother, when will I finally shake off this little shadow? Has her memory returned? Hearing Bai Shuang's question, Lin Fan hastily scratched his head.
That sound was sure to reach Lu Xiaye's ears. Sure enough, no sooner had Bai Shuang finished speaking than Lu Xiaye's voice echoed from nearby. I've spent the entire morning trying to recall the past, but nothing comes to mind.
Brother Lin Fan, if you have no other business, please come back. I have no family by my side, only you.
The room fell silent.
Lin Fan froze.
A hint of reproach flickered in Bai Shuang's eyes.
Shirlei and Su Yang exchanged glances, both curling their lips in disapproval.
After swallowing hard, Su Yang muttered under his breath.
Seems like having too much luck with women isn't all it's cracked up to be. What a drag. Chapter 161, 60,000, not a penny less.
Lin Fan cleared his throat awkwardly.
Hurry up and eat before the food gets cold. Senior sister, try this sweet and sour pork tenderloin.
I think Sister Bai Shuang should have the silver ear fungus and lotus seed soup now. Su Yang stared at Bai Shuang, not moving an inch. Bai Shuang frowned slightly. Why? This silver ear fungus and lotus seed soup clears heat and detoxifies. Most importantly, it reduces internal heat. I think it's perfect for Sister Bai Shuang.
Su Daon, if you keep talking nonsense, watch out, I might not serve you rice later.
Right now, Lin Fan could have reached out and stuffed Su Yang's mouth shut. This guy clearly knows exactly how to rub salt in the wound. After dinner, Bai Shuang returned to the company, while Lin Fan, Shirlei, and the others headed back to the Lin family residence. The moment they arrived, Shirlei began searching for Lu Shuai. Learning Lu Shuai had already eaten, Shirlei nodded in satisfaction. Lu Shuai looked genuinely touched as he leaned close to Shirlei and whispered,
Master, you were in such a rush to find me just to ask if I'd eaten? Yes. We've all eaten already, and I couldn't let you go hungry.
Shirley's words made Lu Shuai's nose sting. He'd intended to crack a few more jokes, but when Lu Shuai opened his mouth, he found himself utterly speechless. From childhood to now, aside from his grandmother, no one had ever shown him such genuine concern as Shirley did.
Master is truly kind.
That afternoon, before the sun had even set, Lu Shuai headed out. Arriving alone near the long-distance bus station, he first scanned the flowing crowd before frantically searching among the people.
Suddenly, Lu Shuai's eyes lit up. Not far away, he spotted someone wearing a black uniform.
Once he was sure it was the right person, Lu Shuai immediately walked over. Pretending to casually pass by, Lu Shuai fixed his gaze on the person's sleeve. Spotting a small golden bird emblem there, he felt confident enough to approach. Lu Shuai stepped forward with practiced ease, smiling as he asked,
"When will the Mandarin duck call?"
After hearing this, the man appraised Lu Shuai, then nodded and spoke in a deep voice.
"Follow me."
Lu Shuai had intended to exchange a few more words, but remembering the man was under Mandarin Duck's command, he wisely kept quiet.
Lu Shuai followed the man to a marketplace.
The uniformed man looked at Lu Shuai.
After a few seconds of blankness, Lu Shuai remembered and hurriedly pulled a mask from his bag. Only after putting it on did the uniformed man finally leave.
Lu Shuai furrowed his brow slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face.
Another location change? Had the last deal gone so wrong that the location and routes were no longer secure?
Thankfully, the leader of this gang helped us find this place.
This market was so well hidden it shouldn't be discovered by those with ulterior motives again. Every month on this day, an underground transaction took place. Though strictly forbidden by regulation, everyone turned a blind eye.
No one dared to cause a scene. Everything had been running smoothly until recently, when informants emerged, throwing the entire market into turmoil.
Fish kept shifting locations day after day.
Lu Shuai arrived at the market, relieved to find it still adhering to the old rules. No one was allowed to reveal their real names or any details connected to their actual lives.
Those who came to educate others must wear masks.
No arguments were permitted. Violators bear the consequences.
If counterfeit goods were discovered, triple compensation would be required.
Lu Shuai carefully hid his goods in his sleeves, afraid someone might steal them. Though the rules here were strict, there were always a few who broke them. If the medicine was stolen, he would be the one left in trouble. Never mind the value of the medicine, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to his master either. Lu Shuai looked around nervously, searching for his customer. Finally, he stood to the side and waited quietly. Mimicking how others sold elixirs, he raised his arm and extended his index finger. Before long, two men in suits approached, discussing pills as they walked.
Finding a fourth-grade pill is so damn hard these days. It's driving me crazy.
One of them spoke so anxiously he seemed ready to tear his hair out.
Calm down. This isn't the place to vent your frustration. Keep looking, you might just find one. The other man calmly offered reassurance.
Knowing this was an unmissable opportunity, Lu Shuai hurried over. Soon, he stood before the two men, lowered his voice, and whispered to them, "Fourth-grade elixir. No side effects after consumption. Enhances martial prowess. The potency lasts 1 month."
The man's eyes widened instantly at the mention of the fourth-grade pill.
"That mask of yours is yellowed. You're clearly irregular around here.
You know the market's rules. If a single word you say isn't true, you'll have to pay triple the price."
Lu Shuai rolled his eyes at this.
"I've been hustling in this market since I was 12. How many years have you even been here?"
Though he scoffed inwardly, Lu Shuai maintained a cheerful smile.
"Of course it's genuine. This is our prized treasure, absolutely no fakes here."
The other man eyed Lu Shuai skeptically.
"How much?"
Lu Shuai eyed their attire. They didn't look like casual passers-by. So, Lu Shuai raised his right hand with a serious expression and made a 6-finger gesture.
The man asked, overjoyed, 60,000? The man's face couldn't hide his delight.
As he asked, he couldn't help but think to himself, just as I thought, a greenhorn newbie. Selling a fourth-grade pill for only 60,000?
When I get back, I'll have the seller skin him alive.
But Lu Shuai burst out laughing and said directly to the man, "Just kidding, I left out a zero." The man beside him couldn't take it anymore.
A measly little pill for 60,000?
He stared at Lu Shuai in disbelief, half embarrassed, half angry.
"You're asking for the moon." Lu Shuai didn't respond.
Instead, he calmly stated, 60,000.
Not a penny more, not a penny less.
As the two men hesitated, ready to pull out their money, Lu Shuai's hand was suddenly grabbed by an old man. The old man wore ragged clothes, his waist-length hair streaked with gray, his hands covered in wrinkles and knife scars.
One of the men snorted, "A filthy beggar like you, and you dare enter this market?"
The old man didn't spare them a second glance. Instead, he hoisted a massive backpack from his back. He opened it right in front of the three of them, and they were instantly stunned.
The tattered bundle was filled to the brim with cash.
The old man pulled out 6 bundles and said to Lu Shuai, 60,000, not a penny less.
"Give me the medicine." Chapter 162, An Extra 200,000. Lu Shuai was completely dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at the man before him. One of the men clearly lost his temper, pointing an accusing finger at the old man and shouting, "We were talking to him first. How dare you buy him out?" The old man calmly glanced at him before replying unhurriedly, "We didn't force the sale, nor did we force the purchase. This is a fair transaction. If you're upset, blame yourself for being slow with the money." Deep down, Lu Shuai actually sided with the old man. That's how this market worked. Fourth-grade pills were highly sought after, one seller, countless buyers. If you were slow, you had only yourself to blame. Don't expect anyone else to take the fall. Unexpectedly, the hot-tempered fellow grabbed the old man's sleeve and bellowed, "What the hell are you showing off for, you little old man? Haven't you ever tasted a fist?" With that, he lunged forward to grab the old man. The old man wanted to fight back, but he only kept dodging, maintaining a safe distance from the man. Lu Shuai understood why. He didn't want to get into a fight with the man and cause trouble. Unexpectedly, the man not only failed to appreciate this but grew increasingly aggressive, shoving and pushing the old man. By now, they had become the center of attention in the entire market. Another man lunged forward in a single stride, aiming to grab the old man by the collar. The old man, clearly battle-hardened, showed no panic. He took 2 quick steps back and leaped 3 meters away from the man. Furious, the man flung his mask to the ground. "Look at me, you old fool. I'm the youngest son of old He. Mess with me, and you're messing with the entire He family." The old man remained silent, leaving everyone around him stunned. Panic-stricken, they hurriedly backed away from the man. The man assumed his power and status had intimidated them. Just as he began to gloat, the man who had been accompanying him walked away. Lu Shuai secretly speculated that someone daring to cause trouble in the market would surely put on quite a show. He'd long heard rumors that He Laosan's youngest son was a troublemaker, and today's encounter proved the tales were no exaggeration. If things went south, not only would the boy himself suffer, but the entire He household might go down with him. Short-sighted and beyond redemption. Sure enough, less than half a minute after he spoke, several men wearing Black Panther masks appeared. They strode forward swiftly, pinning him down without a word. The attack came from behind, catching the young man completely off guard. Even as he was pinned to the ground, he kept shouting, "Let go of me, young master. I'm the second young master of the He family." Before dragging him away, the black-clad figure stated, "Market Regulation 3, disclosure of personal identity is prohibited. Masks must remain in place." With that, they forced him away. The man screamed in agony before a torn rag was stuffed into his mouth. Lu Shuai could easily imagine the consequences awaiting him if he didn't die. He'd surely lose a leg. This was precisely why he cherished the market, a place where anyone, regardless of rank, could freely trade and exchange goods. Here, there were no distinctions of high or low, noble or base. Everyone's identity remained unknown. Few dared break the rules here. Money was the only exception. Once the commotion died down, Lu Shuai hurriedly stuffed the stacks of cash into his backpack before handing the elixir to the old man. Finally, he exited the market through the exit. Outside the market, the crowd was just as dense. Lu Shuai clutched his backpack tightly, his entire body tense with fear that someone might snatch the money from his hands. Lu Shuai felt more nervous than ever before. Barely a few steps out, sweat already beaded on his palms. By this point, Lu Shuai had reminded himself countless times. "Please, ancestors, protect me. Don't let my money get stolen. Don't let anything go wrong. Master trusted me with this crucial task. I can't mess this up, or I'm dead meat. Master, you must protect me too. Protect me this time. Let me complete this mission safely." Lu Shuai muttered to himself as he walked, his brow furrowed into a knot. After leaving the market, Lu Shuai quickened his pace. But for some reason, the long-distance bus station that had seemed no bigger than a patch of land earlier today now felt impossibly vast, as if he'd never reached the exit. Gritting his teeth, Lu Shuai tried to break into a jog. But just as he took his first step, he spotted a familiar figure. Lu Shuai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the person before him. Not far away, a burly man was staring intently at him. His face was expressionless, yet his eyes betrayed a look of concern. Lu Shuai swallowed hard, utterly baffled. He hadn't brought his master with him when he left home. How had his master found him here? Suddenly seeing Shirley here, Lu Shuai's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, instantly settled back into place. He practically jogged over to Shirley. Before he even reached Shirley, Lu Shuai blurted out impatiently, "Master, why are you here? Is something wrong?" Shirley looked at Lu Shuai and smiled, then stated directly, "I was afraid they wouldn't pay you and would try to steal your pills." Shirley didn't beat around the bush, he went straight to the point. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Lu Shuai's eyes. He never imagined his master cared so deeply, waiting nearby just to make sure he wasn't wronged. Lu Shuai sniffed hard, patted his chest, and addressed Shirley. "Master, rest assured. I may not be strong, but I can run fast. They bullied me since I was a kid, so I've honed my speed. I feel like I've become a sprinter. Master, don't worry about me getting beaten up.
Besides, the market has grown so big these past few years that no one dares break the rules inside. After speaking, Lu Shuai muttered under his breath. Of course, there are still some hotheads who dare to break the rules. Shirley felt much more at ease after hearing this. He looked at his young apprentice with pride. Good. By the way, have you finished your business? If so, let's head back right away. Lu Shuai nodded his head like a chick pecking at grain. Master, I have great news. The alchemist asked for 40,000 for this pill, but I sold it for 60,000. After finishing his excited report, Lu Shuai leaned close to Shirley and whispered in a lowered voice. The extra 20,000 is yours. Shirley's expression shifted from delight to seriousness upon hearing this. This Lu Shuai, he really had a heart. It's safe to say Lu Shuai wasn't wealthy, otherwise he wouldn't have stolen his old bag in the first place. Yet, faced with this unexpected 200,000 yuan, he actually thought to give it to Shirley instead of keeping it for himself. This made Shirley feel deeply gratified. Yet, Shirley also felt Lu Shuai's gesture was somewhat inappropriate. So Shirley stopped in his tracks and looked at Lu Shuai with a serious expression. Chapter 163, This feels so good. Seeing Shirley suddenly halt, Lu Shuai also stopped in his tracks. What's up, master? Is there something you need to tell me? Lu Shuai was sharp and immediately sensed something was off with Shirley. Shirley nodded and said to Lu Shuai, I'm genuinely happy for you that you sold it for 600,000, but you can't just take that money for yourself. First, it's not yours to give me as a token of respect. Besides, it's from selling elixirs. I can't accept it either. We're staying at your master's place every day, eating his food, and now we're selling him pills and ripping him off for 200,000 yuan? That just won't do. Shirley spoke with great solemnity. After hearing this, Lu Shuai's eyes widened in realization. You're right, master. That really was a bit underhanded. Lu Shuai scratched the back of his head, his face flushing with embarrassment. The more he thought about what he just said, the more he felt like a piece of trash. Truthfully, ever since Shirley gave all the money to his grandmother, Lu Shuai had resolved to follow Shirley faithfully for the rest of his life, pledging unwavering devotion to his master. As the saying goes, one should repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. Master had been kind to them even after learning he was a small-time hoodlum. He still took him as an apprentice. That favor was something he could never repay in a lifetime. Since his master showed no interest in money, he would find ways to bring him things he did care about, anything to make him happy. In short, if his master was happy, he was happy. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Shuai blurted out his words. Shirley frowned, looking at Lu Shuai in confusion. What are you talking about? No big deal, no big deal. I mean, you're right, master. I was oversimplifying things earlier. From now on, whatever you say goes. Hearing Lu Shuai's words, a smile finally spread across Shirley's face. Next, Shirley and Lu Shuai hurried toward the Lin family's old residence. Along the way, Shirley kept praising Lu Shuai for his abilities, which naturally made Lu Shuai very happy. Gaining Shirley's approval made Lu Shuai so happy he could have jumped for joy. From now on, he'd finally be leaving his life of theft behind and walking the straight and narrow. Lu Shuai never imagined that the skills he'd honed as a thief could be put to use on the right path. Reflecting on this, a profound sense of justice welled up within him. After returning home, Lu Shuai and Shirley went together to find Lin Fan. As soon as they entered the room, Lu Shuai addressed his master. Master, I sold an extra 200,000. This is the money from selling the pills. Here you go. With that, he placed his backpack before Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Lu Shuai with some confusion. Seeing Lin Fan's puzzled expression, Lu Shuai chuckled awkwardly. Master, I admit I didn't follow your advice this time. But it just so happened, why sell something worth 600,000 for only 400,000? That extra 200,000 can do a lot, right? Lin Fan nodded with a smile. You've got some skill, managing to sell it for 20,000 more. Lu Shuai scratched his head sheepishly again before adding to his master, it was also thanks to perfect timing. Lin Fan divided the 600,000 into two portions, one for the 400,000 and one for the extra 200,000. He took out the 20,000 and placed it directly in front of Lu Shuai. This is the extra profit you earned. It rightfully belongs to you. Lu Shuai was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. He'd always thought his master was exceptionally straightforward, but he never imagined his master's younger brother would be just as principled. Although the money was already placed before him, Lu Shuai hastily waved his hands, refusing to accept it. It's not that I can't accept the money, he said. My master said we're already eating and staying at your place every day, how could we possibly take this money too? I just don't think it's right. Lin Fan burst out laughing. At that moment, Su Yang couldn't hold back any longer and doubled over, clutching his stomach in laughter. Oh my god, I'm dying here, Lu Shuai. You really are a funny guy. Now you're charging us for meals? Let me tell you, the 400,000 yuan your master's uncle gave you is more than enough. Since he told you to take this 200,000, just take it. Before Lu Shuai could respond, Lin Fan raised a finger. No more excuses. Lu Shuai's mouth fell open, but he forced himself to swallow whatever he was about to say.
Lu Shuai took the money and looked at Shirley, utterly at a loss. Shirley didn't argue either. "Since it's been given to you, just take it," he said. Lu Shuai, however, looked embarrassed and hesitantly approached Shirley.
"Master, I can't accept this money."
Shirley was completely baffled.
"What's gotten into this kid?
When he first met me, he said he'd give me the 200,000 yuan.
Now that Lin Fan has given her the money and she can take it openly, why has he changed his mind? What was this kid playing at? What's the problem? Everyone agreed you could take it."
Lu Shuai's hands trembled as he stammered, "I've never handled this much money before.
Look, I don't know martial arts, all I can do is run away. If they catch me, the money will be lost anyway."
After finishing his sentence, Lu Shuai nervously added, "Master, I can't guarantee the money's safety with me. No matter how fast I run, I can't fight off those bad guys." Shirley listened, stunned, a complex mix of emotions churning inside him.
By now, Lin Fan and Su Yang had stopped laughing.
Shirley turned to Lu Shuai and said, "I never imagined your speed was born from being chased. Rest assured, now that you're my disciple, I won't let anyone bully you again. Besides, being fast is your special skill.
No one says fast runners are only good for running away. Your speed is something to be proud of.
Just you wait, before long, I'll make sure they wet their pants every time they mention your name." His words were blunt, but that was exactly what Shirley believed. At that moment, Lu Shuai was stunned.
Images of past humiliations flashed through his mind.
Back then, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. The moment they spotted money in his hands, they'd swarm over to snatch it. To protect the little money he had, Lu Shuai would run as fast as he could. If he slowed down, he and his grandmother would go hungry. Not only would they take his money, but he'd also get beaten. That was why Lu Shuai earned the nickname, the First Runner. Sometimes, Lu Shuai felt deeply discouraged. Especially after others had snatched his belongings, he would curse himself. What good was running fast? He still couldn't protect what he wanted, and running fast didn't stop him from going hungry. But now, Shirley had given him a reason to rally. His mentor said that one day, sooner or later, they would fear him. Lu Shuai believed that day would surely come.
Finally, someone who wouldn't mock him. What a relief.
After regaining his composure, Lu Shuai still didn't want to take the 200,000 yuan. He'd remain constantly vigilant.
Chapter 164, This girl's quite pitiful. Besides, without his master, where would he be now?
Without him, he wouldn't have earned this money in the first place. So, in front of Lin Fan and Su Yang, Lu Shuai addressed Shirley, "Master, just taking this 200,000 yuan keeps me awake at night.
You should keep it. I don't want this money." Seeing he couldn't persuade his young disciple, Shirley relented and took the money.
"Then let's withdraw 50,000 now.
The remaining 150,000 will go into a card. We'll withdraw it when we need it." Lu Shuai didn't comment on Shirley's decision, simply nodding in agreement.
Lu Shuai didn't ask Shirley why he wanted to withdraw 50,000 yuan, but Shirley explained on the spot. "Little brother, here's what I think. When I went with Lu Shuai to their place the other day, I saw how hard Grandma Lu was struggling on her own. Lu Shuai's had a tough life too. I'll withdraw 50,000 yuan first and give it to Lu Shuai's grandmother. That way, Lu Shuai can feel at ease staying with me. Though we accepted the money, I still feel a bit uneasy about it. If you ever need us to handle anything in the future, I'll certainly do it without hesitation." Had he not anticipated Grandma Lu's potential need for funds, or feared Lu Shuai's unease about her well-being, Shirley wouldn't have lent the money so readily. Now that everything was out in the open, Shirley felt much more at ease.
Lin Fan frowned.
"Senior brother, we shared life and death together up on the mountain.
Why have you grown so distant since coming down? Don't forget, you descended the mountain to protect me. A high-level bodyguard like you doesn't come cheap. If we were to calculate this as wages, I'd actually owe you. So don't feel bad about it. Take the 200,000 yuan. I'll set up a card for you later, and you can withdraw money from it whenever you need it." No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Shirley began waving his hands. "No way. That's already more than enough. Don't bother with the card. Forget what I just said. You know I'm not good with words, I just say whatever's on my mind. Alright, I'm outta here." With that, Shirley grabbed Lu Shuai's hand and headed for the exit.
Lu Shuai didn't linger either, taking 3 steps and 2 to follow right behind Shirley.
And just like that, master and apprentice walked away without looking back.
Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and finally sat back down in his chair. Su Yang, standing nearby, kept staring at Shirley and Lu Shuai's retreating figures. "Your senior brother is quite an interesting character. He's straightforward and kind-hearted, a good man, no doubt about it." "Of course. I know exactly what kind of person my senior brother is." Hearing praise for Shirley naturally pleased Lin Fan, who promptly picked up Su Yang's thread. Just then, Su Yang suddenly glanced sideways at Lin Fan.
"So, do you think I'm a good person? From the way you're talking, it sounds like I'm not as good as your senior brother?" Su Yang asked Lin Fan with a pitiful look. Lin Fan shot Su Yang a withering glare and retorted without hesitation. I think you're actually a pretty decent person except for the freeloading, of course. Su Yang was speechless.
Even though Lin Fan hadn't praised him, Su Yang actually preferred this version of Lin Fan.
The current Lin Fan, all fighting and killing, with martial arts prowess unmatched by anyone, made Su Yang sometimes genuinely miss their college days.
Back then, he and Lin Fan were in the same boat. Whenever he had a falling out with his family, he'd crash at Lin Fan's place, freeloading for months on end. It could be said they truly scraped through those days of hardship together. That day, Lin Fan had finished refining several more pills before stepping out of his room. Su Yang, however, had long since left to attend to matters at the hospital. As Lin Fan stepped into the courtyard, pondering when to give Bai Shuang the beauty-enhancing elixir, a clear, delicate voice drifted over.
Lin Fan, what are you doing? She asked. Who knew a grown man could be so fond of flowers? How embarrassing.
Lin Fan froze, then looked toward the voice and was startled to find Lu Xiaoya staring at him with a smile. Lin Fan realized that this single-eyelid girl actually looked quite pretty when she smiled. Then, recalling Lu Xiaoya's words, Lin Fan frowned slightly. Lu Xianye, I was just thinking here in the corridor, not admiring the flowers.
Besides, what's so embarrassing about a man liking flowers?
Lu Xiaoya pursed her lips before walking over to Lin Fan. She plucked a flower right off the stem and held it to her nose to smell it.
Hey, what are you doing? Why pick a perfectly good flower? Lin Fan stared at Lu Xianye.
Lu Xianye showed no sign of embarrassment, looking quite pleased instead.
What? You think I did something wrong? This flower is so beautiful. That I noticed it and picked it, that's its good fortune.
Lin Fan was speechless. He didn't want to pick a fight with Lu Xiaye over a single flower. Besides, Lu Xianye was still a patient, with gaps in her memory.
But Lu Xianye's arrogant attitude was truly unbearable.
Honestly, it was just a flower plucked and gone.
But the way she justified it so smugly, what could one even say?
Seeing Lu Xiaye fiddling with the flowers in her hand, Lin Fan finally spoke up.
Lu Xiaye, today have you remembered anything? What are you thinking about? Just say what you mean.
Lu Xiaye didn't lift her head, seemingly fascinated by the flowers in her hands.
I'm talking about your memories. Have you recalled things you hadn't before? Or, have you remembered where you live?
Lin Fan's eyes remained fixed on Lu Xianye as he asked.
Lu Xiaye shook her head flatly. No. My mind's a mess.
I've been trying desperately to remember things from before, but I just can't. Plus, whenever I try to recall the past, my head starts to hurt. As she finished speaking, her brow furrowed even deeper.
See? It's happening again. My head hurts terribly now. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going back inside to rest.
With that, Lu Xiaye tossed aside the freshly picked flowers and dashed back inside.
Lin Fan's face once again showed confusion. This girl doesn't look like she has a headache at all. But with this kind of temporary amnesia, who could say for sure?
After all, everyone's constitution is different.
The same illness can manifest differently in different people.
Take Lu Xiaye's symptoms, for instance. Some people recover quickly, while others take longer. In some cases, individuals might never fully recall the forgotten memories. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's expression softened considerably.
Upon reflection, Lu Xiaye really was quite pitiful. Chapter 165, A Woman's Jealousy is Terrifying.
As evening fell, the sky was bathed in the glow of sunset. The entire land was bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. After the renovation of the Lin family's ancestral home, it radiated a vibrant energy, shedding its former air of decay. After finishing his tasks, Su Yang headed to Lin Fan's room. The moment he entered, Su Yang rubbed his nose vigorously, took a deep breath, and then looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression.
What's that smell? It's so delicious. You're not being fair here. What goodies were you sneaking while I was working?
Lin Fan gave a helpless smile and pointed to the small white porcelain bottle on the table.
This. What is it? Su Yang leaned closer to the table, eyes wide as he stared at the porcelain bottle. A medicinal pill. Su Yang's eyes lit up with realization. Right.
Lin Fan could refine pills, and the pills he made could fetch a hefty price.
How could he have forgotten about that? No wonder the room smells so nice. Did you add some kind of fragrance enhancer to these pills? How come they smell so good?
Lin Fan frowned slightly.
This Su Yang he never speaks with any decorum. Since becoming his disciple, he'd never once heard of adding fragrance enhancers to pills. You're so curious. How about I make you a few pills with added fragrance one day?
No sooner had the words left Lin Fan's mouth than Su Yang began shaking his head like a rattle.
Don't even think about it.
I'm in my prime now, no need for pills to keep me going. I'll wait until I'm old before I need them.
In Su Yang's mind, those pills were meant for strengthening the body and enhancing vitality.
He was young and full of energy, to put it bluntly, he was in the prime of his life. Why would he need those pills? Lin Fan looked at Su Yang, realizing discussing pills with him was like talking to a wall. He decided to drop the subject. Next, Su Yang reported today's work progress to Lin Fan, expressing great satisfaction with his own pace.
After listening, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile too. Who knew you'd be so gifted?
You truly have a unique talent for business. If your parents knew about your potential, they probably wouldn't let you stay by my side. Su Yang heard this, reached up to scratch his head, and grinned widely. There's something I forgot to tell you, my parents are actually already in Zhongjiang.
I just haven't met with them yet.
Lin Fan froze in place. Had he not heard Su Yang say it himself, Lin Fan would have thought his ears were deceiving him.
Su's parents were based in Dongjiang.
They had no business interests or commercial networks in the Zhongjiang region. Their visit to Zhongjiang at this time could only mean they were coming to find Su Yang.
Regardless of when they arrived, Su Yang not meeting them was clearly highly inappropriate. What's going on? You need to explain this to me right now. Have they left yet? Where are they staying?
Seeing Lin Fan so flustered, Su Yang felt even more embarrassed.
Calm down. It's not as serious as you think. I'm not avoiding them.
I've just been swamped with work lately. I'm now the president of Lin Enterprises. Before Su Yang could finish, Lin Fan cut him off. Even if you are the director, you're still your parents' son. How could you do this? Lin Fan's expression turned serious, his tone grave. To help Lin Fan understand what was really going on, Su Yang had no choice but to speed up his explanation. After a short while, Lin Fan finally grasped that the situation truly wasn't as dire as he'd imagined.
Su Yang hadn't met his parents yet because he wanted to handle matters at the hospital properly first.
Moreover, Su Yang had already agreed with his parents that he would visit them tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Lin Fan's heart finally settled a little. That's why I said you needn't worry so much. I mentioned it to them over the phone that I'm now working for you and they didn't object. Lin Fan naturally had no reason to doubt Su Yang's words. After all, Su Yang had already expressed his intentions to them in front of him, and the old man had agreed. Still, Lin Fan felt a pang of guilt. After all, the two elders had come all this way. Not only had he failed to properly host them, but Su Yang had also delayed their meeting to attend to his family's business. No matter how Lin Fan thought about it, it felt inappropriate. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll go with you to meet Uncle Su and the others.
What do you think? Sure, why not? Aren't my parents just like your parents?
Su Yang didn't seem bothered in the slightest, and as he spoke, he moved closer to Lin Fan. Lin Fan sighed deeply, a wave of emotion washing over him. Back in school days, Su Yang would often stay over at their house, calling his parents mom and dad whenever he saw them. Now, Su Yang said his parents were just like his own.
A warm feeling washed over Lin Fan. Regaining his composure, Lin Fan's expression turned serious once more.
Su Yang, there are some things beyond our control.
You must treat your parents well and show them proper filial piety, understand? Su Yang understood the weight of Lin Fan's words.
The saying, when a child wants to care for his parents, they are no longer there, perfectly described Lin Fan's current situation. So as soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Su Yang nodded in agreement.
Don't worry.
To them, all this fuss is just child's play. Once they see what I've achieved, they'll be thrilled for me. A look of pride flashed across Su Yang's face. After finishing his sentence, he even winked at Su Yang. Just then, the voices of Lu Xiaye and Lu Shuai could be heard outside. As a martial artist, Lin Fan could hear their words clearly despite their distance. Su Yang was a different story. Even straining his ears, Su Yang could only catch fragmented snatches utterly impossible to piece into coherent sentences. What's he saying, Fan? Did you hear Lu Xiaye chattering away? He's definitely picking on someone again. Honestly, you shouldn't have brought her back. I mean, this girl's background is shady, and she's so stubborn. Letting her stay here is just asking for trouble. And I can tell Sister Bai Shuang doesn't like that Lu Xiaoya one bit.
You better be prepared for that.
Lin Fan froze upon hearing this.
Prepare for what? Women are terrifying when they get jealous. Haven't you heard that? Su Yang spoke with such conviction, as if the events he predicted were about to unfold any moment.
Lin Fan shook his head flatly.
Where do you find the energy for all this nonsense?
You've got a mountain of work on your plate, yet you're still dwelling on such trivial matters.
Chapter 166, I get it.
I'm not trying to scare you, but women can be terrifying when they get jealous.
Don't blame me for not warning you, you won't want to regret it later.
Su Yang grew more animated as he spoke, his expression becoming increasingly menacing. Lin Fan stood up abruptly and flung the door open. Su Yang hadn't yet grasped what was happening when Lin Fan spoke up.
Lu Xiaye, come here for a moment. I need to talk to you.
Lin Fan deliberately raised his voice. Not far away, both Lu Xianye and Lu Shuai heard him loud and clear.
Hearing Lin Fan call her name, Lu Xiaye suddenly felt overjoyed. Brother Lin Fan, I heard you. Wait for me, I'll be right over.
Finishing her words, Lu Xianye skipped away. Lu Shuai stared wide-eyed, fixated on Lu Xianye's retreating figure for a long moment. What the hell was that? A love-struck fool? Just a moment ago she was fierce as a tigress, but now that she heard her master uncle call her name, she was as happy as if she'd found a treasure. Did she take the wrong medicine? Lu Shuai curled his lip and shot Lu Xiaoye a withering glare. This little minx was something else. She rattled on like a machine gun, never stopping, and never making any sense. Besides her master Lin Fan, who could handle her, everyone else in the courtyard was utterly helpless against this girl. Now that his master was in meditation, he had nowhere else to go. That's precisely why I'd been pacing back and forth in the corridor. Seeing him so idle, Lu Xia seized the chance to accuse him of slacking off. Wasn't she slacking off too? Lu Shuai thought carefully. In the entire Lin family ancestral home, it seemed only he and Lu Xianya had relatively free time. Relatively speaking, he was even busier than Lu Xia. Every day, he had to do horse dance training, while Lu Xia didn't have to do any of that. Better off gone. At least she won't be chattering non-stop in my ear, disrupting my training. I'm aiming to become the fastest runner under heaven. After muttering to himself, Lu Shuai assumed a proper horse stance and began practicing his martial arts with intense focus. A short while later, Lu Xia arrived at Lin Fan's room. Spotting Su Yang there too, Lu Xia shot him a sideways glance before quickly averting his gaze. Brother Lin Fan, what brings you here? Lu Xia's smile bloomed like a flower. But to Su Yang, that smile was nothing special. Even if Lu Xia's face were covered in flowers, she still couldn't compare to Bai Shuang. When it came to beauty, Bai Shuang was the true embodiment of it. Cold as ice, untainted by the mud, like a lotus blooming alone after autumn arrives, pure, ethereal, and untouched by the world. The thought of Bai Shuang softened the smile on Su Yang's face considerably. What are you grinning like an idiot for? Thinking about something nice? Lu Xia blurted out without thinking. Su Yang snapped back to reality and cleared his throat loudly. Not a shred of manners. Besides, even if I was thinking about something nice, what business is it of yours? Regardless of the reason, if Bai Shuang disliked Lu Xianya, then he certainly didn't like him either. With Lin Fan standing before him, Lu Xianya's mood lifted considerably. So much so that Su Yang's retort didn't faze him in the slightest. Lu Xia, extend your hand. Lin Fan's face remained expressionless, his voice devoid of any emotion. Lu Xia froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his clear eyes. Brother Lin Fan, what are you doing? Is something wrong? I want to take your pulse to check your physical condition. If necessary, I'd like to treat you. At the mere mention of treatment, Lu Xia tensed up instantly. No, don't take my pulse or treat me. I've always been terrified of this stuff since I was little. Are you trying to get rid of me? Do you want to chase me away? I have no family. You won't take me in. Do you want those bad people chasing me down the streets again? Since that's how you feel, I won't put you in a difficult position. I'll leave right now. Thank you for taking me in and looking after me these past days. Goodbye. Lu Xia grew angrier as he spoke, finally turning and walking away. Lin Fan and Su Yang stared at each other in bewilderment, utterly confused. Did I say anything? I just wanted to show her. Yeah, you didn't say anything. Why is she being so petty? She stayed here for days, eating and sleeping at your place. How can she be so rude? Lin Fan sighed helplessly. His good intentions had backfired completely. Su Yang's thoughts, however, were far more complex than Lin Fan's. Bro Fan, I hope I wasn't right about her. That girl seems fishy. Just look, the moment you mentioned treating her, she bolted. Doesn't that seem suspicious? Su Yang then launched into a long, rambling tirade. For nearly 10 minutes, his words revolved entirely around Lu Xia. He claimed Lu Xianya seemed innocent enough, but she was definitely not as simple as she appeared. Lu Xianya was faking her illness. She refused to let Lin Fan take her pulse because she feared he'd expose her. Given Lin Fan's numerous enemies and Lu Xianya's shady background, there was no reason to keep her around. In short, Su Yang's lengthy monologue contained more criticism than praise. At the end, Su Yang delivered a final summary. So, to sum it all up, there's absolutely no need for you to keep Lu Xianya here. If you really can't help it, just hand him over to the enforcement squad. Stop being so soft-hearted. Su Yang delivered his impassioned speech with such fervor that he almost bowed to Lin Fan at the end. Just then, the door burst open. Clang! The sound echoed as Lu Xia stood in the doorway, eyes wide with fury. Su Yang's expression froze completely. Well done, Su Yang. While I was away, you had the nerve to speak ill of me and even encouraged Brother Lin Fan to kick me out. I kept wondering why Brother Lin Fan hadn't come find me after waiting so long. Turns out you were the one scheming behind the scenes. Listen here, Su Yang. I won't let your schemes succeed. I won't fall for your tricks. I'm not leaving. Lu Xiaoye glared angrily at Su Yan before walking over to Lin Fan and suddenly wrapping her arm around his. Lin Fan, you don't want me to leave either, right? I'm all alone. If I leave here, I won't even have a place to go. Just now, weren't you planning to come find me? Ha! Lin Fan felt both amused and exasperated, his expression awkward. Truthfully, he wanted to figure out what was going on with Lu Xiaoye. But to say he'd been trying to find her earlier? That felt a bit disingenuous. That. Before Lin Fan could finish, Lu Xiaoye nodded. I understand. Chapter 167, I'll be back soon.
What do you know, you little brat? None of us get it, but you do? You're some kind of know-it-all?
Originally, Su Yang hadn't intended to pick a fight with Lu Xiaye. But seeing the scene unfold before him, Su Yang couldn't help but speak up. Lu Xiaye was getting far too intimate with Lin Fan. The way she wrapped her arm around his looked just like Bai Shuang. Except Bai Shuang's movements were incredibly gentle, and even her little face radiated a blissful smile. Lu Xiaye was different. The way Lu Xiaye was clinging to Lin Fan now felt like she was holding him hostage.
This entire sequence of actions was deeply unsettling to witness. I'm the know-it-all, so what? Trying to push me away with this tactic? No way, I only get fired up. Su Yang was so furious he was gasping for breath.
Just as he was about to retort, Lin Fan signaled him to stop. Su Yang was annoyed, but he still did as Lin Fan said. And so, Lin Fan's attempt to treat Lu Xiaye was once again delayed by Su Yang's words. Uncle Lin's foot had fully recovered now. When he walked, there was no trace of the previous awkwardness. Whenever Uncle Lin mentioned his foot, he couldn't help but praise Lin Fan a few times. To Lin Fan, however, these were all minor matters.
Yet, thinking of Uncle Lin's foot reminded Lin Fan of Zhou Luo.
It had been several days since he last contacted Zhou Luo, and he wondered how the girl was doing.
After some thought, Lin Fan finally dialed Zhou Luo's number.
The phone rang and rang, but no one answered. After a while, Zhou Luo's voice finally came through on the other end.
Lin Fan, is that you? Are you free now? How come you have time to call me at this hour? Zhou Luo's voice brimmed with unbridled joy.
Lin Fan was infected by Zhou Luo's mood, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth.
Luo, how are things on your end? How's your leg injury healing? Are you enjoying life up in the mountains?
Lin Fan admitted that compared to life in the mundane world, life on the mountain was a bit simpler. But if he could leave behind all the headaches and start over, Lin Fan would still choose to return to the mountains. The mountain air was fresh, teeming with birds and beasts. Opening his eyes revealed a lush expanse of greenery. Staying here for a few days, far from the clamor of the world, made it easier for the heart to settle.
Brother Lin Fan, my leg is much better now.
The master said it won't be long before I can go back. After finishing that sentence, Zhou Luo gathered her courage to add, then I'll finally get to see you.
Yes, I'll come pick you up.
You must wait for me. When I return, I'll buy you all the delicious food you want. Just tell me what you crave, and we'll share it all. All the preceding words were just set up. The last sentence was what Zhou Luo loved to hear most. Half for each of us was their little secret, something no one else could share with Lin Fan. Only in moments like this did Zhou Luo feel truly different from other girls. Okay, brother Lin Fan, you have to wait for me.
I'll be back soon. They chatted a bit more before Lin Fan finally hung up.
Just as he was about to place the phone back on the table, Lin Fan suddenly noticed someone standing at the door.
Lu Xiaye.
Lu Xiaye stood there with her lips pursed, staring at him motionless, her face clearly displeased.
Not only that, but even Lu Xiaye's small hands were clenched into fists.
Lin Fan was slightly startled.
When had Lu Xiaye arrived? How had he failed to notice her at all? When did you come over?
Lin Fan asked instinctively. After hearing this, Lu Xiaye's expression grew even more displeased. Brother Lin Fan has been completely absorbed in chatting on the phone with that young lady.
When would he ever think of me?
You two are about to meet soon, but all brother Lin Fan can think about is that young lady. At Lu Shenyua's words, Lin Fan flushed with embarrassment, though he quickly regained his composure with a smile. When it came to Lu Xienya, Lin Fan always instinctively wanted to indulge her a little.
Every time he saw Lu Xienya, he couldn't help but think of Lin Yu.
Precisely because of this, Lin Fan wanted to make up for the emotional debt he owed his sister by pouring it into Lu Xiaoye. Right now, Lu Xienya's pouting expression as she glared at him looked just like his sister, Lin Yu.
Stop standing out there. Come inside. Lin Fan's voice was gentle, showing no sign of irritation at Lu Xienya's tantrum.
At this point, Lu Xiaoye felt too embarrassed to say anything more.
But recalling Lin Fan's gaze earlier, that adoration practically overflowing from his eyes stirred an uneasy feeling in Lu Shenyua's heart.
Pouting, Lu Xiaoye entered the room and sat down across from Lin Fan.
What's on your mind?
Lin Fan asked with a smile.
Lu Xiaoye frowned slightly. Nothing much, I just feel restless and wanted to hang out with you for a bit. Lin Fan, will my illness never get better?
As she spoke, a complex expression crossed Lu Xiaoye's face, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes.
Of course not. If you cooperate properly, you'll definitely get better. Are you homesick?
Before Lin Fan could finish asking, Lu Xiaoye hastily shook her head.
Not at all. What's so great about home? No one cares about me there.
They couldn't care less whether I live or die.
But you don't remember anything about home, do you?
Lin Fan sensed something, and Lu Xiaoye's voice abruptly trailed off. Her face immediately turned flustered.
I didn't say I remembered anything. I was just using an analogy. Look, I've been gone from home for so long.
If they truly cared, they would have started looking for me already. Not looking for me means they don't care. Lin Fan approached Lu Xiaye, his voice softening.
Perhaps they don't know where you are now.
Don't worry, I'll help you recover your memories as soon as possible.
This time, Lu Xiaye said nothing, only slowly lowering her head. Though outwardly composed, Lu Xianye was inwardly in a complete panic. If Lin Fan realized she was faking it, would he kick her out?
It was all her own fault for being so careless earlier, letting it slip out.
Heaven forbid Lin Fan ever discovered his true state. Early the next morning, Lin Fan and Su Yang went to meet Su's parents.
The moment they entered the hotel's presidential suite, Mr. and Mrs. Su immediately stood up.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Su. Mom and Dad.
Lin Fan and Su Yang spoke almost simultaneously.
Seeing Lin Fan, Mr. Su's face showed surprise.
Then, seeing his son standing straight and tall beside Lin Fan, a wave of relief washed over him. That kid Su Yang only stops being so carefree when he's around Lin Fan.
Sit down, don't stand there. Su's mother called out. Chapter 168, Let You Be a Dean.
Seeing her son again, Su's mother was overjoyed.
Unlike her husband's gloomy thoughts, Su's mother beamed with joy.
Ever since hearing about Lin Fan's accident, Su Yang had been listless these past few years, looking as if he'd lost his soul. But now, it was different.
Standing beside Lin Fan, Su Yang's eyes sparkled with life, radiating energy.
Initially, when Su Yang told his mother over the phone that he would stay in Zhongjiang, she felt a pang of reluctance. But seeing her son's vibrant expression now, her last lingering worry vanished completely. Lin Fan and Su Yang sat down across from Old Master Su. Old Master Su looked deeply moved. Before Old Master Su could speak, Su Yang interjected.
Dad, we're not here to argue today. Don't forget what you promised me on the phone.
Old Master Su raised his eyebrows at this, his voice turning stern.
You little brat, do you think anywhere is better than home? We traveled all this way to see you, and now you're playing the victim? If you want us to take you back, we might not even agree. You really think you're indispensable, as if we couldn't live without you.
The moment he saw his son, Old Master Su felt a surge of joy. But hearing Su Yang speak like this, his fiery temper flared up once more.
But you promised everything would be fine. Why are you saying this now?
Su Yang frowned, his voice matching his father's intensity.
Seeing father and son about to clash again, Mrs. Su quickly interjected. You too. You start arguing the moment you see each other. You don't look like father and son at all, you're more like sworn enemies. Su Yang, did we bring you into this world just to collect a debt?
Seeing his mother genuinely about to lose her temper, Su Yang finally shut his mouth. By then, Old Master Su's anger had also cooled somewhat.
Uncle Su, Aunt Su, Su Yang is actually quite remarkable, especially in business. I must admit I'm no match for him.
Lin Fan felt no sense of unfamiliarity toward the two elders before him. So when Lin Fan spoke these words, it felt perfectly natural. Lin Fan, we know exactly what kind of person Su Yang is. To be honest, it's been a long time since we've seen him this spirited. Over these past 3 years, to put it bluntly, he'd been like a walking corpse. We recognized his business talent, yet everything he did felt like going through the motions. Now, seeing the light in Su Yang's eyes, nothing else matters to me. As Mrs. Su spoke, Mr. Su beside her nodded in agreement.
Exactly. Where he is doesn't matter. As long as this child is happy, that's what counts most. Of course I'm happy, Dad. Didn't I already tell you? I'm now the president of the Lin Group. Old Master Su beamed even more brightly.
Lin Fan, however, felt a bit embarrassed. Deep down, Lin Fan understood that the old man's joy stemmed from seeing Su Yang's renewed vigor and spirit, not from the director position he'd given him. As for the presidency, Old Master Su certainly had the means to grant it. His business interests spanned every industry in Dongjiang. Essentially, the entire Su family fortune was now Su Yang's to command.
Why would Su Yang care about a mere president position?
It was precisely because Su Yang's parents understood this that they hadn't pressed him to return home. But there was one thing Lin Fan felt compelled to make clear to them.
With so many enemies currently targeting him, Su Yang was relatively safe by his side. Yet Su Yang represented the entire Su family.
Once he confirmed Su Yang was on his side, the Su family's business might suffer repercussions. After all, the overlord's influence remained formidable. Lin Fan voiced his concerns, only to be met with a hearty laugh from Old Master Su. Lin Fan, you're overthinking this. At our age, we've come to see things clearly. Wealth is but a fleeting thing. As long as people are safe and sound, that's what matters most. Since Su Yang is willing to work with you, let him handle the matters at hand. I'm not yet so old that I need Su Yang to shoulder the entire family business. As for your worries about business being affected, don't overthink it. Money can always be earned again, but a son is irreplaceable. As long as my son is happy, anything is fine. Old Master Su spoke the truth, and Lin Fan understood it well. With only one son, Su Yang, Old Master Su naturally cherished him like the palm of his hand. Then I'm grateful to you both for letting me have Su Yang. Lin Fan finished speaking and joined in the laughter.
Su Yang hadn't expected meeting his parents would be so effortless. Just moments ago, he'd been fretting about what to do if he ended up arguing with the old man. Now, Su Yang felt all his worries were unnecessary and completely unfounded. Regarding the overlord, you must be extremely cautious. His temper and nature are well known. He holds grudges and seeks revenge for the slightest offense. The fact that he hasn't acted yet doesn't mean this matter is over. Lin Fan nodded, his expression turning solemn. The old man was right, and he knew it deep down. First, Long San died by his hand. Then he killed the overlord's own son. The overlord would remember every detail of this debt. If he wasn't causing trouble now, it was only because the king of the underworld felt the time wasn't right. That day would come, sooner or later. There was no escaping it. But Lin Fan had long since prepared himself. His actions were meant to force the overlord out into the open. If the overlord came for him, that was precisely what he wanted to see. Mom and Dad, rest assured. With Lin Fan's current martial arts cultivation, not even the overlord himself could pose a threat, let alone his father. No sooner had Su Yang finished speaking than old Master Su's brow furrowed. You young fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Fan isn't facing just one or two enemies now. You must be extremely cautious. As the saying goes, open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. Be vigilant in all matters. After finishing his warning, old Master Su solemnly added, if there's anything we can do to help, don't hesitate to ask. We're all in this together now. Then I, Lin Fan, express my gratitude to you both now, he said. With that, Lin Fan bowed deeply to Mr. and Mrs. Su. 2 hours later, Lin Fan departed with Su Yang. Mr. and Mrs. Su had already checked out of the presidential suite at some point and returned directly to Dongjiang. The entire city of Zhongjiang appeared calm on the surface. Chapter 169, A Man Who Stands Tall and Firm. Long Manor. A gloomy cloud hung over the entire Long mansion. The once vibrant estate now showed not a trace of liveliness. The bright red lanterns throughout the estate had been replaced with white ones. In the main hall, a fine coffin stood upright and dignified. The maids and servants surrounding it were all dressed in white. Along the north wall, Long Si's black and white photograph was arranged with meticulous order. White candles burned on either side, flanking 3 plates of fruit placed in the center. Before the table sat a copper basin. A middle-aged woman slumped on the floor, continuously burning paper money into the basin. The woman picked up a small bundle of joss paper, lit it, and slowly placed it into the basin. See, your mother has come to send you money. Make sure you take good care of yourself over there and don't deprive yourself of anything. Buy whatever you want to eat. Don't ever hold back on spending money. As long as I'm here, I'll bring you money every year. Rest assured, I will find a way to avenge your death. I will never let you die in vain. By the time she finished speaking, the stack of paper money in the basin had turned to ashes. A few wisps of ash drifted into the air, settling gently upon the fruits in the tray. When she picked up the joss paper again, the middle-aged woman was already sobbing uncontrollably. The coffin lid remained open. Trembling, the middle-aged woman approached the coffin and stared intently at Long Si. Her hair was disheveled, her expression haggard. The moment she laid eyes on Long Si, her entire body began to sway unsteadily. My child, how could you leave your mother behind? Without you, I'd rather be dead. Just days ago, I went to the temple for a divination. The high priest warned of bloodshed befalling you. How many times did I plead with you, yet you wouldn't listen? Lin Fan, you killed my son. I'll make you wish you were dead. See, rest in peace. After I avenge you, I'll join you. As she spoke, the woman reached out to touch Long Si's face, her eyes once again brimming with tears. Seeing the mistress so distraught, the maids and servants nearby frowned deeply. Nearby, several young maids watched the scene unfold and whispered among themselves. It's been days now, yet the mistress still won't allow the young master to be buried. This just won't do. What can we do? We can't have pinned all our hopes on young Master Long Si. It's just too tragic that he died so young. How could the mistress bear such a blow? That Lin Fan really has some nerve, daring to provoke fourth young Master Long. Our master certainly won't let him off the hook. Not necessarily. Haven't they said Lin Fan's martial arts cultivation is exceptionally high now? Even the 4 masters spring, summer, autumn, and winter aren't his match. Everyone chattered away, their conversation revolving entirely around Lin Fan and fourth young Master Long. A heavy silence hung over the courtyard, voices hushed to whispers. With fourth young Master Long's passing, many felt as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. Madame Long wept uncontrollably, gasping for breath several times. Just as Lady Long gritted her teeth once more, vowing to avenge Long Si, a deep voice suddenly cut through the air. Cho Lan. The voice belonged to a man in his 50s. He was a burly man with heavy footsteps and a furrowed brow. He wore specially tailored clothing, clearly indicating a high-ranking position within Xia Chobua's organization. His expression was hurried, his temples weathered by time, clearly indicating he had rushed back in haste. Seeing her husband return, Wang Qiulan could no longer hold herself up. Before she could utter a word, her whole body began to collapse.
The man acted swiftly, catching Wang Qiulan before she hit the floor. Husband, you're finally back. Lin Fan, it was Lin Fan who killed Asi. I must avenge Asi. If I can't kill Lin Fan, I won't live either.
Wang Qiulan's eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at Long Batian.
Long Batian pulled Wang Qiulan into his arms, his voice tinged with tenderness. Qiulan, I'm sorry. I failed to protect Asi. Rest assured, I will collect what Lin Fan owes us. I will use Lin Fan's head to honor Asi.
Long Batian gritted his teeth, his fists clenched into tight balls as he spoke.
Hearing his words, the tension in Wang Qiulan's face finally eased. Just as she was about to speak, she fainted. In an instant, chaos erupted once more throughout the Long Manor. Amidst the chaos, Bai Shuang sat deep in thought.
Seated at her desk, she propped her chin with both hands, her eyes fixed motionless on a single point. She had maintained this posture for nearly 10 minutes. Yun Chuan, standing nearby, watched this scene with a look of concern in his eyes. Ever since Bai Shuang had accompanied Lin Fan and Shirley to the hotel, she had returned in this state. Yun Chuan knew exactly what Lin Fan had done.
But Bai Shuang's thoughts? Yun Chuan couldn't fathom them at all.
To prevent Bai Shuang from continuing her deep contemplation, Yun Chuan stepped forward and spoke with utmost respect. Miss, you've been holding this posture for quite some time.
Is there some unresolved issue in your martial cultivation? Hearing Yun Chuan's voice, Bai Shuang finally snapped back to reality.
She glanced at Yun Chuan apologetically, her cheeks flushing crimson.
Uncle Yun, thank you. I was a bit lost in thought just now.
Uncle Yun sighed helplessly upon hearing her words. This wasn't just a momentary lapse, you were clearly deep in thought.
Is there something troubling you, miss?
Ever since Bai Shuang descended the mountain, Yun Chuan had remained by her side as her guardian.
So to Bai Shuang, Yun Chuan was far more than just a steward and bodyguard.
And in Yun Chuan's eyes, Bai Shuang was also incredibly important. Since descending the mountain, Bai Shuang had never been in such a state, and naturally, Yun Chuan was deeply concerned. Bai Shuang rose to her feet, furrowing her brow in thought for a moment before speaking slowly.
Uncle Master, he asked, would you say our junior brother is exceptionally bold? At Bai Shuang's question, Yun Chuan answered without hesitation. Of course. Your junior brother isn't just bold, he's downright reckless. Think about everything he's done since leaving the mountain. Isn't every single thing he's done utterly audacious? Lin Fan is a man of responsibility, possessing profound martial arts cultivation and an upright spirit.
Though his hands have been stained with the blood of many since descending the mountain, few would say he acted wrongly.
Even after turning the Sun family upside down and killing Zhao Dingchuan, the head of the Zhongjiang martial alliance, including the overlord's own son, so what? Lin Fan still stands tall and upright.
Yun Chuan had merely picked out a few incidents to mention. There were many more deeds he hadn't spoken of. And during most of those events, Bai Shuang had been by Lin Fan's side.
Chapter 170, Miss Zhou, do you miss home?
Bai Shuang understood Lin Fan's actions better than anyone. The mere thought of Lin Fan's unyielding righteousness made Bai Shuang's heart flutter once more. Uncle Yun, everyone in Zhongjiang is talking about Lin Fan now. I'm truly worried our junior brother might feel overwhelmed. If it were anyone else facing all this, they'd surely break down. Bai Shuang spoke the truth, her concern was genuine.
But Yun Chuan felt Bai Shuang's worries were entirely unnecessary.
To help Bai Shuang see things clearly sooner, Yun Chuan carefully analyzed the situation once more. Miss, the reason Lin Fan stands tall and unyielding, the reason he appears arrogant, the reason he deals with his enemies with such ruthless decisiveness, it's because he possesses the capital to do so.
Ordinary people simply couldn't pull it off.
Within mere days, Lin Fan personally executed all those responsible for the Lin family massacre. That was his decisiveness.
His relentless pursuit of the mastermind behind the crime was his tenacity. Even when he killed those Japanese, everyone applauded.
Thus, when Lin Fan's name came up, almost no one except those under the overlord's command dared to speak ill of him. At this point, Yun Chuan turned to Bai Shuang, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Bai Shuang nodded in agreement. The truth was undeniable, every person Lin Fan had killed deserved it. Had they not first plotted against the Lin family, how could they have reaped what they had sown? They had claimed the lives of dozens of Lin family members, which was why Lin Fan sought vengeance.
If Lin Fan had ignored the matter or forgiven them, would he still be a man?
Fortunately, Lin Fan's martial arts cultivation was formidable, overwhelming all others. Thus, those who had offended him dared not speak out, even in anger.
As for those Japanese, they deserved to die.
Those Japanese had always harbored wicked intentions, constantly scheming to bully the people of Xiaqiu Kingdom and plotting ways to seize its lands. They were utterly despicable.
Decades ago, they invaded Xiaqiu, murdering and plundering with countless crimes. Now they actually think they can subjugate Xiaqiu using the same tactics? They're dreaming.
Lin Fan killed Shoichitaro and it felt damn satisfying. Bai Shuang was there when it happened. Seeing Shoichiro's corpse, she couldn't have been happier. If not for all the witnesses, Bai Shuang would have cheered aloud. Many felt Lin Fan's killing of Long Si was unnecessary, but Bai Shuang still supported his decision.
It wasn't out of bias toward Lin Fan. Bai Shuang genuinely believed his actions were justified. That's why I fought alongside Lei and Lin Fan. If there was any regret, it was that he hadn't delivered the final blow when Lin Fan killed Sitaro. Recalling that moment, Bai Shuang exhaled deeply, finally calming herself. It had been utterly shocking, which explained why everyone kept applauding long after Lin Fan had left. Sitting across from Yun Chuan, Bai Shuang recounted the entire incident in meticulous detail once more. Yun Chuan smiled at Bai Shuang. What? Lin Fan has only been down the mountain for a short while, and you're already defending him like this? Uncle Yun, what are you saying? How can you call this favoring him? We come from the same school. Isn't it only natural for senior and junior disciples to look out for each other? Bai Shuang's voice grew increasingly soft. Clearly, even she felt a twinge of guilt after uttering those words. Yet Yun Chuan pressed on with the topic. Quite right. Honoring one's master and respecting the way is a tradition passed down by our ancestors. That's precisely why Lin Fan shows you, his senior sister, such profound respect. At this point, Yun Chuan deliberately lifted his head to look at Bai Shuang. Unaware of the implications, Bai Shuang nodded in agreement. But what Yun Chuan said next made Bai Shuang's face flush all the way to her neck. Yun Chuan continued, but it's strange, I can't help but feel Lin Fan's feelings for you go beyond mere respect? What do you mean, Uncle Yun? I'm not quite following. Yun Chuan cleared his throat and explained to Bai Shuang, enunciating each word carefully. That boy seems deeply concerned about you. Haven't you noticed? Like that time you were kidnapped, Lin Fan was pacing like a caged animal, completely frantic. Bai Shuang's face burned fiercely. When she was abducted, Bai Shuang hadn't been entirely sure of her own situation. After calming down, she had even prepared herself for the worst. No matter what, she absolutely couldn't let her junior brother fall into their hands. But often, what you fear most is exactly what comes to pass. As Bai Shuang pondered how to persuade Lin Fan not to come, Lin Fan and Yun Chuan charged into the fray. In the ensuing battle, Lin Fan gained the upper hand. It was only then that Bai Shuang realized Lin Fan had long since become immune to all poisons. Whenever she thought of this junior disciple, a smile would always grace Bai Shuang's face. Yet, when Yun Chuan bluntly stated that Lin Fan cared for her, Bai Shuang still felt a bit embarrassed. She tried to calm herself, but the flush on her cheeks refused to fade. To ease the awkwardness, Bai Shuang finally spoke up, Senior Master, didn't you just say it? Helping each other is only right. Yes, I'm old and out of touch with the times. Assistance is only right. Though you're my senior sister, you're younger than that lad. He truly should protect you. Yun Chuan's words left Bai Shuang even more at a loss for how to continue the conversation. For some reason, Bai Shuang suddenly thought of Zhou Luo from Qingcheng Mountain. He was Lin Fan's childhood sweetheart. They'd practically grown up together. If not for Jiang Wanwan, Lin Fan and Zhou Luo would likely be a couple by now, wouldn't they? Reflecting on all Zhou Luo had done for Lin Fan, Bai Shuang felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her, and her admiration for Zhou Luo grew even deeper. Truly, life is full of surprises. Perhaps fate had its own mysterious plan, with many things predestined. If the Lin family hadn't endured that catastrophe, Lin Fan might never have undergone his rebirth. Meanwhile, atop Qingcheng Mountain, Zhou Luo, gazing into the distance, suddenly sneezed. A faint smile touched Zhou Luo's lips as he reached up to rub his nose. Why on earth would he sneeze? Was it because Mom and Dad missed him, or? Zhou Luo trailed off mid-sentence. Though no one was around, admitting that Lin Fan missed him still made Zhou Luo feel a bit embarrassed. But he would see Lin Fan soon. Right now, Zhou Luo's greatest wish was for Lin Fan to see her bouncing and skipping around. Miss Shou, missing home? A gentle voice came from behind him, and Zhou Luo turned quickly. Master, I greet you. Before she could finish her greeting, Master Chef hastily waved off her bow. Though we're in the mountains, there's no need for such formalities. Miss Shou, you needn't trouble yourself. Chapter 171, Off to Eat Noodles. A faint smile touched Zhou Luo's face as he looked earnestly at the head chef. Have you said goodbye to Lin Fan? Did you tell him when you'd be returning? The head chef wore a gentle expression, his words warm and kind. During his time on the mountain, Zhou Luo had spent the most time with the head chef, so he felt closest to him. Hearing the head chef's question, Zhou Luo first nodded, then shook his head. Seeing this, a look of confusion crossed the master chef's face. What on earth did that mean, nodding and shaking his head at the same time? Master, I spoke with brother Lin Fan over the phone, but I didn't tell him my exact return time. Since brother Lin Fan is so busy, I didn't ask him to come pick me up. Only now did the master chef understand why Zhou Luo had looked so uncertain. So this child was this thoughtful. The thought of Zhou Luo being by Lin Fan's side in the future brought a look of satisfaction to the master chef's face. But Zhou Luo's departure was no cause for joy among the masters on the mountain. When Lin Fan first descended the mountain, the masters had pleaded with him at length. After he left, they had been deeply saddened for quite some time. They had only just begun to adjust to this quiet life when Zhou Luo arrived. Naturally, they were overjoyed by his arrival. Yet now, with Zhou Luo preparing to depart, a wave of sadness was inevitable. Thinking of those farewell scenes, the headmaster felt a complex mix of emotions. Miss Shou. Before the head chef could finish, Zhou Luo cut him off. Master Chef, haven't you forgotten again? Didn't you say you'd call me Luo Luo from now on? Why are you calling me Miss Zhou again? Master Chef smiled, sighed deeply, and shook his head. True, he conceded. Ever since you could walk again, you've been cooking for us. For that alone, we shouldn't treat you like a stranger. Finishing his sentence, the head chef genuinely called out, Luo Luo. Master Chef, I find the air up here so refreshing. After staying a few days, I feel my whole being has grown calmer. When I leave, I'll definitely come back to visit you all. You better remember that, don't you dare forget. When you come back, make sure Lin Fan comes with you. That little rascal is always so busy we're afraid he'll forget about us old folks when he gets too caught up. Hearing the master chef mention Lin Fan, Zhou Luo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Rest assured, master. Lin Fan won't forget his family's grievances while he's up here. Once he returns to Zhongjiang, his top priority will be you masters. I'm certain he'll come back when he has the time. Zhou Luo's words were heartfelt and sincere, and upon hearing them, the master chef was moved to tears. The days that followed passed relatively smoothly. While investigating the mastermind behind the Lin family tragedy, Lin Fan found ample time each day to refine medicinal pills. Beyond pill making, he never neglected his own cultivation. However, even now, Lin Fan couldn't pinpoint exactly what realm his martial cultivation had reached. At the very least, he felt no pressure when facing grandmaster-level experts. As Bai Shuang put it, while he couldn't say for certain how high he'd climbed, his martial cultivation was at least above the grandmaster level. The hour before sunrise each morning was reserved for Lin Fan's cultivation. This time was the most serene, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was purest. He had formed this habit while still living on the mountain. Even after descending the mountain, he maintained his previous schedule. However, his dietary habits had undergone a significant change recently. Previously, he ate simple meals 3 times a day and occasionally hunted game on the mountain to treat his masters. His life had been fairly routine. But these past couple of days, Su Yang had gone completely mad. Every single noon, he insisted on joining Lin Fan for ramen. Just past 11 o'clock that day, Su Yang knocked on Lin Fan's door again. Bro, it's already 11. Aren't you gonna eat? Come on, let's grab some ramen. Before even stepping inside, Su Yang blurted out his thoughts with impatience. Lin Fan frowned slightly, his tone dripping with impatience. Su Daon, what's gotten into you? We've been eating ramen every single day for 3 days straight. Don't you find it annoying? Do you owe the ramen place money, or have you got a crush on the girl who makes it? Something's definitely off with you. Lin Fan was about to say more when Su Yang stepped in front of him, rushing to explain. Bro, you've got it all wrong. First off, the noodle chef at that place isn't a girl, she's just a waitress. Second, I don't have anything going on with her. Su Yang practically blurted out the last point. As for this debt you mentioned, do you seriously think that's possible? Who do you think I am now? I'm the director of Lin's hospital. With my monthly salary, you think I'd owe someone money for a bowl of ramen? Lin Fan wanted to laugh, but he forced himself to keep his expression stiff. Then tell me, Lin Fan pressed, why do you go to that ramen shop every single day? After all that circling around, their conversation had come full circle. Su Yang reached out, scratched his head sheepishly, then sat down beside Lin Fan. Honestly, I just wanted to relive our college days. Remember that time when we were broke? We ate ramen every single day. Lin Fan rolled her eyes at Su Yang in exasperation. How could he forget? Back then, Su Yang followed him around like a shadow. Even though his family gave him a decent allowance each month, Su Yang had a sweet tooth and blew through his money in no time. So whenever they hit rock bottom, Su Yang and Lin Fan would decide to tough it out at the ramen shop near campus. Of course, they also frequented high-end restaurants quite often. As Su Yang put it, a true man must be flexible and adaptable. He even quoted that saying about someone named Xin who could crawl through someone's crotch. They should understand that principle too. The line Lin Fan remembered most clearly was Su Yang's, "We're both men with big plans. Don't sweat the small stuff." But later on, Lin Fan suddenly grasped a truth. Compared to the tragedy that befell the Lin family, all other trivial matters were utterly insignificant. Lost in thought, Lin Fan was jolted back by Su Yang's urgent prompt. Made up your mind yet, brother Fan? Just grant me this one wish. We'll eat for 2 more days and then stop. What do you say? Lin Fan didn't refuse Su Yang. 3 meals a day couldn't be skipped. It was just a matter of changing the dishes. Eating ramen was fine, it wasn't a big deal. Alright, 2 more days it is. Chapter 172, She's Mute. The Dahai ramen shop wasn't large, just 3 or 4 rooms inside, yet crowds flocked there daily for ramen. The reason was simple. First, ramen is affordable. A meal won't break the bank, yet it fills you up. On a good day, the owner might even throw in a few extra slices of meat.
Second, both Su Yang and Lin Fan loved ramen, especially at this decade-old establishment they held dear. That's precisely why Lin Fan agreed to follow Su Yang out.
We're on the same page here, Fan. You know I'm right, right? Being around you, I'm rubbing off on you.
Just as Lin Fan turned his head, Su Yang continued, I know what you're saying.
Let's not dwell on it.
Words like shady don't exist around here. Lin Fan gave a helpless smile. When Su Yang got stubborn, there really wasn't much he could do about it. They arrived early today, so the ramen shop wasn't crowded, and the chef was taking it easy. Seeing the two enter, the waitress serving tables lit up with a pleased expression and hurried over to them. She gestured for them to sit, then waved her hands to indicate the menu. Yes, whatever they had today, that's what they'd have again. Su Yang watched the waitress until she carefully walked away. Lin Fan detected an unusual meaning in Su Yang's gaze.
Su Yang, are you hiding something from me? Why are you defending her like this?
Su Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Fan earnestly.
Brother Fan, you really didn't notice? That girl was signing to us just now. She's a little mute.
The moment Su Yang finished speaking, astonishment flashed across Lin Fan's face.
Daff? How had he never noticed before?
Ever since arriving here, Su Yang had always made him sit on a stool while he went to order food from the waitstaff. Lin Fan hadn't spoken to the waiter and remained unaware of the waiter's condition. Su Yang, on the other hand, seemed quite familiar with the waiter. His earlier remark about Su Yang having a crush on the ramen shop girl had been nothing but a joke. But seeing Su Yang's earnest expression now, Lin Fan felt he might have truly caught on to something. You're always reminding me to watch out for senior sister one moment, then to guard against Lu Xiaoya the next. Yet here you are, communicating with her in sign language. How come I never knew? Upon hearing Lin Fan mentioned by Shuang, Su Yang immediately grew anxious. Brother Fan, I need to make this clear, I only told you to keep an eye on Lu Xiaoya. I never said to keep an eye on sister Bai Shuang. Su Yang spoke with utmost solemnity, as if facing a formidable enemy. If those earlier words reached Bai Shuang's ears, wouldn't she tear him apart? Besides, he was on the same side as Bai Shuang, he wouldn't betray his own ally. Lin Fan shrugged it off with a dismissive laugh.
It's all the same anyway. How can you say that? Let me tell you, sister Bai Shuang is way better than Lu Xiaoya. Look at that Lu Xiaoya, petty and stubborn as hell. Who would like someone like that? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed to slits as he stared fixedly at Su Yang.
This kid seemed to have some kind of prejudice against Lu Xiaoya. Ever since Lu Xiaoya arrived at the Lin family's ancestral home, Lin Fan hadn't once heard Su Yang say a single complimentary word about her.
Bro, don't give me that look. I'm just telling it like it is. You can't judge a book by its cover, and besides, that little girl's background is still unclear. You'd be wise to keep your guard up. Here we go again.
You always pull this routine whenever Lu Xiaoya comes up.
Relax, I'll handle this properly.
As the two were talking, the waiter who had spoken to Su Yang earlier approached carrying a tray.
On the tray sat 2 large bowls of ramen.
You have to admit, the noodle chef was exceptionally skilled. The noodles were thin and long, the broth was crystal clear, topped with thin slices of white radish and bright green strips of meat. Even before taking a bite, the sight alone made one's mouth water.
Thanks, I'll get it. Careful, it's hot. Su Yang said as he personally lifted the noodles from the tray.
By the time Su Yang placed Lin Fan's bowl on the table, the waiter had already set Su Yang's bowl down as well.
Thanks. Su Yang apologized to the waiter once more.
The server, flushed with embarrassment, gave a slight smile and nod, then hurried away with the tray. Lin Fan studied the waiter in front of him intently.
Sure enough, he was a little mute.
Lin Fan couldn't help but glance at the young mute a few more times. Working in a noodle shop is already grueling under normal circumstances, let alone for someone with a disability.
They must put in tremendous effort at their jobs. Life's tough for everyone. That young girl must be working really hard.
Lin Fan murmured thoughtfully. It was meant as a simple observation, but no sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Su Yang chimed in.
Exactly. I feel like that little girl is working especially hard. Look how nimble her hands and feet are, she's handling all those noodles by herself.
Lin Fan froze, his eyes widening in disbelief.
So you've been watching that waitress the whole time since we walked in? How else would you know she did all that work? Su Yang was speechless, finally picking up his chopsticks and awkwardly stirring the noodles. Su Daon, don't give me that look. You wouldn't be.
Lin Fan stopped mid-sentence, unable to continue. Though he doubted such a thing could happen to Su Yang, the waiter was the only topic Su Yang kept bringing up. It was rare to see Su Yang act this way. He kept bringing up that waiter, something Su Yang rarely did. Just then, Su Yang lifted a strand of noodles to his mouth. Hearing Lin Fan's words, he immediately set his chopsticks down.
Brother Fan, you can't joke about things like this. I just felt that girl was working really hard, I didn't mean anything else. After finishing his sentence, Su Yang quietly added under his breath. If we're talking about beauty, I think Sister Bai Shuang is prettier than any other girl. That gaze, that aura, even her dismissive glare that pushes people away is unforgettable. Are you done yet, Su Yang?
I never knew you were so fond of Sister Bai Shuang. A sharp voice cut through the air, startling Su Yang.
Had he not seen Lu Xiaoya, Su Yang would have thought his ears were playing tricks on him. He'd only called Lin Fan when he came out earlier when had Lu Xiaoya snuck over. Chapter 173, Protect Her. Su Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Xiaoya glared at Su Yang with narrowed eyes. Lin Fan, meanwhile, struggled to keep his composure, fighting the urge to laugh out loud. Lu Xiaoya tilted her head to look at Su Yang, then pouted as she demanded. Su Yang, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for Sister Bai Shuang, would you? If you really do, I'd be happy to tell her about your deep affection. Lu Xiaoya, stop messing around. I was just saying that. Besides, what did you hear? You're not allowed to spread nonsense. This time, Su Yang was genuinely flustered.
A mischievous glint flashed in Lu Xiaoya's eyes as she slid over to sit beside Lin Fan.
Fine.
If you don't want me to tell Sister Bai Shuang, then hurry up and have the waiter bring me a bowl of ramen.
Why can you sneak out to eat ramen while I can't? Su Yang was both shocked and delighted upon hearing this. Lu Xiaoya really was a little girl. She'd just been ranting about him for ages, and now solving the problem only requires a bowl of noodles? That's way too easy.
As long as this girl didn't go blabbing nonsense to Bai Shuang, he could afford to treat her to not just one bowl of ramen, but 10 bowls, 100 bowls, whatever it took.
Alright, young lady, sit tight here. I'll go get you some ramen.
Su Yang stood up as he spoke, genuinely heading off to get Lu Xiaoya her noodles. Now, only Lin Fan and Lu Xiaoya remained seated at the table. Lu Xiaoya turned her head and whispered to Lin Fan.
Lin Dan, what's up with Su Yang? Why is he being so nice all of a sudden? Could he really have fallen for Sister Bai Shuang? Don't be ridiculous.
Look how flustered you made Su Yang earlier.
If that were true, he would have ignored you ages ago.
Lin Fan had barely finished speaking when Lu Xiaoya nodded in agreement. But moments later, a look of confusion returned to her face.
Brother Lin Fan, I think you're wrong. You know what it means to feel guilty?
Su Yang is showing classic signs of guilt.
Lu Xiaoya was about to say more when Su Yang arrived with the ramen.
She promptly shut her mouth. And so, the three of them ate ramen together. They occasionally exchanged a few words of banter, but overall, the atmosphere remained fairly harmonious.
The ramen was delicious. Even the petite Lu Xianya polished off a large bowl, leaving not a drop of broth behind.
Just as the three were about to leave, Lin Fan's expression suddenly turned serious. Outside the door, 4 or 5 young men had just walked past. Lin Fan instantly recognized that these men were no ordinary individuals. Each possessed martial cultivation around the dragon rank level, with imposing builds that marked them as far from ordinary. Though they were all trying their best to conceal their martial arts information, Lin Fan could still tell at a glance. Lin Fan was puzzled. Several experts suddenly appearing on the street. Had something happened? Why had everything come to a sudden halt? What had happened? After settling the bill, Su Yang glanced over at Lin Fan. Noticing Lin Fan's furrowed brow in deep contemplation, he asked quietly. Lin Fan turned his head and spoke in a low voice.
Nothing much.
Just spotted a few martial artists with decent skills.
Su Yang immediately chuckled upon hearing this.
He'd thought it might be something serious, but it turned out to be just martial artists. The entire Xiaozhou kingdom revered martial artists, placing martial prowess above all else, and Zhongjian was no exception. Walking down any street, one could easily spot people practicing martial arts.
Isn't that just human nature?
Frankly speaking, it would be strange not to see martial artists walking about on the streets.
Seeing Su Yang's unconcerned expression, Lin Fan said nothing more.
After all, Su Yang wasn't a martial artist himself. Even if he explained it to Su Yang, the latter probably wouldn't understand. Whenever Lin Fan and Su Yang spoke before, Lu Xiaoya would always chime in occasionally. This time, however, Lu Xiaoya remained unusually quiet. Her head was bowed as low as it could go, as if deliberately avoiding something. Lin Fan offered a quiet reminder. Lu Xiaoya, we need to leave now. Lu Xiaoya finally snapped back to reality and nodded in agreement. The three of them walked down the street, immediately drawing the attention of many passers-by. Su Yang and Lin Fan were both exceptionally handsome, and combined with Lu Xiaoya's extraordinary presence, the trio stood out so much that heads turned wherever they went. Lin Fan had intended to head straight to the Lin family residence, but after taking a few steps forward, he sensed the presence of those individuals again. Lin Fan turned to look at Su Yang.
Su Yang, take Lu Xianya back first.
I have something to take care of.
Su Yang's face immediately clouded with concern. You're going alone?
We should both go with you.
Strength in numbers.
I won't feel at ease if you go out by yourself. If it comes down to it, just bring your third senior brother. Lin Fan had made numerous enemies. Even those who understood his actions were justified feared the tyrant's power, forcing many to act against their conscience. Though it was daytime, Lin Fan venturing out alone still risked unexpected trouble. Feeling the fainting breaths of those individuals grow weaker, Lin Fan shook his head decisively.
It's fine. I'll be back soon. You take Lu Xiaoya back first.
With that, he turned and strode toward the crossroads. Lu Xiaoya had intended to follow, but upon seeing the direction Lin Fan was heading, hesitation flashed across her face. The direction Lin Fan was heading was the same as the one those people had taken. If she didn't go, she'd be safe. But if she followed, she'd surely be captured by those men. But if he let Lin Fan go alone, what if something happened to him? Snapping back to reality, Lu Xiaoya stomped his foot in frustration. Finally, she grabbed Su Yang's arm and turned to leave. Su Yang froze, staring wide-eyed at Lu Xianya. Lu Xiaoya, you're getting more and more outrageous. Why are you yanking me like this? It feels like we're running away. Su Yang shouldn't have mentioned running away. The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Xiaoya bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Su Yang, what are you doing? My brother Lin Fan just told you to protect me. Didn't you hear him? Or what? Hurry up and go. Su Yang was utterly baffled. Lu Xiaoya really had a peculiar temper. Su Yang had indeed been told to protect Lu Xiaoya, but that didn't mean she had to drag him along like a little chick. You little brat. Before Su Yang could finish his sentence, Lu Xiaoya had already grabbed his arm and turned him around. Brother Lin Fan is in danger. We need to hurry back and find Shirley. Su Yang tried to argue with Lu Xiaoya, but before he could open his mouth, Lu Xiaoya beat him to it. Su Yang's head buzzed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Lu Xiaoya, don't joke around. Chapter 174, Inquiring About Someone. Su Yang didn't believe Lu Xiaoya's words, but seeing the solemn expression on Lu Xiaoya's face, he couldn't help but take it seriously. When it came to Lin Fan's safety, he'd rather believe it than doubt it. Su Yang and Lu Xiaoya hurried back in a rush. By the time they reached the entrance, Lu Xiaoya was already gasping for breath. Hurry up and find someone. Lu Xiaoya bent over, gasping for breath as he spoke. Seeing Lu Xiaoya truly unable to run any further, Su Yang decided not to push him. Then catch your breath. I'll go find Shirley. With that, Su Yang sprinted forward with all his might. As soon as he reached the backyard, Su Yang began shouting at the top of his lungs. Third brother, it's bad. Lin Fan's in trouble, hurry and save him. Shirley, who had been cultivating inside, leapt out the moment he heard the cry. Where is he? What happened? Before he could steady himself, Shirley's eyes widened as he demanded answers. Head to the intersection by the ramen shop. Lin Fan ran that way. He's alone, it's dangerous. Su Yang tried desperately to explain clearly, but in the end, that was all he managed to say. Before Su Yang could say more, Shirley had already dashed out. Seeing Shirley leave, Su Yang's heart finally settled a little. Only then did Su Yang realize his legs had been trembling the entire time. He'd run at his absolute limit just now. South of the intersection lay a small park. Lin Fan followed the group as they walked and stopped, circling around several times. To his surprise, they stopped right at the entrance of the small park. They'd searched all day and still hadn't found the young lady. How could he report this to the master? He'd have to bite the bullet and report the truth. What other choice did he have? This young lady was truly driving him crazy. No news is good news. If the young lady really had been snatched away by those thugs, then all of us would be dead men walking. Lin Fan overheard the conversation of several people nearby with crystal clarity. Miss? Could these people be frantically searching for someone? One of them feared the person they sought had been snatched by villains. Otherwise, the price they'd pay would be steep their very lives. By that logic, the young lady they sought must be someone of considerable stature, certainly no ordinary person. For some reason, Lu Xianye's face suddenly flashed through Lin's mind. Could these people be searching for Lu Xianye? Lin Fan's heart tightened, and his expression turned serious once more. Nah, what are the odds? Maybe I'm just overthinking this. Lin Fan tried to reassure himself. Upon learning these people weren't up to no good but were actually searching for someone, Lin Fan decided to back off. First, he didn't want to meddle in others' affairs. Second, their search had nothing to do with him, there was no need to provoke conflict. Lin Fan turned to leave. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the air. Hold it! What are you doing? Lin Fan sensed the voice came from among those people. However, Lin Fan didn't halt his steps or turn around. He continued with his previous motion. Hey, you! Are you deaf or dumb? Can't you hear people talking? Someone was clearly in a foul mood, their words spitting venom. Lin Fan halted his steps and slowly turned around, but remained silent. Just then, the five men suddenly started walking toward Lin Fan. The first to speak was a dark-skinned man with a square jaw. We're looking for someone. Have you seen a young girl around here these past couple of days? She's about 5 feet 5 inches, fair-skinned, with eyes that aren't too big but really pretty. After the man finished speaking, Lin Fan shook his head flatly. These men wore unfriendly expressions, their eyes flashing with ruthlessness as they spoke. Not only did he have no idea where the person they sought was, but even if he did, he certainly wouldn't just blurt it out. Who knew what these people were up to? Seeing Lin Fan hesitate, the man's face lit up with delight, his voice growing tense. He hurried forward in a large stride, then fixed his gaze directly on Lin Fan. Have you seen him?
Do you recognize him? If you have any information about this person, tell us. We won't let you speak for nothing, we'll give you a generous sum of money.
Lin Fan listened, then replied indifferently.
No. What? How could you not have seen him?
The square-jawed man frowned as he spoke, his expression quickly souring. The longer he looked, the more unpleasant his face became. The others watching this scene couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If even the boss couldn't get any information about the young lady, then the rest of them certainly couldn't either.
Are you really not lying to me?
The man remained skeptical and pressed on. Lin Fan appraised the man before him, his expression calm.
Never seen her.
In 2 responses, Lin Fan had uttered a total of 5 words. The man across from him felt his face grow hot with embarrassment, a wave of irritation washing over him. The calmer Lin Fan remained, the more the man felt his face burning. He was a martial artist ranked on the dragon list, even those with profound martial cultivation wouldn't dare treat him with such disrespect. Yet this man before him. With that thought, the man's eyes narrowed to slits, a flash of ruthlessness darting through his gaze. Kid, you'd better tell the truth. If I find out you've deceived us. Before the man could finish, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. So what if I do?
Very well. It seems you truly know something.
If you deceive us, I will tear you limb from limb. Lin Fan sneered inwardly. Not much in the way of cultivation, but plenty of big talk. If they truly intended to tear him limb from limb, they'd first have to prove they had the ability. Lin Fan had no desire to cross swords with these people before him. First, he simply wasn't in the mood. Second, this was the city center. Even ordinary fights drew crowds of onlookers, let alone a clash between martial artists of their caliber. It wasn't that Lin Fan feared trouble, he simply couldn't be bothered with the hassle. Rather than waste time tangling with such people, he'd be better off returning to refine some elixirs. A thought flashed through Lin Fan's mind at that moment. As long as these people didn't cross the line, he wouldn't intervene. But someone chose to be ungrateful. Just as Lin Fan turned to leave, a hand suddenly reached out and landed squarely on his shoulder. Lin Fan didn't react much, but the person across from him was startled. What was going on? What appeared to be a casual touch had actually required considerable internal force. Even martial artists with cultivation might struggle to withstand it, let alone an ordinary person. Yet this young man before him remained utterly unfazed, not even flinching. You. As the man stood frozen in shock, Lin Fan slowly uttered a single sentence. Let go of your hand. The man froze instantly, momentarily unsure of what to do. Third brother, what's wrong? Chapter 175, Talk Big. Noticing the unusual expression on his companion's face, a man with a full beard quickly spoke up. After regaining his composure, the man swiftly withdrew his hand, his eyes filled with astonishment. Nothing. This guy's a real expert. As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with disbelief, staring at Lin Fan as if he were some kind of freak. Among ordinary martial artists, there's a natural sense of each other's cultivation levels. Not only had he failed to sense the young man's cultivation level, but his resilience was utterly staggering. That slap he had just delivered was no ordinary blow. Just then, the man with the bushy beard grinned. A master? Yes, brothers, be careful. We've run into a tough nut to crack. The man who had spoken earlier murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, then nervously glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's lips curled slightly, his face still expressionless. Impossible. How could he be a master? He's clearly just an ordinary young man. Third brother, are you just scaring yourself? Seeing his comrades doubt him, the speaker frowned deeply. Don't believe me? Try it yourself and see how high this guy's chest measurement really is. Finishing his sentence, the man called third brother gave a cold snort. The man with the bushy beard stepped forward immediately, pointing a finger at Lin Fan. Kid, you'd better introduce yourself. Save me the trouble of forcing you. Lin Fan didn't even glance at the man before him, continuing to walk forward. Kid, don't push your luck. If you dare take another step today, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. We'll mind our own business. Lin Fan's voice was low, tinged with growing irritation. Ha! Talk big, huh? Today, I'll show you just how many eyes the Horse King has. The bearded man didn't believe what the third brother had said, but Lin Fan's few words had already infuriated him. People usually avoided them like the plague, yet today they were being treated with utter contempt. The bearded man couldn't swallow his pride. In the blink of an eye, the bearded man's fist slammed toward Lin Fan. The others watched with wide eyes as the bearded man made his move. Before Lin Fan could react, a furious roar echoed through the air. Stop! You dare lay a hand on my junior disciple? You must be tired of living. The voice was coarse and thunderous. It reverberated through their skulls, making their ears ring. Several dragon rank martial artists froze instantly, all instinctively turning toward the source of the voice. Upon hearing the voice, a faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips. Third senior brother had arrived. These fellows were in for a world of trouble. Though their martial cultivation levels were all on the dragon list, theoretically placing them on par with Shirley. However, Shirley had recently consumed the pills refined by Lin Fan and had been diligently cultivating these past few days, so his cultivation level was naturally far superior. For martial artists of equal strength on the dragon list, Shirley was undoubtedly a formidable threat. Before the others could react, Shirley had already strided swiftly before Lin Fan. The large bearded man's fist, already clenched, now hung suspended mid-air. Had Shirley not suddenly bellowed, that fist would have already struck. Now, seeing another person suddenly appear, the bearded man was furious. After steadying his feet, Shirley turned to Lin Fan, his voice filled with concern. "Little junior brother, are you all right?" "Senior brother, don't worry. They can't touch me." "But why are you here?" Shirley cut straight to the point. "Thanks to that kid Su Yang, otherwise I wouldn't have known my little junior brother was being bullied." By the end of his sentence, Shirley's teeth were grinding audibly. Seeing the big bearded man's fist still suspended midair, Shirley thrust out his arm and knocked the blow aside. "What do you think you're doing? Want to see whose fist is bigger?" As he spoke, Shirley's hand had already clenched into a fist. Immediately after, everyone heard a series of sharp, cracking sounds. It was the sound of Shirley's joints popping. Seeing this scene before him, the bearded man instantly lost his nerve. He'd clenched his own fist earlier, but no such sound had come from his knuckles. Clearly, the man across from him was far more skilled in that particular area. The man called third clenched his teeth tightly, then glanced at his partner beside him. Though no words were spoken, the look in third brother's eyes left no room for misunderstanding. They had 5 men against 2 opponents. Even if those 2 possessed martial arts cultivation superior to theirs, 5 against 2 should still be more than enough. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, another accomplice arrived. "Fine. Today, I'll let you taste my true power." The bearded man clenched his fist again and swung it toward Lin Fan and his group. This time, however, he changed his target, charging straight toward Shirley. Shirley's eyes widened like copper bells, his aura fierce and imposing. As the bearded man's full force slammed toward him, Shirley didn't dodge. Instead, he raised both fists and met the blow head-on. Thud! A dull thud echoed. Then came the sound of cracking bones. The bearded man stumbled back several steps. In the blink of an eye, beads of sweat the size of soybeans formed on his forehead. "Kid, you actually brought backup." The pain made the bearded man shiver violently as he glared at Lin Fan with a vicious look. Shirley heard this and sneered coldly. "Consider yourself lucky it's me you're facing. If my junior disciple had stepped in, you'd be dead already." Everyone knew this man wasn't joking, and their hearts leapt several inches higher in their throats. Earlier, several had considered charging together, but now, retreating expressions spread across their faces. "Beard, how are you? Quick, take a pill." Third brother hurriedly pulled a pill from his waistband and shoved it into Big Beard's mouth without a second thought. The bearded man felt immense regret, yet his face betrayed a stubborn refusal to concede. "Who exactly are you? And who is your master?" Lin Fan's face flashed a hint of disdain. "You're not worthy to ask my master's name." Under normal circumstances, the bearded man would have immediately attacked. Given his fiery temper, he would never tolerate such contempt. But now, even with one arm broken by his opponent, the bearded man dared not act arrogantly. "Fine. Since you refuse to name your master, then tell me who you are. When my cultivation soars and I come seeking revenge, I'll know exactly who to find." Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. "Lin Fan. What? You're Lin Fan? The very Lin Fan who dared to kill the son of the Overlord?" Lin Fan nodded. At that moment, Big Beard and the others regretted their actions so deeply they could have turned green. They never imagined the young man standing before them would be Lin Fan. Chapter 176, She Says You're in Danger. "Let's go." Once he regained his composure, the bearded man immediately gave the order. The others turned to leave without a second thought. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly spoke up. "Wait." Their hearts tightened, but they halted nonetheless. The bearded man, wounded, was the slowest to turn. So now, the bearded man only needed to lift his gaze to meet Lin Fan's eyes. "Are you really going to wipe us all out?" A hint of provocation laced Lin Fan's words. "What do you think?" The bearded man said nothing, but instinctively took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with terror. "It's over." Lin Fan could turn the tables in an instant. By refusing to let his men leave, he clearly intended to kill them. The thought that after years of grueling cultivation, he might now die by Lin Fan's hand left the bearded man's face ashen. The others began to tremble. At this moment, Lin Fan's reputation reverberated throughout the entire Xiaozhou kingdom, let alone this small town of Zhongjiang. Everyone knew Lin Fan's martial prowess was formidable. Even the top experts under the Overlord couldn't defeat him, let alone these men. Moreover, Lin Fan was audacious beyond measure. If he intended to kill someone, it could be said that no one could escape his grasp. This young man had even dared to kill the Overlord's own son. What were they, compared to that? For Lin Fan to take their lives now would be as simple as crushing an ant. "We were merely acting impulsively, our tempers flaring. Must you truly exterminate us all?"
Lin Fan, if you truly do this, your reputation will be ruined. We've never had any grudges against you. Though there's some friction today, you don't have to take our lives. Please show mercy and spare us. The bearded man stammered out his words, occasionally glancing up at Lin Fan. Ever since Lin Fan ordered them to stop, the bearded man hadn't dared meet his gaze directly. Though his words seemed to be arguing with Lin Fan, the big bearded man's heart felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. He was absolutely terrified. Ha! Shirley burst into a loud, almost hoarse laugh. You really are full of hot air. What were you saying just now? Didn't you claim you were going to take our lives? Why are you backing down now? The bearded man didn't argue back, looking completely defeated. Right now, if this meant saving his life, what did it matter if he looked like a fool? Losing his life would be the real tragedy. From the day he was born until now, he hadn't even reached 30. To meet the king of hell so early was truly unbearable. These thoughts weighed heavily on him as he drew a deep breath, his brow furrowed in anguish. Alright, we were wrong. We shouldn't have provoked Lin Fan. I'm backing down. With things having gone this far, Lin Fan couldn't very well keep his stern expression. After all, from the very beginning, Lin Fan had never intended to take their lives. Many martial artists were hot-blooded and impulsive. Some had fiery tempers and liked to bully anyone they saw. As long as their actions weren't too extreme, Lin Fan wouldn't harbor murderous intent. I'll ask you a few questions. Answer truthfully, and I'll let you go. Before Lin Fan had even finished speaking, the bearded man, Old Third, and the others hurriedly nodded. Ask away. Whatever we know, we won't hold anything back. The bearded man spoke decisively, clearly resolved. Who are you looking for? Lin Fan's tone was flat, his face devoid of any expression. Without hesitation, the bearded man answered. We're looking for Miss Jiang. Who is Miss Jiang? Lin Fan was curious just who could be so important that 5 experts ranked on the dragon list were searching for them simultaneously? The third man spoke next. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang is the daughter of the city lord of Dongcheng in Shijiang. Recently, she's been at odds with her father and has been gone for quite some time. That's why the city lord sent us out to search everywhere. Lin Fan believed their words were truthful. Even before engaging them in combat, Lin Fan had overheard their conversation. First, they mentioned not being able to locate the young lady, then later lamented having no way to report back to the master. So that was it. Miss Jiang of East City, Shijiang, had gone missing. For some reason, Lin Fan suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lu Xiaoye didn't bear the Jiang surname, meaning she wasn't the person they were searching for. Since Lu Xiaoye had no connection to these people, there was no need for him to pry further. Shirley had been standing beside Lin Fan the whole time. Seeing Lin Fan wave them off, he felt uneasy. Letting them go like this? Little junior brother, that's far too lenient. Ah well, let them go. After Lin Fan spoke, the bearded man, Old Third, and the others froze for a moment before nodding and hurrying away. They looked so anxious, as if they'd slathered oil on their soles. Shirley flexed his wrists, feeling unsatisfied. He'd been looking forward to a proper fight, but these guys were real cowards. With that thought, Shirley suddenly chuckled, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. Little junior brother, this pill of yours is truly remarkable. Without its supportive effects, my martial cultivation would never have advanced this rapidly. Lin Fan smiled. Glad you found it useful, third senior brother. The two chatted as they walked back. Soon, Lin Fan asked Su Yan why he had sought out Shirley. Shirley looked at Lin Fan, pursing his lips as he explained. I was cultivating in my room when that kid Su Yang started causing trouble outside. Since danger was imminent, I rushed out. That Su Yang really makes mountains out of molehills. By the way, third senior brother, have you eaten? If not, I'll treat you to ramen. I've already eaten. I had 3 bowls of rice today. My little apprentice ate just as much as me. Impressive, huh? Mentioning Lu Shuai brought a pleased expression back to Shirley's face. A few minutes later, the two of them returned to the Lin family's ancestral home together. Su Yang and Lu Xiaoye were pacing the courtyard. Spotting Lin Fan and Shirley, Lu Xiaoye practically sprinted over. Brother Lin Fan, are you okay? You scared me to death. You're finally back. Lin Fan shook his head with a smile, then turned to look at Su Yang. You're making such a big deal out of nothing. I just went for a walk, look how scared you got. Su Yang looked utterly aggrieved and hurriedly defended himself. I do believe you, really. It's all Lu Xiaoye, she practically dragged me here to find third senior brother. She said you were in danger. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on Lu Xiaoye. Lu Xiaoye's face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Xiaoye, how did you know I was in danger? Lin Fan's question made Lu Xiaoye feel even more guilty, nearly blurting out that she'd seen him chase after those experts. Seeing everyone's eyes turn to her, Lu Xiaoye took a deep breath. How could we possibly feel at ease with you alone? Of course I'd say you were in danger. Chapter 177, Preparing to Go Home. Lu Xiaoye's gaze shifted nervously, her pouty lips curled high. Su Yang rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. I shouldn't have trusted you.
You're just stirring things up based on baseless assumptions and imagination.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shirley's voice carried over.
Little junior brother, those guys' martial arts cultivation should all be on the dragon list, right? Lin Fan nodded. Though he hadn't met the Dongjiang city lord personally, he'd heard of him. As a city lord, he undoubtedly had skilled fighters under his command. With his daughter missing, he'd undoubtedly spare no effort in the search. If it really came to a fight, Fan Gu, are you okay?
Before Lin Fan could respond, Lu Xiaoya leaned closer to him again.
Lin Fan, how did those people leave? Did you drive them off, or did they defeat you? Lu Xianya, could you say something nice? Brother Fan's martial arts cultivation is unmatched. What do you mean they defeated him? Watch your words. Su Yang already disliked Lu Xiaya.
Hearing her speak of Lin Fan like this now felt like she was cursing him.
Lu Xiaya's eyes turned red, his voice choked with emotion. I'm just worried, why are you shouting?
Su Yang opened his mouth to argue further, but remembering what Lin Fan and Shirley had just said, his attention shifted away from Lu Xianya. What followed, naturally, was a flurry of concerned inquiries from everyone. Lin Fan kept explaining. Only after he repeated several times that he was fine did Su Yang and Lu Xiaya finally relax. Lu Shuai approached Shirley and cautiously asked, Master, are you okay? Did those people hurt you?
Don't worry, kid. How could your master possibly be hurt?
Thanks to your master's uncle's pills, I fought with such ease.
By the way, when are you leaving?
Today was market day, the very day Lu Shuai was to help Lin Fan sell his pills.
Shirley remembered it clearly.
Hearing this, Lu Shuai felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Shirley didn't voice the rest, but Lu Shuai understood perfectly. Shirley was worried about his safety and wanted to secretly follow him again like last time.
Master, I can handle this alone.
Just wait at home for my good news. You really don't need to trouble yourself like this. Besides, you and my master uncle have plenty of other matters to attend to. Lu Shuai spoke with utmost sincerity. Though his voice was soft, his words carried clearly to everyone present. Lin Fan couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Shuai, re-evaluating the person before him. When it came to his view of Lu Shuai, Lin Fan wasn't as guarded as Bai Shuang. Yet now, the look in his eyes toward Lu Shuai had clearly shifted. Previously, this kid had struck him as nothing more than a petty thief, but now he seemed far more mature. Not only that, but he seemed far more grounded overall.
Could it really be thanks to third brother's influence?
If that were the case, it seemed far too swift.
He'd never realized third senior brother possessed such talent.
At that moment, Shirley reached out and patted Lu Shuai on the shoulder.
You're right. Now I need to protect your master's younger brother. Take this new phone, stay in touch anytime. Don't worry, master. I'll definitely bring you back good news. Lu Shuai's eyes crinkled into crescent moons with laughter. Next, Shirley followed Lin Fan into the house, with Lu Xiade and Su Yang trailing behind. On Mount Qingcheng, Zhou Luo prepared the final meal for the masters. At the table, the masters' spirits were low. Though the table was laden with dishes, none of them touched their chopsticks. Zhou Luo grew concerned, a look of puzzlement crossing his young face. Masters, is it that I didn't cook well? The head master spoke first.
No, Luo's cooking is just as good as that kid Lin Fan's.
We all really enjoy your meals. But then why aren't any of you eating today?
Zhou Luo found it hard to believe the head chef's words. After he finished speaking, he looked at the other chefs. The other chefs nodded in agreement, affirming that Zhou Luo's cooking was excellent. Zhou Luo stared at the person before him, his face filled with disappointment.
Alright, I'll be blunt. You're leaving tomorrow, aren't you? We're all going to miss you terribly.
When that kid Lin Fan left, we were all down for a long time. Now you're leaving too. Even if there were delicacies from the mountains and seas right here, I couldn't eat them. If you leave, I doubt anyone will come up to this mountain for quite some time. Master San rattled off a whole string of reasons, but at least he got to the point. Zhou Luo felt deeply moved upon hearing this, his own reluctance to part now evident. After spending time together, he'd grown attached to his masters. The thought of leaving without knowing when he might return weighed heavily on his heart. Masters, I've caused you trouble here. Though I must leave tomorrow, I prepared today's meal with great care. Please, try it. At his words, the headmaster was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Come on, we're not children. We've lived this long, what's there to be so sentimental about? Don't make the kid feel awkward. Let's eat. With that, the head chef picked up a piece of chicken and placed it in his mouth. Fragrant and tender, absolutely delicious. After the first bite, the head chef eagerly picked up another piece. Before the other masters could react, the head chef had already devoured most of the bowl of stewed chicken chunks. Hey, boss, you're eating way too fast. Can't you show a little restraint? The rest of us haven't even touched our chopsticks yet. Master 3 grew anxious. At this rate, the entire bowl would be gone before long. By the time third master spoke up, second master and fourth master had already started scooping chicken from their bowls. Finally, third master stopped sighing and urging others to be more restrained. He simply began wolfing down his food like the rest.
Seeing this scene unfold, Zhou Luo finally let out a quiet chuckle. Darkness fell quickly on the mountain. By the time the sun set, Zhou Luo had already packed everything away. The thought of returning to Zhongjiang tomorrow made his heart race with excitement. He could finally return like a normal person, dancing again, holding his parents' hands while strolling through the streets. And he could finally follow Lin Fan around like he used to. Every time these thoughts crossed his mind, 2 crimson clouds would bloom on Zhou Luo's cheeks. Gazing at the bag filled to the brim with belongings, Zhou Luo's expression turned wistful. The masters had given him far too much. Chapter 178, A Bowl of Rice Noodles. At first, Zhou Luo felt time dragged on endlessly in the mountains. Back then, his feet couldn't bear weight and he could only lie in bed every day. The headmaster tended to his wounds, primarily through acupuncture. The needle pricks on his body didn't cause him much pain. For Zhou Luo, it was the endless time that felt like torture. But as time passed, the injury on Zhou Luo's leg healed faster and faster. From the moment he could get out of bed and walk, his entire mindset underwent a profound change. It was only then that Zhou Luo truly grasped the allure of Qingqing Mountain. Every flowering tree here seemed imbued with emotion, brimming with boundless vitality. Now, Zhou Luo had grown dependent on Qingqing Mountain. But the time had come, he must return. The turning of the stars and the shifting of the heavens, it was nothing more than that. The sky had grown rather chilly by now. Across Qingqing Mountain, patches of grass had begun to turn faintly yellow, and the trees that shed their leaves early seemed to have lost their vitality. Though the pines and cypresses remained as lush as ever, they were undeniably less vibrant than in summer. Zhou Luo glanced out the window. It's okay. When the weather warms up, I'll come visit you with brother Lin Fan. Zhou Luo's voice was barely audible, yet his resolve was unwavering. The next morning, a misty haze rose over the mountain, enveloping all of Qingqing Mountain in a shroud of fog. The birds seemed to have risen much later today, no longer chirping and chattering as they once did. Several masters escorted Zhou Luo to the edge of the barrier. Zhou Luo paused. Masters, please don't accompany me any further. Once I descend the mountain, I can take a bus back. I'll call you when I arrive. Take care, everyone. Zhou Luo's voice rang out crisply, a smile playing on his face. The senior master nodded, and the others waved in agreement. Only after Zhou Luo's figure vanished from sight did the masters turn away. What a wonderful girl. I hope she and that good-for-nothing Lin Fan can end up together. Zhou Luo had a kind heart, but matters of the heart couldn't be forced. It was clear she was utterly devoted to Lin Fan. That brat Lin Fan isn't bad to Zhou Luo either, otherwise, why would he have sent her up the mountain? I think our Schwanger is pretty great too. Well said. My disciple isn't half bad either. The 2 masters chatted back and forth, and before they even returned to their rooms, they'd already started fretting over Lin Fan's future. Half an hour later, a bead of sweat had formed on Zhou Luo's forehead. The mountain air was cool, and the sweat on his forehead felt icy cold. Zhou Luo raised his arm to wipe the sweat, letting out another long sigh. After stepping out of the barrier, Zhou Luo rushed forward without pause, barely taking in the mountain scenery. At that moment, Zhou Luo had only one thought: to hurry back and see Lin Fan as soon as possible. Only when his legs began to ache did he finally slow his pace. Glancing at the stream beside him, Zhou Luo bent down, cupped his hands, and brought a handful of water to his lips. The mountain spring water was sweet and quenched his thirst. He wondered when he would be able to drink from this stream again after leaving. Spotting some oval pebbles nearby, Zhou Luo picked one up and tossed it into the stream with a smile. Splash! The stone splashed upon the water, and Zhou Luo's smile grew wider. Just then, a look of surprise flashed across Zhou Luo's face. There were actually small fish swimming in the stream. He never imagined fish could live in such crystal clear water. Didn't the old saying go, where the water is too clear, there are no fish? How could these little fish make their home here? Zhou Luo stared at the little fish in the stream for a moment. The weariness he'd felt earlier seemed to fade, and he continued on his way. Upon reflection, he realized he had been away from home for over a month. He wondered how his parents were doing. And Lin Fan, though they spoke often on the phone, he couldn't help but wonder how much Lin Fan had changed over this past month. A complex mix of emotions swirled within Zhou Luo. Though he pressed onward, his mind remained elsewhere. He took out his phone, glanced at it, then slipped it back into his backpack. Since he'd decided to surprise Lin Fan, he wouldn't call him. He had to stick to his plan. He wanted to see the look of surprise on Lin Fan's face when the time came. As these thoughts swirled, Zhou Luo found himself glancing down at his feet again. Perhaps heaven truly couldn't bear to see them suffer so much, which was why Lin Fan had survived and why he himself had been able to stand again after 3 years of lying down. The mountain path ahead was quite steep, so Zhou Luo dared not walk too quickly. Having walked non-stop since setting out, both his feet were already aching, so he had to pace himself. He certainly didn't want to end up back in bed after returning home. After walking for a while longer, Zhou Luo sat down to rest beneath a large tree. He pulled out his phone and dialed Zhang Shuochen's number. The phone rang continuously, but no one answered. Zhou Luo frowned slightly, then tried another number. Still no answer.
Reluctantly, he pressed the redial button. Time after time, the same computerized tone echoed from the phone. What's going on? What are mom and dad doing? Don't they miss me?
Zhou Luo muttered to himself before finally leaving them a voicemail and continuing on his way. There could be many reasons why they couldn't answer the call, but Zhou Luo believed one thing for certain. As long as mom and dad had time, they would definitely see his message. Maybe by the time he got home, they'd already set the table with a feast waiting for him. The thought of home cooking instantly lifted his spirits. It took Zhou Luo over an hour to reach the foot of the mountain. Seeing the bustling crowd of people coming and going lifted his spirits. After trekking along the mountain path for so long, he had eaten something along the way, but when he spotted the rice noodles, Zhou Luo stopped in his tracks. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd had rice noodles. Ever since he'd been confined to bed, Zhou Luo had lost much of his will to live, let alone any desire for delicious food. Now, fully mobile again, the aroma of rice noodles made Zhou Luo involuntarily swallow. 2 rice noodle shops stood before him, yet each drew vastly different crowds. The one on the left had average foot traffic. Glancing inside, there were indeed quite a few diners, but many empty seats remained.
The one on the right was a different story.
Not only was the dining area packed, but a long line had formed at the takeout window.
Alright, since that's the case, I'll go with this one.
Zhou Luo walked into the restaurant, ordered a bowl of plain rice noodles, and found a window seat to sit down.
Chapter 179, She's My Sister.
Both Zhou Luo and Lin Fan loved rice noodles.
That was precisely why he hadn't touched rice noodles since the Lin family incident. Every time he thought of rice noodles, Zhou Luo would recall everything about Lin Fan.
It had become a knot in his heart. But now things were different, and everything had changed. Lin Fan had returned, and the injury on his leg had healed. If only those who had passed away from the Lin family could be brought back to life, Zhou Luo would truly wish to dismiss all that had happened as nothing more than a dream. Watching the crowds come and go on the street, memories of Lin Fan flooded Zhou Luo's mind. Lost in thought, he finished his bowl of rice noodles. Finally, Zhou Luo stood up and lingered on the street for a moment. The street was bustling today, with customers streaming in and out of the shops lining both sides. Even the alleyways were filled with vendors hawking their wares. Zhou Luo stopped in front of a sugar-blowing stall, his eyes fixed on the display.
Young lady, fancy a sugar sculpture? 3 yuan each, 2 for 5.
My prices are fair, my craftsmanship is top-notch, you won't be disappointed.
The elderly candy blower looked at Zhou Luo, enthusiastically promoting his craft.
Zhou Luo glanced at the finest sugar sculptures on display, a satisfied look spreading across his face.
Can you make this for me?
Zhou Luo pointed to a finished dragon figure as he asked.
The old man nodded eagerly upon hearing this, chattering away.
Sure. But this dragon will cost a bit more, it's more intricate, so it'll be an extra $1.
Alright, please make it for me as soon as possible.
Zhou Luo spoke with a smile on his face, then reached into his bag for money. Zhou Luo understood the old man wasn't trying to rip him off. Compared to butterflies or flowers, crafting a dragon was undeniably more labor-intensive. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Luo wouldn't have insisted on choosing this particular dragon. But today was different. For one thing, once he left this place, he didn't know when he might return. Second, Lin Fan was born in the year of the dragon. If he were to bring back a sugar-crafted dragon figurine, the significance would naturally be different. Forget adding $1, even if he asked for 10 or 8 more, I wouldn't haggle. Though the price wasn't high, the old man before him was crafting it with great care. After 10 minutes or so, a vividly lifelike dragon appeared in Zhou Luo's hands. Zhou Luo started walking toward the station, but before he could enter, several figures appeared before him. The 4 men before him were burly, all with square faces, now staring at him motionless. Zhou Luo's brow furrowed slightly as he instinctively took 2 steps back, his guard rising. To his surprise, instead of averting their gaze, the men actually took a few steps closer as they observed his reaction.
Who are you? What do you want?
Zhou Luo's eyes widened as he spoke, his expression guarded.
One of the men stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Zhou Luo, and then answered his question. Miss Zhou, correct? We're here to pick you up. Get in the car. I don't know you. Why should I get in your car?
Zhou Luo flatly refused their offer. For no other reason than a gut feeling and instinctive sense that these people standing before her weren't good people.
After finishing her statement, Zhou Luo turned to leave. After all, it wouldn't take long to reach the bus station on foot. Why risk following strangers?
Even a 3-year-old knows not to trust strangers easily. He certainly wasn't going to be less cautious than a 3-year-old.
Miss Zhou.
The man who had spoken earlier raised his voice, taking a step forward to block Zhou Luo's path.
What do you want? If you don't move, I'm calling for help. Almost immediately, the others followed suit.
In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo bit his lip, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Spotting several people nearby, Zhou Luo let out a loud shout.
Help! Help! Zhou Luo's sudden outburst caught the others completely off guard.
Especially when they saw him already screaming, the one closest to Zhou Luo even reached out to cover his mouth.
Zhou Luo suddenly crouched down on the ground, then began shouting again.
Help! Just then, 3 young men sprinted over from a short distance away.
Before they even got close, someone began shouting.
What are you doing? Stop it! Let go of that girl.
The 3 young men immediately charged forward. Zhou Luo's face turned pale, his expression filled with shock. Seeing people rushing over, her heart finally began to settle a little. The men, noticing the approaching figures, found it inconvenient to continue their actions and could only line up side by side. Zhou Luo hurried to the side and quickly spoke up.
Guys, please help me. These people aren't good, they're trying to kidnap me.
Whether it was abduction or kidnapping, the point was clear, this was extremely serious.
A man in camouflage heard Zhou Luo's plea and immediately furrowed his brow. What are you lot up to? Bullying a girl in broad daylight? What gives you the right? Exactly. And you're trying to kidnap her? Are you human traffickers?
Show us your credentials, or we'll call the law enforcement team to report this. The 3 of them spoke in rapid succession, showing no sign of fear.
The men across from them realized things were getting tricky.
Exchanging glances, the one who had been speaking stepped forward again.
You've misunderstood us. We're not bad people.
I'm her brother, and I need to take my sister back. She's always been stubborn since childhood. Our father has insisted we find her. He spoke earnestly, as if his story held some truth.
Zhou Luo stomped his foot in anger.
In his rage, he stomped down with excessive force. The moment his foot hit the ground, a sharp pain shot through it. Lost in his rage, he'd completely forgotten about the old injury on his foot.
But Zhou Luo couldn't spare a thought for that now. He immediately retorted. I don't know you people. How could I possibly be your sister?
You're human traffickers, you're clearly trying to kidnap someone. As Zhou Luo tried to step back, the man suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm.
Panic surged through Zhou Luo, and he instinctively tried to break free.
But just as she tried to pull away, the man tightened his grip.
Ah!
A sharp pain shot through her arm, and tears nearly welled up in Zhou Luo's eyes.
Let go.
She already said she's not your sister anymore.
Chapter 180, I'll give Lin Fan a call.
Before he could finish speaking, a man had already approached Zhou Luo.
Zhou Luo looked tense, reiterating once more that she wasn't their sister. I've made myself perfectly clear. If you continue to treat this young lady disrespectfully, we'll report you to the enforcement team immediately.
The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier looked troubled. Brother, we're hired hands.
As bodyguards for the family, if we can't find the person, that's one thing. But if we've seen her and return empty-handed, how can we explain this to the master? So then, this young lady is telling the truth? You're not her brother?
The burly man grew anxious, desperate to resolve the situation quickly, and let slip his true feelings. This only heightened the young men's wariness. Finally, the man slapped his thigh, as if throwing caution to the wind.
Let me be honest with you, we're just bodyguards for the family.
We didn't want any trouble on the street, so we claimed the young lady was our sister.
Yes, this young lady before you is indeed our mistress.
She's been at odds with the master and hasn't returned home for quite some time.
The master is so worried he's fallen ill.
If you insist on making trouble for us, let me be blunt, we're just hired hands.
We can't speak for the master.
At this point, they were practically speaking in unison. The 3 young men exchanged glances, their expressions finally relaxing.
What should we do? Should we really not let them take her away? That master is already ill, isn't it wrong for us to keep obstructing them? True enough, but this young lady doesn't seem eager to return. Of course not. Who would happily return home after a quarrel with their family? She's clearly upset.
Seeing the shift in the 3 youths' attitudes, the men's delight was written all over their faces. Across from them, Zhou Luo grew anxious once more. Taking advantage of their distraction, Zhou Luo spun around and bolted. None of them expected the girl who had been pleading for help moments ago to suddenly dash away at breakneck speed. Her desperate flight was shocking.
Catch her. Make sure she's alive.
In his panic, a middle-aged man shouted. The 3 young men snapped out of their daze.
Judging by his tone, he certainly didn't sound like a bodyguard. What kind of bodyguard demands someone be caught alive? But even if they realized they'd been tricked, it was already too late. The men had bolted like arrows moments ago, already sprinting over 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Wait! You can't go after that girl. Stop right now.
No matter how desperately the 3 young men shouted, the middle-aged men didn't slow down. The 3 stood there, faces etched with regret, unsure what to do next. Zhou Luo gritted his teeth against the pain in his foot and sprinted forward, but before long, someone grabbed him by the back of his collar.
You little brat, think you can run away? Let's see how far you get.
The man behind him snarled through gritted teeth before grabbing Zhou Luo's older brother. Zhou Luo's heart leapt to his throat, his face frozen in shock. Who the hell are you people, and why are you arresting me? Haha, you needn't concern yourself with who we are. Just know that you've crossed the wrong people. After finishing his sentence, the man shouted to someone behind him. Get the car started.
We're leaving immediately.
Zhou Luo's head was buzzing with regret. If only he'd known this would happen, he never would have been so stubborn. Had he told Lin Fan he was coming back today, none of this would have happened. At this very moment, Zhou Luo regretted it so much he could have kicked himself. While one of them went to start the car, the others didn't stand still. They kept walking forward. Soon, a van pulled up to the curb. Zhou Luo struggled fiercely, but they still threw him inside. The van sped away, kicking up dust in its wake. Stepping out of the lumberyard, Zhou Xion let out a long sigh of relief. After all that effort, he'd finally selected some top-quality wood. This way, when Zhou Luo returned, he'd find the bookshelf he'd been hoping for. Beside him, Zheng Shuichen's face also wore a smile, as if lost in her own thoughts.
Honey, counting down the days until Luo returns is almost here. Do you think they'll finish the desk within the deadline?
Zhou Xion's voice carried a hint of joy as he turned to look at Zheng Shuichen while asking. Zhang Shuichen glanced at Zhou Xiong and replied with a hint of reproach, I told you so back then.
You should have reminded them earlier to avoid delays. Now you're worried?
I didn't expect them to drag their feet like this either.
But you can't really blame them, the lumberyard has so many big orders. Ours is just one set of furniture, naturally, they don't prioritize it. Zhang Shuichen sighed. Hopefully nothing else goes wrong. I have a feeling Luo will be back any day now.
As they spoke, Zhang Shuichen's phone suddenly beeped.
Finally, a signal.
I wonder why there was none when they were there. Such a big place, and no signal at all. Zhang Shuichen opened her phone while speaking. Upon seeing Zhou Luo's message, her face immediately lit up with joy.
See what I said? I told you Luo would be back these past couple of days.
The kid left me a message saying he's on his way back right now.
Zhang Shuichen was visibly excited as she spoke, handing her phone to Zhou Xiong. I have a missed call too.
It must have been when we were at the lumberyard.
Luo tried calling us but couldn't get through, so he left a message.
Zhou Xiong looked deeply regretful. If he'd known his daughter would call, he never would have gone to the lumberyard today. Rereading Zhou Luo's message, Zhou Xiong's face lit up with joy. Zhou Luo's foot was healed, and she could now live like a normal person. Now that Lin Fan had returned, their lives were growing more prosperous, and everything would only get better. After calming down, Zhou Xiong dialed another number. Zhang Shuichen hadn't yet grasped what was happening when the call connected.
Hello, is this Manager Zhang from the lumber mill?
This is Zhou Xiong.
I just left your place. The thing is, my daughter is coming back soon. Could you rush my furniture order? Oh, I see. That's fine. Just add a little extra for the labor. You can start working on it right away. I see there's not much left. Can you deliver it today? Alright, thanks for your hard work. Goodbye.
Though Zhang Shuichen couldn't hear the voice on the other end, she could see the joy on Zhou Xiong's face. Her daughter was coming home, naturally a cause for great joy. Come to think of it, I wonder if Lin Fan knows about this.
Luo should arrive tonight. I'll give Lin Fan a call.
Chapter 181, Arrange the Helicopter. Learning Zhou Luo was returning filled Lin Fan with surprise and delight.
That little girl sneaked down the mountain. Could she be planning a surprise for me? Lin Fan, why aren't you saying anything? Hasn't Xiao Luo contacted you?
Zhou Xiong's voice came through again. Lin Fan smiled as he replied.
Uncle Zhou, Luo probably wanted to surprise me, so she didn't tell me.
Don't worry, I'll head over to your place soon.
We'll whip up something delicious for Luo.
Uncle Zhou's laughter filled the phone, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Fan, you don't need to come over specially in advance.
Your aunt and I will handle the cooking. You're quite busy over there anyway.
Besides, once Luo comes back, she won't be leaving again. Just manage your own schedule.
Zhou Xiong understood that the Lin Fan of today was different from the past. With so many household matters to manage and constant challenges to face, Lin Fan's time was far from abundant.
To them, Lin Fan was no stranger. To put it more plainly, Lin Fan was like their own child. When your own child comes home, there's no need to pick a time, they can come whenever they please.
Alright, Uncle Zhou, don't worry. I'm free today and will head over shortly.
After exchanging a few more words, Lin Fan hung up the phone.
Brother Lin Fan, who was that on the phone? You sounded so happy. Where are you going? I want to come with you.
Lu Xiaye, who had been watching Lin Fan out of the corner of her eye, finally got her chance to speak once he hung up. A smile spread across Lin Fan's face.
Zhou Luo is coming back. I'm heading over to his place shortly. Are you really sure you want to come with me?
Lu Xiaye blinked her eyes.
Who's Zhou Luo?
I've heard you mention him before, but I don't know what your relationship is.
Tell me first, then I'll decide if I want to go.
For some reason, whenever Lu Xiaye mentioned Zhou Luo, a strange feeling stirred in her heart.
That sour, stifling feeling was impossible to describe. Before Lin Fan could speak, Su Yang beside him began explaining. You don't even know who Zhou Luo is?
She's your brother Lin Fan's childhood sweetheart. The two families grew up together like one big family. Plus, Zhou Luo got injured protecting your brother. He personally carried her up the mountain to see his master, begging him to heal her.
Now that Zhou Luo is returning, your brother Lin Fan is naturally overjoyed and will definitely go meet her.
You, the third wheel, shouldn't meddle in this.
If I were you, I wouldn't go.
Su Yan launched into a long tirade the moment he opened his mouth. Lu Xiaoya's expression beside him grew increasingly grim. By the end, a thin layer of frost seemed to cover Lu Xiaoya's small face, and her little mouth turned down in a pout. Lin Fan opened his mouth to speak, but realizing Su Yang's words held truth, he held back his rebuttal. After all, he was the one who had told Su Yang all this. It was just that Su Yang was now repeating his own words verbatim. Lu Xiaoya lowered her eyes, idly picking at her fingernails, saying nothing.
What's the matter? You were the one who insisted on hearing the truth. Now that I've told you, you're upset? Su Yang, cut it out. Just shut up for a minute.
The moment Lin Fan spoke, Lu Xiaoya abruptly stood up, pouted, glared at Su Yang, then turned and walked away. Watching Lu Xiaoya walk away without a backward glance, Su Yang curled his lips in a smirk.
See? I was absolutely right.
That girl Lu Xiaoya is totally into you. Just look at how jealous she is, the whole room reeks of vinegar.
Stop spouting nonsense.
That girl's so young, how could she possibly have feelings like that?
After finishing his sentence, Lin Fan instructed Su Yang to buy some snacks.
To save time, Lin Fan wrote down all the things Zhou Luo used to like on a piece of paper.
Su Yang left shortly after. Lin Fan's phone rang again.
Seeing the unfamiliar number on the screen, Lin Fan hesitated before pressing the answer button. Before he could speak, a man's voice came through. Lin Fan, Zhou Luo is in our custody. If you want him to live, meet us at the foot of Qingcheng Mountain in 1 hour. Lin Fan's heart tightened, and his expression hardened slightly.
Who is this? The other party didn't respond, simply hanging up the phone.
Lin Fan rose to his feet, his entire aura shifting dramatically. The room's temperature instantly dropped several degrees.
There were always some reckless fools who dared to drag Zhou Luo into their mess.
If they dared to touch a single hair on Zhou Luo's head, he would make them regret it with their lives. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Fan's eyes before he rose to his feet. The journey from here to the foot of Qingcheng Mountain wouldn't take more than an hour. The moment Lin Fan stepped outside, he contacted Bai Shuang. Senior sister, something's happened to Zhou Luo. Those few words were enough for Bai Shuang to grasp the situation instantly.
Whatever you need, I'll do my utmost to accommodate.
I need to be at the foot of Qingcheng Mountain within an hour. Alright, I'll drive to pick you up now and have them prepare the helicopter shortly. Bai Shuang spoke without hesitation. The moment she finished her sentence, she hung up the phone.
Yun Chuan watched Bai Shuang hurry away and immediately followed behind her.
This time, Bai Shuang didn't let Yun Chuan tag along. Instead, she gave him a serious instruction. Master Bai, something's happened to Zhou Luo. Arrange for the helicopter to be ready, I'm going to pick up my junior brother.
Understood.
Please be careful, miss. Yun Chuan respectfully conveyed the message before dispatching someone to prepare the helicopter. Upon meeting Lin Fan, Bai Shuang immediately inquired about Zhou Luo's situation. Lin Fan only stated he'd received a call, hadn't heard Zhou Luo's voice, and the caller hadn't identified themselves. A chill flashed in Bai Shuang's beautiful eyes, her voice growing icy cold.
These people really have no desire to live.
Whether it's the tyrant sending his men or the Japanese deliberately looking for trouble, one thing is certain this time, they won't get off lightly. After speaking, Bai Shuang added one more sentence.
I'm coming with you.
Lin Fan didn't refuse.
Last time, Bai Shuang and Shirlei had worked with him in perfect harmony.
Though this mission was to Qingcheng Mountain, Lin Fan didn't want to take it lightly. After all, Zhou Luo was different from other martial artists, he didn't know a single martial art. They might need Bai Shuang's assistance later. As the two were talking, a helicopter appeared overhead, hovering motionless in the sky.
Little junior brother, should we call senior uncle?
Bai Shuang's gaze was filled with inquiry.
Lin Fan refused outright. Senior sister, we can't withdraw all our forces. Chapter 182, shouting won't do a damn thing.
Lin Fan understood that no matter which enemy faction it was, if they could kidnap Zhou Luo, they were capable of other actions detrimental to him. Now that the majority of the Lin family's assets had returned to his control, all industrial chains were operating smoothly. The fact that those people didn't focus on superficial matters but instead found Zhou Luo indicated they had conducted thorough reconnaissance. If everyone were to rush to the foot of Qingcheng Mountain and fall into his diversionary tactic, it would be an absolute catastrophe for them. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Fan immediately called Su Yang. The moment the call connected, Lin Fan issued a solemn order.
Su Yang, you must immediately bring Zhou Luo's parents to the Lin family ancestral home.
Furthermore, until I return, neither you nor Lu Xiaoye are to leave the premises.
Damn, Fan, what's going on? Your tone is making me panic. Su Yang was momentarily thrown off balance, instinctively asking.
Lin Fan hesitated briefly before continuing.
Zhou Luo's been kidnapped. I have to go rescue him immediately. You take care of yourself.
Got it. Don't worry, we won't cause you any trouble.
Hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Yang on the other end of the line grew tense too.
The moment he hung up with Su Yan, Lin Fan spotted Shirley. Without a word, Shirley looked straight up at the helicopter overhead. Lin Fan and Bai Shuang stepped out, both nodding simultaneously. Then, Lin Fan leaped forward, grabbing the suspension ladder with one arm. Bai Shuang followed suit. Shirley sprinted forward a few steps and quickly entered the cabin. Immediately, the helicopter's rotors began spinning rapidly, vanishing from sight at near lightning speed. Meanwhile, within the Long residence, Long Si's coffin had already been buried, yet the white lanterns in the courtyard remained unchanged, still white. A pall of gloom hung over the entire Long residence. Wang Qiulan hadn't eaten for 2 days, confined to her room without stepping out. Long Badian had returned and stayed, intending to comfort his wife, but Wang Qiulan refused to see anyone at this moment. Long Badian said nothing, only instructing the young maid attending Wang Qiulan, when the mistress wishes to eat, bring it to her room immediately. In a secluded courtyard, the door to Wang Qiulan's room remained tightly shut. The table inside was covered with photographs of Long Si from childhood to adulthood. Wang Qiulan stared at the photos for a long time, her gaze vacant and unmoving. Finally, Wang Qiulan slowly rose to her feet. Lin Fan, you took away my most beloved son. I will make you taste this same agony. We'll settle this one by one. As she uttered the last words, a cold smile curled at the corners of Wang Qiulan's lips. Her already weathered face grew even more terrifying. Wang Qiulan took her phone into the inner room and quickly dialed a video call. The call connected swiftly, revealing a dimly lit scene. Madam, what are your orders? Wang Qiulan stared at the phone screen, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. The lighting was poor on the other end, and it took Wang Qiulan considerable effort to make out a faint silhouette. Turn on the light. Let me see what he looks like. Yes, ma'am. Please hold. After the other party finished speaking, a click sounded, and the lights in the room came on. Soon, everything in the room became crystal clear. A young woman was bound to a chair, struggling desperately. Wang Qiulan could see everything clearly. The girl wore her hair in a high ponytail, dressed in a tracksuit, with delicate features. But the girl before her looked rather pitiful. Her eyes were covered with a black cloth strip, and her mouth was stuffed with something. In other words, she couldn't see herself in the video at all. Wang Qiulan stared at the screen for a long time before slowly uttering a single sentence. Is this person Zhou Luo? Yes, madam. This is Zhou Luo, who grew up alongside Lin Fan. Upon receiving confirmation, Wang Qiulan narrowed her eyes into slits. He's quite handsome, and that girl looks young too. They'd make a good match for my C. Thinking of her late son, Wang Qiulan clenched her fists once more. Has Lin Fan been notified? Yes, madam, he has been notified. Hearing this, Wang Qiulan's voice turned icy. Good. Make sure everything is arranged. It's rare to see Lin Fan here. Yes, madam, rest assured. We've prepared everything necessary. This time, Lin Fan will come here and never return. Wang Qiulan nodded, glancing at Long Si's photo before turning her gaze to Zhou Luo in the video feed. Since this enmity has been forged, I see no harm in amplifying it further. Good. I'll be waiting for your good news. With that, Wang Qiulan hung up the phone. Lin Fan, you killed my Asi. So I'll make your childhood sweetheart keep my Asi company. That's only fair, isn't it? The gruesome image of Zhou Luo's death flashed through Wang Qiulan's mind, followed by a vision of Lin Fan's utter collapse. She never shied away from trouble, she only feared having none. The master wouldn't act anytime soon, and she couldn't wait. Si was down there all alone. Why should Lin Fan get to live it up? Even if Lin Fan couldn't be killed, adding a little trouble to his life was certainly possible. After Wang Qiulan hung up, the man who had just spoken with her approached Zhou Luo. Hearing footsteps, Zhou Luo began struggling frantically, his small face contorted with terror as he let out several shrieks. Stop screaming. It won't do you any good. Blame yourself for being childhood sweethearts with Lin Fan. Pissing off our mistress is like pissing off a tyrant. Since you're about to die soon, I'll tell you this, Lin Fan killed our young master. Our mistress intends for Lin Fan to be buried alive with him. Oh, and you. The mistress said that after Lin Fan dies, she'll have you buried alive in the fourth young master's coffin. That way, the fourth young master won't be lonely. After saying this, the man burst into loud laughter. Zhou Luo's heart tightened, his pulse racing. He wasn't afraid of death himself, but he feared that Lin Fan might be targeted by others. Though they had blindfolded him and gagged his mouth, his ears heard everything clearly. The woman in the video instructed them to prepare everything. Wasn't that meant to target Lin Fan? Lin Fan, please don't come here. This place is full of traps. The more Zhou Luo thought about it, the more terrified he became, struggling even harder. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air. Can you quiet down, you little brat? Do you want to meet the king of hell right now? Thud. A dull thud followed as the man kicked the chair. Chapter 183, Such a Fool. Zhou Luo winced in pain, then let out a sharp gasp. Not long after, Lin Fan and Bai Shuang arrived at the foot of Qingcheng Mountain.
After opening his divine sense, Lin Fan detected the presence of martial artists swirling around an abandoned factory. He couldn't wait to head toward that factory. As soon as he approached the factory, Lin Fan noticed a figure moving near the entrance. Lin Fan heightened his vigilance, leading by Shuang and Shirlei to the factory entrance. Soon, several figures emerged from the factory. Their strides were steady, and though unarmed, their expressions betrayed hostile intent. The leader's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he demanded, "You're here looking for someone. Are you Lin Fan?" Lin Fan nodded and replied coldly, "I am." The burly leader scrutinized Lin Fan from head to toe before letting out a cold laugh. Who knew the world still had such fools? "We sent you here to die, and you actually showed up." Lin Fan said nothing, fixing his gaze directly on the four men opposite him. Once they confirmed the man before them was indeed Lin Fan, they all drew weapons from behind their backs. Now, each of them held a machete, standing motionless as they stared down Lin Fan and by Shuang's group. "I have no desire for a bloodbath. Today, I only wish to take the person I seek away. Don't force my hand." Lin Fan's expression remained impassive, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. The burly man spat on the ground after hearing this. "We work for money. Since we've taken the payment, we'll eliminate the threat. You're the target of this job. They want your life. Blame your bad luck for crossing the wrong people." Behind the big man, a youngster grew impatient and cut in. "Boss, why waste words with him? The four of us should just go in together and cut him down." The big guy chuckled, giving his knife a firm tug in his hand, his expression radiating confidence. Initially, they'd heard tales of Lin Fan's formidable martial prowess. But now, seeing Lin Fan and the few people behind him unarmed, the big man instantly relaxed his guard. His delight was almost palpable. Without weapons, what kind of fight could they possibly put up? One swing of their blades would make Lin Fan and his friends regret it bitterly. As the saying goes, two fists can't fight four hands. Bare-handed, they couldn't possibly block their machetes. What's the rush? If he's going to die, let him die knowing what hit him. After speaking, the big man turned his gaze back to Lin Fan. "Listen," he said, "debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. If you die, don't come haunting us brothers. We're just doing a job for money." Lin Fan spoke with solemn gravity. "Just the four of you?" The big guy glared. "What the hell do you mean by that? You actually want to fight us?" At his words, the other three burst into laughter. One of them, a young lad, pointed his knife at Lin Fan. "With your skinny frame, I can handle you all by myself. Come on. I'll send you on your way." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man lunged forward in a single swift leap, raising his cleaver high. He swung down with vicious force, aiming straight for Lin Fan's head. It must be said, the young man struck with brutal force from the very start. If he landed that blow, the injury would be severe. As the blade came within inches of Lin Fan's head, Shirley's brow furrowed in alarm. These reckless brats must be tired of living. Attacking my junior brother with a machete, are they in such a hurry to report to the king of hell? At that critical moment, Lin Fan stepped sharply to the left, evading the deadly blow. Immediately afterward, Lin Fan reached out with his right hand and seized the back of the machete. "Let's talk things out first. There's no rush to fight." Seeing this unfold before him, the young man panicked, straining to pull the machete back. But Lin Fan's grip was like iron, holding the blade firmly in place. The young man grew desperate. He strained with both hands to yank the blade backward, yet to his astonishment, no matter how hard he pulled, the machete wouldn't budge an inch, as if it had taken root. The burly man's eyes widened in shock. "He's a martial artist. Watch out, guys." No sooner had the big man finished speaking than Lin Fan flicked his wrist with tremendous force, sending both the man and the machete flying to the side. The young man clutching the blade was sent flying. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the youth instantly lost consciousness, his machete flung who knows where. Shirley sneered coldly. Bai Shuang beside him also wore a look of contempt. Such pathetic fools dared to challenge our junior brother? They clearly had no idea how much they were up against. Earlier, when Lin Fan exchanged blows with that young man, he'd only used basic stances, not even channeling his inner energy, yet the man was knocked unconscious. If he'd truly fought them, they'd have been left with nowhere to bury their remains. However, both Bai Shuang and Shirley had noticed that Lin Fan hadn't finished him off. There was a reason behind this restraint. Just then, Lin Fan spoke up. "Tell me," he demanded, "is the girl you kidnapped inside?" The burly man roared with laughter. "So you're a softie after all. Don't worry about that girl, she'll be safe, at least until we kill you. Rest assured, once you're gone, we'll take good care of her." After uttering these words, a sinister grin spread across his face. The young man behind him grinned and chimed in. "That chick's hot. Too bad we didn't get to do business with her yet. Once we finish you off, we'll have our fun with her." "Ha!" The group erupted in raucous laughter once more. Lin Fan clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. "You want my life? You lot aren't even worthy enough." The remaining men gritted their teeth in anger upon hearing this. "You little bastard, you're asking for trouble.
We were ready to give you a quick death, but you're being ungrateful. Don't blame us for being ruthless. The burly man who had spoken earlier added another sentence. Guys, let's go in together and chop these bastards into mincemeat. With that, all three men except the youngster who'd passed out nearby raised their cleavers and swung them simultaneously at Lin Fan. Lin Fan spun sharply to the right, causing their attacks to miss entirely. In the next instant, Lin Fan stepped toward the youth on the far right. His arm shot out like a blade, slicing cleanly across the man's wrist. The young man swung his blade into thin air. Before he could turn to confront Lin Fan's hand was already upon him. Lin Fan slammed his palm heavily onto the young man's arm. A wave of numbness shot through the youth's wrist, instantly draining all strength from his hand. His grip loosened, and the machete fell to the ground. Lin Fan swiftly seized the handle, hoisting the blade into his hand. Chapter 184, The Expert Lies Ahead. Lin Fan's actions flowed seamlessly, completed in the blink of an eye. One moment it had been in the youth's grasp, the next it was firmly held by Lin Fan. Lin Fan twirled the machete, positioning it so the flat side faced forward and the blade pointed backward. After locking onto his target, Lin Fan swung his machete, aiming straight for the young man's neck. Lin Fan's movements were swift and agile. While the young man was still stunned, the flat of the blade still connected with the back of his neck. The blow knocked the young man unconscious. Seeing this, the other two men's eyes turned bloodshot. You bastard! You dare hurt our man? The burly man swung his leg, aiming a kick at Lin Fan's midsection. Having landed his blow, Lin Fan didn't linger. He swiftly took a large step back, causing the big man's kick to miss entirely. The trio wouldn't let it go. They swung their machetes simultaneously, aiming for Lin Fan's head, waist, and calf. Lin Fan arched backward at the waist, then thrust his feet forward. With a swift sidestep, he retreated over a meter, easily evading their attacks. Little junior sister, little junior brother, what are you doing? Why not just finish them off? Why all this dragging on? I can't stand watching this anymore. Let me finish them off. Shirley stepped forward as he spoke. But before he could act, Bai Shuang pulled him back. Third senior brother, can't you see junior brother is doing this on purpose? Wait a little longer. Don't ruin junior brother's plan. After Bai Shuang's voice carried over, Shirley reluctantly held back once more. Compared to the other two, the burly man in the lead was more agile. He lunged forward in a single stride, raising his cleaver with both hands as he aimed it diagonally at Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan chose not to dodge. He exerted force from bottom to top, causing their machetes to clash. A sharp, piercing sound instantly rang out. The sound of metal cracking reverberated painfully in their ears. The big man felt his palms grow hot and his hands go numb, nearly causing him to drop the machete. Yet somehow, his machete was forced high into the air. The burly man could only stumble back several steps. When he finally stopped and examined his machete closely, he discovered a clean, jagged crack had suddenly appeared along the blade's edge. Lin Fan's machete was no different. Only then did the burly man wipe the smug look from his face. He turned to instruct his two accomplices. Everyone, be careful. This kid's got some serious strength. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan's machete collided with another man's blade. The young man felt an intense heat surge through his palm, his entire arm going numb as the machete was instantly knocked from his grasp. Clang! 5 meters away, the machete plummeted from the sky and crashed onto the ground. The young man's face was frozen in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. He had poured every ounce of strength into that swing, yet the other man had merely waved his blade and his machete was sent flying? As he stood frozen in shock, Lin Fan raised the machete and struck the young man squarely across the face with its flat edge. In an instant, a crimson trail of blood spread across the young man's face as the blow knocked him senseless. The force of the blow was so great that his head slammed into the ground, knocking him unconscious. In the blink of an eye, both young men had been dealt with by Lin Fan. The remaining youth dared not fight Lin Fan further. Clutching his machete, he stared intently at Lin Fan while steadily backing away. Brother! This kid's trouble! With that thought, the man tightened his grip on the machete in his hand. Logically, it was time to save his own skin. But they were under the Overlord's command. They ate the Overlord's food, so they had to carry out the Overlord's orders. Though this current affair wasn't ordered by the Overlord himself, Wang Qiulan, the Overlord's wife, still held formidable sway within the Dragon Manor. Returning empty-handed now would surely mean certain death. Now, they had no choice but to fight. Gritting his teeth, the man swung his cleaver at Lin Fan. Even though he was utterly unwilling, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge at Lin Fan once more. Lin Fan first kicked the attacking cleaver away, then thrust his right leg forward, delivering a vicious kick to the man's midsection. The speed was too fast for the man to dodge in time, and he took the full force of the blow. Lin Fan's kick landed squarely in his midsection. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed as the man's body flew backward, crashing onto the ground. The intense pain made him curl up, writhing on the ground. At the same time, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This hurts like hell. The young man who had been kicked away first regained his senses. Just as he raised his machete to strike, he witnessed the scene. His hand trembled in fright. Seeing the figure crash to the ground, he turned tail and fled, sprinting toward the factory. He's crazy. That kid knows martial arts. Big brother, you wait here, I'll go get reinforcements. With those words, the youth dashed into the factory. The big guy gritted his teeth on the ground. Damn it! You're nothing but a traitor. You were all talk earlier, but when it came down to it, you turned out to be a coward. Lin Fan approached the big man step by step, his voice low and steady. I've got some questions for you. You'd better answer them properly. Though cowering on the floor, the big man remained stubbornly defiant. Kid, don't get too cocky. I won't tell you a thing. Before he could finish, Shirley swiftly stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The force was so great that the man spun around on the ground before being sent flying into the distance. Shirley's kick struck the man's chest like a sledgehammer. The man felt his heart race, his pulse quickening. A metallic taste filled his throat. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Shirley spoke, his face expressionless. Answer my questions properly, or I'll make you wish you were dead. This time, the burly man cowered on the ground, no longer daring to retort, his eyes filled with terror. Lin Fan stepped forward, coming face to face with the man once more. Who sent you here? The burly man remained stubborn, refusing to answer. Seeing this, Lin Fan stood straight and extended his right foot, just as Shirley had done moments before. Just then, the big man waved his hands frantically. Don't hit me. I'll talk. Hearing this, Lin Fan finally withdrew his leg. The man's face turned pale. It's the mistress. Which mistress? No sooner had Lin Fan spoken than the burly man stammered out, trembling. The wife of the overlord, Wang Qiulan. For this operation, 16 of us came. The 4 of us were just gatekeepers. We planned to strike together once you appeared and kill you. But we never expected to run into such a tough nut to crack. 16 men? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. The burly man nodded. That's right. 16 men. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes to slits. Chapter 185, Taking You Home. Only 16 men making such a grand show? They clearly underestimated him. The burly man forced himself to sit down on the ground. The mistress said this time we absolutely must take Lin Fan's life. We're fierce fighters, and the rest of us have high martial arts cultivation. Lin Fan pressed further. Where is the captive being held? The burly man answered. In the workshop of the abandoned factory. Straight ahead once you enter the factory gates. Lin Fan nodded. How is the person now? The burly man shook his head. No, the boss ordered that we mustn't harm that girl until the job is done. After questioning him, Lin Fan extended his right hand and smacked the big man squarely on the head. The man's vision went black and he passed out cold. From the very beginning, Lin Fan had sensed something was off. These men before him possessed no martial arts cultivation whatsoever at best, they were mere sparring partners. The real powerhouse was indeed waiting in the rear. Junior brother, let's charge in now. They showed us no mercy, don't blame us for returning the favor. Shirley flexed his wrists as he spoke, his eyes fixed intently on the factory compound. Those earlier moves were merely warm-ups, the real fight was yet to come. By now, Bai Shuang was already itching to step forward. Whether it's the overlord or his wife, today will make them regret it. Bai Shuang's expression was as cold as ice, and the aura emanating from her sent a chill down one's spine. The thought of Wang Qiulan resorting to harming Zhou Luo just to deal with him had Lin Fan seething with rage. Reopening his divine sense, Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings before straightening his posture. He tossed the machete onto the ground. Senior brothers and sisters, you've worked hard. With that, Lin Fan clapped his hands and strode directly into the factory. Entering the factory compound, the workshop lay ahead, with the warehouse beyond. Awaiting Lin Fan and his companions inside the workshop were several assassins. Their leader was a bald man covered in shoulder tattoos. At that moment, the bald man was drinking with his underlings. Just then, a young man rushed in, looking frantic. Big brother, it's bad. The bald man's eyes widened at the sight of him. What's the rush? What's going on? Speak up. This young man was the same one who had been startled by Lin Fan at the entrance. Brother, the man we're supposed to kill is here. After hearing this, Baldy ran his right hand over his shaved head. So he's here. The way you're freaking out, I thought the law enforcement team had arrived. The young man swallowed hard and continued. Boss, that guy's tough to handle. Me and Chang planned it out, we'd guard the door together. Once he showed up, we'd take him down with our machetes. But when it came down to it, we're no match for him. He's about to break through any second. After hearing this, the bald man stood up from his seat and circled the young man twice. Even Qianzi couldn't handle him? The young man nodded. Brother Chang got kicked to the ground too. I saw things were bad and ran over to send word. The bald man circled twice, then slammed his hand on the table. Everyone, snap to attention. Time to get to work. Today, you're all going to work yourselves to death. Everyone gathered upon hearing this. The bald man surveyed the 12 men before him and declared, "Our objective today is crystal clear, kill Lin Fan." "Got it?" "Yes, boss. We understand." The bald man nodded. "Good. Since everyone's clear, grab your gear and get to work. Remember, no matter what it takes, you must take his life." The men replied in unison. "Understood." Zhou Luo was bound hand and foot on the stool, his mouth stuffed with something. After the chair tipped over, the black cloth covering Zhou Luo's head had fallen away, allowing her to hear everything clearly. She never imagined Lin Fan would actually come for her sake. Zhou Luo's heart raced with anxiety. If Lin Fan was alone, he wouldn't stand a chance against so many opponents. In the end, Lin Fan would sacrifice his life for her sake. The thought of Lin Fan possibly dying here made Zhou Luo's tears spill uncontrollably, streaming down her face in a steady stream. The dozen or so men before her all wielded machetes. Even if only 3 or 5 attacked at once, Lin Fan would be in grave danger. Zhou Luo's heart was in his throat. Yet the dozen men before him had already gone outside, searching for Lin Fan's whereabouts. "Where is he? Did he see our numbers and run?" The bald man narrowed his eyes, scanning the area, about to burst into laughter. But unexpectedly, at that very moment, Lin Fan and Bai Shuang walked in through the front door, completely unfazed. This caught everyone completely off guard, and they all stared at Lin Fan with astonished expressions. The bald man led the group. Recognizing the figure before him, a smile spread across his face. "You're Lin Fan? If you want to fight, let's fight. Why bring a chick along?" Lin Fan didn't answer his question. Instead, he carefully surveyed the surroundings and the group before him, then countered with a question of his own. "Is this all of you?" The bald man rolled his eyes upward and spoke without waiting for a response. "Heard you took down Qiangzi?" Lin Fan didn't know who this Qiangzi was, but the men at the door were all lying on the ground. They deserved it. Lin Fan replied coldly. The bald man's face twitched with rage, his features twisting into a more ferocious expression. "You've got some nerve. You're really going to go head-to-head with us?" Lin Fan chuckled lightly. "Since you've come here, you should know this, your master wants my life. Either defeat me, or you die here." The bald man burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Ha! Exactly. You're absolutely right. Seems you're a smart one. Too bad you won't be leaving here today." Lin Fan raised his hand, making a stop gesture. "Hold on." The bald man spoke. "What? Scared? Any last words before you die?" Lin Fan scanned the surroundings. "What about that girl you kidnapped? How is she? Where is she?" The bald man clapped his hands and spoke. "You've got some nerve, I must say. It's impressive. Even as you face death, you're still worrying about others. Looks like you're a man of honor after all. For that alone, I'll tell you this, the girl isn't hurt. We haven't harmed her. She's right here." As he spoke, the bald man pointed toward the rear of the crowd. Everyone parted to form a path. Through the gap in the crowd, Lin Fan saw Zhou Luo bound to a chair, her mouth stuffed with something. Lin Fan and Zhou Luo locked eyes. Zhou Luo began struggling violently, his gaze filled with worry. Chapter 186, A Backup Plan. Zhou Luo tried to break free from the ropes, but they were tied too tightly. After several desperate attempts, all he achieved was a few more rope marks on his wrists. Lin Fan watched this unfold and spoke to Zhou Luo. Luo, don't worry. Just wait a moment. I'll get you home soon." Hearing this, Zhou Luo's eyes reddened once more, but he finally calmed down. The bald man and his crew burst into laughter upon hearing this. The bald man chuckled lightly. "Take you home? You mean back to your grandma's place, right?" "Ha!" Lin Fan began stretching his limbs in place. "It's been a while since I've exercised. Today's a good day to practice on you guys." Baldy watched in utter bewilderment and asked, "Aren't you afraid? Don't you fear us all teaming up to kill you?" Lin Fan held up 2 fingers with his right hand, waving them in front of the bald man's face. "No. You may have numbers on your side, but it still won't be enough to kill me." The bald man frowned and snapped. "What arrogance! I've seen braggarts before, but someone as cocky as you? This is a first. Brothers, stop standing around, flay him alive." At the boss's command, everyone swung their machetes at Lin Fan. As more than a dozen men attacked simultaneously, Lin Fan locked onto the one charging at the front. Before the man could bring his blade down, Lin Fan seized his wrist and twisted it with brutal force. "Let go." The other guy was obedient enough, howling in pain as he dropped the machete he was holding. Lin Fan seized the moment, snatching the machete from his grasp before driving his knee hard into the man's midsection. Gripping his stomach in agony, the man knelt on the ground, then rolled around in pain. Lin Fan swung the machete, engaging in combat with over a dozen men. Once the fight began, it became clear that Lin Fan possessed not only immense strength but also blindingly quick footwork. Though he stood right before them, his opponents simply couldn't land a single blow. When someone clashed their machete against Lin Fan's, both men put all their strength into the strike. Yet the opponent's blade was instantly knocked flying. It flew 5 or 6 meters before finally falling to the ground. The blade landed precisely where the bald man had been standing moments before. The bald man scrambled aside just in time, narrowly avoiding injury. The bald man planted his hands on his hips and bellowed, "Brothers! Chop him to pieces!" Over a dozen men, fired up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, charged at Lin Fan, swinging their machetes with all their might. Lin Fan found himself surrounded, caught in a pincer attack from both sides. Lin Fan frowned. Swords were swinging at him from every direction. One slip up and he'd be cut. Zhou Luo watched the scene unfold, terrified, and quickly closed his eyes. Seeing the machetes swinging wildly around Lin Fan, Zhou Luo felt his heart leap to his throat. Seeing Lin Fan refrain from using his needle skills and instead engage in bare-handed combat, Bai Shuang and Shirlei followed his example, moving with similar determination. Thus, the three of them exchanged over a dozen rounds with the dozen or so opponents before them. Finally, the dozen men closed in, surrounding Lin Fan, Bai Shuang, and Shirlei. At that moment, they were all convinced Lin Fan and his companions had no chance of escape. Eager to prove themselves to the bald-headed leader, they attacked Lin Fan with frenzied ferocity. Lin Fan knew that if he held back any longer, not only would his momentum be crushed, but the consequences would be unimaginable. Instead of dodging, Lin Fan swung his machete relentlessly in one direction. Thus, a different scene unfolded within the warehouse. Most machetes that touched him were flung away. Only a few men, though not thrown off balance, felt a tingling numbness spread through their entire arms. In an instant, 4 or 5 machetes flew simultaneously, scattering in all directions. Spotting one hurtling toward him, the bald man instinctively shielded his head with both hands and scrambled away. "Damn it! There are so many of you against just one guy, and it's still this hard." Lin Fan seized the opportunity, leaping out of the encirclement. 4 or 5 men, now without their machetes, scrambled backward to retrieve their weapons. The remaining few clutched their machetes, trembling. Though they said nothing, their hands bore the marks of their defeat. They dared not engage Lin Fan head-on again. But those who hadn't clashed with Lin Fan remained unaware of the situation. Their eyes red with rage, they swung their machetes directly at him. The outcome mirrored the earlier exchanges. Any blade that clashed with Lin Fan's was instantly flung from their grasp. Lin Fan gave them no time to retrieve their weapons. Lin Fan's machete flashed wildly through the air. Witnessing this, the crowd backed away in fear, none daring to approach. Some, however, retreated too late. Lin Fan's blade struck their calves, sweeping them clean off their feet and rendering them unable to fight. Within 2 breaths, 4 men lay defeated on the ground, unable to fight. The bald man watched with growing panic. "You useless bunch! Get on him! What are you staring at? Kill him together!" This time, the crowd lacked their earlier fervor. Though each man itched for action, none dared approach Lin Fan to attack. When Lin Fan advanced, they retreated. When Lin Fan moved left, they scattered. For a moment, Lin Fan and his men became entangled. The bald man couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed one of his underlings by the shoulder and yanked him forcefully aside. "Useless! Get the hell out of here! You all talk big when it's convenient, but when it comes to real action, you're nothing but cowards." The bald man snatched a machete from one of his men and charged forward toward Lin Fan. As he closed in on Lin Fan, he planted his feet and leaped into the air. Gripping the blade with both hands, he swung it downwards with all his might, aiming for Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan pushed the blades back with his left hand, thrusting both arms upward. The 2 machetes clashed together. Since the bald man was still mid-air, all his strength was channeled into the blade. "Little junior brother, watch out!" Shirlei, witnessing the scene before him, couldn't help but shout a tense warning. A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips, his eyes flashing with disdain. He lowered his left hand while raising his right, creating an angle. The machete followed the shift in his hand, its blade sliding downward to the left. Only when Lin Fan's machete stood upright did the bald man land on his feet. The blade struck the ground, sending a trail of sparks flying. "Kid, I didn't expect you to have some real skills. You actually dodged it." The bald man's words came out, but his hands weren't idle. He thrust his right fist forward, aiming for Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan's machete was now planted firmly in the ground. He had barely regained his footing when the opponent's fist arrived. Lin Fan spun away, evading the bald man's attack. Chapter 187, Don't Say I Didn't Warn You. The bald man burst into laughter at the sight. "What? Not using your knife? Then don't blame me for being rude." Crouching low, the bald man spun around in a full circle. His machete swung through the air, now aimed horizontally at Lin Fan's waist. Lin Fan planted his feet firmly, propelled himself upward with a toe tap, and launched backward. The bald man's machete struck the one Lin Fan had planted in the ground. The blade flew sideways, landing 6 meters away. Lin Fan watched the bald man's every move. He knew the man's strength matched his own. Now, without a weapon in hand, engaging the bald man would put him at a disadvantage. This was evident to the bald man as well. He gave Lin Fan no chance to retrieve a weapon. Planting his feet firmly, he lunged at Lin Fan, machete in hand. Lin Fan dodged again, enraging the bald man.
Shirley gritted his teeth in fury, spitting on the ground. These bastards, couldn't they see Lin Fan was deliberately holding back for their sake?
While Lin Fan was fighting those men, the martial arts experts hiding in the shadows could no longer contain themselves.
Though they hadn't charged forward, several couldn't resist speaking up. What's going on?
The rumors said Lin Fan could take a life with a single move.
How come after all this fighting, he hasn't even taken down a dozen? Who knows? Could it be that Lin Fan's martial prowess is just hype?
The 4 protectors under our overlord made it crystal clear, this Lin Fan is no ordinary man. We must handle him with extreme caution.
No time for that now.
Once we charge in, everyone targets Lin Fan's vital points. Quick strike, quick finish. After a flurry of hushed discussions, the martial arts masters reached a consensus. Just as they finalized their plan, Lin Fan outside had already taken down the last opponent.
Junior brother, we're charging in to rescue them now.
Shirley charged forward as he spoke, but just as he reached the warehouse entrance, Lin Fan shouted out,
"Third senior brother, wait."
Shirley was baffled, his face etched with confusion. Bai Shuang turned to survey the warehouse's surroundings. Before she could warn Shirley that something was amiss, several darts suddenly flew toward them from a short distance away.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
The darts whizzed through the air, their whistles piercing the silence.
As if possessed of their own consciousness, the darts curved toward Lin Fan and his group.
Lin Fan frowned slightly, leaping to dodge one dart. Bai Shuang and Shirley quickly sidestepped as well. The dart missed its mark, embedding itself directly into the courtyard wall.
The 3-inch-long darts vanished in an instant, leaving only their tails visible.
Lin Fan sneered coldly.
How embarrassing. After spending so much time under the Overlord's command, doing too many unsavory deeds, now he can't even face people?
As the saying goes, it's better to face a drum than a gong behind your back.
Shirley despised such underhanded tactics.
No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Shirley picked up the thread.
What a shameless display. Like master, like servant.
Bai Shuang remained silent, but stood there giggling uncontrollably.
The actions of these 3 sent the hidden masters seething with rage.
I had planned to wound them with darts, then swiftly take all 3 of their lives. But unexpectedly, the 3 were remarkably agile, effortlessly dodging the darts. Not only did he fail to injure them, but he also got a scolding in return. In the blink of an eye, the faces of these martial arts masters flushed crimson, their complexions turning as dark as liver.
Lin Fan, you're too arrogant. Take this palm strike.
Someone shouted, then leapt off the warehouse roof.
Junior brother, watch my move.
By the time Shirley spoke, he'd already assumed an offensive stance.
It's just a sparring match, why all the fuss? Given their martial arts cultivation, they couldn't even defeat him himself, yet they dared to provoke Junior brother?
They must be tired of living. Shirley understood clearly, even if Lin Fan didn't kill those martial artists outright, it didn't mean he'd show them mercy. These men struck with vicious ferocity and resorted to dirty tricks. Not a single one of them was a decent soul.
Given Lin Fan's temperament, he'd be doing them a favor if he didn't beat them into mincemeat.
Shirley clenched his fists and stood straight before Lin Fan. The figure mid-air had already channeled its full chi power.
Seeing someone block Lin Fan's path, shock spread across its face. It was too late to hold back now.
With no other choice, the figure gritted his teeth and charged toward Shirley.
Kid, you've chosen death.
You've turned your back on heaven's path and forced your way into hell's gates. Before the words had even left his mouth, his fist came crashing down. Though Shirley's fist was clenched as large as a bowl, as the attacker's fist neared, he suddenly leaped upward and delivered a direct kick.
Thud. A dull thud echoed as the man in midair was sent reeling 3 zhang backward.
Had he not caught himself in time, he would surely have crashed to the ground. As the one who had made the first move, the man's attack had suddenly become a laughingstock. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Third senior brother, your cultivation has improved remarkably fast. Bai Shuang's lips curved into a smile, his whole body brimming with eagerness. That's all thanks to our junior brother's pills. I'll have him give you some later. Shirley's heart swelled with joy, his delight evident on his face. Setting aside other considerations, gaining the upper hand in their first exchange had already crushed those opponents' momentum. The middle-aged man who had just charged at him gritted his teeth, scheming how to launch another assault. Lin Fan suddenly spoke up.
Third senior brother, leave this one to me.
Fine. A dead dog like him is worthless wherever you throw him. If you want him, take him. Shirley's words were delivered with brutal ease, leaving the middle-aged man trembling with rage. Better to die than be disgraced. As capable lieutenants under the Overlord, how can we endure such humiliation? Lin Fan, today we'll fight you to the death. Among the remaining 3, a large, fat man suddenly bellowed. At that command, the trio charged forward as if obeying a battle cry. Lin Fan clashed with the middle-aged man, while Bai Shuang and Shirley engaged the 3 attackers.
In an instant, the sky darkened.
Just moments ago, the sky had been clear and blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. In the blink of an eye, several large masses of dark clouds appeared overhead. A fierce wind howled, whipping up grains of sand from the abandoned factory floor that stung painfully against their faces. Amidst the howling winds, Lin Fan glared with fury, his aura shifting dramatically. "Boan, since you choose to hide like a coward, don't blame me for being ruthless." Before the words had even finished echoing, Lin Fan didn't wait for the man to act. He launched a punch straight at the man's face. In truth, it wasn't that the man hadn't sensed anything, he had simply been so terrified by the sight of Lin Fan that he was frozen in place, unable to move a muscle.
Chapter 188, This whip is quite something.
Lin Fan's aura abruptly shifted, his entire being radiating murderous intent. Even as a martial arts expert, the middle-aged man dared not confront him lightly. Just as the middle-aged man pondered how to evade Lin Fan's onslaught, the fist was already crashing toward him. "You're not playing fair." The words barely left his lips before Lin Fan charged at him like an arrow released from its string.
"Martial ethics? Not for the likes of you."
Lin Fan finally retorted, though it would be the last proverb that man ever heard in this world. Thud. Lin Fan's fist slammed into the man's head, first producing a dull thud, then sending him crashing to the ground, never to rise again. The martial arts cultivation of this man before him hadn't reached the master level, he had only just entered the dragon list. To others, a martial artist of the dragon list tier was already exceedingly rare. But to Lin Fan, this man was nothing. At best, he was nothing more than a wooden dummy placed before him, destined only to be beaten. The man lay on the ground, his legs twitching a few times before he lost consciousness. Soon, a large pool of blood spread around him.
"You've gotten off easy. I'll make it quick for you."
Finishing his words, Lin Fan abruptly turned away. At that moment, Bai Shuang was locked in a fierce struggle with a young man wielding a whip. Bai Shuang's expression was grim as she fixed her gaze on the whip in the man's hand. The youth, seemingly aware that Bai Shuang was unarmed, lashed out with even greater force. Soon, the whip's phantom strikes formed an encircling barrier, trapping Bai Shuang outside,
unable to close in for a melee attack.
Thus, even if the young man couldn't defeat Bai Shuang, she couldn't take his head in the short term. At that very moment, another figure watched Bai Shuang's side intently. The moment Bai Shuang lost focus, he would pounce, snatching the fallen prey. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes to slits, instantly seeing through the man's intentions.
"You dare scheme against my senior sister?
You must be tired of living." Lin Fan spat out the words, leaping forward to stand before the man. Before the man could fully comprehend what was happening, Lin Fan's foot shot out, aiming for his chest.
In desperation, the man leapt sideways, narrowly avoiding Lin Fan's foot and escaping.
Afterward, the man stared at Lin Fan in utter shock, swallowing hard. Escaping Lin Fan's kick had been incredibly difficult. If Lin Fan focused solely on him, he'd have no chance of survival. Spotting the fat man fighting Shirley nearby, the man instantly had an idea. Though they were all martial arts masters, in this situation, they had no choice but to band together.
"Number 2, number 3, form the formation."
The man shouted, and the fighter engaged with Shirley immediately slowed his movements. Even the whip-wielding man, who had held the upper hand throughout, now moved to the man's side.
"Form a formation? What does that mean? Are they planning to attack together?"
Before Bai Shuang's anger could subside, Shirley had already closed in on him. Watching the three of them simultaneously exert their power, they were in midair in the blink of an eye.
Then, their hands began executing a series of movements.
These were movements Bai Shuang had never seen before. However, their perfectly synchronized movements seemed to multiply the force of their attacks several times over.
"Little junior brother, what should we do?"
Shirley was equally unfamiliar with this formation and momentarily at a loss for what to do. Lin Fan stared motionless at the three figures suspended mid-air, his mind racing through the formation techniques his master had once taught him. "Senior sister, stay right where you are.
Third senior brother, head northeast."
Lin Fan's voice was sharp and cold, his expression solemn. Bai Shuang remained perfectly still upon hearing his instructions, while Shirley swiftly moved toward the northeast.
Both eyes fixed on Lin Fan, waiting for his next move.
Sure enough, Lin Fan suddenly leapt into the center of the three. The trio, deeply engrossed in their formation, hadn't anticipated Lin Fan bursting into their midst. All three wore expressions of utter disbelief. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed their eyes. This formation was the culmination of 7 or 8 years of grueling practice. How could Lin Fan have so easily seen through it? Was that kid truly gifted beyond measure? Trying to trouble me with such petty tricks? You're delusional. Lin Fan spread his arms wide as he spoke, then began spinning midair. The three opponents, bound by their formation, were now fixed in midair and unable to move. They watched helplessly as Lin Fan launched his attacks, utterly powerless to respond. Lin Fan's strikes grew fiercer and faster, spinning like a top wound tight with energy. In the blink of an eye, he landed over a dozen palm strikes on one of them. The energy generated by his spinning was suddenly many times greater than usual. Naturally, the force of his strikes against his opponents grew immensely. The young man wielding the whip never imagined Lin Fan would choose him as his first target. Before he could even raise his whip, a suffocating pressure gripped his chest, followed by a metallic taste in his throat.
Cough. Cough.
Cough. After several heavy coughs, the man spat out a mouthful of blood and plummeted from midair. With one man down, the formation could no longer hold. The remaining two immediately sensed their strength waning. Just then, Lin Fan's palm struck out toward them once more. Number 2, we'll fight him to the death. If we fail this mission today, we're dead either way. Might as well go down fighting. The leader's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. The man called Number 2 nodded in agreement upon hearing this. This time, all 4 of them had come out together, and in the blink of an eye, 2 were dead. Returning like this would make them the laughingstock of everyone. If they didn't reclaim their honor, the 2 brothers would have no face left to roam the martial world. Besides, killing Lin Fan would silence any whispers about their use of hidden weapons. Regardless, eliminating Lin Fan was now their paramount objective. With the formation broken, Bai Shuang and Shirlei managed to escape. Shirlei picked up the whip lying on the ground, aimed it at a figure midair, and lashed out with all his might. Crack! A sharp crack echoed as the whip coiled around one man's ankle. Before he could break free, Shirlei began pulling with all his might. Today, I'll drag you to your death. Shouting this, Shirlei increased the force in his grip. Sure enough, the man panicked, causing Shirlei to be yanked down from midair. First came the frantic scrambling in midair, then everyone heard a muffled groan. Shirlei burst into laughter. This whip's not half bad. Chapter 189, Leaving One Leg Behind. After being slammed to the ground, the young man grimaced in pain. Shirlei's laughter didn't stop as his hands kept moving. Crack! 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 3 more lashes. In the blink of an eye, the man was immobilized. Now, only one man remained in the trio's formation. The last one trembled in fear, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. You. As the man stammered incoherently, Shirlei's face twisted with contempt. You cowardly piece of trash, still talking big? Believe me, I could crush you with one palm strike. I believe you. Please spare me. I'll lead you to them right now. The death of his comrade sent a chill down the man's spine. Now, even though he wasn't facing Lin Fan, his words came out stumbling and broken. Bai Shuang stepped beside him, a flash of icy resolve flickering in her eyes. Lin Fan looked at Bai Shuang. Senior sister, I'll go rescue Zhou Luo now. Leave this man to you. Alright, go save him. We'll keep watch here. After Bai Shuang finished speaking, she kicked the man with her foot. The man was already as skittish as a startled bird. Though Bai Shuang hadn't used much force, he collapsed instantly. Then, he actually wet himself. The pungent stench of urine wafted over, utterly revolting. Disgust washed over Bai Shuang's face as she turned her head away. Shirlei snorted coldly, then kicked the man hard enough to send him flying. Get out of here and stop disgusting everyone. As he spoke, the man landed beneath a large tree. His back slammed against the trunk upon impact. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted, followed by the man writhing in agony beneath the tree. Senior brother, I never expected your kicks to pack such power. Bai Shuang turned to look at Shirlei, her face full of admiration. Shirlei sheepishly reached up to scratch his head. Little junior sister, you've forgotten I've got no other skills. It's all about brute strength. Not just my feet, my hands pack a punch too. Shirlei clenched his fist as he spoke. Bai Shuang studied Shirlei's hands closely. They were nearly half a size larger than average, with reddish skin, sharply defined knuckles, and a slightly rough texture. Setting aside other factors, just the sheer size of those hands meant a single punch would be unbearable for most people. And now that Shirlei's martial cultivation had surpassed the dragon rankings, if he channeled some chi into his punches, the force would be truly formidable. No wonder Shirlei could kick someone flying with a single blow, leaving them groaning and unable to stand. Had Shirlei been inclined, that single kick could have easily ended the man's life. It seems the masters had carefully considered sending you to assist the junior disciple. How thoughtful of them. No sooner had Bai Shuang finished speaking than Shirlei nodded in agreement. Of course. Our masters have thought through every step of our future path with remarkable clarity. Ah, but did the masters ever consider we might end up in a situation like this? Bai Shuang asked casually, but Shirlei's expression instantly turned grave. Little junior sister, don't doubt it, I'm certain the masters must have foreseen this very fight we're facing today. Seeing Shirlei's earnest expression, Bai Shuang felt uneasy inside. If Shirlei was to be believed, then those masters must be gods from heaven. The moment he entered the warehouse, Lin Fan quickly scanned for Zhou Luo's figure. The bright light outside made the warehouse feel dark, and Lin Fan momentarily struggled to adjust to the dimness. Zhou Luo, however, could clearly make out Lin Fan's silhouette by the light spilling from the warehouse entrance. To help Lin Fan find him quickly, Zhou Luo struggled hard, deliberately scraping one leg against the floor to make noise. Luo, is that you? Wah! Zhou Luo tried to speak, but his mouth was tightly gagged, leaving him only able to make muffled sounds. Even so, it provided Lin Fan with a crucial clue. Lin Fan jogged all the way to the southeast corner of the warehouse and soon spotted Zhou Luo, who was practically tied up like a dumpling. Lin Fan frowned, his heart stabbing as if pierced by something.
Those bastards dared to treat Zhou Luo like this? They were dead meat. Regaining his composure, Lin Fan swiftly untied Zhou Luo. As he worked, he offered reassurance. Don't be afraid, Luo. We'll be back soon.
Zhou Luo's tears fell like beads from a broken string.
Though her mouth was still gagged, Zhou Luo nodded frantically with all her might. After loosening the rope, Lin Fan tossed aside the cloth gagging Zhou Luo's mouth. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Luo suddenly threw his arms around Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, I thought I'd die here. How could you really come?
Zhou Luo's words came out in a jumbled mess, his voice choked with sobs. A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips as he reached out and ruffled Zhou Luo's hair.
Silly girl. Those people kidnapped you, how could I not come? But this place is dangerous. Those people are ruthless. I just heard them say someone really powerful is coming for you.
Before Zhou Luo could finish, Lin Fan grabbed his hand.
Don't worry. I'm not the Lin Fan I used to be. They can't touch me. Come on, let's get out of here.
Lin Fan's words snapped Zhou Luo back to his senses. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Luo hurried after Lin Fan toward the exit. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang and Shirlei had already cornered the man they'd confronted earlier, forcing him to his knees begging for mercy.
Speak. How many men did your Baroness send here?
Bai Shuang narrowed her eyes to slits, demanding each word with deliberate precision.
The man shuddered violently upon hearing the question. Madam, I truly don't know. You dare lie?
Bai Shuang's voice was soft, yet her words carried an undeniable authority. The man dared not lift his head, much less meet Bai Shuang's icy, frost-like gaze.
Honorable lady, I'm telling the truth.
I don't know how the mistress arranged it either. I only heard that this time, she's dead set on taking Lin Fan's life. Bai Shuang snorted coldly, her expression flaring with anger once more. Because Lin Fan had killed Long Si, the hatred between Wang Qiulan and Lin Fan was irreconcilable. It was no surprise that Wang Qiulan was scheming to kill Lin Fan. But those four men had already reached the dragon rank in martial arts cultivation. Bai Shuang refused to believe they could be insignificant figures in Wang Qiulian's eyes. She didn't know Wang Qiulan personally, but she understood that individuals with such martial prowess would undoubtedly be held in high regard. Therefore, Bai Shuang refused to believe the words of the man before her.
Since you're so determined to protect your master's secrets, I won't force you. I'll spare one of your legs now you can get out of here.
At those words, the man immediately panicked.
Chapter 190, Protecting Zhou Luo.
His eyes widened in shock as he sucked in a sharp breath.
Without a moment's hesitation, he bowed his head again. Thud. Thud. Thud.
Hearing the sound of skulls striking the ground, Bai Shuang's brow furrowed slightly.
Please, spare me. Don't cut off my legs.
Facing life and death, the man was utterly terrified. He knew that elevating his cultivation to the dragon rank had cost him a fortune, nearly 10 million in gold and silver just for the cultivation-enhancing pills alone. Before that, he'd often taken on private jobs. He'd taken people's money to solve their problems, handling plenty of shady deals behind the scenes. But never before had he faced such utter misfortune as today. After accepting each job, he'd always completed it efficiently. Little did he expect to meet his downfall today. Upon arrival, the group was still discussing the words spoken by the lady. Once they secured Lin Fan's head, money wouldn't be an issue. Not only would they be paid handsomely, but they'd also be rewarded with women and elevated status. This immense temptation clouded their judgment, and without hesitation, they pledged their lives to ensure Lin Fan's death. But reality proved vastly different, utterly opposite, in fact. Of the four who came, 3 died at the hands of Lin Fan and his men. He was the sole survivor. Now, this woman was actually threatening to cut off one of his legs. As a martial artist, what meaning would life hold if he became crippled? Death would be preferable. To demonstrate his sincerity, the man had already banged his forehead until it bled profusely. Bowing your head won't suffice. You must pay a price for your actions. Even now, Bai Shuang still believed this man knew things they did not. Sure enough, upon hearing Bai Shuang's words, the man abruptly halted his earlier actions. He took a deep breath, his expression utterly resolved. Fine, I'll speak. With things having come to this, there was no need to keep secrets for Wang Qiulan and the others just to save his own skin. Even martial artists ranked on the dragon list had fallen to Lin Fan's hands. Anyone else who came would merely be cannon fodder. Before this, he'd heard rumors of Lin Fan's extraordinary martial prowess, but it was merely hearsay. He'd never witnessed it firsthand. Never did I imagine that on the brink of death today, I would witness what a true powerhouse truly is. At worst, he could survive, flee far away, and never set foot in Xiaqiu Kingdom again. That was far better than dying beneath this tree. After this realization, despair washed over the man's face. Those who came today were merely the prelude. The most crucial figures were yet to come. At these words, Bai Shuang's face immediately grew cautious. Shirlei beside him couldn't help but speak up. What do you mean? Are you saying there are more people coming? Yes. Wang Qiulan didn't just arrange for us few. There are others you wouldn't expect.
Shirley's brow instantly knotted into a tight knot upon hearing this. Who knew that Wang Cholian had such a ruthless streak? This is wave after wave of trouble. Earlier it was just a few people, then over a dozen. If the numbers keep increasing like this, it won't be good for them. Hurry up and tell me what unexpected people did she arrange? By this point, even Shirley was getting anxious. Those with guns, you know what I mean, right? Martial artists fight with fists and feet, but what happens when a whole crowd shows up armed? As he spoke these words, a flicker of confidence finally appeared on his face. But soon, he slumped like a defeated rooster. Now that he'd revealed Wang Qiulan's trump card, both she and the Overlord would see him as a traitor through and through. Even if Lin Fan and his crew wouldn't kill him, Wang Qiulan would certainly end his life once she learned of his existence. To both sides, he was like Zhu Beiji looking in the mirror, a fool caught between two stools. Just then, footsteps echoed from nearby. Bai Shuang and Shirley both turned their heads. Lin Fan, supporting Zhou Luo's arm, was walking toward them. Seeing Zhou Luo clinging to Lin Fan like a frightened little rabbit, Bai Shuang's eyes flickered, a complex emotion flashing in her gaze. But quickly, her expression regained its composure. Junior brother, we must be cautious. There's an ambush behind us. Bai Shuang hurriedly warned Lin Fan. Shirley added his own warning. Right. Those guys are armed with guns, and there are quite a few of them. After hearing this, Lin Fan's face showed impatience. Is the very purpose of some people's existence to cause trouble for others? Unable to surpass others in cultivation, they resort to sheer numbers to assert their presence. How utterly pointless. Lin Fan turned to glance at Zhou Luo beside him. Luo, are you scared? How's your foot feeling now? Zhou Luo froze, a puzzled look spreading across his face. What did Lin Fan mean by that? Was he suggesting he should flee first? Why else would Lin Fan bring up his foot? Before Zhou Luo could answer, terrifying scenes flashed through his mind. Numerous figures aimed guns at Lin Fan and his companions, while he himself was desperately fleeing. Finally, gunshots rang out. Zhou Luo frantically closed his eyes, feeling his heart leap up into his throat. No way. I'll never leave Lin Fan. Even if today meant certain death, she would die alongside Lin Fan. Lin Fan, my brother, I used to have an injury on my leg that kept me from standing up, but now I'm healed. From now on, wherever you go, I'll go. I'm not afraid of anything. I won't run away on my own. Zhou Luo's small face was etched with unwavering resolve as she even wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's. Lin Fan smiled at Zhou Luo, his voice softening. Silly girl, I never said you should run away. What if they capture you again? Then my trip here would have been for nothing. Then what did you mean by that? I'm not afraid. As long as you're by my side, I'll face anything. Zhou Luo stated her resolve firmly once more. Lin Fan nodded. Alright, then stay with us. Zhou Luo couldn't fathom what Lin Fan was truly thinking, but hearing those words finally brought her some peace of mind. You too, you'll have plenty of time to talk later. Right now, what should we do? Seeing Lin Fan hadn't offered a solution either, Shirley grew impatient, scratching his head in frustration. Those men hadn't appeared yet, and no one knew where the armed gunmen were hiding. They possessed martial arts cultivation to protect themselves, but Zhou Luo was different. Right now, the priority wasn't fighting those men to the death, it was protecting Zhou Luo. Chapter 191, Long time no see, hope you're well. Several voices echoed this warning as a cacophony of footsteps approached. Suddenly, someone blared through a loudspeaker. Lin Fan, you're surrounded. Raise your hands and surrender immediately, or we'll open fire. Shirley stomped his foot in frustration upon hearing this. Just as he'd mentioned armed men, they arrived. Lin Fan didn't respond to Shirley's remark. Instead, he activated his divine sense, carefully scanning the people surrounding them. Now, nearly the entire warehouse was surrounded. At least 60 men held guns, their barrels trained squarely on them. Junior brother, have junior sister protect Zhou Luo. The two of us will lead the charge, we'll fight our way out. Shirley started to charge forward, but Lin Fan shook his head. Third brother, we can't. There are at least 60 of them over there. If they fire simultaneously, we won't be able to dodge. The we Lin Fan referred to included Zhou Luo. If it were just Bai Shuang, Shirley, and himself, they might have been able to dodge over 60 bullets simultaneously. But under these circumstances, Lin Fan couldn't guarantee Zhou Luo wouldn't get hurt. You have 10 seconds. If you don't kneel and beg for mercy, we'll open fire. The voice from inside the room rang clearly in everyone's ears. Lin Fan suddenly spun around, his eyes fixed intently on a specific point to the east. Just then, a panicked sound erupted from the loudspeaker. Damn it, they're looking at me. Then came the sound of the speaker shutting off. Simultaneously, cold sweat instantly beaded on the middle-aged man's forehead as he held the megaphone. Although he had led a team to shoot Lin Fan, the moment Lin Fan's gaze swept toward him, the middle-aged man felt as if Lin Fan's eyes had pierced 2 holes through his body. He had never encountered such a piercing gaze before, one that truly seemed capable of killing. At that moment, everyone heard the words spoken over the loudspeaker afterward, and confusion began to spread through the crowd.
Those nearby began whispering among themselves. What's going on? Is our boss feeling too much pressure? Lin Fan just glanced this way and he's already scared out of his wits? Who knows? Better play it safe. I heard Lin Fan can crush bullets into dust with his bare hands. If that's true, we're done for. Exactly. Turning bullets to dust is one thing, but if he turns people into mincemeat, we're the ones who'll suffer. Though the group chattered away. Not a single one dared to volunteer. Not a single soul dared claim they could definitely take Lin Fan's head this time. The man holding the megaphone sucked in a sharp breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and only then realized he'd turned off the microphone. If the speaker was off, how could they perform the operation? The crowd wouldn't know when to shoot Lin Fan. With that thought, the man reluctantly turned the loudspeaker back on. Lin Fan, listen carefully. I've given you time to consider. Now I begin the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Before the man could utter the sixth word, a deep, crisp voice suddenly cut through the air. Wang Tianwang, have you grown tired of living? Order your men to lower their weapons immediately, or face the consequences. Wang Tianwang, holding the megaphone, was momentarily stunned. Yet he sensed that continuing to fire now seemed unwise. So, Wang Tianwang simply shouted into the megaphone. Who are you? This is a matter between the Overlord and Lin Fan. Outsiders should stay out of it or risk trouble. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the voice echoed again. Simultaneously, a woman materialized before the warehouse. Imperial Capital Golden Dragon Assault Team, Special Operations Unit. Lina, codename JS-0808. At these words, Wang Tianwan was utterly dumbfounded. Even Lin Fan's face betrayed utter disbelief. Lina, the captain of the Golden Dragon Assault Team, how had she ended up here? Lin Fan didn't have much recollection of Lina, but he remembered that codename very clearly. Back when he had clashed with Long San and his crew, Lina and her deputy captain Su Chuan had stepped in to intervene. It was precisely because he had left Lina speechless that she had conceded his superiority. Of course, Lin Fan had to admit that his marksmanship had surpassed hers. Lina accepted defeat gracefully, which was why she let him go. But Lin Fan remembered it all crystal clear. Before leaving, Lina had solemnly declared she would thoroughly investigate the Lin family tragedy from years ago. The memory flashed through Lin Fan's mind, and his gaze settled on Lina. The instant their eyes met, Lina gave a slight nod. Then, Lina raised a pistol, aiming directly at the thicket where Wang Tianwan was hiding. Now, with everyone surrounded by the Golden Dragon Special Operations Team, only the reckless would continue wielding their weapons. A megaphone clipped to Lina's collar amplified her voice, ensuring everyone nearby could hear her clearly without straining. Upon hearing they were surrounded, the men Wang Tianwang had prepared earlier immediately grew anxious. Some turned around and saw the figures behind them, guns pointed squarely at their backs. Compared to the 60-plus men before them, the Special Operations Group outnumbered them nearly 3-1. In other words, Wang Tianwang and his men were now completely trapped like fish in a barrel. Wang Tianwang was speechless, his head buzzing. What the hell was this? He had intended to use their numerical superiority to capture Lin Fan, but unexpectedly, the hunter became the hunted. Before he could even flex his muscles, he'd been targeted. What was even more infuriating was that the members of the Imperial Capital Golden Dragon Assault Team's Special Operations Unit were people he couldn't afford to provoke. Damn it, what rotten luck! Everyone, follow my orders. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Wang Tianwang didn't want to back down like this, but facing the Golden Dragon Assault Team, he had no other choice. Surrender or die. He could only choose one. Thus, a scene that was almost laughable unfolded around the warehouse. The once intimidating Wang Tianwang suddenly hung his head like a beaten dog. Not only that, but he smashed the megaphone in his hand to smithereens. But even that couldn't sway the decision of the Golden Dragon Assault Team's Special Operations Unit. Only after Wang Tingwang's entire crew had been apprehended did Lina approach Lin Fan. A faint smile touched her lips as Lina asked softly. Lin Fan, long time no see. Hope all is well? Chapter 192, Who was a true friend, who was a fair lady. Lin Fan was also taken aback by Lina's sudden appearance. However, the Golden Dragon Assault Squad had indeed resolved his most pressing crisis. Seeing them huddled together in a circle, a faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips. Shirley beside him let out a long sigh of relief. Little junior brother, isn't this what they call fortune favors the brave? Without these guys, breaking out would have taken a lot more effort. Shirley spoke the truth, it was exactly as he said. Lin Fan nodded, then turned his gaze toward Lina. Click. Click. Tap. The sound of high-heeled leather shoes echoed, and Lina came to a stop before Lin Fan. Thank you, Captain Lina. The Empire's Golden Dragon Assault Squad truly lives up to its reputation. No need to flatter me. I was just doing my job. Lina's face remained expressionless, but after glancing at Bai Shuang, she turned her gaze to Zhou Luo standing beside Lin Fan. Indeed, the Golden Dragon Assault Team exists to protect the citizens of Xiaqiu Kingdom. Still, we must thank Captain Lina.
Before Lin Fan could finish, Lina's expression turned stern. Last time, you mentioned that the mastermind behind the Lin family tragedy was connected to the Overlord.
Our strike force has been conducting detailed investigations into the Overlord's whereabouts.
When Wan Qiulan mobilized so many people to the abandoned warehouse, we suspected something was amiss.
Little did we expect we'd actually catch a few fish. To assist our investigation, you'll need to provide statements. Would you prefer to be interviewed here or accompany us to the station? Lina asked, enunciating each word clearly.
Lin Fan responded immediately.
Taking us back would involve such a big operation. It's better to question us here and save Captain Lina's time.
While he said this, Lin Fan had his own calculations in mind.
If they truly followed Lina back, they wouldn't be able to return anytime soon.
Moreover, if the Golden Dragon Assault Squad suddenly changed their minds and detained them, it would be a complete loss. Lina seemed to read Lin Fan's thoughts, narrowing her eyes slightly.
Fine. With that single word, Lina turned and called out.
Su Chuan, help these people with their statements.
Lin Fan recognized the name.
Only when someone approached did he recall that Su Chuan was the deputy captain of the Golden Dragon Strike Force's Special Operations Unit. Su Chuan stared straight at Lin Fan, his expression blank. Upon closer inspection, the displeasure in his eyes seemed ready to burst from his sockets.
Fortunately, the statements were taken smoothly, and Su Chuan wrapped up the matter quickly.
Noticing Lina observing the surrounding terrain nearby, Lin Fan whispered to Bai Shuang. Senior sister, I'll go ask when we can leave.
All right. Leave Zhou Luo to us. Don't worry.
Bai Shuang, concerned that Lin Fan might be uneasy about Zhou Luo, hurriedly added. Lin Fan nodded and began walking toward Lina. Hearing footsteps behind her, Lina didn't turn around but spoke directly.
You've got some nerve. Are you trying to take on the tyrant? Captain Lina, you flatter me. I had no choice.
Longxi colluded with the Japanese and committed many unspeakable deeds. Eliminating them was my duty as a citizen of Xiaqiu Nation. Lina froze, turning her head in disbelief. She held deep respect for Lin Fan's martial prowess.
But she never imagined his silver tongue could be so sharp. He clearly killed Longxi, yet he managed to frame it as a noble act.
At first glance, there was not a single flaw to be found. This Lin Fan, she really didn't know what to make of him.
Thinking of the two beauties surrounding Lin Fan, Lina's eyes narrowed.
Lin Fan, you truly are a man of deep loyalty and devotion.
Last time, when you followed Bai Shuang's steward into the lion's den, it was also for a girl, wasn't it? This time, the same thing happened to you again. Just how many female confidants do you have around you?
Lin Fan hadn't expected Lina to suddenly change the subject.
For a moment, he was so flustered he couldn't even speak. With an apologetic smile, he finally answered. Captain Lina, these people are all very important to me.
They? Before Lin Fan could finish, Lina waved him off.
Don't try to explain it to me. That's not part of my job.
How many lovers or confidants you have has nothing to do with my investigation. After saying this, Lina added a few more words. But Lin Fan, you'd better keep a low profile.
Right now, a lot of people have their eyes on you. It's best not to stir up any unnecessary trouble. Alright, thank you, Captain Lina. May we leave now? Go ahead.
Lin Fan thanked Lina once more before heading to find Bai Shuang and Shirley. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Fan and his companions quickly departed.
Not far away, Wang Tianwan was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of background does this Lin Fan have?
Not only is his martial arts cultivation incredibly high, but how could he possibly be connected to the Golden Dragon Assault Team's Special Operations Unit?
Wasn't the entire Lin family, except for Lin Fan, already wiped out?
When the mistress briefed him on Lin Fan's situation, she hadn't mentioned the Golden Dragon Assault Team at all. Wang Tianwan was utterly baffled, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. But in the end, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Upon reaching the car, Bai Shuang naturally took the front passenger seat.
Zhou Luo and Lin Fan took the back seats.
Seeing Zhou Luo's disheveled and dust-covered appearance, Lin Fan felt a pang of pity. Back then, Zhou Luo had been bedridden for 3 years because of the Lin family's affairs. Now that his legs had just recovered, he'd been kidnapped again. The more Lin Fan thought about it, the more bitter it tasted.
Brother Lin Fan, what's wrong? Noticing the slight flicker of emotion on Lin Chen's face, Zhou Luo couldn't help but ask.
Lin Fan forced a faint smile.
Nothing. I'm sorry, Luo. This time, I've caused you trouble. I don't feel wronged.
I just worry about you getting caught by those villains. They're despicable, but I'm not afraid of them.
If it comes down to it, I'll go down fighting with them.
As soon as Zhou Luo finished speaking, Lin Fan's stern voice echoed.
Luo, you must never speak like that again. You have to live well. Don't ever think that way.
Seeing Lin Fan's anger, Zhou Luo pouted and mumbled an okay. In the rearview mirror, Bai Shuang saw the anxious expression on Lin Fan's face, her heart filled with mixed emotions.
Zhou Luo was truly incredibly important to Lin Fan. Soon, the group boarded the helicopter.
Before long, the helicopter landed nearby Shuang's villa. Just then, Lin Fan's phone suddenly rang.
Seeing the familiar number on the screen, Lin Fan pressed the answer button without hesitation.
Chapter 193, The Higher-Ups Panic.
The call was from Zhou Xiong. Before Lin Fan could speak, Zhou Xiong's anxious voice came through.
Lin Fan, something's wrong. I can't get through to Luo at all. Could she have been kidnapped on the way? That kid's always been a bit naive. With so many human traffickers around these days, what if she got tricked? Where would we even start looking? Should we report this to the enforcement team? Has Luo contacted you?
Zhou Xiong's words came out in a flustered rush, his tension palpable even through the phone screen. At the same time, Lin Fan heard a woman sobbing in the background.
It must be Zhang Shuaqin. Uncle Zhou, please calm down. Here's what happened.
Before Lin Fan could finish, Zhou Luo snatched the phone from him.
Dad, I'm with brother Lin Fan. We're fine, so don't worry. My phone died, so I couldn't answer your call.
Zhou Luo forced her voice to sound calm, trying not to let Zhou Xiong detect anything.
Oh, my dear daughter.
As long as you're safe, that's all that matters.
You've had mom and dad worried sick. We were just about to call the enforcement team. No need. I'm with brother Lin Fan, what's there to worry about? Alright, that's all for now. We'll talk later.
After saying that, Zhou Luo let out a long sigh of relief. Looks like Dad didn't pick up on anything unusual on my end.
Why are you in such a rush? Oh, by the way, when will you be home?
Before Zhou Xiong could finish asking, Zhou Luo had already hung up. Lin Fan stared at Zhou Luo, completely still.
This girl, she doesn't even blink when she lies anymore. Usually, Zhou Luo would feel so guilty every time she lied that anyone could tell without even thinking about it. But now, even Zhou Xiong couldn't tell.
Lin Fan, don't look at me like that. You know what my dad's like, he's got all sorts of things on his mind. If he found out I got arrested, he'd be nagging about it for days. Zhou Luo explained cautiously, then covered her mouth as she glanced at Lin Fan.
Lin Fan smiled. Thank goodness you said it.
If it were me, I wouldn't dare utter such words.
What's the big deal? As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything.
Zhou Luo flashed a wide grin, leaving Lin Fan speechless once more. After her leg was healed, Zhou Luo became much livelier. Lin Fan felt like he was seeing that bouncy little girl again. Having met Bai Shuang before, Zhou Luo spoke to her without reserve.
The group returned to the Lin family's ancestral home in high spirits.
Bai Shuang had matters to attend to and didn't accompany them.
Before long, Zhou Luo got acquainted with Lu Shuai, Lu Xiaoya, and Su Yang.
Seeing another girl clinging to Lin Fan even more than she did, Lu Xiaoya wore a distinctly unhappy expression. Within just a few minutes, she'd already pouted several times.
Brother Lin Fan, I won't be joining you for dinner. I'll eat with Big Guy and the others. Make sure you come back early after you finish your business, okay?
Lu Xiaoya's words carried hidden meaning, yet she dared not state it too plainly, so she could only offer her request cautiously.
Alright, I'll join everyone for dinner later.
With that, Lin Fan and Zhou Luo walked away together. The moment they turned away, Lu Xiaoya began pouting again.
Su Yang, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and blurted out. What's your problem? It's like they owe you something.
Lin Fan's just going out to eat with his childhood sweetheart, what are you jealous of?
Jealous? I haven't even eaten yet, how could I be jealous? I'm not jealous at all.
Lu Xiaoya insisted she wasn't jealous, yet her eyes kept drifting toward the direction Lin Fan had left.
Su Yang rolled his eyes dramatically and turned to Shirley.
The moment Lu Xiaoya turned away, Su Yang whispered in the quietest voice possible.
That girl's definitely up to something. What's strange about it? She just likes my little junior brother. He's so handsome and dashing, if I were a girl, I'd like him too.
Su Yang paused, his pitiful little eyes no longer able to hide their disappointment.
Third senior brother, what about me? I'm not half bad either, right? Shirley nodded, first acknowledging Su Yang before delivering a crushing blow.
You're okay too, but you can't compare to my junior brother. By now, Su Yang had given up hope entirely. Zhou Luo never imagined so much could happen in just 1 month. Not only had they moved into a new home and crafted new furniture, but mom and dad seemed to have grown several years younger. Yet to Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuaqin, these changes paled in comparison to the most astonishing transformation, Zhou Luo himself. Seeing Zhou Luo standing straight before her, Zhang Shuaqin choked back sobs, repeatedly covering her mouth to stifle the words that threatened to spill out. Zhou Xiong's eyes were red, though he held back tears in front of Lin Fan.
Mom and Dad, don't be like this. You should be happy that my legs are better. Zhou Luo kept smiling, occasionally offering words of comfort to Zhou Xiong and Zhang Shuaqin. Zhang Shuaqin nodded vigorously, then took Zhou Luo's hand and led him toward the bedroom. Mom, what are you doing?
Zhou Luo was completely baffled, utterly confused by the situation. Zhang Shuaqin said nothing, but her pace quickened.
Zhang Shuaqin opened the bedroom door, and Zhou Luo was utterly stunned.
The bed was piled high with dresses every color and style imaginable. The floor was so cluttered with shoes she couldn't even count them all, there was barely any space to stand.
Mom, thank you. Zhou Luo exclaimed, throwing himself into Zhang Shuoqin's arms.
Zhang Shuoqin reached out, gently patting Zhou Luo's back as her voice brimmed with affection. My dear, from now on you can go shopping, dancing, and eating delicious food just like other children.
The things I've prepared for you aren't enough, I'll go buy more. It's already enough. I've bought so many local clothes enough to change outfits every day and still have leftovers.
Zhou Luo politely declined. In the living room, Lin Fan and Zhou Xiong sat on the sofa watching TV. Zhou Xiong enjoyed watching soccer matches, and Lin Fan accompanied him.
The entire house radiated warmth.
Lin Fan savored the warmth of home, unaware that news of their confrontation with the Overlord's men had already spread throughout the Empire's highest echelons.
The fact that none of the Overlord's men could take down Lin Fan was utterly shocking.
The deep-seated enmity between the Overlord and Lin Fan had now reached a boiling point.
Having failed this time, the Overlord would certainly not let it rest. Could anyone truly endure the pain of losing a son? But he must endure.
Lin Fan was now at the peak of his power.
Whoever dared oppose him was essentially courting death. The entire Imperial High Command was gripped by dread. Chapter 194, Don't Let Yourself Be Bullied. After Wang Tianwang's men failed, Wang Qiulan was utterly devastated.
Initially, upon hearing that the 4 Dragon List experts had failed to capture Lin Fan, Wang Qiulan had begun to worry. Yet, at that time, a sliver of hope still flickered within her heart.
After all, even the strongest physique couldn't withstand bullets.
The reason she had dispatched so many men was precisely because she never intended for Lin Fan to return alive. But no one could have anticipated the sudden appearance of the Golden Dragon Assault Squad.
Those damned people were actually helping Lin Fan. Were they openly defying them?
Wang Qiulian's eyes turned red as she clenched her fists so tightly her fingernails dug into her palms.
Seeing Long Xi's photograph, a wave of sorrow washed over Wang Qiulian. Lighting 3 sticks of incense, Wang Qiulian slowly approached Long Xi's portrait.
See, Lin Fan got away this time, but rest assured I won't let your death be in vain. I'll bring Lin Fan's head to honor you.
Wang Qiulan's face was haggard, and it took immense effort to utter these words.
No sooner had she finished speaking than the door slammed open.
Get out! Wang Qiulan's face flushed with irritation.
This was Long Xi's room. No one was allowed to enter without permission, and no one could disturb his rest.
Wang Qiulian didn't hear footsteps retreating.
Just as she turned to look again, a deep, resonant voice boomed out.
Have you finished causing trouble, Wang Qiulian? Why must you be so stubborn? Why won't you listen to me?
Hearing the voice, Wang Qiulan, who had turned halfway around, spun back to face the source.
How could I have listened to you? Xi was killed by Lin Fan. You said you wanted revenge, yet you never took action. So I had to step in. Wang Qiulan stood perfectly straight, not even turning her head as she spoke. Ba Wang's furrowed brow deepened into a pronounced V shape. The time isn't right yet. Then when? If we don't eliminate him before he spreads his wings, are we supposed to wait until he soars to the heavens? Wang Qiulan whipped around, her face twisted with resentment as she glared at the Overlord. He's my child.
He's been by my side all these years. I absolutely cannot tolerate him dying unjustly like this. Wang Qiulan had practically strained every fiber of her being to utter these words. Once she finished speaking, her entire body began to sway unsteadily once more. Seeing this scene, half of the Overlord's burning rage vanished. Having already lost his son, he couldn't bear to lose his wife too. He wasn't going to act so hastily now, the time wasn't right yet. Besides, Lin Fan had dealt with Xi using a reason that left no room for argument. What reason? Wang Qiulan asked weakly. The Overlord's eyes narrowed to slits. Lin Fan said Xi had colluded with the Japanese, committing acts of treason against the nation. Wang Qiulan's face was filled with disbelief. She had no idea what Long Xi had been up to outside, but she had never heard of him having any connection with the Japanese. Lin Fan. It must be Lin Fan. Husband, it's Lin Fan framing our Xi. That man is utterly vicious. Xi is already dead, yet he still must suffer such slander at Lin Fan's hands. Rest assured, I'll handle this. You just focus on getting better. I swear I won't rest until this vengeance is exacted. Ba Wang's words were spoken through gritted teeth. Wang Qiulan finally nodded. Lin Fan returned to the Lin residence, nearing 11 o'clock. Seeing that the lights in Su Yang and Shirley's rooms were all out, Lin Fan headed straight for his own bedroom. Though it was late, sleep eluded him entirely. Recalling the events of the day, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The tyrant and his crew had reached a point of utter desperation. He needed to heighten his vigilance. The kidnapping of Zhou Luo and the attempt on his life would undoubtedly reach the highest echelons of the imperial capital. Such news might be concealed from ordinary citizens, but it could never be hidden from those of distinguished standing. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly before sinking into deep thought. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Lin Fan sat up and began refining pills. Lately, whenever boredom struck, Lin Fan would immerse himself in refining pills.
A single pill could fetch over 100,000 credits. It both enhanced cultivation and brought in money. Why not? By morning, he'd refined over 20 pills. When it came time to cultivate, he discovered he wasn't the least bit tired. That refreshingly clear-headed sensation reminded him of absorbing spiritual energy from stones. Back when he and Bai Shuang went to buy stones, he had once absorbed one, and his cultivation had indeed surged significantly. These pills he had refined were like treasures to ordinary martial artists, but at Lin Fan's cultivation level, they offered little benefit. Exchanging pills for money to buy spirit stones, that was a rather clever cycle. After finishing his soliloquy, a smile touched the corners of Lin Fan's lips. After all, the materials he needed to refine pills were essentially free, and they were the kind that wouldn't run out even if he used them for 10 or 20 years. These thoughts filled Lin Fan with excitement. After breakfast, Lin Fan handed several pills to Lu Shuai once more. Lu Shuai accepted them with utmost respect, even bowing to Lin Fan. "Rest assured, Master Uncle. I will fulfill your instructions to the best of my ability." Compared to before, Lu Shuai had changed significantly, showing none of his former restlessness. Lin Fan marveled once more at how swiftly a person could transform. "Be careful. Don't let anyone take advantage of you," Lin Fan cautioned. Lu Shuai sheepishly reached up to scratch his head, making a bold claim. "Rest assured, Master. My stance is rock solid now. Ordinary folks won't stand a chance against me." Lu Shuai wasn't lying. Just a couple days ago, while walking down the street, Lu Shuai ran into the same group of thugs who used to bully him. From the look in their eyes, Lu Shuai could tell fear had crept into their gazes. He couldn't fathom what exactly they feared, but when he shot them a fierce glare, some actually began to back away. That feeling was truly satisfying, sweeter than honey. And all of this was thanks to his master's recognition of his talent. Lu Shuai kept this in his heart. "That's good." No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Lu Shuai picked up the thread. "Uncle Master, I will prove myself worthy of their respect. I won't let you down." Lu Shuai vowed solemnly. Lin Fan nodded again after hearing his words, and only then did Lu Shuai depart. Su Yang had left early, leaving only Lu Xianye to speak with Lin Fan now. Lin Fan suddenly recalled that Lu Xianye had been eyeing him suspiciously all yesterday. He decided to go check on her. "That girl? I have no idea when I might have offended her again." Chapter 195, It's Mine Now. Lu Xiaoye's room was very simple, the most eye-catching thing being a single flower on the table. The buds were tightly closed, as if poised to burst open at any moment. Lin Fan looked at Lu Xiaoye, who remained silent, her lips pouted high. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Fan's voice was filled with concern. Lu Xianye shook her head flatly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "What's wrong with me? As long as you guys are happy, right? Looks like someone's got you upset. Was it Su Daong? He's got a big mouth, but he's actually a good guy. If he really got you mad, don't take it to heart." Lin Fan's defense of Su Yang only made Lu Xiaye more annoyed. In truth, Lu Xiaye wasn't upset over Su Yang. But Lin Fan's words reminded her of Su Yang's relentless barrage of jabs. This made her snort coldly once more. "I was right, it was Su Yang. Don't be upset. Tomorrow, Zhou Luo and I are going clothes shopping. Why don't you come along? Maybe you'll find something you like?" "Zhou Luo? That girl you brought back? No way am I tagging along. I'd rather stay home and rest than be the third wheel." Lu Xiaye's words dripped with jealousy. After speaking, he grabbed the flowers in the vase and tore them apart, half for himself and half for her. Why tear apart such beautiful flowers? If I can pluck them, it's a blessing for these flowers. Lu Xiaye was being unreasonable again, so Lin Fan decided not to bring it up anymore. This girl is truly stubborn. Lu Shuai held the pills Lin Fan had refined, his face brimming with excitement. "Master says these are called bone-shaping Vajra pills. The name's quite fitting. Rest assured, Master and Senior Master, I'll get you a great price for them." Recalling how well his previous pills had sold, Lu Shuai was already feeling optimistic. Seeing that it was nearly time, Lu Shuai immediately got up and headed for the black market. Upon arriving at the black market, Lu Shuai became visibly excited. Many merchants were doing business at this hour, mostly dealing in antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, along with illicit burial artifacts. Lu Shuai made his way to the southwest corner. He spread a sheet of white paper on the ground, took out a bone-strengthening golden pill, placed it on the paper, and wrote in large characters, 100,000 per pill. Armed with the experience from previous attempts, Lu Shuai felt he had grown smarter. Laying out the paper and writing the large characters truly saved him a lot of trouble. Though many passers-by walked by, they would pause and linger for a moment upon seeing Lu Shuai's pills. With a single pill priced at 100,000, many uninitiated passers-by showed hesitation on their faces. Before long, a young man wearing a horse head mask stopped before Lu Shuai and asked, "You want 100,000 for one pill? Have you lost your mind?" Lu Shuai grinned. "You just don't get it. If you were a true connoisseur, seeing my 10,000 yuan price tag, you'd say it's a bargain. Too bad you don't recognize its worth. Unwilling to accept this, the other man retorted. You're asking 100,000 for this crappy pill? What's it made of? Does it extend your lifespan? Or grant you immortality? This remark drew laughter from the crowd of onlookers. Lu Shuai remained unfazed and continued his explanation. Didn't you see what's written clearly on this paper? This is a 4th grade elixir, the bone-shaping diamond pill.
After consuming it, it can reshape your tendons and bones, making it the best choice for refining the body. After finishing his explanation, Lu Shuai added, this is a rare find, something you can only stumble upon by chance.
Lu Shuai's words piqued everyone's curiosity.
Though many passers-by frequented this place, martial artists were few and far between among the current crowd. Most understood this black market primarily dealt in antiques and calligraphy.
They'd come browsing, hoping to snag a bargain.
Ordinary people rarely know that such potent elixirs are sold here.
The man had no clue, so he blurted out.
4th grade elixirs? You could write 10th tier or 12th tier, it's all just nonsense you're spouting.
Someone else sighed and chimed in.
These days, morals have truly gone to the dogs.
He's brazenly deceiving people, holding some obscure pill and demanding 100,000 for it. Many shook their heads, convinced Lu Shuai was charging an exorbitant price.
Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a monkey mask stepped out of the crowd. Seeing the silence, he addressed Lu Shuai.
May I see this pill?
Lu Shuai tilted his head back, scrutinizing the man.
But the mask hid his features completely.
All Lu Shuai could make out was that the man wore a gray cotton linen jacket.
Sure. But this pill is extremely precious. I'll hold it up so you can see it clearly.
With that, Lu Shuai picked up the pill from the ground and held it close to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man examined it intently, then spoke with interest.
There are patterns on it. Not bad, not bad.
Lu Shuai perked up at this remark, recalling his master's teachings about the significance of engravings.
You know your stuff. Looks like you're an expert. I won't need to explain further then. This is a top-grade, 4th-rank bone-shaping Vidra pill. It's highly beneficial for martial artists. The asking price of 100,000 isn't steep. To everyone's surprise, the monkey-headed masked man nodded repeatedly. Indeed. For a pill of this quality, 100,000 is truly not expensive. I'll take it.
Lu Shuai hadn't expected such a swift deal.
With just a few words exchanged, the transaction was complete.
His face broke into a broad smile.
All right, then this pill.
Before he could finish, an elderly man clad in black emerged from the other side, his face concealed by a painted mask.
Hold on. All eyes turned to the old man. Old man, I'd like to take a look too. May I examine it properly? Lu Shuai hesitated. But the elixir has already been sold.
The old man spoke up.
Since payment hasn't been made yet, it means the deal isn't finalized. I'd like to take a look too. Please grant me this favor. Lu Shuai felt torn, but the old man had a point. He finally agreed. You may look. I'll bring it over.
Saying this, Lu Shuai moved the elixir closer to the old man. The old man examined it intently, then sucked in a sharp breath. I never imagined encountering such a pill here.
How many more do you have? I'll take them all.
The onlookers were stunned. Most had assumed the young man was making an oath, but now someone was snatching this worthless pill. The man wearing the horse head mask grew displeased, letting out a cold snort. I said it before, this pill is mine. This bone-shaping diamond pill belongs to me. The old man burst into laughter upon hearing this.
Chapter 196, 1 seller, 100 buyers. You haven't paid a penny, nor have you delivered the goods, how can it be yours? 1 family's treasure, 100 families' desire. I'll pay 110,000, this pill is mine.
No sooner had the man spoken than murmurs erupted from the surrounding crowd.
What? Did I hear that right? 110,000. Good heavens, is this thing really worth that much? Are these two crazy? Or are they hired actors? Adding 10,000 just to snatch this worthless pill? What do you know? If this pill weren't valuable, who'd pay such a high price? And they're even bidding higher. Clearly, this pill is no ordinary thing.
The man wearing the horse head mask turned to Lu Shuai. Young man, in business, there's a concept of first come, first served.
I spotted this item first, and you set the price. I didn't haggle, did I? I'm buying it at your original asking price. You can't back out now. Lu Shuai felt a bit awkward.
He had written the price of 100,000 himself, and once sold, it was sold.
But who would have thought someone else would come along and bid higher?
Naturally, the more this pill sold for, the better.
Gentlemen, I'm just a merchant.
Until I've received your payment, I'll sell to whoever offers the highest price.
That's not an unreasonable rule, is it?
The crowd exchanged glances. He had a point, the highest bidder wins when selling goods.
If the item had already been sold, that would be that.
But since no money had changed hands yet, it was perfectly acceptable for someone else to bid higher.
Seems this little thing is quite the special item, nothing like antiques or paintings. A single pill fetching over 100,000? Impressive.
The old man's voice carried a hint of amusement.
The rule here is simple, whoever offers the highest price gets the item. If you want it, just raise your bid. His words infuriated the middle-aged man wearing the horse head mask. In full view of everyone, the man raised his arm and pointed it at the old man's forehead. Old fool. The deal was already done. What are you playing at here? If you really wanted it, why didn't you make your move earlier? You had to show up right after I claimed it. Are you here to jinx me? The old man's voice turned icy in response. Young man, think before you speak. We're both martial artists, no one's superior to the other. By the rules here, you can bid higher. The middle-aged man was so furious he could barely breathe. I'll offer 12,000. The crowd erupted again at the figure. 12,000. To an ordinary person, that was an astronomical sum, a single sentence that stunned everyone. These two are so extravagant, arguing over a single pill like this. It's not worth it. Perhaps we truly don't understand. With bids rising 10,000 at a time, this must be no ordinary item. Lu Shuai felt a surge of delight. After all, selling it for the highest price was precisely what he hoped for. 12,000. Old man, if you don't raise your bid, I'm selling this pill to him. Even through the mask, Lu Shuai could sense the old man's anger rising. The old man addressed the middle-aged man. Young man, if you're trying to outbid me, I'm afraid you're no match. I advise you to stop now, or you'll only dig yourself deeper into a hole. I bid 130,000. The crowd was electrified. This was more thrilling than any auction. The two men began a bidding war, leaving onlookers stunned. The crowd grew thicker by the minute. Soon, this spot became the focal point of the entire black market. Lu Shuai hadn't intended to draw such a crowd, but now that it had happened, he had no better solution. His only thought was to sell the item quickly and make his exit. Alright. Old man, 13,000. So, this pill. The middle-aged man wearing the horse head mask cut Lu Shuai off. Is 130,000 too much? Well, I was hoping for a bargain, but it seems fate isn't on my side. I'll go up to 150,000. What? Did I hear that right? He just jumped it up by 20,000. That guy in the horse mask must be loaded. This is wild. You missed it just now. This guy was selling the pill for 100k, but then some old man showed up out of nowhere and started bidding against him. Each time, he raised the price by 10k, and he's done it several times already. It's been ages since this black market got this lively. Just who is this monkey-headed masked old man? That middle-aged man in the horse head mask must have connections. Earlier he was bidding 10,000 at a time, but this time he jumped straight to 20,000. Looks like the pill seller got the better deal in the end. Lu Shuai felt elated. If each pill sold for 150,000, that meant he'd just made 600,000. When he returned, his master and senior master would surely praise him. Lu Shuai basked in his satisfaction. Old man, in my opinion, you shouldn't bid anymore. Let me sell it to him for 150,000. It's better than putting you in a difficult position. The old man, however, was unyielding. He snorted coldly. 15,000 is merely the standard price for this pill. But from what I just observed, its patterns are exceptionally clear. This is a top-grade pill. I'll offer 16,000. Lu Shuai hadn't expected the old man to keep pushing the price, but he was more than happy to oblige. The middle-aged man chuckled. So you're a practitioner too? Your eye is sharp. You've truly recognized this pill's worth. Then I'll give it the price it deserves, 18,000. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. TSK, this middle-aged man is clearly blinded by rage. Just wait, he'll regret this later. This guy is ridiculously rich, starting at 100,000 and pushing it all the way to 180,000. Seems like no one else could pull off something like this. I think there's still hope. That old man isn't simple either. Since the price has climbed this high, there's bound to be more to come. People were buzzing with gossip, but the middle-aged man and the old man paid them no mind, as if they hadn't heard a word. The old man nodded. Indeed, I didn't expect your discernment to be so sharp. 18,000 is the true value of this pill. But with fewer and fewer alchemists these days, the price of such pills naturally rises with the tide. 19,000. The bidding kept climbing, something Lu Shuai hadn't anticipated. Even his own heart was now pounding wildly. Old man, are you sure? 19,000? We don't joke about this. Lu Shuai asked. The old man nodded. Yes, I'll pay 19,000. At this moment, the middle-aged man wearing the horse head mask truly grew furious. You old fool, did you come here just to stir trouble? This pill is clearly worth 180,000, yet you're bidding 10,000 more. Chapter 197, the rule is not to ask about its origin. The old man smiled as he spoke. That's all ancient history. Yes, based on past prices, this order should be 180,000. But now, with pills in short supply, I'm offering 190,000. Getting a bone-shaping diamond pill of this quality is already a rare stroke of luck. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. This bone-reinforcing diamond pill can reshape tendons and bones, but its efficacy is limited by the human body. If it can deliver even 30% of its potential, that's already quite good. You place such high value on this pill, but in the end, you'll likely be disappointed. The old man shook his head dismissively. Then this matter is none of your concern. 19,000, I'll take this pill. The middle-aged man wearing the horse head mask clenched his fist. He considered raising his bid, but upon reflection, paying 200,000 for this pill would only play right into the old man's hands. What if the old man was scheming against him? After much deliberation, he ultimately abandoned the idea of raising his bid. Lu Shuai watched the entire scene unfold. If this pill went to the old man, the other 3 pills he had wouldn't fetch nearly as high a price. His eyes darted around, and a brilliant idea struck him. Lu Shuai smiled as he addressed the 2 men. Gentlemen, there's no need to argue. Since you both recognize its value, I'll sell it to both of you at the market price 18,000. The old man froze upon hearing this, then asked, "What do you mean? Are you saying you have a second pill?" Lu Shuai nodded. "Not just 1, but 2. I brought 4 of these pills with me this time. I only showed 1 as a sample. If you're both willing, I can sell you 2 pills each." The old man and the middle-aged man were overcome with excitement. They immediately stepped forward, closing in on Lu Shuai. "Really? You have 4 in total?" The middle-aged man spoke up. These pills held immense value for them, representing the foundation of their future cultivation. Lu Shuai produced the remaining 3 pills and displayed them before the pair. "Everything I said is true. See for yourselves." The 2 men were both delighted and astonished upon seeing the pills. They never imagined they could acquire such high-grade 4th-rank pills at this black market. The old man immediately declared, "All right. The more of these high-grade pills, the better. Whatever you have, I'll buy it all." The middle-aged man frowned, his voice tinged with displeasure. "Old man, that young fellow made it clear earlier at 18,000 each, you get 2, I get 2. Don't push your luck." Lu Shuai interjected from the side. "Exactly. This gentleman is right. I don't want this to cause a rift between you 2. Besides, 2 pills each should suffice for the time being. I hope you 2 will do me this favor and let this matter rest." Though the elder yearned to purchase every last pill, they belonged to others. If the sellers weren't willing to part with them, how could he force the issue? Besides, the seller had already given him a 10,000 coin discount. 2 pills meant another 20,000 coin discount. This favor was worth granting. The old man nodded. "Young man, you're kind-hearted. As you wish, this old man will take just 2 pills." The crowd erupted in murmurs, fingers pointing, and whispering. Who would have thought this kid was the sharpest of them all? He actually had 4 pills. This medicine seller was a clever fellow. While the 2 were bidding against each other, he hadn't revealed he had more pills. He waited until their prices reached the peak before stepping in as a mediator. What a bargain he scored. 18,000 per pill, 4 pills 72,000. For little pills sold for the price of an apartment? That's outrageous. These 3 must have some serious connections. Today was truly heart-pounding. What a thrill. Whispers swirled around them, but Lu Shuai and his companions paid no heed to the onlookers. The middle-aged man pulled out 360,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to Lu Shuai. "Count it." Lu Shuai glanced at the 36 bundles of cash and nodded in satisfaction. Counting it on the spot would take forever. He wasn't about to do that. "All right. Take these 2 pills, they're yours." Lu Shuai reached out and handed the 2 pills to the middle-aged man wearing the horse head mask. The man accepted them with a satisfied nod. He didn't linger. After receiving the pills, he immediately left the area, pushing his way through the crowd. The old man spoke up from the side. "Young man, this visit was rather sudden, so I didn't bring much cash on me. How about this? I'll wait here with you while I send someone to fetch the money. What do you think?" Such matters were only natural, and Lu Shuai nodded in understanding. "No problem, old man. I'll wait here then. Please send someone to get the money quickly." The old man turned and gave a few instructions to someone behind him. The person hurried off. The onlookers, seeing the matter resolved, began to disperse. Once the crowd dispersed, the area grew quieter. The old man sat down across from Lu Shuai. "Young man, where did you get this elixir?" Lu Shuai replied. "My master personally refined it." The old man nodded. "I see. But one who can refine a 4th-grade pill is no ordinary person. Could you tell me your master's name? If I get the chance, I'd like to meet him and make friends." Lu Shuai grew wary upon hearing this and immediately waved his hands. "Old master, the rule here is not to ask about origins." The old man felt awkward upon hearing this. He cleared his throat and hurriedly explained. "Young man, please don't misunderstand. I mean no harm." Lu Shuai said with a smile. "I understand your feelings, but to avoid future complications, I'm afraid I can't tell you the truth." The old man nodded appreciatively. "Understood. I know how things work around here." The 2 chatted idly for about half an hour. Just then, someone arrived carrying the money. Lu Shuai produced the pills, exchanging them for cash in a straightforward transaction.
Next, Lu Shuai transferred all the money into a black plastic bag. He then slipped into an alleyway, changed into a mask, and only then emerged. After circling the black market a few times, he finally departed. Lu Shuai was extremely cautious. Given the large sum involved and the fact that it was all cash, he feared someone might get greedy. In plain sight, everyone had witnessed him receiving 72,000 yuan. Without disguising himself, he would now be a prime target. Lu Shuai hurried toward his home. When he reached a quiet alley, 3 young men appeared behind him. One of them spoke up. Chapter 198, don't even think about stealing the money. Hey, big guy, can you give us some info? You know. Before he could finish, Lu Shuai quickened his pace, not even glancing back as he replied. No idea. I'm not from around here. The young man behind him let out a cold chuckle. You're pretty alert. Let me tell you, the 3 of us came here for you today. You've made a lot of money on the black market. Hand it over now, let's split it. Lu Shuai knew this couldn't be good. Without looking back, he took off running. Why should I split it with you? The young man waved his hand dismissively. Chase him. We'll catch him today no matter what. Once we get him, every penny in his hands is ours. After hearing this, the 2 men gave chase with all their might. All 3 youths had martial arts training, moving with blinding speed. Though initially trailing Lu Shuai, they closed the gap dramatically in the blink of an eye. Lu Shuai glanced back nervously, breaking out in a cold sweat. If this continued, they would surely catch him. Not only would he lose the money, but they might even take his life. Lu Shuai dared not linger, sprinting forward with all his might. The young men shouted as they pursued him. Kid, I didn't expect you to run so fast. I advise you to give up now, we'll catch you for sure. If you don't listen to reason, don't blame us for being ruthless when the time comes. Though he kept running forward, Lu Shuai didn't stop talking. Cut the crap. I know exactly what's going on. This is daylight robbery. If I stop, I'll be in big trouble. The group exchanged glances, then gave chase with all their might. Moments later, sweat was already beading on their bodies. Lu Shuai, running just ahead, was panting heavily, sweat soaking through the back of his shirt. Noticing Lu Shuai's pace slowing, the young man forced himself to keep chasing. With a sudden leap, the young man bounded forward and landed right behind Lu Shuai. He thrust out his right palm and delivered a hard slap to Lu Shuai's back. Lu Shuai's weight was entirely forward, leaving him no time to notice the movement behind him. The sudden force from behind threw him off balance. His body couldn't withstand the impact, and he stumbled forward several steps before crashing to the ground. The other 2 young men seized the opportunity to close in on Lu Shuai, surrounding him from 3 directions. One of them stood with hands on hips, panting heavily, pointing a finger at Lu Shuai's head. Run! Go on, run! You've worn us 3 out like this. We won't let you off today. With that, he delivered a kick to Lu Shuai. Lying flat on the ground, Lu Shuai had been kicked in the back. He quickly curled up, clutching the black money bag to his chest. Then another youth spoke up, laughing. Everyone says you're sharp, but I say you're just a fool who values money more than his life. What? Is money more important than your life? Lu Shuai shielded the money beneath him, gritting his teeth as he replied. These pills were painstakingly refined by my master's disciple. You 3 absolutely cannot take this money. As Lu Shuai spoke, the man drew a switchblade from his waist, his face contorting into a savage grimace. Hand over the money peacefully, and I might spare your life. Refuse, and I'll stab you to death right now. Lu Shuai knew full well that none of these 3 were decent people. These men were ruthless and cold-blooded in desperation, they might very well stab him. But at this point, even if he handed over the money, these 3 probably wouldn't let him off easily. With that realization, Lu Shuai resolved to risk his life. I advise you to leave now. If our people spot you, you 3 won't get away with it. The young man wielding the knife grew even more vicious, spitting on the ground. Kid, don't push your luck. Lu Shuai clutched the money tighter, curling into a ball. I refuse to believe you dare rob and kill in broad daylight. The young man raised his dagger, aiming it straight for Lu Shuai's back, ready to strike. Kid, I was willing to spare your life, but you refuse. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing the gleaming dagger hurtling toward him, Lu Shuai scrambled to the ground, rolling away from the blade. He seized the momentum to spring back up. The other 2 saw this and immediately closed in from both sides. Lu Shuai clutched the money tightly, refusing to let go. If you guys really can't make ends meet, I can share some with you. A young man beside him aimed a punch squarely at Lu Shuai's stomach. Damn it! This money is ours, how dare you think you can share it with us? The punch circled his stomach, sending sharp pain rippling through his body. He crouched down, cold sweat pouring down his face. You're not taking this money. Another young man burst out laughing. At this point, the kid's still talking tough? He's like a cooked duck dead and still won't shut up. He delivered a kick straight to Lu Shuai's backside. Kicked, Lu Shuai stumbled forward, crashing back to the ground. You damn fool. Since you'd rather die than give up the money, then leave your life here. The young man with the dagger thrust it toward Lu Shuai's back once more.
Lu Shuai simply closed his eyes. This time, there was no escape. He couldn't dodge it. Master, I'm sorry. Grandma, your grandson won't be able to see you off in the end. Ah! Lu Shuai let out a heart-wrenching cry, his eyes tightly shut, fully prepared to meet his end. But after waiting a long time, he still felt no pain at all. Nor did any sound reach his ears. What was going on? Had he just died like that? This death was far too easy, painless and effortless, leaving him utterly numb. Lu Shuai, filled with confusion, couldn't help but open his eyes. Only then did he notice that the young man wielding the knife had been knocked down 3 meters away. The knife in his hand lay nearby. Lu Shuai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. In the blink of an eye, how had this kid been knocked down? Could it be divine intervention? Lu Shuai looked around suspiciously, only to find his master standing beside him. The remaining 2 young men each took a step back. Tears welled up in Lu Shuai's eyes as he shouted with all his might. "Master, you've come." The 2 young men exchanged glances, one of them shouting in accusation. "Who are you? Why are you meddling?" Shirley laughed heartily, but the expression on his face turned icy. Chapter 199, Turn big matters into small ones, and small matters into nothing. Didn't he say it himself? I'm his master. If the 3 of you want to lay a finger on him, you'll have to get my permission first. The young man who had been thrown to the ground scrambled up and grabbed a nearby dagger. He took 2 steps forward, glaring viciously at Shirley. You dared to ruin our plans. Today, buddy, you won't be coming back alive. You'll keep him company on the road to the underworld. With that, the youth raised the dagger and lunged fiercely at Shirley's chest. Shirley raised his right hand, a look of contempt on his face. With a casual flick, he parried the blow. The young man was sent reeling backward 7 or 8 steps before regaining his footing. Lu Shuai watched the outcome and exclaimed with delight. Master, let these bastards taste your might. Overjoyed, Lu Shuai stumbled to his feet. Master, how did you get here? Shirley turned to look at Lu Shuai and smiled. I happened to be heading out on business when I saw this. Were you being bullied by these people? Lu Shuai stood up, frowned, and recounted the entire incident. They're all desperados. They're out to rob and kill. Shirley despised such villains most of all. Rest assured. Since your master happened upon this, not a single one of them will escape. The 3 young men exchanged glances. The one holding the dagger spoke up. This guy's got some skills. Let's all go at him together and take him down. With their target set, the 3 men moved in unison, launching their attacks toward Shirley. Shirley stood there unflappably, like a stone statue. He stood perfectly still, not moving an inch, letting them attack him. Yet despite using every ounce of strength, the 3 couldn't even touch Shirley's body. Shirley burst into laughter. With your half-baked skills, you dare to scheme for money and kill? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on heaven's behalf. As he spoke, Shirley unleashed 3 punches. His strikes were lightning fast, each punch landing squarely on their chests. The 3 men felt sharp pain in their chests as their bodies were sent flying 3 meters away. Chest tight and throats burning, they gasped, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Only then did they realize they were no match for this burly man standing before them. One of them struggled to his feet, clinging to his balance. We've met our match today. The 3 of us are no match for him. Run! As soon as he spoke, the 3 men scattered in different directions, fleeing simultaneously as if they had planned it beforehand. Shirley chuckled. I told you, none of you will get away. Shirley bent down, leisurely picking up 3 pebbles from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, all 3 pebbles shot from his hand. The stone shot forward like lightning, targeting the fleeing trio. The 3 criminals were sprinting forward, but the stone struck their calves with pinpoint accuracy. Unable to stop their momentum, they all stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Shirley didn't rush over. Instead, he turned to look at Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai, are you okay? Not hurt? Lu Shuai brushed the dust off his clothes and smiled as he replied. Master, I'm fine. It was just a false alarm. I'm not hurt. Shirley nodded. You still need more practice. You've encountered a formidable opponent. If I hadn't arrived in time, you might have lost your life. Lu Shuai lowered his head. You're absolutely right, Master. I'll train harder and live up to your expectations. Shirley urged. Why aren't you calling the police right now? Bring those 3 to justice. Lu Shuai froze upon hearing this, then spoke up. Master, perhaps we should just let this matter drop. Think about it, if someone really comes, how can we explain ourselves? Are we supposed to say we went to the black market to make a deal? Lu Shuai had a point. If officials did show up to investigate, their explanations would likely only get more tangled. He looked at Lu Shuai. Then how should we handle this? Lu Shuai replied. Just give them a taste of their own medicine. Turn big issues into small ones, and small ones into nothing. It'll save us a lot of trouble. Shirley finally nodded. He turned to the 3 of them. You 3, he said sternly, if you ever dare to harm anyone again, I'll personally break your legs.
The young man holding the knife quickly answered. We won't. We won't. We know we were wrong. We'll never do anything like this again.
Please, sir, spare our lives.
Let us off this time. The other two young men chimed in immediately. Please, let us go.
Shirley had his own business to attend to and didn't want to waste time here. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he commanded. Get lost. Hearing this, the three hurriedly bowed to Shirley before leaving without looking back.
After handling the matter, Shirley spoke up. Did you sell everything your master's uncle gave you? Lu Shuai nodded.
Master, I used what my master's brother gave me to refine 4 pills this time.
Guess what happened? Shirley frowned. Just spit it out. Why are you beating around the bush?
Lu Shuai opened the black bag, revealing bundles of neatly tied cash inside.
Master, today's sales totaled 72,000. That's 12,000 more than last time. How did your disciple handle things this time?
Shirley nodded approvingly. You may not be cut out for martial arts, but you've got a knack for business.
Selling that much cash? Not bad.
Lu Shuai beamed with pride at the praise. Excitedly, he recounted his encounter at the black market. Shirley listened with rapt attention.
People like that still exist in this world. You were lucky it's not something you come across often. You're right, master. But my luck really is that good. The last time was the same.
It's just that this time, there were too many onlookers, so I ran into this situation.
Shirley spoke up. Next time something like this happens, tell me first.
If I have time, I'll go with you to the black market to make sure no one with bad intentions harms you.
If I get another chance, I'll definitely invite you along.
After chatting for a while, Shirley spoke up.
Forget it.
I'll escort you back first, just to make sure no one else gets any ideas. Lu Shuai nodded like a bobblehead, eagerly following Shirley away. After they departed, an old man with a white beard emerged from the distance.
Someone behind him asked. Should we pursue them?
The old man waved his hand dismissively.
Forget it. That fellow was no ordinary fighter. If we'd gone after him, we wouldn't have gotten the upper hand. But such a juicy target, just letting him slip away?
The old man held 2 pills in his hand, deep in thought.
Chapter 200, Bringing the Young Miss Home.
These 2 pills are worth that much money.
I followed them precisely to make contact with the master behind this. But after this incident, I fear he might misunderstand me. So, perhaps another time.
The old man gazed in the direction where Shirley and Lu Shuai had departed, his heart filled with renewed emotion.
The young man selling the pills showed no signs of martial cultivation. Those pills definitely weren't his doing.
And that burly young man earlier mentioned as senior disciple. Perhaps the pills were actually forged by this so-called master uncle of theirs.
Patience would yield better results. Rushing things might not be wise.
If they misunderstood his intentions as hostile, that would be putting the cart before the horse. For now, preventing them from interfering was a necessary measure.
May we have the fortune to meet again someday. After finishing his soliloquy, the old man finally turned and departed. Lin family ancestral home.
Early in the morning, Su Yang delivered a stack of documents to Lin Fan.
These are this month's income reports, Brother Fan. Please take a look.
Su Yang looked solemn as he placed the documents on the table, then stood straight and still to one side.
Lin Fan frowned slightly and snapped. Why do I need to see this? You handle it. That won't do. After all, as the chairman, you should at least know how much we're making each month, right? Just give me the figures and take these documents away. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered with the numbers.
He didn't want to waste his time poring over these reports right now. With Su Yang handling things, he had no need to worry about the business side of matters. So Su Yang spent half the day gathering the documents, only to carry them back untouched. After reporting the accounts to Lin Fan, Su Yang went back to handling business matters. Lin Fan sat at his desk, lost in thought about the ornament's design. He still had a large chunk of white spirit stone here, more than enough to craft a protective amulet for Zhou Luo. Lin Fan hadn't yet decided on a design when a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by Uncle Lin's entrance. Master, there's a group causing trouble at the gate. They won't say who they are, and they're all acting very aggressive. Lin Fan's face clouded with confusion.
They won't say who they are, and they're being quite aggressive? Exactly. They're causing a ruckus at the gate right now. Should we?
Before Uncle Lin could finish, Lin Fan cut him off. Uncle Lin's meaning was crystal clear. He wanted to call some servants to drive those people out. Though the Lin family wasn't among the top clans, they certainly wouldn't tolerate being bullied by just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Lin Fan stood up, about to head outside, when Shirley suddenly walked in.
Junior brother, it's chaotic outside. Something must have happened. I'll go check first.
Shirley turned to leave, but Lin Fan stepped forward to follow.
Third senior brother, I'll go with you.
You don't need to go for such a minor matter.
Rest easy in your room, I'll handle it.
Lin Fan smiled at Uncle Lin, then glanced at Shirley.
Since I've been back, this is the first time anyone's dared come to the estate to hurl insults.
Let me see who these so-called holy spirits really are. Alright, then let's go together. The two walked out while chatting, with Uncle Lin following closely behind. Master, are you sure we don't need to bring more people? Don't worry. With me here, my junior brother will be just fine. Shirley patted his chest in assurance. Hearing this, Uncle Lin finally relaxed. Before Shirley and Lin Fan even reached the doorway, they heard the commotion. At that moment, some of the household servants were negotiating with several individuals. Lin Fan stepped forward and saw 6 men outside, all dressed uniformly in black suits, looking incredibly arrogant. He had never seen any of them before. Lin Fan stood straight and demanded coldly, "Who are you looking for?" Unexpectedly, the group responded with utter arrogance, ignoring his question entirely. Especially the leader, seeing that the servants had fallen silent, strode forward and barged inside. As he walked in, he shouted angrily, "Get our young mistress out here." Lin Fan frowned at the scene, a flash of icy resolve crossing his eyes. "Stop! Who gave you permission to enter?" As he spoke, Lin Fan used his shoulder to shove the man who had just squeezed through the door. The impact sent the man stumbling backward 5 or 6 steps before he finally steadied himself. The remaining men exchanged stunned glances, their eyes widening as they stared at Lin Fan. The burly man at the front pointed a finger at Lin Fan's forehead. You dare to attack." A cold smile played at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth as his voice grew icy. "So what if I did? This is the Lin residence. You were the ones who showed disrespect first, don't I have the right to defend myself?" As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Shirley added, "This is trespassing. Once we lock the door, even if we beat you to death, it'll be your own fault." The burly man's eyes nearly shot flames, his voice rising sharply. "Do you know who we are? How dare you be so insolent? Hand over our young miss immediately." Lin Fan's face twisted with confusion. "I don't need to know who you are. The young lady you seek isn't here. If you dare continue this nonsense, don't blame me for showing no mercy." The burly man paused after hearing this. Recalling how hard this young man had just knocked him back, he halted his advance and finally answered Lin Fan's earlier question. "The girl you snatched from several men the other day, that's our young mistress." Lin Fan finally recalled Lu Xiaoye. But he hadn't snatched Lu Xianye away. Lin Fan held up his palm in a stopping gesture. "Hold on. Where are you guys from? Who exactly are you?" The burly man at the front spoke up. "We're from the Jiang family of West City. We're here to escort the young miss home." Lin Fan lifted his gaze to meet the man before him. They kept insisting they were looking for the young miss. Could they really be searching for Lu Xiaoye? The previous group hadn't treated Lu Xiaoye kindly. If he simply let her go now, what if something happened to her? Just then, Lin Fan suddenly shook his head. "The girl in my family is named Lu Xianye. She doesn't bear the Jiang surname. You've got the wrong person." The burly leader couldn't make sense of the situation either, so he turned to look at a young man behind him. The young man stepped forward 2 paces to stand before the big man and spoke. "There's no mistake. I saw the young miss enter here myself." After hearing this, the big man frowned and muttered to himself. Lu Xiaye, Jiang Xiaye. Chapter 201, No Regard for Consequences. After finishing his mutterings, the burly man straightened his posture once more. His tone suddenly hardened, and his eyes widened wide again. "We implore you, brother, do not make things difficult for us. Hand over our young miss." Lin Fan surveyed the people before him. If they truly were Lu Xiaoye's family searching for her, then he certainly had no reason to hold her captive. But if these were criminals, he would never hand Lu Xiaoye over lightly. At this moment, Lin Fan simply couldn't make sense of the situation. And without Lu Xiaoye present, it was clear this matter couldn't be resolved. "Wait here. I'll have someone fetch Miss Lu immediately." Seeing that Lin Fan had agreed, the group abandoned their attempt to force their way in. The burly leader bowed his hands respectfully, his tone softening considerably. "We'll leave it to you, brother. Once we bring the young lady back, we'll reward you handsomely." Lin Fan offered no reply. Seeing Uncle Lin about to turn away, he stepped into the courtyard first. Shirley and the others remained at the courtyard entrance. Inside the courtyard, Lu Xianye had long since heard the commotion outside. Lu Xianye knew these men had come to take her home, but she had no desire to return. She remained hidden inside her room, saying nothing. First came footsteps at the door, then the door Lu Xiaoye had locked was suddenly flung open. The moment Lin Fan appeared, Lu Xianye froze for an instant before greeting him with a smile. "Brother Lin Fan, I heard the commotion outside. What's going on?" Lin Fan frowned as he looked at Lu Xianye. "Lu Xiaoye, there are some people at the courtyard gate. They seem to be looking for you. Why don't you come out with me to meet them?" Lu Xianye's mouth formed a perfect circle as she feigned shock. "Looking for me? Brother Lin Fan, I don't have many acquaintances around here. Could they have the wrong person?" Lin Fan seemed to have anticipated Lu Xiaoye's reaction. He looked into her eyes again and continued. "They're looking for some Jiang, Mississippi. To prove you're not the person they're after, we'll have to step outside and clarify things with them." Seeing there was no way to refuse, Lu Xiaoye's voice softened.
I suppose you're right.
I suppose I should go take a look. The burly men at the entrance stopped their commotion, their eyes fixed intently on the inner courtyard. Before long, Lu Xiaoye followed Lin Fan outside. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoye, the men's expressions turned respectful. They stood to one side in orderly fashion before calling out in unison.
Greetings, young miss. Lu Xiaoye's heart tightened.
She pointed at them directly.
Who are you? Have you mistaken me for someone else? I am not your young miss. I don't know you.
The group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. None could fathom why the young mistress would speak this way. She's clearly the young miss, so why won't she admit it?
And to claim they've mistaken her for someone else, how could that be possible?
The leading man stood up straight and spoke with patience.
The young lady should return home now.
The master is furious and has sent us to fetch her back.
Lu Xiaoye frowned, then snorted coldly. What young miss? Who is your young miss? You lot call me that? Are you trying to trick me away?
After speaking, Lu Xiaoye suddenly darted behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan stepped in front of her, his voice icy. Gentlemen, you heard that.
This must be a misunderstanding. You've mistaken her for someone else.
Please leave immediately. The burly man leading the group wore a look of unease. Brother, we don't know why the young lady said that, but the master has ordered us to escort her home.
That's the fact.
Now that we've seen the young miss, we humbly request you show mercy and let us escort her back.
We're just following orders, brother.
We came out with the master's command, and we must bring the young miss back. Before the man could say more, a dark shadow flashed across Lin Fan's face. Just then, Lu Xiaoye spoke again.
Brother Lin Fan, I truly don't know these people. Tell them to leave.
You heard her. You've mistaken her identity.
Since she stated she doesn't know you, we hope you won't disturb us further.
Please leave. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave with Lu Xiaoye, a young man behind the burly man stepped forward.
Brother, why waste words with him? With all of us here, how could we possibly lose to just one guy? Just escort the young lady back. What's there to negotiate?
The burly man hesitated, saying nothing more, but his silence clearly signaled tacit approval. Soon, two more men emerged from behind the burly man and approached Lin Fan.
Seeing this, Shirley couldn't hold back any longer and bellowed. Looks like you're trying to rob us in broad daylight. Trying to snatch someone from us? You're asking for trouble.
The leader's face twisted into a vicious grimace, revealing a hint of cruelty.
We've all trained. We're not afraid of a few young punks like you. Since you don't know when to back down, don't blame us for taking action.
With that, all three lunged toward Lin Fan simultaneously. Instead of retreating, Lin Fan advanced, taking 2 steps toward the trio. Seeing Lin Fan charging toward them, the three launched their attacks almost simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance to his front. Lin Fan showed no fear, responding with ease. A fist slammed toward Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan neither dodged nor flinched, merely extending his own fist to meet the blow head-on.
Thud! A dull thud echoed, followed by the sound of cracking bones.
All they saw was the 2 fists collide, followed by the attacker swiftly snatching his hand back. Cold sweat poured down his face as he stumbled back a few steps and doubled over. That single punch felt like striking an iron hammer. Not only did it send him reeling backward several paces, but the bones in his hand seemed to have shifted out of place. As he watched his hand contort, the excruciating pain finally washed over him.
Ah, my hand!
Before he could finish his cry, he collapsed to the ground, curling up like a dried shrimp. Even as he spoke, the other 2 men already sensed Lin Fan's overwhelming pressure. Before they could devise a countermeasure, Lin Fan's fists and feet had already struck them. Both staggered back several steps, clutching their bruised chests, their faces drained of color.
A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips.
He had only used 30% of his strength, and they were already in this state. If he had gone all out, these men would have been dead long ago. The burly leader's eyebrows shot up as he spat viciously onto the ground. Since the fight had started, consequences be damned.
Chapter 202, the one beating you is Lin Fan. All of you, attack. We're getting the young miss back today, no matter what.
Lu Xiaoye's heart raced with anxiety. She quickly retreated behind the main door, peering through the crack to watch every movement outside. These men were the Jiang family's elite guards.
If they joined forces against Lin Fan, would he stand a chance?
The burly man spotted Lu Xiaoye entering the courtyard but couldn't spare himself to pursue her. Instead, he vented all his fury on Lin Fan. You little punk, daring to ruin our plans. Today I'll show you that the men of West City aren't someone you can afford to provoke. The leader raised his right fist and swung it viciously toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood his ground, shifting his body slightly to the side. The thug's fist sliced past the front of Lin Fan's robe, grazing him. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan grabbed the man's wrist, thrust his right foot forward to trip him, and yanked the wrist backward with all his strength. The man's body flew through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. In just one exchange, the big man was knocked down. Seeing their comrade struck down, the other's eyes turned bloodshot with rage.
That kid's crazy strong. Let's all go at him together.
Someone among them shouted the command, and all 5 men charged at Lin Fan simultaneously. Lin Fan hadn't wanted to waste his energy on them, so he hadn't fought at full strength. But now they were foolishly trying to save face after getting beaten. Well then, he'd just have to teach them a lesson. Lin Fan adjusted his stance just as the men charged forward. Shirley tried to step in, but Lin Fan shook his head. So Shirley crossed his arms and stood watching the spectacle unfold.
Every punch Lin Fan threw landed squarely on their chests, and every kick struck their calves.
After a few rounds, the attackers were either clutching their feet or holding their stomachs, all sprawled on the ground. Lin Fan shot them a cold glare.
You bunch of useless drunks think you can just kidnap a beauty? I advise you to leave immediately and stop bothering her. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences.
His tone grew harsher as he finished speaking. The 6 men on the ground trembled in terror. They scrambled to their feet, stumbled backward a few steps, and then turned and fled.
Lu Xiaoya watched the entire scene through the door crack.
She never imagined Lin Fan possessed such formidable skills. Beaming with delight, she stepped out from behind the door and approached Lin Fan with a smile.
Brother Lin Fan, I never knew you possessed such impressive skills.
Thank you so much today, otherwise, I would have been in big trouble. Lin Fan waved it off.
It's nothing.
But when did you cross these people?
Shock flashed across Lu Shenyue's face again.
She touched her head awkwardly and spoke. I'm not sure. I've never even seen these people before, let alone provoke them.
Maybe they mistook me for someone else. Lu Shenya's explanation was vague, and Lin Fan didn't press further. So the matter was left at that. Jiang residence. 6 men, severely wounded, staggered into the main hall.
Mr. Jiang, witnessing this scene, was overcome with rage and erupted in fury. You useless lot. Useless. All talk when it suits you, but when it comes to fighting, 6 of you can't handle 1 man. What good are you to me? Absolutely disgraceful. The burly leader frowned deeply, steeled himself, and began to explain.
Master, you didn't see it.
That kid really knows martial arts. We were afraid we wouldn't be able to explain ourselves if we returned empty-handed, so we looked into his background. That kid named Lin Fan, his origins aren't simple.
After hearing this, Master Jiang looked utterly perplexed.
A momentary blankness passed over his face, followed by a look of utter astonishment.
What did you say? Lin Fan? That's the one who beat you?
Thinking the master was unaware of Lin Fan's background, the big man recounted everything they'd discovered.
Mr. Zhang's expression grew increasingly grim.
By the time the burly man finished speaking, the expression on Master Zhang's face had shifted from furious anger to utter helplessness. He never imagined the man who had fought them was Lin Fan. This made the situation far more complicated. This Lin Fan was no ordinary man. Though the master had never met him, rumors claimed Lin Fan was the sort who could take a life with a single gesture. It seemed that to bring his daughter back, he would have to pay a personal visit himself. Seeing the man before him covered in wounds, Master Jiang simply reached out his hand.
Everyone, leave. Master, that Lin Fan has gone too far.
We've already seen the young miss, yet he still won't let her return.
Why not let me take more men over there?
Before the big man could finish, Master Zhang's eyes flashed with fury.
What nonsense are you spouting?
You're heading to the Lin residence. The man you're facing is Lin Fan, the very man who dared defy the overlord. What do you think you are, a mere speck of dust before him? Shouted at by Master Jiang, the men exchanged nervous glances. Daring not to voice dissent, they stood quietly below, not even daring to breathe loudly.
All of you. Get out of here immediately and tend to your wounds. Seeing the master truly enraged, the men finally turned and left.
Master Jiang sat motionless on his throne, not uttering a word. In front of everyone, Master Jiang commanded awe-inspiring authority. Yet when alone, a look of despondency crept onto his face, the white hair at his temples seeming more pronounced than ever. Perhaps he really had made a mistake, pushing his daughter too hard, causing her to run away from home. Yet, the hearts of parents everywhere are the same. Who doesn't want their children to have a good future? With a deep, hollow sigh, old Master Jiang raised his hand to press against his forehead, once again lost in thought. For 2 consecutive days, Lu Xiaoya made no mention of the people who had come looking for him earlier, and Lin Fan didn't dwell on the matter either. These days, Lin Fan devoted himself entirely to martial arts training and alchemy. During her stay at the Lin residence, Lu Xiaoya grew increasingly intrigued by Lin Fan. From their chance encounter to her desire to understand who Lin Fan truly was, it seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. But Lin Fan didn't want Lu Xianya to know too much about his past. He avoided talking about what had happened 3 years ago. The more he avoided talking about it, the more Lu Xiaoya wanted to know and understand. So she began asking those around Lin Fan about his past. Lu Shuai, however, was a chatterbox. He couldn't keep secrets, especially since he held no guard against Lu Xiaoya. Thus, every question swirling in Lu Xiaoya's mind, whatever Lu Shuai had heard was coaxed out of him. Hearing about Lin Fan's legendary past only deepened Lu Xianya's affection for him. She found herself increasingly drawn to him, wanting to stay by his side. Lin Fan knew keeping a girl by his side wasn't the wisest move.
That day, Lin Fan inquired about Lu Xiaoya's condition once more. The moment Lin Fan spoke, Lu Xiaoya began pouring out her troubles. Chapter 203, I will never marry. I have no family or friends here, no one to take me in, and nowhere else to turn. What's more, my memories are still fragmented. Brother Lin Fan, are you really just going to abandon me on the side of the road? Lu Xiaoya's eyes welled with tears as she looked at Lin Fan pitifully. This reminded Lin Fan of Lin Yu once more. His little sister used to look just like this when she'd act all cute and clingy with him. Seeing Lu Xianya so pitiful, Lin Fan couldn't bring himself to send her away. And so Lu Xiaya stayed once more. 3 days later, old Master Jiang arrived in person, bearing a large number of valuable gifts. Upon meeting Mr. Jiang, Lin Fan felt somewhat troubled. The man had come bearing gifts, yet Lin Fan didn't recognize him. Lin Fan bowed his hands and smiled as he spoke. You must be. Mr. Jiang smiled as he introduced himself. Hello. Some time ago, my household servant came to disturb you. Upon learning of this, I knew I was in the wrong and wished to come in person to make the acquaintance of young brother Lin. Lin Fan recalled that a group of 6 men had come to his doorstep recently to provoke him. They seemed to mention something about the Jiang family. Frowning, Lin Fan couldn't help but ask. Those 6 men? Master Jiang nodded and quickly continued. Those 6 blind fools offended brother Lin. I've come specifically to apologize. The other party was polite and courteous, so Lin Fan could only respond with a smile. There must be some misunderstanding here, Mr. Jiang. Please come inside. Lin Fan ushered Master Jiang into the parlor. At the same time, Lin Fan took a good look at the old man. The man before him was only in his 40s, with a sturdy build, clearly not a martial artist. Though not overly aged, his temples were already streaked with gray. After settling into his seat, Mr. Jiang spoke. Brother Lin, my daughter Jiang Xiaoya has been troubling you for days. I've come to take her back now. I hope you'll grant me this favor. Lin Fan froze upon hearing this. If the troublemakers who had previously caused a scene at the Lin residence had mistaken her identity, that could be excused. But now that old Master Jiang himself had come, claiming Lu Xiaoya as his biological daughter, it left Lin Fan feeling rather awkward. He recalled how Lu Xiaoya had been evasive whenever he'd probed about her true identity. When old Master Jiang mentioned Jiang Xiaoya's name today, a bad feeling had settled in his heart. Perhaps Lu Xiaoya was hiding something. It could be that for some reason, Lu Xiaoya didn't want to go home, so she made up a lie to deceive him. Or perhaps Lu Xiaoya genuinely had no memory of her past. After all, he hadn't personally diagnosed Lu Xiaoya. Recalling how Lu Xiaoya always found excuses to refuse his medical examinations, Lin Fan's suspicions only deepened. But this matter must be thoroughly investigated before Lin Fan could feel at ease in trusting Lu Xiaoya to them. Mr. Jiang, but as far as I know, Lu Xiaoya doesn't acknowledge any connection to your Jiang family. After hearing this, old Master Jiang paused for a moment, then his face broke into a broad smile. There's been some misunderstanding. Due to unpleasant circumstances, the child chose to run away from home and refuses to return. If you don't believe me, take a look at these. Mr. Jiang handed over his phone. On the screen was a family portrait he had taken. Sitting squarely in the center of the photo was none other than Lu Xiaoya. After glancing at a few photos, Lin Fan grasped the situation. It seemed Lu Xiaoya really was throwing a childish tantrum. Mr. Jiang, even so, I must consult Lu Xiaoya herself. Mr. Jiang froze. Lu Xiaoya? Yes. Since Lu Xianya has consistently refused to acknowledge himself as Miss Jiang, I haven't released him. Even if you wish to take him now, I must obtain Lu Xianya's personal confirmation. Lin Fan's stance was a demonstration of his responsibility towards Xia Yi. Master Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Of course. Then please wait here for a moment, Mr. Jiang. I'll be back shortly. Mr. Jiang nodded vigorously, watching as Lin Fan departed. Before long, Lin Fan returned to the living room with Lu Xiaoya in tow. The moment father and daughter met, Lu Xiaoya couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out. Dad! What are you doing here? She had no desire to keep up appearances in front of her father, and indeed, Lu Xiaoya's tone was brimming with displeasure. Mr. Jiang frowned, forcing down his inner rage. You're a young lady, yet you're out there making a spectacle of yourself. I sent someone to bring you home, and you went and spun a web of lies to deceive brother Lin. Is that right? Lu Xiaoya lowered her head. Dad! I didn't deceive brother Fan. I can take your surname or my mother's. What's wrong with being Lu Xiaoya? I'm your daughter and my mother's daughter. I don't want to go home. I've told you I won't marry. But you won't listen. I'm old enough now, can't I decide my own feelings? If you won't grant this request, then even if you beat me to death, I won't go home. Lin Fan finally understood clearly this was the reason Lu Xiaoya had chosen to run away from home. And the Jiang miss these people were searching for was none other than Lu Xiaoya. Facing Lin Fan, old Master Jiang didn't want to sound too harsh, so he spoke with a stern expression. Whether you marry or not can be discussed once we return home. You will come back with me first.
Lu Xiaoya seemed to ignore him entirely, turning instead to face Lin Fan.
Brother Lin Fan, I'm sorry. I deceived you all along. I never lost my memory, I just didn't want to go back. Seeing Lu Xiaoya's pitiful expression, Lin Fan felt both amused and exasperated. All that's in the past now. Since you've been reunited as father and daughter, whatever needs discussing, let's sit down and talk it through properly.
Lu Xiaoya turned to face old Master Jiang and spoke slowly, enunciating each word.
Dad. I've made it perfectly clear I won't marry anyone. My feelings are my own to decide. If you won't agree, then I'm not going back.
Mr. Jiang found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. On the way here, he'd been thinking that since he'd found this child, he'd drag her back even if he had to. But seeing Lu Xiaoya now, he felt a pang of regret. This incident has already driven my daughter away from home. If I persist any further, I fear I'll only grow more distant from her. After a moment of deep, furrowed brow contemplation, old Master Jiang finally relented.
Fine. I agree. You can have your way with this matter.
Jiang Xiaoya rushed over, threw her arms around her father, and immediately began to act spoiled.
Dad. I knew you loved me the most.
Mr. Jiang patted his daughter's back, his words brimming with affection.
Can we go back now? Jiang Xiaoya finally nodded firmly.
Mr. Jiang turned to Lin Fan. Thank you, Brother Lin, for looking after my daughter these past few days.
Chapter 204, You Have to Choose One.
Lin Fan felt somewhat embarrassed, for his earlier actions had been a bit excessive. It was all a misunderstanding. I'm truly ashamed. We even clashed with those who came earlier. Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, Jiang Xiaoya interjected from the side.
What does that have to do with you?
Brother Lin Fan, you did the right thing.
You weren't wrong. You did it to protect me.
After finishing her sentence, Jiang Xiaoya moved closer to Lin Fan, tugging at his sleeve just like she used to, her words accompanied by gentle nudges.
Lin Fan, will you be angry with me? I'm the one who was wrong. Please forgive the lies I told you. You can't ignore me now.
Lin Fan smiled as he spoke. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, you should go back with your father. Jiang Xiaoya gazed at Lin Fan with lingering reluctance. Lin Fan, thank you for protecting me before.
I'll remember this kindness forever.
If you ever need anything from me in the future, I'll do everything in my power. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Mr. Jiang stood up, his expression solemn.
Xianyue is right. Thank you for protecting my daughter.
Should you ever need anything from the Jiang family, do not hesitate to ask.
Whatever we can do, we shall not refuse.
Then I shall express my gratitude to you, Mr. Jiang.
Mr. Jiang smiled and looked at Lin Fan with renewed solemnity.
I'd only heard your name before, never met you in person. Now that we've met, it's clear that heroes do emerge in youth. Since everything's been made clear, I'll take my daughter home now. Lin Fan personally escorted them to the door. Jiang Xiaoya turned back several times, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Mr. Jiang noticed it all, smiling silently throughout the journey. Outside the Lin residence, a row of luxury cars stood lined up. Though deeply reluctant, Jiang Xiaoya followed her father into the vehicle. The moment they were seated, old Master Jiang patted Jiang Xiaoya's hand. Daughter, have you taken a liking to this boy?
Jiang Xiaoya flushed crimson. Dad, what are you talking about? I'm not. Though she protested, the look on Jiang Xiaoya's face spoke volumes.
Old Master Jiang burst into hearty laughter, his mood growing ever more cheerful. Lin Fan was a prodigy. Not only was he the cream of his peers, but he was also a rare gem in the entire martial arts world. Such extraordinary talent wasn't something everyone possessed. If his daughter could marry Lin Fan, it would undoubtedly be a matter of great honor for the family.
Compared to Lin Fan, the few matches he had previously suggested to Jiang Xiaoya were utterly insignificant.
At that moment, Master Jiang felt a pang of relief.
Thankfully, he hadn't forced Jiang Xiaoya into marriage earlier.
Otherwise, he would have ruined a truly auspicious union. Overwhelmed by nervousness and shyness, Jiang Xiaoya bowed her head as low as she could, her hands fluttering awkwardly, unsure where to place them.
Oh, you. I've raised you from childhood, don't you think I know exactly what's on your mind?
Jiang Xiaoya flushed with embarrassment, quickly withdrawing her hand and furrowing her brow once more. As the car drove farther away, Jiang Xiaoya kept glancing back repeatedly. Only after Lin Fan's figure faded from view did she sit back down, feeling a sense of loss. Old Master Jiang turned his head and waved goodbye to Lin Fan. Our Jiang family of West City is a respected clan. You are my only daughter. Knowing you have found a good home brings me peace of mind. Hearing her father bring up her marriage again, Jiang Xiaoya grew tense. She had barely gotten into the car when the old man started on this topic. Could he be having second thoughts? Dad, what are you doing? If you push me into another blind date, I'll jump out of this car right now. Jiang Xiaoya's face was tense, her small hand gripping the door handle as she spoke. Silly girl, do you think your father is a man who breaks his word? I made it perfectly clear in front of Lin Fan I absolutely will not force you into arranged meetings again. I always keep my promises. Hearing his father's words, Jiang Xiao's heart finally settled back into place. In the Lin residence's living room, Su Yang and Shirley stared wide-eyed as Lin Fan recounted how he met Jiang Xiao, while Lu Shuai beside them gaped repeatedly.
Uncle, you're something else. How do you get so much romantic luck? When we walk down the street and stare at girls for ages, they don't even glance back. But Uncle Lin is different. That irresistible charm, it's unstoppable. Teach me that trick. Did you use some kind of technique that makes girls fall for you without even trying? Lu Shuai's eyes practically shot sparks.
Lin Fan was at a loss for words. Shirley, watching the scene unfold, reached out and smacked Lu Shuai squarely on the back of the head.
You little brat. How dare you talk to your master like that? What cultivation technique? What kind of shady practices is your master practicing anyway? No sooner had Shirley finished speaking than Su Yang beside him burst out laughing.
Ha! Fan, I get what third senior brother meant. He almost called him a flower thief. Having just been smacked by the master, Lu Shuai still felt a bit aggrieved.
But upon hearing Su Yang's words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter too.
Lin Fan grew anxious and hurriedly tried to stop them.
What's so funny? Why are you guys still laughing? This is getting more and more ridiculous. So you suspected Jiang Xiao was problematic from the start, right? Then why did you always defend her whenever I pointed out issues with her background?
Su Yang had never been able to make sense of this. The truth was undeniable. Even an outsider like himself could see Jiang Xiao was unusual.
Lin Fan couldn't possibly have missed it.
But Lin Fan's actions were utterly baffling. Su Yang kept piecing together the entire sequence of events, and by the end, the look in his eyes as he stared at Lin Fan felt off.
That Jiang Xiao. Good heavens, could Lin Fan have genuinely fallen for her? What about Sister Bai Shuang?
She's been so devoted to Lin Fan.
What are you doing?
Your eyes are practically popping out of your head.
Did you find some treasure or something? Lin Fan asked. Su Yang looked at Lin Fan with genuine concern. Brother Fan, tell me, out of all these girls around you, who do you actually like? Is it Zhou Luo or Sister Bai Shuang? Surely you haven't really fallen for Jiang Xiao? You never say anything decent. When will you ever grow up?
Su Yang scratched his head.
But I want to know the answer. Now that I think about it, they all seem pretty good to you. You've got to pick one, right? Chapter 205, People You Can't Afford to Offend.
Lin Fan had no intention of answering in the first place. Now, seeing everyone's eyes fixed on him, he felt even less inclined to engage with the topic. So, under Su Yang's puzzled gaze, Lin Fan turned and walked away.
What's that supposed to mean? Is Brother Fan unsure who to choose, or is he choosing no one? Su Yang turned to Shirley. You're asking me? How should I know? I'm not your fangirl. But one thing's for sure, having too many women is a real hassle. Not troublesome at all. More people means more fun, right, master? Should I introduce you to a girlfriend sometime?
Just as Lu Shuai leaned toward Shirley, Shirley reached out and shoved him aside.
You! Stay in the horse stance for 2 more hours tonight. No slacking off.
Lu Shuai froze in place.
He'd only spoken the truth. How had he managed to stir up so much trouble?
That evening, Lin Fan rested in his room as usual. Shirley practiced martial arts in the courtyard, and Lu Shuai claimed to be watching TV in the living room. Lu Shuai glanced at the clock. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Stretching lazily, he turned to head back to his room. But as soon as he stepped out of the living room, Lu Shuai abruptly stopped in his tracks. Turning around, he saw several figures in black suddenly darting over the courtyard wall. Shirley was practicing martial arts in the courtyard when he sensed the commotion. Spotting 6 figures clad in black, he shouted loudly.
Who's there? What do you want?
Lu Shuai heard the commotion and craned his neck to look outside.
Spotting the 6 new figures in the courtyard, Lu Shuai instinctively ducked his head. Visitors at this hour clearly meant trouble. Lu Shuai spun around and dashed back inside, rushing upstairs to alert Lin Fan. Lin Fan was completely absorbed in his training at that moment, utterly unaware of the commotion outside. Lu Shuai arrived at Lin Fan's door and knocked urgently. Hearing the commotion, Lin Fan opened his eyes, halted his practice, and inquired. What's going on? Lu Shuai answered loudly. Master Lu. Trouble. Masked men have invaded our compound and are currently in the courtyard.
Lin Fan froze, then hurriedly stood up and opened the door.
Where's your master? He's practicing martial arts in the courtyard.
I sensed something was wrong and rushed up here. Worry flashed across Lin Fan's face as he hurried down the stairs and stepped outside the door. At that moment, 6 burly men were glaring fiercely at Shirley.
You're Shirley? Shirley felt a chill run down his spine. They knew his name clearly, they'd come prepared. Shirley nodded solemnly. That's right, I am Shirley. What are you cowards doing here so late at night? What do you want?
One of the men sneered coldly.
We're here at this hour to cause trouble, plain and simple. To be honest, we came to kill Lin Fan today. If you know what's good for you, get out of our way. We might let you live.
Shirley's face twisted with contempt.
You should know I'm Lin Fan's 3rd senior brother. We're as close as brothers. If you're looking for trouble with Lin Fan, you're looking for trouble with me. With that, Shirley prepared for battle. The other man shot Shirley a cold glance. I know your skills are decent, but in our eyes, you're nothing special. Since you're so stubborn, today we'll send you to meet your maker. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the black-clad figure lunged forward. He extended his right hand into a claw shape, swiftly lunging for Shirley's throat. Seeing this, Shirley executed a horse stance squat. He clenched his right fist and slammed it hard into the opponent's arm. Both men unleashed their full strength as claw and fist collided. A surge of energy coursed through their bodies. Finally, the black-clad man felt a stifling pressure in his chest and a metallic taste in his throat. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back 5 or 6 steps before regaining his footing. The other black-clad figures watched in stunned silence. Then, a hoarse, aged voice spoke up. Attack him together. Don't waste time here. Upon hearing the command, the other 5 men simultaneously attacked Shirley. Shirley had previously fought one of them and didn't take these men seriously. But when the real fight began, he was taken aback. It turned out that the skills of these 5 men far surpassed those of the one who had attacked earlier. Attacks came relentlessly from all directions, front, back, left, and right, surrounding Shirley. Trapped in the encirclement, Shirley felt dizzy and disoriented, overwhelmed by the barrage of lethal strikes coming from every direction. After blocking several attacks, cold sweat beaded on Shirley's forehead. If he kept this up, he wouldn't fare well. Yet now he was trapped here, and escape would be no easy feat. Sensing Shirley's hesitation, the opponent intensified his assault, striking from multiple angles. After a few exchanges, Shirley lost his guard for a moment and was kicked hard in the back. The force was immense, and a surge of internal energy poured into his back, beginning to fill his internal organs. Shirley's tongue pressed against his upper teeth as he strained to resist the internal force. Gritting his teeth, he barely managed to disperse the residual energy before another palm strike struck his chest. Shirley tried to deflect it, but it was too late. Blood surged in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Darkness clouded Shirley's vision as his entire body began to sway unsteadily. Far from relenting at Shirley's injury, the attackers only intensified their assault, increasing both speed and force by several-fold. Just then, Lin Fan burst out of the house. Witnessing the scene, he shouted urgently, "Stop!" The 5 black-clad figures froze upon hearing the command, their gazes turning toward Lin Fan simultaneously. Lin Fan shouted as he ran toward them. "I'm the one you're after. My senior brother has nothing to do with this." The elderly man among them laughed heartily. "We intended to let him off, but he didn't know when to quit. He's asking for it. What can we do?" As he spoke, he delivered a powerful kick to Shirley's midsection. After being struck with tremendous force, Shirley's body was flung violently through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Darkness flooded Shirley's vision. His mouth opened, spewing a mouthful of black blood before he crashed to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan gritted his teeth so hard they ground together. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the surrounding black-clad figures. "Who the hell are you? How dare you attack my senior brother? I'll make you pay with your lives." An old man burst into laughter. "Lin Fan, we came here today for one reason, to kill you. You should never, ever have crossed someone you couldn't afford to offend." Chapter 206, I am right here. Lin Fan glared, his voice icy. "Stop playing tricks here. Do you have the guts to tell me who you really are?" The old man laughed up at the sky. "What have we to fear from a man who is about to die? Then today, I'll let you die knowing. We are sent by the Overlord." Lin Fan's eyes narrowed to slits upon hearing this. He had suspected these men were connected to the Overlord, and now his suspicions were confirmed. The Overlord. I've been troubled by not being able to find him. Little did I know you'd come right to me. The old man fixed Lin Fan with a cold stare. What an arrogant brat. I hope you have the courage and skill to match your words. Don't disappoint me. With that, the old man issued his command, attack. 6 shadowy figures attacked Lin Fan simultaneously. Though unarmed, their martial arts were formidable. Every strike targeted Lin Fan's vital points. Lin Fan found himself surrounded by the 6 assailants as they launched their assault. Lin Fan channeled his inner energy to the surface of his body, spreading his divine sense to observe their attacks. The 6 men swung their fists with fierce momentum, yet to their disappointment, not a single strike connected with Lin Fan. Lin Fan moved like a lone boat in a raging storm. His body swayed unpredictably, shifting forward, backward, left, and right, each time deftly evading their assaults. After 4 or 5 exchanges, the 6 black-clad figures felt dizzy and disoriented. They couldn't pinpoint Lin Fan's true form, seeing his shadow everywhere before and beside them. The elder shouted a warning. "Everyone, beware. This kid has skills. Watch yourselves." No sooner had the words left his mouth than one of the black-clad figures was struck squarely in the chest by Lin Fan's fist. His body flew backward over 5 meters before crashing to the ground. Lin Fan had already shattered the man's heart meridian with his internal force. The man spat blood and died instantly. "Damn it! You actually killed him. Brothers, I'll fight him to the death. We absolutely cannot let this brat live past tonight.
Today ends with either you or me dead, Lin Fan.
Take this.
The other 5 men, witnessing this scene, all turned red-eyed with rage.
Gnashing their teeth and cursing, they launched another barrage of punches and kicks, aiming for Lin Fan's vital points.
While thinking of bowing, they also sought revenge for the black-clad man who had just fallen.
Alas, haste makes waste. When people panic, they leave themselves open.
Lin Fan seized the moment, delivering a swift kick that struck one of the black-clad figures squarely in the abdomen. The man was sent flying high into the air. His dantian shattered by Lin Fan's strike, he spat blood and fell to the ground, already a lifeless corpse.
One of the remaining black-clad figures watched the scene unfold, his eyes bulging with fury. Brother! You bastard, you dare hurt my brother! I'll fight you to the death. One of the black-clad figures launched a frenzied assault on Lin Fan.
By now, he had lost all reason, utterly disregarding his own body as every strike aimed to take Lin Fan's life. Lin Fan dodged left and right, laughing wildly all the while.
Still brothers, huh? Don't worry, I'll reunite you two right now.
The man swung a punch straight at Lin Fan's head. But as his fist struck out, he realized Lin Fan had vanished without a trace. Confused, the man frantically scanned his surroundings, finding no trace of Lin Fan.
Just then, a voice suddenly pierced his ears from behind. Looking for me? Look closely, I'm right here.
As he spoke, Lin Fan struck the back of the black-clad man's head with a vicious blow from behind.
A surge of force surged into the man's skull, wreaking havoc within.
The man's eyes rolled upward, and he died instantly, his body collapsing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all 3 black-clad figures were killed instantly. The entire courtyard was now a scene of utter chaos. Leaves from several surrounding trees were shaken loose and scattered on the ground, while several thick tree trunks were uprooted. Yet the elderly man who had spoken showed no concern for the surrounding chaos.
Everyone, stop. Fall back.
Upon hearing the command, the attackers simultaneously halted their assault and leapt backward. They split into 3 directions, encircling Lin Fan in the center. Seeing this, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with disdain, his tone dripping with contempt.
What? Are you afraid? The black-clad elder's face twisted into a menacing glare.
You two are no match for him. Watch the show. I'll take his life myself. The 2 men stood silently at the sides, no longer joining the fray.
The black-clad elder rolled up his sleeves. Who knew you had some real skill under your belt, kid?
Come on, let's see if your master-level martial arts can kill me. In the blink of an eye, the old man flashed before Lin Fan, raising his knee to deliver a brutal strike to Yi Fan's midsection. This speed was several times faster than any previous attack. Lin Fan was utterly stunned. He never imagined there would be a master among these black-clad men. Using his left foot as an axis, Lin Fan spun his right foot and body backward in a flash. The opponent's knee grazed Lin Fan's abdomen as it swept past. Lin Fan thrust his right fist forward, aiming for the opponent's chest. The old man neither dodged nor retreated, extending his right fist to meet Lin Fan's 2 fists in a collision. Both sides exerted force simultaneously. Boom! A dull thud echoed as 2 streams of hidden force collided. The force was so immense that a centuries-old tree nearby snapped clean in 2. As the tree crashed to the ground, the old man felt a numbing shock shoot through his arm, like an electric current. He hastily withdrew his arm and stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before regaining his balance. In a daze, the old man stared at Lin Fan with utter terror in his eyes.
You're a grandmaster too?
Though Lin Fan wasn't certain of his exact martial cultivation level, he was more than capable of handling a grandmaster. Hearing the old man's question, Lin Fan replied with unshakable confidence.
You only realize it now? Too late.
This time, Lin Fan took the initiative to attack the old man. He lunged forward in a single stride, raising his right palm to strike downward at the top of the old man's head.
The old man sensed grave danger and immediately dodged Lin Fan's strike.
Initially, he'd been brimming with confidence, certain he could kill Lin Fan. But after several exchanges, the old man was clearly at a disadvantage. As the fight continued, the old man's doubts grew. If this went on, he wouldn't gain any advantage. His opponent was young and full of vigor, while he himself was old and frail. Prolonging the fight would only work against him. His eyes darted around, searching for an opening to escape. But Lin Fan pressed relentlessly, leaving the old man no chance to slip away.
Chapter 207, I'll tell you everything.
Their movements grew faster and faster. At first, their figures were still discernible, but by the end, only 2 blurry shapes could be seen, constantly shifting positions, leaving onlookers dizzy with confusion. Lu Shuai rushed to his master's side, helped him up, and called out softly. Finding no response, he was filled with alarm.
Master, don't scare me. Are you all right?
As he spoke, Lu Shuai reached out to check his master's breath.
Only then did he relax, realizing his master was likely unconscious.
Lu Shuai Propsure lay against a large tree, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan. At that moment, Lu Shuai focused all his attention on Lin Fan. If Lin Fan lost, both he and his master would be doomed. Yet, even with his eyes wide as saucers, he couldn't make out the movements of the two combatants. The two black-clad figures nearby were in the same predicament. They strained every nerve, desperate to discern the outcome of the duel who held the upper hand.
Yet with their eyesight, they simply couldn't track the fighters' movements.
They could only see the two figures moving like whirlwinds, occasionally colliding before separating again. Only Lin Fan and the old man knew the true state of the battle.
After another exchange, Lin Fan spoke once more. With skills like yours, you won't escape today. Lin Fan's strike was swift as a finger poke. He thrust out a palm, slamming it hard against the opponent's back. The force sent the opponent stumbling forward. He stumbled, then fell flat on his face, crashing heavily to the ground. The old man, wounded by Lin Fan's hidden force, spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled on the ground, trying to rise and flee. Trying to escape? I won't give you that chance.
Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the old man. He strode forward, planting his foot squarely on the old man's back. With a single powerful push of his leg, he pinned the old man to the ground. The old man groaned in pain.
The two black-clad figures exchanged glances.
They now saw clearly that the old man was no match for Lin Fan. Lingering any longer risked their own heads being severed. Without a word to the old man, both men leapt simultaneously over the courtyard wall and sprinted away. Lin Fan had observed their every move.
He chose not to pursue and eliminate them precisely so they could return and report to the Overlord.
Today's events needed to reach the Overlord, so he too would understand that Lin Fan was no pushover to be toyed with. The old man gasped for breath, pleading for mercy.
Wait. I'm no match for you. You're at the Grand Master's pinnacle realm.
Today's my unlucky day, but I beg you spare me this once.
Whatever you ask of me, I'll do it.
Lin Fan pressed several acupoints on the old man's body, sealing his blood flow before withdrawing his foot with satisfaction. Lin Fan had many questions he wanted answered, so he did not immediately take the old man's life. Concerned for Shirley's condition, Lin Fan hurried to his side and extended his hand to take his pulse. After taking the pulse, Lin Fan's brow furrowed deeply, his expression turning grave.
Shirley's injuries were severe. His dantian had been damaged by internal force.
Only the old man before him could inflict such wounds on third senior brother. Lin Fan turned with a fierce glare, fixing his gaze on the old man. The old man, meeting Lin Fan's gaze, shuddered violently with fear. He hastily began to explain. Lin Fan, there's no need to worry. Though your third senior brother is injured, there is a way to treat him. Lin Fan lifted Shirley into his arms, then ordered Lu Shuai to drag the old man into the living room. After placing Shirley on the bed, Lin Fan pressed several acupoints on his body.
Once Shirley's vital energy stabilized, Lin Fan turned and left for the living room.
Lin Fan looked at Lu Shuai.
Clean up the bodies outside.
Lu Shuai nodded blankly. He had no experience with such tasks, but he knew these bodies must not be discovered by others. He agreed and went outside to begin the cleanup. Now only Lin Fan and the old man remained in the room. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the old man and spoke.
I'll ask you a few questions. If you give satisfactory answers, I may spare your life. But don't even think about lying to me. If I detect any deception, today will be your last day.
The old man knew Lin Fan wasn't exaggerating. His life was in Lin Fan's hands. Whether he lived or died depended entirely on Lin Fan's whim. The old man nodded, his eyes filled with terror.
I'll tell you everything I know.
Lin Fan nodded upon hearing this, then began to ask questions. I know I have no connection to the Overlord, no enmity, no grudge.
Why would the Overlord seek to exterminate our entire Lin family?
He had previously gleaned some information from Zhao Dingchuan and others, but now Lin Fan sought to verify the authenticity of those reports once more. The fact that the Overlord had sent this very elder to attack him indicated the man held significant importance in the Overlord's eyes. His words carried far more weight than anything Zhao Dingchuan had ever said. The old man hesitated, his brow furrowing into a knot. This. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in his gaze. I advise you to tell the truth. Otherwise, blame me for showing no mercy. The old man swallowed hard before speaking slowly.
Truth be told, there's been a misunderstanding.
The Overlord currently shares your cultivation level. Both of you are at the ultimate great perfection stage. But breaking through to the golden core stage is incredibly difficult.
He tried many methods, but none could help him break through.
Then, by chance, he learned of an ancient Yuanling cultivator who had left behind a martial arts manual for his descendants. It was said that this manual could smoothly facilitate the breakthrough to the golden core stage. Lin Fan listened intently, these words resonating with him. His master had once told him that advancing from Grandmaster to Golden Core was exceedingly difficult. Some spent their entire lives striving for it without success.
Now, hearing of a potential breakthrough opportunity, he was deeply intrigued. But what did any of this have to do with the massacre that had wiped out his entire Lin family?
Before Lin Fan could ask, the old man continued his explanation. That ancient monster had left behind the martial arts manual over 1,000 years ago. During this time, the Shi family had fallen into decline.
To obtain the manual, two factions emerged within the Shi clan. Ultimately, they split the manual into two halves.
Through some extraordinary encounter, the overlord acquired the lower half from the Shi family. The upper half, however, was buried with the Shi family patriarch. From that day forward, the upper volume vanished from the world. Lin Fan's brow furrowed once more upon hearing this. It seemed such a waste to bury the martial arts manual as a burial offering. Chapter 208, at your disposal. The old man was now gasping for breath, his face turning purple. Yet, to save his life, he detailed the subsequent events to Lin Fan. After extensive inquiries, the overlord discovered that your Lin family had obtained the treasure map where the Shi family was buried. To seize the map, he ordered his men to demand it from your Lin family. Yet the intended message was misinterpreted by that good-for-nothing Zhao Dingchuan. He slaughtered the entire Lin family, and the map vanished without a trace. The overlord flew into a rage over this. This was karma at work. The Lin family paid a terrible price for the map, and the overlord never obtained what he desired.
Only now did Lin Fan finally understand the truth.
The overlord sent men to trouble the Lin family solely to obtain the map. Recalling the tragic fate of over 40 Lin family members, Lin Fan's eyes flashed crimson as his hands clenched into fists once more.
What realm had the overlord reached now? How many grandmasters served under him?
Since the old man had spoken, Lin Fan intended to cooperate fully. The old man now showed no resistance to Lin Fan's questions, answering each one directly.
To be more precise, I now speak without reservation, revealing everything I know. The overlord currently remains at the ultimate perfection realm.
There are 4 others with cultivation levels like mine. At this point, the old man paused, as if hesitating whether to continue.
Ultimately, he revealed everything he knew without reservation.
The reason we all risk our lives for the overlord is because he promised us that once he obtained the secret manual, he would make it public for all 4 of us to cultivate together. It was this promise that made us willingly follow him in pursuit of breaking through to the golden core stage.
Lin Fan knew the old man spoke truthfully. His explanation made perfect sense.
Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Fan spoke again.
Very well. I have one final question.
You mentioned that my third senior brother's injuries could be healed.
What method would you use?
The old man took a prescription from his robe and handed it to Lin Fan. Prepare the herbs listed here, boil them into a decoction, and have him take it for 10 days.
Your third senior brother's condition will be completely cured. Lin Fan took the prescription and his face betrayed shock. For among the ingredients listed was one that was exceedingly rare and difficult to find. This tiger's gallgrass is no ordinary thing.
Even if you gave me the prescription, I'd have no idea where to find it. Lin Fan felt a surge of frustration. Though he had never seen tiger gallgrass himself, he had heard of its remarkable efficacy. It was the ultimate remedy for promoting blood circulation and dissolving blood stasis. If incorporated into the alchemy process, the resulting elixir would at least double in value. Even a poor Taoist who had lived in the mountains for years wouldn't have tiger gallgrass in his bag. Seeing Lin Fan's distress, the old man hurriedly explained. I do know where to find this tiger gallgrass, the old man said. But it's 1,000 miles from here, and fierce tigers and beasts roam those lands. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Fan's face, then his expression turned solemn.
How did you come to possess this formula?
It was no wonder Lin Fan was suspicious. The whole thing felt strange. How could it be such a coincidence that the prescription was on him? And how could it be such a coincidence that this particular prescription could cure third senior brother's injury? The old man sighed deeply. It's because my son suffered the same injury as your third senior brother. In his youthful recklessness, he once fought someone and was kicked in the lower abdomen, damaging his dantian. To treat him, I searched tirelessly for a single ingredient formula.
After a long hunt, I finally found it.
But before I could procure the tiger gallgrass, the overlord dispatched me on this mission.
That is the whole story.
I swear everything I've said is true. My life is now in your hands. I dare not deceive you. Though doubts lingered in Lin Fan's mind, third senior brother's injury was severe.
Without prompt treatment, it might hinder his future cultivation.
Very well.
I shall trust you this once.
Where can this tiger gallgrass be found? The old man's breath was uneven, yet he managed to speak.
On Mount Baihua,
1,000 miles from here.
On that mountain dwells a ferocious silver tiger.
The tiger gallgrass grows beside its lair.
To cure my son's illness, I have thoroughly investigated this matter.
I hope what you say is true. If I discover you've lied, I won't just take your life, I'll take the lives of your entire family. The old man waved his hands frantically, terror etched across his face, his voice trembling as he spoke.
I dare not. I dare not. But I have one unreasonable request. I hope you will grant it.
Lin Fan frowned, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. This old man was already his defeated foe.
Taking his life would be a mere trifle. Yet he dared to make demands? It was laughable.
Yet, considering all the intelligence the old man had provided, a flicker of curiosity stirred within Lin Fan.
Speak.
The old man finally spoke. If there is any tiger courage grass remaining, I humbly request Brother Lin to spare some.
I must take it back to save my son's life. Hearing this, Lin Yifan's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He had always been clear about his debts and grievances. This old man had come looking for trouble, and during their fight, he hadn't held back. Now that the old man mentioned the Genshin route to save his son, a boy with whom Lin Fan had no personal grudge, he could clearly distinguish between the two. Thus, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. As long as my third senior brother is safe and sound, I agree to this matter. The old man scrambled to his feet and bowed respectfully to Lin Fan. Thank you, Brother Lin. Once this matter is settled, I shall be your man. Whatever you ask of me, I shall never refuse. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes as he spoke. I've already sealed your bloodline. You can't use any of your martial arts now. Don't even think about pulling any tricks in front of me. The old man's face twisted into a bitter smile. Not even for my son would I harbor any ill intentions. You can rest assured of that. Lin Fan nodded. Then you shall stay here tonight. Tomorrow we shall set out for Baohua Mountain. Everything will be as you arrange. Lin Fan prepared a guest room for the old man and only returned to the living room after settling him in. By then, Lu Shuai had finished disposing of the body and returned to the living room. Lu Shuai stood before him, covered in grime and dust, sweat beading on his forehead, streaks of wiped sweat still visible on his face. Seeing Lu Shuai in such a disheveled state, Lin Fan inquired. How did you dispose of those bodies? Lu Shuai wiped the sweat from his forehead. Master Uncle, I loaded the 3 bodies into the truck and drove them out to the suburbs. I found a forest, dug a deep pit, and buried all 3 of them together. Chapter 209, No Path to the Mountain. Lin Fan looked at Lu Shuai, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. This kid's got some guts. He didn't freeze up in that situation. Anyone else would have lost their bearings by now. And to think he actually dragged the guy out to the outskirts to dig a hole and bury him, that takes some guts. Thinking of Shirley's injuries, Lin Fan spoke plainly. Alright, that's how we'll handle this. Tomorrow we're heading out to Baohua Mountain to find medicinal herbs for your master's treatment. You stay home and take good care of him. Lu Shuai looked utterly confused, then grew visibly tense. Uncle Master, is my master's illness very serious? Who are you going with? It can't be that black-clad man, can it? Lin Fan nodded. Your master has injured his dantian. If not treated promptly, it could lead to lasting complications. That man in black knows of a remedy for your master's condition. Therefore, tomorrow I will have him accompany me to Mount Baihua. Lu Shuai rushed to stop him, shaking his head like a rattledrum as he protested. Uncle Master, these people came to kill you. You can't trust everything they say. They're utterly treacherous, always plotting behind your back. Lu Shuai was so flustered he was practically spitting as he spoke, completely forgetting the timidity he'd shown moments earlier when digging that pit. At that moment, only one thought occupied Lu Shuai's mind: he absolutely couldn't let his master fall for this trap. Otherwise, everyone here would be doomed. Only now did Lu Shuai truly grasp the meaning of strength in numbers. Su Yang wasn't staying at home today. He said he had business at the hospital and was staying in his office there. How much better it would be if Su Yang were here now. If Su Yang had witnessed the same situation, he would surely have pleaded just as fervently as Lu Shuai. With 2 people trying to persuade one, the master uncle probably wouldn't have gone with that man. But now, he was alone in trying to talk his master uncle out of it. Lu Shuai paced anxiously, while Lin Fan remained calm and composed. I have this under control. Don't worry about me. Before I leave, I'll refine several pills. Have third senior brother take one every morning. Take good care of your master at home. When I return with the medicinal herbs, I'll provide him with a complete cure. Rest assured, I'll settle all matters before leaving. But caring for your master will be your responsibility. Lu Shuai felt a complex mix of emotions, momentarily at a loss for words. He knew his own limitations. Even if he went along, he wouldn't be of much help. Yet his master needed care now more than ever. He absolutely couldn't leave his side. Staying with him was the only choice. Uncle Master, I'll follow your advice. But I'd like to see my master now. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his expression turning solemn. My third senior brother is currently unconscious. I've used my inner energy to protect his heart, so he won't wake up anytime soon. But don't worry. As long as you follow my instructions and administer the elixir daily, his heart meridians will be protected. There will be no lasting complications. I'll follow everything you say, senior uncle. After finishing his instructions, seeing Lin Fan had no further orders, Lu Shuai hurried upstairs. Lin Fan also entered Shirley's room. Seeing Shirley lying on the bed with a deathly pale face, Lin Fan felt a mix of emotions. His third senior brother's injuries were entirely his fault. Seeing him in this state now, Lin Fan felt profound guilt. Senior brother, rest assured and focus on your recovery here. I'll be back before long. You must wait for me. Lin Fan's voice was soft, yet his tone carried solemn gravity. The next morning after breakfast, Lin Fan called Bai Shuang. Surprised to receive Lin Fan's call, Bai Shuang felt a surge of joy. Before Lin Fan could even speak, her cheerful voice came through. Little junior brother, you've been incredibly busy these past few days. When did you find the time to call me? On any other day, Lin Fan would have teased Bai Shuang playfully, but today was different. He didn't even feel like joking. After briefly explaining Shirley's situation, Lin Fan stated his decision. Senior sister, I'm going to search for the tiger heart grass. I'll have to trouble you during this time. The moment Lin Fan finished speaking, Bai Shuang's voice tightened with tension. Who could possibly be so powerful in martial arts that they managed to injure third senior brother? Not long ago, Shirley had boasted confidently that he could easily take down even experts ranked above the dragon list. How could he now be so severely injured? Bai Shuang made a call as she walked out the door, heading straight for the luxury car. I'm heading to your location now. Wait for me. Senior sister, time is running short. Lu Shuai knows everything that happened here. I'll head out first and discuss the details later. Shirley remained bedridden, a constant source of worry for Lin Fan. Whenever he closed his eyes, Lin Fan would see Shirley's ashen face. To treat Shirley's injuries, Lin Fan didn't want to waste a single moment. Bai Shuang understood Lin Fan's temperament and didn't try to stop him after hearing his words. Still, she gave him a long list of instructions to be careful. After hanging up, Lin Fan gave Lu Shuai a few final instructions before leaving with the elderly man in black. The two headed straight for the direction of Baohua Mountain. During the journey, through conversation, Lin Fan learned the elder's name, Su Baichuan. He had devoted himself entirely to serving the Overlord in hopes of smoothly breaking through to the Grandmaster realm and attaining the Golden Core stage. He had expected to engage in martial arts exchanges under the Overlord's command, but Su Baichuan never imagined he would unwittingly become the Overlord's enforcer. By the time he grasped the reality of his situation, Su Baichuan was filled with regret, yet there was no turning back. Later, Su Baichuan was even more shocked to learn his son had suffered severe injuries. He thought to himself, if Lin Fan could obtain the tiger gall grass and share it with him to cure his son's illness, then Lin Fan would be his benefactor. If that happened, he vowed never to oppose Lin Fan again. He would even help him obtain the martial arts manual. After a day and night of travel, the two arrived at Baohua Mountain. Standing at the mountain's base, Lin Fan gazed up at Mount Baohua, his face etched with reverence. The mountain towered high, its dense forests and jagged rocks presenting a formidable sight. Worse still, there was no path leading upward. Seeing this, Lin Fan frowned. How can there be no path up the mountain? Su Baichuan shook his head. I only heard that tiger's gall grass grows on Mount Baihua. As for the conditions here, I know nothing about them. Chapter 210, Everything is up to you. Lin Fan frowned too, thinking for a moment before speaking. We'd best find a local to ask if there's a shortcut up the mountain. Just the two of us, reaching the summit won't be easy. It'll probably take us a while. Su Baichuan agreed with Lin Fan's reasoning. People living at the mountain's base usually know its terrain well. What appears to be a dense, pathless mountain might actually hide shortcuts within its folds. If it was indeed as Lin Fan suggested, they might save a lot of time. Finding what they needed sooner would mean rescuing people sooner. With that in mind, Su Baichuan nodded in agreement. And so, the two began searching for a household at the mountain's base. After searching for a long time, they finally spotted a man heading up the mountain to chop firewood. He was carrying a bundle of wood on his back, about to return home. Lin Fan stepped forward and spoke with a smile. Brother, Lin Fan began, I was wondering why are there no trails on Mount Baihua? The man paused, carefully studying the two before him. Seeing they didn't look like trouble, he finally spoke. You're clearly outsiders. Don't you know there's a silver tiger on this mountain? That beast is exceptionally fierce. Years ago, when game grew scarce here, it ventured down to the foothills and attacked people. Many had no choice but to leave Mount Baihua. Those with weak hearts wouldn't even venture into the woods, let alone climb the mountain. Over time, the old paths became overgrown with weeds and vanished. Lin Fan finally understood everything Su Baichuan had mentioned earlier was true. So that's how it is. But you cut firewood in these mountains, aren't you afraid? Hearing Lin Fan's question, the man grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. I grew up in these woods. I know this place like the back of my hand. I'm not afraid. But you two, why are you asking about the path up the mountain? Are you planning to go up there? Lin Fan and Su Baichuan exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. The burly man waved his hands urgently. Don't go up there. It's far too dangerous. On the mountaintop, the silver tiger lairs. If it spots you, you'll likely meet your end on Mount Baihua. That would truly be a loss without gain. Lin Fan understood the man's concern was well-intentioned, but Shirley was currently unconscious. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Thinking of the tiger gall grass, Lin Fan asked one more question. Brother, do you know if tiger gall grass grows on Baohua Mountain? To his surprise, the burly man nodded after hearing this. Yes. That tiger gall grass is a precious medicinal herb. So you came here for it? I advise you to turn back. No matter how valuable the herb, it's not worth risking your lives. Lin Fan didn't want to argue further, so he nodded. Thanks for your concern. Since it's so dangerous here, we won't go.
Thanks for telling us all this.
The burly man chuckled awkwardly.
Nothing much, just that if you want to leave, you'd better hurry. There aren't many settlements around Mount Manhwa.
If you linger too long, dangerous beasts roam nearby. It's extremely perilous.
Lin Fan spoke up. Thanks for telling us all this. We'll be on our way now.
The burly man hoisted his bundle of firewood and hurried homeward. After the man was gone, Su Baichuan finally turned to Lin Fan, his face full of confusion.
You weren't serious about what you just said, were you? We really have to go back? Su Baichuan's concern was understandable.
If Lin Fan returned now, he would certainly fail to find the tiger heartgrass. He wouldn't be able to save his third senior brother, and his own life would be in jeopardy. In that case, the mission to save his son would be nothing but a pipe dream. Lin Fan glanced in the direction the burly men had departed before replying.
Of course not. After finally making it this far, how could I give up so easily? I won't leave until I get the tiger gall grass. Hearing Lin Fan's response, Su Baichuan finally exhaled a long breath of relief.
If Lin Fan had truly decided to return, he would have been devastated. His son's illness would have remained without hope. Recalling the words spoken by the burly man earlier, Su Baichuan spoke solemnly once more.
I haven't deceived you, have I? There truly is a silver tiger here.
From what I know, the silver tigers on this mountain are exceptionally fierce. Not only do they hunt prey on the mountain, but they frequently descend to prey on the villagers down here.
Everything that man said earlier is absolutely true.
A flicker of resolve passed through Lin Fan's eyes.
Even if the silver tiger is formidable, I must try. Su Baichuan frowned, looking at Lin Fan once more. That silver tiger is exceptionally fierce, that's an undeniable fact. But what he had just said wasn't merely describing the tiger.
Seeing Lin Fan didn't continue, Su Baichuan steeled himself to speak again.
That's not what I meant.
What I'm saying is, you've sealed my bloodline. I possess martial arts skills, but I can't use them.
If we encounter the silver tiger, I'll only become a liability to you. Su Baichuan deliberately paused here before continuing. If you trust me, could you unseal the pressure points on my body? That way, I could lend you a hand.
Lin Fan stared intently at Su Baichuan.
I know exactly what you're thinking. But before we face Silver Tiger, you'd better abandon that notion. You tried to kill me before, how could I possibly let someone who wanted me dead stay by my side?
Su Baichuan wanted to say more, but he knew that no matter how eloquently he pleaded, Lin Fan wouldn't believe him, only grow more disgusted. So, in the end, he merely muttered under his breath.
Fine.
You call the shots.
Next, the two began their ascent into Baohua Mountain.
The mountain forests were dense, and the light within the woods was dim. Yet both possessed martial arts skills. As the saying goes, skill breeds boldness, so they felt no fear. They wound through the forest, where animals frequently appeared. Lin Fan spotted a gray rabbit. He drew his dagger and flung it with sudden force, the blade embedding itself deep into the rabbit's throat.
A faint smile touched Lin Fan's lips. Tonight, they'd have something to eat. Witnessing Lin Fan's skill, Su Baichuan was stunned once more, his astonishment plain to see.
No wonder Lin Fan didn't hold him in high regard. His martial arts cultivation was simply too far beyond his own. At the same time, Su Baichuan silently prayed that they would find the tiger gallgrass soon. After all, partnering with someone of Lin Fan's martial prowess wasn't a common occurrence. If they failed to find it this time, the next opportunity would be even more elusive. Night fell, plunging the entire mountain forest into pitch darkness. Soon, it was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Su Baichuan gathered some dry wood and lit a campfire. Lin Fan used his dagger to gut the rabbit and began roasting it over the flames.
Chapter 211, Identifying by Howl. Su Baichuan scanned the surroundings, then frowned. We'll have to rest here tonight.
Lin Fan looked up, assessed the situation, and nodded.
Resting here is extremely dangerous.
If the silver tiger spots us and we don't notice, we'll be in big trouble.
So I think we should sleep in the trees tonight. Su Baichuan was taken aback. Even as a grandmaster level martial artist, he'd never slept in a tree before. Lin Fan's suggestion was truly bold. However, after giving it serious thought, Su Baichuan's face once again showed admiration.
He hadn't expected Lin Fan, so young, to be so thorough in his thinking. No wonder Lin Fan had caused such a commotion without the overlord intervening. There must be a reason.
What do you think? Lin Fan asked. Su Baichuan nodded vigorously, then replied, all right. After we finish eating, I'll make the arrangements.
Neither spoke afterward, each focusing on their own tasks. After the roasted wild rabbit was finished, they found a spot among the trees and began to rest.
At first, Lin Fan couldn't sleep.
He used his divine sense to carefully observe the surroundings, but after a while, his body grew weary, and he drifted off into a drowsy slumber. Deep in slumber, Lin Fan suddenly heard a sound on the ground. He opened his drowsy eyes and quickly scanned his surroundings. It was Su Baichuan, who had just leaped down from the tree. Spotting Lin Fan awake, he spoke up.
Awake? Better hurry. We need to head up the mountain now. If we delay any longer, we might lose another day. Su Baichuan couldn't care less about Shirley's fate.
His urgency stemmed entirely from his son. Lin Fan rolled over and leaped down from the tree as well, his earlier anxiety finally easing. The night had passed relatively peacefully, with no tigers appearing. Lin Fan straightened his clothes and stretched his limbs. "You're right. We should hurry up and head to the mountain to get the tiger gall grass." Each man had his own thoughts. Lin Fan was focused on finding the tiger gall grass quickly to treat Shirley's injuries, while Su Baichuan was driven by his concern for his son. Though their motivations differed, their goal was the same, so there was no disagreement between them. As they trekked along the path, perhaps nearing the summit, the echoes of tiger roars reached their ears. Lin Fan heightened his vigilance, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. "Looks like we're getting closer to the silver tiger. The roar just now must have come from this direction." Finishing his words, Lin Fan pointed in a specific direction. Su Baichuan nodded solemnly, his entire demeanor tightening with tension. "Now that we're close to the silver tiger, could you unblock my pressure points? After all, we share the same goal." Though Lin Fan remained wary of Su Baichuan, he couldn't deny the truth in his words. If they faced the silver tiger, Su Baichuan would be a valuable ally. Lin Fan moved closer to Su Baichuan and pressed several acupoints on his body. Su Baichuan felt his internal organs begin to function smoothly, his body filled with strength, and a renewed vigor appeared on his face. "Thanks, Brother Lin. Rest assured, first, I won't run. Second, I won't harm you." Lin Fan nodded, his expression unreadable. "Let's hope so." The two then resumed their journey, following the direction of the silver tiger's roar. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally reached the mountaintop. At the summit, a deep circular hole gaped open, from which tiger roars frequently echoed. Su Baichuan pointed in a direction, his voice brimming with excitement, his eyes seemingly glowing. "Brother Lin, look over there. That's the tiger gall grass." Lin Fan followed Su Baichuan's pointing finger and was startled to see a single plant of blood-red medicinal herb. Several sprigs swayed in the breeze, occasionally releasing a faint, sweet fragrance. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Obtaining this herb was the very purpose of his journey. Lin Fan focused all his attention on the tiger gall grass before him, creeping closer on tiptoe, holding his breath almost completely. Su Baichuan behind him moved with equal caution, as if the slightest sound might scare the herb away. But just then, a tiger's roar echoed from within the cave. Before the two could react, a massive silver tiger appeared before them. The silver tiger, having detected their presence, instantly opened its gaping maw and roared at them. A wave of blood-curdling stench wafted from its maw, making one want to vomit. Su Baichuan's eyes widened as his entire body tensed into a state of alert. Lin Fan beside him did the same, his eyes fixed intently on the silver tiger as he held his breath, fully prepared for battle. Lin Fan drew a dagger from his waist. Su Baichuan, caught off guard and unarmed, turned to Lin Fan and asked, "Brother Lin, do you have any weapons?" Lin Fan shook his head. Though he spoke to Su Baichuan, his gaze never left the silver tiger across from them. "This dagger is all I have." Su Baichuan's face twisted into a bitter smile upon hearing this. "This time it's different. Could it be that I'm actually going to face a ferocious silver tiger with my bare hands?" Gazing at the silver tiger before him, its head resembled that of an ox, its claws like razor blades, leaving deep gouges in the stone. Su Baichuan was still reeling in disbelief at the sheer size of this creature when the silver tiger suddenly lunged forward. Panic surged through Su Baichuan, and he instinctively tried to dodge to the side. Just as he shifted to the right, the silver tiger raised its paw and slashed viciously toward his chest. Its eyes bulged, revealing a savage glint as it instantly locked onto Su Baichuan as its target. Su Baichuan's heart leapt into his throat. Even so, Su Baichuan forced himself to calm down. Regaining his composure, he planted his feet firmly and leaped backward in a single bound. The fierce tiger twisted its waist, then lashed its tail viciously toward Su Baichuan's midsection. The relentless barrage of attacks left Su Baichuan scrambling to defend himself, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He hadn't expected this beast's attacks to be so fierce. Unarmed, he had no way to defend himself and could only dodge. Su Baichuan's body arched backward, his entire back slamming against the ground. The tail whistled past his chest. He rolled his body away from the danger zone before scrambling to his feet. Su Baichuan gasped for breath as the silver tiger shifted its focus back to Lin Fan, turning and lunging toward him once more. The silver tiger's entire body arched midair, its two claws like steel hooks, reaching for Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes to slits and leaped upward. Chapter 212, Make It a One-Way Trip. After landing, the silver tiger opened its gaping maw, baring its fangs as it lunged for Lin Fan's throat. Lin Fan sidestepped again, evading the silver tiger's attack. The silver tiger repeated its tactic, whipping its tail in a sweeping strike toward Lin Fan. Unable to grasp the silver tiger's pattern yet, Lin Fan dodged again. In an instant, Lin Fan dodged 3 times in succession. 03 hadn't expected this silver tiger to be so formidable. If it caught or bit him, he'd be either dead or seriously injured. Just then, Su Baichuan called out a warning from the distance. "This silver tiger is too much to handle. Should we retreat for now and figure something out later?" Lin Fan clearly had no such intention. He shook his head.
Even if it's ferocious, I won't give up this chance to get the tiger gall grass. I'll draw its attention while you seize the opportunity to take it. Su Baichuan immediately nodded in agreement. Lin Fan's plan offered him nothing but advantages. Frankly, facing that silver tiger head-on left Su Baichuan feeling uncertain. Since Lin Fan had proposed this, he was more than happy to go along with it. Besides, obtaining the tiger gall would mean his son's injuries could finally be treated. The silver tiger turned its gaze toward Su Baichuan, while Lin Fan shouted loudly to draw its attention. "You beast! Your opponent is right here." The words captured the silver tiger's attention. As if possessed of a spirit, the silver tiger let out a roar the instant it saw Lin Fan. Su Baichuan seized this opportunity to approach the tiger gall grass. But the silver tiger seemed to sense their scheme. It paid Lin Fan no mind, nearly leaping beside the tiger gall grass to guard it. Lin Fan and Su Baichuan exchanged a glance, astonished that this creature was so intelligent it actually knew to protect the tiger gall grass. Lin Fan spoke up. "Looks like we'll have to eliminate this beast to get the tiger gall grass." Su Baichuan hesitated. He wanted to join in and help kill the silver tiger, but he was empty-handed. Relying solely on the chi energy within his body to maneuver against the silver tiger would clearly be a struggle. His gaze fell to his hands, and suddenly, an idea struck him. Rocks littered the mountain. Wouldn't this be as easy as picking them up? Su Baichuan bent down, picked up 2 large stones from the ground, and gripped one in each hand. Good. Let's kill this silver tiger first. This silver tiger seemed to possess a sentient intelligence, as if it understood the two men's intentions. In the blink of an eye, the silver tiger opened its massive jaws and let out a ferocious roar at the two men, as if issuing a warning. Lin Fan and Su Baichuan were both martial arts masters of the Grandmaster level. Naturally, they paid no heed to such a threat. Earlier, Su Baichuan had felt a flicker of fear, but now, with stones in hand, his confidence surged. Lin Fan gripped his dagger tightly and took 2 steps forward, closing in on the silver tiger. Su Baichuan followed suit, gripping 2 large stones as he slowly advanced toward the silver tiger. Despite this, the silver tiger across from them didn't retreat. Instead, it lunged forward violently toward Lin Fan. "Brother Lin, be careful!" Su Baichuan shouted the warning, simultaneously hurling one of the stones in his hands. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the stone struck the silver tiger's body. The silver tiger winced in pain, glaring at Su Baichuan with wide eyes. In that split second of distraction, Lin Fan leapt forward, driving both feet into Silver Tiger's back. And so, the two men and the silver tiger were locked in combat. At first, the two men held back, cautious of the fierce tiger's attacks. Its speed and ferocity left them scrambling. But as time passed, they realized the beast only knew 3 moves: lunging, biting, and sweeping its tail horizontally. Once they had figured out the silver tiger's patterns, the two men breathed a sigh of relief. After several back-and-forth exchanges, Lin Fan seized an opening. Gripping his dagger tightly, he slid it toward the silver tiger's belly. As if sensing the attack, the silver tiger abruptly turned, evading Lin Fan's strike and lunging to bite Su Baichuan instead. Su Baichuan dodged to the side, snatched up a rock with his right hand, and smashed it hard against the silver tiger's skull. The silver tiger shook its head, attempting to evade Su Baichuan's strike, but its movements were slightly too slow. The heavy stone slammed viciously into its neck. The silver tiger, struck, bristled with fury, its fur standing on end as it let out a series of angry roars. Enraged, the silver tiger moved with unprecedented ferocity, its attacks growing increasingly relentless. Lin Fan, positioned behind the silver fox, leapt into the air. Holding his dagger aloft with both hands, he thrust it toward the silver tiger's back. "Today, you die here." Unaware of Lin Fan's approach, the silver tiger channeled all its earth energy into a lunging bite at Su Baichuan. Su Baichuan ducked, and the silver tiger's body leapt over his head. The movement seemed almost leisurely, yet a cold sweat broke out on Su Baichuan's forehead. On this side, Lin Fan's dagger missed its mark. Then, Su Baichuan stood up and turned around. The two of them once again faced the silver tiger together. After its failed attack, the silver tiger turned its head, shook its neck, and its eyes turned a blood red. The silver tiger likely hadn't expected these two humans to be so difficult to deal with. Under normal circumstances, they would have been killed long ago, becoming prey in its jaws. Enraged, the silver tiger let out a blood-curdling roar. In the blink of an eye, its roar echoed throughout the entire mountain forest. Even birds perched in distant trees were startled, flocking en masse toward the horizon. Lin Fan and Su Baichuan moved simultaneously, choosing to attack the silver tiger at close range. The silver tiger lunged forward, its gaping maw snapping toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan sidestepped the attack, then slashed at the silver tiger's body with his dagger. The silver tiger couldn't dodge in time, and a gash instantly opened on its back. Blood spilled from the wound. The pain made the silver tiger leap away. Wounded, the silver tiger dared not attack again, merely circling the two men as if searching for an opening. Lin Fan and Su Baichuan, however, possessed little patience. They pressed forward directly toward the tiger gall grass. The silver tiger sensed their intent and launched another attack, this time targeting Su Baichuan. Su Baichuan dodged left and right, evading the silver tiger's strikes.
Lin Fan knew that securing the gallbladder herb meant dealing with the silver tiger first. Gripping his dagger tightly, he thrust it straight at the tiger's belly. Thud! Lin Fan felt the blade pierce the silver tiger's belly, but it only grazed the skin, failing to strike a vital spot. The silver tiger winced in pain, but there was no time to react.
Brother Lin, will flank it from both sides and attack simultaneously.
Su Baichuan glared at the silver tiger before him, his words gritted out through clenched teeth.
Right.
Today, we'll make sure it never returns. The two exchanged a glance and quickly coordinated their actions.
Chapter 213, you actually have a spatial artifact.
The silver tiger was wounded, then struck in the back by Su Baichuan's stone, and its hind leg slashed by Lin Fan's dagger.
The silver tiger roared repeatedly, yet refused to retreat, continuing to lunge and bite at the two men with desperate ferocity.
The silver tiger suddenly leapt from the ground, lunging at Lin Fan. Lin Fan arched backward, his body nearly touching the ground. Gripping the dagger with both hands, he thrust upward. The silver tiger's body swept right across his chest. The dagger sliced from front to back, gutting the beast open. As the silver tiger landed on all four paws, darkness suddenly engulfed its vision.
Its limbs went limp, collapsing onto the ground.
A long gash split open its belly, spilling out the silver tiger's blood and entrails.
Su Baichuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, gasping for breath. Killing silver tiger was no easy feat.
Lin Fan rose from the ground, brushed the dust from his clothes, and sheathed his dagger. Without delay, he headed straight for the tiger gall grass. Seeing this, Su Baichuan hurriedly called out to stop him.
Brother Lin, wait.
It's best to dig up the surrounding soil along with it.
That way, you can ensure the tiger gall grass's growth period.
If you harvest it now, its medicinal properties will be significantly diminished.
Besides, there's my son.
Lin Fan turned to look at Su Baichuan and nodded.
Thanks for the reminder. Otherwise, I really would have picked it.
Lin Fan said as he plunged his dagger into the soil around the tiger gall grass, then lifted a large clump of earth before carefully extracting the plant. Lin Fan produced a plastic bag, carefully wrapping the soil portion before squatting down to rest. Su Baichuan approached the silver tiger for a closer look before speaking.
Wow, this one's huge. That tiger skin is top-notch. Shouldn't you skin it and keep it as a memento?
Lin Fan thought Su Baichuan had a point, so he walked over with his dagger.
That's a good idea. It'll make a nice keepsake.
With that, Lin Fan began skinning the silver tiger with his dagger. To avoid damaging the entire pelt, he worked with extreme care. As he removed the tiger's entrails, he discovered a red bead inside its belly, translucent and crystal clear, resembling a large red pearl. Lin Fan held the bead up to the sunlight for a closer look. The red bead emitted a faint crimson glow.
Su Baichuan gasped in astonishment upon seeing it. An inner core.
Lin Fan was utterly astonished, yet he examined it even more closely.
You mean this silver tiger has already formed an inner core within its body?
Su Baichuan's eyes widened in disbelief. After scrutinizing it closely, he shook his head.
To be precise, it hasn't fully formed an inner core yet. At this moment, it's merely an embryonic stage.
If the silver tiger is given a little more time, it could solidify into a golden core.
Lin Fan finally understood.
No wonder this thing before him looked different from the golden cores he'd seen before. Still, Lin Fan trusted Su Baichuan's words, for he knew such a possibility existed. Examining the object in his hand once more, Lin Fan murmured to himself.
This red bead is the nascent inner core of a low-level demon beast?
Earlier, he had only marveled at the silver tiger's formidable power, never imagining it was actually a demon beast, one that had already formed a rudimentary golden core within its body.
This came as a surprise to Lin Fan. Su Baichuan stepped closer for a detailed look, then nodded. It should be correct. This is a treasure that aids in breakthroughs.
A grandmaster once used a demon beast's inner core to break through to the golden core stage.
Lin Fan pulled out a tissue, wiped away the bloodstains, tucked it into his robe, and smiled. He hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall. Su Baichuan clicked his tongue. He too coveted that inner core, but he knew full well he was no match for Lin Fan. Thus, he abandoned any thoughts of contesting it.
Since snatching it was impossible, he might as well offer congratulations. After all, anyone could say the right words.
With that thought, a smile instantly spread across Su Baichuan's face. Congratulations! Congratulations! Who would have thought this trip would bring such an unexpected windfall? Congratulations, Brother Lin!
May this demon core propel you straight into the golden core stage. Lin Fan's face broke into a delighted smile. Suddenly, his hand shot out like lightning, swiftly sealing several acupoints on Su Baichuan's body. Before Su Baichuan could even process what was happening, he felt all his strength vanish as if sealed away.
Panic seized him. Brother Lin, what are you doing?
One should never harbor malicious intent, but one must always be vigilant. Having once been opponents, Lin Fan had no choice but to seal Su Baichuan's acupoints as a precaution. After explaining his reasoning, Lin Fan finally said, "Rest assured, I mean you no harm."
Su Baichuan felt uneasy.
Moments ago, they had worked together to kill the silver tiger. Now, after turning to retrieve the tiger gall, Lin Fan had immobilized him. Now that Lin Fan had achieved his goal, regret was useless. Fine. I'll accompany you back to treat your third senior brother. But you must promise me, once your third senior brother is saved, you'll let me go. I still need to take the tiger gall grass back to save my son. Lin Fan nodded solemnly. This was agreed upon long ago. Rest assured I, Lin Fan, am not one to go back on my word. My promise is binding. If I say I'll let you go, I will see it through. Su Baichuan exhaled deeply. I hope you keep your word. Lin Fan used his dagger to peel the entire tiger skin from the silver tiger, rolled it into a bundle, and placed it inside his ring. Su Baichuan stared in disbelief, his voice thick with shock. You actually have a spatial artifact? Lin Fan replied in a matter-of-fact tone. It's just an ordinary spatial ring. Su Baichuan swallowed hard upon hearing this. Spatial artifacts were the stuff of martial artists' wildest dreams, treasures so rare they were practically unseen. Brother Lin, what is your background? To have reached the Grand Master stage at such a young age, and to possess such a precious artifact. Your origins must be extraordinary. Lin Fan didn't wish to elaborate, so he waved his hand dismissively. Now that we've obtained the herbs, we should hurry back. Let's not waste any more time here. Since the other party remained silent, Su Baichuan could do nothing but nod. The two of them set off together toward the mountain's base. The vast Baohua mountain proved challenging to traverse. It took them 2 full days of walking before they finally emerged from its embrace. At the base, they found a stream where they washed the blood from their bodies before setting off for home. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. Within the Lin residence, Lu Shuai remained at Shirley's bedside. Yet Shirley showed no signs of change during these days. He remained in a deep, unbroken slumber, as if truly asleep and unable to awaken. Chapter 214, Shirley Awakens. In the quiet room, Lu Shuai paced back and forth. Aside from the sound of his footsteps echoing in the space, no other noise could be heard. Just then, Lu Shuai's phone rang. The ringtone made Lu Shuai flinch. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly pulled out the phone. Seeing it was Lin Fan calling, he quickly answered. Master Lin, how's the situation? Everything going smoothly? Lin Fan nodded. I've already obtained the tiger gall grass. I'll be back in a day. How is your master's condition? Lu Shuai sighed deeply, his voice trembling with emotion. It's been 4 days now. Master is still in the same state as when you left. He's been in a deep coma the entire time. Lin Fan offered reassurance. This is normal. Don't worry. Wait for me to return. Alright. I'll wait for you at home. Even through the phone screen, Lin Fan could sense Lu Shuai's anxiety. To help Lu Shuai steady his nerves, Lin Fan offered a few more words of reassurance. After that, the two hung up. A day later, Lin Fan and Su Baichuan returned home. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, Lin Fan rushed straight to Shirley's room without changing his clothes and took his pulse. Shirley's pulse was steady, and his injuries hadn't worsened. Realizing this, a satisfied expression finally appeared on Lin Fan's face. He then turned to look at Su Baichuan. Now that the tiger gall grass has been found, and I've procured all the herbs you need, prepare the medicine immediately to treat my third senior brother. Su Baichuan didn't want to waste any time either. Naturally, he wanted to revive Shirley as quickly as possible. Every day that passed meant another day of danger for his son. After preparing the herbs according to the formula's proportions, Su Baichuan spoke up. This formula requires tiger gall grass. Please have your brother retrieve the tiger gall dragon. For each dose, Li Tao should add 2 leaves of tiger gall grass. That should suffice. Lin Fan complied with Su Baichuan's instructions. He retrieved the tiger gall grass from his ring, plucked several leaves, and added them to the herbal mixture. Lin Fan personally prepared the medicine for Shirley, eager to hasten his recovery. Lu Shuai stood nearby, not daring to breathe a word. Wanting to help but unsure how, he watched helplessly as Lin Fan finished preparing the medicine before stepping aside. Next, Lin Fan gently helped Shirley sit up, while Lu Shuai personally fed him the medicine. An hour later, Shirley slowly opened his eyes, his brow deeply furrowed. The waves of agonizing pain in his stomach made Shirley suffer terribly. Before long, a thick layer of sweat beaded on his forehead. The moment he regained consciousness, Shirley instinctively clutched his stomach and curled up on the bed. It hurt so much. Shirley was a martial artist, obsessed with martial arts, possessing seemingly endless strength. Ordinary pain held no fear for him. Lin Fan was utterly shocked to see Shirley in such agony. Lu Shuai beside him gaped in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Lin Fan took a deep breath, sprang to his feet, grabbed Su Baichuan by the collar, and shouted anxiously. What the hell happened? How did my third senior brother end up like this? Seeing the scene before him, Su Baichuan broke out in a cold sweat. Though he had obtained the formula, he had never tested it. Did this formula actually work? At this moment, Su Baichuan's mind was filled with doubts. Now, seeing Shirley writhing in agony on the bed, he felt utterly helpless. Logically, the medicine should have relieved his symptoms. Why did he feel worse after drinking it? Before this, Shirley had been unconscious, but his body hadn't been writhing in agony on the bed. Yet after taking this medicine, it was worse than if he hadn't taken it at all. Su Baichuan stared blankly at Lin Fan, swallowing hard before his words came out haltingly. I don't know either. I prepared it exactly according to the formula. You saw it yourself. I had no intention of harming your senior brother. Lin Fan snorted coldly, tightening his grip on Su Baichuan's collar. Brother Lin, you must stay calm. Let's wait a little longer. The effects might not have kicked in yet. Don't act rashly. This tiger gallgrass was incredibly hard to find. You watched the entire mixing process. I truly didn't tamper with it. No matter how Su Baichuan explained, Lin Fan wouldn't listen. His other hand had already clenched into a fist, poised to strike Su Baichuan's forehead. Just then, Shirley struggled to sit up on the bed, halting Lin Fan's motion. Little junior brother, hold your hand. Though the pain is unbearable, the blocked meridians seem slightly better than before. Hearing this, Lin Fan released Su Baichuan and hurried to the bedside to take Shirley's pulse. After assessing Shirley's condition, Lin Fan finally exhaled a long breath. Senior brother, you nearly scared the life out of me. Seeing you suffer like that was unbearable. Shirley frowned deeply, patting Lin Fan's shoulder and forcing a faint smile. Don't worry, my injuries aren't serious. No sooner had Shirley finished speaking than a clear, delicate voice drifted over. How is third senior brother? Little junior brother, have you finished preparing the prescription? Bai Shuang asked as she walked toward the house. Upon learning Lin Fan had returned, Bai Shuang hurried over eagerly. Her voice carried even before she reached the room. These past few days, Bai Shuang had visited Shirley daily, staying for the entire day each time. She squeezed in time to handle matters at the group during the evenings. As a result, in just a few days, Bai Shuang looked noticeably more haggard. Lin Fan turned his head and spoke directly upon seeing Bai Shuang. Senior sister, third senior brother has regained consciousness, but his physical condition still presents some issues. Hearing that Shirley had regained consciousness, Bai Shuang nodded urgently, the worry on her face easing considerably. However, Bai Shuang still couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind Lin Fan's remark about his physical condition being problematic. A thought immediately flashed through her mind. Could Shirley have suffered some kind of lasting damage? The thought sent a wave of anxiety washing over her once more. Rushing over to Shirley in 2 strides, Bai Shuang was startled by what she saw. His forehead was covered in beads of sweat as large as soybeans, and he looked like he was gritting his teeth to endure something. What's going on? What happened? What's wrong with my junior brother? Her voice trembled as she stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. Lin Fan recounted the earlier situation, and only then did Bai Shuang exhale a long, relieved breath. The scene before her was truly terrifying, and the roller coaster of emotions left Bai Shuang feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 215, Better Safe Than Sorry. Bai Shuang reached up, tucking a stray strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear before turning her gaze back to Shirley. Compared to moments ago, Shirley's pain had significantly subsided. Third senior brother, you scared the life out of me. I'm just glad you're okay. Shirley cracked a smile. Little junior sister, I'm fine. Lu Shuai, watching from the side, was so overjoyed at Shirley's words that tears of happiness streamed down his face. Master, you say you're fine? You've been unconscious for 6 whole days. Shirley's face fell in shock upon hearing this. I've been unconscious this long? Lin Fan nodded. Senior brother, when you fought those black-clad men that day, it was his kick to your lower abdomen that injured your dantian. To prevent your martial arts from being compromised, I sealed your meridians and used pills to induce this deep sleep. To you, it felt like just one night's sleep, but in reality, 5 or 6 days have passed. After Lin Fan finished speaking, Su Baichuan beside him awkwardly scratched his head and mumbled, sorry about that. Sorry? What's going on here? Shirley turned toward Su Baichuan at the sound of his voice. Recognizing the man before him, hatred flashed across Shirley's face. I remember it very clearly. It was you who ruined me, little junior brother. How could you keep this scourge by your side? Shirley was a martial arts fanatic whose thoughts were extremely simple, nothing but cultivating martial arts. Among the people he encountered, his categorization was equally straightforward. There were only 2 kinds of people, the good and the scourge. Those who treated him well were good people, conversely, those who opposed him were scourges. Seeing the fire nearly blazing from Shirley's eyes, Su Baichuan's heart skipped a beat. Brother Shir, this is all a misunderstanding. I accidentally injured you, and I feel terribly guilty about it. I provided the treatment for your wounds and even accompanied Brother Lin to Baohua Mountain. We risked our lives to find you the tiger gallgrass. Every mistake, every fault, is mine. Please give me one chance. Forgive me this once. A torrent of words, packed with meaning. Though Su Baichuan kept insisting he harbored no ill will toward Shirley, Bai Shuang's gaze flickered with a hint of viciousness, and the aura radiating from her body turned icy cold. Sensing the unusual tension in the room, Su Baichuan instinctively took 2 steps back. This room was filled with Lin Fan's men.
If Lin Fan changed his mind now, Su Baichuan would never walk out of this room alive.
At that moment, Shirley looked at Lin Fan with a completely bewildered expression. Lin Fan nodded. Senior brother, this matter is rather complicated. I'll explain it to you in detail when we have time later. How are you feeling now?
Shirley forced himself to steady his body and stepped down from the bed. In front of everyone, he stretched his arms, flexed his legs, and then began to circulate his qi through his meridians. When his true qi gathered in his dantian, excruciating cramping made it unbearable. Finally, Shirley clutched his stomach with both hands, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead.
Su Baichuan quickly spoke up. You absolutely must not force it now. You've injured your dantian.
Wait until you've taken this medicinal herb for 3 days before attempting to use your true qi again. Lin Fan chimed in from the side.
Senior brother, I've taken your pulse. Your dantian is currently unable to channel true qi. Don't worry, we've already found the right medicine for you.
As long as you follow the prescription and take several doses, your injuries will be fully healed. Seeing Shirley's legs trembling uncontrollably, Lin Fan and Lu Shuai helped him back onto the bed. Shirley wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice gradually steadying.
It's fine. I was just anxious. How come only that one black-clad man is left from the group that attacked that day?
Lin Fan recounted the events of that day to Shirley in meticulous detail. He even shared what Su Baichuan had later told him about the Overlord.
After listening, Shirley suddenly understood. No wonder. So it was all about breaking through to Grandmaster. Reaching that realm is incredibly difficult. Haven't they said that most people spend their entire lives stuck at the Grandmaster level? Lin Fan spoke to comfort Shirley. But now we have an opportunity. If we can obtain the half of the martial arts manual that the Overlord sought, you and I might just break through to Grandmaster. The mere mention of surpassing the Grandmaster realm made Shirley feel as though all the pain in his body vanished instantly. After all, breaking through to Master was an entirely new realm. Initially, Bai Shuang hadn't paid attention to Lin Fan and Shirley's conversation. But as the topic unfolded, she quietly listened from the side. Little junior brother, this matter you speak of is quite intriguing. But do you know where the map is?
Lin Fan turned to Bai Shuang, a faint smile finally touching his lips. Senior sister, I've never heard anyone mention it, nor have I ever seen this map they speak of.
That's peculiar. If your Lin family doesn't possess the map, why would the Overlord go to such lengths? Could he have made a mistake?
Just then, Su Baichuan spoke up from the side.
Impossible.
Without absolute certainty, the Overlord wouldn't have placed such importance on this matter.
Moreover, he personally entrusted it to Zhao Dingchuan to handle. That makes it even less likely. Lin Fan replayed the events in his mind.
Perhaps the map had already been taken, or maybe there was never any map at all. Perhaps the Overlord had simply misheard the intelligence.
They were all at a loss.
Especially Lin Fan. In his memory, he had no recollection of any map ever existing. In the end, all eyes turned to Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood up abruptly and said indifferently,
"We can't worry about that now.
Finding the martial arts manual would be ideal, but failing to find it is no big deal. However, this Overlord has a life and death grudge against us. I swear I won't rest until this debt is repaid." Lin Fan's resolve was firm, but considering the Overlord commanded such a vast force, Bai Shuang couldn't help but offer a warning.
Junior brother, I know your desire for vengeance is strong.
You are indeed a grandmaster at the pinnacle of your art.
But the Overlord has been at that pinnacle for many years. That is an undeniable fact.
If you engage him, victory is far from certain.
Moreover, the Overlord commands many talented followers, including other grandmasters.
Should they unite against you, you would stand no chance. Therefore, unless we have absolute certainty, it's best not to stir the hornet's nest now. If the Overlord comes, we'll stand our ground and fight him.
Otherwise, don't provoke him. No sooner had Bai Shuang finished speaking than Su Baichuan interjected. Brother Lin, this young lady is absolutely right.
The Overlord is a cunning and ruthless man, far from the simple figure he presents. We'd be wise to proceed with caution.
Chapter 216, what do you think, senior brother?
Shirley hadn't expected Su Baichuan to speak up like this. He gave Su another look, thinking to himself that Su Baichuan didn't seem like a thoroughly evil person. After all, his words were clearly meant to protect his junior brother.
Though Lin Fan didn't want to admit it, Su Baichuan's words were undeniably true.
He knew he had no guarantee of victory against the Overlord. Even if they managed to inflict mutual damage, that wasn't an outcome Lin Fan desired. Given the Overlord's current cultivation level, if Bai Shuang or Shirley were injured, he would surely regret it beyond measure. With this thought, Lin Fan frowned and spoke. This matter can be discussed later. Right now, the most important thing is to tend to senior brother's injuries first.
Shirley cracked a smile.
These scrapes are nothing. Though my stomach and legs ached terribly earlier, my meridians are gradually recovering. I feel I'll be fully healed in just a few days. The group chatted in the room for nearly an hour before Lin Fan finally brought the conversation to a close. Senior brother, you're injured now and need proper rest. Get some sleep. Shirley nodded in agreement. After saying this, he too felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Lin Fan led by Shuang and the others out, heading straight for the living room.
Carefully reviewing each scene he had experienced, Lin Fan wondered, did the Lin family truly possess that map? If so, where was it now? Lin Fan suddenly recalled Uncle Lin mentioning Puguang Temple and Master Puguang. Could the map be connected to the ring?
Regardless, once senior brother replied, he was determined to get to the bottom of this matter, to uncover the truth.
What are you thinking about? You're completely distracted.
Third senior brother's condition has improved, you should be happy about that. Bai Shuang's voice snapped him back to reality. Turning to look at her, a tender expression flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Senior sister, thank you for all your trouble these past few days. You've been taking care of everything here while I was away. No sooner had Lin Fan spoken than Bai Shuang's face flushed with a playful pout, her willow brows slightly furrowed. In front of others, Bai Shuang always presented herself with an icy demeanor. But when facing Lin Fan, she was different. Her delicate brows were now slightly furrowed, and her rosy lips were pouted high, presenting the very image of a young maiden.
What do you mean by that? Don't you consider me one of your own? If you think I'm in the way here, then I won't come anymore.
Lin Fan froze, utterly baffled by Bai Shuang's words. Yet, seeing Bai Shuang didn't seem to be joking, Lin Fan hurriedly spoke to reassure her.
Senior sister, you've got the wrong idea. When have I ever found you bothersome? Back on the mountain, we were the best partners. That was on the mountain. Now you're back, surrounded by so many girls. Who knows what you're up to?
Mid-sentence, Bai Shuang trailed off, her face flushing crimson like a ripe apple. Lin Fan was utterly confused, Lu Shuai stared in disbelief, and even the older Su Baichuan cleared his throat awkwardly.
Ahem. 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 Hearing the coughs, Bai Shuang's face flushed even more bashfully.
She'd been so engrossed in talking to Lin Fan that she hadn't realized two people were following behind her. Though her voice had been very soft, Su Baichuan and Lu Shuai must have heard everything. Bai Shuang stamped her foot in embarrassment, growing increasingly flustered as she spoke.
Alright, I've got other things to take care of. We'll chat later. With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Fan blinked repeatedly, watching until Bai Shuang's figure vanished from sight. What's going on? I didn't say anything, did I?
Lin Fan muttered to himself. Lu Shuai quickly chimed in after hearing this.
Oh, my dear senior master, you can't say things like that. If I were a girl, I wouldn't be happy either. What did I say? Didn't you mention that all the tonics in your master's room were sent by senior uncle Bai Shuang? Lu Shuai nodded again. True, but gifts are one thing. If you treat senior uncle Bai Shuang like an outsider, he'll definitely be upset. He's trying to get closer to you.
Lin Fan reached out and flicked Lu Shuai's forehead with a sharp flick. Lu Shuai grimaced in pain.
You little rascal, not much older than a kid, yet you're full of tricks. With that, Lin Fan turned and walked away. Su Baichuan watched the scene unfold and followed closely behind Lin Fan.
Lu Shuai rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly bewildered.
He'd only told the truth, how did he end up caught between a rock and a hard place?
Lu Shuai pursed his lips and shuffled off toward his room. Now that the master had regained consciousness, he could finally get some uninterrupted sleep. After Shirley finished his second dose of medicine, his body underwent a drastic change. Su Baichuan watched it all unfold before finally letting out a sigh of relief. The situation was far too perilous. If anything happened to Shirley, Lin Fan would never let him off the hook. Thankfully, the heavens had been merciful, and Shirley's constitution had held up. Otherwise, he would have met his end at Lin Fan's hands. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After finishing all 3 doses, the wounds in Shirley's dantian were completely healed. Shirley circulated his true qi throughout his body and felt no discomfort whatsoever. Lin Fan had been keeping vigil by Shirley's side. Only when Shirley slowly opened his eyes did Lin Fan speak cautiously. Senior brother, how do you feel? A smile spread across Shirley's face. I'm fine now. My body has no issues. The injuries I sustained that day have been completely healed. Su Baichuan's face also broke into a smile as he eagerly turned to Lin Fan. Brother Lin, now that Brother Shur is healed, could you please release the pressure points on my body? And about what we agreed earlier, the remaining tiger's gallgrass. Before Su Baichuan could finish speaking, Lin Fan extended 2 fingers and tapped several acupoints on Su Baichuan's body, releasing the restraints. Then, right in front of Su Baichuan, Lin Fan took out the remaining tiger gallgrass and handed it to him. Su Baichuan's face lit up with delight. He hastily grasped the herbs with both hands, his voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Brother Lin. Lin Fan spoke solemnly, his voice tinged with a hint of coldness. What I promised you, I will deliver. But I warn you, if we ever meet again under these circumstances, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Su Baichuan waved his hands frantically, terror etched across his face. Brother Lin, I, Su Baichuan, am a man of my word. By giving me this tiger gallgrass, you have become a benefactor to the Su family. From this day forward, I, Su Baichuan, will never oppose Brother Lin. Chapter 217, First Steps into Puguang Temple.
After finishing his words, Su Baichuan added, conversely, if Brother Lin ever needs any assistance, just ask. I won't refuse. Lin Fan hadn't expected Su Baichuan to be such a man of principle. Whether his words were genuine or not, it held little significance to him. Fine. As long as you don't oppose me, we're friends from this moment on. Su Baichuan hesitated. My son is gravely injured. I wish to depart immediately to seek treatment for him. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. You may leave whenever you wish. Su Baichuan bowed his fist toward both Lin Fan and Shirley. Though I was provoked by that bully this time, it was still I who injured Brother Shir. I hope you'll bear with me, Brother Shir. Shirley waved his hand dismissively, his face radiating magnanimity as he addressed Su Baichuan. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, let's put the past behind us. There's plenty of time ahead, we'll have chances to cross paths again. Su Baichuan carefully stowed away the tiger gallgrass before waving goodbye to the two. After Su Baichuan departed, the entire Lin household returned to its former state. Everything remained as before. Lin Fan ascended the stairs alone, commencing his cultivation practice before proceeding to refine elixirs. Shirley, meanwhile, cultivated in his own room. Having gone several days without proper meditation, Shirley felt a tingling sensation in both legs. After receiving Lin Fan's permission, he eagerly began his cultivation. Lin Fan entered his room and settled into meditation. Closing his eyes, Lin Fan slowly exhaled. Once his mind was calm and still, he retrieved the rose-red demon core. He examined it for a long time, finding nothing unusual, before finally placing the demon core into his mouth. Next, Lin Fan channeled his true qi, circulating it throughout his entire body. The demon core dissolved rapidly after being swallowed. Lin Fan felt as though his stomach had caught fire. Soon, this sensation swept through his entire body, as if he were engulfed in flames. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, focusing all his attention inward. Unbeknownst to him, his entire body had turned a fiery crimson. The true qi within him raged uncontrollably, threatening to slip beyond his grasp. Lin Fan frowned slightly. If he couldn't tame this power, the demon core would turn against him. Closing his eyes, Lin Fan once again calmed his mind, exerting every ounce of effort to suppress the raging energy. After an unknown span of time, the burning sensation gradually receded from his body. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Fan discovered his entire body was drenched in sweat, emitting a foul, fishy stench that made one want to vomit. Lin Fan swiftly stripped off his clothes, took a hot bath, and changed into fresh garments. He tapped into his true essence once more and found himself feeling light and refreshed, his spiritual power significantly enhanced. He sensed that his current Grandmaster realm was now infinitely close to the Golden Core realm. Yet, it felt as though a thin membrane was obstructing this evolution. This barrier, born from his cultivation, stood as an impenetrable wall, preventing him from breaking through. Lin Fan gently rubbed his temples. It seemed breaking through to the Golden Core stage wouldn't be so straightforward. Turning to look out the window, he saw the moon now perched atop the willow branches. Realizing it was already late, Lin Fan decided to seek out Uncle Lin first thing the next morning. The next morning, after finishing his meditation, Lin Fan stepped into the courtyard and immediately spotted Uncle Lin tending to the flowers and plants. Lin Fan approached Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin, I recall you mentioning that ring last time. I'd like you to accompany me to Puguan Temple to retrieve it. Uncle Lin nodded immediately upon hearing Lin Fan's words, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. The master should have retrieved that ring long ago. It was the old patriarch's explicit instruction that it be handed over to you. With so many matters demanding the master's attention at the estate lately, he hasn't been able to spare the time. Now that he's willing to go to Puguan Temple, it's certainly a good thing. Lin Fan smiled. Uncle Lin was right, but everything had to be handled one thing at a time. Even if he tried to juggle multiple tasks simultaneously, he simply couldn't be in two places at once. Fortunately, he had time over the next couple of days. A round trip to Puguan Temple should be manageable. Then let's depart tomorrow. What do you think? All right. I'll wrap up matters at the estate today, and we'll set out tomorrow. After settling the details, the two rose early the next morning and set off for Puguan Temple. Puguan Temple wasn't too far from Zhongjiang City, just over 100 kilometers away, and soon they arrived at Puhua Mountain. Seeing the great mountain before him, Uncle Lin felt a surge of emotion. Back when the old patriarch was alive, he would send me to Puguan Temple every so often. Back then, Puhua Mountain was still called Puguan Mountain. Who would have thought even the name has changed now? Lin Fan gazed at the three large characters carved into the stone and indeed saw the words Puhua Mountain. Puguan Temple now stood atop Mount Puhua. Lin Fan gazed at the tiered stone steps, then turned to Uncle Lin. Is this the place? Uncle Lin gazed toward the summit and nodded. That's right. Just follow the steps all the way up, and you'll see Puguan Temple. Lin Fan said nothing. After nodding, he lifted his leg and stepped onto the stone steps. It took them nearly an hour to reach the summit, where Puguan Temple stood before them. Puguan Temple occupied a modest area, yet it drew numerous pilgrims. Passers-by streamed in and out without end.
To show his respect for the temple, Lin Fan deliberately bought 2 bundles of incense at the entrance.
Together, they entered Pugwang Temple. The front hall served as the prayer area for worshippers.
Following the example of others, Lin Fan and Uncle Lin each lit a stick of incense before the Buddha statue and knelt sincerely on the prayer mats to offer their prayers. After completing these rituals, Uncle Lin approached a young monk standing nearby.
"Young monk, we wish to see your abbot, Master Pugwang."
The young monk scrutinized Uncle Lin before speaking. "I'm terribly sorry, but our abbot is currently meditating and chanting sutras."
Uncle Lin paused briefly before explaining. "I'm from the Lin family.
Our patriarch was a close friend of your Master Pugwang.
Could you please relay a message for him?"
The young monk dared not delay the abbot's affairs, so he pressed his palms together and said, "Please wait here, gentlemen. I'll go to the rear hall to report this."
"All right, young monk, thank you for your trouble." Uncle Lin spoke with great reverence. The young monk exited the main hall and strode into the rear chamber.
Upon entering the main hall, Lin Fan felt a deep calm wash over him, his previously restless heart settling. Gazing at the Buddha statue within the main hall and listening to the chanting of the young monks, Lin Fan found himself strangely captivated.
"I hear Master Pugwang has been in seclusion. Who knows when he'll emerge?
Since my leg troubles began, I haven't visited Pugwang Temple either,"
Uncle Lin remarked with a sigh. Chapter 218, Master Xia's Sincere Hospitality.
Things remained the same, but people had changed. Seeing the familiar scene again and recalling the Lin family's past misfortunes, Lin Quan's eyes reddened.
"Uncle Lin, everything will be all right."
Lin Fan's voice carried over, and Uncle Lin nodded in agreement.
Yes, Lin Fan was right. Heaven had eyes and hadn't let those beasts wipe out the Lin family completely.
Lin Fan had returned now to exact revenge. Lin Quan felt it was inappropriate to contemplate such bloody thoughts before the bodhisattvas, but the truth was far from peaceful.
Lin Fan, too, had undergone trials and tribulations, emerging reborn and rejuvenated. The Lin family would surely rise to glory once more.
At this very moment, Master Pugwang sat in meditation, chanting sutras within his chamber.
A young monk pushed open the door and entered, speaking with utmost reverence. "Master, there's someone outside requesting an audience."
He claims to be from the Lin family. Master Pugwang narrowed his eyes slightly.
Upon hearing the young monk's words, he abruptly ceased his chanting. Opening his eyes, Master Pugwang spoke. "Bring him in."
The young monk nodded and departed with reverence.
Master Pugwang slowly rose from his meditation cushion, a look of deep emotion crossing his face.
That day, Lin Quan had brought the Lin family's ring to Pugwang Temple before departing in haste.
Following the old patriarch's instructions, he had consecrated the ring before entering seclusion once more.
For the past 3 years, it was said that no one from the Lin family had come to the temple to retrieve the ring, and he himself had remained in seclusion. Now, hearing that someone from the Lin family had arrived, a ripple of emotion stirred within Master Pugwang. Monks are said to be free from sorrow and joy, yet old Master Lin was his old friend.
A faint smile touched Master Pugwang's lips.
The young monk returned to the main hall and encountered Lin Quan and Lin Fan. After bowing to both men, the young monk addressed Lin Quan, "Our abbot wishes to see you.
Please follow me."
Uncle Lin glanced at Lin Fan beside him and hurriedly explained.
"Please wait a moment.
This young gentleman is the master of the Lin family, accompanying me." Noticing the young monk observing him, Lin Fan nodded briefly in acknowledgement. The young monk hadn't fully turned away, so he studied Lin Fan carefully once more. "This way, please, both of you." The young monk led the two to the door of the room where Master Pugwang resided, then spoke.
"Please come in. Our abbot is inside."
Uncle Lin pushed open the door and followed Lin Fan inside, while the young monk departed on his own. Upon seeing Master Pugwang, Uncle Lin pressed his palms together and bowed deeply.
"Master Pugwang, it's been a long time. It was Uncle Lin who delivered the ring to Pugwang Temple all those years ago." Master Pugwang smiled and nodded, then his gaze settled on Lin Fan's face. "And who might this benefactor be?" Uncle Lin promptly introduced him. "Master, this is our young master, and the current head of our family." Master Pugwang looked puzzled. "Given your youth, you must be Lin Fan?" Lin Fan hadn't expected Master Pugwang to know him. He quickly stepped forward and bowed to the master. "Master, I am Lin Fan. Have you heard of me?" Master Pugwang smiled and nodded. "Your grandfather and I are old acquaintances, good friends, in fact. He often spoke of you. How is he? Is he in good health?" Master Pugwang's expression was gentle, and his face lit up with a smile as he inquired about old Master Lin. Lin Fan's expression turned solemn, momentarily at a loss for words. From Master Pugwang's words, it was clear he knew nothing about the Lin family's affairs. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan recounted the events that had unfolded at home to Master Pugwang.
Master Pugwang's face turned pale with shock, then grew somber.
What a tragic turn of events for the family. I never imagined the Lin household would face such calamity. Amit Ba.
Lin Fan detected a hint of something else in Master Pugwang's words, but he couldn't quite grasp what the master was trying to convey. After Master Puguang fell silent, Lin Fan finally revealed the purpose of their visit to Puguang Temple.
Master, Uncle Lin and I came today specifically to retrieve the ring he left here years ago. Master Puguang nodded.
I had already guessed your purpose. Back then, your neighbors sent the ring finger guard, along with a letter addressed to me. After saying this, Master Puguang stood up, retrieved a letter, and handed it to Lin Fan.
This was written by your grandfather. Curiosity flashed across Lin Fan's face. Uncle Lin had mentioned the letter when telling him about the knuckle duster.
Lin Fan had assumed the letter his grandfather wrote to Master Puguang was merely a friendly exchange between old friends.
He never imagined Master Puguang would actually hand it over to him. Moreover, he gestured for him to read it. Lin Fan eagerly took the letter, unfolding it carefully to read.
As he read the contents, the expression on Lin Fan's face grew increasingly solemn. The letter expressed longing for a friend not seen in ages, followed by grandfather reminiscing about past events with Master Puguang. But what followed left Lin Fan stunned.
Our Lin family once came into possession of a treasure map.
Yet lacking sufficient strength, we feared that publicizing it would invite mortal peril.
Thus, I concealed this map within the ancestral hall.
This ring serves as the key to unlocking the ancestral hall. Now, all our hopes rest upon my grandson, Lin Fan. Therefore, I have specially sent this ring to Master Puguang. I humbly request the Master to consecrate and bless this ring to safeguard my grandson's safety. Should I find the opportunity, I shall personally visit to express my deepest gratitude. Gazing at the familiar handwriting on the letter, Lin Fan's eyes welled up with tears. Throughout his childhood, he had spent the most time by his grandfather's side. He knew his grandfather's handwriting like the back of his hand. At this moment, Lin Fan felt not only shock at the secret revealed in the letter, but even more profoundly, a deep longing for his family. Just then, Master Puguang spoke up.
When I first saw this letter, I felt perplexed.
But as it was a request from a dear friend, I could not refuse. Only now do I understand your grandfather foresaw everything happening to your family today. He wished to use my voice to reveal the secret of this thimble to you.
Lin Fan knelt before Master Puguang. Thank you, Master Puguang, for your sincerity.
Master Puguang hastily reached out to support him with both hands.
My bond with your grandfather ran deep. Little did I know he had passed away years ago. Hearing this tragic news today leaves a bitter taste in my heart. Master Puguang continued.
Ah, Lin Fan, wait a moment.
After saying this, Master Puguang turned and opened a small cabinet, then took out an exquisite wooden box from within.
In front of Uncle Lin, Master Puguang then placed the wooden box before Lin Fan.
This is the ring that was consecrated for your Lin family.
Lin Fan hurriedly opened the box to find a jade ring inside.
Chapter 219, What's there to prepare?
The jade ring before him was crystal clear, crafted from the finest warm jade. Lin Fan carefully held the ring in his hand and once again expressed his gratitude to Master Puguang. Thank you, Master, for preserving this ring for our Lin family all these years.
I wish to offer some incense money as a token of our gratitude. Master Puguang waved his hand dismissively. No need.
This is a personal favor between me and your grandfather. It has nothing to do with the temple. Lin Fan and Uncle Lin exchanged a few more pleasantries before bowing their hands in farewell. Once they had exited Puguang Temple, Lin Fan spoke up.
Uncle Lin, do you know what Master Puguang was talking about? Uncle Lin shook his head. I'm not sure about that, he replied.
But I recall when the old man was alive, he spent a fortune restoring the ancestral hall. Perhaps back then, he hid the treasure map within it. Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully.
Uncle Lin, let's leave it at that.
This is a closely guarded secret of our Lin family, never to be mentioned to outsiders.
Uncle Lin looked troubled. I know that, but Master, could it be that this very map is what brought such calamity upon our Lin family? Lin Fan didn't want to elaborate too much.
If Uncle Lin learned the truth, it would do him more harm than good.
That was years ago. It likely has nothing to do with the treasure map.
Lin Fan replied indifferently.
Uncle Lin nodded, still half doubting.
Half a day later, Lin Fan and Uncle Lin returned home together. After a quick tidy up, they hurried to the ancestral hall. 3 years ago, those beasts had tried to wipe out the Lin family, yet they hadn't destroyed the ancestral hall. Presumably, Zhao Dingchuan and the Sun family's people feared retribution. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, Lin Fan first offered incense to his ancestors. Only after completing these rituals did he rise to search for the treasure map. Before him stood nothing but spirit tablets. Finding nothing unusual, Lin Fan ran his fingers over his signet ring as he paced back and forth across the main hall of the ancestral shrine. 3 years prior, there hadn't been spirit tablets for the 40-plus members of the Lin family present here. This meant that if there was any possibility of hidden treasure, it must have been placed before the Lin family's misfortune. Lin Fan focused all his attention on the nameplates of his ancestors, examining each one carefully, yet he found nothing peculiar.
Yet grandfather's letter had been explicit, there could be no mistake. If it wasn't among the spirit tablets, then it must be somewhere else.
Lin Fan began searching meticulously once more, leaving no detail overlooked.
He even inspected the altar table where incense was offered. Finally, Lin Fan discovered a pattern on the console table directly in the center of the ancestral hall entrance. It resembled the groove of a thimble. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He removed the thimble and placed it into the groove. His heart leapt into his throat. The ring fit perfectly, as if the pattern had been carved specifically for it. As he twisted the thimble, the console creaked and groaned. When he finally turned it sideways, a small drawer sprang open from beneath the pattern. Snap! The crisp sound brought a look of joy to Lin Fan's face. He'd finally found it. He looked down into the drawer, where a tightly sealed oil paper package lay. Carefully removing the oil paper wrapping, Lin Fan peeled away layer after layer. Beneath the oil paper lay yellow silk. After carefully unfolding the silk, he discovered a sheepskin map hidden inside. The map was marked with remarkable clarity. The location of the treasure was astonishingly marked at Tianlian Mountain, where the Xiliang Desert met the eastern continent. Lin Fan's heart surged with excitement. If he could secure the treasure and find the upper half of the martial arts manual, he might break through to the golden core stage. Lin Fan slid the drawer back into place, then took the treasure map and left the ancestral hall. Upon returning, Lin Fan did not go to his own room but sought out Shirley instead. After seeing Shirley, Lin Fan recounted the entire incident. Shirley listened with his blood boiling, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Little junior brother, are you saying that if we obtain the martial arts manual left behind by the old monster, we can break through to the golden core stage? Lin Fan suppressed his excitement and nodded emphatically. Exactly. That's what Su Baichuan said. He's probably right. Otherwise, the Overlord wouldn't have mobilized such a massive search for this treasure map. Shirley was speechless for a long while. He was a dance enthusiast, but what truly captivated him were martial arts manuals. After 3 or 5 minutes, Shirley's voice finally broke the silence. Great! What are we waiting for? Let's get moving. Delay could mean trouble. After all these years, the treasure's location might have been discovered by others. Lin Fan wasn't worried about that, though, because he'd already studied it in detail. It shouldn't be that easy. Look, the map marks it clearly. It's at the border between Tianlian Mountain and the Xiliang Desert. That area is sparsely populated. No one will find it. Shirley spoke anxiously, already rising to his feet. Better safe than sorry. If someone else beats us to it, won't we regret it for the rest of our lives? Not knowing about the secret manual before was one thing, but now that we both know, we absolutely cannot stand idly by. To reach the Golden Core realm, we must go. We absolutely must go, but we should prepare beforehand. What preparations are needed? The two of us can leave at a moment's notice. Do you have some lingering hesitation? The two exchanged words back and forth. Seeing Shirley so anxious, Lin Fan couldn't help but explain. The location marked here is the Shi family's burial ground. And since this tomb holds a great treasure, it's obvious someone has set up an ambush. We need to prepare some essential tools. After hearing this, Shirley realized Lin Fan had a point and nodded in agreement. Alright, you're the thoughtful one. We'll do as you say. What exactly do we need to prepare? Lin Fan had zero experience with tomb raiding. He could only imagine potential scenarios and prepare accordingly. But no matter how much he thought about it, Lin Fan couldn't come up with a detailed plan. I'm not sure either. We'll probably need ropes, virus-proof masks, shovels, and stuff like that. Then we should bring extra masks. Wait, we also need flashlights and lanterns for lighting, right? At that moment, the items swirling in Lin Fan's mind were jumbled. To organize his thoughts, he grabbed a piece of paper and jotted down everything he could think of. After nearly 2 hours of discussion between Lin Fan and Shirley, they finally compiled a list of necessary tools. Shirley stared at the list, shaking his head repeatedly. Why do we need so many tools? If we buy everything, the two of us probably won't even be able to carry it all in. Chapter 220, what is this, some kind of amulet? Then we'll bring Lu Shuai along too. Hearing Lin Fan's suggestion, Shirley waved his hand dismissively. Lu Shuai had no experience with this sort of thing, and besides, it felt a bit inappropriate now. Seeing the troubled look on Shirley's face, Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, has something happened? Only then did Shirley explain to Lin Fan that Lu Shuai had been making frequent trips home lately because his grandmother had fallen ill. Lin Fan understood immediately. Lu Shuai was a filial child. Lin Fan knew that well. To free Lu Shuai from any worries, Lin Fan simply said, that's easy to fix. Just have Uncle Lin take care of his grandmother these few days, right? That could work. I'll check with Lu Shuai later to see if he can step away. After all, his grandmother relies heavily on him and doesn't want to trouble others even now that she's ill. Lin Fan nodded, then cautiously reminded him. You'd better not explain this too clearly. The fewer people who know about the treasure and the secret manual, the better. It's best to avoid bringing deadly trouble upon him. Don't worry. I've got it covered. I won't let Lu Shuai end up like the Lin family. Lin Fan listened intently and nodded solemnly. The sun sank below the western mountains, and night fell.
After dinner, Shirley sought out Lu Shuai. "Disciple, your master and I have business to attend to elsewhere. We may be gone for 10 days or even half a month. Would you like to come with us?" Lu Shuai froze for a moment. At first, hearing his master was leaving had left him feeling a bit down, but when Shirley asked him, his face immediately broke into a wide grin. "Master, I'll come along. Traveling will broaden my horizons." But as soon as the words left his mouth, a look of hesitation crossed Lu Shuai's face. Running a hand through his hair, he murmured, "Maybe I should pass. I can't leave, I need to stay home and look after my grandmother." Shirley looked at Lu Shuai. "Your master's brother said that if you want to go, Uncle Lin can arrange for someone to take care of Grandma Lu during that time." Shirley spoke with a smile on his face. "Really?" Lu Shuai blinked rapidly, his whole body brimming with excitement. "Of course it's true. How could your master deceive you? If you agree, I'll go tell your master's younger brother right now." Lu Shuai nodded vigorously, struggling to contain his excitement as he nearly shouted, "Master, I'm in." Seeing Lu Shuai so overjoyed, Shirley felt happy too. He only had this one disciple, so naturally he wanted to take him out and about more often. After confirming Lu Shuai would accompany them, Shirley informed Lin Fan. Lin Fan sought out Uncle Lin and asked him to look after Lu Shuai's grandmother during this period. Uncle Lin agreed without hesitation. "Rest assured, Master. Grandma Lu's affairs are in my capable hands. You may depart with peace of mind." Lin Fan nodded. "Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Lin." "You're too kind, Master. It's my duty." Lin Fan had repeatedly told Uncle Lin not to address him as master, but Uncle Lin insisted solemnly that it was absolutely unthinkable. Uncle Lin's reasoning was straightforward. As the steward, he must set an example. If he failed to show proper respect toward Lin Fan, the household servants might harbor doubts. Young as he was, Lin Fan lacked the seasoned methods of old city family heads. He rarely raised his voice with the servants, which only made Uncle Lin more determined to help him establish his authority quickly. After Uncle Lin insisted several times, Lin Fan eventually relented. Lin Fan and Shirley then began their preparations. After selecting all the necessary items, Lin Fan sought out Bai Shuang. "I'm coming with you. You guys always hog the spotlight when it matters. Last time you didn't take me, and now you're leaving me behind again, huh?" Bai Shuang pouted, her little mouth turned down, staring fixedly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. "My senior sister is usually exceptionally calm, often considering things more thoroughly than I ever could. Why is she suddenly throwing a childish tantrum today? And to say I'm hogging everything? That's really unfair." Lin Fan glanced at Bai Shuang, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Senior sister, we've only uncovered some leads. Whether we'll actually find anything remains uncertain. All your business operations are centered in Zhongjiang, you can't just leave so easily." Before Lin Fan could finish, Bai Shuang cut in, "I've already arranged everything on my end. Even if I'm gone for a month or so, nothing will go wrong. But there's something else I need your help with." "What now?" "Don't you dare entrust Su Yang to me." The moment Bai Shuang mentioned Su Yang, she struck a chord with Lin Fan. A smile returned to Lin Fan's face. "You guessed right, senior sister. It's precisely because I'm worried about Su Yang that I didn't plan to have you accompany me." "You!" Bai Shuang stomped her foot in frustration, finally turning her head away and refusing to even glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan quickly stepped forward again, coming to stand beside Bai Shuang. "Senior sister, the Overlord has countless skilled fighters under his command. Our blood feud is already set in stone. And since you and Su Yang are my sworn brothers, I'm worried that after I leave, the Overlord might send people to cause trouble. With you and Uncle Yun in Zhongjiang, I can rest easier knowing at least Su Yang and Luo are safe. Don't you agree? As for that treasure, if I truly manage to find it, there will undoubtedly be a share for you, senior sister." Before Lin Fan could finish his final sentence, Bai Shuang cut him off. "Do you think I'm going with you just for the treasure? I couldn't care less about those things. Bai Shuang didn't finish her sentence. The words on the tip of her tongue were abruptly swallowed back. The businesses she'd built since leaving the mountain were already wealthy enough to rival a nation. Treasure was nothing but an external thing to her. Her greatest worry was Lin Fan, yet he couldn't possibly grasp this. It was infuriating. Seeing Bai Shuang hesitate to speak, Lin Fan knew there was an opening. So Lin Fan pleaded with Bai Shuang once more. "Dear senior sister, please stay in Zhongjiang. Our businesses still depend on you. If Su Yang disobeys, punish him severely. If he angers you, I'll avenge you when I return." Only after hearing Lin Fan's words did a smile finally appear on Bai Shuang's face. But the thought of Lin Fan's impending departure still caused her delicate brows to furrow. After 1,000 admonitions and countless reminders, Bai Shuang finally saw Lin Fan off. Regarding Zhou Luo, Lin Fan hadn't explained the situation in detail, only mentioning that he needed to handle some matters and would be staying away for a while. Zhou Luo didn't press for details. "This is for you. Keep it close at all times." As he spoke, Lin Fan placed a jade pendant into Zhou Luo's hand. Zhou Luo examined it curiously. What is this? A talisman?
Consider it a talisman, but you must keep it with you at all times. Zhou Luo flushed with embarrassment, lowering his head as he murmured in a voice barely above a whisper.
Something brother Lin Fan gave me? Of course I'll always keep it with me. Chapter 221, Buying a Car. Good. When I get back, I'll take you out to have fun.
For now, you need to stay home and behave yourself. Lin Fan instructed Zhou Luo as if he were a child. Zhou Luo nodded as usual, looking at Lin Fan with earnest eyes. The scene before them reminded both of their childhood days.
Lin Fan snapped back to reality, exchanged a few more words with Zhou Luo, and then departed. Lin Fan and Shirley didn't drive instead, they chose to take the train to Tianlian Mountain. Tianlian Mountain was actually a mountain range, a barrier blocking the Xiliang Desert.
The entire Tianlian mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, undulating and winding. After disembarking, the trio hailed a taxi, as Lin Fan realized their luggage would make walking inconvenient.
Where are you headed, folks? The driver asked politely as he started the engine. I need to go to your biggest auto dealership.
Lin Fan answered directly.
Shirley was puzzled, wondering if he'd misheard. Weren't they here to find something? Why go to the auto mall? Could it be that the items shown on the map are inside the auto mall? That doesn't make sense. Seeing the driver about to turn, Shirley hurriedly asked Lin Fan. Little junior brother, aren't we going to Tianlian Mountain? Why did you tell the driver to go to the auto trade center?
Lin Fan explained with a smile. Senior brother, we're carrying all these bags and packages. It's inconvenient to carry them around, that's one reason.
Second, as far as I know, the Tianlian Mountains stretch for thousands of miles.
Without a vehicle, finding our destination would be incredibly difficult. So we need to buy a car at the auto mall. Lin Fan spoke with such casualness, as if discussing today's weather. Before Shirley could process it, Lu Shuai's eyes widened, his face lighting up with delight.
Awesome, uncle.
Let me tell you, the places we're going are all mountainous with rough roads. If we're buying one, it has to be an off-roader.
First, we need something with powerful engine to tackle hills and slopes. Second, it needs ample space to carry extra gear.
Lu Shuai grew more animated as he spoke, his voice rising with enthusiasm.
Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Once we get there, you can pick it out. Really?
Lu Shuai's face lit up with unspoken excitement as he stared at Lin Fan in disbelief.
Shirley shot him a glare. Would your master's uncle lie to you? But don't get too carried away. After all, we only have this one chance.
Driving thousands of miles from home is exhausting.
Lu Shuai nodded quickly. Got it.
I'll let my master uncle choose later. I won't cause any trouble.
Lin Fan chuckled. You choose. This time, Lu Shuai dared not interject. Instead, he stuck his tongue out at Shirley. After over half an hour on the road, they arrived at the auto trade center.
Since they had brought too many tools, Shirley had to stay behind to watch the packages. Surveying the mountain of gear beside him, Shirley gave a helpless chuckle.
This trip out felt just like moving house.
He'd packed a whole bunch of wrenches and pliers, even buying multiple flashlights.
Who knew if any of this stuff would actually come in handy? Hopefully this trip wasn't for nothing.
This pile of stuff on the ground has to travel just as far as we do. I hope you guys come in handy. Shirley muttered to himself as Lin Fan and Lu Shuai had already headed toward the entrance of the auto trade center. The moment they stepped inside, Lu Shuai was dumbfounded.
Holy cow, Master Lin, this place is huge. If we try to cover the whole thing, will 2 days even be enough?
Lu Shuai surveyed the vast expanse before him, mentally calculating how long it would take to cover the entire auto trade center. Lin Fan gave Lu Shuai a smile, neither responding to his remark nor speaking further. The trade center covered a vast area, over 20,000 square meters, filled with a dazzling array of vehicles that left one's eyes darting everywhere. Once inside, Lu Shuai felt his pace slow considerably. But after a few steps, he regained his composure. They had a clear goal, they were heading straight for the off-road vehicles. So when they reached the dealerships, if they saw off-road models, they would stop to look, if not, they would simply move on.
After visiting several shops, they arrived at a high-end customization boutique.
The bold, eye-catching character's Golden Splendor private car customization caught Lu Shuai and Lin Fan's attention.
Master Lin, I think this place is promising. Since it's custom-made, they're bound to have what we're looking for. Lu Shuai said, peering into the shop.
Lin Fan agreed with Lu Shuai's reasoning.
Let's go inside and take a look. Alright, let's make this quick.
The moment the two stepped into the main hall, a hostess ushered them inside. The hostess wore a fiery red qipao. Compared to the staff at other shops, the young woman before them seemed to be wearing something a bit too small. Not only were the clothes stretched tight, but the cheongsam also appeared significantly shorter at first glance.
At that moment, the attendant addressed Lin Fan and Lu Shuai with an exceptionally sweet voice. Good day, gentlemen. Welcome to our establishment. All our vehicles are custom built to suit individual preferences, so we guarantee your satisfaction.
The receptionist's remarks were all pretty much the same, and the two men didn't pay much attention. Lu Shuai kept his eyes fixed on the vehicles inside the shop, never glancing toward the hostess. Before she could finish her greeting, he had already walked a considerable distance ahead and waved his hand. "We're just browsing. You go ahead and get back to work." The hostess paused, her smile momentarily frozen, though she quickly regained her composure. "This way, please. We'll have you wait in the VIP lounge while I find the appropriate staff member for you." Seeing the hostess persist so insistently, Lin Fan and Lu Shuai said nothing more. The hostess led them to the lounge, brewed coffee for each of them, and then turned to leave. Lu Shuai sank into a massage chair, his face etched with pure enjoyment. "Master, this place is far more upscale than anything we've seen before. Just look at their lounge. Would you believe they have such high-end massage chairs?" Lin Fan urged. "We're here to look at cars. Let's pick one quickly. Your master is waiting outside. Don't take too long." "Master, buying a car isn't like buying groceries. We absolutely must take our time selecting it properly," Lu Shuai countered. "The places we plan to go are remote. If the car breaks down on the road, it'll be a huge hassle." Lu Shuai's concern made sense, so Lin Fan remained silent. Soon, a beautiful woman dressed in a crisp suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached the two. Chapter 222, The Long-Haired Woman's Contempt. The woman stood up straight and asked impassively, "Are you two here to select a car?" Lu Shuai scrutinized the woman before him. She appeared to be in her 20s, young, beautiful, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. While she was reasonably attractive, she lacked a certain aura of sophistication. Having seen beauties like Bai Shuang countless times, Lu Shuai's standards had grown discerning. Lu Shuai nodded. "Well, what else would one come here for besides buying a car?" The woman frowned at his response. "Sir, you shouldn't say that. Some people just browse without buying. If that's the case for you, there's no need to waste your time here." Lu Shuai frowned. He'd visited several dealerships, and the staff everywhere else had been extremely enthusiastic. This young woman, however, was completely different. Her tone was downright unpleasant. And what was this about wasting time? As if they were idle and had nothing better to do than come here to kill time. A wave of irritation washed over Lu Shuai, and his tone turned sharp. "What do you mean? Are you trying to force a sale? If there's a car that suits us, we'll buy it. If not, we won't." The woman before them shot them a look of contempt. "These are custom-made vehicles. How could they not be suitable? That's not how you phrase it. If something isn't suitable, it's only the price. And the regulars who frequent our place are mostly wealthy individuals. But you." The long-haired woman shook her head after saying this. Lu Shuai stood up angrily, staring straight at the person in front of him. "Are you saying we don't even have the right to look? Does coming here mean we have to buy it?" Lin Fan didn't want to complicate things, so he spoke up from the side. "Forget it. If that's the case, we'll just buy elsewhere." Lin Fan stood up to leave, but Lu Shuai couldn't swallow his anger. He pointed his finger at the staff member. "Get your manager over here. I'm filing a complaint against you. What kind of service attitude is this?" The long-haired woman's expression instantly shifted to a smile, though it looked forced upon hearing the threat of a complaint. "My apologies for the inconvenience. Since you're here to view the vehicles, please follow me." Lin Fan had intended to leave, but Lu Shuai wouldn't let it go. The two had no choice but to follow the attendant into the showroom. The showroom displayed nothing but luxury vehicles, stretched sedans, SUVs, and off-roaders. Every car here could be customized to any specification and was road legal. The woman ran a hand through her long hair, casually pointing to a luxury car as she spoke. "This is our best-selling model. Of course, if you're not satisfied, we can completely customize it to your specifications." Lu Shuai couldn't help but sigh in awe. All these luxury cars parked here were simply jaw-dropping. No wonder the staff looked down on them. The vehicles here were just too extravagant. Lu Shuai swallowed hard, stealing a glance at Lin Fan. Their plain, unremarkable outfits made them indistinguishable from any random passerby on the street. Lu Shuai cleared his throat. "Miss, we're not looking for this type of vehicle. We plan to drive through the Tianlian Mountains, so we need an off-road model." The woman nodded after hearing this, then walked a few steps forward to a luxury SUV. "How about this one? It's got an 8-cylinder engine with plenty of horsepower. The chassis is custom-built, so even on bumpy roads, you'll feel rock-solid inside." Lu Shuai circled the luxurious SUV, nodding repeatedly as excitement once again flashed across his face. "Uncle, this one's perfect. Look at the suspension, the tires, and the horsepower. It's more than enough for us." Lin Fan's face lit up with satisfaction as he smiled and nodded. "Glad you like it." Lu Shuai approached the woman from earlier, his excitement making him completely forget her earlier attitude toward them. "Excuse me, how much is this vehicle?" The long-haired woman shifted her body slightly to the side, revealing the luxury car's price tag behind her. It read, 2,600,000. "This is our standard model. The price is right there." Seeing the price, Lu Shuai was stunned. Luxury cars are expensive, with high-end features, but surely not 2,600,000?
The woman across from him observed his expression, a hint of amusement creeping into her voice.
2,600,000 is just the base price.
If you want to add optional extras like aviation seats, a Starry Sky KTV, or a refrigerator, those will cost extra.
Lu Shuai's eyes widened as he exclaimed. 2,600,000, and that's the base price?
The man shot Lu Shuai a look of utter contempt.
What, think it's too expensive? Everything here is genuine and worth every penny. Lu Shuai stammered. This car is nice, but the price is a bit steep.
The man met his gaze coldly.
I already said, only wealthy people come here. If you're not buying, don't waste our time. Everyone's time is precious. Lu Shuai frowned.
While he did find it pricey, he wasn't about to let himself be humiliated like this. From the start, Lu Shuai had only continued watching because the woman had accused him of wasting her time. Now here she was, accusing him of wasting her time again.
Was her time the only time that mattered? What do you mean? Am I obligated to buy just because I looked? Does every customer who walks in here have to buy a car?
The woman sneered, her contempt unmasked.
I don't know about others, but you lot? You definitely won't buy. You can't afford it anyway, so why pretend to be rich? Lu Shuai's face flushed crimson.
They say the customer is king, and he'd experienced that service elsewhere. But here, being lectured by a salesperson was simply unbearable.
How dare you speak to me like that? I'm asking you, do you serve me, or do I serve you? What kind of service attitude is this? It's utterly unreasonable.
Lu Shuai stomped his foot in frustration, but the server paid him no mind whatsoever. We're service staff, but the people we serve are all wealthy tycoons.
Ordinary folks like you want to experience my service? What a joke.
Lin Fan hadn't intended to get involved in their argument, but this woman's arrogance was truly unbearable. Lin Fan frowned slightly.
Miss, watch your tone.
You're being downright disrespectful. The woman glanced at Lin Fan and retorted irritably.
Chapter 222, Who's Talking Big? So what if I look down on you? What if I look down on all of you?
You don't have the means to buy this car, yet you keep wasting my time here.
That's the truth.
Hicks. Lu Shuai was about to explode. He pointed his finger right at the saleswoman's head.
What truth? Who are you calling a bumpkin? Say it again if you dare. The woman didn't give Lu Shuai a second glance.
A mocking smile played on her lips as she took a step toward him, challenging him with a sideways glance.
I'm talking to you. What's the problem?
Hicks.
Hicks. Let me tell you, we have security here. If you know what's good for you, get out of here now. Don't cause trouble.
Lu Shuai rolled up his sleeves and took 2 steps forward.
Before he could speak, the woman spoke first. What's the matter? You're going to hit a woman? Let me tell you, if you lay a finger on me, none of you are leaving here today.
Lu Shuai started stuttering. He'd been hanging out with street punks since he was a kid, but never in his wildest dreams did he imagine a woman would ever walk all over him like this.
You! I want to see your manager. I'm filing a complaint against you. Their voices grew louder as more people turned to look their way.
The manager, who was nearby, spotted the commotion and jogged over, calling out as he approached.
What's going on? Let's talk this out calmly.
The beautiful woman, upon seeing the manager, adopted a sweet, coquettish tone.
Manager. They're bullying me.
These two clearly can't afford such a luxury car, yet they insisted I show them around.
I spent ages explaining, and they still refused. If they don't want it, they don't want it.
They should just leave.
But they're complaining about my service attitude.
It's not that my service is bad, they simply can't afford it. The lobby manager steadied himself and sized up Lin Fan and Lu Shuai. At the same time, Lu Shuai was sizing up the manager before him. In his 30s, slightly overweight, with sparse hair on his head and a protruding belly at first glance, he resembled a woman 4 or 5 months pregnant. He'd only run about 50 or 60 meters to get here, yet those few steps had already left him panting heavily. Evidently, this manager didn't get much exercise in his daily life.
A lazy slob.
As soon as Lin Fan made his assessment of the manager, the man hurriedly patted the long-haired woman on the back and began to console her.
Don't take it personally. Calm down.
We've seen plenty of people like this, penniless but with tempers to match. Lin Fan and Lu Shuai overheard every word, both of them freezing in place.
What was going on? As the lobby manager, shouldn't he prioritize calming the customer's emotions after a conflict between staff and patron? Why was this situation completely reversed? Why did the manager start comforting the woman before even asking what happened?
If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lu Shuai would have thought he was seeing things. Once he regained his composure, Lu Shuai's anger flared up again.
How dare you speak to us like that? What do you mean, she has a temper?
We came here to look at cars that makes us customers, your gods.
Look at the two of you, is this how you treat your gods? After hearing Lu Shuai's accusation, the sales manager flashed a smile and waved 2 fingers in front of them. No.
Only those who spend money here are gods. People like you, who can't afford to buy anything, are only entitled to 2 free cups of coffee.
Damn it, this is getting ridiculous. So we came here to buy a car just to sample their coffee?
Lu Shuai was so furious his mouth hung open, unable to utter a word. He could only look pitifully at Lin Fan. Lin Fan gave a slight nod in response to Lu Shuai's pleading gaze.
It really is a case of the apple not falling far from the tree. I was wondering why that little girl talks like that. Turns out it's all thanks to you, the manager.
The lobby manager turned to Lin Fan.
Our work affairs don't need meddling from outsiders like you. If you can afford it, buy it. If not, get out of here and stop making a scene. We don't serve deadbeats. Lin Fan found it amusing.
Even he hadn't expected himself to laugh out loud. His sudden chuckle left both of them dumbfounded.
The long-haired woman, who had been brimming with smugness, suddenly looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?"
"I'm laughing at how you two judge people by appearances.
It's just a car. What gives you the right to feel superior and act like you own the place?" The earlier commotion had already drawn a crowd.
Now, several people had gathered around Lin Fan and Lu Shuai to watch the spectacle. Seeing Lin Fan retort so sharply, many wore looks of surprise.
However, some customers who had been standing nearby nodded quietly.
The staff here really had gone too far. Whether or not someone could afford their cars, they shouldn't have spoken down to customers like that. Some even gave Lin Fan a discreet thumbs up. The long-haired woman and the lobby manager, who had felt so superior, never expected to be mocked and rebuked by Lin Fan in front of everyone.
The lobby manager retorted coldly. "So what if it's just one car? Can you even afford one?
2,600,000. You'll probably never see that much money in your entire life." Lin Fan glanced at the SUV before him and spoke slowly.
"It's not that I can't afford it. Your price tag is just too high. Here's the deal, you're the manager, right? Give me an 80% discount, and I'll pay you in full right now."
The manager glanced at the staff before feigning surprise.
"Did I hear that right? You can afford it? With the clothes you're wearing, you could possibly come up with that kind of money? Today is just plain crazy." The manager's words made Lu Shuai back down. The price of this vehicle was simply too steep.
The boss had explicitly instructed that they were only using it once.
After completing this mission, the SUV would be discarded. Spending 2,600,000 on an SUV?
No matter how high performance it is, it'll be scrapped after just one use.
It's just not worth it.
With these thoughts in mind, Lu Shuai stepped forward to Lin Fan and whispered in the quietest voice possible.
"Uncle, let's not get into an argument with him. It's not worth it. We can buy it anywhere. Let's go somewhere else."
Lu Shuai had intended to smooth things over, but his words happened to reach the ears of the lobby manager.
Clearing his throat loudly, the manager deliberately raised his voice. "Exactly.
This young man here knows better. No need to act like a big shot when you can't afford it." Lin Fan stood rooted to the spot, his brow slightly furrowed. "I made myself clear earlier. Give me an 80% discount, and I'll take the car now, full payment." The sales manager sneered sarcastically.
"Have you made your choice yet? Look at the specs, pick your car, and I'll give you that 20% discount."
Lin Fan pointed at the luxury SUV in front of him.
"This one." Chapter 224, Fasten Your Seatbelts. The showroom manager was taken aback, suspecting Lin Fan was bluffing.
Based on past experience, customers who came here to buy a car would pay a deposit first, then the dealership would negotiate with the manufacturer to build the car according to the customer's specifications. Once the vehicle was completed, the customer would pay the full amount upon pickup. That was their standard procedure. But this man was demanding to pay the full amount up front. To him, these two looked like complete bumpkins. The scorn on the sales manager's face grew even more pronounced. Overhearing Lin Fan's words, nearby staff began whispering among themselves.
"What's going on? Are they really buying? Demanding full payment before even clarifying the specs? That's outrageous. You really can't judge a book by its cover."
They look so ordinary, but who knew they were actually loaded?
"Not necessarily. Maybe he's just bluffing, provoked by that fat guy. Who would pay without asking questions first?" "Exactly.
This isn't buying vegetables. You can't just toss it aside if it's no good."
"Over 2 million piled up like that? Just looking at it hurts. Enough talk, keep watching. It's getting more interesting."
They chatted back and forth, glancing between Lin Fan and the lobby manager.
Some onlookers couldn't help but glance at the long-haired beauty.
She was undeniably attractive, but her sharp tongue made her rather unlikable.
"This car? You better take a good look. The original price was 2,600,000?
The lobby manager's eyes widened as he spoke again. Lin Fan nodded firmly. "But here's the catch, we need to test drive it ourselves to see how it handles.
If it's flawless, you give me a 20% discount, and I'll buy it."
A cold sneer appeared on the sales manager's face, and his voice rose sharply.
He looked like he was about to spit on the floor. "You really know how to talk big. You won't give up until you hit rock bottom, won't turn back until you hit a brick wall. Today, I'll see if you've got what it takes." The female attendant standing beside him shot Lin Fan and his companion a sideways glance. Two country bumpkins like them could afford this car?
If they test drive it and make a mess inside, I'll be the one cleaning up afterward. The long-haired woman pursed her crimson lips, clearly displeased. The lobby manager turned and smiled. Today I'll let you witness the show. How dare they act like big shots here without the money? I'll see how they clean up the mess they make. They want a test drive? Fine. Let them have it.
The long-haired woman swayed the lobby manager's arm, both of them wearing suggestive expressions.
But, no buts about it.
If these two think they can get away with this, I'll make them eat their words. The lobby manager had spoken, so the woman with long hair couldn't really argue. Reluctantly, she produced the key and handed it to the lobby manager. The manager extended his hand, tossing the keys into the air before catching them with a steady flick.
Are you test driving here, or out on the road?
Lin Fan scanned the surroundings.
How can we test drive here? You take the car outside to test it. The lobby manager gritted his teeth, practically grinding the words out between them. Fine. You guys are something else. Alright, I'll take the car outside right now.
Before long, the manager personally drove the car outside the showroom, parked it by the roadside, and stepped out. He narrowed his eyes at Lin Fan and Lu Shuai.
Which one of you two is test driving?
Lin Fan pointed at Lu Shuai.
He will.
Lu Shuai pointed at his own nose, his eyes bulging out of their sockets.
Uncle Lin, you're not serious, are you? We're actually going to buy his car?
Lin Fan gave Lu Shuai a reassuring look.
Just try it when I tell you to. Stop talking nonsense.
Lu Shuai knew this was an order from Lin Fan. He dared not hesitate and nodded immediately.
Got it. The sales manager handed Lu Shuai the keys and he climbed into the driver's seat.
This 2,600,000 yuan car was indeed exceptionally well equipped.
Just sitting in the driver's seat gave one a distinct sense of uniqueness.
Lu Shuai studied the dashboard for a long time but couldn't find where to insert the key. He rolled down the window and asked the lobby manager,
"Where do you check the car key in this vehicle?" The question nearly made the lobby manager burst out laughing. Are you even qualified? Do you know how to drive? Lu Shuai frowned. Just tell me where it is. Why should I care if I can drive or not? The lobby manager's face darkened with anger. Stop being stubborn. This car has keyless ignition. Just press the button on the side, and it'll start. I've never seen someone so clueless. Just then, the same long-haired beauty approached and joined in with sarcastic remarks.
Manager, I told you don't let them test drive it. If they wreck the car, we'll be in big trouble. The manager chuckled.
Crash it? Perfect. Then they'll have to buy it whether they want to or not.
Lin Fan completely ignored their comments, merely waving at Lu Shuai to hurry up and test drive the car. Lu Shuai had no choice but to close the door and press the button as the lobby manager had instructed. The luxury car started up, but Lu Shuai searched everywhere and couldn't find the parking brake. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Shuai's forehead as he fumbled around, unable to get the car moving. The lobby manager grew impatient and tapped on the window. Lu Shuai finally managed to roll down the window. Are you even capable of doing this? Just start the car and drive off. Lu Shuai looked utterly embarrassed. He felt so humiliated right now that he wished he could just disappear. But now, having been backed into a corner, he had to make it work whether he could or not. Lu Shuai spoke up, his face flushed. Where's the handbrake on this car? Don't you know anything? You're the one test driving? I'm sweating bullets for you. Lu Shuai frowned. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me where it is. The sales manager stormed over to the passenger seat, opened the door, and plopped down. I see it now. If I didn't teach you, you wouldn't even know where to start. Press here. This is the handbrake. The manager jabbed his index finger forcefully at the button before rolling his eyes at Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai ignored the sarcasm, pressing the button as instructed and stepping on the gas pedal. But after the engine idled for a few revolutions, accompanied by a rumbling roar, the car remained completely stationary. Lu Shuai frowned in confusion and turned to the lobby manager. What kind of car is this? I've got the handbrake up, why isn't it moving? The lobby manager was losing patience. Good heavens, why did I have to run into a living legend like you today? At least buckle your seatbelt. Chapter 225, Still the Black Gold Card. Lu Shuai snapped to attention upon hearing the manager's words. So that's why. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's all your fault I've been messing around for so long. The manager was so furious his face turned crimson, his neck flushed red. You have zero experience, yet you insist on test driving cars? I was practically hoping you'd wreck it, then I could finally sell this thing. Before he could finish, Lu Shuai buckled his seatbelt and slammed his foot on the accelerator. The luxury car's engine roared to life with exceptional power and responsiveness. The vehicle shot forward with a sharp whine. The showroom manager's face drained of color, his heart leaping into his throat as if all the blood had been drained from his body. After regaining his composure, the manager quickly grabbed the seatbelt. Hey! Slow down. I don't care about the car, but I value my life. To be honest, that sudden burst had startled Lu Shuai as well. He hadn't expected the car to accelerate so rapidly.
He quickly composed himself and eased off the gas. Not bad. Decent power. The lobby manager shot Lu Shuai a cold stare. Do you even know how to drive? You're going to wreck this new car. Lu Shuai threatened back, you'd better talk nicely to me. Looks like you don't want to make it out of here alive. The sales manager gripped the seatbelt tightly, his voice trembling. Stop.
Young man, you're still young.
Don't act impulsively.
The manager's face drained of color. Everything pointed to the young man before him having no idea how to drive. Facing such a greenhorn, the best approach was to placate him. He certainly didn't want to die for no reason. In truth, Lu Shuai only intended to scare him. After circling a few times, he parked the car back where they had started. Lu Shuai pushed open the door and stepped out of the car. The long-haired beauty saw only Lu Shuai had exited and asked, "Where's our manager?" Lu Shuai pointed to the passenger seat. "He's still in the car." "Your manager isn't doing too well either, looks like he's getting motion sickness." No sooner had he finished speaking than the lobby manager opened the door. Covering his mouth with his hand, he stepped out and immediately ran to the roadside to vomit. The long-haired beauty rushed to his side and began patting his back. "What's wrong with you?" It took the manager a long time to catch his breath. He shot Lu Shuai a venomous glare. "That bumbling idiot can't even drive. He was swerving all over the road just now. He nearly scared me to death." The long-haired beauty glared at Lu Shuai in exasperation. "You can't drive, so why even test drive? You're just looking for trouble." Lu Shuai ignored the remark entirely, merely smiling as he approached Lin Fan. "Master Lin." Lin Fan nodded and spoke. "How's the car?" Lu Shuai rubbed the back of his head. "It's good, no doubt. The initial experience was fine too. It's just that the price, it's a bit too steep." The beauty on the bed grew furious upon hearing this. "Too expensive? Let me remind you, you saw the price yourself. Now you're calling it expensive? Are you mocking us?" Lin Fan glanced at the two of them and spoke calmly. "I don't have time to waste here. I already said it earlier, and I won't repeat myself." The female attendant tried to say something, but the manager waved her off. "Since the car is fine, let's proceed to the lobby to complete the paperwork." Lin Fan nodded, and the group entered the office. The lobby manager gave the two men a dismissive glance. "Since you're satisfied with this vehicle, we'll honor our previous agreement, cash on delivery." Lin Fan spoke calmly. "No problem. But as we agreed earlier, you'll give me an 80% discount." The long-haired beauty interjected from the side. "Manager, if we give him an 80% discount, we won't make any profit on these two cars. After adding all the taxes and fees, we might even lose a little money." Lin Fan said with a smile. "Stop putting on a show for me. If we can sell them, we'll buy them. If you think we can't, we'll leave right now." The showroom manager abruptly stood up at those words. "Stop pretending to be rich here. I'm betting you can't afford it. 20% off it is. Today, I'll see how you two penniless bums manage to drive this car away." Lu Shuai tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Uncle, buying this car isn't worth it. I think we should look elsewhere." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "No big deal. If it drives well, we'll take it home. It'll serve us in the future." Lin Fan turned to face the showroom manager. "What are we waiting for? Let's get the paperwork done." The manager was seething. After all his effort, if he couldn't expose these two penniless scoundrels, he'd have nowhere to vent his frustration. The manager pulled out the contract, scribbled a few things with his pen, and handed it to Lin Fan. "Here you go. Make sure you read it carefully. I'm giving you a 20% discount on this car. If you complain about the price or come up with any other excuses, that's just unacceptable." Seeing the manager's sharp tone, Lin Fan knew he was furious. But he had no patience to waste time with such a petty person. Lin Fan took the contract, examined it carefully, and then raised a question. "The price is correct, but if we're driving it away, don't we need a temporary license plate?" The manager burst out laughing. "That's a minor detail. Do you think we don't have temporary plates here? Ridiculous. Go get him a temporary plate." The long-haired beauty left immediately upon hearing this. Moments later, she returned with a temporary license plate and placed it on the table. The manager tapped the table. "See? We have temporary plates too. I'd love to hear what excuse you'll come up with next." Lin Fan picked up the temporary license plate, examined it, and found nothing amiss. He nodded in agreement. "Very well. Since that's settled, let's process the payment." Lin Fan pulled out a black gold card from his pocket and placed it before the lobby manager. The manager's eyes widened in disbelief, and he froze in place. He rubbed his eyes hard, trying to see clearly. "A black gold card. Holy moly, you sure know how to put on a show. Where did you even find a card like this?" Lin Fan smiled without responding. There was nothing to say to such a person, only reality could prove him wrong. Lu Shuai spoke up from the side. "None of your business where we got it. We found it in the trash, won it in the lottery, what's it to you?" The manager pulled out the POS machine and swiped the card.
Chapter 226, Don't Take It to Heart. I don't believe there could possibly be 2,800,000 in here. Here, enter your PIN. The lobby manager tossed the POS machine to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan took the machine and turned to enter his PIN. Soon, the machine spit out the receipt. All this unfolded right before the manager and the long-haired beauty, leaving them both gawking in disbelief.
Beads of sweat formed on the manager's forehead again as he sighed. You really have that much money?
Lu Shuai stood nearby, tilting his head with a cold snort. I told you both before you judge people by appearances. Let me tell you, my master's uncle has money to burn.
Buying one of your cars here? No problem. Buying your entire store? Not an issue at all.
The long-haired beauty swallowed hard, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan. Suddenly, the beauty found the young man before her incredibly tall and handsome.
Why hadn't she sensed this when they first walked into the shop?
Reflecting on her earlier behavior, she was stunned by Lin Fan's generosity. She'd never sold a car so easily before, even if this one meant taking a loss. The long-haired beauty turned her face and forced a smile, though it looked terribly awkward.
I'm truly sorry.
I spoke out of turn earlier.
I apologize to both of you.
Lu Shuai wasn't having any of it. He waved his hand dismissively. Where were you earlier?
Now that you know we have money, you're putting on a whole new act. Your face changes fast enough.
The long-haired beauty flushed and lowered her head.
She didn't want to cross a big shot like Lin Fan.
The hall manager also took a long moment to recover from his shock before offering repeated apologies.
This is entirely my fault.
As the manager, I failed to properly supervise my staff, causing you such a poor experience. I sincerely apologize to both of you.
I'm truly sorry.
Lin Fan spoke up.
Since the money's been paid, hand over the key.
The manager clutched the key tightly, refusing to let go.
Guys, let's be real, if we really gave you 20% off this car, we'd be losing money. Earlier was just to vent our frustration, it was a joke. Please don't take it seriously.
Lu Shuai's eyes widened in shock.
What? A joke? Who's joking here?
You guys changed your tune way too fast. We made it crystal clear earlier, and now we have the contract in our hands. It's written in black and white, your company's official seal is stamped on it, and your signature is right there. After we paid, you pulled this stunt.
What exactly are you trying to do? The lobby manager waved his hands frantically. Calm down, young man.
I never expected you two to be such shrewd negotiators. Selling this car to you for 2.08 million is a real loss for me.
Just add a little more, enough for us to break even, and I'll sell it to you.
Lin Fan didn't want to dwell on this matter. The contract's signed, the money's paid. If you keep causing trouble, we'll have no choice but to report this to the authorities and let them handle it. The lobby manager wanted to slap himself silly. Right now, he regretted it so much his guts were turning green. In a fit of pique, he'd made a bold promise that cost him 520,000 yuan on this sale, and now he was losing tens of thousands more. He was now in a situation where he couldn't even voice his frustration. He never imagined the trap he'd set for others would end up ensnaring himself. The manager forced a smile as he spoke.
I'm truly at a loss, gentlemen. Here's what I propose: if you can cover an additional 50,000 yuan, this car is yours to drive away.
Lu Shuai glared, slamming his fist on the table and bellowing. I've never seen such shameless people. The deal was done, yet you still won't let it go.
Do you think we're made of clay? Trying to bully us?
The sales manager knew these two must have connections.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have casually pulled out over 2 million yuan. This realization made him feel even more uneasy. Young man, whatever mistakes were made, they're all ours. We wouldn't dare provoke you too. Look, if you truly refuse to raise your offer, then let's call it quits. We won't sell this car. You're welcome to look elsewhere. Lin Fan glared, his first outburst since arriving. In business, nothing matters more than integrity. We've already paid the money and have the contract. As soon as I sign it, the deal is final.
Hearing his master speak thus, Lu Shuai quickly pulled a pen from his pocket and handed it to Lin Fan.
Uncle, sign it quickly.
Better safe than sorry. Just as Lu Shuai was about to hand the pen to Lin Fan, the long-haired beauty suddenly reached out her arm to intercept it.
We can discuss this. We can find a perfect solution.
The long-haired beauty had assumed her swift move would intercept the pen, but she was wrong. One moment the pen was in Lu Shuai's hand, the next it somehow appeared in Lin Fan's grasp. Lin Fan signed his name on the contract with a flourish, then pulled out a copy and placed it on the table.
There are 2 copies of the contract, one for you, one for me. Now hand over the keys immediately. We have other business to attend to and can't waste time here.
The lobby manager and the long-haired beauty stared in stunned silence. With the other party's signature now on the contract, it was legally binding. Any attempt to wriggle out of it was too late. The long-haired beauty's brow furrowed deeply as she gritted her teeth and spoke.
If we can't agree on the price, we won't sell. It won't cost you anything. Why are you making things difficult for us?
Lu Shuai adopted an overbearing demeanor.
If only we'd known then what we know now, why bother in the first place? Besides, you two brought this on yourselves. Whether you're losing money or not doesn't matter to us now, and we couldn't care less. Hand over the car keys. The lobby manager didn't want to escalate things further. He smiled and spoke up. Alright, since neither side is willing to budge, let's just drop this matter. You can keep the keys. Since the deal is done, we're all friends now. We hope you'll continue to patronize us in the future. If any of your friends or family are looking to buy a car, feel free to refer them to us. Lu Shuai took the keys from the manager. With service like yours, you still expect us to refer customers? I don't know what you're thinking. Running a business means greeting customers with a smile. Can't you grasp such a simple principle? The sales manager offered a forced smile. This was all a misunderstanding. We never imagined you two would be so low-key. It was our mistake to underestimate you. We deeply apologize for any offense caused and hope you'll forgive us. Please don't dwell on this matter. Chapter 227 still came out ahead. Shirley was still waiting outside. Having wasted so much time here, Lin Fan didn't want to linger any longer. He waved his hand. Let's go. The two headed toward the showroom. The long-haired beauty and the manager hurried ahead to lead the way. After retrieving their car, Lu Shuai drove the luxury vehicle out of the custom shop. After they left, the showroom manager stamped her foot. Damn it! This kind of thing has never happened before. You lot better vet your customers properly from now on. Don't ever cause me trouble again. This guy just casually pulled out 2 million. His family background is no joke. If you really pissed him off, what kind of ending do you think you'd get? The long-haired beauty, publicly berated in front of everyone, now hung her head as low as it could possibly go. Had she known this would happen, she never would have acted so recklessly. It was all because of her poor service attitude. Now the store had lost money, and the manager was furious. She dared not defy him. Once bitten, twice shy. This would never happen again. Please forgive me, manager. The long-haired beauty looked pitifully at the hall manager. The manager froze, her eyes darting around. Forgive you? What gives you the right to ask for my forgiveness? If you hadn't been chattering away beside me, how could I have gotten into an argument with them? Let me tell you this, a good server brings harmony and prosperity to the shop, while low-quality staff only lead to losses. I've told you all before to improve your professionalism, but you completely ignored my words. You've cost me a fortune. Now get out. The long-haired beauty never imagined the manager would punish her so harshly. The truth was, while the manager was negotiating with those two young people, she had been stirring the pot all along. But it wasn't her who was getting the 20% discount. The long-haired beauty flushed crimson with embarrassment, her face turning the color of liver, all traces of her earlier arrogance vanishing. Boss, not the manager. I didn't mean to. I truly believed those two were here to cause trouble on purpose. Please don't fire me. Didn't you say? Her eyes pleaded desperately. To convince this man to keep her, she was nearly ready to confess those unspeakable things. The manager's eyes widened in fury, cutting her off abruptly. What do you mean us? Who are you to say us? Let me tell you, a jinx like you should have been kicked out ages ago. Get out now. Manager, you can't just turn your back on me now. When we were in bed, you promised you'd never fire me. How could you do this? Seeing the manager show no mercy, the long-haired beauty decided to tear off the last shred of dignity and blurted out their intimate encounter. The crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle hadn't dispersed yet. Now, hearing such explosive news, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Feeling the stares, the manager stomped his foot in frustration and yanked the long-haired beauty's arm. Get out! Get out of here! You've caused the shop such huge losses. You're lucky I'm not making you pay for it. Now go! The long-haired beauty whimpered, trying to protest, but the manager had already shoved her out the door. Now, back to Shirley. After Lu Shuai and Lin Fan left, Shirley stood by the roadside watching his luggage. He waited left and right, but the two didn't show up. So Shirley stood up and stretched his limbs. Just as he pulled out his phone to call Lin Fan, a luxurious SUV suddenly pulled up in front of Shirley. The vehicle's striking appearance and imposing presence immediately caught Shirley's attention. He scrutinized the SUV, nodding approvingly. If Lin Fan and the others bought a vehicle like this, how impressive would that be? Just as he was thinking this, the door of the luxury vehicle opened, and Lin Fan stepped out from the passenger seat. Senior brother, have you been waiting long? Shirley hadn't expected Lin Fan to get out of the car. A look of astonishment spread across his face as he pointed at the luxury vehicle. You bought this? Lin Fan nodded. At that moment, Lu Shuai also stepped out of the car, hopping over to Shirley and patting the vehicle's body. Master, what do you think? Pretty good taste, huh? Shirley nodded approvingly. It's really nice. I don't know much about cars, but an off-roader like this must have cost a pretty penny, right? Lu Shuai held up 2 fingers. Shirley smiled upon seeing this. 200,000? That's way too cheap for this car. Just this model alone is worth every penny. Lu Shuai spoke up. 2 million. How could you possibly get a car like this for 20,000? Master, there's a little story behind buying this car. I'll tell you about it when I have some free time. Shirley's eyes widened in disbelief. He stood there speechless for a long moment before finally managing to speak. 2 million. You two are being way too extravagant. Didn't we agree to just get something decent? We'll just sell it when we get back. What are you planning to do with all that money? Even Shirley, the martial arts fanatic, was visibly flustered upon hearing the price of the car before him. This is too expensive. What kind of high-class people can afford to ride in such an expensive car? Lin Fan chimed in from the side. We searched for ages before finding a suitable one. Sure, it's pricey, but it drives well and has great performance. Worst case, we'll just drive it back home and keep using it. Lu Shuai opened the trunk and began loading their belongings into the car. Actually, buying this car was just a coincidence, Master. I'll tell you the whole story when we have time. Hearing their back and forth banter, Shirley felt it best not to say anything more and simply helped load the luggage. The three of them quickly loaded all the luggage into the car, then got in and drove away. They checked into a hotel first. After dinner, with nothing else to do, Lu Shuai recounted the entire incident. After listening, Shirley was so furious his breathing quickened. This is outrageous. What's the deal? Just because you're dressed plainly, they look down on you? Lu Shuai scowled, recounting the details vividly. At first, I was intimidated by my master too, thinking he was just being stubborn about buying this car. But in the end, they offered us a 20% discount, saving us a whopping 520,000 yuan. Then they turned around and said they wouldn't sell it, claiming they'd sold it at a loss. After getting such a huge bargain, how could we back down? Luckily, we'd already signed the contract, so they couldn't do anything about it. In the end, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and hand over the car. Chapter 228. This thing is way too expensive. Shirley patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. You're something else. What a steal this car was. Got your revenge and saved money, not bad at all. Shirley's constant praise made Lin Fan feel a bit embarrassed. Now that we had a car, it was time to set off for the location marked on the map. After pondering for a while, Shirley finally spoke up. Should we hire a local guide? These mountains are steep and densely forested. With just the three of us, we might lose our way once we're in there. Getting back out could be a real problem. Lin Fan agreed his senior brother had a point. But that area shouldn't have any residents. Let's see when we get there. If there are people nearby, we can hire a hunter to guide us. The three made up their minds, rested at the hotel overnight, and set out by car the next day. They set out at dawn and didn't reach the vicinity of the Tianlian Mountains until dusk. Just as Lin Fan had anticipated, the fewer the villages became the closer they got to the Tianlian Mountains. As the sun began to set, Lu Shuai grew visibly anxious. These towering mountains and dense forests meant that if anything went wrong, their bodies might never be found. Lu Shuai proposed. We can't go any further. It's getting dark. If we don't find a place to stay now, we won't find one later. Lin Fan agreed with Lu Shuai's reasoning and followed his lead. Keep your eyes peeled. If you spot any hotels or inns, pull over. After driving for a long time, the three finally found a small inn. The inn wasn't large, with 2 floors. The first floor served as a living room, while the second housed the guest rooms. After checking in, they requested 3 separate rooms. After finishing his meal, Lin Fan took a shower and then went downstairs to find the service staff. At the front desk sat a young woman, around 20 years old, with her hair pulled back in a high ponytail and slightly tanned skin. Lin Fan approached the counter and politely inquired. Hello, I'd like to ask how far it is from here to Tianlian Mountain? The girl replied. It's about 100 kilometers from here, but the Tianlian Mountains stretch quite far. That's the shortest distance from our location. After hearing this, Lin Fan paused for a moment before continuing his inquiry. Then I'd like to ask, are there any villages nearby? The girl shook her head. If you go another 50 kilometers, there should be a village. Beyond that, there probably won't be anyone. Lin Fan was puzzled. Why is that? Wouldn't being closer to the mountains be better for hunting? That's true, but there used to be many villages at the foot of Tianlian Mountain. After heavy rains, however, mudslides occurred in many areas, devastating several villages. Since then, they've moved away from the mountain's base. Lin Fan suddenly understood. So that's why. Are there still hunters around now? The girl didn't know how to answer that question. Maybe? I haven't seen any myself, but I've heard stories. After saying this, the girl looked at Lin Fan seriously. Are you going to Tianlian Mountain? Lin Fan replied. We want to go to Tianlian Mountain for inspiration. Hearing this, the girl's eyes widened instantly, and she grew visibly tense. What's so great about that place? The mountains are steep, the forests dense, and wild beasts roam there. I advise you to choose somewhere else. It's far too dangerous for the 3 of you to go in. Lin Fan replied with a smile. This is something all 3 of us have discussed. Thank you for your concern, but I'll think it over.
The girl could tell the handsome man was merely trying to ease the awkwardness, so she dropped the subject. Lin Fan then chatted with the waiter for a while longer. Once he got the answers he needed, he headed back upstairs. The three of them gathered in Shirley's room to discuss. Lin Fan spoke first, explaining the situation.
I just went downstairs and spoke with the hotel staff. There are no residents within 100 miles of Tianlianshan. It seems unlikely we'll find a local guide.
Shirley listened, his face clouding with confusion.
Not only that, he glanced toward the door. That doesn't make sense. Logically, there should be hunters around Tianlian Mountain. It was no wonder Shirley thought this way.
Where there were mountains, there was game.
If they could catch that game, they could trade it for money.
So, the complete absence of hunters in this area was highly unusual. Lin Fan explained to Shirley based on the girl's earlier response. Long ago, there were indeed hunters here.
But as society developed, hunting could no longer sustain a livelihood.
Later, torrential rains triggered landslides and several mudslides. The nearby villages evacuated to escape the danger, moving far away from the Tianlian Mountains.
Lu Shuai interjected from the side. Master, Senior Master, with just the three of us, could we get lost in the Tianlian Mountains? This was a concern shared by everyone.
After pondering for a long time, Lin Fan spoke up.
Actually, even without a guide, we can still navigate our way.
Shirley and Lu Shuai's eyes lit up as they turned to look at Lin Fan.
Master Uncle, have you found a solution?
Lin Fan nodded solemnly. All we need to do is buy a satellite phone and a satellite navigation device at a nearby mall, and all our problems will be solved. The two nodded repeatedly after hearing this. A look of joy spread across Shirley's face. Junior brother, your idea makes sense, but to keep these electronic devices powered, we'll need to prepare several outdoor power sources.
These power sources must last until we return.
It'd be best to get a few solar panels too. If we run out of power, we can recharge along the way. Lu Shuai listened intently, nodding along while looking at Shirley with immense admiration.
You're absolutely right, Master. Having equipment without a way to charge it is pointless. It'd be a waste of money. Don't worry. All these items are available at the mall.
We'll just buy the whole set when the time comes. Lin Fan's words finally eased the lingering worry in Shirley and Lu Shuai's hearts. The three of them had thought through every detail, anticipating every possible scenario. The next day, Lu Shuai drove Lin Fan and Shirley out of the hotel. They headed to the largest mall nearby to stock up on supplies. As previously discussed, they bought several portable power banks, a few solar panels, flashlights, headlamps, satellite navigation devices, and other electronic gear.
Lu Shuai sighed. This thing is ridiculously expensive. Just this little gadget costs over 20,000 yuan.
Shirley glanced at the items in his hands and muttered under his breath.
That's only 20,000 for yours.
This satellite navigation alone cost over 40,000.
This gear really is pricey. Chapter 229, Am I holding everyone back?
Lin Fan chimed in from the side. Money is the least of our concerns, solving our problems is what matters.
Now, let's think, is there anything else we need to prepare?
The three of them took another inventory of their supplies.
Only then did they confirm they had purchased everything they needed.
Lu Shuai patted a large bundle in the trunk.
This holds our food for the next few days: beef jerky, chocolate, energy bars, and so on. All easy to carry and high in fat.
Lin Fan slammed the trunk shut.
Now that we're all set, let's hit the road.
The three climbed into the car and continued driving toward the Tianlian Mountains. As they drove deeper into the mountains, villages and houses faded from view. Lin Fan spoke up.
We should be close now.
According to that waitress, once you can't see any houses anymore, it's just another 50 kilometers. With a confirmed destination, hope filled all three of them. True to Lin Fan's words, 40 minutes later, they reached the foot of the Tianlian Mountains. Lin Fan stepped out of the car and immediately activated the satellite navigation.
The map showed they were still some distance from the landmark. Lu Shuai pulled out his phone, did some calculations, and then spoke up. Master, if we get off here and head into the forest, we'll still have over 60 kilometers to our destination.
Lin Fan and Shirley frowned upon hearing this. Walking 60-odd kilometers wasn't the issue, the real problem was the gear they had to carry.
Hauling everything would make the journey difficult. Lin Fan took the map and pointed to a spot.
This isn't the shortest route to the marked location. We'll turn right and follow the mountain path to this point. Lin Fan pointed to a location on the map. After examining it, both men nodded in agreement. But looking at the map, if we go there, it should be the closest distance to where we want to go. Lu Shuai spoke up immediately.
Alright, let's go as the senior master suggested.
We'll head there. The three got back into the car. Lu Shuai drove while they discussed how to transport the equipment. Lin Fan spoke up.
Even though we've bought a camper van, the terrain inside is complex. We'll need to traverse mountains and forests.
I'm afraid we won't be able to get all this stuff to the designated location.
Shirley chimed in from the side. Don't overthink it. We'll transport it as far as we can. Worst case, we'll pitch a tent there and set up a temporary staging point. Lighten our load, then we'll go treasure hunting. Lu Shuai's eyes lit up upon hearing this, then he looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Although they'd been discussing the route the entire journey, he still had no idea where his master and senior master were actually headed. Lu Shuai recalled asking before, only to receive vague answers from his master and senior master. Hearing them mention treasure today, Lu Shuai thought his ears must be playing tricks on him. Treasure? Master, so this whole operation was about hunting for treasure? Lu Shuai's face lit up with excitement, his eyes widening in disbelief. Seeing Lu Shuai's overreaction, Shirley smacked him on the back of the head. You'd be wise to keep quiet about this. Knowing too much won't do you any favors. I'm warning you now, after we return, you must never reveal anything about this mission. If you do, it could very well get you killed. Lu Shuai hadn't realized the consequences could be so severe. He sucked in a sharp breath on the spot. Is it that dangerous? Do we even have enemies while treasure hunting? Shirley shot Lu Shuai a glare. Did you forget what I just said? I told you not to pry, so don't ask. Lin Fan chimed in from the side. Lu Shuai, your master didn't tell you because he's protecting you. This so-called treasure hunt is actually tomb raiding. Lu Shuai was completely baffled. Grave robbing. How did this turn into thievery? What exactly are we going to do? Shirley was about to stop Lu Shuai from asking more questions, but Lin Fan cut him off. Senior brother, even if you don't tell him now, he'll figure it out once we get there. Might as well be upfront with him. Shirley sighed deeply. Fine, I'll explain. Shirley briefly recounted the situation. The primary purpose of our journey is to obtain the martial arts manual. This manual is a priceless treasure in the world. Your master's uncle and his entire family were slaughtered precisely because they became entangled in this matter. So you must grasp the gravity of this situation. Lu Shuai listened, his eyes wide with astonishment. He never imagined this matter carried such devastating consequences. He nodded repeatedly. Master, rest assured. Even if it costs me my life, I dare not reveal a single word to outsiders. The two finally nodded in agreement. Immediately after, Shirley spoke again. It's good that you understand. Before long, the three arrived at the designated location. Lu Shuai drove the vehicle to a secluded spot and concealed the off-road vehicle. Once everything was prepared, they hauled their gear and set off into the boundless forest. As soon as they reached the forest's edge, Lu Shuai felt what it meant to struggle with every step. This primeval forest hadn't seen human footprints in who knows how many years. The ground was completely overgrown with weeds, making it impossible to find solid footing. Fortunately, they had prepared beforehand. Each of the three carried a machete, and whenever the path became impassable, they would hack away at the obstructing weeds. Master, wouldn't it be great if we could fly? We just hop right over this. Look at all this grass, it stretches as far as the eye can see. When will we ever reach our destination? Lu Shuai wasn't afraid of hardship, but seeing the sharp thorn weeds before him, he couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. He shouldn't have said that. As soon as Lu Shuai finished speaking, Lin Fan and Shirley exchanged a knowing smile. Master, what are you laughing at? And Uncle Master, why does your smile look so off? This time, Lin Fan remained silent. As Lu Shuai was Shirley's disciple, it was only natural for Shirley to explain the situation to his young apprentice. Sensing Lin Fan's thoughts, Shirley reached out and gave Lu Shuai another pat on the back of the head. Your master and I could easily leap over this patch of weeds in a few bounds, but if we did that, we'd leave you behind. Lu Shuai blinked hard, then his face lit up with sudden understanding. Good heavens, master! Am I holding you back? You tell me. Now hurry up. After Shirley's gentle scolding, Lu Shuai quickly picked up his pace and didn't dare utter another word. Chapter 230, Wolves Here. Fortunately, once they reached the deeper parts of the forest, the undergrowth gradually thinned out. Lu Shuai wiped the sweat from his forehead. Master, senior master, we've been walking for over 3 hours. Let's sit down and rest for a bit. I really can't go on. Shirley pulled out his phone to check the time, then turned to look at Lin Fan. We should rest for a bit. After we eat, we'll press on. Lin Fan studied the satellite map carefully before nodding. According to the markers, we're heading in the right direction. Keep going this way, and we'll reach the marked point. Hearing their discussion, Lu Shuai quickly fetched food from the camper van and distributed it to Lin Fan and Shirley. Master, Uncle Master, these are vacuum-sealed beef jerky. Please make do with them to tide us over. The three sat down to rest. Just then, a series of wolf howls echoed from the distant forest. Lu Shuai flinched in fright, instinctively shifting closer to Lin Fan. Stay near my master. Holy crap, Master Uncle, did you hear that? There are wolves here. Shirley shot Lu Shuai a glare. What's the big deal? It'd be weird if there weren't any beasts around. You always slack off during training, and now you're scared stiff just because we ran into some wolves. Lu Shuai protested, looking aggrieved. Master, you always taught me that martial arts are for strengthening the body, but you never said we'd have to fight wolves. Lu Shuai trailed off. Even if his martial arts were perfected, he couldn't possibly match the ferocity of those beasts in a fight. You dare talk back? Shirley's expression turned stern. Lu Shuai ducked his head. Master, I was wrong. I won't say another word. Seeing the master and disciple like this, Lin Fan instantly relaxed. He turned and patted Lu Shuai on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. With your master and me here, a few wolves are nothing. We won't let you get hurt. Lu Shuai knew his master and senior master were formidable martial artists who feared no beasts. Especially his senior master. Just the other day, while searching for tiger gall for his master, he'd brought back a silver tiger pelt. That tiger skin looked as big as a calf. Even if they encountered a pack of wolves, Lu Shuai believed his master and master's younger brother would find a way to handle it. With this thought, Lu Shuai felt slightly reassured. He patted his chest. That scared the crap out of me, he exclaimed. But the deeper we go into the forest, the more dangerous beasts we might encounter. We need to be prepared. Both nodded in agreement. This time, Shirley didn't scold Lu Shuai. After a simple meal, the three of them spent over 3 hours walking, yet they hadn't covered even 10 miles. Lu Shuai sighed heavily, his eyes looking slightly bloodshot, clearly exhausted. Looks like we'll be spending the next few nights in the forest. What if beasts attack us at night? Shirley patted the bundle on the camper van. Don't worry. There's a hammock up here. At night, we'll hang it higher and sleep in the trees. Lu Shuai was speechless upon hearing this. If avoiding beast attacks was the goal, this was the right choice. But he was afraid of heights. To avoid being mocked by Lin Fan and Shirley, Lu Shuai forced himself to conceal his fear of heights. After a brief rest, the three resumed their journey. They spotted a hill ahead. To reach their destination in the shortest time, they had to cross it. Gritting his teeth, Lu Shuai strained to pull the camper, sweating profusely from the effort. Seeing this, Lin Fan and Shirley both went around to the back of the camper. They pushed from behind while Lu Shuai pulled from the front. It took tremendous effort for the three of them to finally push the camper up the hill. Lu Shuai collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Finally made it up. I'm completely wiped out. What kind of road is this? Compared to our asphalt roads, this place is way too backward. No sooner had he finished grumbling than Lu Shuai's eyes widened in shock. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Holy crap! What the hell is that? Lu Shuai pointed in one direction, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his face. Lin Fan and Shirley followed Lu Shuai's pointing finger and saw a leopard below them. At that moment, the leopard was watching their every move. Shirley picked up a small pebble from the ground and hurled it straight at the leopard's head. The pebble struck the leopard squarely on the head. Wounded, the leopard let out a series of roars. Though wounded, the leopard didn't retreat. Instead, it accelerated its charge toward Shirley. Shirley burst into laughter. You little thing, you sure hold a grudge. I was going to let you off, but it seems you're asking for trouble. Shirley drew a dagger from his waist. His hand moved like lightning, thrusting it fiercely toward the leopard's head. The leopard strained its hind legs, suspending its entire body midair. It tried to dodge, but found no foothold in the air. The dagger plunged deep into the leopard's skull. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the leopard's lifeless body plummeted to the ground. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Shuai's forehead as he sighed. That damn beast! It scared the hell out of me. That leopard was too fast before I could even react, it was dead. Lu Shuai's heart was in his throat. He marveled at the leopard's speed while marveling at Shirley's agility. In short, the scene had left Lu Shuai profoundly shaken. Shirley paid no heed to Lu Shuai's astonished expression, striding over to retrieve the dagger from the leopard's head. Then, he pulled out a tissue, wiped the bloodstains off the dagger, and said slowly, "We'll have meat tonight." Lu Shuai's eyes widened. He'd eaten roast chicken, roast lamb, and roast suckling pig, but never in his life had he tasted leopard meat. Truthfully, he'd never even dared imagine such a thing before, yet here it was, happening right before his eyes. He swallowed hard, staring at the blood-soaked leopard on the ground, and asked again, "Master, are we really going to eat it?" Lin Fan spoke up from the side. It would be such a waste to just throw it away. Lu Shuai looked up at the sunset on the horizon. At that moment, the sun was slowly sinking toward the west. The weather was clear today, and he was sure it wouldn't be long before he saw a beautiful sunset. But compared to eating, Lu Shuai valued the latter more. Should we grill it here or head down to the hill? Shirley solemnly advised Lu Shuai from the side. Let's go down to the hill. By the time we finish the barbecue, it'll be dark. Staying up here at night would be especially dangerous. Chapter 230, A Good Meal. Shirley pulled a rope from his gear and bound the leopard securely. Satisfied the knot was tight, he dragged the leopard down the hillside. Fortunately, it was downhill, so dragging the leopard required little effort. Lu Shuai pulled the camper trailer, carefully controlling the force. This wasn't a task for the average person. Now that they were on a downhill slope, the camper's immense weight meant that if left to slide unchecked, it would be utterly uncontrollable.
Lu Shuai worried the camper might veer off course, while also fearing it could flip over if it hit any bumps or ditches.
Either outcome would be far from pleasant.
Seeing how hard Lu Shuai was working, Lin Fan helped from behind.
The three of them finally reached the foot of the hill. Finally, they made it. Though it took some effort, it was much easier than before. Lu Shuai let out a long sigh of relief. They then entered the dense forest, found a clearing, and began gathering dry firewood. After about 20 minutes, everything was gathered and ready.
Lin Fan glanced up at the sun.
The sunset was about to dip below the horizon, with fiery clouds forming around it.
Lin Fan felt a slight stir within him.
Tomorrow would be another fine day. Uncle Lin, how did you know tomorrow would be a good day?
Along the way, Lu Shuai asked Lin Fan numerous questions. To Lu Shuai, Lin Fan seemed almost omnipotent, but to predict tomorrow's weather based solely on the evening glow at the horizon seemed a bit too miraculous.
So Lu Shuai instinctively assumed Lin Fan was just making a casual remark without any basis.
Lin Fan, however, explained with complete seriousness. Many years ago, my grandfather told me that if fiery clouds appear at sunset in the afternoon, the next day will be fine weather.
There's an old saying, fiery sunset clouds mean scorching heat. While that might be a bit exaggerated, it certainly won't bring thunderclouds and lightning. Lu Shuai suddenly understood.
Then, Shirley and Lu Shuai silently turned their gaze toward the sunset. At that very moment, from behind them, numerous birds seemed to take flight simultaneously.
This peculiar phenomenon caught the attention of all three.
Lin Fan was the first to recover and speak up.
Beasts, or people?
Shirley shook his head with a smile.
Junior brother, you're being overly cautious. We saw clearly on our way here that there are no human traces at all. It must be beasts hunting, startling the birds in the trees. Don't make a big deal out of it.
Lin Fan observed for a while longer but found nothing unusual.
He relaxed and said, I hope so.
The three men built a fire and began skinning and deboning the leopard, then roasting it over the flames. The leopard meat roasted to a crispy exterior and tender interior, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas. They were well prepared. Lu Shuai seasoned it generously, much like grilling lamb skewers.
Lu Shuai first cut off a hind leg and handed it to his master, Shirley.
The other hind leg he gave to his senior master, Lin Fan.
Lu Shuai kept one front leg for himself, chewing it thoughtfully.
As he ate, Lu Shuai kept nodding in approval.
Delicious. So fragrant, I never imagined leopard meat could be this tasty.
Lin Fan spoke up to remind him.
This leopard's flesh is practically medicinal. You'd be wise to eat sparingly, it has blood-activating and warming properties. But with such deliciousness before him, how could Lu Shuai control himself?
After finishing one front leg, he grabbed the other one. After the three finished their meal, they added dry wood to the fire and set up hammocks nearby. Lin Fan and Shirley lay back in their hammocks, utterly content. Only Lu Shuai struggled mightily to climb the tree trunk.
Clutching the hammock with both hands, his entire body trembled like a trembling leaf.
His mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to speak, but no sound came out.
Shirley looked up at Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai, you okay? Need help?
Lu Shuai gritted his teeth and forced out a reply.
No, master. I can manage.
It took Lu Shuai a long time to lie down in the hammock, but the moment he turned to look at the ground, he couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably.
Holy cow, how high is this?
Shirley chuckled.
You're telling me.
If it were any lower, wild beasts could reach you. Lu Shuai gave an awkward chuckle before nodding in agreement. Another 20 minutes passed. Shirley and Lin Fan gradually drifted off to sleep, but Lu Shuai tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his chest, his whole body growing hot. He touched his forehead, and his head buzzed.
Master! Master! Lu Shuai cried out in alarm.
Shirley, who had just fallen asleep, woke with a start and frowned as he spoke.
What's wrong? Master, I think I'm sick. I feel incredibly hot.
Shirley sat up in bed, scrambled up a tree, then swung his legs over and landed on the large tree beside Lu Shuai. He reached out and touched Lu Shuai's forehead.
It doesn't feel hot at all?
Lu Shuai's face was flushed red.
Master, I feel like I'm on fire all over. I must have a fever.
Shirley placed his fingers on Lu Shuai's pulse point to check his pulse.
He waited a moment before withdrawing his hand. Don't blame anyone but yourself.
Your master's brother warned you earlier not to eat too much of this leopard's meat, but you wouldn't listen.
Now look what happened. Lu Shuai unbuttoned his shirt, exposing his chest. Master, I'm burning up all over. Is there anything you can do to help?
Their voices caught Lin Fan's attention, and he spoke up from the sidelines.
This is easy to fix. Just go run a couple laps until you work up a sweat, and you'll be fine. Lu Shuai glanced around at the pitch-black darkness and quickly pulled his head back. Forget it. I'll just tough it out.
Shirley returned to his hammock and sighed helplessly. This Lu Shuai, he's beyond words. The night was deep, yet Lu Shuai still couldn't sleep. First, he was timid in this environment, he felt insecure. Second, he genuinely felt miserable, his whole body burning hot. But glancing at the two people sleeping soundly beside him, Lu Shuai forced himself to close his eyes. Though his eyes were tightly shut, Lu Shuai remained wide awake. The eastern sky gradually turned the color of a fish's belly, signaling dawn was approaching. Only then did Lu Shuai manage to doze off with his eyes half closed. Just as Lu Shuai was about to drift into a deep sleep, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from the distance. Lu Shuai snapped his eyes open and scanned the distance, but saw nothing. Yet the footsteps grew louder and closer. Lu Shuai shouted loudly. "Who's there?" Lu Shuai's startled cry jolted Lin Fan and Shirlei awake. They both turned to look at Lu Shuai. Chapter 232, Paintings on the Stone Wall. "What's wrong?" Lu Shuai's brow furrowed into a knot as he gasped for breath. "Master, senior master, I think I heard footsteps." Lin Fan and Shirlei heightened their vigilance, scanning their surroundings, but neither detected anything unusual. Shirlei asked in confusion. "Ha? You must be dreaming." His master's question left Lu Shuai unsure whether it had been a figment of his imagination or reality. He scratched his head. Maybe I misheard. Since they were awake, they had no choice but to get up. The three of them packed up the second bed, stowed it back in the bag, ate some instant food, and then continued on their way. Before leaving, Lu Shuai placed the leftover leopard meat in the camper van. "What? You still want more? Haven't you had enough?" Shirlei asked Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai replied with a smile. "It'd be a shame to throw away something so delicious. I should be fine if I just have a little less." Lin Fan held the satellite navigation device and glanced ahead. "We're moving way too slowly like this. We barely cover 20 li a day. At this rate, it'll take us 2 more days to reach our destination." Shirlei found it strange. Why would the Shi family choose this location for their burial grounds? How could they possibly build here amidst these towering mountains and dense forests? Lin Fan and Lu Shuai both shook their heads. They couldn't fathom it either. Hauling just one camper trailer felt exhausting enough. How much effort must it have taken to transport all the materials here? Seeing the expressions on their faces, Shirlei decided not to press further. Along the way, they walked and stopped, encountered wild beasts and attacks, crossed shallow streams, and overcame countless hardships. Finally, they arrived at the Shi family burial ground. It was a desolate ridge overgrown with weeds. After searching for a long time, the three finally discovered a stone stele hidden among the grass. The inscription read, "Tomb of Shi Jinshan, 23rd Patriarch of the Shi clan." The trio circled the burial site but found nothing unusual. At first, Lu Shuai's eyes were wide with wonder, but after circling the site, his intense curiosity began to fade. This tomb looked no different from any ordinary one. The mound was just that size, it couldn't possibly hide any treasures. Could it be that we really have to take action? Lin Fan and Shirlei also found the situation highly peculiar. Given the Shi family's wealth and influence, Shi Jinshan's burial site shouldn't be this modest. Shirlei frowned and spoke up. "This tombstone seems odd. It can't be Shi Jinshan's. It doesn't match his status at all." Lin Fan scanned the surroundings. Spotting a nearby hill, he unexpectedly began walking toward it. Though neither knew what Lin Fan had discovered, they both followed his footsteps closer to the hill. Directly in front of the hill stood a large stone, now obscured by overgrown weeds. Lin Fan pushed aside the vegetation, revealing several lines of text engraved upon the stone tablet. "Sacred ground of the Shi clan, ancestral spirits through the ages, returned to dust, hidden within the mountains." A faint smile touched Shirlei's lips. Jinshan was indeed quite clever. The tombstone up ahead was likely meant to throw people off the scent. In these wild, remote mountains, if one wasn't paying attention, this rock could easily be overlooked. Seeing the clues coming together, Lin Fan smiled too. Senior brother was right. The hill behind us must be where the treasure is hidden and the true burial site of Shi Jinshan. The hill wasn't enormous, yet it wasn't small either. Circling it would take nearly half a day. The three circled the stone several times, finding no clues. Lu Shuai spoke up again. "Are we supposed to dig through this entire hill?" Lin Fan frowned. The map only marked the location of the tomb's entrance, not the path inside. It seemed they'd have to figure it out themselves. Shirlei had studied it for ages and still had no clue. He shook his head helplessly. "Let's put that aside for now. We should set up the tent first. Getting into this tomb won't be easy, we need to plan carefully." Following Shirlei's suggestion, the two retrieved gear from the camper van and began assembling the tent. Soon, it stood erected. Lu Shuai fetched some food. After resting and finishing their meal, they realized it was already afternoon. After eating their fill, the three resumed discussing the problem at hand. "We did bring shovels," Shirlei said first, "but if the three of us are going to dig through this entire hill, the food we brought probably won't last." Shirlei spoke up first. Lin Fan frowned, carefully observing the surrounding layout. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Earlier, when we were talking about the cemetery, I noticed a pattern engraved on the tombstone. At first, I thought it was just decoration, but now I realize it's definitely not as simple as it seems. That pattern on the stone tablet, while seemingly chaotic at first glance, actually corresponds to the hill before us.
Lu Shuai and Shirlei exchanged glances before their eyes settled on Lin Fan. If that's the case, let's go take a look.
Shirlei was eager to move, lifting his foot the moment he finished speaking. Seeing his master so eager, Lu Shuai nodded in agreement. Thus, the three of them returned to the graveyard.
The patterns carved on the genuine tombstone could easily be mistaken for mere decorative embellishments if not examined closely.
Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that these carvings precisely depicted the location of the hill and the stone bearing the inscriptions. Yet after staring at them for a long time, the three remained utterly baffled. Though the carvings showed the hill's location, there was nothing unusual about it. Lin Fan shook his head.
This couldn't be a coincidence. Why would this stone tablet bear such a pattern for no reason? There must be something fishy about it.
Lu Shuai pulled out his phone and snapped photos of everything on the device right then and there. Afterward, the three returned to the stone. Similarly, beneath the characters was another pattern. This design was nearly identical to the one on the stone tablet, almost exactly the same. Shirlei was puzzled. The carving on this stone is identical to the one on the stele. Lin Fan took another photo of the stone with his phone, then zoomed in to examine it closely. He compared the two images side by side, sensing something was off but unable to pinpoint it. Lin Fan looked up at Lu Shuai.
Lu Shuai, I'll send you this photo.
Later, zoom in on it just like I did, and we'll compare them side by side. Lu Shuai nodded, his expression turning serious. Lin Fan sent the image to Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai took out his phone, enlarged the image, placed both phones side by side, and began comparing the pictures inch by inch.
Chapter 233, How could there be three gates?
After scrutinizing the images, they finally spotted the discrepancy. The pattern carved on the stone tablet differed from the pattern inscribed on the stone, with a section of the stone missing.
Lin Fan enlarged the image again. Following the pattern's indication, they scanned their surroundings and finally spotted the missing stone.
Lin Fan approached the stone, intending to lift it, but it seemed rooted in place, immovable. A look of surprise and delight flashed across Lin Fan's face. Without a moment to spare, he turned the stone with his hands. Suddenly, a creaking sound emanated from beneath their feet, followed by a thunderous rumble. The large engraved stone toppled forward, revealing an opening where it had stood.
All three wore expressions of astonishment and delight.
They hurried back to the opening, where Lu Shuai switched on his flashlight and shone it downward. The opening was a full circle smaller than the wellhead, its interior pitch black and impenetrable, making it impossible to discern the conditions below. Lin Fan picked up a small pebble and tossed it into the hole.
Soon, they heard an echo.
Lin Fan spoke up.
This hole is about 14 or 15 meters deep. Judging by the echo, it's quite spacious down there.
Lu Shuai was getting impatient.
What's down there?
Let's just go check it out.
I'll grab the rope.
Lu Shuai quickly fetched the rope, secured one end to a nearby boulder, and tossed the other end into the pit. Lu Shuai wiped his mouth first, his face glowing with excitement.
Uncle Master, I'll go down first to scout the way for you.
As he spoke, he tried to climb down the rope, but Shirlei stopped him.
Stay right here. You know nothing, how dare you go down? This entrance has been sealed for ages. Inside, there might be no oxygen left. If you go down recklessly, you'll suffocate to death.
The warning turned Lu Shuai pale.
His master's words made perfect sense.
After regaining his composure, Lu Shuai reached up and scratched his forehead.
Master really thought of everything.
We brought plenty of supplies this time.
I'll go get the oxygen bags. Lin Fan stopped Lu Shuai. You stay here and keep watch. Your master and I will go get it.
We'll head down together shortly. Wait here for our news. Lu Shuai had intended to lead the way, scouting for his master and senior master. But his own recklessness had nearly cost him his life. Reluctantly, he agreed.
All right then. Master and uncle, be careful. I'll wait here for you.
Lin Fan and Shirlei returned to the tent. They changed into field uniforms, gathered all necessary tools, and then headed back to the pit entrance. Without further ado, they strapped on oxygen tanks and descended into the pit using ropes. The descent of over 10 meters was swift.
Pitch darkness enveloped them.
Though Lin Fan had descended first, even he felt uneasy now. The moment he touched down, Lin Fan swiftly activated his flashlight to survey the surroundings. Under the beam's glare, he saw a tunnel over 2 meters high stretching ahead, ending at a large door.
Lin Fan waved to Shirlei, signaling the area was safe.
Only then did Shirlei follow the rope down into the cave. With their flashlights guiding them, the two men felt their way to the front of the gate. Lin Fan pushed hard against the doors, only to find them completely immovable. The only explanation was that they were locked from the inside. He tried several times to force them open, but to no avail. Shirlei took a deep breath, channeling nearly all his strength into his palms as he tried again. Still, the situation remained unchanged. Even when they both pushed together, they couldn't budge the doors. Shirlei looked at Lin Fan. Little junior brother, these stone doors are beyond our strength to open.
Should we have Lu Shuai toss down the power drill?
Lin Fan waved his hand. Since the tombstone led us here, there must be a way to open these doors.
Perhaps there's some kind of mechanism. Let's examine them carefully.
The two began scrutinizing their surroundings again, running their hands over nearly every stone near the doors, yet still failed to activate any mechanism.
Shirley spoke with growing impatience. We've searched everywhere nearby. I say we go back for the jackhammer and electric drill.
I don't want to damage anything here either, but we haven't found a single clue.
After all this effort, we can't just sit here and wait to die.
Shirley stared intently at Lin Fan without moving. Lin Fan walked to the door, scrutinizing the intricate patterns etched into both panels. Finally, he pulled out his phone to examine the engraved designs. As he zoomed in on the image, a look of surprise and delight spread across his face.
Senior brother, look here.
The patterns on this seemed connected to the carvings on the stone block.
Shirley leaned in upon hearing this.
He scrutinized the image on the phone and discovered with delight that the patterns on the stone door were an extension of those on the stone slab. The carvings on the stone door covered a much larger area. After comparing the two, they realized the stone door also had an additional small stone block. Lin Fan touched it and discovered the engraved area was actually a switch.
Senior brother, there's a switch here, it's almost identical to the one above. Look.
As he spoke, Lin Fan pressed the switch firmly.
Creak, creak.
The stone door creaked, and soon both panels slid open to the sides. Having been untouched for many years, the opening doors released a cloud of dust and lime. Lin Fan and Shirley hurriedly stepped back. Only after the dust had settled did they approach.
Lin Fan shone his flashlight into the chamber.
The interior was constructed of neatly arranged wooden blocks, unlike the chaotic stone formation at the entrance. This chamber resembled a room, with a door on each of its 4 walls. They had opened one door, leaving 3 more directions. The stone doors bore no inscriptions or carved patterns. In the center of the room stood a brazier filled with wax oil. Shirley produced a lighter and ignited the brazier, instantly illuminating the entire room. Lin Fan removed his oxygen mask and closed the oxygen bag.
Brother, where there's fire, there's oxygen. We should conserve it, who knows what situations we'll face next. Shirley also removed his respirator. The two surveyed the room.
Aside from the fire basin in the center, the surrounding walls were smooth stone, completely bare with no carvings or inscriptions.
When Shirley spotted additional doors, a look of confusion crossed his face. Strange. How could there be 3 doors here? Chapter 234, Only One Chance.
Lin Fan pondered for a moment before speculating. One of these 3 doors must lead directly to the tomb, while the other 2 were surely booby-trapped. Lin Fan had never entered such a place before, but he had seen plenty of TV dramas depicting similar scenarios, and novels often described such settings as well. In ancient times, many noble families built their tombs with extraordinary opulence, hoping to continue their lavish lifestyles even after death.
Yet they feared thieves with sinister intentions might plunder their treasures, so they deliberately set up traps to confuse intruders.
The sheer number of doors here must be for that very reason. What puzzled Lin Fan, though, was why there was so much wood here. Logically speaking, wood was the least durable and most flammable material. Shirley, standing beside him, was also pondering this very question. His thoughts, however, were far simpler.
At that moment, only one thought occupied Shirley's mind: which of these 3 doors was free of traps? All 3 doors looked identical, and it wouldn't be surprising if even their dimensions were the same.
Choosing the correct one from among them was no easy task. For a martial arts fanatic like Shirley, it was especially difficult.
How could he possibly choose? There wasn't a single clue.
Lin Fan scrutinized them carefully, but after a long time, he couldn't spot any differences. Logically, the door in the middle should lead to the tomb, while the 2 on either side were likely just decoys.
Shirley shook his head. That's too obvious. Any normal person would choose that. I'm sure there's a trick to it. Most people would naturally choose the middle door.
But whoever built this tomb wasn't that simple.
That means we can rule out the middle door.
Lin Fan also sensed there was more to it than met the eye.
The very existence of 3 doors here serves to confuse. If the middle door led directly to the goal, this entire setup would lose its purpose. Left or right, neither was a viable option.
If we chose wrong, both of us would face mortal danger. Shirley was equally uncertain, but finally spoke up.
Forget it. We'll just have to take a gamble.
With our skills, even if there's an ambush, we can both walk away unscathed. As Shirley finished speaking and prepared to act, Lin Fan hurried forward, extending his arm to stop him.
Senior brother, it's not as simple as you think. This tomb has limited space. If we really fall into an ambush, we won't even have room to dodge.
We should think this through carefully.
Shirley paused, then nodded.
Lin Fan was right.
It wasn't that we couldn't try, but that after trying, there might not be a second chance.
The 2 sat down calmly, recalling the events that had led them here.
Lin Fan spoke up. That stone is on the right side of the fake tombstone.
Moreover, the switch for this hill's pit is also on the right side of the stone. Add to that the mechanism we just found, which was also on the right side of the door.
Based on this reasoning, we should choose the right side.
Shirley listened with rapt attention, recalling the events that had just unfolded, then nodded.
You make a good point. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed it really is all the right side. Then we'll choose the door on the right.
The two made up their minds and approached the right door. But no matter how hard they pushed, they couldn't budge the stone door. After several failed attempts, Shirley began to lose heart.
What were these people thinking? If there's a hint outside, they obviously want people to come in. But if they want people to come in, why set up so many trials? Is this Stone Gold Mountain guy schizophrenic?
Lin Fan also looked downcast, though he didn't follow Shirley's line of thought.
Surveying the surroundings, Lin Fan observed the smooth stone surface.
These walls, the floor, and even the ceiling are all perfectly smooth.
There probably aren't any traps here. Shirley spoke up. That's strange. Could it be that this door is fixed and can't be opened at all?
Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the brazier.
If anything was peculiar here, it was this brazier. Why place a brazier in the center instead of mounting torches on the walls? Prompted by Lin Fan's observation, Shirley noticed it too and hurried over to the brazier. Was there something peculiar about this brazier?
The fire burned fiercely, preventing either man from getting close. Lin Fan pulled out a fireproof cloth from his pack and covered the brazier directly.
Soon, the flames died down. The two turned on their flashlights and waited patiently until the brazier cooled down. Then they circled it to examine it. The brazier was made of bronze, devoid of any patterns or inscriptions, showing no apparent peculiarities. Lin Fan gripped the brazier with both hands and rotated it left and right. To his surprise, it was incredibly light, and he lifted it off the ground with ease. Once removed, it revealed a stone pillar beneath. At the pillar's top were 3 buttons, each corresponding to a door inscribed with characters. Each door could only be opened once. The two exchanged a glance. Shirley burst into laughter. After searching for so long, the switch was right here all along. Lin Fan frowned. It's clearly written here we only get one chance. If we choose wrong, the other 2 doors won't open.
Shirley shrugged it off. In the past, people would have been helpless in this situation. But now, with technology so advanced, if we choose wrong, we can always go back for an electric hammer or an electric pickaxe.
If that doesn't work, we'll use explosives to blast the door open. We shouldn't resort to that unless absolutely necessary.
Using explosives could damage the pit, causing a collapse that would make entering the tomb even harder.
Then we won't use explosives, Shirley said.
We'll avoid them as much as possible to prevent collapses.
Shirley spoke up.
Since we've already chosen the door on the right, there's no point in hesitating now. Lin Fan pondered for a long moment. He concluded there was simply no better option now they had to try the right door.
Both men pressed the button on the right simultaneously. Creak, creak.
Soon, the right door creaked open. Dust swirled everywhere. Due to its age, a thick cloud of dust poured out from the door, obscuring Lin Fan and Shirley's vision. They quickly covered their mouths and noses, waiting for the dust to settle before cautiously approaching. Lin Fan discovered that beyond the stone door lay a long corridor. 80 centimeters wide and 2 meters tall, it allowed only one person to pass through comfortably.